Star calendar year 3033, Galactic Empire, Imperial Star, Royal Military Academy. In the garage, a man stood silently, holding his graduation certificate. In front of the man, Zhang Qiang, a son of a distinguished noble family, sneered. A poor guy wants to be a captain? 10 years ago, the man's parents sacrificed themselves to protect the main fleet, and the compensation they received barely allowed the man to live to this day. But the Imperial Medal that the man's parents exchanged their lives for could not even be exchanged for a piece of ship hull steel plate in the military factory. If a man cannot afford a starship, all he will get is to be drafted and sent to the endless sea to become cannon fodder. In desperation, he dug out the navigation log left by his father, but unexpectedly discovered a shocking secret. An interstellar battleship with exhausted energy was buried on a dead planet that had long been wiped off the map of the Empire. The man had no choice but to go all out. He took his best friend Wang Lei with him and used the remaining pension to sneak into the Zerg war zone. They crossed the storm, fought against the zombies, and dug out the huge ancient ship from the sand and dust deep in the planet. At that moment, the man's eyes changed. The battleship from 500 years ago was made of starfall alloy that had long been banned by the Empire. The entire ship carried lost battleship technology. Today's heavy cruisers were like child's play in front of it. The man put all his efforts into embedding a modified quantum engine into the ship. Start. The engine roared, breaking the silence. The bridge screen lit up, as if a sleeping giant beast opened its eyes. When the legendary Star Destroyer gun pierced the sky again, the nobles suddenly realized that the poor guy they once despised was not cannon fodder, but the founder of a new empire. But that was for the future. What the man had to do now was to inspect each battleship's core module one by one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly out of this planet at all. Li Hao immediately issued an order to have 100 multifunctional robots and 50 engineering robots board the battleship to carry out comprehensive and detailed maintenance and inspection work. At the same time, the multifunctional robot also safely installed the Universal Module Maker in the battleship's work compartment so that it can replenish the required parts at any time when necessary to prepare for a rainy day. The multifunctional robots and engineering robots did not hesitate and quickly got down to work, with clear division of labor and orderly rhythm, advancing each maintenance and inspection task. Some of the robots are concentrating on checking the warship's various systems, including the power system, weapon system, life support system, etc., striving to ensure that they maintain normal operation. Other multifunctional robots are focused on cleaning and maintenance of the hull, carefully repairing possible damage and faults. After completing the installation of the Universal Module Maker, the robots immediately started the replacement and production procedures for damaged parts. This advanced manufacturing equipment is powerful and can manufacture a variety of general modules according to actual needs, covering almost everything from mechanical parts, electronic components, sensors, etc. Thanks to the efficient work of the robots, the repair and overhaul of the battleship progressed smoothly. Li Hao and Wang Lei checked the progress of the work from time to time to ensure that the entire plan was moving forward steadily. Li Hao and Wang Lei are well aware that a well-maintained battleship will be able to exert even more powerful combat power in future battles. As time passed, the battleship gradually regained its former glory, and its internal systems were also comprehensively optimized and upgraded. Wang Lei looked at the huge battleship in front of him and couldn't help but sigh to Li Hao. Look at this battleship. The weapons and shields are too old. We must replace them all when we go back. Although it is now equipped with 2 quantum engines and 2 nuclear fusion engines, it can barely carry out interstellar navigation, but it can't enter the subspace at all. Li Hao shrugged and responded helplessly. Of course I know these questions, but I am penniless now. All my savings have been spent on buying quantum engines and robots. It's great that I can graduate successfully now. Wang Lei frowned, thought for a moment, and said, that won't do. This is the only battleship in the Galactic Empire. How can we go back in such a shabby way? Li Hao shook his head and said, but we really have no money now. How about we go back first and consider upgrading when we have money? Wang Lei shook his head firmly. No, we can't go back like this. This battleship is our pride and our future. We must make it stronger no matter what. So what should we do now? Li Hao asked. Wang Lei thought about it carefully and said, Haozi, let me take care of the money issue. Li Hao looked at Wang Lei gratefully and whispered, Wang Lei, I really thank you. But the funds needed to upgrade weapons and shields are not a small amount. Wang Lei patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said with a smile, Haozi, don't forget what my family does. Although I am not as smart as you, I know the significance of this battleship. Wang Lei's family is considered wealthy in the Milky Way but Wang Lei never shows off. The reason why Wang Lei is willing to help is entirely because Wang Lei has long regarded Li Hao as a true brother. Wang Lei, thank you very much. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Wang Lei smiled and said, Howsy, you still say that? We are brothers. It's too polite to talk about money. As long as you need me, I will help you at any time. Moreover, with this battleship, my personal safety will be more guaranteed in the future. Let's drive the starship back first. After a long journey day and night, the two starships finally arrived at the border of the Empire. Wang Lei suggested not to enter the Empire for the time being, because the battleship had not yet been registered in the Imperial Starship system and lacked an identification code, so it could not sail legally. Therefore, Li Hao and Wang Lei drove the battleship to an uninhabited planet near the border of the Empire. There happened to be an abandoned space station on that planet, which was just right for docking and continuing to repair the battleship. Li Hao and Wang Lei carefully drove the warship into the space station and began a comprehensive inspection and in-depth repairs. With the help of his family connections, Wang Lei ordered 4 quantum engines, a full set of weapon systems, and top equipment for the battleship, including the battleship optical computer. These advanced devices will greatly improve the overall performance of the battleship. While waiting for the equipment to arrive, Li Hao and Wang Lei were not idle. They used existing resources to carry out preliminary modifications and upgrades to the warship. Li Hao carefully inspected the battleship's original shield system and found that its technology was fundamentally different from the current mainstream shield. Traditional shield systems rely on nuclear fusion for energy, which is powerful but unstable and easily disturbed. Today's quantum energy is completely different. Based on the principles of quantum mechanics, it has high energy density and strong stability, far better than before. After informing Wang Lei of this discovery, Li Hao and Wang Lei immediately set about transforming the shield system, replacing the original nuclear fusion energy with quantum energy. After testing, Li Hao and Wang Lei were pleasantly surprised to find that quantum energy not only improved the energy level of the shield, but even surpassed the current mainstream level. In order to verify the strength of the new shield, Wang Lei conducted a series of detailed tests and precise calculations. The final results showed that even the main guns of a heavy cruiser would find it difficult to penetrate this energy shield in an instant. This result made Li Hao and Wang Lei extremely satisfied, and they decided without hesitation to fully apply this technology to Li Hao and Wang Lei's warships. With such a powerful shield as the core of defense, Li Hao and Wang Lei are full of confidence in future battles, as if they have already grasped the victory. A few days later, the equipment ordered by Wang Lei finally arrived after going through many hardships and dangers. Li Hao and Wang Lei could not wait to start installing and debugging it, feeling as anxious as ants on a hot pot. During the installation process, Li Hao and Wang Lei were very careful in every step, as if they were dealing with a priceless treasure. First, they carefully dismantled the old engine and weapon system, and then installed the new quantum engine and advanced weapons with great precision. During the installation of the main guns, Li Hao was fully focused and would not allow any mistakes. Li Hao carefully arranged hundreds of particle pulse guns and plasma cannons at the positions of the battleship's original secondary guns. The placement of each gun was carefully considered to ensure that the battleship's attack efficiency was optimal. What surprised Li Hao even more was that Wang Lei somehow managed to get 4 high-standard laser main guns. Usually only heavy cruisers can carry 2 of this level of weapons. Li Hao installed the 4 laser main guns at the front and rear of the battleship respectively, and used an ingenious automatic lifting structure to hide their existence. There was no sign of abnormality on the appearance of the ship, so as to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and risks. After the quantum engine and weapon system were fully installed, Li Hao and Wang Lei immediately began to install a new optical computer. This optical computer is the most advanced model currently. Although it is much smaller than the old model, its computing power and storage performance far exceed those of the past, and it can provide battleships with extremely highly intelligent control capabilities. Li Hao and Wang Lei carefully embedded the optical computer into the battleship's control center and immediately began intensive debugging. They continuously input various instructions and data to guide the optical computer to self-learn and optimize the system. After several hours of hard work, the optical computer successfully adapted to the control system of the entire battleship and demonstrated its extraordinary effectiveness. Under the management of the optical computer, the battleship's subsystems became more sensitive and efficient. The optical computer can intelligently control the output power of the engine to ensure that the battleship can maintain optimal speed and maneuverability in all environments. At the same time, the optical computer also has the ability to automatically aim and attack, making the battleship more accurate and deadly in combat, which is a real weapon. Li Hao and Wang Lei are extremely satisfied with the performance of the new engine, weapon system, and optical computer, and firmly believe that this system will enable the battleship to shine in future battles. In order to fully test the performance, Li Hao and Wang Lei resolutely decided to conduct a sea trial. During the sea trial, the battleship's performance was amazing. Its speed even surpassed that of a heavy cruiser, and it could easily dodge enemy fire. The intervention of intelligent optical computers makes the control of warships extremely simple, and even inexperienced recruits can easily control them. After the sea trial, Li Hao and Wang Lei repaired the exterior of the warship and applied the most advanced stealth paint. Wang Lei looked at the brand new battleship and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my, it's so beautiful. This battleship looks like it just came out of the factory. It's dazzling." Li Hao also nodded repeatedly and replied, "Indeed. This battleship has been completely transformed. With the stealth coating, we will be able to approach the enemy more stealthily on the battlefield in the future." Wang Lei smiled and continued, "Haha, the optical computer I asked my family to buy has been registered in the Imperial Starship system. We have to enter the relevant information into it before we can return to the Empire smoothly." Li Hao nodded solemnly, knowing that what Wang Lei said was true. The Empire Starship system was strictly regulated, and all ships had to be registered in its database. Otherwise, they could not legally sail within the Empire. Li Hao and Wang Lei worked together to input all the necessary information in the optical brain into the Imperial Starship system. Finally done. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Lei frowned and reminded, "Hey, don't be too happy too soon. Look, there is no such item as battleship in the system." Li Hao and Wang Lei looked at each other, and deep worry appeared in their eyes. Li Hao and Wang Lei knew very well what this meant. If the dreadnought was misjudged as a cruiser, it would probably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, at this moment, Li Hao and Wang Lei had no choice but to pray silently in their hearts that they would not be noticed by the Imperial military. Li Hao frowned and whispered, "Heavy cruisers are strictly controlled as military flagships, and cruisers are not sold to the public. Our situation is really difficult to deal with." Wang Lei pondered for a long time and finally said, "Then let's fill in destroyer first. The ship emblem must also be designed in a unique way. I think it can be designed as an eagle with its wings spread high, symbolizing that the dreadnought is brave and fearless. The background is bright stars, implying that we will open up new horizons in the universe." In this way, Li Hao and Wang Lei named the battleship Dreadnought with great expectation. After entering the information, Li Hao and Wang Lei started the engine of the Dreadnought together and saw the battleship slowly leaving the space station and moving steadily towards the direction of the Empire. During the voyage, Li Hao and Wang Lei were always worried and kept wondering whether the Imperial military would be able to discover this warship with a special appearance. Finally, after a whole day of traveling, the Dreadnought stumbled into the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao and Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "We are finally back." The Dreadnought and Wang Lei's escort ship were safely docked at the starport of the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao and Wang Lei hurriedly stepped out of the Dreadnought, but ran into a group of imposing Imperial soldiers. "Who are you? Why did you come here in a cruiser?" an Imperial officer asked sternly. Chapter 6. The 13th Legion of the Empire. Li Hao and Wang Lei looked at each other, and there was a tacit understanding in their eyes. Li Hao and Wang Lei knew that the most important thing now was to explain the whole story clearly. Li Hao took a step forward, steadied his breath, and took the initiative to speak. "We are students from the Battleship Command Department of the Imperial Royal Academy. This is my Dreadnought destroyer." After saying that, Li Hao immediately called up the optical computer interface and displayed the starship's identification code and official registration records. All the information was clear. The officer had a serious expression at first, but after seeing the information provided by Li Hao, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The officer looked back and forth between Li Hao and Wang Lei, and then looked at the appearance of the Dreadnought. "You are actually a student of the Royal Academy, and your registration is in full compliance." The officer changed his tone and said jokingly, "But your destroyer looks a bit like a cruiser." Li Hao laughed and waved his hands. "It looks impressive, but it's just for show. It's good for scaring people." After Li Hao and Wang Lei successfully left Star Harbor, they immediately rushed to the college. Li Hao and Wang Lei rushed all the way and finally arrived at the campus before the graduation ceremony began. Standing at the entrance of the academy, looking at the neat queue on the playground, Li Hao wiped his sweat and felt relieved. "Finally, I caught up." Wang Lei also breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't miss it. I almost made a wasted trip." Li Hao and Wang Lei found their seats in the class and sat down, quietly waiting for the ceremony to begin. The classmates around them were chatting excitedly, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very warm. The ceremony officially kicked off with the principal stepping onto the podium and delivering a speech. The principal reviewed the students' growth experience over the past 4 years and expressed his expectations and blessings for the future. Then, representatives of outstanding graduates took the stage to share their thoughts on study and struggle stories, which received constant applause from the audience. Li Hao and Wang Lei listened attentively throughout the whole process, their eyes full of longing for the future. However, when the ceremony came to an end and the principal announced the fleet allocation list one by one, Li Hao's name never appeared. As the list was read out, a trace of disappointment and confusion gradually emerged on Li Hao's face. Li Hao subconsciously looked at Wang Lei. Wang Lei also frowned. Although Wang Lei successfully graduated, he also had no fleet arrangement. Li Hao and Wang Lei looked at each other and immediately understood each other's doubts. Li Hao and Wang Lei didn't say much and walked directly towards the principal. "Principal, why am I not included in the graduation assignment list?" Li Hao asked. The principal looked at Li Hao with a gentle expression. "Student Li Hao, you are excellent in all aspects. I know this very well. But this time the fleet assignment takes many dimensions into consideration, including grades, ability, and whether you have a starship." The principal paused, his tone slightly regretful. "You don't have a starship yet, so we can't arrange fleet allocation. But don't worry, the military will consider your special situation and will notify you later." After listening to this, Li Hao nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for the explanation, but I do have a starship now." The principal was stunned, obviously a little surprised. "You have a starship? When did it happen?" Li Hao immediately took out his light computer and displayed the registration information and identification code of the dreadnought again. There was no doubt that it was authentic and valid. After seeing the information, the principal finally smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. This is a big deal. In this way, I will contact the military immediately and report your situation. The military should make new arrangements soon." Li Hao nodded gratefully. "Thank you, principal. I will wait for the military's notice." After the ceremony, the two were about to leave the school. As soon as they reached the school gate, they ran into their former classmate Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang was wearing a military uniform with a conspicuous military rank and a major's medal on his chest, which made him look particularly flamboyant. "Hey, isn't this Li Hao and Wang Lei?" Zhang Qiang smiled, his tone full of sarcasm. "Why? Are you still hanging around in school? I heard that you didn't even join the fleet." TSK. It turns out that he was born a civilian, and in the end, he still couldn't join the regular army. After Zhang Qiang finished speaking, he deliberately puffed out his chest, as if to show off his glory. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, his face slightly cold. "Zhang Qiang, don't be too proud. Although we are not assigned to the fleet, we also have a starship and are a legitimate captain." Zhang Qiang laughed loudly, his eyes full of contempt. "Captain? Do you think anyone with a broken ship can be a captain? Students without any background will find it useless no matter how hard they try." After that, Zhang Qiang walked away without looking back, leaving Li Hao and Wang Lei standing there, with gloomy faces and full of unwillingness in their hearts. Over the next few days, Li Hao waited for news from the military while getting familiar with his own dreadnought. Li Hao carefully studied the ship's systems, firepower configuration, and defense mechanisms, not missing any details. Finally, a week later, the military sent a notice asking Li Hao to report to the military headquarters immediately. Li Hao rushed to the designated location with excitement and was led into a solemnly decorated officer's office. A middle-aged general was sitting in the officer's office, with a strong aura. The middle-aged general raised his head and asked, "Are you Li Hao?" "Yes, General." Li Hao stood at attention and saluted with standard movements. Huang Pu Hao said, "I am Huang Pu Hao, one of the leaders of the military department. The principal has informed me of your situation, and I have also seen your starship information." Li Hao said, "Yes, General, I acquired a destroyer some time ago, and it is currently in good condition." Huang Pu Hao nodded. "A destroyer is indeed not simple. According to the military transfer order, you will be appointed as the lieutenant colonel captain of the dreadnought." This sentence was like a thunderclap, causing Li Hao's heartbeat to speed up instantly. Li Hao knew that he had finally realized his dream and got his own captain rank, and he was a lieutenant colonel, which was higher than many of his peers. But Huang Pu Hao's next words made Li Hao's heart tighten again. "Don't be too happy too soon. The fleets are currently full, and there will be no fleet assignments for you in the short term." Li Hao was speechless for a moment, feeling a little disappointed. Li Hao did not expect that he would not have any actual mission after just getting the military position. But Huang Pu Hao continued, "Don't worry, we won't let you sit idle. You will be temporarily assigned to the 13th Legion of the Empire and go to the border of the Endless Sea in single ship mode to assist in combating pirates and smuggling forces. The 13th Army. Li Hao was a little confused. I have never heard of this army. Huang Paheo smiled and nodded, his eyes slightly downcast. That's normal. The 13th Legion was once a famous unit of the Empire, but it suffered heavy casualties in the Endless Sea War 10 years ago and has not been reorganized since the war. However, the organization of this unit has been retained in the military. We plan to start with new forces like you and gradually restore its glory. After hearing this, Li Hao couldn't calm down for a long time. Li Hao never thought that he would take on the responsibility of rebuilding a once legendary army. Excuse me, General, where's the current base of the 13th Legion? Li Hao asked solemnly. Chapter 7, Material Supply. Huang Paheo said solemnly. The Endless Sea is the base of the 13th Legion. It was originally the frontier of the Empire. Do you have any other questions? General Huang Puhao asked. General, how should I arrange the members on my ship and the armaments in the future? Li Hao asked the most important question this time. Huang Puhao smiled, as if he had expected Li Hao to ask this. Huang Puhao slowly stood up, walked in front of Li Hao, patted Li Hao's shoulder gently, and said, I will give you the greatest autonomy in arranging the personnel and equipment on your ship. Huang Paheo continued, you can select and deploy personnel according to your needs. As for the soldiers, when you arrive at this coordinate of the Endless Sea, you can go to the Guards Brigade of the 13th Legion to receive them. Hearing this, Li Hao was shocked. He did not expect to be given such a great authority. Li Hao looked at Huang Paheo with gratitude and said seriously, General, thank you for your trust. I will definitely not let you down. Huang Paheo's expression became serious, and he said solemnly, Li Hao, the 13th Legion was once the elite force of the Empire. Your mission is to guard the borders of the Empire and maintain the dignity of the Empire. You must always be vigilant, improve your own strength, and lead this legion to regain its glory. When Li Hao walked out of the office, Huang Paheo stood in front of the window, looking into the distance, and said softly, Commander, our 13th Corps has a successor. After returning to his residence, Li Hao sat alone at his desk, thinking carefully about the deployment of fleet personnel and supplies. Li Hao knew that the most important thing for a starship was a trustworthy operating team. However, Li Hao was always worried about the personnel who were temporarily recruited in a short period of time. Their backgrounds were unclear and their loyalty was hard to discern. If they failed to perform at a critical moment, it would be troublesome. In the end, Li Hao decided to temporarily use intelligent robots to replace some positions. The next morning, Li Hao went to the military's armory to collect the various equipment needed for the dreadnought. Li Hao had already made a list in advance, covering mechas, robots, energy blocks, and daily necessities. At the front desk of the armament depot, Li Hao met the quartermaster on duty. Li Hao handed over the list and said concisely, This is the armaments and supplies of the Dauntless. Please distribute it as soon as possible. The quartermaster took the list, glanced at it, and frowned. Which fleet are you from? This number. This is the standard for 2 flagships. Li Hao responded calmly. I am the captain of the dreadnought. These are the standard combat equipment of my ship. The quartermaster frowned and his tone became more serious. Dreadnought? Never heard of it. Which legion are you from? Li Hao took out a document from his arms and handed it to him, saying calmly, I am the captain of the 13th Legion of the Empire. This is the identification code of our ship and the military certification document. The quartermaster carefully checked it and his expression gradually eased. He nodded and said, I see. But your list is quite exaggerated. Where did the 13th Legion get the ships? The dreadnought is about to go to the Endless Sea to perform border missions. To ensure safety and combat effectiveness, these are the basic configurations. We have authorization from the military and everything is in compliance. After saying that, Li Hao handed over the signed authorization document from General Huang Puhao. After reading the document, the quartermaster looked a little surprised, but finally nodded in approval. Since you have the authorization, that's easy. I will immediately arrange for someone to go to the warehouse to prepare the supplies. Li Hao was relieved and said gratefully, Thank you for your support. I will keep these weapons properly and will not abuse them. Li Hao then took the list into the warehouse and began to select military equipment. In front of him were rows of neatly stacked high-end mechas and combat robots. The scene was very shocking. Li Hao selected several of the most advanced models, including heavy combat robots specifically for close combat, as well as reconnaissance and engineering units that excel at detection and long-range support. These robots are not only highly intelligent and have strong execution capabilities, but can also adapt to a variety of complex environments. They are an excellent supplement to the combat power of the dreadnought. In addition to combat equipment, Li Hao also received enough energy blocks, medical kits, food, water, and other necessities of life. Li Hao knew that long-term combat not only requires firepower, but also requires survival. During the process of receiving the equipment, Li Hao ran into several officers from other fleets. Seeing that Li Hao had received so many advanced equipments, everyone looked at him with a frown, and some even whispered, "Where did this guy come from?" Just as Li Hao was about to leave the armory, the warehouse alarm suddenly sounded, and a burst of rapid alarm bells echoed in the hall. Li Hao was shocked and quickly walked to the gate of the armory. He saw a group of soldiers in black uniforms quickly entering. All of them were fully armed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The leader said coldly, "The Imperial Royal Guard Special Operations Team has been ordered to check the security of the arms depot. Which unit are you from? Why did you receive so much arms?" Another person added sharply, "Your number has exceeded the standard of 2 flagships. Do you have starships in the 13th Legion? Are you smuggling arms?" Faced with the question, Li Hao's heart sank, but his face remained calm. Li Hao calmly replied, "I am the captain of the dreadnought. These are the combat equipment approved by the military. The authorization documents and identification codes are all here." Li Hao handed over a set of documents. The two commanders exchanged glances, took the documents, and checked them one by one. After a moment, their expressions relaxed a lot. The commander said, "Since the information is complete, we won't ask any more questions. But remember, the Empire has zero tolerance for military equipment safety. If there is a problem, you will be sent directly to a military court." Li Hao heaved a sigh of relief after the special operations team left. Li Hao knew that this time he almost caused a misunderstanding, and he must be more cautious in the future. Li Hao returned to the Dauntless and transferred the military equipment to the logistics warehouse in batches, and the robots were responsible for sorting and transporting them. Li Hao returned to the captain's room and sat down on the chair, feeling exhausted. Li Hao called Wang Lei and said, "How's the situation over there? I've been assigned to the 13th Corps." Wang Lei was obviously a little excited. "I've just been assigned to the Wanghai fleet of Wang Haixing, with frigates." "Wang Haixing?" Li Hao frowned. "We can't be together. Are we separated?" Li Hao and Wang Lei had a brief conversation, but Wang Lei still didn't know the specific mission content. Li Hao hung up the phone, feeling a little worried. Li Hao didn't know the situation of Wang Haixing and didn't know if it was safe there. After replenishing the ship's resources, Li Hao formally submitted an application to the military for sailing. Li Hao knew that time meant everything to the border war zone, and every minute and every second could not be wasted. Soon, the sailing permit was approved. The dreadnought passed the inspection and obtained the permission for interstellar navigation. Li Hao immediately issued the order to set sail, and the starship slowly left the Imperial Capital Star port, crossed the Star Field Channel, and headed for the distant and unfamiliar Endless Sea. According to the coordinates provided by Huang Paheo, Li Hao arrived at the orbit of a warning planet on the border. The planetary defense system immediately sent a communication. "Starship ahead, please show the identification code." Mission briefing. Chapter 8. Guards Brigade of the 13th Legion. Li Hao asked the signalman to send out the ship identification code and mission briefing that he had prepared in advance. Not long after, a reply came from the other end of the communication channel. "Welcome to the border planet, Captain Li Hao of the Dreadnought. The docking application has been approved. Please follow the instructions to go to the designated area for docking." Hearing this response, Li Hao felt relieved. Li Hao knew that it was very likely that General Huang Pu Hao had informed the defense zone in advance. Li Hao asked the starship to start the navigation program, followed the instructions to drive to the target berthing point, and then walked down the bridge. As soon as he stepped out of the dreadnought, Li Hao saw a middle-aged officer walking towards him. The middle-aged officer was wearing a neat imperial uniform, smiling and speaking cheerfully. "Captain Li Hao, welcome to the border front. I am the garrison commander here. Just call me Lao Wang." Li Hao took the initiative to shake his hand. "Hello, Lao Wang. I am sorry to bother you this time." "Of course not." Lao Wang smiled and waved. "We are all doing our duty for the Empire. General Huang Pu Hao has already told me that I will take you to the Guards Brigade headquarters now, and I will fully cooperate with everything." Li Hao nodded to express his gratitude. "That's great, Lao Wang. I was just thinking about the situation of the Guards Brigade." Lao Wang immediately asked his assistant to bring a document and explained, "The Guards Brigade is the core unit of the 13th Corps after the war. In the war that year, the 13th Corps was almost wiped out, and only this brigade was left, which was pieced together by the survivors." Li Hao was listening while flipping through the documents. The document showed that the Guards Brigade currently had 5,000 people, divided into 5 regiments. each with 1,000 people. After reading the document, Li Hao asked, "The 13th Legion now has no fleet, so why doesn't the Empire rebuild the entire Legion?" Lao Wang shook his head helplessly. "This is not a decision that our level can access. If you want to know the details, you still have to ask the people in the brigade." Afterwards, Li Hao and Lao Wang drove a military vehicle to the Guards Brigade's base, which was a large military base located on the surface of the planet. As they entered the area, the atmosphere became obviously solemn and tense. Li Hao and Lao Wang drove in along the wide road. They were surrounded by well-organized barracks and training grounds. From time to time, neatly lined-up soldiers passed by for training, creating a spectacular scene. Li Hao looked at these soldiers in training and was quite impressed. Although the equipment of this Guards Brigade was limited, their morale and discipline were well maintained. When they arrived at the entrance of the headquarters, two fully armed guards stood guard. Li Hao and Lao Wang showed their ID cards and entered the main building of the headquarters after verification. An officer was busy processing documents. When he saw the two people come in, he immediately stood up to greet them. "Captain Li, Lao Wang. Hello, I am the commander of the Guards Brigade, Zhang Yu." After Li Hao exchanged a few pleasantries with Lao Wang and Zhang Yu, they sat down and started to get down to business. Li Hao said directly, "Commander Zhang Yu, I came here this time to incorporate the Guards Brigade into the Dreadnought to cooperate with the subsequent missions." Zhang Yu immediately responded, "Captain Li, since you are the official captain of the 13th Corps, we will naturally accept the organizational adjustment and obey the transfer order." Li Hao nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. I hope to complete the adaptation work as soon as possible so that you can adapt to the combat system of the Dreadnought." "Understood." Zhang Yu stood up and saluted solemnly. "I will organize the team as soon as possible to cooperate with the deployment on the ship." Li Hao then asked, "Currently, the Dreadnought is controlled by robots. Does your brigade have any crew members?" Zhang Yu replied, "The 2,000 people in our two regiments are professional ship crew members. With the help of robots, they can flexibly operate the two warships. The remaining 3,000 people are mecha combat troops. But unfortunately, we don't have enough mechas to distribute." After listening to this, Li Hao immediately ordered, "Then arrange for the crew members to return to the ship with me immediately, and other troops to start packing up their equipment and prepare to board the ship. The obsolete weapons and equipment will be handed over to Lao Wang for management. This time I have applied for enough supplies from the armament department to ration the Guards Brigade." Zhang Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. "Great, Captain, I will go and deploy it right away." Li Hao led the crew back to the Dreadnought. When the 2,000 people saw this huge destroyer up close for the first time, they were all stunned. Many of them had served in the military for many years, but it was the first time they had seen a warship as large and advanced as the Dreadnought. After entering the ship, Li Hao took Zhang Yu and several officers from the brigade and went straight to the command center, where he introduced the structure and key systems of the Dreadnought to Zhang Yu and the other officers in detail. The command center, as the core of the entire ship, is equipped with the most advanced tactical analysis and navigation system, which can monitor the status of the starship and the battlefield situation at the same time. Zhang Yu stood in front of the console and nodded solemnly. Zhang Yu admitted, "This system is completely different from what we used before, and we need to retrain and adapt." Li Hao is also aware of this. Li Hao has arranged system simulation training and will gradually advance the training plan in the next few days. As time went on, the remaining 3,000 soldiers of the Guards Brigade also boarded the ship one after another. Li Hao took the soldiers of the Guards Brigade to the mecha warehouse for distribution and familiarization with their equipment. When the soldiers stepped into the spacious mecha warehouse for the first time and saw the Empire's latest mechas neatly arranged and shining with metallic luster, the whole audience exclaimed. Each mecha not only has a majestic appearance and a sturdy structure, but is also equipped with high-frequency energy cannons, reactive armor, and tactical neural sensors. It is currently the top product of the Imperial military industry. The soldiers surrounded the mecha, constantly looking at it, testing it, and talking to it. Many of them even couldn't help but reach out and touch the smooth and thick armored surface. Li Hao looked at the light in the eyes of the soldiers of the Guards Brigade and smiled. "These are not for decoration, they are all for you." Li Hao walked forward and patted the chest armor of a mecha. These equipments are not only powerful in firepower and defense, but also equipped with the latest communication systems and adaptive sensor modules. In future battles, your reaction speed and coordination will become more efficient and accurate because of these systems. Li Hao paused for a moment, then said solemnly, "However, if you want to operate these mechas, you must pass systematic training and strict assessment. I will arrange for you to undergo simulation training in batches, and you must familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. Chapter 9. The Dreadnought Cruising the Endless Sea. Li Hao's eyes swept over every soldier of the Guards Brigade one by one, and he said in a firm tone, "I believe that each of you has the ability to become a mecha pilot. You will become the backbone of the Dreadnought and the new glory of the 13th Legion." Hearing Li Hao's words, the soldiers' fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. The soldiers knew that those advanced mechas were not just equipment, but also the trump cards for the soldiers to turn the tide on the future battlefield. The soldiers had to use them to fight and prove their worth. In the following days, the Guards Brigade entered an intense mecha training phase. Soldiers learned driving skills, mastered the operating system, and conducted actual combat drills. The training was intense, but everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Li Hao did not leave the training entirely to the system or instructors, but personally participated in it. For key courses, Li Hao would always go on site to explain combat techniques, and even personally demonstrate on the machine to impart valuable practical experience. One day, Zhang Qiang came to the door on his own initiative, and his tone was somewhat anxious. "Captain, is there a new mission from the military?" Li Hao smiled, walked to the tactical table, and pulled up the star map. "You guessed right. We have received our first official mission. The goal is to eliminate pirates and smuggling forces in the Endless Sea." Li Hao pointed to an area in the map and said, "The Endless Sea is the old base of the 13th Legion. We need to take it back and replant the Empire's military flag." Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became excited. "The troops have completed their training and can attack at any time." "Okay, then strike while the iron is hot." Li Hao ordered the Dauntless to set sail for its first combat cruise. This time, they did not go deep into the core area, but only carried out patrol and intelligence reconnaissance missions in the periphery. The entire Endless Sea Star region is full of dangers, with dense meteorites and chaotic magnetic fields. Li Hao relies on the ship's sensors to navigate carefully while keeping a close eye on the enemy. Inside the bridge, Li Hao and the staff were studying the latest intelligence. The Endless Sea was not just hiding some ordinary smugglers, but there were also unknown forces and even exiled armed forces that had defected from the Empire. In order to have a clearer understanding of the enemy's movements, Li Hao decided to send an elite reconnaissance team to the front line of the war zone to carry out reconnaissance missions. The team was composed of elite mecha warriors, equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance drones, tactical analysis modules, and portable energy weapons. But after several hours, the reconnaissance team had not responded. Li Hao felt uneasy and realized that something might have happened. At this moment, the radar suddenly captured a UFO approaching at high speed. Li Hao immediately issued a combat alert, and the entire ship entered a level 1 combat readiness state. The target was approaching, and it turned out to be an armed pirate ship. Li Hao gave the order without hesitation: "Deploy the shield, turn on the fire control system, and everyone is in position." The defense system was activated instantly, and blue energy shields surrounded the ship, with layers of defense barriers stacked up. The ship's automatic turrets also calibrated and aimed one by one. When the enemy ship entered the range, Li Hao decisively ordered, "Open fire." The dreadnought roared instantly, and a series of hot beams spewed out from the muzzle, tearing through the space and hitting the target directly. The pirate ship fought back, but their firepower was not enough in front of the dreadnought. While dodging the attacks, Li Hao directed the weapons operators to concentrate their bombardment on the enemy ship's weak points. After several rounds of fire, the pirate ship was hit in the engine and lost its maneuverability. After confirming that the enemy ship had lost its ability to resist, Li Hao ordered a boarding team to conduct a comprehensive cleanup of the pirate ship. As soon as he stepped into the door of the enemy ship, a bloody smell hit him. Li Hao frowned and signaled the soldiers to advance carefully and keep their weapons open throughout the process. Suddenly, a scream came from the cabin, and Li Hao immediately led his men to rush to the source of the sound. The scene was shocking. A dozen pirates were besieging a group of innocent crew members. Those crew members were tied to pillars, with scars all over their bodies, and blood dyed the deck red. Li Hao was furious and shouted, "Charge!" He rushed into the enemy group first. The soldiers behind Li Hao also quickly joined the battle. The mechas attacked swiftly, and several pirates were subdued on the spot. The rest were also captured in a short time. After the battle, Li Hao ordered the surviving crew members to be taken back to the Dauntless for treatment, and the captured pirates were put into the detention cabin for interrogation. According to the interrogation results, these people are all members of the notorious Blackbeard pirates. Their leader Blackbeard has repeatedly harassed the Empire's trade routes, and the bounty is extremely high, and his identity is extremely dangerous. In the next few days, The dreadnought continued to perform patrol missions on the edge of the endless sea, exchanged fire with pirates many times, and gradually grasped their movements. Li Hao also reconnected with the reconnaissance team, which successfully brought back a large amount of intelligence about the core waters, including several hidden pirate hideouts. One day, while on patrol, Li Hao was standing on the bridge and saw a dilapidated merchant ship in the distance being chased by a pirate ship. The situation was critical. Fire control in place, ready to intercept. Li Hao immediately ordered, and the dreadnought immediately accelerated its charge, closing the distance with the enemy ship. After entering the range, Li Hao directly ordered to open fire. The artillery bombarded continuously, accurately hitting the enemy ship's main control area, and the pirate ship instantly exploded into fragments. After the battle, the Dauntless approached the merchant ship. Li Hao boarded the ship and rescued the trapped merchants. He checked the cargo hold and found that it was carrying a large amount of valuable materials. Li Hao asked the captain why he dared to risk crossing the endless sea. The captain replied with an embarrassed look on his face. The Stargate passage fee is too high. We can't afford it as a small business. We have no choice but to take the risk and take this route. Chapter 10. Pirates ambush the dreadnought. Li Hao felt heavy in his heart after listening to the captain's words. Li Hao knew very well that for these small businessmen, the high Stargate tolls of the Empire were indeed a heavy burden. Li Hao said with a warning tone, "Captain, pirates are rampant in the endless sea now. It is too risky for you to cross it alone. It is easy to encounter accidents." The captain sighed and shook his head helplessly. "We also know that this behavior is very dangerous, but there is no other way except to take the risk of crossing this area. If we take the regular Star Road, we will lose money." Li Hao was silent for a while, then said earnestly, "I can understand your difficulties, but the risk of this behavior is too high. Once robbed, not only will you suffer, but the situation in the endless sea will also become more difficult to control." The captain nodded in agreement. "General, you are right. But reality does not allow us to choose a safer route, so we can only gamble." Li Hao sighed. "Forget it this time. Don't cross the endless sea alone in the future. You'd better form a team to escort, otherwise something will happen sooner or later." On their way back, Li Hao was in deep thought. He had to solve the current problem. The security situation in the endless sea had seriously threatened the stability of the Empire's border trade line. Although the dreadnought had outstanding combat power, it was ultimately unable to cope with the increasing number of pirate forces. Li Hao knew very well that relying on his own warship was far from enough. When Li Hao was thinking about how to expand the fleet and recruit more people, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded on the bridge, breaking the brief calm. A report came from the combat center. "Captain, radars on all four sides have detected a large number of enemy signals at the same time, and the pirate fleet is surrounding us." Dozens of pirate ships were approaching from all directions, emerging from the shadows of the interstellar like ghosts, and intensive artillery fire attacked the dreadnought like a rainstorm. Li Hao looked calm and not at all flustered. "The entire ship is ready for combat. Level 1 combat readiness is activated. Shield system activated. Secondary guns ready to lock onto targets." Li Hao calmly issued a series of commands. In a moment, the entire bridge was on high alert, and the soldiers skillfully adjusted the equipment and quickly entered the combat positions. The energy shield of the dreadnought was instantly activated, and a blue light curtain enveloped the hull, resisting the first wave of enemy firepower. Li Hao quickly checked the enemy's firepower layout, determined the positions of several command ships, and immediately ordered, "Secondary guns lock onto the core of the enemy ship. Prepare to counterattack. Fire." The secondary gun group immediately issued a continuous roar, and high-energy beams pierced the void, accurately hitting the vital points of the enemy ship. The enemy didn't expect the dreadnought to react so quickly and have such strong firepower, and they were thrown into disarray for a moment. Several pirate ships in the front row were destroyed in an instant, and the explosions turned into fireballs in the starry sky. "Keep attacking. Don't give them a chance to breathe," Li Hao ordered in a sonorous and powerful voice. Under the powerful firepower suppression of the dreadnought, the pirate ships were destroyed one after another, and several enemy ships that wanted to retreat were directly intercepted by the secondary guns. Soon, the enemy ships began to disintegrate on a large scale and turned around to retreat. Li Hao was merciless. "Chase. We can't let them get away." The dreadnought accelerated at full speed and pursued them relentlessly, destroying the remaining pirate ships one by one in the Sea of Stars. The scene was extremely spectacular. When the last enemy ship was completely destroyed, only a wreckage and blazing flames remained in the starry sky. A brief cheer broke out on the bridge. Li Hao looked out the window and let out a breath. Li Hao turned around and looked at the soldiers behind him who were sweating but smiling. Thanks for your hard work. We have won a beautiful victory. But remember, this is just the beginning. The enemy will come back again. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices full of power, echoing endlessly in the bridge. Li Hao nodded and then ordered, adjust course and return to the starport. On the way back, Li Hao called Zhang Yu to his side and casually asked, how many years have you served in the 13th Corps? Zhang Yu stood at attention and replied, Captain, I have been in the 13th Corps for 15 years. Li Hao asked, did you participate in the Endless Sea War that year? Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly darkened, as if he had instantly returned to the battlefield of blood and fire. Zhang Yu nodded slowly. Yes, that battle is still vivid in my mind. It is the most unforgettable battle of my life. Li Hao did not speak, but just looked at Zhang Yu quietly and let Zhang Yu continue. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said in a low but firm tone, at that time, I was still the adjutant of the Corps commander. When the war started, our entire 13th Corps rushed to the front line at the first time. When Zhang Yu talked about that war, his tone was filled with suppressed excitement. We faced a Zerg army that far outnumbered us. But no one backed down, and everyone believed that we could defend the border. At that time, the 13th Legion was the main force of the Empire, with hundreds of cruiser fleets alone. The entire Endless Sea was our line of defense. As Zhang Yu spoke, scenes of past glory reappeared in everyone's mind. It was an era of steel and faith. In the Endless Sea Star region, densely packed warships are lined up in neat array, their hulls shining with cold light, their firepower systems on high alert, like battle fortresses floating in space. The soldiers were neatly dressed and stood at their respective posts in high spirits, ready to face the life and death battle. There was no fear in their eyes, only firm belief. However, the cruel reality soon arrived. The Zerg's tide-like attack came nonstop, crazy and cruel, leaving no chance for respite. Zhang Yu said in a low voice, we suffered heavy losses. One warship after another was destroyed, and batches of soldiers died on the battlefield. But no one retreated. Even if there is only one cannon left, we will fight to the last moment. Zhang Yu's voice was choked with sobs. I have personally seen many brothers die with the enemy in order to protect the Stargate. Their sacrifice is the foundation for the survival of the Empire today. Hearing this, the bridge fell silent, and everyone was shocked by Zhang Yu's story. They had never felt so deeply what that war meant to the 13th Legion. Zhang Yu continued. As time went by, the 13th Army was gradually surrounded. At the most critical moment, the Army commander made a difficult and important decision. Chapter 11. The reasons for the decline of the 13th Army. The Army commander made a difficult decision at the time and personally led a part of the fleet to break out, buying time for other soldiers to retreat. Zhang Yu's tone was full of admiration and grief. That breakout battle was thrilling, and it was almost a life-for-life battle. Zhang Yu continued. Under the leadership of the Legion commander, the troop tried its best to break out of the Zerg encirclement. But the price was terrible. They lost almost all their lives. When we finally escaped from the Zerg, there were almost no troops left of the 13th Legion's fleet. Zhang Yu said this in a low voice with sorrow in his eyes. Li Hao frowned and asked in a low voice, why did only the 13th Legion fight in that battle? Was there no reinforcement from other legions of the Empire? Zhang Yu fell silent after hearing this. Zhang Yu looked into the distance with a dim look in his eyes. After a long while, he whispered to himself, we did send a distress signal at that time, but... Zhang Yu paused and continued. But because the Zerg's attack was so sudden, the entire Empire's defense line was in crisis, and the other legions were exhausted and could not support us at all. Li Hao couldn't help but frowned. Is there no other way to deal with it? Our 13th Army can only fight alone and be surrounded to that extent. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. No more. We were fighting desperately every minute and every second. All we could do was to hold on and rely on ourselves. Although we were outnumbered, our morale did not collapse. Everyone was fighting with the determination to die. As he said this, a long-lost light ignited in Zhang Yu's eyes, which was the respect and remembrance for his former comrades. What happened next? How did the battle end? Li Hao asked. In the end, we didn't have many troops left. The Corps commander decided to form a death squad and personally lead them into the Zerg hive, with the goal of destroying their central nervous system. Zhang Yu's eyes turned red when he said this. Li Hao was moved and his eyes were wet. Li Hao could fully imagine the cruelty of that desperate assault. The Legion commander successfully detonated the Zerg hive, severely damaging the enemy's command system, which bought time for the rest of us to break out. We were able to retreat to this border star alive. Zhang Yu's voice was heavy. Li Hao was silent. Li Hao knew that it was people like the Legion commander who helped the Empire survive the disaster. Li Hao was in awe of this hero. What happened to the 13th Army after the war? Li Hao asked. Zhang Yu sighed and whispered, "We risked returning to the battlefield to look for survivors, but in the end we only found less than 5,000 people." This number made Li Hao's heart tighten. The army that originally had millions of people now had only a few thousand people left. It was truly an ending paid for, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A legion of over 1,000,000 people, only 5,000 left in the end. Li Hao murmured, his eyes full of sorrow. After that, why didn't the 13th Legion rebuild? Li Hao asked. Zhang Yu shook his head, helplessly saying, "This is a decision made by the top brass of the Empire, and we, the grassroots officers, have no say." Li Hao couldn't help but ask, "Does the Empire not value the history and sacrifices of the 13th Legion?" Zhang Yu smiled bitterly. Of course the Empire knows the value of the 13th Legion, but the reality is complicated. Rebuilding the Legion requires a huge amount of resources. Now the Empire is still fighting the Zerg and other forces, and priority resources must be used on the front line. Zhang Yu paused, and then continued. And at that time, the 13th Legion was a private army funded by the Li family of the Imperial Capital. After the Legion commander died, the Li family no longer bore the expenses, and the Legion naturally stopped. What? Isn't the army supported by the Empire? Li Hao asked in shock. Zhang Yu said, "You don't know, do you? In the early years, the Empire encouraged nobles to raise funds to build their own armies, so that they could expand the army quickly. Back then, the Li family, led by the Legion commander, created the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea." Li Hao nodded and asked, "Why didn't the Li family pay anymore?" Zhang Yu's tone sank. The Li family changed its head, and the army commander's younger brother took over. The army commander's younger brother felt that the Li family had sacrificed too much for the Empire and was unwilling to invest more in military expenses. He also said that he wanted to use the resources to develop the family business. Li Hao frowned and asked, "Do you know where the military funds of the Guards Brigade have come from in recent years?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "I really don't know." "Aren't you from the Li family?" Li Hao shook his head. "I'm not. I'm a civilian graduate of the Battleship Command Department of the Imperial Capital Royal Academy this year. It was General Huangpu Hao who transferred me to the 13th Corps." Hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. "You are not a member of the Li family?" Li Hao nodded. "No. My parents also died in the Endless Sea. I was less than 8 years old that year. After that, I was sent to the Royal Academy to be raised, and I have lived all the way to this day." After hearing Li Hao's life story, Zhang Yu's eyes softened. Zhang Yu knew that this young man was much tougher than he thought. "Life in the academy must be hard, right?" Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao just smiled faintly and said, "It's all over." Li Hao's tone was calm, but Zhang Yu could clearly see the sadness behind that smile. Just as Li Hao and Zhang Yu returned to the border starport, Lao Wang hurried over, his face a little nervous. Lao Wang was waiting for Li Hao at the bottom of the Dauntless gangway, and he came up to him as soon as he saw the figure. "Captain Li, have you offended some important person?" Lao Wang said breathlessly. "Just now our starport command received an official order from the military. From today on, no more supplies will be provided to the Dreadnought, and you cannot stay on this border planet for a long time." Chapter 12. Endless Sea Base. Li Hao's heart tightened after hearing what Lao Wang said, but his expression remained calm, with only a slight frown on his brows, and he fell into a brief contemplation. Li Hao said softly, "Lao Wang, don't be anxious. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly." Li Hao and Lao Wang then came to a quiet little cafe nearby and sat down in a corner. Li Hao looked at Lao Wang's anxious expression and asked softly, "I am also confused now. Lao Wang, what specific orders did you receive?" Lao Wang sighed, took a sip of coffee, and then slowly said, "I don't know the specific situation, but I received an emergency notice from the Border Star Command." Lao Wang said, "From today on, the Guards Brigade will be under the command of the 13th Legion's Dreadnought and will be separated from our Border Star organization." At the same time, they also made it clear that the Dreadnought, as the main ship of the 13th Legion, is not allowed to stay on the Border Star for a long time. Li Hao pondered for a while, his eyes slightly cold. "It seems that someone doesn't want us, the 13th Legion, to live a peaceful life." Lao Wang nodded helplessly. "Yes, but we have no background or backing, so we can only follow orders." Li Hao said calmly, "It's okay, Lao Wang. We will leave after the supplies are completed. We won't make things difficult for you." Lao Wang nodded and responded, "The supplies are a token of my gratitude. I will do my best to help the 13th Legion." Li Hao said, "Thank you, Lao Wang." After parting with Lao Wang, Li Hao immediately returned to the dreadnought and told Zhang Yu the news from the border planet. Zhang Yu's face became solemn after hearing this, and he couldn't help but say, "Captain, it's obvious that the military wants to cut off our retreat and force us into a desperate situation." Li Hao looked calm and said, "The first thing now is to find a place to settle down. This matter is very strange. We will investigate it later." Zhang Yu thought for a moment and suggested, "There are many uninhabited planets in the Endless Sea Star region. We can choose one to settle down. But I'm afraid the military will no longer provide us with supplies in the future." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "We can no longer rely on them. We must be self-reliant." Zhang Yu frowned. "But Captain, our resources are not much, and it is very risky to take root in a strange star field." Li Hao smiled and patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. "But don't forget, we still have the dreadnought. Go and arrange for everyone to get ready. We are going to set off immediately and head for the Endless Sea." Zhang Yu agreed and quickly left the command cabin. Li Hao watched Zhang Yu leave and silently made a vow in his heart. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, Li Hao will lead everyone to find a way out. A few hours later, the dreadnought set sail for the vast Endless Sea Star region. After many days of interstellar travel, the fleet finally arrived at its destination. The starry sky of the Endless Sea is vast and quiet, with almost no traces of artificial signals. Instead, it gives people a deep and mysterious sense of oppression. Li Hao ordered to slow down and start the planet scanning device to fully detect the surrounding planets with available resources. They wanted to find a suitable planet as a new base and base. A few days later, the radar captured a planet with a poor environment but rich resources, which attracted Li Hao's attention. Although the climate was harsh, the planet had a large amount of mineral resources and freshwater sources, making it the most suitable choice for settlement at the moment. Li Hao and Zhang Yu led the team to the planet to conduct a field survey. Li Hao and Zhang Yu crossed the mountains and went deep into the valleys, and finally stopped in a valley with flat terrain and abundant water resources. Just as everyone was assessing the surrounding terrain, Li Hao and Zhang Yu were surprised to find that there was a huge natural cave in the valley. The cave entrance is wide and tall, and can accommodate large transport vehicles in and out. The interior of the cave is deep and quiet, and the walls reflect a strange metallic luster, as if hiding the secrets of the universe. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. "Captain, this place is great. We can turn the cave into an underground base. It will have stronger defense and save building materials." Li Hao nodded. "Good idea. But we need to survey the geological structure first to ensure stability." Zhang Yu agreed. "No problem. We will start right away." Finally, Li Hao decided to set this place as the temporary base site. Then he started planning and construction, using the cave as the core to build fortifications. They used local materials, collected stones from the planet, and used universal modules to build soldier barracks and operating spaces. In order to ensure the living environment, they also installed air purification devices, oxygen supply systems, and water circulation systems to ensure basic living security. In the temporary command room of the base, Zhang Yu said solemnly, "Captain, our supplies are running out, and we must find a new source of supplies as soon as possible." Li Hao agreed and immediately deployed the task. "We will build while we set out to explore the surrounding planets." Li Hao personally led the dreadnought to the edge of the star field to search for resources, while Zhang Yu stayed at the base to coordinate construction and logistics. After leaving the base, Li Hao stood in front of the bridge and looked at the deep starry sky of the Endless Sea. Li Hao and the officers worked out a search route, planning to first explore the galaxies marked by the known star maps, hoping to find planets rich in minerals or energy. The dreadnought moved forward slowly, carefully shuttling between the dust belt and the asteroid belt, trying its best to avoid damage. A few days later, the radar suddenly captured a high-energy signal. A large number of pirate ships were found ahead. There were a lot of pirate ships, and they were very powerful. They were obviously old forces that had been active in this star field for a long time. Li Hao's eyes were stern, and he quickly ordered to enter the first-level combat readiness state. "Everyone stand by. Prepare to fight." Chapter 13. Attacking the pirates' lair. Sailing quietly all the way, the pirates were unaware of the existence of the dreadnought. Li Hao observed the pirates' actions and speculated that they might have just robbed a merchant caravan. Li Hao decided to quietly follow these pirates and launch an attack after finding their lair. Li Hao estimated that a direct confrontation with the pirates might bring unnecessary risks and losses. By tracking them, Li Hao can better understand the strength and defense of the pirates and formulate a more comprehensive battle plan. In addition, finding the pirates' lair can also wipe out their base in one fell swoop and completely eliminate this scourge. The Dauntless kept a certain distance and followed the pirate's ship carefully. Li Hao and his crew closely monitored the pirate's every move, ready to launch an attack at the right time. After a period of patient tracking, the pirates finally returned to their secret base, a base hidden deep in the asteroid belt, with an inconspicuous appearance but a hidden danger. Li Hao did not launch an impulsive attack. Instead, he sent out several unmanned detectors to conduct a carpet search of the area and obtain first-hand information about the enemy's layout. The detector quickly sent back a large amount of data, including firepower configuration, patrol routes, and defensive blind spots. After Li Hao obtained this information, he immediately convened a combat meeting. The tactical team decided to adopt a phased attack. In the first phase, the firepower of the dreadnought would be used to destroy the outer defenses. In the second phase, the mecha troops would break in and conduct ground clearance. After the plan was ready, the dreadnought approached the target like a ghost. There was no sound in the starry sky, and even the light was absorbed completely. Li Hao's eyes were firm, and he decisively issued an attack order. The next second, the main gun released a powerful energy beam, tearing through the night sky like lightning and accurately hitting the enemy's defense. The entire base was instantly engulfed in flames. Explosions occurred one after another. Many important facilities were reduced to ashes in an instant, and the pirates fell into complete chaos. What's going on? The pirate leader was shocked and angry. He had no idea what was going on and didn't even know where the enemy came from. The subordinates reported in a panic that it was the military warships that suddenly appeared and launched a fierce attack without any warning, and their defense system had no time to activate. The pirate leader roared angrily, asking why the base was exposed, but it was obviously too late now, and counterattack became the only option. The pirate leader ordered the backup firepower system to be activated immediately, and at the same time asked the remaining troops to organize resistance inside the base in an attempt to block the landing mecha troops. At the same time, the mecha team commanded by Li Hao had successfully landed and was divided into several teams, advancing into the base from different directions. The mecha warriors had strong firepower, destroying enemy artillery and obstacles while clearing out the remaining resistance forces, advancing at an extremely fast speed. Although the pirates' firepower was not weak, they were obviously no match for these soldiers equipped with high-tech equipment and were forced to retreat to the core area. The commander led the team to advance quickly, but also encountered stubborn resistance. At a point of exchange of fire, a team member's mecha was hit and fell out of control. The captain rushed forward to rescue him without hesitation and dragged the team member out of the mecha. "Are you okay?" the captain asked with concern. "I'm fine, Captain. It's just that the mech is broken." The man shook his head and stood up with gritted teeth. "Don't worry, we will seek justice for your mech." The captain patted him on the shoulder and led the team to move forward, not daring to relax at all. The battle continued, and the troops gradually approached the depths of the base. Finally, they found the energy reactor behind a huge metal hatch. This was the core of the entire base. As long as it was destroyed, the pirates would completely lose their combat capability. The target has been confirmed. Everyone get ready and concentrate firepower on the reactor area. The captain shouted the order, and the soldiers immediately launched a new round of raids. However, just as they approached the target, a blue energy shield suddenly rose up, blocking the reactor, and no attack could penetrate it. "This is the pirates' ultimate line of defense," a soldier shouted, and they began to try to bombard it with heavy weapons, but the shield did not move at all. The captain frowned, realizing that he could not break through by continuing to fight like this, and he had to find another way. At this moment, an engineer had an idea and proposed to use the energy core of the mecha to create energy pulses to interfere with the operation of the shield. Hearing this idea, the captain's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered everyone to help build the energy matrix and prepare to start the pulse device. The team members quickly dismantled the core equipment and carefully spliced it together. A huge energy network gradually took shape, emitting a weak but stable light. After the device was activated, the entire space hummed and trembled, and a dazzling beam of light slowly gathered, as powerful as lightning. The captain stared at the energy pulse, his eyes full of hope. As long as they could break the shield, they could destroy the entire base in one fell swoop. The captain raised his arm and gave the final order. "Ready." The captain shouted loudly. 3, 2, 1, fire. Chapter 14, Capture of the Spoils. Following the captain's order, the team members pressed the launch button. The energy pulse device instantly released a powerful energy pulse, which shot towards the shield at an extremely fast speed. Under the impact of the energy pulse, cracks began to appear in the shield. These cracks expanded rapidly, and eventually the shield was completely shattered. Success. The team members cheered. The captain led the team into the reactor control room, where they found a group of pirates who were trying to activate the reactor's self-destruction program. "We can't let them succeed," the captain shouted. "Kill them immediately." The team members raised their weapons and fired at the pirates. In the fierce exchange of fire, bullets flew through the air like raindrops, making sharp, whistling sounds. Although the pirates resisted tenaciously, they fell one after another under the powerful firepower suppression of the mecha troops. The team members worked closely together, covered each other, and continued to advance. Their mechas shone with metallic light in the firelight, showing unparalleled power and majesty. Every shot hit the target accurately, leaving the pirates nowhere to escape. As the battle progressed, the pirates' numbers dwindled. They began to feel desperate, realizing that they could not withstand the attack of the mecha troops. Some pirates tried to escape, but were quickly caught up and killed by the team members. In the end, the team members successfully eliminated all the pirates, without a single one escaping. Then the mecha captain informed Li Hao. "Captain, the pirates in the pirate base have been wiped out." Li Hao was sitting in the captain's chair of the dreadnought. After hearing the news, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He immediately gave the order, "Drive the Dauntless to land at the pirate base. Let's go down and see what loot we have this time." The Dauntless slowly landed at the pirate base. Li Hao led a team of soldiers out of the Dauntless, and they scanned the surrounding environment vigilantly. "Divide into groups and search this base to see if there is anything valuable," Li Hao ordered. The soldiers immediately divided into groups and began searching the ruins, carefully avoiding dangerous areas and looking for any potentially useful information or supplies. Li Hao himself joined the search team and carefully observed everything around him. Suddenly, he found a secret room hidden in the ruins. The door of the secret room was closed, but Li Hao felt that there was something important inside. "There's a secret room here." The soldiers immediately gathered around, and together they pushed open the door of the secret room. After the door opened, Li Hao almost jumped up with joy. "Why are there so many energy blocks here?" Li Hao walked into the secret room, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the various energy blocks piled inside. These energy blocks flash in different colors, like dazzling gems, representing different types of energy. He picked up an energy block and felt the powerful energy contained in it, as if he was holding the power of the universe in his hands. "These energy blocks are enough for our dreadnought to use for a long time," Li Hao said, his eyes revealing excitement and satisfaction. A soldier replied happily, "Captain, the energy mines in this room are all high quality, enough for a fleet." Li Hao carefully observed these energy blocks, secretly thinking about their origins and uses. He knew that the importance of these energy blocks to the dreadnought was self-evident. They would provide the spacecraft with powerful power and support, allowing them to continue exploring and fighting in the universe. The soldiers also walked into the secret room excitedly. They began to collect energy blocks and put them into backpacks. Everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles. "Captain, we also found some documents," said a soldier, handing Li Hao some documents. Li Hao took the document and read it carefully. This batch of energy blocks originally belonged to the military, but was resold by certain people. "These people are too bold," Li Hao said, his voice becoming serious. When the soldiers collected all the energy blocks, Li Hao led them out of the secret room. He looked around and asked seriously, "Anything else you got?" The captain of the mecha brigade walked over quickly, saluted Li Hao, and then reported, "Captain, this time we launched a surprise attack on the pirates and achieved quite good results. We successfully captured most of the pirate starships, including more than a dozen transport ships, 10 frigates, 4 destroyers, and a retired cruiser. Although these ships seem to have some achievements, they should still be usable after repairs and modifications." Li Hao nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that these captured ships were a valuable asset to them. Although they were old, they would be able to regain their combat effectiveness after careful repair and renovation. The mecha captain continued, "We also found a lot of minerals and supplies in the warehouse at the back." Li Hao's eyes lit up. These minerals and materials were also very important resources for their fleet. "Take me over there and check carefully to see if there is anything missing." The captain of the mecha team led Li Hao to the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Li Hao stepped into the warehouse and glanced at the supplies stored there, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. There are actually many items here that are expressly prohibited from being sold to foreign countries by the Empire. These materials are probably smuggled in through smuggling channels. These minerals and materials can be used to manufacture more mechas and weapons, Li Hao said, and can also be used to repair and upgrade our starships. We must transport them back to the base as soon as possible for processing and utilization. Under the command of Li Hao, the soldiers began to move minerals and materials busily. They carefully loaded these precious resources onto the transport ship to ensure that they could be safely transported back to the base. Just as everyone was moving supplies, a soldier ran over and reported to Li Hao. "Captain, we found some things in the warehouse. You need to go over and take a look." Li Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately followed the soldiers to the warehouse. When they arrived at the warehouse, Li Hao was stunned by the scene before him. In the corner of the warehouse, 2 Star Destroyer cannons stood quietly, their muzzles flashing cold light, as if telling of their power. "What's going on?" Li Hao asked, his voice full of surprise and confusion. Chapter 15. Seized and Discovered Star Destroyer. The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. At this time, an officer came over. He was in charge of the transportation of this warehouse. "Captain, we found these Star Destroyers in the warehouse. These 2 Star Destroyers are brand new and have never been used," said the officer. "What?" Li Hao's eyes widened. How could such a powerful weapon get to the pirates? The officer shook his head and said, "We don't know the details yet, but we are sure that these Star Destroyers are extremely powerful. If the pirates use them to attack our fleet, the consequences will be disastrous. We must transport these 2 Star Destroyers back to the base as soon as possible," Li Hao said. He stared at the 2 Star Destroyers standing quietly in the warehouse, feeling a sense of urgency. He turned around, looked at the captain of the mecha squadron, and asked, "How much supplies are left to be loaded onto the ship?" The mecha captain quickly replied, "Captain, there is still about 1/3 of the supplies that have not been loaded onto the ship." Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "First load the Star Destroyer onto the transport ship, and then transport the other supplies later." "Yes, Captain." The mecha captain took the order and immediately organized the soldiers to carefully load the Star Destroyer onto the transport ship. Thanks to the soldiers' efforts, the Star Destroyer was finally loaded onto the transport ship. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After several hours of intense work, all the supplies were loaded onto the transport ship. Li Hao looked at the transport ship full of supplies and felt a sense of accomplishment. "Let's go." Li Hao gave an order, and the fleet slowly left the pirate base and headed towards their base. On the way back to the base, Li Hao kept thinking about how the appearance of these 2 Star Destroyers would change their strategic situation. When the fleet finally arrived at the base, Li Hao immediately organized a meeting to discuss with the officers at the base how to use the 2 Star Destroyers and the captured materials. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and heated. Li Hao stood at the front of the conference table, looking at the officers present with a serious expression. "Everyone, the 2 Star Destroyers we captured this time are very important strategic materials. We must make full use of them to improve our combat effectiveness." The officers nodded in agreement. They all knew the power of the Star Destroyer cannon. If it could be used properly, it would have a huge impact on their battle. After data simulation, I calculated that the Dreadnought can withstand the recoil of the Star Destroyer. Li Hao continued, "We can install one of the Star Destroyer cannons on the Dreadnought, so that we have a warship with super powerful firepower." "That's impossible. Even a heavy cruiser flagship cannot bear the recoil of the Star Destroyer." "The Dreadnought is just a larger destroyer," said an officer. Li Hao smiled slightly, knowing that the officer's concerns were justified. The Star Destroyer was an extremely powerful weapon, and its recoil was enough to tear apart a battleship. "I know this sounds incredible, but who told you that the Dreadnought is a destroyer? When have you ever seen a destroyer that big?" Li Hao continued, "We can make some modifications to the Dreadnought, add some shock absorbers, and strengthen the structure to ensure that it can withstand the recoil of the Star Destroyer." The officers all looked skeptical after hearing what Li Hao said. They also knew that the power of the Star Destroyer cannon should not be underestimated. "Captain, I think we should proceed with caution," an officer said. "The Star Destroyer is an extremely dangerous weapon. If we are not careful when using it, it may cause great harm to ourselves." Li Hao nodded, knowing that the officer's concerns were justified. The Star Destroyer was an extremely powerful weapon, powerful enough to destroy a planet. If used carelessly, it could cause great damage to one's own warship. "I understand your concerns, but we can't give up this opportunity because of fear," Li Hao said. "In addition to reducing the recoil, we can also reduce its output power. Isn't that enough?" After hearing what Li Hao said, the officers fell into deep thought. "Okay, Captain, we believe you," an officer said. "We will modify the Dreadnought according to your request so that it can withstand the recoil of the Star Destroyer. Also, this time we seized a lot of minerals and supplies. We kept the ones we needed and tried to sell the rest in exchange for the supplies we needed." Li Hao's proposal was recognized by everyone, and everyone began to discuss how to deal with the seized minerals and materials. "We can contact some black market merchants and sell these minerals and materials to them." "No, Black market traders are unreliable and the prices are unstable, another officer objected. Then we can contact some regular merchants and sell these minerals and materials to them. No, most of the seized items are contraband items of the Empire. If we sell them directly, we may get into trouble. We must find a reliable person who will not expose us before we can sell them. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. The amount of seized materials was huge. If they could not be processed in time, it would not only take up valuable space in the fleet, but also attract the attention of the Empire. However, if they were sold directly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Captain, I have an idea. An officer suddenly said, we can contact some black market merchants. They usually have their own channels and connections and can help us deal with this batch of supplies. No, the black market merchants are unreliable and the prices are unstable. Li Hao shook his head. Forget it. I'll find a way to sell the supplies. You two can discuss the starship issue first. Zhang Yu proposed. This time we have captured 1 retired cruiser for destroyers and 10 frigates. We can first form a planet-class frigate fleet. The Imperial Military Department may not approve it, and these warships do not have enough weapons, said an officer. Zhang Yu smiled and said, if the dreadnought is to be refitted with a star destroyer, 2 of the laser main guns will have to be removed and installed on the cruiser. The other secondary guns should not be difficult to obtain. The formation of a fleet requires the approval of the military, and the flagship commander needs to be dispatched by the military. Zhang Yu explained. We are the 13th Legion. The Empire will not send a commander. Besides, the commander of the planetary escort fleet is a lieutenant colonel captain. Isn't Captain Li a lieutenant colonel captain? Chapter 16, Goodbye Huang Paho. Okay, let's proceed according to this plan. Li Hao nodded. Zhang Yu, you will be responsible for repairing and renovating these starships. I will contact the military to see if we can apply to form a fleet. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yu saluted, turned, and left the command room. Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu's back and thought secretly in his heart. Building a fleet is not an easy task, and many factors need to be considered. First of all, they needed enough warships and weapons and equipment. Although they had captured some warships, they all needed to be repaired and modified before they could be put into use. Secondly, they needed enough personnel. Although the Guards Brigade had enough people to operate these starships, they still didn't have enough mecha soldiers. Finally, they also need the approval and support of the military. If the military does not agree to their fleet formation, then nothing can be done. Li Hao decided to go to the military headquarters in person to explain the situation and seek support from the military. He selected several capable officers to go to the military headquarters with him. After several days of sailing, Li Hao finally arrived at the military headquarters. He and the officers arrived at the military building, only to see that the entrance to the building was heavily guarded. Soldiers armed with live ammunition stood at the door, watching everything around them vigilantly. Li Hao took a deep breath, straightened his military uniform, and then led the officers towards the military headquarters building. When the soldiers at the door saw them coming, they immediately raised their weapons and blocked their way. Who is it? A soldier shouted sternly. Li Hao took out his ID and handed it to the soldier. The soldier took it, looked at it carefully, nodded, and returned it to Li Hao. It's Captain Li Hao. Please come in, said the soldier. Li Hao took back the documents and led the officers into the military building. Li Hao found Huang Paheo's office. Li Hao stood at the door, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know if Huang Paheo would see him. He took a deep breath and then knocked on the door gently. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Li Hao pushed open the door and led the officers into the office. The office was simply furnished with only a table, a chair, and a few filing cabinets. Huang Paheo sat behind the table, looking down at a document. Li Hao walked to the table, saluted Huang Paheo, and then said, Report to the General. The captain of the 13th Legion's dreadnought, Li Hao, is here to report. Huang Paheo raised his head, glanced at Li Hao, then nodded and said, Sit down. Li Hao and the officers sat down on the chairs and waited quietly for Huang Puhao to speak. Huang Paheo looked at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, why are you back? What's the matter with you coming to the military headquarters this time? General, I came to the military headquarters this time to report some situations to you. Huang Paheo nodded slightly and said, Go ahead. General, we have wiped out a pirate stronghold near the Endless Sea Star region and seized a retired cruiser for destroyers and 10 frigates. We hope to apply to form a planet-level escort fleet. Huang Paheo smiled and said, Not bad. We're fighting the pirates so soon. General, we hope the military can give us some support and help. Huang Paheo nodded and said, I know about your application for a fleet. The military will study your request as soon as possible. Thank you, General. Li Hao then stood up, saluted Huang Paheo, and left the office with the officers. After Li Hao left the military, he did not leave the Imperial Capital Star for the time being. They found a hotel nearby to stay in, and then they went to various markets in the Imperial Capital Star to learn about the prices of mineral resources. After learning about it, Li Hao called Wang Lei and asked, "Lazy, where are you now?" Wang Lei responded, "I'm currently at the Wang Haixing base." "What's wrong, Haozi?" Li Hao said, "I am now in the Imperial Capital Star. We have wiped out a group of pirates in the Endless Sea and seized a batch of supplies. I would like to see if you have any channels to sell them." Wang Lei continued, "This is not a big problem. My family should be able to help you deal with it. I'm not in the Imperial Capital Star right now. I can let my father talk to you." "Okay, please arrange a time for me to meet with your father and discuss in detail." Li Hao thought for a moment and replied. Wang Lei said, "No problem. I will arrange it as soon as possible. However, before we talk, we need to understand the specific situation of this batch of materials so that we can better negotiate the price." "Well, I'll have someone compile a detailed list of supplies for you. In addition, you can also find some professional appraisers to appraise the price of these supplies so that I can have a better idea." Wang Lei said, "Okay, I will arrange someone to do this as soon as possible. Also, Haozi, is there anything special in the supplies you seized this time?" Li Hao smiled and said, "There are several warships and some weapons and equipment. By the way, how are you doing at Wang Haixing base?" Wang Lei said, "It's okay, but a little busy. We recently discovered some abnormalities near Wang Haixing. There may be new pirate forces active." Li Hao frowned and said, "Pirates? You should be more careful and don't underestimate the enemy." After the two chatted for a while, they hung up the phone and Li Hao lay on the bed in the hotel, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Wang Lei's father and how to deal with the seized materials. This batch of materials is a great fortune for him, but it may also bring some troubles. He needs to handle it carefully to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After a while, Li Hao got up, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. He looked at the time, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He decided to go eat something first, and then go back to the hotel to wait for Wang Lei's father. Li Hao came to a restaurant near the hotel and ordered a steak and a glass of red wine. He slowly savored the food and enjoyed this rare leisure time. After dinner, Li Hao returned to the hotel, sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched the news for a while. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Hao received a call from Wang Lei. Wang Lei told him that his father was on his way to the hotel. Li Hao hung up the phone, got up, straightened his clothes, and walked to the hotel entrance to wait for Wang Lei's father to arrive. After a while, a black car stopped in front of the hotel. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man got out of the car. He was tall, with a resolute face and a majestic look in his eyes. Li Hao walked forward, stretched out his hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Li Hao. Nice to meet you." Chapter 17. First meeting with Wang Lei's father. The middle-aged man shook Li Hao's hand and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Lei's father. I'm glad to meet you too." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then walked into the hotel and came to Li Hao's room. Li Hao asked Wang Lei's father to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Wang Lei's father took the water, took a sip, and then said, "Li Hao, I heard from Wang Lei that you seized a batch of supplies. Do you want me to help you deal with them?" "Yes, I want to sell it and exchange it for cash or resources." Wang Lei's father nodded and said, "I already know the details of this batch of materials. I can help you deal with it, but I need to discuss the price with you." "Okay, go ahead." Wang Lei's father said, "The value of this batch of materials is about 120 million star coins. I can buy this batch of materials for 90 million star coins." Li Hao frowned and said, 90 million star coins? Isn't this price a bit low?" Wang Lei's father said, "Li Hao, you have to know that this batch of materials was seized from pirates without legal procedures. If we want to sell it, we need to go through some channels, which will cost some money." Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "Okay, Uncle Wang, 90 million star coins. However, I hope you can get rid of this batch of supplies as soon as possible. I need this money to buy some weapons, equipment, and supplies." Wang Lei's father nodded and said, "That's no problem. Don't worry, I will give you the money as agreed." "Thank you, Uncle Wang. By the way, I have a list here. Can you help me purchase it?" Wang Lei's father took the list, looked at it, and said, "No problem, I can help you buy these things. However, you have to tell me when and where you need these things so that I can arrange for someone to deliver them to you." "Okay, Uncle Wang, I need these things delivered to Starport within a week." Wang Lei's father said, "That's no problem. I will arrange for someone to purchase and deliver the goods to you as soon as possible." "That's good. Thank you, Uncle Wang." Wang Lei's father said, "You're welcome, Li Hao. You are a very capable young man, and I admire you very much. If you need any help in the future, you can always come to me." "Okay, Thank you for your appreciation, Wang Lei's father said. Then I will leave first. We will contact each other if there is anything else. Uncle Wang, goodbye. After seeing Wang Lei's father off, Li Hao called the accompanying officers and told them, we need to stay in the Imperial Capital Star for a week and wait for news from the military. The next day, the military sent someone to inform Li Hao to go to the military headquarters for a meeting to discuss the formation of the fleet of the 13th Corps. Li Hao went to the military headquarters with the relevant information and officers. In the meeting room, the senior generals of the military department had already taken their seats. Li Hao and his officers walked into the meeting room, saluted the generals, and sat down. At the beginning of the meeting, the general presiding over the meeting said, Captain Li Hao, first of all, congratulations on your victory in the Battle of the Endless Sea. Li Hao said modestly, thank you for the compliment, General. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the officers and men of our 13th Legion's dreadnought. The general nodded and continued, today we have gathered everyone here to discuss the formation of the fleet of the 13th Legion. According to your reports, you have captured a retired cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates, right? Li Hao stood up and said, yes, General. These are the star ships we captured during this operation. The general looked at Li Hao, nodded with satisfaction, and said, yes, your operation was very successful this time. Although these star ships have been retired, they can still play a big role after modification and upgrading. The general nodded and said, I have another question. How do you plan to solve the command and management problems of this fleet? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, General, our 13th Corps still has enough starship pilots and officers, and these officers are all officers who participated in the Endless Sea War 10 years ago and have rich management experience. When the generals heard Li Hao's words, they all smiled with relief. Very good, Captain Li. We trust the officers of the 13th Legion. Now that the personnel issue has been resolved, I have no objection. The general nodded with satisfaction. At this time, a general said, Captain Li, do you know the situation of the 13th Corps? General, I have a rough idea. Although the 13th Legion is in the Imperial Army, its military supplies have always been provided by the 13th Legion itself. The general said, since you know, then so be it. The military leaders quickly reached a consensus and approved the 13th Army's request to form a fleet. Li Hao was appointed as the commander of the Empire's 13th Army fleet. This appointment means that Li Hao will shoulder great responsibilities. At the same time, it also means that the 13th Army will have greater autonomy in its future development. A few days later, Li Hao successfully obtained the appointment authorization from the military. He came to the Star Port with excitement, waiting for the supplies purchased by Wang Lei's father. This batch of supplies was crucial to the formation and development of the fleet, so he came to receive it in person. Finally, the supplies purchased by Wang Lei's father arrived at the Star Port one after another. Li Hao personally directed the soldiers to carry and count them to ensure that every piece of supplies was intact. In the process, he discovered that Wang Lei's father not only purchased high-quality weapons and equipment, but also prepared sufficient supplies and daily necessities for the fleet. Uncle Wang, why did you come here in person? Wang Lei's father smiled and said, I am worried about transporting this batch of materials, so I came to take a look together. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Do you want to go back to the Endless Sea with me this time? Li Hao asked. Wang Lei's father smiled and replied, I'd better go and take a look at your batch of confiscated materials myself. There are too many contraband items in it. I have to make sure they can be disposed of safely and will not cause any trouble to everyone. Li Hao nodded. He understood Wang Lei's father's concerns. Thank you for the trouble, Uncle Wang. Li Hao said gratefully. It's okay. Wang Lei's father patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, Congratulations, you are now the commander of the fleet. The burden on your shoulders is heavy. You must be careful in the future. Wang Lei's father gave Li Hao a few words of advice, then turned and left. Li Hao looked at his back, his heart full of gratitude and respect. Chapter 18 Improved Shipborne Star Destroyer. After receiving the supplies, Li Hao immediately arranged to set sail. This time they did not go through the Stargate, but drove the starship through countless star systems in the Empire and returned to the Endless Sea. After a month of sailing, they finally entered the Endless Sea Star region. After entering the Endless Sea Star region, Li Hao ordered everyone to remain highly alert and be ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. At the same time, he also asked technicians to conduct a comprehensive inspection and maintenance of the starship to ensure that the starship operated in the best condition. Over the next few days, the fleet encountered several interstellar storms and black hole attacks. After Li Hao returned to the base star, he informed Zhang Yu that the military agreed to their formation of a fleet. Zhang Yu was very happy to hear that. That's great, Zhang Yu said excitedly. This has always been our dream. and now it can finally come true. Li Hao nodded, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. But don't be too happy too soon, Li Hao reminded. Although the military agreed to our request, it did not provide us with any military support. Zhang Yu agreed with this and said, I have thought about this problem a long time ago. Our 13th Legion is not the Royal Legion, and the military will not give us much support. How did you know that? I told you last time that the 13th Army was equivalent to the Li family's private army. Now that you are rebuilding the 13th Army, the military will not care about our military supplies. Zhang Yu said, So what should we do? It's okay. Now just accumulate strength in the endless sea. Li Hao nodded. He knew that Zhang Yu was right. What they needed to do most now was to accumulate strength in the endless sea and wait for the opportunity. The supplies I brought back this time include the weapons and modification materials we need for this starship upgrade. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, Why is the military so generous this time? Li Hao smiled and explained, You're overthinking it. This isn't the generosity of the military. I asked someone to help me purchase this batch of supplies. In addition to weapons, there are also the daily necessities we need. We've also dealt with the seized items we needed, and someone will come over to take them over later. Zhang Yu nodded, secretly admiring Li Hao's ability. This way we don't have to worry about military spending recently. However, we cannot take it lightly. Li Hao reminded. We need to transform the starship as soon as possible. Zhang Yu agreed with this. He said, We can start the transformation right away once the supplies arrive. We have done all the preparations during this period. By the way, what kind of starship is your dreadnought? When we were transforming it, we found that its materials and design are different from those of the current destroyers. When did I tell you this is a destroyer? Have you ever seen a destroyer that big? Zhang Yu understood immediately and said, Is this the heavy cruiser flagship? Okay, don't worry about what kind of starship it is. Is the Star Destroyer cannon installed? It has been installed, but the power output problem still cannot be solved. The 2 dismantled laser main guns have been installed on the cruiser. Zhang Yu replied, I'll go take a look. Please refit the other starships as soon as possible. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the dreadnought. After the efforts of the fleet's engineers, it was finally successfully installed on the dreadnought. He looked at the Star Destroyer cannon installed in the main gun position with satisfaction, which made it look more like a battleship. He came to the weapon energy control room, connected to the optical computer, checked the control system of the Star Destroyer, and found that the Star Destroyer had to reach its output power limit each time before it could be fired. He realized that if this problem was not solved, the Star Destroyer might cause serious damage to the dreadnought and even endanger its safety. He decided to improve the output data of the Star Destroyer himself. He began to carefully study the control system of the Star Destroyer, analyzing every parameter and code. After several days of hard work, he finally found the root cause of the problem. It turns out that the design output power of the Star Destroyer cannon is determined by a control chip, and there is a design flaw in this chip, which results in a very large energy output for each output. Li Hao began to modify the design of the control chip. He used his professional knowledge and experience to redesign the chip's circuit and code program so that it could more accurately control the output power of the Star Destroyer cannon. After many tests and debugging, the output data of the Star Destroyer was finally successfully improved. In this way, the Star Destroyer cannon installed on the dreadnought can be fully used. Li Hao watched as the control system was redesigned, and the combat effectiveness of the dreadnought would be greatly improved. He sat in the command chair of the dreadnought, full of anticipation. He had just informed the pilots to prepare for sailing, and he wanted to find a place to test the Star Destroyer. Captain, we are ready to set sail. An officer reported to Li Hao. Okay, let's go. The Dauntless slowly left the base and headed towards the endless starry sky. Li Hao sat in the command chair and waited quietly. He knew that this test launch was very important for the Dauntless, and it would determine its performance in future battles. Captain, we have arrived at the designated test launch site. An officer reported to Li Hao. Okay, get ready for the test launch. The bridge of the dreadnought suddenly became busy, and various instruments and equipment began to operate. Li Hao stared at the main screen closely, waiting for the results of the test launch. Star Destroyer cannon fully charged and ready to fire, the engineer reported. Emission. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the Star Destroyer, instantly illuminating the entire starry sky. The energy beam flew forward at an extremely fast speed and hit an asteroid. The asteroid was instantly blown into pieces and disappeared into the universe. The test launch was successful, the engineers cheered. Li Hao also showed a satisfied smile. He knew that with this Star Destroyer cannon, the dreadnought would become the overlord in the endless sea star domain. Captain, now that we have a Star Destroyer, can we find a pirate stronghold to try it out? Asked an officer. Li Hao shook his head and said, "This is our trump card. It cannot be exposed casually." "So what should we do now?" asked the officer. "Let's go back to base, restock supplies and fuel, and then go on another patrol." "Yes, Captain." The officers took the order and left. The dreadnought slowly sailed back to the base, and Li Hao began to think about the next action plan. He knew that the situation in the Endless Sea was very complicated, and he needed to deal with it more carefully. Chapter 19. The 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire, the Dawn Fleet. After testing the effect of the dreadnought's Star Destroyer cannon, Li Hao returned to the base, the Star Valley base. He went straight to the battleship maintenance area, where several battleships waiting to be repaired and modified were parked. Inside the repair shop, machines were roaring and workers were busy shuttling between the warships. Li Hao saw that the engine part of a warship had been reinstalled and was undergoing inspection and maintenance. He approached a maintenance worker and asked, "How is the progress of the repair of this battleship?" The maintenance worker wiped the oil off his hands and replied, "Captain, the battleship's engine has been overhauled and is being debugged. It is estimated that it will take another day to complete the repair." Li Hao nodded and asked, "What about the maintenance status of other warships?" The maintenance worker pointed to a battleship next to him and said, "The weapon system of that battleship has malfunctioned. We are replacing some parts. It is estimated that it will take another 2 days to complete the repair." Li Hao frowned and said, "The weapon system is an important part of the warship. We must ensure the quality of maintenance." The maintenance worker nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, Captain. We will strictly follow the maintenance standards to ensure the performance and reliability of the weapon system." "Has the cruiser's laser main gun been installed?" "It's already being installed, but it's a bit troublesome. The 2 laser main guns were originally equipped on the heavy cruiser flagship. Now they have to be installed on the cruiser, and some protective gun positions may have to be sacrificed," the maintenance worker replied. Li Hao frowned. He knew that the protection of the gun position was crucial to the cruiser's survivability in battle. However, the power of the laser main gun could not be ignored. If it could be successfully installed, it would greatly enhance the cruiser's combat effectiveness. "Is there any other solution?" The maintenance worker pondered for a moment and said, "Captain, we can consider upgrading the protective shield to make up for the loss of protective gun positions." Li Hao nodded. "The dreadnought also has a set of protection systems. Do you think you can imitate it and produce it?" Following Li Hao's orders, the maintenance engineers carefully studied the technical parameters of the dreadnought's protective shield. After several days of hard work, they found all the materials needed to produce the shield. Engineers began to work overtime to produce protective shields, and finally, the first batch of protective shields were produced. Li Hao personally went to the production workshop to check. He checked the newly produced shields and was very satisfied with the quality of the protective shields. He praised the engineers for their excellent work. Li Hao then ordered these protective shields to be installed on the warships. Soon, all the warships captured by Li Hao were equipped with new protective shields. Now that the starship's defensive shortcomings have been resolved, Li Hao summoned all officers to a meeting at the command center. When all the officers arrived, Li Hao stood up and looked around at everyone, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Everyone, our starship has completed maintenance and modification. Now it's time to form a fleet." Li Hao's voice echoed in the command center, and his words made everyone present feel excited and expectant. "We now have a dreadnought, a cruiser, for destroyers, and 10 frigates." Li Hao continued, "I plan to divide these warships into 2 squadrons. I will be in charge of the first squadron, with the dreadnought as the flagship, 2 destroyers, and 5 frigates. Zhang, you will be in charge of the second squadron, with the cruiser as the flagship, also equipped with 2 destroyers and 5 frigates." As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a discussion broke out in the conference room. Everyone was thinking about whether this arrangement was reasonable and which team they would be assigned to. Does anyone have any comments? "I think this arrangement is very reasonable." Zhang, you spoke first. "The dreadnought and the cruiser are both our main battleships. As the flagships of the 2 divisions, they can play their roles better." "I agree," said another officer. "Such an allocation can make our fleet more flexible and able to respond to different situations." Other officers also expressed their agreement, and Li Hao's arrangement was finalized. Next, Li Hao began to assign captains and crews to each warship, carefully considering each candidate based on their abilities and experience. After some busy assignments, the fleet's personnel were finally determined. Zhang Yu proposed, "In this transformation, all the star computers have been updated and new identification codes are needed. Our cruiser doesn't have a hull number yet. Should we give it a new name? So let's call the cruiser the Star, and let the captains choose the other names." A captain assigned to a destroyer stepped forward and said, "Commander, should we give the fleet a name?" This proposal was unanimously approved by everyone, and they began to discuss the name of the fleet. What should we call it? Someone asked. How about calling it Star Fleet? Another person suggested. It means our fleet shines like the stars. I think Guardians of the Galaxy is also good. Someone else said. It sounds very impressive. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, and various names came up one after another, but none of them could satisfy everyone. At this time, Li Hao stood up and said, I have an idea. Let's call our fleet the Dawn Fleet. The Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire? Everyone repeated the name, thinking about its meaning. Galactic Empire represents our ambition to become the overlord of the universe, Li Hao explained. The 13th Legion is the number of our legion and also our honor. And dawn means hope and light. We will bring a new dawn to mankind. After listening to Li Hao's explanation, everyone thought the name was very good and unanimously approved the proposal. Zhang Yu led other officers and began the tedious registration and renewal work. They carefully filled in the detailed information of each warship, including the name, model, weapons and equipment, crew list, etc. This information will be entered into the military system and become the official record of the fleet. From then on, the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire was officially established. Chapter 20. The Dawn Fleet's First Battle with Pirates. After the fleet was established, officers including Li Hao and Zhang Yu sat around the conference table in the command cabin and began to discuss the fleet's follow-up plans. Li Hao spoke first. Everyone, our fleet has been formed, but this is just the beginning. To ensure the healthy operation and development of the fleet, we must take the initiative. Zhang Yu nodded and said, I agree. We have already investigated the pirates who ambushed us last time. They are from the Blackbeard pirates. We should wipe out this group of pirates as soon as possible. Everyone started a heated discussion. After some discussion, they finally decided to focus on destroying this pirate group. After several days of sailing, when the Dawn Fleet passed through an asteroid belt, the detector discovered several spaceships hidden behind the asteroid belt. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he immediately ordered the fleet to be alert and prepare for possible dangers. Zhang Yu also came to the command cabin. He looked at the bright spots on the detector screen with a frown. What are the origins of these spacecraft? Could they be pirates? Li Hao shook his head. I don't know, but we can't take it lightly. Let the fleet remain in combat mode and be ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The fleet slowly approached the asteroid belt, and Li Hao and Zhang Yu paid close attention to the detector's readings. Suddenly, they found that the spacecraft began to move and flew towards the fleet. Prepare for battle, Li Hao ordered loudly. The warships of the Dawn Fleet immediately activated their weapon systems and aimed at the incoming spacecraft. Li Hao tightly grasped the armrest of the command chair, his heart filled with tension. Just as the two sides were about to make contact, the spacecraft suddenly emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire meteorite belt. Turn on the shield and lock the secondary guns. Li Hao's voice echoed in the command cabin. He gripped the armrests of the command chair tightly, his eyes fixed on the target on the screen. The warships of the Dawn Fleet quickly activated their shield systems, and energy shields formed around the warships, covering the fleet. At the same time, the secondary guns also locked onto the incoming spacecraft, ready to fire at any time. However, the spaceships did not continue to attack, but suddenly stopped. Captain, the enemy has stopped attacking. What should we do? Asked the adjutant. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Stay alert and continue to observe. At the same time, a pirate on the pirate ship said to the captain, Captain, the one ahead is not a merchant caravan, but a warship of the Imperial Army. What should we do? The leader of the team said, How could it be the Imperial Army? Where did the Imperial fleet come from in the endless sea? Another pirate team member said, Captain, the attack we launched just now was blocked by the enemy using star shields. Civilian spacecraft do not have star shields. Only warships are equipped with star shields. The team leader frowned and said, It seems that we are in trouble. The Imperial Army is not easy to mess with. So what do we do now? Asked a pirate. The team leader thought for a moment and said, Let's retreat first and see what happens. The pirates returned to their spaceships and prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, Li Hao's voice sounded in their communicators. This is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is carrying out a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. The ships ahead, please shut down the system immediately and stop for inspection. I repeat, this is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is carrying out a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. The ships ahead, please shut down the systems immediately and stop for inspection. The pirates were shocked when they heard this. The 13th Legion of the Empire, wasn't it destroyed 10 years ago? How can they still have a fleet? A pirate saw the hull number of the dreadnought and said in surprise, "The Dawn Fleet of the 13th Imperial Legion. The flagship is the dreadnought." The captain gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If we can't escape, we will fight them." Then he decisively gave the order, asking the pirates to attack the Dawn Fleet. When the captains of the Dawn Fleet saw that the pirates dared to fight back, they all became extremely excited. "Charge the main guns and aim at the enemy's ship," ordered a destroyer captain. The fleet's main guns began to accumulate energy, emitting a dazzling light. A moment later, powerful energy beams pierced through the void and blasted towards the pirate ship. The pirates were horrified to find that the attack of the Imperial fleet was so powerful that their ships could not resist it at all. One after another, the pirate ships were hit and turned into fireballs that bloomed in space. "Avoid the attack, turn around, and retreat quickly," the captain shouted at the top of his lungs. However, under the fierce attack of the Dawn Fleet, the pirate ships were blown up one after another. Some pirate ships tried to escape, but were tightly bitten by the Dawn Fleet and could not escape. "Don't let them run away. Catch them alive," Li Hao ordered in the command room of the dreadnought flagship. The Dawn Fleet quickly surrounded the pirate ship and trapped them in the middle. The pirates were in a desperate situation and knew they had no way to escape. "Surrender. You have no chance," an officer of the destroyer shouted to the pirates through the communicator. The remaining pirates looked at each other and finally shut down the spacecraft system helplessly and chose to surrender. They knew that if they continued to resist, they would only die, and resistance had become meaningless. The mecha soldiers of the Dawn Fleet quickly boarded the pirate ship and controlled the surrendered pirates one by one. These usually arrogant pirates were now dejected and had lost their former prestige. "Commander, we have captured a large number of pirates. How should we deal with them?" an officer asked Li Hao. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Take them back to the base star and hand them over to the logistics department. They will be used as mining resources in the future." After saying that, he turned to look at his adjutant and said, "Make arrangements to send the remaining 3 starships back as well. Our fleet needs more starships." The adjutant nodded and immediately conveyed Li Hao's order. The soldiers in the fleet quickly took action, escorting the surrendered pirates to the transport ship and taking over the remaining 3 starships. "Captain, we have entered the orbit of the base planet." The adjutant's voice interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. Li Hao nodded and said, "Prepare for landing. Notify the logistics department of the base and have them prepare to receive the prisoners and the starship." With a slight vibration, the fleet successfully landed at the military base on the base star. Li Hao walked out of the command cabin and looked at the busy logistics personnel and soldiers, feeling a little relieved. "Commander, only one of these 3 starships is a battleship, and the other 2 are transport ships," the adjutant said somewhat disappointedly. "It doesn't matter. Transport ships also have their value," Li Hao comforted. "We can use them to transport supplies and personnel to enhance our logistical capabilities." The adjutant nodded. "You are right, Commander. I will arrange for someone to check these 3 starships and see their condition." "Have you finished interrogating the prisoners? Which pirate group are they from? Where is the pirate hideout?" Chapter 21 Father Wang deals with seized supplies. Report to the commander. The prisoners have been interrogated. The adjutant stood up, saluted Li Hao and said, "They are from the Skull Pirates, a notorious pirate group that often operates in this star field. According to the prisoners, their lair is on a planet called Dark Star." Li Hao frowned. "I thought they were from the Blackbeard Pirates." "Dark Star? I've heard of this planet. It's a planet with a harsh environment and scarce resources. Why would they choose to build their lair there?" The adjutant replied, "According to the prisoners, the Dark Star has a very special geographical location. It is located at the junction of several star systems and is a major transportation route. The skeleton pirates took advantage of this and set up checkpoints here to collect tolls from passing ships. At the same time, they also engage in illegal activities such as smuggling and slave trading here." Li Hao nodded. "I see. This skeleton pirates group is truly extremely evil. We must eradicate them as soon as possible." The adjutant nodded and said, "Commander, we have no way to wipe them out with our current strength. They have been rooted in this galaxy for many years and have more starships than us. If we can't wipe them out in one go, we will have a lot of trouble in the future. Alas, we are still not strong enough. Let's find the Blackbeard pirates first." At this time, Zhang Qiang came over and reported to Li Hao, "Commander, a businessman who said he was your classmate's father arrived at the base and wanted to see you." In the reception room of the base, Li Hao met Wang Lei's father. "Uncle Wang, you're here." Li Hao greeted him warmly. "The conditions here are really difficult. It's really hard for you," Wang Lei's father said with emotion. "Uncle Wang, the situation of our 13th Army is not very good right now. We will have to trouble you again in the future." Take me to see the batch of materials you sent last time. I will transport it away immediately. While the price of ore is relatively good recently, we should dispose of this batch of materials as soon as possible. Wang Lei's father said. Li Hao nodded. Uncle Wang, do you have any cooperation with the Starship Enterprise? We want to buy a few cruisers. Wang Lei's father said with a frown. I really can't help you with this. Cruisers will only be sold to the military. The best we can buy is a castrated version of the destroyer, and the price is very expensive. Li Hao was a little disappointed after hearing what Wang Lei's father said, but he also understood the regulations of Jinqing Enterprise. He nodded and said, It's okay, Uncle Wang, I know this is the rule. However, if there is a chance, please help me keep an eye out for it. Wang Lei's father smiled and said, Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. But don't you already have a lot of warships in your fleet? Why do you need cruisers? Li Hao sighed and said, Uncle Wang, there is a pirate force appearing in this galaxy nearby. Their strength is much greater than ours. So, I want to buy a few cruisers to enhance our strength. Wang Lei's father frowned and said, You can buy a cruiser, but the price is very high. You can apply for support from the military. Li Hao shook his head and said, As long as the pirates do not enter the Empire, the military will not support us at present. This is the business of our 13th Legion, so we can only rely on ourselves. Wang Lei's father pondered for a moment and said, How about this, Li Hao? I'll go back and ask for help to see if there are other ways to buy a cruiser. If there is any news, I will inform you in time. Li Hao said gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Wang. You are so kind. This is the money for this batch of seized supplies, 90 million star coins. After deducting the money for the last batch of weapons and equipment and the supplies I brought to you this time, there are still 65 million star coins. Li Hao looked at the extra 65 million star coins in his account and felt deeply moved. This money was undoubtedly a timely help for his fleet. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Li Hao said sincerely. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Wang Lei's father said with a smile. If you need anything later, feel free to contact me. Li Hao accompanied Wang Lei's father and asked the robot to load all the supplies onto the transport ship. After Wang Lei's father left, the Dawn fleet set sail again. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, looking at the vast starry sky. Commander, the fleet is ready. Shall we set sail? The adjutant's voice interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. Set sail. Li Hao gave the order decisively. Following his order, the warships of the Dawn fleet started their engines one after another and slowly left the base. In the following days, the Dawn fleet continued to patrol the star systems on the edge of the endless sea. On this day, when the Dawn fleet was cruising in the galaxy as usual, suddenly, they received a distress message. Captain, we received a distress message. The signal came from a nearby asteroid. The communications officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned and asked, Who sent the distress signal? The signal shows that it is a merchant ship. They have been attacked by pirates and are requesting our support. The communications officer replied. Pirates? Li Hao's face turned serious. These pirates are so bold that they dare to commit crimes right under our noses. Captain, what should we do? Asked the adjutant. Go to rescue them immediately, Li Hao said decisively. We can't let these pirates succeed. The Dawn fleet immediately changed course and flew towards the asteroid. When they arrived near the asteroid, they found a merchant ship being attacked by pirates. Issue an open communication to the ship ahead. Li Hao gave the order. The signalman immediately sent a clear message. This is the Empire's 13th Legion Dawn fleet. The starship ahead, please shut down the system immediately and accept inspection. At this time, the merchant ship ignored the communication from the Dawn fleet and sped away. The pirates used the terrain of the asteroid to avoid the attack of the Dawn fleet. Captain, what should we do? Asked the adjutant. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, There is something wrong with this merchant ship. Let the star continue to chase the merchant ship. We will continue to chase the pirates and send a surrender signal to them. If they do not surrender, we will destroy their starship. When the pirates saw that it was an Imperial warship, they knew they could not escape this time. After hesitating for a while, they finally decided to surrender. Captain, the pirates have surrendered, the signalman reported. Very good. Send mechas boarding the ship, control them, and bring back the prisoners. Li Hao said. The mecha boarded the pirate ship, and the pirates surrendered after seeing the mecha, and then boarded the warship of the Dawn fleet. Li Hao had them detained and began to inspect the merchant ship. After inspection, Li Hao found that the merchant ship was full of precious ores. These ores are very important resources in the galaxy and are worth a lot of money. Captain, what should we do with these ores? Asked the adjutant. Chapter 22, Fighting Pirates and Seizing the Heavy Cruiser Flagship. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, Take him back first and investigate the people behind this merchant ship. The Dawn Fleet sent a destroyer and 2 frigates to take the ore and the pirates back to the base star. Then Li Hao led the rest of the fleet to continue cruising. During the cruise, Li Hao saw the detector show that a fleet of unknown origin was approaching the edge of the galaxy. Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to speed up and prepare to meet the enemy. When the Dawn Fleet reached the edge of the galaxy, their detectors suddenly sounded an alarm. Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to enter combat mode and asked the staff to analyze the detector data. Captain, according to the data from the detector, this is the fleet of the unknown force that was just discovered. There is a heavy cruiser flagship and 4 cruisers. The staff reported. Li Hao frowned. He knew this was a severe challenge. After thinking for a moment, he gave the order. Everyone, pay attention, maintain the battle formation, and prepare to meet the enemy. The warships of the Dawn Fleet quickly adjusted their formation and formed a tight defensive circle. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, nervously watching the unknown fleet ahead. Aim 30 of the energy of the Dreadnought's Star Destroyer's cannon at the enemy flagship. The Dreadnought's and Star's laser main guns will lock onto the cruiser. Destroy the enemy's main starship first and activate the Star Shield. Li Hao ordered. The pirates were shocked when they saw the Dawn Fleet locked onto them. The firepower of the fleet they encountered this time should not be underestimated. Boss, what should we do? Asked a pirate. Don't panic. From the detector, it should be 2 heavy cruiser flagships with 5 main guns locked on. Judging from the locked firepower, their fleet should be 5 cruisers. That shouldn't be the case. However, we have a flagship and 4 cruisers, and our firepower is greater than theirs. The pirate leader said, order all warships to open fire with all their might. We must teach them a lesson. As the pirate leader gave the order, all the warships in the pirate fleet opened fire, and laser beams shot towards the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao sneered inwardly when he saw the pirate fleet opening fire. He knew that although the pirate fleet's attack was fierce, it was not a big threat to the Dawn Fleet. Activate the Star Shield and fire the main gun, Li Hao ordered. As Li Hao's order was issued, all the warships of the Dawn Fleet activated their energy shields. Rays of blue light enveloped the warships, blocking all attacks from the pirate fleet. Dreadnought's Star Destroyer, the 2 laser main guns at the back and the Star's laser main gun fires simultaneously. A huge laser beam and a huge energy beam shot towards the pirate fleet. The Corsair heavy cruiser flagship was directly hit by the Dreadnought's Star Destroyer cannon and exploded instantly. Another cruiser was hit by the Star's main laser cannon and caught fire. Boss, our flagship's engine was hit and cannot be used. What should we do? Asked a pirate. What about the other warships? Said the pirate leader helplessly. All 5 of our battleships were damaged in the first encounter. The enemy's warships are military and equipped with star shields, and we can't break through them. A pirate replied. The pirate leader said, send a message to the other side. We surrender. The pirate leader knew that if they continued to fight, they would be completely wiped out, so he issued an order to surrender. Captain, the other party has sent a communication request. Do you want to answer it? Asked the communications officer. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, then said, please connect and see what they want to say. After the communication was connected, the pirate leader appeared on the screen. He said flatteringly, Dear Commander, we surrender. Please have mercy on us and let us live. Li Hao looked at the pirate leader coldly and said, You pirates have committed many evil deeds on a daily basis. Today is your doom. The pirate leader said quickly, Commander, we have no choice. We are all poor people who have chosen this path to make a living. Please be magnanimous and spare us. Li Hao said, I am tired of hearing your excuses. You have robbed so many merchant ships and killed so many innocent people. Your crimes are unforgivable. The pirate leader said, Commander, I have some information here, as long as you give us a way out. Li Hao looked at the pirate leader coldly. He did not believe that these pirates would have any valuable intelligence. In his opinion, these pirates just wanted to take this opportunity to escape punishment. Do you think I will believe you? Li Hao said, You pirates are evil. How can I know if the information you gave me is true? The pirate leader said hurriedly, Commander, what I said is true. This information is very important to you. I guess you are Commander Li Hao of the 13th Legion. Li Hao was shocked when he heard this. He didn't know how the pirate leader knew his identity. However, he didn't show it, but said coldly, So what if you know my identity? This can't change your fate. The pirate leader said, Commander Li Hao, I can provide you with a piece of information that can be used to exchange our lives. This information will be helpful to you. When Li Hao heard that it was about himself, he said, What information? If the situation is true, I can let you go. The pirate leader hesitated for a moment and said, We have received news that the major forces in the Endless Sea Star region have learned that the 13th Legion has begun to reorganize its fleet and has begun to cruise in the Endless Sea. Several forces in the surrounding galaxies have begun to organize forces to ambush your fleet. Are they taking any specific actions? The pirate leader said. We only know that they are secretly gathering their forces and preparing to find an opportunity to ambush you. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, What is your purpose of coming here this time? The pirate leader said, We bought a batch of ore for building warships from the Empire merchants, and we are here to take over. Li Hao finally realized that the cargo of this smuggled merchant ship was sold to pirates, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Okay, I believe you. However, you must cooperate with our investigation and provide more information. Li Hao decisively ordered the fleet to surround the pirates' warships, and then sent out a mecha team to board the pirate leader's flagship and 4 cruisers. After the mecha troops successfully boarded the pirate ship, they quickly detained all the pirates and then took over the 5 pirate warships. Upon inspection, it was found that the heavy cruiser flagship could no longer sail normally, while the 4 cruisers were still able to sail. So, Li Hao ordered 2 frigates to tow the heavy cruiser flagship, and the remaining ships set out on the return journey under the escort of the Dawn Fleet. Chapter 23. The Dreadnought installs the Star Destroyer again. After returning to the base, Li Hao handed the pirates over to the logistics department. These pirates will continue to contribute to the construction of the base star. Li Hao took the pirate leader to the office alone and asked about the specific situation of the pirates. This group of pirates is a pirate force in the central galaxy of the Endless Sea. They are well-organized, well-equipped, and have a large number of people. They are a force that cannot be underestimated. Li Hao learned that the leader of this pirate force was named Black Rose, a female pirate who had a group of loyal pirates under her command, and they all obeyed her orders. Black Rose's sphere of influence is very wide. He is not only active in the central galaxy of the Endless Sea, but also frequently appears in surrounding galaxies. After Li Hao learned the information, he found that Black Rose was far away from them and posed no threat for the time being. So he decided to go to the warship repair site and personally ask the engineers about the damage to these cruisers and heavy cruisers. When he arrived at the repair site, the engineers were busy working. Li Hao found the engineer in charge of the repair and asked him about the damage to the warship. The engineer reported the situation to Li Hao. Commander, the damage to these cruisers is relatively minor, mainly some damage to the external armor and the destruction of some weapon systems. We have conducted a comprehensive inspection and repair on them, and as long as the weapon systems are purchased and installed, they are expected to be back to normal use soon. However, the situation of this heavy cruiser is more serious. The engineer continued. Its engine has been severely damaged and needs to be overhauled. All 4 sets of quantum engines have been scrapped. In addition, its weapon systems have also suffered varying degrees of damage. The star shield system of this heavy cruiser has been dismantled, and we need to purchase new star shields, quantum engines, and laser main guns. Li Hao's heart sank after listening to the engineer's report. The quantum engine was not a big problem, but the star shield and the laser main gun of the heavy cruiser were a bit troublesome. We will first install the energy shield we produce ourselves on the star shield, and then we'll think of a way to make the other things, Li Hao asked. The engineer hesitated for a moment and said, Captain, these things are controlled by the military. Otherwise, we can apply to the military to purchase them. Li Hao called Zhang Yu over and asked, Zhang Yu, if I buy the laser main guns of the heavy cruiser and the laser main guns of the cruiser from the military, will they agree? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied, Commander, the military has always been very strict in controlling weapons and equipment, especially important equipment, such as the laser main guns of heavy cruisers and cruisers. Under normal circumstances, the military will not easily sell these equipment to other troops, and the military currently does not know that we have heavy cruiser laser main guns. I suggest that we find another way to be safer. Since the military's approach didn't work, they removed the 2 rear laser guns from the Dreadnought and installed them on the heavy cruiser flagship. Then what about the defense behind the Dreadnought? The engineer said immediately. Don't we still have a Star Destroyer? After actual combat this time, I found that a shot with 30 energy can penetrate a heavy cruiser. The Dreadnought can definitely install one. Li Hao's proposal made everyone fall into deep thought. They had witnessed the power of the Star Destroyer with their own eyes. A single shot with 30 of its energy could penetrate a heavy cruiser, which meant that if the Dreadnought was equipped with another Star Destroyer, its combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. Captain, although the Star Destroyer is extremely powerful, its energy consumption is also very high. Can the Dreadnought withstand the long-term energy output of 2 Star Destroyers? Zhang Yu expressed his concerns. This is indeed a problem. Li Hao nodded. We need to upgrade the energy system of the dreadnought to meet the energy needs of the 2 Star Destroyer cannons. Captain, upgrading the energy system is not an easy task. It requires a lot of time and resources. In addition, we also need to consider the weight and size of the Star Destroyer, said the engineer. This shouldn't be a problem. There should be enough space to remove the 2 elevating laser main guns at the back. If not, don't use the elevating ones, said another engineer who had installed the Star Destroyer. After Li Hao agreed to the modification plan, the engineers immediately began to work on the modification of the dreadnought. They first removed the 2 rear lift laser main guns to make room for the installation of the Star Destroyer gun. They then upgraded the energy system to meet the energy needs of the Star Destroyer. This modification was much faster than the last one, and the overall plan was based on the modification of the first Star Destroyer. After more than 10 days of modification, the front and rear main guns of the dreadnought were exposed, making it look even more majestic. Li Hao looked at the giant ship and its cannons with pride in his heart. Commander, the transformation of the dreadnought has been completed. Do we need to go out for a sea trial? Zhang Qiang said. I won't go today. How are the repairs on other warships going? The heavy cruiser's weapon system and energy shield have been modified. Only the quantum engine is missing. We have placed an order, and it is expected to arrive in the next 2 days. The other 4 cruisers have been repaired and are already conducting extraterrestrial cruise training at the base. Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao sat in the command chair, listening to Zhang Yu's report, thinking secretly in his heart. He knew that his fleet had captured a lot of starships in this battle, and the weapon systems and energy shields of these starships had been modified, except for the quantum engine. Once all these starships are equipped, the strength of his fleet will be greatly enhanced. However, Li Hao also knew that some people in the military might suppress his fleet. If they knew that his fleet was developing so fast, they would definitely try their best to stop him. Therefore, Li Hao decided not to report these captured starships to the military for the time being, and wait until his strength is strong enough before confronting the military. Please inform everyone that all captured starships should be returned to the base after testing. Do not report to the military for the time being. Okay, Captain, I'll go and notify them right away. After Zhang Yu said that, he turned and left the command room. Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu's leaving back and sighed inwardly. 2 days later, the quantum engine finally arrived. Li Hao immediately ordered the engineers to install the quantum engine on the captured heavy cruiser. After several days of hard work, all the starships were equipped. Chapter 24 Ambush turns into rescue. Captain, all the starships are ready. When do we set off? Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, wait 2 more days. I have someone to meet. Who are you meeting? Zhang Yu asked curiously. God of Wealth. Li Hao smiled mysteriously. 2 days later, Li Hao and Zhang Yu brought the seized minerals to an asteroid belt on the border. Their spacecraft shuttled through the asteroid belt, looking for traces of Wang Lei's father. Finally, they found a large transport ship on an asteroid. Li Hao and Zhang Yu landed the spacecraft on the asteroid and docked with the transport ship. They saw a man in work clothes walking towards them. This man is Wang Lei's father. He looks very tired, but there is a gleam of joy in his eyes. You are finally here, said Wang Lei's father. Uncle Wang, I have to trouble you again. This time, it wasn't seized from pirates, said Wang Lei's father, pointing to a pile over next to him. Li Hao smiled and replied, Uncle Wang, you guessed right. This batch of goods was not seized from pirates, but smuggled by a merchant ship. Wang Lei's father frowned and asked, Merchant ship smuggling? This is no small matter. How did you know about this? Li Hao explained. The buyer of this batch of ore is the Black Rose Pirates of the Endless Sea. They have been looking for this high quality ore to make weapons and equipment. Wang Lei's father nodded and said, So that's how it is. Do they know that this batch of ore is in your hands? We encountered the Black Rose Pirates who came to support us and wiped out their fleet. Wang Lei's father said with satisfaction, That should be fine for now. I will sell this batch of goods as soon as possible. The value of this batch of goods is higher than last time. I will reply to you later for details. It's okay, Uncle Wang. Sorry for bothering you. Uncle Wang looked at Li Hao, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and asked, Is there anything else? Just tell me directly. Li Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Wang, last time I asked about the purchase of a heavy cruiser flagship. Do you have any news? Wang Lei's father nodded and said, I found out that new heavy cruisers cannot be purchased, but there is still a chance to buy retired ones. The current news is that the Royal Corps recently retired a cruiser, but it needs to be auctioned. The price is estimated to be more than 10 billion. Li Hao frowned and said, More than 1 billion? This price is a bit high. Wang Lei's father smiled and said, This is still a conservative estimate. The actual price may be even higher. After all, this is a cruiser, and it was retired from the Royal Army. The performance must be good. Li Hao nodded and said, I see, Uncle Wang. Thank you for the information. Wang Lei's father patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, Don't be too anxious. This is not a small matter. You need to think about it carefully, and more than 1 billion is not a small amount. After the two finished chatting, Li Hao and Zhang Yu drove the spaceship back to the base planet. Zhang Yu said, You are still thinking about that cruiser. Li Hao nodded and said, Yes, I have been thinking about how to obtain a starship legally, so that I can buy weapons and equipment normally in the future. Commander, you are still too young. Even if you participate, you can't buy this cruiser. There are so many families in the Empire who want it. Even if you buy it, the military department will not give you weapons and armaments in the future. Zhang Yu said. Li Hao frowned. He knew that Zhang Yu was telling the truth, but he was unwilling to give up. This was a cruiser. With it, the strength of his fleet would be greatly improved. What should we do? Should we just give up like this? Li Hao said unwillingly. Where do our current starships come from? Zhang Yu reminded. At this moment, Li Hao understood instantly. He patted his head and said, Yes, we can fight the pirates and seize their weapons. Zhang Yu said, That's right. Pirates usually get their money from robbery, and they are willing to spend a lot of money to buy starships, so we have a great chance to seize some starships with good performance. You see, this time Black Rose captured a heavy cruiser flagship and 4 cruisers. Li Hao nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Their mission in the Endless Sea was to combat smuggling and eliminate pirates. He immediately gave the order for the fleet to prepare to set off to the area where pirates were present. Before setting off, Li Hao and Zhang Yu formulated a battle plan. They analyzed the pirates' activity patterns and selected a suitable ambush site. After the fleet set out, after several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the area where pirates were active. Li Hao and Zhang Yu ordered the fleet to disperse and form a circle, waiting for the pirates to appear. Soon, the detector's screen showed a spacecraft approaching. 2 minutes later, a dozen starships of various types followed behind and fired at the spaceship in front. Li Hao and Zhang Yu immediately realized that the situation was not good, and they ordered the fleet to enter combat status and prepare to meet the enemy. What's going on? Asked a staff officer. It looks like the spaceship in front was attacked, and the starship behind is chasing it. Zhang Yu analyzed. Should we help? The staff officer asked. Let's observe the situation first. Zhang Yu looked at Li Hao and said. Li Hao nodded and ordered the fleet to remain vigilant and be ready to respond to emergencies at any time. As the distance got closer, Li Hao and Zhang Yu finally saw the logo of the spaceship in front of them. It's the Imperial Royal Spaceship. Li Hao exclaimed. Zhang Yu was also very surprised. How could the Imperial Royal Spaceship appear here? And was it attacked? Commander, what should we do? Asked a crew member. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, We can't just stand by and watch someone die. Let's prepare for rescue. Li Hao ordered the fleet to speed up and move closer to the Imperial Royal spacecraft. At the same time, he ordered the gunners to prepare to fire and attack the starship behind. The starships behind discovered Li Hao's fleet, and they immediately dispatched some starships to deal with Li Hao's fleet. Li Hao and Zhang Yu commanded the fleet to fight bravely and launched a fierce battle with the enemy. Charge forward, set up a defensive formation, and activate the Star Shield. The Dawn fleet formed a defensive formation with the Dreadnought as the center to block all incoming fire. During the fierce battle, Li Hao was keenly aware of the enemy's firepower. Suddenly, Li Hao discovered that there was a heavy cruiser flagship among the enemy's starships, and its firepower was extremely strong. Li Hao made a decisive decision that only by destroying the flagship could he have a chance to repel this unknown force. Li Hao gave the gunners an order through the communicator. The main gun of the Dreadnought Star Destroyer aims and locks onto the heavy cruiser flagship. Attack with 30 energy. After hearing the order, the gunners quickly adjusted their guns and locked their target on the heavy cruiser flagship. Chapter 25 The Sixth Princess of the Empire. In the main gun control room of the USS Intrepid, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The gunners stared intently at the target indicator on the screen, their fingers lightly touching the firing button. Main gun charged, target locked, a gunner reported. Open fire. Li Hao gave the attack order without hesitation. In an instant, the main gun of the USS Dreadnought flashed with dazzling light, and a powerful energy beam cut through the void and headed straight for the heavy cruiser flagship. The energy beam traveled through space at an extremely fast speed and instantly hit the heavy cruiser flagship. The heavy cruiser flagship's shield rippled under the powerful attack, but it still held out for a while. There is a star shield. It seems to be a force within the Empire. Continue charging and prepare for the second round of attack. Li Hao ordered again. The gunners were busy again, preparing to charge the main guns. At the same time, The heavy cruiser flagship also launched a counterattack, with energy beams and missiles attacking the dreadnought Star Destroyer. The shield system of the USS Intrepid was operating at full capacity, blocking most of the attacks. The second round of attack was ready, and Li Hao ordered to fire again. This time, the energy output of the main gun was increased to 50. Another powerful energy beam was shot out and hit the heavy cruiser flagship again. This time, the heavy cruiser's shield finally collapsed under the heavy load. The energy beam directly penetrated the flagship's hull, triggering a series of explosions. With a flash of light, the heavy cruiser flagship gradually disintegrated in the explosion and turned into countless fragments. These fragments scattered in space like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire battlefield. Li Hao stood on the command bridge, his eyes firmly fixed on the battlefield. A smile appeared on his face. Attention, all ships, continue to attack the enemy. Don't let them have a chance to reorganize. Li Hao gave the order through the communicator. His voice was clear and powerful, and it spread throughout the fleet. The fleet's warships responded one after another. They adjusted their course, accelerated forward, and rushed towards the remaining enemy forces. The main guns fired again, and energy rays were fired out like raindrops, interweaving into a dense firepower network in space. The enemy warships struggled in this web of fire, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. An enemy battleship was hit by the main gun, and the hull exploded, turning into a fireball. Another enemy ship was hit by a pulse cannon, lost power, and floated in space. Another enemy ship tried to escape, but was caught up by the fleet's escort ship and eventually destroyed. Under the fierce attack of the fleet, the remaining enemy forces were defeated step by step. They lost the command of the flagship and fell into chaos and panic. As time went on, the enemy's remaining forces became fewer and fewer. In the end, only the fleet's warships and wreckage were left on the battlefield. Li Hao looked at all this with a lot of emotion in his heart. Report to the captain, the battlefield has been cleared. We have destroyed one enemy heavy cruiser flagship, 3 destroyers, and 6 frigates. We lost 3 frigates and suffered 56 casualties. A staff officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, expressing satisfaction with the result. He knew that although he had won the battle, he had also paid a heavy price. Order each ship to find the brothers, bring them back to the base, and prepare to return to the base for rest and replenishment. Li Hao gave the order. Li Hao connected with the pursued Imperial Royal spaceship. After the connection, Li Hao immediately revealed his identity. I am the commander of the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire, Li Hao. A sweet girl appeared on the Imperial Royal spaceship. Commander Li Hao, thank you for your rescue. This is my duty. Please tell me your situation. Are there any casualties? A trace of sadness appeared on the girl's face. Some of our personnel were injured, but fortunately, no one's life is in danger. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We will transfer you to a safe place as soon as possible and provide medical assistance. The girl looked at Li Hao gratefully. Thank you, Commander. Your presence gives us hope. You're welcome. Now, follow our instructions and enter the Dawn Fleet formation to escort you. Just as they flew near the border star, Li Hao connected to the Royal spaceship again. Hello, ma'am. We are about to reach the Imperial Border Star, and we will end this escort. You can contact the guards of the Border Star directly. The girl on the Royal spaceship suddenly said, Commander, I am the 6th princess of the Imperial family. Thank you very much for your rescue this time, but we have just been attacked. We hope you can escort us back to the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the ship belonged to the 6th princess, but his mission was to fight pirates at the border, and their fleet had no orders to enter the Empire. But he couldn't refuse directly. After all, the other party was the princess of the Empire. Your Highness, my mission is to escort you to the Border Star. I have not received any order to escort you back to the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao said, Commander Li, I know this may cause you some trouble, but our spaceship has been attacked, and we are also worried that we will be attacked again on the way back to the Imperial Capital Star, said the princess. Li Hao was silent for a moment. He knew that what the princess said made sense. Okay, princess, I can escort you back to the Imperial Capital Star, but I need to report the situation to the military first. The princess nodded and said, Thank you, Commander Li. We will fully cooperate with your actions. Li Hao ended the call and immediately reported the situation to the military through the Star Network. The 6th princess also contacted the Emperor of the Galactic Empire through the Star Network. While waiting for the military's reply, Li Hao began to think about how to escort the princess back to the Imperial Capital Star safely. Suddenly, Li Hao's communicator rang. It was a reply from the military. Li Hao answered immediately. Commander Li, please escort the princess back to the Imperial Capital Star at all costs. On the other side was an energetic old man. Li Hao immediately replied, "General, please rest assured. We will immediately escort the princess back to the Imperial Capital Star safely." The old general of the military department said, "Thank you, Commander Li Hao." At the same time, the sixth princess also received a reply from the emperor, who ordered her to return to the Imperial Capital Star immediately and instructed the military to allow Li Hao's fleet to fully protect her safety. After receiving the order from the military and the emperor, Li Hao immediately contacted the sixth princess. They decided to repair and resupply on the border star first, and then set off for the Imperial Capital Star. After a long voyage, Li Hao led the fleet and finally arrived at the border star. Lao Wang had been waiting at the port for a long time. When he saw Li Hao's fleet arrive safely, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Chapter 26, Escorting the Sixth Princess. Li Hao stepped off the flagship and gave Lao Wang a warm hug. Lao Wang looked at Li Hao with concern in his eyes. "Thank you for your hard work along the way. How is the fleet?" Li Hao patted Lao Wang on the shoulder and said, "Everything went well. We just encountered some minor troubles along the way, but they have all been resolved." Lao Wang nodded. "That's good. By the way, the military just gave me an order to resupply your fleet." "The military's order arrived so quickly?" Lao Wang smiled and said, "Yes. Do you have any mission?" "The military attaches great importance to your fleet. We have prepared everything and can start supplying at any time." "Lao Wang, I'll leave the supply matter to you this time. I have some other things to take care of." Lao Wang looked at Li Hao with some doubt. "Is there anything more important than supplies?" Li Hao smiled and did not answer Lao Wang's question. He just said, "Just follow the orders of the military. I will take care of the rest." Although Lao Wang was somewhat confused, he knew that Li Hao must have his own considerations, so he nodded. "Okay, then I will go and arrange the supplies first." Li Hao watched the old king leave, thinking secretly in his heart. He knew that the identity of the sixth princess was extraordinary. If the old king knew her existence, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he decided not to tell the old king about the sixth princess for the time being. Li Hao returned to the dreadnought and ordered the soldiers of the fleet to prepare for supplies. At the same time, he also asked the soldiers to strengthen their vigilance to prevent any accidents. During the supply process, Li Hao had been thinking about how to protect the safety of the sixth princess. Just as Li Hao was thinking hard, Zhang Yu came over and said, "The sixth princess has been taken to the lounge of the fearless." "Okay, I understand. Zhang Yu, go inform Lao Wang and ask him to speed up the supply. We have to leave here as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. Also, send some soldiers to the dreadnought lounge to protect the sixth princess' safety." Zhang Yu took the order and left, while Li Hao got up and went to the lounge of the fearless. When he walked into the lounge, he saw the sixth princess sitting on the sofa, looking a little tired. Li Hao walked up to the sixth princess and asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you okay?" The sixth princess raised her head and looked at Li Hao. A touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, Commander Li. I'm fine, just a little tired." Li Hao smiled and said, "You are welcome, princess. This is my duty. Please take a rest first. I will arrange everything." The sixth princess nodded, then closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa to rest. At this moment, a soldier came in and reported to Li Hao, "Commander, we found an unidentified spacecraft approaching us." "An unknown spacecraft? What is its purpose?" The soldier replied, "It's not clear at the moment. We have used detectors and are scanning it." "Okay, keep a close eye on its movements and report any developments to me in a timely manner." The soldier took the order and left, while Li Hao fell into deep thought. He knew that the appearance of an unidentified spacecraft at this time was definitely not a good thing. Could it be sent by the unidentified fleet just now? Li Hao decided to go to the command room in person to check the situation. When he walked into the command room, he saw Zhang Yu standing in front of the big screen with a serious expression. Li Hao walked up to Zhang Yu and asked, "Zhang Yu, what's the situation?" Zhang Yu pointed at the big screen and said, "Commander, look, this is the unidentified spacecraft. It's moving very fast and has no markings. We can't determine its identity. Did it send any signal?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "No, it has remained silent." Li Hao pondered for a moment, then said, "Send out the mecha to intercept it. If it has any ill intentions, shoot it down immediately." After the order was given, the fleet's fighter jets quickly took off and flew towards the unidentified spacecraft. Li Hao and Zhang Yu stared at the big screen nervously, waiting for the results. The fighter group quickly approached the unknown spacecraft. Li Hao gave orders to the fighter group through the communicator. "Stay alert and pay attention to the movements of the unknown spacecraft. If it has any aggressive behavior, counterattack immediately." A few minutes later, the mecha soldiers sent a message, Commander, it's gone. This spaceship is very fast. Li Hao frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. The appearance of this unidentified spacecraft was too strange, and its speed was too fast, which made Li Hao feel a little uneasy. Zhang Yu, have the fleet step up alert. Pay close attention to the surrounding situation, and ask Lao Wang if the supplies have been arranged. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu took the order and left. Li Hao paced back and forth in the command room, thinking about the next move. At this time, a soldier came in and reported, Commander, the supply has been completed. He stopped, turned to look at the soldiers, and nodded. Okay, get the fleet ready to sail. He looked at the star map, which showed two routes, one through the warp channel on the Stargate, and the other through the inner galaxy of the Empire. If we take the warp channel, although the time is short, the risk is also great. We may encounter various unknown dangers in the warp channel, and our fleet may also be discovered by the enemy. If we go through the inner galaxy of the Empire, although it will take a long time, it will be relatively safe. We can avoid the dangers in the subspace channels and avoid being discovered by the enemy, said another officer. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We can't risk going through the subspace channel, so let's go through the galaxy inside the Empire. Although it will take a little longer, we can guarantee the safety of the fleet. Yes, Commander, the officers said in unison. He ordered the fleet to set off and head towards the inner galaxy of the Empire. The fleet was moving slowly in space, and Li Hao was sitting in the command room, still feeling a little worried. The fleet sailed for a few days, and everything went smoothly. Li Hao gradually relaxed. He began to communicate with other commanders of the fleet and discuss some tactics and strategies. These officers are all experienced soldiers, and they are very familiar with the operations of the fleet, so Li Hao enjoys communicating with them. However, at this moment, an officer suddenly rushed in. Commander, it's bad. Our detector has discovered an unknown fleet, and it is approaching us. Start the detector immediately and find out the situation of that fleet. After a while, the detector's results came back. This was a fleet with no markings on it, heading towards them. Where does this fleet come from? Li Hao was full of doubts. Commander, what should we do? Asked an officer. Li Hao thought for a moment and made a decision. Let the fleet maintain a defensive formation, open the star shield, and prepare all main guns to charge. Chapter 27. The unknown fleet attacks again. At this moment, the unknown fleet suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the fleet. Main gun locked fire. The Dawn Fleet's artillery immediately opened fire at the unknown fleet, but the unknown fleet was not affected at all and continued to rush towards the fleet. The unknown fleet rushed into close range and also began to attack the Dawn Fleet. After a round of attacks from both sides, all the attacks of the unknown fleet were blocked by the star shield. Report to the commander. The star shield energy is still 85, the crew reported to Li Hao. When the unknown fleet saw that the long-range attack could not penetrate the star shield, it began to release a large number of small fighter planes and rush towards the Dawn Fleet. Activate the close-in defense system and shoot down those fighter planes. The close-in defense system was activated, and lasers flew towards the small fighter planes, shooting them down one by one. However, the number of fighter jets in the unknown fleet was too large, and some of them broke through the defense line and rushed towards the Dawn Fleet. The Dawn Fleet star shield was activated, blocking the fighters outside. However, the energy shield was also constantly depleting and soon dropped below 50. Report to the captain. The energy shield is insufficient and can no longer withstand the attack. The crew member reported to Li Hao. Seeing that the star shield was about to be broken, the unknown fleet launched a more violent attack. Activate the energy shield, Li Hao ordered. Just as the star shield was about to be destroyed, a new energy shield rose up. The unknown fleet saw the newly raised energy shield and cursed. What the hell is this? Why is there a shield? Why are the warships in this fleet equipped with so many shields? Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the attack of the unknown fleet being easily blocked by the energy shield. This energy shield was the last line of defense for the Dawn Fleet. If this shield was breached, the warship would face a catastrophe. Report to the captain. The energy shield has 95 energy left. The crew member reported. Very good. Continue to maintain the shield strength and activate the main gun at the same time. Let's teach them a lesson. The main guns of the Dawn Fleet began to charge, and beams of energy shot towards the unknown fleet. Just at this moment, Li Hao saw a flagship battleship turning around. Immediately ordered. The main gun of the dreadnought is locked on the enemy flagship and fire at 50 energy. The dreadnought's main gun began to charge, and a huge beam of energy shot towards the opponent's flagship. The opponent's flagship also discovered the attack of the dreadnought and immediately activated the energy shield to try to resist the attack of the dreadnought. However, the energy of the dreadnought's main gun was too strong. The energy shield of the opponent's flagship was instantly broken, and the main gun directly hit the bridge of the opponent's flagship. There was a violent explosion on the bridge of the opponent's flagship. The entire flagship lost control and began to drift into the depths of space. "Captain, the enemy's flagship has been destroyed. Should we continue to attack other enemy ships?" asked an officer of the dreadnought. Li Hao looked at the wreckage of the other party's flagship and felt relieved. "Stop the attack, send out a rescue ship, and search for survivors on the enemy flagship." The Dauntless dispatched a rescue ship and began searching for survivors of the opposing flagship. After searching for a while, the rescue ship did not find any survivors. This attack instantly traversed the entire starship, and the interior was directly vaporized by energy at the speed of light. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Hao ordered the fleet to continue sailing towards the Imperial Capital Star. After several days of sailing, the Imperial Capital finally appeared in the fleet's field of vision. This planet is the political, economic, and cultural center of the entire galaxy, and is also the ultimate goal of Li Hao's mission. As the fleet gradually approached the Imperial Capital Star, the Imperial Capital Guard fleet immediately sent a message to the Dawn fleet. "The Galactic Empire's capital star is ahead. Please indicate your identity and identification code. Reply to them that we are the Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire, and we have been ordered to come to the Imperial Capital Planet to carry out a mission." The communications officer immediately responded according to Li Hao's instructions. A moment later, the other party sent another message. "Dawn fleet, please provide your mission authorization document and identification code." Send them the mission authorization and fleet identification code. The communications officer once again responded to the other party according to Li Hao's instructions. This time, the other party was silent for a long time, as if verifying their identities. Finally, the other party sent another message. "Dawn fleet, your identity has been verified. Please shut down all weapon systems. Follow the instructions to enter the orbit of the Imperial Capital Star, and wait for further instructions." The fleet slowly entered the orbit of the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao looked at the Imperial Capital Star on the screen and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. This planet is the center of the entire Galactic Empire and also his hometown. He once lived and studied here. "Captain, we have entered the orbit of the Imperial Capital Star. Can we start preparing for docking?" The adjutant's voice interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. "Okay, let's start docking." Just after Li Hao's fleet stopped at the starport, an officer from the starport guard force walked up to Li Hao. His eyes swept across the fleet and finally stopped on Li Hao. "Welcome to the Imperial Star. I am the commander of the starport guard, and I have been ordered to come and greet you," said the officer. Li Hao walked out of the fleet and saluted the officers. "Thank you for welcoming us. We are the 13th Legion's Dawn fleet, and we have been ordered to come to the Imperial Capital Star to carry out a mission." The officer nodded and said, "I have received your mission notice. Where is the 6th princess?" Li Hao hesitated for a moment. He knew the sensitivity of this mission and said, "Our mission is to safely escort the 6th princess back to the Imperial Capital Star." The officer frowned and said, "This is already the Imperial Capital Star. Your mission has ended." Li Hao shook his head. "We need to hand her over to the military or the royal family to complete this mission." The officer thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I will report to my superiors as soon as possible. You can rest here for a while." The 6th princess came over and asked, "Commander Li, what happened just now?" "Your Highness, the 6th princess, the commander of the Star Harbor Guard came to pick you up just now, but I didn't agree. We need to escort you to the palace or the military headquarters. It's up to you which one you want to go to first." After thinking it over, the 6th princess decided to return to the palace first. Li Hao selected a team of elite soldiers and personally escorted the 6th princess back to the palace. Just when Li Hao led a team of elite soldiers to escort the 6th princess back, many people in Star Harbor saw this team of soldiers who were wearing different green uniforms from their usual ones. They were dressed in black combat uniforms, black helmets, and held various advanced weapons. They marched in neat steps and looked heroic, giving people a powerful and mysterious feeling. Chapter 28, The Emperor's Reward. People speculated about the identities and intentions of these soldiers. Some thought they were special forces of the Empire, some thought they were messengers of alien civilization, and some thought they were members of a mysterious organization. For a time, all kinds of rumors and speculations spread in Starport, attracting great attention and interest from people. Li Hao and his team of elite soldiers ignored the people's speculation and discussions. They just silently escorted the 6th princess towards the direction of the palace. When the convoy arrived at the gate of the palace, Li Hao and his elite soldiers stopped. They lined up neatly at the gate of the palace, saluted the sixth princess, and then turned and left. The sixth princess looked at their departing backs and felt very reluctant to let them go. After the sixth princess returned to the palace, she immediately met with the emperor and told him in detail about her attack and how she met Li Hao. "Father, I was ordered to inspect the border this time, but I didn't expect to be attacked on the way," the sixth princess said. "Fortunately, Li Hao showed up in time and saved my life." The emperor's face became very solemn after hearing the sixth princess' words. He knew that the border area had always been uneasy, but he had never thought that someone would dare to attack the princess in broad daylight. "Li Hao," His Majesty the Emperor asked, "who is he?" Li Hao is the commander of the Dawn Fleet. The soldiers under him are all elites, and every soldier is very powerful. The sixth princess said, "My daughter was able to return safely this time, all thanks to Li Hao and the soldiers of his fleet who fought desperately to protect her." His Majesty nodded and said, "Which planet's fleet does Li Hao belong to? His heroic performance deserves a reward." The princess thought for a moment and replied, "I heard him say it was from the 13th Legion." "Father, why have I never heard of this 13th Legion?" His Majesty the Emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. He was well aware of the Empire's military might, and when he heard about the 13th Legion, it made him feel a little confused and uneasy. His Majesty the Emperor was lost in memories of the past of the 13th Legion, muttering, "Brotherly, I am sorry for you." His thoughts drifted back to 10 years ago, when he had just ascended the throne and the Empire suffered a full-scale invasion by the Zerg. The 13th Legion defended the Endless Sea Star region alone and fought a thrilling battle with the Zerg. Millions of officers fought bloody battles in this battle, and hundreds of elite fleets of the Empire were involved in the battle. However, facing the powerful offensive of the Zerg, they were eventually annihilated and perished together with the Zerg Queen. When His Majesty the Emperor recalled these scenes, he silently shed tears. The sixth princess was surprised and confused when she saw the Emperor crying. She asked softly, "Father, why are you crying?" The Emperor slowly raised his head and looked at the sixth princess, his eyes full of love and sadness. He gently stroked the sixth princess' hair and said, "Child, Father recalled some past events and felt a little emotional." The sixth princess was even more confused. She asked, "Father, what happened in the past that makes you so sad?" His Majesty the Emperor was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Child, did you just say that Li Hao's Dawn Fleet is from the 13th Legion?" The sixth princess nodded and said, "Yes, that's how Li Hao introduced it at the time, and that's also what the military document said." The Emperor said, "Madam, notify the military commander Huang Paheo to come over." A female official next to her immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After the female official left, the Emperor continued to ponder. Not long after, Huang Paheo came to the Emperor's study. "Your Majesty, what do you want to talk to me about?" Huang Puhao asked respectfully. His Majesty the Emperor slowly raised his head and looked at Huang Puhao with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Huang Puhao, what exactly is going on with the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet?" The Emperor frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Is the Li family going to rebuild the 13th Legion?" Huang Paheo quickly replied, "It's not the Li family." "If it's not the Li family, then what about the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet?" the Emperor asked impatiently. Huang Paheo's heart trembled. He knew that the Emperor was very sensitive about the affairs of the 13th Army, so he quickly explained, "Your Majesty, the 13th Army's Dawn Fleet was established by Li Hao, and its members are mainly composed of the original 13th Army's Guard Brigade." "Who is Li Hao?" the Emperor asked again. "Li Hao is a civilian graduate of the Royal Battleship Command Department last year. At that time, other legions were fully staffed, so I assigned him to the 13th Legion." Huang Puhao replied. His Majesty the Emperor nodded slightly and looked at Huang Paheo with deep eyes. "A civilian student can build a fleet of 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates in less than a year. Do you believe it?" Huang Paheo pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Your Majesty, although Li Hao was born a commoner, he performed well in the Royal Battleship Command Department and showed great talent and potential. His graduation ship at that time was a second-hand destroyer that he got from somewhere. According to the battle report, they attacked a pirate base in the Endless Sea and these warships were captured." His Majesty the Emperor gently stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Is that so? It seems that this child is quite capable." "Your Majesty, Li Hao is indeed very capable and an excellent fleet commander." Huang Puhao replied cautiously. His Majesty the Emperor nodded. "Well, I know he is an excellent boy, but rebuilding the 13th Legion is not an easy task. It requires a lot of resources and time. Huang Paheo said quickly, Your Majesty, I will only let him stay in the 13th Army temporarily. I will transfer him out of the 13th Army when there is a suitable position later. His Majesty the Emperor glanced at Huang Paheo and said, Why should he be transferred? He is doing a good job fighting pirates in the Endless Sea. He also saved the 6th princess this time. So let him stay in the 13th Legion. Allocate a heavy cruiser flagship from the Royal Military Supply to be his flagship, and 5 cruisers as a reward for him, saving the 6th princess this time. It can also be regarded as the support of the royal government for the 13th Legion. Huang Paheo was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I thank you on behalf of Li Hao. His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand and said, Okay, you can go down. Huang Puhao happily left the palace and returned to the military office, where Li Hao was waiting for him. General, our mission to escort the princess has been completed. We are now ready to return to the Endless Sea. Huang Puhao nodded. Well, the mission was completed very well this time, and the princess was delivered safely. So you can go out with me later, and I have a surprise for you. Chapter 29 The Dilemma of the 13th Legion. Li Hao followed Huang Puhao out of the military office, and they came to the Royal Ordnance Department. The Royal Quartermaster General's office was a large complex of buildings responsible for providing a variety of supplies and equipment to the Royal Army. Huang Puhao and Li Hao walked into the gate of the Quartermaster Department and saw people coming and going inside. It was very busy. They came to an office, knocked on the door, and entered. There was a general sitting in the office. When he saw Huang Puhao and Li Hao coming in, he immediately stood up and said, General Huang Pu, you are here. Huang Paheo nodded. Well, I'll come to pick up some supplies and equipment. The general smiled and said, Okay, just tell me what you need. Huang Paheo said, Your Majesty has rewarded this kid with a heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. I will bring him here to claim them. After hearing this, Li Hao couldn't help but feel excited. The general nodded, checked it out, and said, Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After a while, the general took Li Hao to the warehouse of the munitions department. The warehouse was full of various warships, and Li Hao was dazzled. The general pointed to a huge warship and said, This is the heavy cruiser flagship that His Majesty awarded you. It is equipped with the most advanced weapons and defense systems and is the pride of our empire. Li Hao walked forward and carefully observed the battleship. The battleship looked majestic and powerful, with the golden Royal Fleet logo engraved on the hull, showing its noble status. The general pointed to the 5 cruisers next to him and said, Your Majesty also specially selected these 5 cruisers for you. They are fast and powerful and are the best partners for the heavy cruiser flagship. Li Hao looked at Huang Puhao and the general with gratitude. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, and thank you for your cultivation, General. Huang Pahao patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, This is what you deserve. You performed well in this mission, and His Majesty is very satisfied with you. I hope you will work harder in the future and make greater contributions to the empire and the people. Li Hao nodded solemnly. Yes, General. I will definitely live up to the expectations of His Majesty and the general. The general smiled and said, Okay, go and arrange for someone to take your warships away. Here are the documents and identification codes of these warships. Li Hao notified the fleet personnel to come and receive this batch of warships. Zhang Yu asked, Where did the warship come from? This is a reward from His Majesty, along with a heavy cruiser flagship. Zhang Yu jumped up excitedly after hearing this. Great. Now our fleet's strength has been greatly enhanced. After receiving the warship, Li Hao arranged their respective positions and immediately flew from the Imperial Capital Star to the starport to reunite with the fleet. This time, Zhang Yu said worriedly, Commander, we need to recruit people. There is 1 heavy cruiser and 4 corvettes in the base. Now there is another heavy cruiser and 5 corvettes. We don't have that many people. Li Hao nodded, and he also realized the seriousness of the problem. As the fleet continued to expand, the problem of insufficient manpower became more and more prominent. Li Hao knew that he had to recruit a new crew as soon as possible, so he decided to go to the military headquarters with Zhang Yu. They came to Huang Paheo's office door, knocked on the door, and entered after being allowed to do so. Inside the room, Huang Paheo was concentrating on a document. General, I have something to report to you. Huang Paheo raised his head and looked at Li Hao. What's the matter? Li Hao walked to the desk and said, General, I would like to ask if we can arrange some of the graduates from the Royal Academy this year. Huang Paheo looked at Li Hao, thought for a moment, and said, There are no civilian students in the Battleship Command Department of the Royal Academy this year, so don't even think about becoming a noble student. General, why are there no civilian students this year? Other departments are fine too, especially engineering and mecha departments. I want them too. Huang Paheo smiled and said, don't even think about it. Besides, the 13th Legion's recruits are not in the Imperial Capital, so there is no way to arrange for you here. Li Hao was confused and asked, where did we recruit our 13th Army? Huang Paheo glanced at Zhang Yu, his face showing annoyance. You didn't tell him? As a commander, he doesn't even know where to recruit soldiers. Zhang Yu stammered, General, I don't want to. Li Hao was confused and asked anxiously, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Huang Paheo looked impatient and waved his hand, saying, okay, go back. Let Zhang Yu tell you what's next. Let's go. Li Hao and Zhang Yu walked out of the military headquarters. Li Hao's doubts grew stronger. He stopped, turned to look at Zhang Yu, and asked seriously, Zhang Yu, what are you hiding from me? Now that we're out of the military headquarters, you can tell me now. Zhang Yu lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, looked at Li Hao and said, Commander, there is nothing I can't say, it's just. Li Hao frowned and said in a deep voice, Zhang Yu, what are you talking about? Just tell me directly if you have anything to say. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, Commander, in fact, the source planet for our 13th Legion is Zhongzhou Star, but we haven't been back to recruit soldiers for 10 years. Li Hao was shocked when he heard this. He remembered what Zhang Yu had said before and asked, why didn't you go back? Is it because of the war? Zhang Yu nodded and said, yes, in the war 10 years ago, all the millions of soldiers of our 13th Legion died in the war, and the entire Zhongzhou Star was immersed in grief. After the war, Zhongzhou Star was severely damaged, and the people were full of fear and resistance to war. No one was willing to send their children to the battlefield. Moreover, the Empire had no intention of reorganizing the 13th Legion. Over time, our connection with Zhongzhou Star was gradually cut off. After listening to Zhang Yu's words, Li Hao felt extremely heavy in his heart. He knew how much damage this war had brought to Zhongzhou Star, and he also knew how important the responsibility he shouldered was. He was silent for a moment, then said, Zhang Yu, we can't just give up like this. We must find a way to re-establish contact with Zhongzhou Star and let the people there trust us again. Zhang Yu nodded and said, I know, Commander, but this is easier said than done. I was seriously injured back then. We still have to face it. We can go back to Zhongzhou Star first. Zhang Yu looked at Li Hao and felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He knew that although this young commander had just taken office, he had extraordinary courage and determination. Okay, let's get ready then. Chapter 30, Dawn Fleet Battleship Upgrade. The two returned to the bridge of the Dreadnought, and Li Hao summoned all the officers of the fleet to discuss. We received a reward from His Majesty the Emperor for this mission, 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. Our base also has 1 captured heavy cruiser and 4 cruisers. With the current Dreadnought and Star, we have a total of 1 Dreadnought, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, 10 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 7 frigates. At present, we are facing the problem of limited manpower and relatively lagging performance of destroyers and frigates, which will affect our sailing and combat efficiency to a certain extent. In order to solve this problem, I decided to reorganize the fleet. First, all destroyers and frigates will be reallocated to form a planetary guard fleet, which will stay on the base planet and be responsible for the security and defense of the base. The fleet warships will also be redistributed. The Dreadnought will serve as the fleet's command flagship, and the 2 heavy cruisers and the Starship will serve as the main firepower. The heavy cruiser has strong firepower and protection capabilities and can play an important role in the battle. The Starship has a heavy cruiser weapon system and high maneuverability and can carry out precise strikes on enemy targets. The 9 cruisers are the defense capability of the fleet. The cruisers have good defense and attack capabilities, can flexibly respond to various situations in battle, and provide effective support for the fleet. This equipment is stronger than the main fleets of other legions, said an officer. His words resonated with the other officers around him, and they all nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the reorganization, the strength of the fleet has been significantly improved. It not only has stronger firepower and defense capabilities, but also has higher combat efficiency. We currently have limited personnel, and we are still unable to bring out the full potential of these warships. Li Hao said, so we must concentrate all our strength to ensure everyone's safety. After the meeting, we must return to the base planet as soon as possible. This time we will go back through the Stargate subspace channel. Li Hao's decision was unanimously agreed upon by all officers. They all knew that safety was the most important thing under the current circumstances. Although taking the Stargate subspace channel would increase some risks, it would also greatly shorten the voyage time and reduce the fleet's exposure risk in space. When everything was ready, The fleet began to move towards the Stargate subspace channel. Before entering the passage, Li Hao once again emphasized the importance of safety to all officers. He asked everyone to remain vigilant and be ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. The fleet entered the subspace channel of the Stargate, and the space around it became distorted. The blue tail flames emitted by the battleship's engines pushed the fleet forward. In the channel, the fleet moved at an extremely fast speed, crossing a distance of thousands of light years almost instantly. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, staring at the screen in front of him. The screen displayed various data of the fleet, including speed, position, energy status, etc. However, just as the fleet was about to reach its destination, an accident occurred. An unidentified warship suddenly appeared in front of the fleet, blocking the fleet's way. What's going on? Li Hao frowned. Find out the other party's identity immediately. Soon, the intelligence department received news that the unidentified warship was a pirate ship. Damn pirates! Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "They are so brave that a ship dares to block our way." "Commander, what should we do?" asked an officer. Li Hao pondered for a moment, then gave the order. "Prepare for battle." Main gun locked. The fleet's alarm sounded, and all crew members immediately entered combat mode. The warship's weapon system began to charge, ready to attack the pirates. Just when Li Hao was about to attack the pirate ship, the other party sent a call request. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer it. "Hello, Commander. I am the leader of the Black Rose Pirates, and I want to talk to you," the other party said. Li Hao frowned and said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Did you seize a merchant ship carrying or not long ago?" the other party continued. "And did you destroy the fleet that came to support you?" Li Hao was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, I seized the merchant ship and destroyed the fleet." "What's wrong? Do you know what you have done?" The other party's voice became angry. "The merchant ship you seized was the goods we purchased, and the fleet you destroyed also belonged to us, Black Rose. You are provoking us." Li Hao frowned and said, "Is there any problem with our 13th Empire Legion fighting smuggling and eliminating pirates in the Endless Sea?" "You said you were from the 13th Legion?" "I am the commander of the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Imperial Legion." The other party was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay, let's end this matter here. We don't want to be your enemy. I don't want to be your enemy either. But you must stop your piracy, or I won't let you go." After both parties hung up the phone, Black Rose's pirate ship unexpectedly quickly gave way and slowly disappeared into the distance. Zhang Yu looked at the ship going away and asked Li Hao in confusion, "Commander, why don't you just destroy them? Just watch them walk away in a swagger? Are you interested in the leader of the other side?" After hearing this, Li Hao looked into the distance with deep eyes and said slowly, "Zhang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? In this vast starry sky, dangers are everywhere. One more enemy means one more threat. If we kill them all today, we will only have a deeper hatred in the future. While we haven't made a deadly enemy yet, maybe we can turn enemies into friends in the future." After listening to this, Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, and his admiration for Li Hao increased even more. At the same time, on the pirate ship, the pirate leader sat in the command cabin, thinking about the conversation he had just had with Li Hao. At this time, a pirate asked the leader, "Chief, are we going to let it go? They have seized our goods and destroyed one of our heavy cruiser flagship fleets, which has caused us to lose half of our strength. How can we explain this to the captain when we go back?" The pirate leader pondered for a moment, then said, "I will explain this matter to the captain. Don't come to the galaxies on the border of the Empire and the Endless Sea in the near future." Chapter 31 Zhongzhou Mecha Academy. After Li Hao led the fleet back to the base star, he began to reorganize the fleet. They rearranged the fleet according to the original plan, reorganized the personnel who were capable of driving cruisers, and replaced the insufficient positions with robots to ensure the overall combat effectiveness of the fleet. After the personnel allocation, Li Hao found that if they wanted to reach full strength, their main problem was the lack of mecha soldiers and mechas. The total number of their existing mecha soldiers was less than 3,000. The Dreadnought can carry 1,500 mecha soldiers. The standard number of mechas on a heavy cruiser is 1,000. The standard number of mechas on a cruiser is 800. The standard number of mechas on a destroyer is 500. The standard number of mechas on a frigate is 100. As a result, the Dawn Fleet's shortage of mecha soldiers alone exceeded 10,000 mecha soldiers. Li Hao gathered all the captains and mecha captains of the Dawn Fleet and informed them of the current shortage of soldiers. His face was solemn, and he said in a serious tone, "Everyone, we are currently facing a serious problem, that is, the shortage of mecha soldiers. According to the latest statistics, our fleet is short of 10,000 mecha soldiers, which has a great impact on our combat effectiveness. The captains and mecha captains present were all silent. They all knew the seriousness of the problem, but they didn't know how to tell Li Hao. Li Hao continued, I plan to go to Zhongzhou Star to see if I can recruit mecha soldiers. The rest of the personnel will stay at the base. Zhang Yu was a little worried after hearing what Li Hao said. He knew that Li Hao was thinking about the fleet, but Li Hao was not clear about the situation on Zhongzhou Star, so he decided to accompany him. Commander, let me go with you. Zhang Yu said. No need, Zhang Yu. Li Hao said. You stay at the base and take charge of the daily affairs of the fleet. I will go to Zhongzhou Star by myself, and I will be back as soon as possible. Zhang Yu said, you should take me with you. I know the situation on Zhongzhou Star better than you do. You may not be able to recruit anyone if you go this way. Okay, then you come with me. They were on a small interstellar spaceship, and after several days of flying, they finally arrived at Zhongzhou Star. Zhongzhou is a prosperous planet with a very high level of science and technology and a very developed mecha culture. Li Hao and Zhang Yu walked on the streets of Zhongzhou Star, looking at the mechas coming and going, their hearts filled with emotion. The mecha culture here is really strong, said Zhang Yu. Yes, the mecha technology here is also very advanced. Li Hao said, we came here this time to see if we can recruit some excellent mecha soldiers. Li Hao and Zhang Yu were preparing to take a taxi to Zhanghaoxing Military Academy. The driver then told them that Zhanghaoxing Military Academy no longer existed. Li Hao and Zhang Yu were both very surprised after hearing what the driver said. How come it's gone? I don't know the details, the driver said. I only know that the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy was closed a few years ago, and now it has become a ruin. Li Hao and Zhang Yu looked at each other, both filled with doubts. Then do you know why Zhanghaoxing Military Academy was closed? Zhang Yu asked. I know a little about this. The driver said, Zhongzhou Star Military Academy used to be a very famous military academy, and it trained many excellent mecha soldiers. However, after the Endless Sea War 10 years ago, no one was willing to join the army, and the academy had no students. Later, the academy was closed. Don't the people of Zhongzhou Star want to be soldiers? Have they lost their blood? Li Hao asked, puzzled. The driver said with emotion. In the beginning, it was true that no one wanted to be a soldier. In the war 10 years ago, all the mecha troops of the 13th Legion came from Zhongzhou Star. Millions of people died in the battle. At that time, the entire planet was covered with white flags. This battle directly wiped out a generation of people from Zhongzhou Star. Li Hao and Zhang Yu sat in the car, both silent and silent. They were in a heavy mood, as if they could feel the great pain brought by the war. The driver continued. After everyone got over the grief of losing their family members, many young people entered the military academy. They wanted to avenge their families. At that time, the academy had more students than ever before, but the military didn't come to recruit people for 2 consecutive years, and the students who graduated every year had nowhere to go. In order to make a living, everyone eventually gave up the path of joining the army. So, no one joined the army later. The driver's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Hao and Zhang Yu's hearts hard. They sat in the car silently, immersed in the grief of the tragic war. Outside the car window, the scenery of Zhongzhou Star was still beautiful, but Li Hao and Zhang Yu had no intention of appreciating it. Their thoughts were drawn by the driver's words and returned to the battle 10 years ago. Li Hao frowned and asked, the military hasn't come to Zhongzhou to recruit soldiers for so many years, so why is Zhongzhou's mecha culture so good? The driver smiled and said, after the military school was closed, the dean of the military academy opened a mecha training hall in his home. Gradually, more and more students came, and it became the Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy today. Li Hao and Zhang Yu looked at each other and saw surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. Li Hao said excitedly, then let's go directly to the Mecha Academy. The driver smiled and said, you can go and give it a try. However, the dean is not an easy person to talk to. He has very high standards for his students, and only the best students can enter his academy. After that, the driver took them to the gate of Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy. Li Hao and Zhang Yu got out of the car and looked at the magnificent building in front of them, their hearts full of anticipation. They walked into the college and were immediately attracted by the lively atmosphere inside. The trainees were wearing the same uniform and conducting various training on the playground. Some were driving mechas, some were doing physical training, and some were learning theoretical knowledge. Li Hao and Zhang Yu found the dean's office and knocked on the door. Come in, a deep voice came from inside. Li Hao and Zhang Yu pushed open the door and walked in. They saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk, concentrating on reading a document. He is tall, with a resolute face, and his eyes reveal majesty and confidence. Who are you? What's the matter? The dean raised his head and looked at them and asked. Li Hao stepped forward and said respectfully, hello. Dean, we are recruiters from the military, and we want to recruit some mecha soldiers from your academy. Chapter 32: The Change in the Old Dean's Attitude. The dean frowned and said, Military? How did you find this place? Li Hao explained, We heard that your academy is the best mecha academy in Zhongzhou Star, so we hope to find some excellent soldiers here. The dean sneered, Military recruitment officers? You military people only know how to use our students and send them to their deaths. I will not let my students become your cannon fodder. Li Hao quickly said, Dean, you misunderstood. We are here to recruit soldiers this time. We will provide them with the best equipment and training to make them true elites. The dean yelled, Get lost. My students will not work for your military. At this time, many students in the college heard the dean's angry scolding and rushed over to see what happened. When they learned that it was someone from the military, the crowd immediately started talking. A college student whispered, This year the sun rises from the west. The military hasn't come to our Zhongzhou in the past 10 years. Another student echoed, That's right. Why did the military suddenly think of recruiting soldiers from our academy? Is it because the war on the front line is intense and they need students from the Mecha Academy, like us, to be cannon fodder? The dean directly kicked Li Hao and Zhang Yu out of the office and said, I will not let my students work for you. Go away. At this time, Zhang Yu walked up to the old dean, suddenly knelt down and said, Old dean, I have failed your teachings and failed to bring back the Legion commander and brothers. The old dean's face changed slightly when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Yu. A trace of sadness and helplessness flashed in his eyes, and asked, Child, who are you? Dean, I'm Zhang Yu, the former adjutant of the commander of the 13th Legion. Zhang Yu said. The old dean stood at the door of his office, recalling the past with the commander of the 13th Legion. It was a period full of passion and challenges. They experienced many battles and difficulties together, and also witnessed many glories and victories together. You are Adjutant Zhang Yu. Get up quickly, kid. I'm glad you came back alive. The old dean sighed and said, This is not your fault. War is so cruel. No one can predict the outcome. Zhang Yu stood up, his eyes blurred with tears. How many people from our 13th Legion are still alive after the war, and where are they now? Asked the old dean. Zhang Yu wiped his tears and replied, Old dean, the battle was too brutal, and our 13th army was almost wiped out. In the end, only about 5,000 brothers survived by chance. The old dean was saddened when he heard this. He thought of those young faces who had devoted themselves to the army with great enthusiasm, but eventually died on the battlefield. How have you been these years? Why didn't you come back for so many years? The old dean asked with concern. After rescuing our 5,000 brothers, we have been waiting on the border star for the day to rebuild the 13th Legion, said Zhang Yu. The old dean couldn't help but sigh after hearing Zhang Yu's words. He knew that these 5,000 brothers were warriors who had experienced the test of life and death, and they had made great sacrifices to defend the country and the people. You are all great, the old dean said. But rebuilding the 13th Legion is not an easy task. The Empire has not come to Zhongzhou Star to recruit soldiers in the past 10 years. Henry Zhang nodded and said, Old dean, we understand, but our hope has come, and our hope is him. The old dean looked at Li Hao and said, Isn't he a recruiting officer for the military? Zhang Yu introduced. Li Hao is the commander of our 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet. He led us back to the endless sea from the border star. Now he has reorganized the Dawn Fleet and carried the flag of our 13th Legion. After listening to Zhang Yu's introduction, the old dean couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in his heart. After the 13th Legion was completely annihilated in the endless sea, it took a lot of courage and perseverance to reorganize the fleet and carry the flag of the 13th Legion. Commander Li Hao, I thank you for what you have done for the 13th Legion, said the old dean with emotion. Li Hao smiled modestly and said, Old dean, I am also a member of the 13th Legion. This is what I should do. The old dean nodded and asked, So, you are here to rebuild the 13th Legion? Li Hao and the old dean introduced the situation of the fleet in the office. Old dean, the biggest problem our fleet is facing right now is the shortage of mecha soldiers. We only have 3,000 mecha soldiers, and the shortage is more than 10,000. The old dean frowned after listening to Li Hao's words. He knew the importance of mecha soldiers to the fleet. Without enough mecha soldiers, the combat effectiveness of the fleet would be greatly reduced. Li Hao, the college doesn't have that many graduating students this year, said the old dean. Old dean, this is also a headache for me. The fleet is currently short of mecha soldiers. Do you think you can arrange some from the academy? The old dean thought for a moment and said, We'll talk later. You take a rest first. After Li Hao and the other two went to the lounge next door, the old dean called the head of Zhongzhou Star Ball and said, Old man, come to the academy. After hearing what the old dean said, the planetary captain immediately put down his work and rushed to the academy. When he walked into the lounge, he saw Li Hao and the old dean talking. "Dean, what happened?" asked the planet captain. The old dean glanced at Li Hao, then said to the planetary captain, "Captain, this is Li Hao, the commander of our 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet." The captain was slightly stunned, then excitedly shook Li Hao's hand and said, "Ha, ha, ha, I have finally waited for this day. Our 13th Legion is back." Li Hao shook hands with the captain and said, "Hello, Captain." The old dean continued, "Old man, don't be too happy too soon. The 13th Army Fleet is short of mecha soldiers. The shortage is more than 10,000. What can you do?" The planetary commander smiled and said, 10,000 people. Haha, I thought it was a problem. I will go back and issue a call for troops now. It will be no problem for Zhongzhou to call up 10,000 mecha soldiers." The captain was very efficient and issued a call for troops the next day. When the people on Zhongzhou Star saw that the call was for recruiting the 13th Legion, the young people immediately became excited. The 13th Legion was finally back. At the recruitment points in various cities, there was a constant stream of young people coming to sign up. They lined up in long queues and filled out the registration forms with great enthusiasm. The officers in charge of recruitment were busy working, carefully reviewing each application form and conducting rigorous tests and interviews on each applicant. They wanted to ensure that each selected soldier had sufficient qualities and abilities to perform the duties of a mecha soldier. Chapter 33 Support from the Zhongzhou Star Chief. Li Hao contacted the fleet through the Star Network to go to Zhongzhou Star to pick up soldiers. The news quickly spread throughout the planet. 15,000 young people were about to leave Zhongzhou Star and go to the fleet for training to become mecha soldiers of the 13th Legion. The fleet finally arrived at Zhongzhou Star, and huge warships docked in the planet's orbit. The people of Zhongzhou Star held a grand farewell ceremony for these young people. The captain personally attended the ceremony and delivered an enthusiastic speech. At the farewell ceremony, the young people's family and friends also came to see them off, with tears in their eyes but proud smiles on their faces. After the personnel issue was resolved, Li Hao found the planetary captain and asked, "Grandpa Captain, the mechas on Zhongzhou Star are so advanced. Are there any that can be provided to the military for use?" "Li Hao, we know the situation of the 13th Legion. In the past, the mechas of the 13th Legion were all provided by our Zhongzhou Star. Come with me," the captain said slowly. The captain took Li Hao to a huge warehouse and used facial recognition to enter at the door. "The mechas here are reserved for the 13th Legion. You can arrange for people to come and transport them away," said the captain. Li Hao said embarrassedly, "Grandpa Captain, our fleet has just been established, and we don't have that much money to buy mechas." "Li Hao, you don't have to worry about the money. You can give it to me when you have the conditions in the future," said the captain. "Grandpa Captain, thank you for your support. We will definitely come back with our brothers." Hearing Li Hao's words, the captain's tears welled up in his eyes, and he said, "You all need to live well." After Li Hao arranged for the fleet to send people to drive all the mechas back to the fleet's armaments were greatly supplemented. These mechas are the most advanced scientific and technological achievements of Zhongzhou Star, with powerful firepower and defense capabilities, and can play a huge role in battle. After the fleet received the soldiers and mechas, Li Hao and Zhang Yu discussed preparing to return to the base planet. Before leaving, they once again went to the Mecha Academy to say goodbye to the Dean and the Captain. "Old Dean, Grandpa Captain, the fleet is ready to return to the Endless Sea base planet. Li Hao, you can go with peace of mind. Remember, Zhongzhou Star will always be the backing of the 13th Legion," said the captain. 10 years ago, millions of our soldiers were willing to risk their lives to protect their homeland. Now you can go all out and fight without any psychological burden. "We at Zhongzhou Star will always support you," said the Dean. After the few people finished chatting, Li Hao and Zhang Yu said goodbye to the Dean and the captain, boarded the fleet's warship, and prepared to return to the base planet. Li Hao and Zhang Yu discussed the next action plan in the command room of the Dauntless. This time the Dawn fleet was fully staffed, which gave Li Hao confidence. He wanted to lead the fleet directly to the Endless Sea for actual combat, to test the fleet's combat effectiveness, and to allow the new recruits to adapt to the actual combat environment as quickly as possible. However, Zhang Yu has a different view. He believes that there are too many new recruits in the mecha unit now. Although they have received mecha training, they still lack practical experience. If they are taken directly to the Endless Sea, they may face great risks. Therefore, he suggested returning to the base for rest and training first, so that the recruits would have more time to familiarize themselves with the operation and combat skills of the mecha and improve their actual combat capabilities. After some thought, Li Hao finally decided to adopt Zhang Yu's suggestion. So, the Dawn Fleet returned to the base star according to the original route. Just one day after entering the Endless Sea, the dreadnought sounded an alarm, and Li Hao ran to the command room to ask, "What's going on?" The duty officer reported. The detector detected energy fluctuations near the asteroid belt ahead. It seems that a fleet is passing by. The report from the duty staff officer suddenly made the atmosphere in the command cabin tense. Li Hao frowned, thinking about the possible impact of this situation. Zhang Yu and other staff members quickly took their positions, waiting for Li Hao's next order. Li Hao decisively issued an order. Order the fleet to approach and remain alert. He knew very well that in the universe, any unknown energy fluctuations could mean potential danger. The fleet must remain highly vigilant and be ready to respond to possible emergencies at any time. The Dawn Fleet quickly adjusted its course and headed towards the asteroid belt. The crew on the bridge paid close attention to various instruments and display screens, nervously searching for possible threats. As the fleet gradually approached the asteroid belt, the intensity of the energy fluctuations gradually increased. Li Hao felt a little uneasy, and he realized that there might be unknown dangers ahead. Start the probe again and conduct a comprehensive scan of the asteroid belt, Li Hao ordered. The probe emitted a powerful energy wave and conducted a detailed detection of the asteroid belt. After a while, some abnormal signals appeared on the detector screen. Li Hao moved closer to the screen and observed these signals carefully, trying to find some clues. At this moment, a powerful energy beam shot out from the asteroid belt and headed straight for the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao immediately ordered the activation of the star shield and commanded the fleet to evade. The energy beam hit the fleet's star shield, causing a strong vibration. Li Hao tightly grasped the armrest of the command chair to stabilize his body. "Report the damage," Li Hao asked loudly. "The star shield energy has dropped by 20, but no substantial damage has been caused," a crew member reported. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fleet's star shield was strong enough to withstand the attack. "Analyze the source and properties of the energy beam," Li Hao ordered. The crew quickly analyzed the energy beam and came to a conclusion after a while. The energy beam comes from an unknown warship in the asteroid belt. Its energy output is very powerful. It should be a laser main gun, the analyst reported. Li Hao stared closely at the energy beam trajectory displayed on the screen, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Facing such a powerful laser main gun, they could not fight hard and had to adopt flexible tactics. Order the fleet to disperse and avoid the attack of the energy beam. Li Hao gave the order decisively. The warships of the Dawn Fleet quickly dispersed and formed a loose formation, which could reduce the risk of being attacked by concentrated energy beams and increase the difficulty of the enemy's aiming. Chapter 34 Pirates ambushed the Dawn Fleet. When the enemy saw the Dawn Fleet disperse, they realized they could no longer concentrate their firepower to destroy it, and prepared to attack in close range. Li Hao saw the enemy's intention and knew that close combat would be more intense and dangerous. "Attention, all ships. Maintain formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Li Hao's voice rang out in the fleet communication channel. "Activate the close-range defense system." The warships of the Dawn Fleet quickly adjusted their postures and prepared to meet the enemy's close attack. The star shield was increased to maximum power to resist possible enemy attacks. The enemy's warships were approaching rapidly, and their weapon systems began to charge up in preparation for the attack. Li Hao stared at the enemy warships displayed on the screen, secretly thinking about the response strategy in his heart. "Commander, all the enemy warships have come out, and we have locked them all," reported a fire controller. "Good opportunity. Order all the fleet's main guns to fire." The main guns of the Dawn Fleet's warships shot out rays of light, attacking all the enemy ships that appeared. In an instant, the entire starry sky was illuminated as bright as day. Under the powerful fire attack, the enemy ship's hull was instantly severely damaged. "Keep attacking. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe." The warships of the Dawn Fleet continued to fire, and rays of light were like sickles of death, constantly reaping the lives of enemy ships. Under the fierce attack of the Dawn Fleet, the enemy ships began to collapse. Some enemy ships tried to escape, but were destroyed one by the pursuing artillery fire of the Dawn Fleet. "Report to the commander. An enemy ship has been spotted fleeing into the distance," a crew member reported. Li Hao frowned. "There is actually a fish that has slipped through the net." He looked at the distance displayed on the Explorer and hesitated for a moment. "Commander, should we give chase?" the crew member asked. Li Hao pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. "Forget it. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. We have already won this battle. There is no need to take the risk of chasing after them." The crew member nodded. Yes, Commander. What do we do now? Scan the nearby battlefield at full power. If it's safe, send the mecha rookies down to clean up the battlefield. The crew immediately got busy and started the scanning equipment on the warship. After a while, the scanning results came out. Reporting to the commander, no enemy ships or danger signals were found on the nearby battlefield, said the crew member. Very good. Let the mecha soldiers go out in small teams to clean up the battlefield. Yes, Commander. The crew immediately conveyed the order. The members of the mecha team quickly put on their mechas and entered the launch cabin. With a roar, the mecha team was launched onto the battlefield. These mecha rookies are new recruits who have just joined the Dawn Fleet. Although they do not have rich combat experience, they are full of enthusiasm and courage. They searched the battlefield carefully, collecting the wreckage and spoils of enemy ships. After several hours of hard work, the mecha team finally completed the task of cleaning the battlefield. They collected a large amount of enemy ship wreckage and spoils. Well done, rookies. Li Hao praised the members of the mecha team through the communicator. Your performance is outstanding. I am proud of you. When the members of the mecha team heard the praise from their commander, they were filled with joy and pride. They know that this is the only way for them to grow, and only through continuous efforts and fighting can they become true warriors. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Hao ordered to continue sailing towards the base star. At this time, Zhang Yu came to report. According to the information of the wreckage that was recovered, it should be pirates from the Endless Sea. From the information stored in their star brain, it should be the intelligence that the leader of the Black Rose said last time. The pirates wanted to ambush us, but they underestimated our strength this time. They probably don't know that we upgraded the battleship. A big drama was staged on the escaped pirate ship, with several leaders blaming each other. A pirate leader asked, "Who gave this information? How can this fleet be newly formed?" Blackbeard said, "That's right, the flagship is the huge dreadnought." The leader of the skeleton pirates said, "You read that right. 3 heavy cruiser flagships and a fleet of 10 cruisers. Are we crazy? We were defeated in one encounter." Blackbeard said, "I saw a flagship belonging to the Royal Legion. Maybe our news leaked out, and the Dawn Fleet asked for help from the Empire. It seems that there was indeed a Royal Legion fleet in there just now. I saw several cruisers painted in gold," said the leader of the skeleton pirates. The pirate leaders looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and fear. They originally thought it was just an easy ambush, but they didn't expect to encounter such a powerful fleet. After several days of sailing, the Dawn Fleet returned to its base, the Star Valley base. They brought back 15,000 mecha soldiers from this trip to Zhongzhou Star. After returning to the base, Li Hao discovered that the existing base could not accommodate so many soldiers. What's going on? Li Hao frowned. Commander, when we built the base, it was built for 10,000 people. According to the current situation, the base needs to be expanded twice to accommodate so many people, a staff officer replied. We can first build some temporary tents outside the base to temporarily house these mecha soldiers, suggested another staff officer. Li Hao nodded. This is also a solution, but it is only a temporary measure. We still need to expand the base as soon as possible. We can use the existing engineering robots to build it first, and then purchase a batch of robots. Commander, we can use the mountains and canyons around the base to dig caves and build underground bases. This will not only save space, but also increase the base's defensive capabilities, said the officer. This is a good idea, but digging a cave requires a lot of manpower and material resources. We don't have that many robots now. Commander, we can let the mecha soldiers operate the mechas. They have all been rigorously trained, and digging caves is not a difficult task for them, said the officer. Okay, let's do it. You organize people immediately and start digging the cave. Yes, Commander. The officer took action immediately. Under the organization of the officers, 15,000 mecha soldiers were divided into several groups and began to dig caves. They used laser guns and drills in their hands to dig out huge caves on both sides of the mountains and canyons. After 10 days of hard work, the cave excavation work was finally completed. Li Hao led the staff into the cave and checked the situation of the cave. Yes, these caves are big enough. It should be no problem to accommodate all the mecha soldiers, Li Hao said with satisfaction. Chapter 35, Base Expansion and Discovery of Energy Mines. Commander, we can also build some living and training facilities in the cave so that mecha soldiers can live and train here, said a staff officer. That's right. Organize the staff immediately and arrange for people to go and purchase whatever is needed. Under the organization of the staff, the mecha soldiers began to build living and training facilities in the cave. They used the tools and materials in their hands to build dormitories, canteens, bathrooms, infirmaries, training rooms, and other facilities. While Li Hao was inspecting the cave, Zhang Yu hurried over to report to Li Hao. Just now, a soldier was trapped in the mecha when he was digging in the mountains behind. Send rescue immediately. Zhang Yu nodded. I have sent people over there, but that mysterious energy is very strong and our equipment can't get close. Li Hao's heart sank. Will this energy cause harm to the soldiers? Zhang Yu said worriedly. It's not clear yet, but the soldiers' vital signs are stable. The two rushed to the construction site while talking. When they arrived, the engineering team was trying various methods, but none of them worked. Li Hao looked at the soldiers trapped in the mecha and felt anxious. Commander, what should we do now? Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, It seems that we can only use the most primitive method, using a rope to pull him out. He turned to the soldiers behind him and said, Everyone get ready. Let's pull the mecha out together. The soldiers responded one after another, and they worked together and finally pulled the mecha out of the cave. Li Hao immediately ordered people to rescue the soldier from the mecha and send him to the medical room for examination. After examination, the soldier was found to be fine, just a little frightened. Fortunately, I'm fine. He turned to look at the mecha, his heart full of doubts. What exactly is this mysterious energy? Why does it appear here? He put on the nano-combat suit and carefully entered the cave. Deep in the cave, he found energy crystals. These crystals emitted a faint light, as if they were treasures of the universe. Li Hao looked at the crystals in front of him in surprise, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. He carefully brought the energy detection instrument he brought close to the crystal, and the instrument instantly exploded. This made him realize that these crystals contained extremely powerful energy, far beyond his imagination. What a powerful energy! Li Hao was shocked. He estimated that this energy crystal might be a very precious resource. This could also be a huge danger if it is determined that the crystal is a block of energy. If not handled with care, it could lead to disaster. He decided to bring the crystal back to the base first. He carefully placed the crystal in a special container and then returned to the base with the container. After returning to the base, Li Hao immediately summoned several engineers in charge of energy sources to study the crystal. After some research, they found that the crystal contained a very powerful energy. Li Hao was overjoyed. This is a major discovery. An engineer said, We just connected this energy block to the mecha. After testing, the weapon's attack power increased by 30 and its endurance increased by 50. After listening to the engineer's words, Li Hao became more determined to use crystals to improve combat effectiveness. He immediately ordered the engineers to continue studying the crystals and find a way to apply them to mechas and warships as soon as possible. In the following days, engineers worked day and night to conduct experiments and tests, trying to find the best application solution. After many attempts, they finally succeeded in applying the crystals to mechas and warships. Li Hao and Zhang Yu knew the importance of this discovery, and they knew that this new energy block would bring them a huge advantage. The energy density of this energy block is extremely high, and a small energy block can provide powerful power for a mecha or warship, giving it a longer endurance and stronger combat effectiveness. However, they also clearly knew that once this news leaked out, it would cause an uproar. Other forces would definitely covet this energy block and try to compete for its control. This would not only bring them tremendous pressure, but also may bring them unexpected dangers. Zhang Yu, we must ensure that the news of this energy block is not leaked. Li Hao said seriously. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, Commander. We will take strict measures to protect this secret. A firm look appeared on his face, and he knew that they must take all necessary measures to protect this energy block. Let's arrange some brothers from the Guards Brigade to seal off this area, and we'll see if there's any way to let the robots go in and mine. He knew they had to act quickly to seal off the area and prevent others from entering. In order to ensure the safety of the energy block, Li Hao and Zhang Yu decided to take a series of confidentiality measures. They strengthened the security of the research laboratory, increased guards and monitoring equipment, and only those who had passed strict review could enter. In addition, Li Hao and Zhang Yu also decided to strictly control the application of energy blocks. They only applied energy blocks to the most critical mechas and warships. They also established strict usage regulations, and energy blocks can only be used when necessary to avoid unnecessary waste and exposure. Through the energy mine incident, Li Hao discovered that this planet was not as simple as they had initially understood. When they first arrived, they only used the detector on the mecha to conduct a preliminary exploration, and the discovery of the energy mine made him realize that there might be many unknown secrets hidden on this planet. Li Hao decided to organize a scientific expedition team to conduct a deeper exploration of the planet. He selected some experienced engineers and some brave fighters to form an elite team. In the following days, the members of the scientific expedition team each performed their duties, cooperated closely, and carried out a series of surveys and research work. They crossed dense forests, climbed steep mountains, and went deep into deep caves, conducting a comprehensive exploration of the planet. Chapter 36: Li Hao's Star Mining. During the survey, the scientific expedition team discovered many precious resources and strange creatures. They found a very dense ore, the hardness of which they had never seen before. They also found several rare and expensive ore veins. After a period of investigation and research, the scientific expedition team finally completed their mission and returned to base with samples. After Li Hao learned that the scientific expedition team had returned, he immediately had an in-depth discussion with them. The scientific expedition team reported in detail the situation of several mineral veins they discovered during the investigation, including the location, scale, and preliminary analysis results of the mineral veins. Li Hao listened carefully to the report of the scientific expedition team and carefully checked the relevant information and maps they brought back. He became very interested in these mineral veins. Li Hao knew that resources were indispensable to the development of the 13th Legion, so he planned to develop these resources himself. After more than 10 days of field investigation, Li Hao discovered that the reserves of these mines were very large, and the ores produced by these mines were relatively rare and high-value ores on the market. Li Hao decided to develop the ore here himself, so he contacted Wang Lei's father and asked if he could help purchase the equipment needed for mining. When Wang Lei's father learned that Li Hao needed mining equipment, he immediately realized that Li Hao had discovered a mineral vein. He knew that Li Hao would entrust him to sell the minerals he mined, which would bring him a rich return. Therefore, he agreed to help Li Hao purchase the necessary equipment and provide technical support for mining. With the help of Wang Lei's father, Li Hao quickly purchased a batch of advanced mining equipment, including drilling machines, excavators, loaders, etc. The arrival of these equipment made Li Hao's mining plan take an important step forward. After the equipment arrived, Li Hao found Zhang Yu and said, "I am going to develop these mines. Now that the equipment has arrived, you should arrange for 2 teams to be stationed in each mine and take turns guarding it. Drive all the pirate captives to the mines. It is time for them to show their value." Zhang Yu nodded. He understood Li Hao's intention. Although these pirate captives were once their enemies, they can now become laborers and contribute to the development of the mine. So Zhang Yu began to arrange manpower. He selected some experienced soldiers, formed several teams, and sent them to various mines. Each team was equipped with sufficient weapons and equipment to ensure that they could deal with any emergency. At the same time, Zhang Yu also brought the pirate captives to the mine. The captives were reluctant at first, but under Zhang Yu's threats and inducements, they finally obeyed the arrangement obediently. After half a month of mining, Li Hao finally saw the first batch of ore being dug out from the ground. These ores flashed with mysterious light, which filled Li Hao's heart with joy and expectation. He looked at the ores carefully and found that they were of very high quality, better than he had expected. After seeing that the mine was able to produce minerals stably, Li Hao returned to the valley base and saw that the valley base had changed greatly. The valley base used to be just a simple camp, but now it has developed into a comprehensive base with complete facilities and functions. Li Hao walked into the command center of the base and saw the big screen showing the real-time monitoring of the base and various data reports. He was about to check the latest production data when Zhang Yu came over and saluted him. "Commander, we have important information to report to you," Zhang Yu said. Li Hao turned around and looked at Zhang Yu with a hunch in his heart. He knew that Zhang Yu must have some important news to tell him. "What's going on?" Li Hao asked. "We have found the base of the Blackbeard pirates," Zhang Yu said. Li Hao's eyes lit up. "Great," Li Hao said. "How did you find their base?" "We analyzed the pirate group's activity tracks and found that they often appeared near an asteroid belt," Zhang Yu said. "We sent a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the asteroid belt and eventually found their base." "Well, you did a great job," Li Hao said. "Next, get ready. We are going to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates in one fell swoop this time." Li Hao decided to lead the entire Dawn fleet to surround the base of the Blackbeard pirates. Before departure, Li Hao convened the fleet commanders for a strategic deployment meeting. At the strategic deployment meeting, Li Hao introduced the Blackbeard pirates' base and fortifications based on the existing intelligence. He pointed out that the Blackbeard pirates' base was located in an asteroid belt, surrounded by many asteroids and meteorites, which brought great difficulties to the fleet's attack. In order to break through the fortifications of the Blackbeard pirates, he finally decided to adopt a strategy of dividing and attacking. He divided the fleet into 3 parts, attacking the base of the Blackbeard pirates from different directions. Among them, the The first part was led by Li Hao himself, the dreadnought and 4 cruisers, responsible for attacking the base of the Blackbeard pirates head-on. The second part was led by Zhang Qiang, 2 heavy cruiser flagships and 4 cruisers, responsible for attacking the base of the Blackbeard pirates from the side. The third part was composed of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, responsible for supporting and covering the rear. At the end of the meeting, Li Hao emphasized the importance and danger of this battle. He required all commanders to strictly follow orders without any negligence or mistakes. He also encouraged the soldiers to face the enemy bravely and fight for the safety and peace of the galaxy. After the meeting, the fleet began intensive preparations. Soldiers checked the weapons and equipment of the warships to ensure that they were in the best condition. Fleet engineers also carried out final inspections and maintenance on the warships to ensure that they would not malfunction in battle. After traveling in space for several days, the fleet finally arrived at the base of the Blackbeard pirates. Li Hao observed the base of the Blackbeard pirates through the starry sky telescope and was secretly surprised. The base of the Blackbeard pirates was larger than he had imagined, and there were many fortifications and turrets around it, which looked very solid. Chapter 37. Conquering the Blackbeard Pirates. Li Hao took a deep breath and then gave the order to attack. The fleet's warships began to accelerate and rushed towards the base of the Blackbeard pirates. In front of the fleet was the first part of the warships, led by Li Hao. They formed a triangular formation and launched a fierce attack on the base of the Blackbeard pirates. Attention, all ships. Act according to the predetermined plan. Li Hao gave the order through the communicator. The first fleet, consisting of the dreadnought and 4 cruisers, quickly sailed towards the base of the Blackbeard pirates. Li Hao clenched his fists and prayed silently in his heart. He knew that a frontal attack would be the most difficult, but also the most critical. At the same time, the second fleet led by Zhang Qiang was also quietly approaching the side of the base. Their mission was to launch an attack from the side and disrupt the defensive deployment of the pirate group. In the rear, the third fleet, consisting of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, remained alert, ready to provide support and cover at any time. When the first part of the fleet approached the base, the Blackbeard pirates' fortifications and turrets began to fire, and lasers and shells were fired at the fleet's warships. The fleet's warships were not to be outdone, and they all opened their star shields and fired their own lasers and shells at the same time. For a moment, the space was filled with the light of lasers and shells, like a gorgeous fireworks display. Li Hao stared at the data on the screen and commanded the fleet to evade and counterattack. Under his command, the dreadnought flexibly dodged the enemy's attacks while continuously firing at the enemy. In the fierce battle, the first part of the fleet gradually approached the base. Li Hao saw that the enemy's fortifications had some flaws, so he decisively issued an order to charge. The dreadnought and the cruisers accelerated and rushed towards the enemy's defense line. Under their fierce attack, the enemy's fortifications began to collapse, and a gap appeared in the front of the base. "Rush in," Li Hao shouted. The dreadnought and the cruisers rushed into the gap and headed for the interior of the base. Behind them, the second fleet also successfully broke through the enemy's side defenses and joined the first fleet. In the pirate base, Blackbeard stood on the command platform, solemnly ordering the pirates to organize defense. His eyes revealed a fierce and decisive look that made people shudder. "Brothers, the Dawn fleet has broken through our defenses. Now everyone, take up your weapons and stop them from entering the base." Blackbeard shouted. "Now, I order you to split into 3 groups. One group will be responsible for defending the main gate of the base. One group will be responsible for defending the side, and one group will be responsible for defending the back door. Make sure to keep the Dawn fleet out." The pirates heard Blackbeard's order and took action. They picked up their weapons and rushed to their respective positions, ready to meet the attack of the Dawn fleet. At this moment, a pirate came running to report. "Boss, the vanguard of the Dawn fleet has arrived at the main gate of the base, and our defense forces have already exchanged fire with them." Blackbeard nodded and said, "Tell the brothers to hold their positions and not let the Dawn fleet break through our defense line." After the 2 fleets joined together, they finally broke through the Blackbeard pirates' fortifications and entered the airspace above the base. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the dreadnought, staring firmly at the base below. "Order the mecha troops to move out and prepare for landing." Li Hao gave the order through the communicator. Following his orders, the hatches of the dreadnought and other warships slowly opened, and tens of thousands of mechas were deployed in an orderly manner like raindrops. These mechas shone with metallic luster and looked particularly dazzling in the sun. The mecha troops formed battle formations in the air and flew towards the base. They were extremely fast and reached the sky above the base in the blink of an eye. Under Li Hao's command, the mecha troops began to carpet bomb the base. Lasers and missiles were fired from the mecha's weapon system, lighting up the entire sky. The pirates in the base were caught off guard by the sudden attack. They hid in bunkers and fortifications, trying to avoid the attack of the mecha troops. But the mecha troops did not give them any chance to breathe. They flexibly shuttled in the air and continuously attacked the targets in the base. Some mechas even landed directly on the roof of the base and attacked the pirates inside at close range. Under the fierce attack of the mecha troops, the fortifications in the base began to collapse, buildings were destroyed one after another, and a sea of fire spread throughout the base. Blackbeard watched the scene on the battlefield outside through the surveillance. When he saw the Dawn fleet deploy tens of thousands of mechas, his face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He already knew that he was doomed, and it would be futile to resist any further. "Boss, what should we do now?" a pirate asked in panic. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and said, "We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must escape." As he spoke, he led several of his confidants and ran towards the secret passage of the base. This passage was specially built when he built the base, and only he and a few of his confidants knew about it. Blackbeard and his men ran all the way along the passage and finally came to the end of the passage. There was a fast shuttle ship that he had bought at a high price. He and his men quickly boarded the shuttle ship and prepared to escape from the pirate base that was about to be captured by the Dawn fleet. "Quick, start the engine," Blackbeard shouted. His men immediately got busy. The shuttle's engine made a low roar and slowly left the passage. Blackbeard sat in the captain's seat and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he left this base, he would have a chance to escape the pursuit of the Dawn fleet. "Boss, where are we going now?" asked one of his men. "Go to the Alliance Galaxy. We still have people there," Blackbeard said. The shuttle accelerated and soon left the pirate base. Blackbeard looked at the starry sky outside the window, his heart filled with emotion. He used to be one of the most powerful pirates in this galaxy, but now he had to run away like a stray dog. "Boss, there's a fleet ahead. What should we do?" one of his men said in panic. Chapter 38 Squadron Attacked. Blackbeard's heart sank. He knew that it would not be a good thing to encounter other fleets at this time. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, "Don't panic yet. Let's see what kind of fleet they are." The men became busy, observing the fleet ahead through the shuttle's detectors. After a while, one of his men reported, "Boss, it's the Dawn fleet." Blackbeard's heart sank when he heard the news. The Dawn fleet had come prepared to attack his base, and there was even an ambush fleet behind them to cut off his retreat. "Prepare for battle," Blackbeard said in a deep voice. His men picked up their weapons and prepared to fight a final desperate battle with the Aurora fleet. However, just as they were about to launch an attack, a huge fleet appeared behind the Dawn fleet's remaining fleet and suddenly opened fire on the Dawn fleet. Blackbeard and his men were stunned. They didn't know where this fleet came from or why they were attacking the Dawn fleet. "What's going on?" asked one of the men. Blackbeard frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Never mind. Let's see what happens first." The rear guard of the Dawn fleet had been lying in ambush here in an orderly manner. However, a sudden attack broke the tranquility. In an instant, countless laser beams and missiles rained down and hit the warships of the Dawn fleet. The squadron commander shouted orders in the command cabin, trying to stabilize the situation. "Activate Star Shield," the commander shouted. "The Star Shield has been damaged and cannot be fully activated," a crew member reported. "Activate the Energy Shield," the commander ordered. "The Energy Shield is activating," the crew member replied. The commander frowned, knowing that time was running out. He glanced at the fleet's losses displayed on the screen, and his heart was filled with anxiety and worry. "Contact Commander Lee and inform him that we are under attack by an unknown fleet. Request support," the commander ordered. The communications officer immediately followed orders and tried to get in touch with the headquarters. However, in this chaotic battlefield, the communication signal was severely interfered with, making it difficult to get in touch with the outside world. "Report to the commander. We can't get in touch with the headquarters," the communications officer said anxiously. "Keep trying to make contact. All warships adjust their defensive formations, open all shields, and prepare to counterattack," the commander ordered. The fleet's warships began to adjust their formation, preparing for the next round of enemy attack. At the same time, the gunners were preparing nervously. They aimed their guns at the enemy fleet and waited for the commander's orders. "Report to the commander. The enemy fleet is approaching us," reported the radar officer. The commander nodded, his fists clenched tightly. "Everyone, pay attention and prepare to fire," the commander ordered. Following the commander's order, the fleet's warships opened fire at the same time, with laser beams and missiles streaking through the air and shooting towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet was not to be outdone, and its firepower in retaliation was equally powerful. In the fierce exchange of fire between the two sides, a warship of the fleet was hit by enemy artillery fire and exploded. The commander felt a sharp pain in his heart, knowing that this meant that many more crew members had lost their lives. "Don't retreat, keep firing," the commander shouted. The squadron's warships continued to attack the enemy fleet, but the enemy fleet was too large in number and their attacks did not achieve much effect. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, the rearguard of the Dawn fleet fought a desperate battle with the huge fleet. Artillery fire roared, lasers intersected, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in explosions and flames. However, in this chaos, a figure quietly slipped away from the battlefield. Blackbeard took advantage of the fierce battle between the two sides and drove his fast ship away from the battlefield secretly. Blackbeard's fast ship sped through space, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Just when the squadron was struggling to hold on, Li Hao led the battleships of the Dawn fleet to the battlefield. Li Hao looked at the situation on the battlefield and was secretly surprised. The enemy fleet was large in number and well-equipped. If it weren't for the tenacious resistance of the soldiers of the squadron, I'm afraid the whole army would have been destroyed long ago. "Order all warships to prepare for laser main gun attacks," Li Hao ordered. As Li Hao's order was issued, the main battleships of the Dawn fleet began to adjust their formation and prepare for the attack. "Main gun charged, ready to fire," the weapons officer reported. "Fire," Li Hao ordered. Laser beams shot out from the battleships of the Dawn fleet, illuminating the entire battlefield. The enemy fleet was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and many warships were hit by the laser beams and exploded. The unknown fleet on the other side saw the main force of the Dawn fleet rushing to the battlefield, and the fleet was all cruisers, so they immediately notified all warships to retreat. They knew very well the powerful firepower and defense capabilities of the cruisers, and it would be unwise to continue fighting. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, watching the situation on the battlefield. "Order the fleet to pursue the enemy. Don't let them escape easily." The ships of the Dawn fleet quickly adjusted their course and accelerated to pursue the unknown fleet. Their main guns kept firing, emitting deadly laser beams at the enemy. "Report to the commander. The enemy's fleet is dispersing and fleeing," an officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned. He knew that the enemy wanted to reduce losses by escaping in a scattered manner. But he also understood that in this endless universe, there are many unknown dangers and powerful forces. The unknown fleet he encountered this time made him realize that they could not blindly pursue the enemy, otherwise they might fall into a more dangerous situation. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give up the pursuit. "Stop the pursuit, clean up the battlefield first, and rescue the survivors." Li Hao gave the order, and his voice echoed in the command cabin. The warships of the Dawn fleet began to slow down and turned towards the battlefield. Cruisers released small rescue boats one after another and headed towards the damaged warships and lifeboats floating in space. Li Hao stood in front of the window of the command cabin, watching the progress of the rescue operation, his heart full of contradictions and worries. On the one hand, he knew that it was their responsibility to rescue the survivors and that every life should be respected and saved. On the other hand, he was also worried that the enemy would take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, causing greater losses to the fleet. "Commander, the detector detected extremely strong energy fluctuations nearby. It might be enemy reinforcements," an officer suddenly reported. Chapter 39 Huangpu Dawn. Li Hao frowned, knowing that the situation had become more complicated. If the enemy's reinforcements arrived, they would be in an even more dangerous situation. "Order the fleet to strengthen vigilance and prepare for possible attacks." Li Hao gave the order decisively. The warships of the Dawn fleet quickly adjusted their formation to form a defensive circle. Both the main and secondary guns were aimed at the direction where the enemy might appear, ready to fire at any time. At the same time, rescue operations were also underway. Rescue boats shuttled across the battlefield, bringing survivors aboard the warships one by one. Medical staff were busy treating the wounded and trying their best to save every life. As time passed, Li Hao became more and more nervous. He didn't know when the enemy's reinforcements would appear, nor did he know whether they could withstand the enemy's attack. At this moment, a communications officer shouted, "Commander, the other party has sent a communication request." Li Hao was slightly stunned, then ordered, "Bring it in." A strange face appeared on the big screen in the command cabin. It was a man in the uniform of the Imperial Army, with a look of dignity and confidence. The man stood straight, his eyes as sharp as torches, as if he could penetrate the screen and look directly into Li Hao's heart. Li Hao was not willing to be outdone. He straightened his back and gave the other party a firm look in response. I am Huangpu Tianming, the commander of the Empire's 9th Legion's pioneering fleet. The man introduced himself. His voice was low and powerful, full of a soldier's decisiveness and perseverance. Li Hao nodded slightly, then said, I am Li Hao, the commander of the Dawn Fleet of the Empire's 13th Legion. His voice was calm and confident, showing his composure and calmness as a commander. Huangpu Tianming looked at Li Hao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Li Hao must have something extraordinary to be able to become the commander of a fleet at such a young age. Huangpu Tianming said, I came here this time because I received intelligence that pirates from the galaxies near the Endless Sea are gathering, so I came to take a look. Commander Huangpu, you are late. We just encountered the pirates, but I have defeated them. Huangpu Tianming was startled when he heard this, and then he looked at Li Hao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Li Hao could defeat the pirates so quickly. You know, these pirates are not ordinary pirates. They are all powerful interstellar pirates from nearby galaxies, and this time they are a combination of multiple pirate groups. Do you know why they came here? Huangpu Tianming asked. Li Hao smiled slightly and said, Our fleet is here to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates. I guess they are here to support us. Huangpu Tianming asked again, How is the battle going? Did you suffer heavy losses? We broke into Blackbeard's pirate base, but Blackbeard took the opportunity to escape. We destroyed more than a dozen large warships of the pirate coalition, and many small warships escaped. Your fleet is very powerful. You actually broke through Blackbeard's pirate base. Although Blackbeard escaped, this record is already very good. Huangpu Tianming said. Huangpu Tianming continued, Since the pirates have already fled, let's go back and see each other again when we have the chance. Li Hao watched the call being hung up, wondering if this Huangpu Tianming was a relative of General Huangpu Hao. Huangpu Tianming looked young, so he was probably only a few years older than himself. Li Hao decided not to think about these things for the time being. His current task was to clean up the battlefield quickly. Zhang Yu walked up to Li Hao and reported, Commander, the Starry Sky battlefield has been cleaned up, and the surviving brothers have been rescued. The pirates have captured more than 1,800 people. But this time, a cruiser of our rearguard squadron exploded, and 4 destroyers are unusable. The worst thing is that all the officers and soldiers in the cruiser were killed. Li Hao was filled with grief as he listened to Zhang Yu's report. It was a fierce battle, and although they won, they also paid a huge price. He was silent for a while, and then said, Write down the names of the brothers who died, and we will hold a grand funeral for them. Zhang Yu nodded, and then said, Commander, what should we do now? Li Hao thought for a moment, then said, Take all the prisoners back to the base. Have you finished cleaning up the Blackbeard pirates' base? Zhang Yu replied, We have finished cleaning. We found a large number of energy crystals and weapons and equipment, but we did not find Blackbeard's warehouse in this base. It is estimated that the things he robbed were not placed in this base. How about Blackbeard's captured pirate ship? We used a strong attack this time. Many of his pirate ships were destroyed by our concentrated fire in the starry sky. Only Blackbeard's heavy cruiser was parked at the base and was not destroyed. After the fleet cleaned up the battlefield, Li Hao ordered to return. He stood on the bridge of the dreadnought and looked out the window at the pirate base, and a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. This base was an important stronghold for the pirates. If it was not completely destroyed, they would probably come back and continue to do evil. Aim the 2-star destroyer cannons of the dreadnought at full power at the pirate base, Li Hao ordered. Fire. Following his order, the 2-star destroyers of the dreadnought emitted dazzling light, and 2 powerful energy beams instantly hit the pirate base. Under the impact of the energy beams, the base exploded violently and split into pieces of meteorites floating in the starry sky. Captain, we have completed the mission. Can we return home? Asked an officer. Li Hao nodded and said, Okay, notify the fleet and prepare to return. The fleet slowly turned around and headed in the direction they came from. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the dreadnought, looking at the starry sky outside the window, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Although the operation to suppress the Blackbeard pirates was a success, it also made him realize that the pirate problem in the universe is still serious. They destroyed Blackbeard's lair, but this does not mean that the pirate forces will die out. There may be other pirate groups rising up. Commander, General Huangpu from the military headquarters called. An officer walked up to Li Hao and reported. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled, wondering what General Huangpu wanted to talk to him about at this time. He took the communicator handed over by the officer and pressed the answer button. Li Hao, your operation this time was excellent. The military is very satisfied with your performance. The voice of General Huangpu came from the communicator. Li Hao thought to himself that the battle here had just ended. How did the military know about it? Li Hao frowned and said, "Thank you for the compliment, General. It is our duty to wipe out the pirates." Huang Paheo saw Li Hao frowning and said with a smile, "Are you wondering how we knew it so quickly?" Li Hao nodded without saying anything. Chapter 40, Colonel Li Hao. Don't let your imagination run wild. Didn't you meet Huangpu Tianming from the 9th Legion? He is my grandson. He reported to me about your actions and the casualties this time. Huangpu Hao explained. So that's how it is. The 13th Legion was able to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates at the cost of their lives. This time our Aurora fleet lost a cruiser and 5 destroyers. The cruiser exploded, killing more than 2,000 officers and soldiers on board. No one survived. How could a cruiser explode? How could this happen? Asked several senior military officials behind Huangpu Hao. Li Hao replied, "This cruiser is a retired ship that we captured from pirates. We rebuilt it after renovation. We originally wanted them to ambush us, but we didn't expect the pirate coalition to rescue us. When the main fleet arrived, it had already been fired upon by the pirate coalition. This is a painful victory." Huang Paheo sighed. "But war is so cruel. We have to bear such a price. Those sacrificed soldiers are heroes of the Empire, and their names will be engraved in the long river of history." Li Hao nodded silently, his heart filled with grief. "We have reported the matter of your fleet to His Majesty the Emperor. The military will commend you for your achievements. The military will also arrange pensions for your sacrificed brothers. Don't worry," Huangpu Hao said. "Thank you, generals. I thank you on behalf of our brothers who sacrificed their lives." A few days later, the Dawn fleet returned to the base, the Star Valley base. Li Hao looked at the familiar starry sky. This time, they paid a huge price for the mission, but also achieved a brilliant victory. All this was the result of the efforts and sacrifices of all officers and soldiers of the 13th Legion Dawn fleet. After returning to the base, the first thing Li Hao did was to build a monument for the soldiers who died this time. He personally selected the site and built a tall monument on a hill near the base. The monument is engraved with the names and deeds of the fallen soldiers, as well as the process and significance of this mission. On the day when the monument was completed, Li Hao led all officers and soldiers of the fleet to the monument. They stood solemnly in front of the monument and paid silent tribute to the sacrificed soldiers. Li Hao delivered a speech, saying, "Brothers, we have built this monument here today for the fallen soldiers so that their names and deeds will be forever engraved in our hearts. They are our heroes and our pride. We should follow their example and carry forward their spirit." All officers and soldiers expressed that they would live up to the expectations of the sacrificed soldiers and complete the mission resolutely. One day, Li Hao received an urgent order from the military, asking him to lead the Dawn fleet to the Imperial Capital Star. The order did not specify the specific content of the mission. Li Hao called Zhang Yu and other officers to discuss the return to the Imperial Capital Star. "Not all of them can go back this time," Li Hao said. "I will take the Dreadnought, the Star, and several warships awarded by the Emperor. This will reduce the number of targets for the fleet, and the other warships will stay at the base star." Zhang Yu and others all agreed after hearing this. They knew that Li Hao's decision was for the safety of the entire fleet. After arranging everything, Li Hao led the Dreadnought, the Star, and several warships rewarded by the Emperor to set off. They moved along the predetermined route, maintaining a high degree of vigilance along the way. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the Imperial Capital Star. Just when they entered the Imperial Capital Star port, the military sent someone to pick up Li Hao and bring him to the military headquarters. Li Hao did not dare to delay and immediately followed the person to the military headquarters with several trusted officers. When they arrived at the military headquarters, Li Hao found that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Soldiers with live ammunition were everywhere, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Li Hao's heart tightened, thinking that something big had happened. After Li Hao arrived at the military headquarters, he was taken directly to the conference hall. He saw that the hall was full of high-ranking military generals and government officials, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. His Majesty the Emperor walked into the auditorium surrounded by a group of guards. He was wearing a gorgeous imperial robe and a crown, looking majestic and solemn. His Majesty the Emperor walked to the center of the rostrum, looked around, and then began to speak. He first spoke highly of the performance of Li Hao and the Dawn fleet in wiping out the Blackbeard pirates and destroying the pirate base, and said that this was a great victory that won honor for the Empire and the people. Then, His Majesty the Emperor announced a decision to promote Li Hao's military rank to colonel and to award the Dawn fleet the title of Heroic Fleet. This decision aroused warm applause from the audience, and Li Hao felt very excited and honored. His Majesty the Emperor personally conferred the rank on Li Hao and pinned the colonel's rank badge on his chest. Afterwards, His Majesty the Emperor presented the heroic fleet flag to the Dawn Fleet and delivered an enthusiastic speech. After the awarding ceremony, Li Hao went to Huang Puheo's office with excitement. Huang Puheo was his mentor and friend, and also an important supporter of him in the army. Li Hao knocked on the door gently, and Huang Puheo's steady voice came from inside. "Come in." Li Hao opened the door and saw Huang Puheo sitting at his desk. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Li Hao, congratulations on your promotion to colonel." Li Hao smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "It is all thanks to your cultivation and support that I can achieve what I have today." Huang Puheo waved his hand and said, "This is all the result of your own efforts. I just gave you a chance. However, you should not be proud and complacent. You must continue to work hard." Li Hao nodded and said, "I will, General." Huang Puheo stood up, walked to Li Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Li Hao, you did a good job this time. You solved the Blackbeard pirates in less than 2 years. Although Blackbeard ran away, the border galaxies should not be harassed by pirates anymore. The top military officials have discussed and decided to strengthen your fleet in order to stabilize the border galaxies. This time, a fleet of warships and armaments will be allocated to your 13th Corps. You and I will go to the munitions warehouse to select ships later." Huang Puheo said, "Great, General. With the support of the military's warships, the strength of our 13th Army will be greatly enhanced, and we will definitely be able to complete the mission better." Huang Puheo nodded and said, "Well, but don't be too happy too soon. This batch of warships and armaments is limited in number, so you have to be mentally prepared for some twists and turns." Chapter 41 Royal Star Fleet. "General, it was actually assigned to us by the military." "Why do you say that?" Huang Puheo shook his head and said, "Don't you know about the 13th Legion? The armaments are planned every year. If this batch is given to you, other legions will be short of it. Do you think they will give it to you so easily?" "I understand. Let's see what we can get," Li Hao said unhappily. Li Hao and Huang Puheo came to the quartermaster's office, and this time they were received by a lieutenant colonel quartermaster. When the lieutenant colonel quartermaster saw Huang Puheo, he immediately saluted and then greeted him warmly. "Hello, General Huangpu. Welcome to the quartermaster department to inspect our work," said the lieutenant colonel quartermaster. Huang Puheo nodded and said, "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. I am here with Commander Li Hao of the 13th Corps to select some warships and armaments. This is the document from the military." The lieutenant colonel quartermaster took the document and said, "Okay, General. These are the warships currently available at the armament depot." Li Hao looked at the warships he displayed and said, "Why are they all retired?" The lieutenant colonel quartermaster was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He explained, "Commander Li, the military has just recently updated its armaments. Although these warships are retired, they have all been strictly tested and maintained, and there is absolutely no problem with their performance." Li Hao frowned. He knew that what the lieutenant colonel quartermaster said was true, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. He looked at Huang Puheo, hoping that he could say something. Huang Puheo was silent for a moment and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, we all know the performance of these warships, but we need the latest warships. These retired warships cannot meet our needs." The lieutenant colonel quartermaster said, "General, I understand your idea, but this is the military's rule, and we have no choice." Li Hao was somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this, but he also knew that this was a military regulation and could not be changed. He thought for a moment and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, how are the weapons and defense systems of these warships?" The lieutenant colonel quartermaster quickly said, "Commander Li, the weapons and defense systems of these warships have been upgraded and are absolutely brand new." Huang Puheo said, "Li Hao, you can choose a heavy cruiser flagship and 10 cruisers this time." Li Hao nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, let's take a look at the specific conditions of these warships first." The lieutenant colonel quartermaster heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and he quickly took Li Hao and Huang Puheo to see the warships. They came to the other side of the warehouse, where more than a dozen warships were parked. After Li Hao and Huang Puheo saw these warships complete the handover procedures, Huang Puheo said, "Not bad, although not new, but it is also the latest model." Li Hao nodded. He also understood that it was very difficult to get the military to give their 13th Corps a fleet of warships. Li Hao was well aware of the difficulties and compromises behind this, and he said to Huang Puheo, "General, we will cherish these warships and make the best use of them. You should go back to the hotel and have a rest first. I will send someone to inform you when the armaments here are ready." Huang Puheo said. After leaving the military headquarters, Li Hao checked into a room at a nearby hotel. He contacted Zhang Yu through the Star Network and explained to him the military support for the warships. Zhang Yu was very happy after hearing what Li Hao said. He knew what this batch of warships meant to the 13th Legion. That's great. With this batch of warships, the strength of our 13th Corps will be greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu said. Yes, but these soldiers are all freshly retired from other legions. Zhang Yu said. Well, you should be content. If these warships were put on the market, wouldn't they be sold for tens or even hundreds of billions? Besides, the military has never equipped our 13th Corps with warships. Li Hao said. Okay, but what about the pilots of these warships? We probably don't have enough officers to man these warships, right? I am contacting Zhongzhou now to see if the dean can help us come up with a solution. Zhang Yu said. Just when Li Hao was talking to Zhang Yu, there was a gentle knock on the door of the hotel room. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. He didn't know anyone here, so who could be looking for him? He opened the door and saw a young and beautiful female official standing at the door. She was wearing a gorgeous palace uniform, with a graceful figure and elegant temperament. The female official saw Li Hao, smiled slightly, then bowed and said, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty invites you. Li Hao was shocked. The Emperor wanted to see him? What was going on? Although he was the fleet commander of the 13th Corps, he was just an ordinary soldier. How could he suddenly be summoned by the Emperor? A luxurious car was parked in front of the hotel. The female official led Li Hao into the car, and then the car slowly drove towards the palace. Li Hao sat in the flying car, feeling uneasy. He didn't know why the Emperor summoned him, nor did he know what was waiting for him. After driving for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the gate of the palace. The female official took Li Hao out of the car and walked into the palace. The palace was heavily guarded, with soldiers standing guard and guards patrolling everywhere. The female official led Li Hao through the palace gates and finally arrived in front of the Emperor's study. The female official asked Li Hao to wait at the door, and then she went into the study. After a while, the female official came out and said, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty wants to see you. Li Hao took a deep breath and followed the female official into the study. The study was decorated very luxuriously, with magnificent decorations and precious cultural relics everywhere. The Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne, looking at Li Hao with a smile. Li Hao quickly saluted and said, I am Li Hao, the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire. I greet your Majesty. The Emperor returned a military salute and said, Colonel Li Hao, do you know why I summoned you? Li Hao shook his head and said, I don't know, your Majesty. The Emperor said, Li Hao, you are the fleet commander of the 13th Legion and also my subject. I heard that you have made many military achievements in the Endless Sea and saved my 6th princess last time. I admire you very much, so I want to meet you. Li Hao quickly said, It is the duty of our 13th Legion to guard the border for the Empire. It is our honor to serve His Majesty. The Emperor said, Li Hao, the pirates in the Endless Sea Star region are very rampant. They often attack the Empire's merchant ships, causing great losses to the Empire's economy. I hope you can lead the 13th Legion well, eliminate the pirates, and protect the people of the Empire. The Emperor continued, Your fleet suffered a lot of losses this time. The military will support you with a fleet this time. I see that the fleet you brought back is mainly the warships I rewarded you last time. So I will give you 5 more cruisers to equip you with a complete fleet and grant your fleet the title of Royal Star Fleet. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will serve you without hesitation, even if it means sacrificing my life. Chapter 42 The Return Star Gate is blocked. After Li Hao followed the female official out of the palace, he took a deep breath and felt particularly relaxed. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining, white clouds were floating, and it was a peaceful scene. The female official smiled at Li Hao and said, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty has high hopes for you. I hope you can return triumphantly soon. Li Hao nodded and said, Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my mission. The next day, the female official brought Li Hao to the Royal Armaments Office. The building of the Armaments Office was magnificent, and there were majestic guards standing at the door, which made people feel a solemn atmosphere. Li Hao and the female officer walked into the armament department, where various advanced weapons and equipment were displayed, which was dazzling. The quartermaster had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Li Hao, he came up to him with a smile. Colonel Li Hao, welcome to the Royal Armaments Department. His Majesty has ordered that you be equipped with 5 most advanced cruisers. These cruisers are equipped with the latest weapon systems and defense facilities, said the quartermaster. Li Hao nodded, secretly feeling the Emperor's generosity and trust in him. He knew that these cruisers would be an important force for him to defeat the pirates. Thank you, quartermaster, Li Hao said. The quartermaster smiled and arranged for 5 cruisers to be sent to the starport. After these 5 warships were merged with the original Dawn fleet, they were all painted in a uniform gold color. People who didn't know would think they were the Royal Legion's fleet. Li Hao asked the officers of the Dawn Fleet to receive these warships, and according to the name of the fleet given by the Emperor, changed the hull number and system identification code of these warships to Galactic Empire 13th Legion Royal Star Fleet. The flagship is a heavy cruiser-class flagship, hull number Star Glory, equipped with 10 cruisers. 2 days later, Huang Puhao informed Li Hao to go to the military supply department to drive away the fleet provided by the military. At this time, Li Hao was in a dilemma because he did not have enough manpower to drive the warships. Li Hao thought about it and had to ask the fleet to go to the munitions department to drive the warships to the starport. This was a necessary step. Only by concentrating the fleet at the starport could he make better arrangements and deployments. After the warships arrived at the starport, Li Hao began to think about how to make better use of them. Li Hao summoned officers from the Dawn Fleet to discuss how to drive these warships back to the base star. After discussion among everyone, the current manpower can only guarantee the ability to drive the fleet back to the base planet. However, the fleet had basically lost its combat capability. Li Hao thought about it carefully and realized that it would be very unsafe to go back without combat capability when passing the border of the Endless Sea. He asked whether they would have a certain combat capability if they added a batch of robots. An experienced officer replied, "Commander, robots can enhance the fleet's combat capability to a certain extent, but they also have limitations. However, if some robots can be arranged to replace some positions, some can be vacated to control the weapon system." Li Hao nodded. Robots are not omnipotent, but they may be a solution in the current situation of shortage of manpower. At this time, another officer proposed a different opinion. "Commander, I think we can consider recruiting some volunteers to supplement the fleet. Although it will take some time and resources to train them, they can become our living force." Li Hao shook his head and said, "We can't recruit people privately on the Imperial Capital Star. The military won't agree to that. I've arranged to recruit people from Zhongzhou Star. Now we just have to consider getting the battleship back safely." Li Hao thought for a moment, then said, "Let's add a batch of robots to replenish the fleet first. This time we happen to be at the Imperial Capital Star, so we can purchase a batch of engineering robots to go back and build the base." After making the decision, he immediately contacted robot suppliers to ask if they could provide them with multifunctional robots and engineering robots. The supplier replied, "Multifunction robots can be provided now, but engineering robots will take some time to produce and deliver." Taking into account the current situation of the fleet, Li Hao decided to first order multifunctional robots and reserve some engineering robots, and asked the suppliers to deliver them as soon as possible. After the robot was delivered, Li Hao organized the members of the fleet and began to debug and program the robot so that it could adapt to the fleet's combat needs. After he debugged the robot, he prepared to return to the Endless Sea. This time, their fleet went directly to the Endless Sea through the Imperial Capital Star Gate and the subspace channel. Just when their fleet arrived at the Star Gate, they found that there were many star ships waiting in line in front of them, all queuing up to pass through the Star Gate. At this time, a shuttle flew from the direction of the Star Gate, stopped in front of the fleet, and conveyed a message to Li Hao. Because a royal fleet was about to pass through the Star Gate, the Star Gate was temporarily controlled and all ships were temporarily unable to pass through. When Li Hao heard the news, he felt dissatisfied. He knew that the royal family and nobles in this empire had certain privileges, but now it was a bit too much to prevent all star ships from passing just to allow a fleet to pass. He decided to communicate with the people on the shuttle and try to get through the Star Gate as soon as possible. Li Hao connected the communication with the officer who conveyed the information. "Dear official, I understand the importance of the royal fleet, but we are a military fleet and we have urgent missions to perform. Could you please make an exception and allow us to pass through the Star Gate as soon as possible?" Li Hao said politely. The official looked at Li Hao, then at the fleet behind him, and pondered for a moment. "Dear Commander, I understand your situation, but this is an order from our superiors and we must execute it. The royal fleet will pass through the Star Gate soon and your fleet can only wait," said the official. Li Hao frowned, knowing that arguing with the officials would lead to no results. Anger surged in his heart, but he tried to control his emotions. "Is it only possible now through the royal fleet?" Li Hao asked angrily. The official replied with disdain, "During the current control period, only the royal fleet can be used." Li Hao took a deep breath, knowing that he had to take action. He gave the order. The Star Glory fleet will enter the Star Gate first, and the rest of the fleet will follow. The Star Gate official was about to stop them, but when he saw the golden royal livery of the Star Glory fleet at the front, he widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. He knew that the livery of the royal fleet was unique and could only be used by members of the royal family or fleets specially authorized by the royal family. "What's going on?" The Stargate official asked stutteringly. Chapter 43, The Second Prince of the Empire. Li Hao did not answer his question, but just looked at him coldly and continued to command the fleet to move forward. The Stargate official realized that he might have made a big mistake, and he immediately contacted his superiors to ask how to deal with it. When the superiors learned of the situation, they were also very surprised. They immediately ordered an investigation into the origins of the fleet and asked the Stargate officials to let it pass. Just when Li Hao's fleet was about to enter the Stargate, a fleet of royal ships came out of the Stargate. The commander of the royal fleet saw the fleet coming into the Stargate and said to the second prince who was sitting next to him, "Second prince, there is a fleet of warships passing through the Stargate." The second prince frowned when he heard this. He looked towards the Stargate. This fleet was quite large, with a large number of warships. He saw a fleet slowly sailing in. "Didn't we notify the Stargate to temporarily control it?" "Fleet commander, we have notified the Stargate administration." "Go ask the Stargate management office," asked the second prince. The fleet commander immediately asked the Stargate management office, and the officials of the Stargate management office informed him that the fleet that had just entered the Stargate was from the Royal Legion. The second prince frowned slightly, puzzled. How could the Royal Army's fleet suddenly appear here? And the warships he saw were not from the Royal Army. Immediately check which legion the fleet that just passed by belongs to. The second prince ordered. After checking, the Stargate management office reported, "It is the Imperial 13th Legion Royal Star Fleet." The second prince frowned, and his doubts grew. The 13th Legion of the Empire, the Royal Star Fleet, he had never heard of this legion. Moreover, the Royal Legion had always been composed of the first 5 legions of the Empire, so how could a 13th Legion suddenly appear? The second prince decided to lead the fleet back to the Imperial Capital first, although he had many doubts in his heart. He decided to inquire about the mysterious fleet after returning. After passing through the Stargate, Li Hao led the fleet and sailed for several days before finally returning safely to the base star. Li Hao walked out of the spaceship and took a deep breath. "Commander, we are finally back." An officer stepped forward and said excitedly. Li Hao returned to the base command center and summoned Zhang Yu and other officers. His face was filled with an excited smile, because this time they not only received support from a fleet of the military in the Imperial Capital Star, but also received a reward from His Majesty the Emperor, 5 cruisers. "Everyone, our harvest this time is a great harvest," Li Hao said excitedly. "We now have a dreadnought, the original 2 heavy cruiser flagships, plus a heavy cruiser captured from the suppression of Blackbeard, and a heavy cruiser equipped by the military. Now we have 4 heavy cruisers. We originally had 10 cruisers. 1 was damaged in battle, and there are a total of 9 cruisers. With 10 cruisers equipped by the military and 5 cruisers rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor, our strength will be greatly enhanced." Zhang Yu stood up and said, "Commander, should we reallocate the fleet this time? Here's my plan. Let's see what you think." Li Hao arranged. "We are now upgraded to a Galaxy-level fleet. All our warships are replanned. The 4 flagships are Star, Starlight, Star Glory, and Ghost." Li Hao decided to divide the fleet into 3 fleets and 5 squadrons, so that they could carry out missions more flexibly. The first fleet, Dawn Fleet, has the Dreadnought as its flagship and 4 cruisers. The second fleet, the Royal Star Fleet. The Star Fleet is the number 1 flagship, equipped with 5 royal cruisers. The Star Splendor is the number 2 flagship, equipped with 5 royal cruisers. The third fleet, Heroic Fleet, has the Star as the number 1 flagship, equipped with 5 cruisers, and the Ghost as the number 2 flagship, equipped with 5 cruisers. After Li Hao finished planning the fleet, he discussed the most important issue with officers such as Zhang Yu, which was the warship's officer team and mecha soldiers. "Commander, the governor and dean of Zhongzhou have responded," Zhang Yu said. "They said they would fully support our 13th Army. Now the Zhongzhou Military Academy has reopened. This time, we are recruiting soldiers from Zhongzhou. Now we have sent a group of mecha soldiers and battleship teams." "Great," Li Hao said. "When will these mecha soldiers and battleship teams arrive?" "It is expected to take some time," Zhang Yu said. "They need to make some preparations and go through the Stargate, so it will take some time." "Can we speed up their journey?" Li Hao asked. "I have communicated with Zhongzhou Star, and they said they will arrange it as soon as possible," Zhang Yu said. "But we can't rely entirely on them. We still need to find ways to solve some problems ourselves." "What do you think?" Li Hao asked. "I think we can select some outstanding talents from the soldiers at the base to serve as warship officers," Zhang Yu said. "This can improve our combat effectiveness and ensure our loyalty to the 13th Legion." Li Hao nodded, feeling that the issue of loyalty was indeed one that he had never paid attention to. "Okay, let's do it according to your idea." Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu's back as he left, and his heart was filled with confidence. He believed that with everyone's joint efforts, the fleet would continue to grow and develop. After the meeting, Li Hao returned to his room and was about to rest when the star brain suddenly sounded a notification. He opened it and saw that it was a message from the sixth princess, saying that she had arrived at the border star and asked about the location of the 13th Legion's base. Li Hao's heart tightened. Why did the sixth princess suddenly come to the border planet? He quickly replied, Your Highness, why are you here? The border is still unsafe. You should return to the Imperial Capital planet as soon as possible. After a moment, the sixth princess replied, Tell me where the 13th Legion is stationed immediately. I want to see you right away. Li Hao had no choice but to reply. This place is a bit far from the border star, and the road is not very safe. Please wait for a while at the border star port, and I will come to pick you up immediately. After Li Hao finished replying, he immediately arranged for the Dawn fleet to go to the border star. After 2 days of sailing, they arrived at the border star port and met the sixth princess. Your Highness, why are you here? I came to the border to inspect on the orders of my father, said the sixth princess. I heard that you won a great victory some time ago, and my father was very happy. You went back to the Imperial Capital to be awarded honors, but you didn't come to see me, so I came to see you. Li Hao secretly complained in his heart. Your Highness, I went back this time to handle official business. I will rush back as soon as I finish it. Okay, I won't pursue it this time. Then take me to your base first. Chapter 44, The 13th Legion Smuggling Ore. After another 2 days of sailing, Li Hao and his team returned to the base Star Valley base. The sixth princess saw that the base star was still a primitive planet, and the environment was extremely harsh. She frowned and said to Li Hao, Li Hao, are you stationed in a place like this? Isn't this too hard? Your Highness, although the environment here is harsh, the strategic location is very important. The duty of our 13th Legion is to guard the border and ensure the safety of the Empire's border. Li Hao took the sixth princess to visit the valley base and introduced the situation of the base to her. After visiting the base, Li Hao invited the sixth princess to his office to rest. In the office, the sixth princess saw a map hanging on the wall, which marked various areas of the Endless Sea. Li Hao, your living conditions are too difficult. Why don't you stay on the border planet? This place is out of the Empire's territory. The sixth princess said with emotion. Your Highness, this is also the territory of the Empire. The Endless Sea is the base of our 13th Legion. We will regain control of this place sooner or later. Your Highness, now that you have finished inspecting the base, when do you plan to return? I will arrange for someone to escort you. When did I say I was leaving? The sixth princess said, From today on, I am also a member of the 13th Legion of the Empire. Li Hao was so surprised that he thought the sixth princess was joking with him. He widened his eyes and looked at the sixth princess in disbelief. Your Highness, are you kidding me? You are a princess of the Empire. How can you join our 13th Legion? The sixth princess smiled and said, I'm not kidding, Li Hao. Look, this is my father's order and the military document. Li Hao took the document and read it carefully, his heart full of surprise and confusion. He didn't understand why the emperor suddenly asked the sixth princess to join the 13th Legion. Princess, why is this happening? Li Hao asked. You are a princess of the Empire. Why did you give up your comfortable life and come to the border to suffer? The sixth princess smiled and said, Li Hao, do you know? I have had a dream since I was a child. That is to become a hero like my father and contribute to the prosperity and peace of the Empire. Li Hao knew that he could not change the sixth princess's decision now, so he could only agree to keep her temporarily. Okay, princess, Li Hao said. Since you have made up your mind, I will respect your choice. However, you must obey my command in the 13th Legion and cannot take any risks. The sixth princess nodded and said, I understand, Commander Li. I will follow your command. After Li Hao arranged accommodation for the sixth princess, he returned to the base command center. Zhang Yu and Li Hao reported. The soldiers and fleet officers from Zhongzhou Star have arrived at the base. After Zhang Yu finished the statistics, the number of soldiers and officers recruited this time far exceeded expectations, which meant that the 13th Corps would have a serious shortage of military funds. Li Hao frowned. He knew that this problem must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise the 13th Corps would not be able to maintain normal operations. After thinking for a moment, he said to Zhang Yu, We don't have that much military expenditure. If this continues, we will soon be unable to develop. Zhang Yu nodded and said, I also know the seriousness of this problem, but we don't have any source of income now. What should we do? How is the appearance of our mine? The mine's output is relatively stable at the moment, but the problem we are facing now is that no businessmen come to us to purchase, Zhang Yu replied. Why aren't there any merchants buying it? Because we are outside the Empire, Imperial law stipulates that minerals from outside the empire must pay a 40 tax when entering the empire. How can the tax be so high? We work so hard to mine, but most of the profits are taken away by the empire. Moreover, the price the empire pays for our ore is very low, and we have no room for bargaining at all. Zhang Yu said helplessly. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table. This is not a solution. We must find a way to solve this problem. Zhang Yu frowned and thought for a while, then said, if there is no other solution for the time being, can we ask Wang Lei's father to help us sell this batch of ore and recover some military funds to get through this period of time? Li Hao nodded. That's the only way. I hope he can give us a good price. Li Hao then contacted Wang Lei's father again, hoping that he could help deal with the batch of inventory ore. Wang Lei's father was silent for a moment after hearing Li Hao's request, and then said, Li Hao, I know you are in a difficult situation now, but the market conditions have been bad recently, and the price of ore has been falling. Even if I help you deal with this batch of ore, I can't sell it at a good price. Li Hao's heart sank when he heard what Wang Lei's father said. He knew that Wang Lei's father was telling the truth, but he had no other choice. They had worked so hard to dig out this batch of ore. If it could not be disposed of in time, the military funds for their 13th Legion would be gone, which would affect their normal operations. Uncle Wang, can you help me think of a solution? Wang Lei's father sighed and said, if you can transport the ore directly to the inner star of the empire, the price should be much better. I see that your batch of ore is rare and is the material for making mecha. You can find a way to transport it to Zhongzhou Star. Uncle Wang, you mean Zhongzhou Star? Yes, what's the matter? Zhongzhou is the empire's main planet for producing mechas. They have a great demand for these ores. There shouldn't be any problem with this amount of ores you have, Wang Lei's father explained. After listening to what Wang Lei's father said, Li Hao had an idea and seemed to have thought of a way to avoid paying high mining taxes to the empire. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I know what to do now. Li Hao then called together Zhang Yu and other officers and told them about the plan to transport the ore to Zhongzhou Star. He decided to let the fleet travel back and forth to Zhongzhou Star in the name of military training, so that the ore could be transported directly back and sold to Zhongzhou Star. After listening to Li Hao's plan, Zhang Yu and others said, although this can avoid high mining taxes, isn't it smuggling? Yes, so we must keep it secret and not let the empire know. That's why I said to use warships for transportation. Li Hao reminded. Understood. We will be careful. Therefore, Li Hao began to arrange the fleet's itinerary to Zhongzhou Star. He divided the fleet into several teams, each heading to different mining areas, loading the ore onto warships and transport ships, and then transporting it to Zhongzhou Star. Chapter 45: The Sixth Princess's Discovery. After they transported the ore to Zhongzhou Star, they sold it directly to companies on Zhongzhou Star that made mechas through the Star Captain. This operation not only avoided the high taxes of the empire, but also raised the price a lot, which made them a lot of money. With this money, the military expenditure gap of the 13th Legion was solved. Not only could it pay the soldiers on time, but it could also buy more weapons and equipment to improve the combat effectiveness of the Legion. When Li Hao was arranging transportation at the base command center, the sixth princess came to find Li Hao and asked if there were any military operations recently and why a fleet was seen taking off every day. Li Hao looked at the sixth princess in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. This princess was too sensitive to military actions, and her curiosity was too strong. Li Hao estimated that if he didn't tell her the truth, she would definitely keep pestering him. Your Highness, there have indeed been some military operations recently, but they are all routine training and patrol missions, nothing special. Li Hao tried to speak in a calm tone. Really, the sixth princess obviously didn't believe Li Hao's words. I see fleets taking off every day, and there are quite a few of them. This isn't a routine mission, is it? Your Highness, it's really just cruising and training. Li Hao lowered his voice and said, you also know that our fleet has just been expanded, and now the base is full of new recruits, so we have been training recently. The sixth princess did not believe Li Hao's words. She felt that Li Hao was hiding something. She decided to investigate in person to see what Li Hao's fleet was doing. The sixth princess changed into casual clothes and quietly left the base. She took a shuttle to the vicinity of the mine. She saw warships parked on the ground and soldiers busy working. She saw a battleship named Hyun with the words HMS Dreadnought of the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet written on it, and thought that this was Li Hao's ship. The sixth princess finally understood that Li Hao's fleet was not training new soldiers, but transporting ore. She was very angry and felt that Li Hao had deceived her. She decided to find Li Hao to ask for clarification. The sixth princess returned to the base command room and knocked on the door. Li Hao opened the door and saw the sixth princess looking angry. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Answer me honestly, what is your fleet doing? said the sixth princess. Li Hao looked at her and thought that this girl must have discovered that they were transporting ore. Your Highness, you are right. We are indeed transporting ore. The sixth princess' eyes widened. She didn't expect Li Hao to really admit it. Why did you do this? Using warships to transport, or isn't this against the laws of the Empire? She questioned. Li Hao sighed and explained. Your Highness, you don't know that the military expenses of the 13th Legion are all borne by us. We need funds to maintain the operation of the fleet and the lives of the soldiers. The sale of ore is our only source of income at present, so we will take the risk of transporting ore. The sixth princess was shocked when she heard what Li Hao said. She had always thought that the military expenses were borne by the national finances, but she did not expect that the 13th Army would need to raise funds on its own. Then why don't you apply for military funds from your father? The sixth princess asked in confusion. Li Hao sighed and explained. Your Highness, we are not the royal army. The royal family will not bear the military expenses for us. The sixth princess frowned. She couldn't understand why the royal family was unwilling to bear the military expenses for the 13th Army. In her opinion, the 13th Army existed to defend the country, and their efforts should be recognized and supported by the country. Li Hao, this is unreasonable. Your 13th Legion has contributed so much to the security of the Empire. How can the royal family treat you like this? The sixth princess said angrily. Li Hao smiled helplessly. Princess, this is reality. We have no background, no resources, and we can only rely on ourselves at present. The sixth princess was silent for a moment, and a strong sense of responsibility surged in her heart. She decided to help the 13th Legion and fight for the treatment they deserved. After this period of nonstop transportation, Li Hao finally processed all the ore piled in the warehouse in Zhongzhou Star. By processing the ore, he not only paid off the money owed to Zhongzhou Star Mecca, but also had a lot of surplus. He looked at the numbers in the account and was filled with joy. After this period of training, Li Hao believed that the fleet had acquired a certain level of strength and could conduct an actual combat exercise. He decided to lead the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet to cruise the Endless Sea, while the Hero Fleet would stay on the base star to ensure the safety of the base. Before departure, Li Hao convened all fleet commanders for a combat meeting, where he introduced the mission and purpose of this cruise, patrolling the border galaxies. Li Hao stood on the command platform and looked around at the commanders present. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Everyone, we are about to carry out an important patrol mission. The purpose of this mission is to patrol the border star systems, eliminate the pirates in the border star systems, and ensure the safety of our borders. He paused and continued. The border system is our first line of defense and a strategic location. We must ensure the safety there and prevent any potential threats. During this cruise, we need to scan and inspect all the planets in the border system. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the command room became tense. One of the commanders stood up and said, Commander, the fleet has been fully overhauled and maintained, and the weapons and equipment are ready. Very good. The situation in the border galaxies is complicated and the pirates are very cunning. We must remain highly vigilant and be ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. Afterwards, Li Hao began to arrange the tasks in detail. He divided the fleet into several groups, each responsible for patrolling an area. At the same time, he also arranged some reconnaissance ships to detect the situation of the border galaxies in advance. Under his leadership, the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet slowly left the base star and headed towards the Endless Sea. As the fleet sailed through space, Li Hao sat in the command cabin, gazing at the starry sky ahead. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, breaking the silence of the command cabin. He quickly stood up and walked to the control desk to check the source of the alarm. Report to the captain. We have found an unidentified spacecraft, and it is approaching us, an officer reported. Chapter 46. Battle on an Unknown Planet. Li Hao frowned. This might be an enemy reconnaissance ship. He immediately ordered, prepare for battle and closely monitor the movement of that ship. The soldiers of the fleet quickly took action and entered combat positions, ready to respond to possible attacks. Li Hao stared closely at the spaceship on the screen, thinking about how to respond. Commander, the spaceship suddenly accelerated. I think it's going to run away. The officer reported again. Li Hao frowned, knowing that he couldn't let this unidentified spacecraft escape. He quickly ordered, start pursuit mode. All fleet speed up. The engines of the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet roared, and the warships chased after the escaping spaceship like a group of steel monsters. Li Hao stared at the target on the screen, thinking about how to catch up with it. Report to the commander, the signal is lost. It should have hidden in the asteroid belt ahead. An officer said anxiously, order the fleet to split into 2 teams. The Dawn Fleet will continue the pursuit, while the Star Fleet will go around to the other side of the asteroid belt and outflank it. Report to the commander. We have entered the asteroid belt. A large number of meteorites have been discovered ahead, making navigation difficult. An officer reported. Stay alert and be careful to avoid meteorites. The fleet advanced cautiously in the asteroid belt, and meteorites occasionally hit the shields of the warships, emitting dazzling light. Suddenly, a dense group of meteorites appeared in front of them, blocking the fleet's path. Li Hao's heart sank, as he knew it was an enemy trap. Stop moving forward and prepare for the impact of a swarm of meteorites. The fleet's warships activated their shields one after another, preparing for the impact of the meteorites. Li Hao stared closely at the meteorites on the screen, thinking about how to deal with them. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the rear of the fleet, instantly destroying several large meteorites. Li Hao looked back and saw the warships of the Star Fleet appearing behind him. The energy beams they fired opened a path for the Dawn Fleet. Great! The Star Glory Fleet arrived in time. Commander, we have broken through the meteorite group and found the trace of that spaceship. Keep chasing it. Don't let it get away. The fleet continued to chase the spaceship and finally found it on the back of an unknown planet. Li Hao ordered. Surround the spaceship and prepare to attack. Commander, the spaceship flew into an unnamed planet. An officer reported. Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and then gave the order. The Dawn Fleet, follow that spaceship into the nameless planet, and the Starry Fleet will guard outside. The warships of the Dawn Fleet entered the atmosphere of the unnamed planet one after another. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, paying close attention to the surrounding situation. The environment of this unnamed planet is extremely harsh. The atmosphere is filled with violent air currents and electromagnetic interference, which brings great difficulties to the fleet's operations. Report to the commander. A large number of mechas have been spotted ahead, and they are flying towards us. Li Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately ordered. Activate the Star Shield and prepare to meet the enemy. The fleet's warships activated their Star Shields one after another, and their weapon systems entered combat mode. A moment later, those mechas appeared in front of the fleet. They were a group of strange-looking combat mechas. There were many of them, and they rushed towards the fleet densely. Open fire. Li Hao gave the order decisively. The fleet's artillery fire instantly illuminated the dark sky, and countless energy beams shot towards the mechas. However, these mechas were extremely fast and highly maneuverable, easily avoiding the fleet's attack. Damn, these mechas are too difficult to deal with. Order the mecha troops to attack. Li Hao's order was quickly executed, and the mecha troops quickly attacked from the fleet and pounced on those mechas. The mecha troops engaged in a fierce battle with those mechas, with both sides fighting back and forth and neither side giving in. During the battle, Li Hao discovered that the drivers of these mechas were all masters who had received special training. Their combat skills were superb, and they cooperated well, causing the mecha troops to suffer a lot. It looks like we're in some trouble. The pilots of these mechas are very powerful. He looked at the situation on the battlefield, his heart filled with worry. The enemy had too many mechas, and the pilots were very skilled. The mechas of the Dawn Fleet were all made up of experienced soldiers, but they were outnumbered and could not defeat the enemy. Li Hao knew that he had to find a way to change this situation, otherwise the Dawn Fleet would be in danger of being annihilated. He thought for a moment, then gave the order. Order the Starry Fleet to come to support. When the Starry Fleet entered the atmosphere, Li Hao immediately asked them to release all the mechas of the 11 warships to join the battlefield. These mechas were the elite of the Starry Fleet, with powerful firepower and defense capabilities. With the addition of the Star Fleet, the situation on the battlefield changed immediately. The mechas of the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet joined forces and launched a fierce attack on the other side's mechas. During the fierce battle, they constantly adjusted their tactics to allow the mechas to cooperate with each other and exert their maximum combat effectiveness. The mechas of the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet gradually gained the upper hand. The enemy mechas began to show signs of retreat, and their formation began to become chaotic. When the enemy mechas saw that Li Hao's reinforcements had arrived and they had lost their advantage, they began to retreat. Like a group of frightened birds, they flew towards the surface of the planet in panic. When the enemy mechas were scattered and hid on the surface of the planet, Li Hao ordered the mecha troops to split into several teams to search and encircle the enemy. During the intense search, Li Hao asked Zhang Yu through the communicator, "Did you catch anyone alive? Who are these people?" Zhang Yu's voice came from the communicator with a hint of doubt. "It's not clear yet. We are interrogating the prisoners, but they are all very stubborn and don't speak easily. Increase the intensity of the interrogation and make sure to dig out useful information from them as soon as possible." Yes, Zhang Yu responded. Afterwards, Li Hao communicated with the captains of other teams to learn about the progress of the search and encirclement. Each team was trying hard to find traces of the enemy, but due to the complex terrain of the planet, the progress was not smooth. Captain, we have discovered a suspected enemy base. Suddenly, a team leader reported to Li Hao. Go to the base quickly and conduct reconnaissance. Be careful not to alert the enemy. Wait for my further instructions. After a while, Li Hao led a team to the vicinity of the base. He observed the situation of the base through a telescope and found that there were many defense facilities around the base and many enemies were patrolling. It seems this is their lair, Li Hao said to himself. Chapter 47. Destroying the pirate training base. He thought for a moment and decided to go back and reunite with the fleet. The fleet found a piece of open space on the planet that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, established a temporary camp, and set up defense facilities. In the camp, Li Hao and his officers began to analyze the situation of this battle. Have the battle reports for this battle come out. An officer immediately handed the battle report to Li Hao, who took it and read it carefully. How is our loss situation? Li Hao asked solemnly after reading the report. We lost about a quarter of our mechas, but most of our soldiers were injured. However, some mechas exploded and soldiers died. Some warships also suffered varying degrees of damage. What about the enemy? The enemy's losses are more serious than ours. Their mechas are faster and more flexible than ours, but their defenses are worse than ours. Li Hao nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, We have found their base just now. However, this base is deep in the mountains. It is a mountain base that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, their defense system is very complete. The prisoners have been interrogated, and it has been revealed that this base is the training base of the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance sells the trained mecha warriors to other pirate groups to make a profit. Zhang Yu replied. So this means this is their source of soldiers, an officer asked. Then it seems that we must destroy this place. Li Hao said. Any more information? According to the prisoners, this base has been in operation for several years and has supplied a large number of mecha warriors to the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Yu said, and they have several training bases in the Endless Sea Star region. Li Hao listened to Zhang Yu's report with a frown on his face. In order to completely eliminate the Pirate Alliance, all their training bases must be destroyed. However, the Endless Sea Star region is so large that it is not so easy to find these bases. Commander, what should we do now? Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, The fleet is ready to take off. First, concentrate all firepower to destroy their defense system, and then send mechas to attack. Since we have encountered them here, we must destroy them. Yes, Commander. The officers responded in unison and immediately got busy. The fleet's engines emitted a low roar, like a group of roaring beasts. Warships were lined up neatly in space, their hulls gleaming with metallic luster, like mighty warriors. Following Li Hao's order, the warships slowly took off and headed towards the base of the Pirate Alliance. In front of the fleet was a group of majestic mechas. Some of them held huge swords, while others were equipped with powerful guns. These mechas were like steel monsters, intimidating. When the fleet arrived above the base, Li Hao's eyes became sharp and firm. He took a deep breath and then decisively ordered to open fire. All main guns, target the pirate base, open fire. In an instant, laser beams pierced through the void, carrying destructive power towards the base's defense system. These laser beams were like blazing blades, easily penetrating the base's shields and armor, destroying the defense facilities one by one. Under the fierce attack of the fleet, the base's defense system began to collapse. Huge explosions sounded, flames shot up into the sky, and smoke filled the air. The pirates in the base panicked and fled in all directions. As time went on, the base's external defense system became increasingly fragile. Li Hao monitored the battlefield situation and analyzed the timing for launching a general offensive. Suddenly, the bridge rang with the voice of Li Hao issuing an attack order. Order the mecha troops to prepare for landing. After his order was issued, one mecha after another rushed towards the pirate base. These mecha landing craft were like giant steel beetles, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. When the mecha group approached the pirate base, the base's defense system immediately began to work. Laser beams shot out from the base, like sharp swords, trying to block the mecha's advance. In the fierce battle, the mecha soldiers showed strong combat effectiveness and fearless courage. They rushed into the pirate base and started a close battle with the pirates. Under the attack of the mecha group, the pirates were defeated step by step. They began to retreat into the base, trying to find cover. In the central square of the base, a fierce battle was going on. A mech soldier was fighting a pirate leader in a one-on-one duel. The pirate leader was holding a huge battle axe, and slashing at the mech. The mecha flexibly dodged the pirate leader's attacks, and at the same time fought back with the energy sword in its hand. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle was very fierce. When Li Hao led a mecha squad to the central square of the base, he witnessed a fierce battle scene. He saw the mechas fighting the pirates to the death, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. "Catch them alive," Li Hao ordered. His voice echoed in the square, and every mecha warrior could hear it clearly. After hearing the order, the mecha team immediately adjusted their combat strategy. Instead of blindly attacking the pirates, they began to try to capture them alive. Thanks to the efforts of the mecha team, more and more pirates were captured alive. They were gathered in a corner of the square and guarded by mecha warriors. "Who is the leader among you?" After a moment of silence, a tall, rugged-looking pirate instructor came out, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "I'm the instructor here. What do you want?" Li Hao looked at the pirate instructor expressionlessly, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. "I want to know where your starship is. Why didn't we see your starship resisting when we came in?" The pirate instructor was silent for a moment, then asked, "How did you find this place?" Li Hao said coldly, "This is not what you need to know. You just need to answer my questions." The pirate instructor said. Li Hao immediately realized that something was wrong after hearing what he said, and said, "Then why did you attack us?" The pirate instructor snorted coldly. "Your reconnaissance ship has intruded into our territory, so of course we have to attack you." Li Hao frowned. He felt that things were not that simple. They did not send a reconnaissance ship to investigate the planet, so he could be sure that the starship they were chasing was deliberately designed to lure them in, but he did not know what their intention was. "Take them down first." The soldiers escorted the prisoners out of the command room, while Li Hao sat in a chair, lost in thought. This time, things were much more complicated than he had imagined. Not only did they encounter pirate attacks, but they also discovered the existence of a pirate alliance. Li Hao was full of doubts and worries, so he decided to call Zhang Yu to inquire about the situation. Chapter 48, Endless Sea, Golden Sand Star. Li Hao sat on a chair in the command room, frowning and looking serious. Zhang Yu walked into the command room, saluted, and stood in front of Li Hao. "Zhang Yu, how is the cleanup going at the pirate base? Have you found anything?" Zhang Yu replied, "Captain, all important documents have been destroyed by them, and we did not find any valuable intelligence. However, we found some daily necessities in the pirate base, but there were no other discoveries of great value." Li Hao nodded slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "These pirates are very cautious, so they destroyed important documents in advance. But why did they do this? Are they hiding something?" "Commander, now that we have discovered the Pirate Alliance's training base, we can continue to track down this clue. As long as they are still in the Endless Sea Star region, we will find them sooner or later." "That makes sense. We must find out the details of the Pirate Alliance as soon as possible, otherwise they will pose a serious threat to our security." "Commander, what should we do now?" "Let's take a break first and investigate the resources of this planet to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. In addition, you arrange some people to continue to investigate the situation of the Pirate Alliance and see if you can find any clues. I will contact the base immediately and arrange for people to go to the Endless Sea to gather information." Zhang Yu replied. After staying on the planet for a week, Li Hao and his team conducted a comprehensive carpet scan. After a careful search, they finally found some pirates who were hiding deep in the planet, trying to avoid being hunted down by Li Hao and his team. Li Hao led his soldiers and quickly surrounded the hiding place of these pirates. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the pirates decided to fight to the death. They picked up their weapons and attacked Li Hao and his men. Li Hao and his soldiers fought fiercely with the pirates without fear. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the pirates and captured them all. Through further investigation, Li Hao and his team discovered that the resources on this planet had been overexploited by pirates, so there were not many valuable resources on this planet. After completing the inspection of the planet, Li Hao led the fleet to set sail again to continue their cruise mission. The fleet slowly moved forward in the universe, and Li Hao sat in the command cabin, gazing at the starry sky. The fleet cruised in the universe for several days, during which time it encountered several small pirate attacks, but they were all easily repelled by the fleet. He clearly realized that these pirates were just small characters in the Pirate Alliance, and the real danger was still to come. During a cruise, the fleet suddenly received a distress signal. The signal came from a merchant ship, which was attacked by pirates and begged the fleet for help. He made a prompt decision and ordered the fleet to turn around and rush towards the source of the distress signal. When the fleet arrived, they found that the merchant ship had been hijacked by pirates and the crew was imprisoned in the cabin. Li Hao ordered the fleet to surround the pirate ship and sent mecha troops to board the pirate ship to rescue the crew. The mecha troops launched a fierce battle on the pirate ship. The pirates fought stubbornly but were eventually defeated by the mecha troops. Li Hao walked forward and asked the captain about their sailing conditions. The captain looked at Li Hao with gratitude in his eyes and told him the purpose of this trip. "We are going to deliver supplies to a nearby inhabited planet." The captain said, "The people on that inhabited planet urgently need these supplies to sustain their lives." Li Hao nodded. He knew the importance of materials to the inhabitants. In this vast universe, each inhabitant has its own needs and difficulties, and the transportation of materials is the key to ensure their survival and development. The captain paused, then continued. "However, Commander, I want to tell you that there are still many inhabited stars in the Endless Sea Star region, but in recent years, many of the inhabitants have become pirates." Li Hao's heart sank after hearing what the captain said. The existence of pirates not only threatens the safety of merchant ships, but also threatens the stability of the entire Endless Sea Star region. Why do these residents who should have lived and worked in peace choose to become pirates? The captain saw Li Hao's doubts. He sighed and said, "In recent years, the Endless Sea has lost the management of the army, the trade routes have been cut off, and the economy of many inhabited planets has fallen into trouble. In order to survive, some people have to choose to become pirates and rob other merchant ships of their supplies." The captain's words made Li Hao fall into deep thought. The resources of the Endless Sea Star region are crucial to the economic prosperity of the entire universe. If the trade route cannot be restored, the economy of the resident star will be difficult to recover, and the pirate problem will be difficult to solve. We have to take steps to restore business. The captain nodded in agreement. However, it is not easy to restore the trade routes. The pirates have already controlled most of the shipping routes. Li Hao frowned. This was indeed a difficult problem. The existence of pirates not only endangered the safety of merchant ships, but also hindered the normal development of trade, bringing serious negative impacts to the economy and stability of the entire star region. "Captain, do you have a map of the endless sea routes and the distribution of pirate forces?" The captain looked at Li Hao and nodded. "I have the route map, but I don't know much about the distribution of pirate forces. However, I heard that you have recently wiped out the pirates in the border galaxy, and they have all retreated to the eastern galaxy." Li Hao took the route map and examined it carefully. He found that the route of the Endless Sea was extremely complicated, with many branches and some unknown dangerous areas. "Captain, what are these unknown dangerous areas?" The captain frowned. "These areas are quite mysterious and difficult for starships to approach. No one knows what secrets are hidden there. There are rumors that there are treasures hidden in these places, but many people have never returned after entering." Zhang Qiang took the route map and looked at it, then said, "The route map today has changed a lot compared to 10 years ago. The routes of the Endless Sea have undergone tremendous changes in the past 10 years. Li Hao followed the navigation map to sail out of the border star system and into the Endless Sea Star region. 2 days later, they arrived at the merchant captain's destination, Zhang Qiang Star. This planet was once rich in a kind of golden sand mine, which was a rare mineral. However, overexploitation and environmental damage have gradually depleted the sand mine resources, and today the Golden Sand Planet is no longer as prosperous as it once was. Is this the Golden Sands planet? The situation doesn't look optimistic. Chapter 49 Blockade of Zhang Qiang Star. The captain of the merchant ship nodded. Yes, this was once a prosperous planet, but now it has declined. Where are the current managers and planetary governors of this starport? The captain of the merchant ship sighed and replied, "The decline of the Golden Sands is a complex issue that involves many aspects. The current starport manager is an organization called Black Sands. They control everything in the starport, including trade, taxation, and public security. The star governor is a puppet and has no real power." Black Sand Organization? Li Hao frowned. Who are they? Why can they control starport? The Black Sand Organization is a dark force composed of pirates, smugglers, and criminals. They operate in the star field near the Golden Sands, specializing in robbing passing merchant ships and passengers. The captain of the merchant ship explained. Their power grew and grew, and they eventually took control of the starport of the Golden Sands. These damn guys actually dare to do evil in broad daylight. Is there no one who can control them? The captain of the merchant ship shook his head helplessly and said, "The police and army of Zhang Qiang Star have been bribed by the Black Sand Organization. They dare not take any action against the Black Sand Organization. Moreover, the Black Sand Organization has close ties with the dark forces in other galaxies. Their power is very strong, and no one dares to provoke them easily. Does this starport still have a defense system?" The captain of the merchant ship shook his head. "It's long gone. The weapon system has been dismantled by them. I guess there is some defense inside the planet. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then gave the order. The fleet will advance quickly. After reaching the starport, the Mecha Brigade will land directly and quickly control the starport. His voice was resolute and firm, and it spread throughout the fleet through the communicator. Every warship responded immediately, roaring its engines and speeding towards the starport of Jinsha Star. As the fleet gradually approached the starport, Li Hao could see the outline of the starport gradually becoming clear in front of him. This was a huge space building with multiple berths and facilities, and it was the transportation hub and economic center of Jinsha Star. When the fleet entered the range of the starport, Li Hao gave another order. Mechanical Brigade, land. Under his command, one mecha carrier after another opened its hatches, and one mecha after another drove out like steel behemoths and flew towards the landing platform of the starport. The Mecha Brigade landed quickly and deployed a battle formation. Their mission was to quickly control the key positions of the starport, occupy the main facilities and passages of the starport, and ensure the safe docking of the fleet. Commander, we have taken control of the starport. An officer reported to Li Hao. Very good, Li Hao said approvingly. Immediately establish a defense line to ensure the safety of the starport. At the same time, send out a search team to investigate the enemies in the starport. The officer took the order and left, while Li Hao began to examine the newly occupied starport. Although the starport was apparently under control, there were still many potential threats that needed to be resolved. Not long after, the search team brought news that the enemies in the starport had been eliminated. Li Hao held a meeting with Zhang Qiang and other fleet officers in the starport command room and said, although we have controlled the starport, the situation on the Golden Sand planet is still unclear. It is estimated that the Black Sand organization has learned of our arrival. In order to prevent them from launching a surprise attack, the fleet is now divided into 4 squadrons to blockade the planet. Zhang Qiang and other officers nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the danger of the Black Sand organization and knew that all measures must be taken to ensure the safety of the planet. Li Hao continued, the first team is led by Zhang Qiang on the Xingyao team, responsible for blocking the north of the planet. The second team is led by Wang Li on the Xinghui team, responsible for blocking the south of the planet. The third team is led by Lu Gang on the Xingchen team, responsible for blocking the east of the planet. The fourth team is led by me personally on the Fearless team, responsible for blocking the west of the planet. We must remain highly vigilant and be ready to respond to any emergency at any time. The officers followed the order and led their fleets to the designated areas for blockade. Li Hao led the 4th fleet and flew towards the west of the planet. During the flight, Li Hao kept in touch with other fleets through the communicator. The key to this operation was to blockade the planet and prevent members of the Black Sand organization from escaping. After several hours of flying, the fleet led by Li Hao finally arrived at the west of the planet. He ordered the fleet to disperse and form an encirclement to completely block the west of the planet. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet quickly spread out and formed a tight encirclement, completely blocking the western part of the planet. Every warship was on high alert, closely monitoring every move around them. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, observing the situation on the planet through the detector. The members of the Black Sand organization were likely hiding in this area, and they had to remain vigilant and be ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Suddenly, a small spaceship took off from the surface of the planet and tried to break through the fleet's blockade. Li Hao immediately ordered to open fire, and several warships fired laser cannons at the same time, shooting down the spaceship. The leader of Black Sand sat in the main seat of the conference room of the base. His face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. On both sides of him sat the senior members of the Black Sand organization. Their expressions were also very serious. Who can tell me how there are Imperial troops in the starport? Leader Black Sand said slowly. His fleet has taken control of the starport and has blockaded the planet. What should we do? The conference room was completely silent, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look into the eyes of the Black Sand leader. This failure was fatal. Not only did they lose an important starport, but they were also blockaded by the Imperial army. Now they were in a desperate situation. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The Black Sand leader broke the silence. We must find a way to break through and retake the starport. But the Imperial army is too strong. How can we break out? One of his men questioned. We can't be fooled by their appearances. The Black Sand leader analyzed. Although the Imperial army is powerful, they also have weaknesses. They are scattered on all sides to blockade the planet, so we concentrate all our forces to attack one point, so that we can break their blockade and rush out. So which side is better for us to break out from? Asked one of the men. I've looked at their deployment. They have the Royal Fleet to the north and south. The royal fleet is very powerful. The east is also defended by heavy cruiser flagships. Only the west is not defended by heavy cruiser flagships. If we attack the west, we will definitely be able to break through the defense. The Black Sand leader analyzed. The subordinates nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do it. The Black Sand leader stood up and said, I order all the troops to gather together immediately tonight and attack the west. We want to let the Imperial Army know that our Black Sand organization is not so easy to be defeated. Chapter 50. The End of the Black Sand Organization. At night, under the twinkling stars, all the Black Sand Organization starships gathered together quietly. The Black Sand leader stood on the command platform of the flagship, his eyes firm and cold. Attention all ships. Head west according to the predetermined plan. The Black Sand leader gave the order. The engines of the starships roared, and one after another, they began to slowly rise into the air. They formed a huge fleet and headed towards the blockade of the Imperial Army in the west. Li Hao stood on the command platform of the bridge, staring closely at the information sent back by the detector. He showed a sneer on his face, thinking to himself, I finally waited for you to come out. This time I will make sure you never come back. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, staring at the screen in front of him, which showed the distribution and movements of the enemy fleet. Report to the commander. The enemy fleet has entered the attack range. Should we open fire? Asked an officer. Lock the main gun on the large ship. Li Hao ordered. Open fire. Yes, Captain. The officer replied, and then conveyed Li Hao's order. All mecha units are dispatched. A moment later, more than 4,000 mechas flew out of the fleet and rushed towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet also discovered the arrival of the mecha troops and immediately opened fire. Lasers shot at the mecha troops, but the mecha troops flexibly dodged the attacks and launched a counterattack against the enemy fleet. Attracted by the mecha troops, the firepower of the enemy fleet gradually dispersed, and Li Hao took the opportunity to order the main gun to be recharged. The main guns of the dreadnought and the 3 cruisers began to emit dazzling light, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy fleet. The main gun has been charged. Should we fire? The officer asked again. Fire, Li Hao ordered decisively. For powerful energy beams were fired from the main guns of the 4 warships towards the enemy fleet. The power of these energy beams was so great that they could destroy the enemy warships in an instant. The enemy fleet also sensed the danger and tried to dodge the energy beams, but their speed was too slow and they could not escape the energy beams. Under the attack of the energy beam, a warship of the enemy fleet was directly hit and a violent explosion occurred. Other warships also suffered varying degrees of damage and began to lose control, drifting towards deep space. Great, we hit a large enemy warship, an officer said excitedly. Don't be happy too soon, Li Hao said. The enemy fleet still has many warships. We must continue to be vigilant. At this moment, a battleship of the enemy fleet suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the dreadnought. The speed of this battleship was very fast, and it rushed in front of the dreadnought in the blink of an eye. Captain, the enemy warship is coming. Should we open fire? The Star Destroyer has locked onto the enemy warship, Li Hao said. 20 energy, 1 shot, open fire. As Li Hao's order was issued, the energy of the Star Destroyer cannon quickly gathered, and a powerful beam of light gushed out from the muzzle and headed straight for the enemy warship. Under the attack of the Star Destroyer cannon, the hull of the enemy warship was instantly severely damaged. Report to the captain. The enemy warship has been severely damaged and is losing power, said an officer. Keep attacking, don't give them any chances. The dreadnought and the 3 cruisers opened fire again, firing lasers and missiles at the enemy warship. Under the fierce attack, the enemy warship finally exploded and turned into a fireball. At this moment, Li Hao's communicator suddenly rang, and an urgent message came. Commander, we have received a distress signal from the starport. The starport has been attacked by an enemy fleet, and the situation is extremely critical. Li Hao's expression suddenly became serious. Order Xingyao and Xinghui to send 2 cruisers each to support Xingang. Li Hao's order was quickly issued, and the 2 warships, Xingyao and Xinghui, each sent out 2 cruisers and rushed towards the starport. Li Hao led the dreadnought and other warships to continue fighting against the Black Sand Organization starships. At this time, the starport was already engulfed in flames. The enemy fleet's attack was very fierce, a large number of facilities were destroyed, and the defending mecha soldiers were resisting. The situation was already very critical. Commander, we have arrived at the starport, but the enemy fleet's attack is so fierce that we can't get close. A cruiser captain reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned. He knew the importance of the starport. If the starport was destroyed, it would require massive resources to rebuild it. Order all warships to open fire at full force. The mecha troops must move forward to support the starport and destroy the enemy fleet. The dreadnought and the rest of the warships were still fighting with the main force of the black sand in space, firing lasers at the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet was not to be outdone, and their warships also fired back, and the two sides launched a fierce battle in space. After several hours of fierce fighting, the enemy fleet finally couldn't hold on and prepared to retreat to Jinsha Star. Li Hao immediately ordered a pursuit into the planet. After entering the atmosphere, the battle between the two sides became more intense. The dreadnought and the remaining warships continuously fired lasers to attack the enemy fleet. Commander, that battleship seems to be the flagship of the Black Sand organization. Li Hao nodded. He also noticed the battleship. Dreadnought's main gun, 30 of the energy, is locked on the flagship. Under Li Hao's command, the main gun of the dreadnought began to charge, and a powerful energy beam gradually gathered at the muzzle of the main gun. At the same time, the Black Sand organization's flagship also sensed the danger and began to release a powerful shield. Report to the commander. The enemy flagship has a star shield, and our main guns have been offset, an officer reported. There is a star shield. Keep charging it, and increase the energy to 50. Report to the commander. The main gun's energy has been increased to 50, and the charging is complete. Should we open fire? There was a hint of anxiety in the officer's voice. Fire. At Li Hao's command, a powerful energy beam shot out from the main gun muzzle and headed straight for the enemy flagship. In the face of the powerful energy beam, the enemy flagship's shield finally began to collapse. The energy beam penetrated the shield and directly hit the flagship's bridge. Boom! With a loud bang, the enemy flagship exploded violently and turned into a fireball. Report to the commander. The enemy flagship has been destroyed, the officer shouted excitedly. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a pleased smile on his face. Well done. Keep attacking other enemy warships and make sure to destroy them all. Chapter 51. The 13th Legion takes over Jinsha Star. After Li Hao destroyed the Black Sand Organization fleet, he returned to a relatively prosperous city on the surface of Jinsha Star. Li Hao asked the city officials to find the planet governor. The planet governor was a middle-aged man named William. When he saw Li Hao, he excitedly shook his hand. Commander, thank you and your fleet for saving our planet. William said gratefully. Li Hao nodded slightly and immediately stated his identity. I am Li Hao, the commander of the fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. From today on, Jinsha Star will once again return to the jurisdiction of the Empire. We will station troops here to ensure the safety of the planet. After hearing this, William had a complicated look on his face. He understood that this meant that Jinsha Star would lose a certain degree of autonomy, but it also meant that they would be protected by the Empire. Dear Commander, we welcome the Empire's garrison, William said. However, we also hope to retain a certain degree of autonomy in order to better manage our planet. Li Hao understood William's concerns. He smiled and said, we will respect the autonomy of Jinsha Star, and at the same time we will assist you in building a more stable and prosperous society. Our garrison will be mainly responsible for the security and defense of the planet and will not interfere in your internal affairs, but you still need to abide by the laws of the Empire. William nodded, satisfied with Li Hao's promise. So, what do we need to do to cooperate with the Empire's garrison? He asked. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, first, we need to establish an effective communication and liaison mechanism so that we can communicate and coordinate in a timely manner. Secondly, the starport will be taken over by our 13th Army, and the spoils of the Jinsha organization will belong to our 13th Army. Finally, and most importantly, your taxation was originally very unreasonable, and now you must follow the imperial taxation. After thinking about it, William reluctantly agreed and promised to fully cooperate with the imperial garrison. Then, Li Hao asked Zhang Yu and William to start discussing the specific details and arrangements. After Li Hao returned to Star Harbor and was preparing to rest, his starbrain sent him a message prompt. Li Hao opened it and saw that it was the 6th princess who had sent him a lot of messages. Li Hao opened the message and decided to reply to the 6th princess after reading it. He dialed the 6th princess's star number. Beep, beep. After a few waiting tones, the communication was connected and the figure of the 6th princess appeared on the starbrain screen. Li Hao, you finally decided to contact me. The 6th princess showed a surprised expression on her face. Hello, Your Highness. Li Hao bowed slightly. Oh, you still remember to say hello to me. The 6th princess pretended to be angry and said, you left me alone at the base and took the fleet away for more than a month. Do you still have me as your princess in your eyes? Li Hao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Your Highness. I just returned to Star Harbor and dealt with some things before I saw your message. Tell me, what's going on over there? Where are you? The sixth princess smiled. Has anything interesting happened? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, we are already in the Endless Sea Star region. This time we destroyed a pirate group called the Black Sand Organization and liberated the Golden Sand Star. Now we have taken over the defense of the Golden Sand Star. Wow, really? You are amazing. The sixth princess' eyes sparkled with excitement. I will contact my father now and tell him the good news. Li Hao smiled modestly. Your Highness Princess, thank you for the compliment. I haven't reported it to the military yet. After Li Hao finished communicating with the princess, he thought about it and decided to report to the Imperial Military Department. He sorted out his thoughts and then connected the communication channel with the Imperial Military Department. General, I'm Li Hao, and I have important information to report to you. Li Hao's voice came through clearly. Li Hao, what's going on? The voice of General Huangpu Hao came from the other end of the communication. General, we have successfully wiped out the Black Sand Organization entrenched in the Endless Sea Star region and liberated the Golden Sand Planet. Currently, the 13th Legion has taken over the defense of the Golden Sand Planet. Golden Sand Star? Huang Paheo thought carefully. Li Hao, is Golden Sand Star in the Endless Sea Star region? Yes, General, it is on the main channel of the Endless Sea Star region. Great. This is an important victory. General Huangpu Hao's tone was full of joy and praise. After 10 years, the Empire's army has finally entered the Endless Sea Star region again. Li Hao, you have made a great contribution to the Empire. Thank you for the compliment, General. This is the result of the joint efforts of all our soldiers. Li Hao, you must defend Jinsha Star. General Huangpu Hao continued. Jinsha Star is equivalent to the bridgehead for the Empire to enter the Endless Sea Star region. As long as we defend this place, there will be hope to recover the Endless Sea Star region in the future. This time I will ask His Majesty the Emperor for credit for you. After the communication ended, Li Hao fell into deep thought. General Huangpu Hao's words were a spur and encouragement to him. He needed to strengthen the strength of the 13th Corps as soon as possible. In the following days, Li Hao and his army were busy on Jinsha Star, strengthening the defense while confiscating the finances of the Jinsha organization. A few days later, Li Hao found Zhang Yu and asked about the assets and financial investigation of the Black Sand Organization. Commander, we have seized all the finances of the Black Sand Organization, including their various bases and secret warehouses on the Golden Sands planet. Zhang Yu reported. How was the harvest? Li Hao asked with concern. Very generous, Commander, Zhang Yu said excitedly. We found a large amount of cash, jewelry, weapons, and other valuables. Preliminary estimates show that the value of these properties exceeds 10 billion star coins, and this does not include their real estate, mines, and other real estate on Jinsha Star. Cash in all the supplies, arrange for people to mine the minerals, and keep only the properties we need. Let William handle the rest. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu nodded. However, the value of these materials is too high. How can we cash them in? The price won't be high on Jinsha Star. You can take the common materials to Zhongzhou Star to cash them out, and the valuable ones to Daidu Star to ask Wang Lei's father to help cash them out. Li Hao said with a smile. This will not only ensure that our interests are maximized, but also make reasonable use of these materials. Good idea, Commander. I will transport the things to the Imperial Capital Star right away. Zhang Yu replied. You lead the Xingyao fleet to transport the goods back, and then recruit soldiers again on Zhongzhou Star. This time, in addition to warship officers and mecha soldiers, you will also need to recruit some ground defense forces. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu saluted and turned to leave. Zhang Yu led the Star Glory fleet and transported the supplies safely back to Zhongzhou Star. He began to recruit soldiers. Since the scope of this recruitment was wider, in addition to warship pilots and mecha soldiers, it also included ground defense forces. The re-recruitment of the 13th Legion attracted many young people to sign up. Chapter 52, Imperial Marshal. After Li Hao handed over the defense of Jinsha Star to his adjutant, he returned to the base star. He went back this time to ask the 6th princess for help, because he knew that the princess had certain resources and influence in the military. When Li Hao saw the princess, he asked respectfully, Your Highness, do you have any resources in the military that can help me buy a warship? The 6th princess frowned and asked, Li Hao, what happened? Didn't the military just add a fleet to you last time? Your Highness, although the Black Sand Organization has been destroyed, their power still exists. I am worried that they will make a comeback, so I want to strengthen our military strength in case of emergency. After listening to Li Hao's words, the 6th princess nodded and said, Li Hao, your idea is right. However, warships are important strategic materials for the Empire and cannot be purchased casually. You need to have sufficient reasons and funds to get approval from the military. Your Highness, we have liberated the Golden Sands this time. If we only want to defend, we can hold it. But if we want to continue to develop, our fleet has reached its limit. The sixth princess thought for a moment and said, Li Hao, what you said is indeed correct. However, the military's regulations are very strict, and you need to apply according to the procedures. I can help you contact someone in the military, but the final decision still lies with the military. A day later, the sixth princess found Li Hao and said that she had contacted the military and needed them to go back to the Imperial Capital Star together. So the two of them embarked on the journey back to the Imperial Capital Star. After Li Hao returned to the Imperial Capital Star, he immediately went to Huang Pu Hao's residence. He was full of expectations, hoping that Huang Pu Hao could help him solve the problem of the warship. However, when he saw Huang Pu Hao's expression made him feel a little uneasy. Huang Pu Hao sat on the chair with a serious expression. He looked at Li Hao, shook his head helplessly, and said, Li Hao, I know why you came back this time. The military just supported you with a fleet some time ago. Now I really can't do anything. General, I understand. If we buy it with our own money, will the military approve it? If you place an order yourself, the military will probably approve it because of your contribution to the liberation of Jinsha Star. But the quantity will not be large, and the production time of the warship is not short, so you won't be able to get it this year. Huang Pu Hao replied. Then is there any other way? You are still too impatient. It is good enough that you can achieve this step now. Rebuilding the 13th Legion will not be done overnight. You go back first, and I will find a way for you later. Huang Pu Hao said. After Li Hao left Huang Pu Hao's residence and just returned to the hotel, the sixth princess was waiting for Li Hao in the hotel lobby. As soon as she saw him, she pulled him out. Where are we going? The sixth princess said anxiously. Aren't you going to buy a warship? I'll take you to see someone now. The sixth princess took Li Hao to the marshal's mansion. This mansion was magnificent, showing the noble status of the owner. When the guards at the door saw the princess, they immediately saluted respectfully. Entering the mansion, Li Hao was shocked by the scene before him. There was a fountain in the center of the courtyard, with water splashing everywhere and shining like a rainbow under the sunlight. Surrounding it was a neatly trimmed garden with various exotic flowers and plants competing for beauty. Following the bluestone path, they arrived at the marshal's study, which was filled with books and various military strategy materials, and a huge map of the empire hung on the wall. The marshal was an old man with gray hair, but his eyes were still sharp, revealing a sense of majesty. He sat behind a desk, looking at a document intently. The sixth princess said softly, Grandpa, I've brought Li Hao to see you. The marshal raised his head, glanced at Li Hao, and nodded slightly to signal him to sit down. Li Hao, I have heard about your deeds. You are very good. Thank you for saving the sixth princess last time. The marshal's voice was low and powerful. You are too kind, Marshal. I am just doing my duty. The marshal smiled and said, You don't have to be modest. I know the purpose of your visit to the Imperial Star this time is to purchase warships. Yes, Marshal. I hope to purchase some warships to strengthen our legion. The marshal frowned and said, You just replenished 1.5 fleets last time. Why do you need to replenish warships again? Is the loss this time serious? Marshal, we didn't lose too many warships when we liberated the Golden Sands and annihilated the Black Sands organization. But now our fleet can only defend the Golden Sands and has no ability to continue expanding into the Endless Sea. It seems that you are quite ambitious. It has been less than 2 years since you joined the 13th Legion, but you already have 2 fleets, the marshal said with a smile. These 2 fleets are the rewards of His Majesty and the support of the military. Li Hao replied respectfully. He knew that his achievements were inseparable from the trust and support of His Majesty and the military, and he also understood that the marshal's words contained both praise and warning. The marshal nodded, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He looked at Li Hao, thought for a moment, and said, Li Hao, you also know that this year's warships have been distributed to the various legions. There is no way to allocate new warships to you recently. He knew what the marshal meant, but he also understood the importance of Jinsha Star. As the bridgehead of the Endless Sea Star region, Jinsha Star's strategic position was self-evident. Marshal, I understand the Empire's difficulties, Li Hao said after thinking for a moment, but the strategic position of Jinsha Star is too important. We must not only defend it well, but also, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can use Jinsha Star as the frontier position of the Endless Sea and gradually recover the entire Endless Sea Star region. The marshal nodded. He agreed with Li Hao's opinion, but he was still a little worried. Your idea is good, but the current manpower and warships of other legions in our empire are not enough to support you in launching a large-scale operation. Marshal, my plan is to gradually retake the Endless Sea Star region. I do not intend to ask the military for assistance, nor do I intend to rely on the combat power of other legions. We must rebuild the 13th Legion, not only to regain control of the Endless Sea, but also to ensure that we can defend this star region. The Marshal looked at Li Hao with a hint of relief in his eyes, but also a hint of worry. Rebuilding the 13th Legion is not an easy task, and it requires a lot of resources and time. Li Hao, I understand your idea, but rebuilding the 13th Legion requires a large number of warships and troops, which cannot be accomplished overnight. Let's put it this way, the Royal Fleet is currently replacing its equipment, and almost one fleet of warships will be replaced, but the money is not small, said the Marshal. Li Hao was delighted when he heard the Marshal's words. He asked, how many warships do you have and how much money do you need? Chapter 53, 20 billion star coins to purchase a fleet. The Marshal smiled faintly and responded, among the ships retired by the Royal Fleet this time, there is one heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers. The value is about 20 billion star coins. After hearing this, Li Hao could not hide his excitement. Although these warships have been retired, they are undoubtedly precious resources for rebuilding the 13th Army. Moreover, the price of 20 billion star coins is within his affordability. Marshal, I want all these warships. Li Hao said without hesitation. Okay, but you also know that the military budget is limited. You have to find a way to get the money yourself. No problem, Marshal. I will raise the money as soon as possible. After leaving the Marshal's mansion, Li Hao immediately started to raise funds. He contacted Zhang Yu, who was in Zhongzhou Star, asked about the cashing in of the captured black sand, and informed him that the military was interested in selling a fleet of warships for 20 billion star coins. Zhang Yu replied, we have seized about 4 billion star coins in cash, about 2 billion star coins from ordinary treasures processed on Zhongzhou Star, and about 8 billion star coins from high-value treasures processed on Daidu Star. Li Hao was overjoyed when he heard Zhang Yu's reply. Although there was still a certain gap from the 20 billion star coins needed to purchase the retired warships of the Royal Fleet, it was already a considerable amount. Okay, Zhang Yu, you did a great job. Li Hao praised. This money will be deposited into the Legion account first, and I will find a way to raise the remaining funds as soon as possible. Li Hao hung up the call with Zhang Yu and began to think about the next plan. He knew that it would be extremely difficult to raise 20 billion star coins by his own strength, so he had to find another way. Just when Li Hao was at a loss, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He thought of some of his connections in the Imperial Capital Star, and perhaps he could use them to raise funds. Li Hao immediately contacted Wang Lei's father and explained the circumstances of the purchase of the warship to him. After listening to Li Hao's introduction, Wang's father analyzed. The Wang family has no way to come up with 6 billion star coins at once. However, he suggested that Li Hao could consider applying for a loan from the Imperial Interstellar Bank, using his minerals and real estate on Jinsha Star as collateral, so that he should be able to borrow the required amount. Li Hao listened to his father's advice and immediately came up with a plan. He then contacted the president of the Imperial Interstellar Bank and explained his situation and loan needs in detail. After listening to Li Hao's introduction, the president showed great interest in his loan plan. Colonel Li Hao, we have evaluated your asset report. Although they are all outside the Empire's territory, our Imperial Interstellar Bank is willing to provide you with a loan to support you in rebuilding the 13th Legion, said the president. President, thank you for your support. With the help of the bank president, Li Hao successfully borrowed 6 billion star coins from the Imperial Interstellar Bank, and he immediately transferred 20 billion star coins to the military. Afterwards, Li Hao went to the Marshal's office to discuss matters related to the warships. He was full of expectations and eager to get these warships as soon as possible to strengthen the strength of his legion. Marshal, I have delivered 20 billion star coins to the military. I hope to get the warships we need as soon as possible. The Marshal looked at Li Hao, nodded, and said, Li Hao, you are very efficient. I am very satisfied. It will take some time to hand over the warship. You need to wait a while. We will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Li Hao was somewhat disappointed after hearing what the Marshal said. Marshal, the situation in the Endless Sea Star region is very serious. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible to effectively resist the enemy's attack. The Marshal thought for a moment and said, Li Hao, I know how you feel. How about this? I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. In the following days, Li Hao stayed in the Imperial Capital Star, waiting for the military to complete the relevant matters of the warship handover. This time, He arranged a large number of personnel from the 13th Legion to come to the Imperial Capital Star in advance in order to smoothly complete the handover of the warship. While Li Hao was waiting for the handover, the 6th princess went to the hotel where Li Hao was staying, hoping that he could accompany her to the royal banquet. Li Hao wanted to refuse. After all, his mind was now on the handover of the warship, but the 6th princess said that this banquet was very important and was to celebrate the emperor's birthday, and she had already promised the emperor to bring a young and promising fleet commander to attend. Li Hao had no choice but to agree to the 6th princess' request. That night, Li Hao, wearing a neat military uniform, with the shining medal on his chest particularly dazzling, walked into the banquet hall side by side with the 6th princess. The banquet hall was brightly lit, as bright as day, and the guests were all dressed in gorgeous costumes, chatting happily in groups of 3 or 5. They were all members of the royal family and dignitaries of the empire. The moment Li Hao and the 6th princess entered the banquet hall, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The royal family members cast curious and inquiring glances at them, while the dignitaries of the imperial capital whispered to each other about the young officer. Among these people, the expressions of 2 people when they saw Li Hao were particularly eye-catching. One was the 2nd prince, and the other was Li Hao's classmate Zhang Qiang. The 2nd prince looked at Li Hao and the 6th princess, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. After returning to the imperial capital, the 2nd prince investigated the 13th Legion Royal Star Fleet. Upon investigation, he found that the commander of this royal fleet was just a civilian, but the scale of the fleet was even larger than his personal guard fleet. This discovery made him jealous. Zhang Qiang stared at Li Hao in surprise. He and Li Hao were classmates and studied together at the military academy. After graduation, Zhang Qiang joined the 8th Corps of their Zhang family. This time, under the careful operation of his family, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel commander. Li Hao was keenly aware of the gazes of the 2nd prince and Zhang Qiang, but he did not take them to heart. He just smiled and walked calmly with the 6th princess towards His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor smiled with satisfaction when he saw Li Hao and the 6th princess. He said to Li Hao, "It's Colonel Li Hao." No wonder Xiao Lu said he would bring a young and promising officer to the banquet today. "I'm very happy that you can come to my birthday banquet." Li Hao said respectfully, "Your Majesty, it is my honor." The Emperor said to the 6th princess again, "Little 6, you are very beautiful today." The 6th princess smiled shyly and said, "Thank you, father." The Emperor said to Li Hao and the 6th princess, "Go and have a rest first. I will introduce you to some important guests later." Li Hao and the 6th princess nodded, and then, led by the attendants, walked to a corner of the banquet hall, where they sat down and began to taste the food and enjoy the music. Chapter 54 Palace Banquet. Just as Li Hao and the 6th princess were enjoying the graceful dance moves of the dancers on the dance floor at the banquet, the 2nd prince walked up to them and said, "Royal sister, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard that you have been at the border recently. Life at the border must be very hard for you. Do you need me to talk to my father and ask him to transfer you back?" The 6th princess frowned slightly. She really didn't like the 2nd prince's arrogant attitude. "Brother, everything is going well for me at the border. You don't need to worry about it." The 2nd prince smiled slightly, but his eyes were fixed on Li Hao. "Who is this? Why do you look so unfamiliar to me?" At this time, Zhang Qiang stepped forward and said, "2nd prince, this is the only outstanding graduate of the Battleship Command Department of our Royal Military Academy who failed to become a captain upon graduation. Judging from the current situation, he must have the support of the 6th princess to become a captain. So they are 6 sisters' men. No wonder they dare to charge into the Star Gate in the name of the royal fleet." The 2nd prince said sarcastically. When the 6th princess heard this, her face turned cold as ice, and she looked at Zhang Qiang with anger. She never expected Zhang Qiang to say such a thing, which was not only an insult to Li Hao, but also disrespectful to her. "Zhang Qiang, stop talking nonsense. Li Hao became the captain based on his own strength. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Qiang spoke again. "6th princess, Li Hao is just a commoner. If you hadn't helped him, he probably wouldn't even have a starship right now." The 2nd prince looked at Li Hao and the 6th princess and sneered in his heart. "Okay, stop arguing. Zhang Qiang, you said that Li Hao became the captain by relying on the 6th princess, but do you have any evidence?" Zhang Qiang was speechless when he heard this. He just saw that Li Hao and the 6th princess had a close relationship, but he didn't have any evidence. I just heard it. I have no evidence." Zhang Qiang said, "How dare you talk nonsense without any evidence? Do you want to die?" the 6th princess said angrily. The 2nd prince looked at Zhang Qiang, feeling secretly proud in his heart. He knew that Zhang Qiang had no evidence and just wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Li Hao and the sixth princess. Just as they were about to start arguing, a female official came over and said, "Second prince, sixth princess, His Majesty wants Colonel Li Hao to come over." "Second prince, sixth princess, I'll be over first." "Li Hao, I'll go with you." Li Hao nodded and then followed the female officer. Zhang Qiang, who was standing next to him, heard what the female officer said, and then he noticed that the rank of colonel was on Li Hao's uniform. His mind was a little confused at the moment, thinking, am I seeing things? How could he be a colonel? A colonel is a galaxy-level fleet commander. He has at least several fleets under his command. Li Hao and the sixth princess followed the court lady to the emperor. The emperor asked them to stand beside him and face the royal family members and the dignitaries of the imperial capital. The emperor stood up, glanced at everyone present, and then said, "Today, I will introduce to you a future general of our empire." Everyone's eyes were focused on the emperor, full of anticipation. The emperor smiled slightly and continued, "This young future general is the one next to me, Colonel Li Hao." Li Hao stood up and saluted everyone. He was tall and handsome, with a firm and confident look in his eyes. The emperor looked at Li Hao with admiration in his eyes and said, "Some time ago, Colonel Li Hao led the fleet to fight pirates in the Endless Sea Star region. Now they have successfully liberated the Golden Sand Star in the Endless Sea Star region. From now on, the border of the empire is no longer limited to the previous border star system, and the empire's territory is once again advancing towards the Endless Sea Star region." The crowd below couldn't help but cheer when they heard the news. Everyone knew that the Endless Sea Star region was a star region with very rich resources, but it had long been controlled by pirates, and the empire's merchant ships and residents had suffered greatly from it. Now, Li Hao has led the fleet to successfully liberate Jinsha Star, which not only means that the territory of the empire has been expanded, but also means that the security and stability of the empire has been effectively guaranteed. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the emperor continued, "Colonel Li Hao's heroic performance has won honor and dignity for the empire. I have decided to award him the Imperial Warrior Medal." Li Hao walked forward with a firm step, and the emperor, smiling, personally put the medal on his chest. Li Hao's eyes revealed great respect, and he saluted the emperor solemnly, expressing his loyalty to the emperor and the empire. The emperor patted Li Hao's shoulder gently and nodded approvingly. However, he did not notice the twinkle of jealousy in the second prince's eyes. The second prince had always longed for his father's recognition and praise, but his performance was always unsatisfactory. Seeing Li Hao receive such an honor, his heart was filled with resentment and jealousy. Why does he get my father's favor, while I am always ignored? The second prince pondered to himself, the fire of jealousy in his heart burning more and more fiercely. After the ceremony, the second prince found Li Hao and tried to hide his jealousy by pretending to be friendly and said, "Congratulations, Colonel Li Hao. Your heroic performance has won honor for the empire and respect for yourself. Thank you for your compliments, Your Highness the second prince. This is all part of my job. I will continue to work hard and contribute my own strength to the prosperity and peace of the empire." The second prince smiled calmly, but secretly planned how to eliminate Li Hao, the troublemaker. Li Hao's existence posed a threat to his position, and if he did not take action, he would never get his father's attention. When Zhang Qiang heard the emperor's announcement, he was full of doubts. Wasn't Li Hao the sixth princess' personal guard? Why was Li Hao sent to the Endless Sea Star region? After the banquet, Li Hao and the sixth princess left the palace. In the car, the sixth princess asked Li Hao, "Doesn't he have a house in the Imperial Capital Star? Why does he choose to stay in a hotel every time he comes back?" "Your Highness, I do live in the Imperial Capital Star, but I haven't been back for a long time." The sixth princess asked curiously, "Why? Don't you want to go home and take a look? I'm the only one at home, and it's too troublesome to go back every time." Li Hao's voice was low, with a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. The sixth princess couldn't help but feel compassion when she heard this. She had lived in the palace since she was a child, with countless people accompanying and caring for her, and had never experienced loneliness. But Li Hao, a soldier who fought for the empire, could only face an empty home alone. "Li Hao, from now on you should treat the princess's mansion as your own home." The sixth princess blurted out, and only then realized that her words were a little inappropriate, and her cheeks immediately flushed. "Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but the princess's mansion is your home. How can I disturb you at will?" The sixth princess quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant, you can treat the princess mansion as a temporary home. Whenever you want to come back, you can stay for a few days." Chapter 55. Wang Lei joins the 13th Legion. The day after Li Hao returned to the hotel, The news that the 13th Legion had successfully liberated Jinsha Star quickly spread throughout the Imperial Capital Star. After hearing the news, many businessmen flocked to visit the hotel where Li Hao was staying. Li Hao was quite surprised by the visit of these businessmen. He was not used to such occasions, but he also knew their intentions. The liberation of Jinsha Star was a great news to the business community of Daidu Star. They were all eager to establish contact with Li Hao to seek more business opportunities. The hotel lobby was packed with businessmen from all walks of life, all carrying gifts and business cards, hoping to meet Li Hao. Accompanied by his adjutant, Li Hao stepped into the lobby and immediately caused a commotion. "Commander Li Hao, congratulations on your glorious victory." A businessman stepped forward and said respectfully, "Thank you." Li Hao nodded slightly with a smile on his face. "Commander Li Hao, we are the largest chamber of commerce on the Imperial Capital Star. We hope to cooperate with you to jointly develop the resources of the Jinsha Star," said another businessman. Li Hao was moved when he heard this. Jinsha Star is a planet inhabited by many people, and its development is of great significance to the development of the empire. If we can cooperate with these businessmen, it will not only bring huge benefits to the empire, but also add more wealth to the 13th Legion. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I need time to think about it. Commander Li Hao, please rest assured that our Chamber of Commerce has sufficient strength and experience to ensure a pleasant cooperation, said the businessman. Afterwards, many more businessmen came forward to talk to Li Hao, and Li Hao responded to their greetings and requests one by one. Although he was not good at business negotiations, he also understood the importance of these businessmen, so he needed to handle these relationships carefully. Li Hao fell into deep thought in the hotel. He realized that he was not suitable for business activities. He needed to find someone who was both business savvy and trustworthy to assist him. However, he did not find the right person in the 13th Legion. Suddenly, Li Hao thought of Wang Lei and immediately called Wang Lei. "Lazy, are you still looking at the starfish?" Wang Lei replied, "I have returned to the Imperial Capital Star." Li Hao was delighted and said, "Great, I just need your help with something." "What is it?" "Our fleet liberated the Golden Sand Star in the Endless Sea. I don't know much about business, so I would like to ask you to help me manage business affairs." Wang Lei was a little surprised after hearing this. He knew that Jinsha Star was an important gateway to the Endless Sea, and the development of Jinsha Star was of great significance to the empire. However, he also knew that business management was not an easy task and required rich experience and expertise. "Haozi, I'm not very familiar with business, and you know, my ambition is not in this area," Wang Lei said. Li Hao frowned. He understood that Wang Lei's ambition had always been in the military field, but the current development of Jinsha Star required someone to be responsible for the commercial aspects, and Wang Lei was the candidate he trusted the most. "Lazy, I understand your ambition, but the development of Jinsha Star urgently needs someone to take charge of business affairs, and you are the person I trust the most." Wang Lei was silent for a moment. He understood that what Li Hao said made sense, and he didn't want to let Li Hao down. "Okay, Haozi, I will do my best to help you," Wang Lei said. "Great, Lazy, I knew you would agree. Come to Xingang Hotel now. I'll wait for you here." Wang Lei came to Xingang Hotel and met Li Hao. Li Hao looked a little tired. "Haozi, you look very tired." "It's okay. I just have a lot of things to do recently." "Lazy, I will feel much more relaxed when you come." The two sat down, and Li Hao took out a document and handed it to Wang Lei. "This is the current asset status of our 13th Army." Wang Lei read the document carefully, raising questions and suggestions from time to time. Li Hao listened attentively, and the two discussed for a long time. "Haozi, you are such a jerk. You are still in debt of 6 billion star coins." Wang Lei said, "Isn't this all for the purpose of buying warships?" Li Hao smiled helplessly. "Without a strong military force, how can we protect Jinsha Star and develop its resources?" Wang Lei nodded. "You are right, but 6 billion star coins is not a small amount. How can we afford it?" "I have some ideas," Li Hao said. "First, we can make money by developing the resources of Jinsha Star. Jinsha Star is rich in mineral resources. We can build some mining sites and processing plants to produce high-quality mineral products and then sell them to other planets." "That's fine. I'll arrange this, and I'll handle the commercial part later," Wang Lei asked. After the two finished their conversation, Wang Lei began to connect with the merchants on the Imperial Capital Star, while Li Hao continued to wait for the military's warships. A few days later, the marshal sent someone to inform Li Hao that the warship was ready and he could arrange for someone to take over. Li Hao was very excited when he heard the news, and he immediately notified Wang Lei to prepare to receive the warship together. The next day, Li Hao and Wang Lei led the officers in charge of receiving the ships to the military supply warehouse. They saw warships lined up in an orderly manner, looking majestic. Li Hao and Wang Lei boarded a battleship and carefully checked every detail. They were very satisfied with the performance and equipment of the battleship and firmly believed that it would play a huge role in the battle. The officers who received the ships were also amazed at the warships and said that with these warships, the combat effectiveness of the 13th Corps would be even stronger. After Li Hao and his team finished receiving the warships, they decided to set sail immediately. Before departure, Li Hao went to the princess's mansion to meet the 6th princess and told her that the fleet would go deep into the endless sea star region and might face great danger, so he hoped that she could stay on the Imperial Capital Star. When the 6th princess heard Li Hao's words, she felt reluctant, but she also understood that Li Hao was concerned about her safety. So, she nodded slightly and said softly, "Okay, I will stay in the Imperial Capital Star. You must be careful and make sure you return safely." Li Hao gazed at the 6th princess affectionately, and a warm current surged in his heart. He gently held the 6th princess's white, jade-like hand and said sincerely, "Don't worry, I will definitely return safely. You should also take good care of yourself." After Li Hao returned to the fleet, he immediately ordered the fleet to set sail without any delay. Under his command, the fleet slowly sailed out of the military port and eventually disappeared into the vast universe. After several days of space travel, the fleet finally arrived at its destination, the base planet. Chapter 56. Pirate Alliance besieges Jinsha Star. After Li Hao returned to the base, he found that Zhang Yu and other officers had been waiting for him at the base's Star Valley base. This time, Zhang Yu successfully recruited officers from 2 fleets and more than 30,000 mecha soldiers in Zhongzhou Star, which undoubtedly added a strong boost to their combat effectiveness. Li Hao assigned the heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers he purchased this time to the Dawn Fleet. In this way, the Dawn Fleet had a flagship, the USS Dreadnought. The second flagship was the heavy cruiser flagship Freedom, and 14 cruisers. After properly arranging the fleet personnel, Li Hao introduced Wang Lei to Zhang Yu and announced publicly that Wang Lei would serve as the logistics minister of the 13th Corps. After the appointment was announced, Li Hao had an in-depth conversation with Wang Lei. Li Hao also informed Wang Lei of their discovery of energy mines on the base star. After Wang Lei heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is really good news. Energy mines are strategic resources. With them, our fleet will have more powerful power support. This energy mine is quite special. We need to further strengthen the protection of the energy mine to prevent it from being coveted by other forces. The heroic fleet will remain stationed on the base star and will follow your command in the future. Wang Lei nodded. Okay, I will arrange for professionals to be responsible for the security of the mining area to ensure the safety of the energy mine. Afterwards, Li Hao discussed other logistical support issues with Wang Lei, including material procurement, personnel training, etc. Wang Lei put forward his own suggestions and solutions one by one. After Li Hao arranged the affairs of the base star, he immediately led the new fleet to Jinsha Star. After a few days of sailing, when they were about to arrive at Jinsha Star, Li Hao found something wrong. The fleet that should have been patrolling here, Li Hao did not see it along the way. Li Hao immediately asked the detector officer to turn on the detector at full power and asked the communications officer to contact the Xingyao fleet. The detector was working at full power and soon found some anomalies. There were a large number of warships moving in the orbit of Jinsha Star. Commander, a large number of warships are moving towards the planet Jinsha, the exploration officer reported. Li Hao frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Contact the Starry Fleet immediately and ask them what's going on. The communications officer tried to contact the Starry Fleet, but received no response. This made Li Hao even more worried. What on earth happened to the Starry Fleet? Could it be that the Star Glory Fleet has already? A bad thought flashed through Li Hao's mind, but he quickly rejected the idea. No, it's impossible. There are 3 heavy cruiser flagships and 12 cruisers left on the Golden Sand Star. They will definitely not be defeated easily. Commander, what should we do now? Asked an officer. Speed up, prepare for battle, charge the main guns, and rescue Jinsha Star. The fleet continued to accelerate towards Jinsha Star. As time went by, they had entered the space domain of Jinsha Star, and Li Hao finally saw their logo clearly. When Li Hao led the fleet to the battlefield, he saw the logo of the Pirate Alliance's warships, and Li Hao immediately ordered all the warships to join the battlefield. Li Hao's fleet suddenly attacked from the rear, throwing the Pirate Alliance's fleet into chaos. They originally thought that only the defense forces of Jinsha Star needed to deal with it, but they didn't expect the reinforcements of the 13th Legion to come so quickly and attack from their rear. What's going on? Where does the fleet come from? Asked the commander of the Pirate Alliance in surprise. Report to the commander, It's the Imperial fleet. They are coming from behind us. Damn it. How come they are here? The commander cursed. What should we do now? The pirate commander thought for a moment and said, Don't panic. Our fleet is larger than theirs. As long as we hold our ground, we will be able to defeat them. The fleet of the Pirate Alliance began to adjust its formation to prepare for Li Hao's fleet. However, Li Hao's fleet was extremely fast and soon broke through their defense line, forming a pincer attack with the defense forces of Jinsha Star. Activate the shield, lock all main guns, and fire. The warships of the Dawn fleet opened fire at the same time, and countless energy beams shot towards the Pirate Alliance fleet. The Pirate Alliance's fleet was not to be outdone. Their warships also fired countless energy beams, launching a fierce attack on the Pirate Alliance's fleet. A leader of the Pirate Alliance said in panic, This is the 13th Legion's main fleet, the Dawn fleet, and that ship is the Dreadnought. Commander, our fleet has suffered heavy losses. If this continues, we will be wiped out, said a pirate from the Pirate Alliance in panic. Retreat. The commander of the Pirate Alliance finally gave the order to retreat. The fleet of the Pirate Alliance began to turn around and try to escape from the battlefield, but Li Hao's fleet bit them tightly and launched continuous attacks, making it impossible for them to escape. Want to run? That's not that easy. You must leave the enemy's flagship to me. The warships of the Dawn fleet were running at full speed, like a group of hungry sharks, closely chasing the Pirate Alliance's fleet. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, staring closely at the screen in front of him, which showed the location and status of the Pirate Alliance fleet. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were flashing with anger. Report to the commander. We are approaching the fleet of the Pirate Alliance. Should we launch an attack? Don't be hasty. Wait until we are in the best attacking position before launching the attack. The warships of the Dawn fleet gradually approached the fleet of the Pirate Alliance, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Li Hao looked at the flagship of the Pirate Alliance on the screen and secretly vowed in his heart that he must sink it and avenge his dead comrades. Report to the commander. We have entered the best attack position. Should we launch the attack? The officer asked again. Star Destroyer, main gun has 50 energy, fire. As Li Hao's order was given, the Star Destroyer, main gun of the Dawn fleet flagship began to charge. The ship trembled slightly, and rays of energy gathered on the main gun, emitting a heart-pounding aura. A moment later, the Star Destroyer's main gun emitted a dazzling light, and a huge energy beam cut through the void and blasted towards the flagship of the Pirate Alliance. The captain of the Pirate Alliance's flagship saw this scene and suddenly felt desperate. Quick, activate the energy shield, the captain shouted at the top of his lungs. However, it was too late. The energy beam from the Star Destroyer's main gun instantly hit the Pirate Alliance's flagship, and the powerful energy instantly tore through the flagship's energy shield and then penetrated the flagship's hull. A huge light burst out, and the flagship of the Pirate Alliance exploded violently under the attack of the Star Destroyer's main gun, turning into a huge fireball. Countless fragments and debris flew in all directions, like a gorgeous fireworks display. Chapter 57. The Star Fleet suffers damage. Li Hao looked at the enemy's flagship explosion on the screen, but he didn't feel too happy. He knew that this battle was just the beginning. He took a deep breath and gave the order. Order the fleet to continue moving forward and search for traces of other pirate fleets. The Dreadnought returns to the starport. When the Dreadnought slowly entered the starport, Li Hao's heart had already flown to the headquarters. He was eager to know the situation of the Star Glory fleet, his brothers, and what exactly had they experienced in the previous battle. As soon as he entered the headquarters, Li Hao felt the tense atmosphere. Staff members were busy shuttling back and forth, and various data and intelligence were displayed on the big screen. He walked straight to a captain and asked, "What is the situation of the Star Glory fleet?" The captain turned around, a trace of fatigue on his face. "Commander Li Hao, the Star Glory fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. They had a fierce battle with the Pirate Alliance fleet, but the enemy's number and firepower exceeded our expectations." Li Hao frowned, and a worry surged in his heart. What is the specific loss? The captain sighed and pointed at the data on the screen and said, "All the warships left on the Jinsha Star have been damaged. The Xingyao, Xinghui, and Xingchen have all been severely damaged. They are currently undergoing emergency repairs and resupply. All flagships are damaged. What's going on? There are too many enemies this time. They concentrated their fire on the fleet's flagship from the beginning. Fortunately, our warships are equipped with double shields. Otherwise, the 3 flagships would not be seriously damaged but would be destroyed," said the captain. Li Hao was silent for a moment. He knew the cruelty of this battle. Every victory was accompanied by great sacrifices, and their enemies seemed endless. In an office on the Pirate Alliance star in the Endless Sea Star region, several high-ranking members of the Pirate Alliance sat together. Their faces were all very solemn, and the news they had just received made them feel very uneasy. The fleet of the 13th Legion has approached our star field. They have now occupied the Jinsha star and have entered the star field. One of the senior officials said, "We will definitely be able to drive them out of Jinsha star by sending so many starships this time," said the second senior executive. "We just received news from the intelligence department that this operation has failed," the first senior executive said with a frown. "What? How could it fail? Haven't we already sent out so many starships?" the third senior executive asked in surprise. "The one left behind on the Jinsha star is the 13th Legion's Royal Star Fleet. We had already severely damaged their 3 heavy cruiser flagships, but their main fleet, the Dawn Fleet, rushed back to provide support," the first senior official said helplessly. "How damn annoying. We were so close to taking over Sand Star." The third senior executive slammed the table in anger. "What should we do now? Our fleet suffered heavy losses this time. How about we ask for help from other forces?" "No, this is too risky." The first senior executive shook his head. "We can't trust other forces easily. What if they take the opportunity to stab us in the back?" "Everyone, I have a plan that may be able to solve our current predicament," said a mysterious voice. After Li Hao returned to the starport and checked the damage of the Xingyao fleet, he found Zhang Yu and said solemnly, "Zhang Yu, although we have defended Jinsha Star this time, the losses are not small. We must repair the warships as soon as possible to restore the fleet's combat effectiveness." Zhang Yu nodded and responded, "I have arranged for the engineering team and maintenance robots to work day and night to repair all the warships in the shortest possible time. Also, all the soldiers who were injured and sacrificed must be compensated. They paid a huge price to defend Jinsha Star, and we cannot let them down. I have compiled a list of the injured and sacrificed soldiers, and will give them corresponding pensions and rewards in accordance with regulations." Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao carefully studied the attack of the Pirate Alliance. The pirates suffered heavy losses this time, so Li Hao prepared to continue to go deeper into the Endless Sea Star region. The pirate forces near Jinsha Star were intertwined and must be completely eradicated to ensure the safety of Jinsha Star. In the following days, Li Hao led the fleet to continue to go deep into the Endless Sea Star region. They fought their way through the barriers and eliminated many pirate forces. Every victory made them more determined to eradicate the pirates. Just when Li Hao was fighting the pirates in the Endless Star region, news came from the Imperial Capital that the second prince was going to the Endless Sea Star region to be responsible for the development of the Star Sea. The second prince led his personal fleet to Jinsha Star, and Li Hao, Zhang Yu and others received him at the starport. The second prince, dressed in gorgeous armor, slowly walked down from the flagship. His eyes swept over Li Hao and others, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. "Li Hao, long time no see." The second prince's voice was low and powerful. "Meet His Royal Highness, the second prince." "No need to be polite." The second prince waved his hand. "I came here this time on the orders of my father to be in charge of the development of the Star Sea. Li Hao, you have done a good job in suppressing pirates in the Endless Star region. I have heard about your achievements." "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness the second prince. This is all part of the 13th Legion's responsibility." "Good, very good." The second prince smiled with satisfaction. "Well, let's host a banquet at the Star Harbor Hotel tonight to entertain the officers of the 13th Legion. Let's get to know each other." "Thank you, His Royal Highness the second prince." Li Hao and others saluted again, then turned and left the starport. In the evening, the second prince hosted a banquet in the Star Harbor Hotel to entertain Li Hao and other officers of the 13th Legion. At the banquet, the second prince raised his glass frequently and chatted and laughed with everyone. Li Hao sat aside, quietly observing the second prince's every move. After the banquet, Li Hao lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He knew that the arrival of the second prince would bring more changes to the Endless Star domain. The next morning, the second prince summoned Li Hao and others to discuss the development of the Star Sea. The second prince proposed a bold plan. He planned to lead the fleet deep into the Endless Star field to find new resources and planets. Li Hao was shocked when he heard this. The depths of the Endless Star domain were full of dangers, not only powerful pirates, but also various unknown dangers. "Second prince, I think this plan is too risky." Li Hao couldn't help but say. "The situation in the depths of the Endless Star region is unknown. If you go there rashly, you may encounter unexpected events." Chapter 58. The second prince seizes military power. "Li Hao, what do you mean? Are you questioning my decision?" The second prince's face darkened. "I am the person in charge of this pioneering operation. You just need to follow my plan." Then we wish your highness a successful start. Our 13th Legion is waiting for your good news on Jinsha Star. The second prince looked at Li Hao coldly and said, Li Hao, what do you mean? Your highness, we have no objection to you leading your fleet to explore the starry sea in the depths of the endless sea, but our 13th fleet has no plans to go there at the moment. I now order you to go with me. Do you want to disobey? The second prince frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in his tone. Second prince, you came to the endless sea to open up the world under the order of the emperor, and our 13th Corps' mission is to protect the defense line of the Golden Sand Star. Our Corps has no plans to advance into the interior of the Endless Sea Star region recently. Li Hao, you disobeyed military orders. On behalf of the military, I am now dismissing you from your position as the commander of the 13th Army Fleet. I, the prince, will now take over the military affairs of the 13th Army. Hearing this, Li Hao's face instantly turned gloomy. He looked at the second prince coldly and said, Second prince, are you sure you have the right to dismiss me? I am the fleet commander of the 13th Legion. Shouldn't you go back and figure out what to do to mobilize the 13th Legion first? Li Hao, who do you think you are? You are just a small colonel fleet commander. How dare you disobey my orders? Do you know how serious the consequences are? I'll tell you again, I'm the commander of the 13th Legion. If you want to remove me from my position, please show me the military order. Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression became even uglier. He did not expect Li Hao to be so tough and dare to disobey his orders in public. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Hao, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the military. I tell you, I am the son of His Majesty the Emperor. I represent the authority of the royal family. You must obey my orders. Second prince, you are the son of the emperor, and I respect your status. However, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the 13th Legion, let alone revoke my position. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can complain to the military, and I will accept the military's investigation. Li Hao, are you threatening me? Do you think I dare not complain to the military? I tell you, I will definitely make you regret it. I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating the facts. If you want to complain to the military, I'm always here to help. However, before the military makes a decision, I'm still the commander of the 13th Legion fleet. The second prince's face turned uncertain when he heard this. He knew that Li Hao was right. If he forcibly took over the fleet of the 13th Legion, it would cause dissatisfaction in the military and even affect his future. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Just as the second prince was hesitating, an officer suddenly walked into the conference room. He walked up to the second prince and whispered, Your Highness, the adjutant of the 3rd Legion commander is here and is waiting for you outside. The second prince's face changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect his uncle to send someone to look for him. He thought for a moment and said to the officer, Let him wait outside for a while. I'll be out soon. The officer took the order and left, while the second prince stood up and paced back and forth in the meeting room. He knew his uncle's character and must be worried about his safety, so he sent an adjutant to pick him up. However, he was unwilling to give up like this. He had finally got this opportunity. If he went back like this, he would never have another chance in the future. After a while, the second prince finally made a decision. He walked out of the meeting room and met his uncle's adjutant. When the adjutant saw the second prince, he saluted and said, Your Highness, the commander of the army asked me to take you back. I know my uncle's good intentions, but I can't just go back like this. I came here on the emperor's orders, and I must complete the mission. The adjutant frowned and said, Your Highness, the Endless Sea Star region is full of dangers. You only brought your personal guard fleet with you. If you encounter any danger, the consequences will be disastrous. Adjutant, don't worry. I already have a plan. As long as the 13th Legion is willing to obey my orders, we will be able to complete the mission. The adjutant sighed and said, Your Highness, you should come back with me first. The affairs of the 13th Legion are not as simple as you think. The second prince's face darkened and he said, Adjutant, what do you mean? I am a prince. I represent the authority of the royal family. Li Hao must obey my orders. If Li Hao does not obey, I will revoke his military power, and the officers under him will accept my orders. Your Highness, if he was from the Royal Legion, they would obey your orders, but the 13th Legion will only accept Li Hao's orders at present, and you have no way to revoke his military power unless you are willing to bear all the military expenses of the 13th Legion. The adjutant explained. Upon hearing this, the second prince's face became even gloomier. He did not expect the affairs of the 13th Legion to be so complicated. He snorted coldly and said, What does this have to do with military spending? I am the prince. I only need to give orders, and they must execute them. The adjutant shook his head helplessly and said, Your Highness, if you do this, you will cause a mutiny. The second prince was shocked when he heard this. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he also knew how serious the consequences of a mutiny would be. He was silent for a moment and said, "Adjutant, what do you think I should do?" "Your Highness, I think you should go back first. Besides, this endless sea star region has always been the defense zone of the 13th Legion. We have actually broken the rules by coming here," the adjutant suggested. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back first." The second prince walked into the meeting room with his adjutant with a gloomy face. His eyes revealed a hint of displeasure and anxiety, which was in sharp contrast to his previous arrogant attitude. The second prince simply said coldly, "There is something going on in the capital. I have to go back first." After saying this, the second prince turned around and prepared to leave the meeting room, followed closely by his adjutant. In the conference room, the officers of the 13th Legion were puzzled when they saw the second prince suddenly leave. A captain frowned and asked, "Commander, judging from what the second prince said, is he coming to seize military power?" Li Hao sat at the head of the conference table. His face was gloomy. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The second prince's behavior is indeed a little abnormal." Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It seems that the second prince wants to take control of the military power, but his brain doesn't seem to be that good, and he actually wants to get involved in the military power of the 13th Legion. Okay, no matter what he wants to do, we just need to do our own thing. The internal affairs of the Empire have little to do with us, and no one can stop us." Chapter 59, Endless Sea Oasis Star. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace of the Imperial Capital, the Emperor also learned about the second prince's intelligence on Jinsha Star. He sat on the dragon chair in the Imperial study, listening to the report of his trusted ministers, his face gloomy and uncertain. "Your Majesty, the second prince has left Jinsha Star and returned to the Imperial Capital," the minister said cautiously. The Emperor frowned. So fast, did he run into a wall with Li Hao? "Your Majesty, yes." He ordered the entire fleet to go with him to the depths of the Endless Sea. Colonel Li Hao refused, and he wanted to remove Colonel Li Hao from his post on the spot. What a brainless waste. He doesn't even know the situation of the 13th Legion, yet he goes out there to embarrass himself, the Emperor said angrily. The minister lowered his head and dared not speak. The Emperor was silent for a while, then asked, "How did Colonel Li Hao respond?" The minister replied, "Colonel Li Hao resolutely refused the second prince's order." Seeing this, the second prince threatened Colonel Li Hao and said that he would go to the military to complain about him. Colonel Li Hao said that he was willing to accept any investigation. This rebellious son is getting more and more outrageous. Who does he think he is? How dare he play tricks under my nose? I will tell you that Colonel Li Hao should continue to stick to his post, strengthen defenses, and ensure the safety of Jinsha Star. Just let him follow his own plan. After receiving the order, the minister quickly left the palace and went to the military headquarters to convey the emperor's will to Jinshaxing. After the second prince returned to the imperial capital, his operation on Jinsha Star failed, but he was not willing to give up. At the instigation of the second prince, some ministers began to spread rumors in the court, saying that Li Hao had his own troops and was attempting to rebel. After hearing the discussion of the 13th Legion in the court, the second prince's uncle found the second prince. He frowned and said in a reproachful tone, "Your Highness, your operation on Jinsha Star failed. Why are you spreading rumors in the court? Doing so will only make His Majesty even more dissatisfied with you." "Uncle, do you think I want to do this? Li Hao, that guy, actually dared to disobey my orders. I will make him pay the price." "Your Highness, you must know that the affairs of the 13th Legion are not that simple. If you do this, His Majesty will only lose his trust in you." "Uncle, why do you keep saying that the 13th Legion's affairs are not simple?" The second prince's uncle told him everything that happened in the 13th Legion 10 years ago, and about Li Hao's current formation of the 13th Legion. The second prince's face darkened after listening to his uncle's story. He had never expected that there were so many things hidden behind the 13th Legion. "That means my trip to the Endless Sea was completely in vain, and I also offended Li Hao," said the second prince. "He is the future commander of the 13th Legion. It is not a wise choice for you to make an enemy of him." "What should I do now, uncle?" the second prince asked with some annoyance. The second prince's uncle pondered for a moment and said, "What you need to do now is to repair your relationship with Li Hao and try to resolve the conflict between you." After Li Hao learned about the situation on the Imperial Capital Star, he ignored it. He knew the second prince's character and his purpose. After the Starry Fleet was repaired, Li Hao left the Starry Fleet on the Golden Sands as a planetary defense fleet, and he led the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet deep into the Endless Sea Star region again. After the fleet went deep into the Endless Sea Star region, Li Hao sailed for several days according to the Endless Sea Star Region navigation map. According to the markings on the navigation map, he knew that his destination this time, Oasis Star, was ahead. When Li Hao led the fleet approaching Oasis Star, he received a communication from the Oasis Star Port Defense Force. This is the Oasis Star Defense Force. Fleet ahead, please state your intentions. Li Hao was very curious as to why there were planetary defense forces in the Endless Sea. After thinking for a moment, he gave an order. Reply to them that we are the 13th Legion of the Empire and have been ordered to carry out the Endless Sea Star Region Patrol mission. The signalman immediately conveyed Li Hao's words to the Oasis Star Defense Force. After a while, the other side replied, "Welcome to the 13th Legion. We have received your mission instructions. Please wait where you are." About an hour later, a small spaceship flew out from Oasis Star and headed towards Li Hao's fleet. The spaceship stopped opposite Li Hao's flagship, and then Li Hao received a communication request from the other party. Li Hao answered the call, and a strange voice came from the communicator. "Hello, Commander. I am the governor of Oasis Star, Zhang Qiang. On behalf of the people of Oasis Star, I welcome you." "Hello, Governor Zhang. I am Li Hao, the commander of the fleet of the 13th Imperial Army. 13th Legion, you are finally here after so many years of waiting," the governor said excitedly. "Colonel Li Hao, there is a starport ahead. I will take you there." Under the guidance of the governor, the fleet slowly sailed into the starport. After the Star Glory fleet docked, Li Hao led a group of officers out of the flagship, and they were greeted by the person in charge of the starport and a group of enthusiastic staff. "Welcome to Oasis Starport, Colonel Li Hao." The port manager stepped forward and shook hands with Li Hao enthusiastically. "We have been waiting for this day for many years." Li Hao nodded slightly, and after exchanging a few words with the person in charge of the starport, he couldn't wait to ask the governor about the situation on Oasis Star. "Governor Zhang, I would like to know what the current situation on Oasis Star is." Li Hao's eyes were full of concern. The governor sighed and said slowly, "Colonel Li Hao, after the war that year, the 13th Corps suffered heavy losses, and the Endless Sea Star region entered a period of chaos. I was originally a captain of the 13th Corps who stayed behind to defend the Oasis Star. In that war, we lost many comrades. Captain Zhang, Li Hao, the commander of the fleet of the 13th Imperial Army, welcomes you back." Governor Zhang looked at Li Hao excitedly, tears flashing in his eyes. He held Li Hao's hand tightly and said, "Commander Li Hao, we have finally waited for you. Over the years, we have been defending Oasis Star and looking forward to your return. Governor Zhang, you have worked hard over the years. The Empire has not forgotten you. We have been working hard to rebuild the 13th Legion. Now we are finally back." Governor Zhang said with emotion, "That's great, that's great. With your arrival, we have a backbone. Governor Zhang, please tell me about the current situation first." Chapter 60. Zhang Yu and Zhang Tian recognize each other as brothers. Governor Zhang nodded and said, "Okay. Ever since the 13th Legion withdrew, the Endless Sea Star region has fallen into chaos. Pirates have been attacking each other in various star systems, and the people are living in poverty. Although our Oasis Star is located in a remote area, it has not been spared. Over the years, we have been trying to resist the invasion of pirates, but our strength is limited after all, and we cannot completely solve the problem. Governor Zhang, I understand. The mission of our 13th Legion is to restore order in the Endless Sea Star region and eliminate those pirates and rebel forces." "Great. With your arrival, we are confident. Commander Li Hao, you will now take over the defense of Oasis Star. I will notify everyone now." "Okay, Governor Zhang. We will take over the defense of Oasis as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the planet." After Governor Zhang left, Li Hao called Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is the adjutant of the former commander of the 13th Army Corps and was familiar with the original 13th Army Corps. Li Hao needed Zhang Yu to confirm Governor Zhang's situation. "Zhang Yu, this Governor Zhang said he was a captain of the 13th Army's remaining fleet. What do you think?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Commander, what's his name?" "My name is Zhang Tian. What's the matter? Do you know someone?" Zhang Yu said excitedly. "Commander, where is he?" Li Hao looked at the excited Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat puzzled, and said, "Zhang Yu, don't be anxious, calm down. Do you know this Zhang Tian?" Zhang Yu took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Commander, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be my cousin. We didn't go back to the depths of the Endless Sea to investigate the situation of the troops on various planets." After Governor Zhang finished explaining the change of guard, he returned to Li Hao's room. Zhang Yu was very excited to see his cousin. His eyes were wet, and he said in a trembling voice, "Cousin, is it really you?" Zhang Tian was also very excited. He walked forward and hugged Zhang Yu tightly, saying, "It's me, Xiao Yu. You are still alive. When I heard that the commander of the army led the last fleet to perish together, I thought you were gone." The two hugged and cried, and the longing and worry for many years were released at this moment. Li Hao watched this scene quietly and felt happy for them in his heart. After a while, Zhang Qiang released Zhang Yu, wiped his tears, and said, "Xiao Yu, have you been well these years?" Zhang Yu nodded. "I'm fine, cousin. I didn't expect to see you today." Li Hao interrupted. "Well, you two brothers are finally reunited, which is a good thing. However, we have more important things to do now. Well, Governor Zhang has handed over the planet's defense to us. We need to familiarize ourselves with Oasis's defense situation as soon as possible." Zhang Tian introduced. "There are many pirate forces nearby. The most famous one is the Skeleton Pirates. They are on the Dark Star." Li Hao nodded and said, "I know this pirate group and have fought against them before." Zhang Tian looked at Li Hao in surprise and said, "Commander, have you ever fought against the Skeleton Pirates? They are not easy to deal with." "Yes, I once led a fleet to patrol near the border and was attacked by the Skeleton Pirates. They were very powerful, but we still managed to repel them." After the three of them conducted an in-depth analysis of the intelligence on the Skeleton Pirates and Dark Star, Li Hao decided to find an opportunity to directly eliminate this pirate group. In the following days, Li Hao and his team began to formulate a battle plan. They carefully studied the activities of the Skeleton Pirates, the deployment of troops, and the terrain and defense facilities of the Dark Star. While Li Hao was making a battle plan, the Skeleton Pirates also learned that the 13th Legion had taken over Oasis Star. The leader of the Skeleton Pirates, Haisha, called the leaders of the surrounding pirate groups to discuss together. "Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard that the 13th Legion has taken over Oasis Star." Haisha sat at the head of the group and said gloomily, "This is not good news for us." "Yes, the strength of the 13th Legion cannot be underestimated. We must find a way to deal with it," said a pirate leader. "I think we can unite and fight against the 13th Legion together." Another pirate leader suggested. "Unite?" Haisha sneered. "That's easy to say, but who will be the leader of this coalition?" "Of course it's you, Boss Haisha," a pirate leader said. "You are the strongest, we all listen to you." Haisha nodded and said, "Okay, since everyone trusts me so much, I will be the leader of this coalition." "I disagree." A burly pirate leader stood up, with a deep scar on his face, looking very ferocious. "The 13th Legion's fleet is very powerful. How can we pirates be their opponent?" "Yeah, we pirates usually just bully merchant ships. We have no chance of winning against regular troops." Another pirate leader echoed. "Humph, you cowards, you only know how to retreat." Haisha snorted coldly. "Although the 13th Legion is powerful, we are not without a chance. As long as we unite and fight together, we will definitely be able to defeat them." But the burly pirate leader wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Haisha. "No buts." Haisha stood up and glanced at everyone present. "We pirate groups have always been fighting on our own. Now, it's time to unite and fight our enemies together." Haisha is right. A thin pirate leader stood up. "Only if we pirates unite can we survive." "Okay, since everyone agrees, let's start formulating a battle plan," said Haisha. So, the leaders of these pirate groups began to discuss the battle plan. They decided to send out some small boats to harass Oasis Star first to attract the attention of the 13th Legion. Then, they would send out the main fleet to defeat the 13th Legion in one fell swoop. While the leaders of these pirate groups were discussing battle plans, Li Hao was also busy on Oasis Star. Li Hao first sent out some reconnaissance ships to scout the movements of the Skeleton Pirate Group. Soon he learned that the Skeleton Pirates had joined forces with several other pirate groups to form a huge coalition force. After a period of reconnaissance and exploration, the Skeleton Pirates' coalition forces appeared near the Oasis Star. Their fleet blocked out the sky and headed towards the Oasis Star with great momentum. Chapter 61 Oasis Star Wars. Li Hao gave the order without hesitation, putting the defense system of Oasis Star on full alert immediately. He personally commanded the fleet, ready to fight against the coalition forces of the Skeleton Pirates. Under his command, the fleet entered the battle state quickly and orderly like a well-trained army. This time, Li Hao led the 13th Corps' main fleets, the Dawn Fleet and the Royal Star Fleet. On the left was Li Hao's Dreadnought, with the Freedom Heavy Cruiser flagship next to it, and 12 cruisers behind it. On the right was the Royal Star Fleet, with the Star and Starlight heavy cruisers leading the way, and 10 cruisers behind it. The warships were neatly arranged in space, like steel behemoths, ready for the upcoming battle. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, looking forward with a firm gaze. Beside him, the staff officers were busy working, constantly passing on intelligence and orders. The captains were on their respective warships, directing their soldiers to prepare for battle. The entire fleet was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere, as everyone knew that this battle would be a life-and-death battle. As the Skeleton Pirates coalition forces got closer, Li Hao ordered the fleet to move forward. The warships slowly moved forward, gradually forming a huge encirclement. Li Hao's plan was to use the defense system to consume the enemy's strength first, and then launch a general attack to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. When the Skeleton Pirates entered the range, the defense system on Oasis immediately opened fire. Laser beams and missiles whizzed out and rushed towards the pirate fleet. The pirate fleet was not to be outdone, and they fired a large number of missiles and energy weapons in an attempt to destroy the defense system of Oasis. When the battle between the two sides was in full swing, Haisha's eyes locked on the dreadnought, and he guessed that it was the ship of the commander of the 13th Legion. Immediately, he decisively ordered the pirate fleet to gather firepower and prepare to launch a strong attack on the dreadnought. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Haisha's eyes. The dreadnought was the core strength of the 13th Legion. As long as the dreadnought was destroyed, the 13th Legion would be dealt a heavy blow. All warships, aim at the dreadnought and open fire. Haisha's order was quickly conveyed among the pirate fleet. For a moment, all the firepower of the pirate fleet was concentrated on the dreadnought. Countless missiles and energy beams rained down on the dreadnought, trying to destroy it completely. Li Hao keenly realized that the other party was trying to concentrate fire on his dreadnought, and without hesitation, he immediately ordered all energy shields to be activated. At the same time, he quickly replaced them with super energy blocks from the base star to enhance the energy source of the energy shields. With the powerful support of the super energy block, the energy shield of the dreadnought became indestructible and easily withstood the first round of fierce attacks from the pirate fleet. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, the pirates became more and more crazy and launched a more fierce second round of attacks. After 2 rounds of concentrated fire attacks, Li Hao had a general understanding of the enemy's firepower. He quickly made a judgment and decisively ordered all fleets to release mecha units to launch a counterattack against the pirate fleet. At that moment, countless mechas poured out from the warships, rushing towards the pirate fleet like a steel torrent. These mechas were the elite forces of the 13th Legion, equipped with advanced weapons and protective equipment, and had strong combat effectiveness. Under the command of Li Hao, the mecha troops were divided into several teams and attacked the pirate fleet from different directions. They flexibly shuttled between the pirate fleets and used their own advantages to attack the pirate warships at close range. The pirates were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the mecha troops, and their warships were damaged one after another under the attack of the mechas. Some pirates tried to organize a counterattack, but under the powerful firepower of the mecha troops, their resistance seemed insignificant. As the battle continued, the mecha troops' advantage became more and more obvious, and they gradually took control of the battlefield. With their powerful firepower and flexible tactics, they destroyed one pirate warship after another, dealing a heavy blow to the pirate fleet. Under the fierce attack of the mecha troops, the pirate fleet suffered heavy losses, and its formation began to become chaotic. Many pirate warships were destroyed or lost their combat effectiveness, floating in space and becoming wreckage in the universe. Haisha saw that the situation was unfavorable to him, so he ordered the fleet to retreat in an attempt to escape Li Hao's pursuit. Everyone retreat. Haisha gave the order to retreat. The pirate fleet began to turn around and speed up to escape from the battlefield. However, Li Hao did not let them go easily. Li Hao ordered the fleet to continue chasing and not give the pirate fleet any chance to breathe. Chase them. Don't let them run away. Li Hao shouted loudly in the command center. The fleet bit the pirate fleet's tail tightly and launched continuous attacks. Some pirate warships were hit and exploded during their escape, turning into space junk. When Li Hao saw that the pirate fleet was mainly composed of some larger warships, he ordered the fleet to accelerate to full power and surround the remaining pirates. The dreadnought and other warships rushed towards the pirate fleet at full speed. The pirates were filled with fear when they saw the fleet of the 13th Legion catching up with them. They knew that if they were surrounded, they would have no way out. Turn around and flee in all directions. Haisha ordered. The pirate fleet began to disperse, trying to get rid of the encirclement of the 13th Legion. However, Li Hao was well prepared, and he ordered the fleet to be divided into several teams to chase the pirate warships separately. In the fierce pursuit, the fleet of the 13th Legion gradually narrowed the encirclement. Some pirate warships tried to resist, but were quickly destroyed by the powerful firepower of the 13th Legion. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the pirates fell into a desperate situation. Haisha watched his fleet being destroyed one by one, his heart filled with despair and anger. He knew that he had no way to escape, but he was unwilling to be defeated. He decided to go all out and lead the remaining few warships to launch a final charge. "Brothers, follow me," Haisha shouted and drove his warship towards the fleet of the 13th Legion. The soldiers of the 13th Legion saw the pirates launch their final charge and prepared for battle. They lined up closely together to form a solid defense line, waiting for the pirates to arrive. Seeing that Haisha was about to make his final dying struggle, Li Hao ordered the main gun of the dreadnought to lock onto Haisha's flagship. "The main gun is fully charged and ready to fire at any time," the weapons officer reported. Chapter 62. Conquering the Dark Star Pirate Base. When Haisha saw the main gun on the dreadnought was charging, he felt despair. He heard that the main gun on the dreadnought was not a laser gun, but a more powerful Star Destroyer cannon. He knew that once the dreadnought's main guns opened fire, his flagship would not be able to withstand such an attack, and he and his crew would surely die. "What should we do? What should we do?" Haisha's adjutant asked in panic. Haisha took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that it was meaningless to continue resisting, and they could not break through the encirclement of the 13th Legion. At the last moment, Haisha made the decision to surrender. He asked the communications officer to initiate communication with Li Hao. When the communication was connected, a helpless smile appeared on Haisha's face. "Commander Li Hao, I am Haisha. I have decided to surrender, and I hope you can accept my surrender." When Li Hao heard Haisha's words, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He felt a little sorry, but he quickly regained his composure. "Haisha, you finally made the right decision. If it were any later, you and your warship would have become space garbage. I accept your surrender, but you and your crew must lay down your weapons and accept our inspection and trial." Li Hao's voice rang out in the communication channel, full of majesty and confidence. Haisha's face was gloomy, but he also knew that he had no way out. A moment later, the soldiers of the 13th Legion boarded Haisha's flagship. They held weapons in their hands and looked around vigilantly. There was a tense atmosphere in Haisha's flagship. The pirates were gathered together, and expressions of fear and uneasiness appeared on their faces. Li Hao also boarded the flagship. He looked at Haisha with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He walked up to Haisha and asked coldly, "Haisha, tell me, what is the situation of the surrounding pirates?" Haisha lowered his head, was silent for a moment, and then said, "What do you want to know? I'm giving you a chance now. If you tell me the truth about the surrounding pirate forces, I can consider giving you a lighter sentence." Haisha raised his head and looked at Li Hao with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He knew that Li Hao was telling the truth, and if he didn't confess, he would be severely punished. Haisha gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. Most of the pirates in this galaxy are here. There are only a few people in each base. There are also several pirate forces in the surrounding galaxies. Their forces are no worse than ours. They are backed by the Pirate Alliance." Pirate Alliance. Li Hao muttered to himself. "Are you saying that the nearby galaxy is the Pirate Alliance's sphere of influence?" Haisha nodded. "Yes, the galaxy next to us is the sphere of influence of the Pirate Alliance. They are very powerful, with many warships and soldiers. We, the pirate group, are just their periphery." Li Hao did not continue to discuss the Pirate Alliance with Haisha. He knew very well that with their current strength, they could not confront the Pirate Alliance head-on. He needed more time to develop his own power and improve his strength. Li Hao returned to the command room of the dreadnought, and Zhang Yu and Wang Lei came to report to him on the battlefield cleaning situation. Zhang Yu said, "Commander, we have cleared the battlefield and all the wreckage has been cleared. Among the captured warships, we can use 2 heavy cruisers and 5 corvettes. As for the other destroyers and frigates, we suggest forming a planetary escort fleet." Wang Lei went on to say, "We also captured some pirates. They were just ordinary pirates and had no value." "Very good. Quickly arrange for engineers to repair the battleship and detain the prisoners. We will deal with them once we return to base." At present, the skeleton pirates' Dark Star Defense Force is almost gone, so Li Hao immediately ordered the Star Fleet to destroy the pirate base. After receiving the order, the Starry Fleet immediately rushed to the Dark Star. Along the way, the fleet remained highly alert and prepared to fight any possible enemy at any time. When the fleet arrived at the Dark Star, as expected, the defense here was extremely weak, with only some old warships and a small number of soldiers. Seeing this, Li Hao ordered the fleet to attack with all their might. In an instant, artillery fire roared over the Dark Star, and the defense facilities of the pirate base quickly collapsed under the fleet's bombardment. The pirates were terrified and fled in all directions, but they had no way to retreat. The Star Fleet had already surrounded the entire planet like an iron barrel. Under the fierce attack of the fleet, the warships left behind in the pirate base were quickly destroyed. Li Hao personally led the soldiers to land on the Dark Star and launched a final siege against the pirates. The pirates who stayed behind at the Dark Star pirate base realized that the fleet led by Haisha had suffered a defeat after seeing the 13th Legion fleet enter the Dark Star. They knew that they were in a desperate situation and their retreat had been cut off. Li Hao led the soldiers and steadily advanced on the battlefield of Dark Star. They carefully searched every corner, not missing any place where pirates might hide. The pirates fell into despair and panic. They knew that they could not compete with the powerful force of the 13th Legion, so they gave up resistance and chose to surrender. Some stubborn pirates tried to make a final struggle, but they were quickly subdued by the resolute attack of Li Hao and the soldiers. Li Hao looked at the surrendered pirates in front of him without a trace of pity in his heart. These pirates had been burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil in the universe for many years, bringing disaster and suffering to countless planets. He knew that he must not be lenient to these pirates. Take them all back and await trial. Li Hao gave the order. The soldiers acted quickly and took the surrendered pirates to the warship. The pirates lowered their heads, their eyes full of fear and despair. During the clearing process, Li Hao and his soldiers carefully searched every corner of the pirate base. When they came to a seemingly ordinary room, Li Hao's sharp eyes detected something unusual. A painting on the wall seemed a little crooked. He pushed it gently and found a secret door hidden behind it. Li Hao and the soldiers walked into the secret door carefully, and their eyes were attracted by the scene before them. The basement was full of star coins and jewels, and the light they emitted was dazzling. Li Hao picked up a star coin and carefully observed its details. He felt the weight of the star coin, which was a symbol of wealth. The soldiers also picked up star coins and jewels, marveling at the beauty and preciousness of these treasures. Some people even began to imagine their lives after acquiring such wealth, but Li Hao's cough brought them back to reality. Chapter 63 Dark Star Construction Port. Li Hao asked the soldiers to seal the star coins and jewels and carry them back to the warship. The soldiers carefully put the star coins and jewels into boxes and then carried them onto the warship. Li Hao looked at their busy figures, his heart filled with emotion. These treasures were once the pirates' spoils, but now they have become their spoils. After all the star coins and jewels were moved onto the warship, Li Hao led the soldiers to continue checking other spoils. They found many weapons and equipment in the pirate base, which were tools used by the pirates to attack other ships. Li Hao found Wang Lei, who was in charge of logistics, and said, "You should arrange to transport the seized materials back and dispose of them first. If you have enough funds, you should pay off the bank debt as soon as possible." Wang Lei nodded. He understood what Li Hao meant. The seized materials were very rich, including a large number of star coins, jewelry, and weapons and equipment. These materials are very important for the development of the fleet, but they also need to be converted into cash as soon as possible to repay the bank's debts. Wang Lei immediately arranged the transportation and handling of the materials. He contacted the fleet's transport team and arranged a large transport ship to transport the materials back to the base. At the same time, he also contacted some buyers and prepared to sell the materials as soon as possible. After thinking about the pirate base on Dark Star, Li Hao decided not to abandon the base. The Dark Star is located on the main route of the Endless Sea, and most routes must pass through the Dark Star. Zhang Qiang said that there is no starport on Dark Star, so the fleet cannot stay in the space of Dark Star for a long time and needs to return to Oasis Star for supplies. Li Hao nodded, and he also realized the seriousness of the problem. If the fleet could not stay on the Dark Star, then the base would not be able to play its strategic role. We need to build a starport on the Dark Star so that the fleet can be resupplied and repaired here. Zhang Qiang frowned. Building a starport requires a lot of resources and time. We don't have that many resources now. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We can first build a temporary starport on the Dark Star, and then build a permanent starport when we have enough resources. Therefore, Li Hao and Zhang Qiang began to formulate a plan to build a starport. They first contacted a construction company in the Empire to come to Dark Star to measure the orbital position and cost of building a starport. The construction company sent a team of engineers and technicians to the Dark Star for measurement and exploration. They used the most advanced measuring instruments and equipment to conduct detailed measurements and analysis of the Dark Star's orbital position, gravitational field, atmosphere, etc. After several days of hard work, they finally determined the best location and plan for building the starport and calculated the cost of building the starport. After reading the starport plan, Li Hao and Zhang Qiang felt that the cost was still affordable, so they decided to sign a contract with the construction company and entrust them to build the starport. In an office of the Pirate Alliance, The top leaders of the Pirate Alliance received the news that the Dark Star skeleton pirates were destroyed by the 13th Legion. This news shocked and unbelievable them. They could not imagine that the 13th Legion could destroy the coalition forces of the skeleton pirates in such a short time. Several senior executives sat around the conference table, discussing this issue with serious expressions. One of the senior officers named Black said, "How is this possible? The skeleton pirates' fleet is not bad in the periphery, and this time they formed a coalition. How could they be defeated so easily by the 13th Legion?" Another senior executive named Johnson nodded and said, "Yes, this is indeed surprising. We must find out how the 13th Legion did it." The third senior official named Smith frowned and said, "I am worried that the victory of the 13th Legion may attract the attention of other forces, and they may pose a threat to our pirate alliance. We must take measures to strengthen our defense and strength." At this moment, a subordinate came in and handed Black a document. Black opened the document and looked at it, and his face became even uglier. He said, "This intelligence shows that after the 13th Legion destroyed the coalition forces of the skeleton pirates, they have taken control of the Dark Star. They plan to build a defensive star port on the Dark Star, so as to control the route from the Endless Sea Star region to other star regions." This news shocked and worried everyone present. Johnson said, "We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find a way to deal with the threat of the 13th Legion." Blake pondered for a moment and said, "We can't let the 13th Legion build a defensive starport on the Dark Star. We can first notify the pirate groups near the Dark Star to unite and drive the 13th Legion out or destroy them." His proposal was supported by other senior executives, and after some discussion, everyone finally decided on an action plan. They went to various pirate groups near the Dark Star, contacted and negotiated with them, and formed a coalition to destroy the 13th Legion. After lobbying by the top leaders of the Pirate Alliance, the surrounding pirate groups soon agreed to unite with Dark Star as the center to form a huge coalition army. This coalition army is composed of the elite fleets of various pirate groups. After arranging the affairs of Dark Star, Li Hao returned to Oasis Star, found Zhang Qiang, and asked about the progress of the repair of the captured warships. When Zhang Qiang saw Li Hao coming back, he immediately went to meet him and said, "Commander, you are back. The repair work on the warship has been basically completed. The overall performance of the warships captured this time is good and has been handed over to the officers from the base." "Zhang Qiang, you did a good job." Li Hao patted Zhang Qiang on the shoulder and praised him. "Thank you for the compliment, Commander. This is all thanks to everyone," Zhang Qiang said modestly. Li Hao then summoned the fleet's officers to a military meeting, at which he announced the fleet's reorganization plan and appointed new captains and officers. Li Hao named the 2 heavy cruiser flagships captured this time Destiny and Storm, and the other 5 cruisers were all incorporated into the Dawn Fleet. At this time, the fleet stationed on the Dark Star included the Dawn Fleet, Dreadnought, Destiny, Storm, Liberty, and 17 cruisers, Star Fleet, Star Glory, Starshine, and 10 cruisers. On the outskirts of the Dark Star, in the vast universe, a large fleet is quietly gathering. This fleet is composed of elite forces jointly dispatched by the Pirate Alliance and multiple pirate groups from the galaxies surrounding the Dark Star. Their target is the Dark Star. Chapter 64 Ambush the Pirate Alliance. When the reconnaissance ships of the 13th Legion were patrolling the outskirts of the Dark Star, they suddenly discovered a huge fleet heading towards the Dark Star. The captain of the reconnaissance ship immediately realized that this was the fleet of the Pirate Alliance, and he quickly reported the news to the headquarters of the 13th Legion. After receiving the report at the headquarters, Li Hao immediately summoned the fleet officers to discuss countermeasures. They analyzed the strength and movements of the Pirate Alliance fleet based on the intelligence. The atmosphere in the headquarters was tense, and the officers looked solemn. Li Hao stood in front of the command desk, looking at everyone with a firm gaze, and said, "The strength of the pirate coalition coming this time is very strong. Let's see how to deal with it." The intelligence officer spoke first. "According to our reconnaissance, the Pirate Alliance fleet is huge, with various types of warships, including heavy cruisers, and destroyers." Another officer continued, "In addition, we have discovered that the actions of the Pirate Alliance fleet are very organized. They seem to have clear combat objectives and plans. We need to pay close attention to their movements and respond in a timely manner." Li Hao listened carefully to the officer's analysis and gradually came up with a plan. He said, "We cannot engage in a head-on confrontation with the Pirate Alliance fleet, as that would result in heavy losses. We need to adopt flexible tactics and use the terrain and fortifications of Dark Planet to conduct an effective defense." "So how should we implement it specifically?" After thinking for a moment, Li Hao said, "First, We need to strengthen the defenses of Dark Star, deploy more turrets and minefields, and increase the difficulty of the enemy's attack. Secondly, we need to use the fleet's mobility to go around the rear of the Pirate Alliance fleet, and finally, launch a fatal blow at the right time and inflict heavy damage on them. After listening to Li Hao's battle plan, the officers all expressed their agreement and began to act separately to prepare to implement the battle plan. Under the command of Li Hao, the soldiers of the fleet acted quickly. They strengthened the fortifications of the Dark Star and arranged more turret meteorite minefields. As time went by, the Pirate Alliance fleet gradually approached the Dark Star. He led the Dawn fleet to the path that the Pirate Alliance had to pass through, pretending to have a battle with them. When the Dawn fleet encountered the Pirate Coalition, Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to open its star shields and lock its main guns on the enemy's large warships and launched a round of shooting. This round of shooting caught the Pirate Coalition off guard. They did not expect the Dawn fleet to launch an attack at this time. The commander of the Pirate Coalition immediately ordered a counterattack, but their attack was blocked by the star shield of the Dawn fleet. Li Hao saw this scene and secretly rejoiced in his heart. After the first round of shooting achieved results, Li Hao ordered the Dawn fleet to retreat immediately. The warships of the Dawn fleet started their engines and retreated towards the Dark Star. When the Pirate Coalition saw the Dawn fleet retreating, they thought they were scared and started chasing after them. Li Hao was secretly happy when he saw the Pirate Coalition chasing him. He knew that his plan was going smoothly. He ordered the fleet to retreat quickly, while keeping a close eye on the movements of the Pirate Coalition. Just as the fleet was retreating, Li Hao suddenly ordered the fleet to disperse immediately and hide behind the meteorite nearby. This was a risky move, but Li Hao believed that this was the key to victory. The fleet quickly dispersed and hid behind the meteorite. Li Hao nervously waited for the arrival of the Pirate Coalition. This was a gamble. If the Pirate Coalition discovered their traces, they would be in danger. Fortunately, the Pirate Coalition did not find any trace of them, and they continued to pursue, completely unaware that they had fallen into a trap. When the Pirate Coalition passed by, Li Hao ordered the remaining Star Fleet to move forward and confront the Pirate Coalition. The Starry Fleet quickly moved forward and confronted the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance was very surprised to see the Starry Fleet appear. They thought it was the fleet they were chasing. Just as the Pirate Alliance was astonished, the Dawn Fleet, led by Li Hao, had quietly circled behind the Pirate Alliance. Through careful planning and command, Li Hao successfully managed to keep the Dawn Fleet from being detected by the Pirate Coalition. At this moment, they were in an excellent position behind the Pirate Coalition, where they could launch a fatal attack on the Pirate Coalition. Li Hao looked at the battlefield in front of him, full of confidence. The outcome of this battle would depend on their actions. He calmly gave orders to the fleet. Prepare to attack. The warships of the Dawn Fleet quickly adjusted their positions, and their main guns were fully charged. At Li Hao's command, the Dawn Fleet launched an attack at the same time. Powerful laser beams pierced through the void and shot towards the Pirate Coalition's warships, triggering a series of explosions in the Pirate Coalition's fleet. The Pirate Coalition fell into chaos in an instant, and their warships were damaged one after another under the attacks from the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet. Only then did the commander of the Pirate Coalition react and found himself in a trap. He angrily pounded the command platform, regretting his underestimation of the enemy. But it was too late to regret now, and he had to find a way to lead the remaining fleet to escape from this trap. Rush out through the meteorite area on the side and prepare to retreat. The commander gave the order. The fleet began to turn and head towards the meteorite zone on the side. However, they soon discovered that the warships that rushed into the meteorite zone all exploded one after another. Damn it, they actually set up a minefield in the meteorite area. The commander cursed. He realized that he was in trouble again. The enemy seemed to have anticipated their actions and set a trap in the meteorite area. Now, the fleet not only had to face the enemy's pursuit, but also had to be careful to avoid the explosion of the minefield. Stop moving forward, the commander ordered. Send out the probe to find a safe passage. The probes in the fleet were quickly launched and began to search the meteorite area. However, the minefield was very large, and the probes needed time to find a safe path. While waiting for the probe to return, the commander thought about the next move. They couldn't stay here for too long, otherwise the enemy would take the opportunity to attack. However, it would be very dangerous to rashly enter the minefield. Reporting to the commander, the detector has found a passage, but further confirmation is needed, an officer reported. The commander nodded and said, send out an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to move along the passage to confirm whether it is safe. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft quickly set off and moved along the passage discovered by the detector. A few minutes later, The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft sent back a message that the passage was safe. Okay, order the fleet to move along the channel and keep distance, the commander ordered. The pirate fleet began to enter the channel cautiously, passing through one by one. Chapter 65, Pirate Alliance Surrenders. Just after the pirate coalition completely withdrew into the meteorite area, Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to accelerate from the outer edge of the meteorite belt to the exit on the other side of the meteorite belt to wait for the pirate coalition. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, staring at the meteorite belt on the screen. His heart was filled with tension and anticipation. He didn't know what action the pirate coalition would take. However, he had made all preparations. No matter what, he would wipe out the pirate coalition. Suddenly, a large number of bright spots appeared on the screen, and the pirate coalition fleet appeared at the exit of the meteorite belt. Attention all ships, prepare for battle. Li Hao gave the order. The warships of the Dawn fleet quickly adjusted their formations, preparing to meet the attack of the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance did not know that the enemy fleet was already guarding the exit, and they were still immersed in the joy of having just escaped the pursuit of the Dawn fleet. Haha, we finally got rid of those guys. The commander of the pirate coalition laughed triumphantly. Yes, Commander, what should we do now? Asked one of the subordinates. However, they didn't know that the Dawn fleet had been waiting for them at the exit for a long time. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, watching the pirate coalition fleet on the screen. All units, pay attention and prepare for battle. Li Hao gave the order. The warships of the Dawn fleet adjusted their formation again, forming a huge encirclement, surrounding the pirate coalition fleet in the middle. What's going on? The commander of the pirate coalition was horrified to find that his fleet was surrounded. Oh no, we're ambushed, one of the men shouted. Quick, break out. However, it was too late. The warships of the Dawn fleet opened fire at the same time, and countless energy beams and missiles were fired at the Pirate Alliance fleet. The Pirate Alliance fleet was immediately thrown into chaos. Counterattack! Counterattack! The commander shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the warships of the Pirate Alliance had lost their ability to fight back under the fierce attack of the Dawn fleet. They were squeezed in the meteorite channel and were attacked from both sides by the Dawn fleet and the Star fleet. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the commander of the pirate coalition sent a message to Li Hao's dreadnought requesting communication. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, looking at the other party's communication request displayed on the screen, without much emotion in his heart. Connect the communication, Li Hao said lightly. The figure of the pirate coalition commander appeared on the screen, his face showing helplessness and fatigue. You win, we surrender. The pirate coalition commander said again. Li Hao nodded. Your surrender is a wise choice. We will cooperate with your actions and hand over all weapons and supplies, said the pirate coalition commander. Very good, Li Hao said. We will judge and deal with you according to the provisions of the Imperial law. The commander of the Pirate Alliance sighed and said, I am from the Pirate Alliance. I have news about the Pirate Alliance to tell you, but I hope you can let me go. Li Hao looked at the commander of the Pirate Alliance and pondered his words. If he could get news about the Pirate Alliance, it would undoubtedly be very important for the Dawn fleet. Tell me, I'll think about it. The commander of the Pirate Alliance nodded and said, I know a secret training base of the Pirate Alliance, and there are a large number of warships, weapons, and supplies stored there. Li Hao's heart moved. This news was indeed very important. They had not found the Pirate Alliance's training base since they entered the Endless Sea Star region. Why are you telling us this news? Li Hao stared at the Pirate Coalition commander, trying to find some clues from his expression. The commander of the Pirate Coalition gave a bitter smile and said, We have no way out. I know that you always send captured pirates to mine. I don't want to go mining. I'm telling you that you let me go. Li Hao looked at the commander of the Pirate Coalition with some hesitation in his heart. He knew that sending prisoners to mine was a common form of punishment, but he didn't want to let the commander of the Pirate Coalition off easily. Okay, I promise you. If the information you provided is true, I will consider releasing you. After Li Hao accepted the surrender of the Pirate Coalition, he immediately ordered the mecha soldiers to control the remaining warships of the Pirate Coalition. Li Hao, Zhang Yu, Wang Lei, and others discussed the future plan in the command room of the dreadnought. Zhang Yu felt that after defeating the Pirate Coalition this time, the strength of the pirates in the surrounding galaxies was greatly damaged, and they could take over the surrounding territories. Li Hao sat in the command chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, thinking about Zhang Yu's suggestion. He had to admit that Zhang Yu's idea made sense. This victory did inflict heavy damage to the Pirate Coalition, and the pirate forces in the surrounding galaxies were also greatly affected. If they could seize the opportunity to take over these territories, they could not only expand their sphere of influence, but also gain more resources and wealth. Zhang Yu's idea is feasible to a certain extent, Li Hao said slowly. But we cannot ignore the potential risks. Taking over the territory requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and we also need to face the threat of other pirate forces. Wang Lei nodded. He has always been Li Hao's right-hand man, and is very supportive of Li Hao's decisions. I agree with Li Hao. We can't act blindly. We need to conduct a detailed investigation of the situation in the surrounding galaxies to understand the distribution and strength of each pirate force. The deeper we go into the center of the Endless Sea Star region and the closer we are to the Pirate Alliance, the greater the danger will be. Li Hao looked at Wang Lei with appreciation. He knew that Wang Lei was a very cautious person and his suggestions were always very pertinent. Wang Lei is right. We can't rush for success. We need to understand the situation first and then make a decision. Zhang Yu, you are responsible for organizing a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the surrounding galaxies. I need to know the specific situation of each pirate force, including their troop strength, equipment, base location, etc. Zhang Yu stood up and saluted. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Li Hao nodded, then turned to Wang Lei. Wang Lei, you must gather materials as soon as possible to build the Dark Star port. We may not be able to take over such a large place for the time being. The Dark Star has a special geographical location and is the main transportation route of the Endless Sea Star region. As long as we hold this place, the surrounding star systems will not be a big problem. Wang Lei also stood up and saluted. Yes, I promise to complete the task. In the next few days, the reconnaissance teams returned one after another, bringing back a lot of intelligence. Although the coalition that was going to destroy the pirates this time was composed of the elite fleets of the surrounding pirates, the surrounding galaxies were large and the environment was complex, and the remaining pirates still had considerable strength. The main problem was that they were relatively scattered and could not be destroyed together. Chapter 66, Firefox Pirates. Li Hao looked at the intelligence brought back by the reconnaissance team with a frown on his face. If he wanted to completely eliminate these pirates, he had to come up with a foolproof plan. Zhang Yu, what do you think? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, according to the intelligence we got from the reconnaissance, I don't think we can control so many places for the time being. We should first defend the Dark Star. The Dark Star is the main route from the Endless Sea to these star systems. We just need to cut off their navigation channel to prevent the pirates from uniting. Then we can gradually advance and eliminate them according to the situation, and at the same time reduce our losses. That's a good idea, but we have to be careful not to let the pirates realize our intentions. Otherwise, they might escape early or unite to fight against us. I have an idea, Wang Lei suddenly said. We can take advantage of the conflicts between the pirates and make them attack each other. In this way, we can reap the benefits. Li Hao's eyes lit up and he said, that's a good idea, but how can we make the pirates attack each other? Wang Lei smiled and said, we can send some spies to infiltrate the pirates and sow discord among them. Or, we can deliberately create some misunderstandings and make the pirates think that the other side is attacking them. After discussing with several people, Li Hao decided to stabilize the defense line of Dark Star first and send out a squadron to patrol the waterways around Dark Star every day to cut off the connection between the surrounding galaxies and the center of the Endless Sea. This was a wise decision, as it could effectively prevent the enemy from receiving reinforcements and supplies. The patrols of the squadron could also serve as a deterrent, preventing the enemy from attacking the Dark Star easily. In the following days, Li Hao and his fleet continued to build a star port on the Dark Star, and they continued to strengthen the star port's fortifications. However, the surrounding pirates did not give up their plan to attack Dark Star. They continuously sent small groups of troops to conduct exploratory attacks, but they were all repelled by Li Hao's fleet. A pirate group called Firefox gathered the surrounding pirate leaders, and they met secretly on a remote planet. There was an abandoned castle on the planet, and the basement of the castle was converted into a meeting room. The leader of the Firefox pirates is a man named Huiyun. He is tall and handsome, but his eyes reveal a fierce aura. He sat at the head of the conference room, looked at the leaders of other pirate groups, and said, everyone, the purpose of our meeting this time is to discuss how to deal with the fleet of the 13th Legion. The leaders of other pirate groups nodded one after another, expressing their agreement with Huiyun's opinion. They all knew that the fleet of the 13th Legion was their biggest threat, and if they did not take action, they would be destroyed by Li Hao sooner or later. Huiyun continued, the 13th Legion's fleet was already quite strong. Our elite fleet was captured by the 13th Legion after this battle. We can no longer fight against them head-on. The leaders of the other pirate groups were all lost in thought. They knew that Huiyun was right, but they also knew that it would not be easy to defeat the fleet of the 13th Legion. After a while, a pirate leader named Black Shark said, We can unite and form a coalition to fight against the fleet of the 13th Legion. Huiyun nodded and said, "This is a good idea. But we must ensure that the command of the coalition forces is in our hands. Otherwise, we will be used by others." At this time, a pirate leader named Hawkeye said, "We can use our familiarity with the Endless Sea route to attack the 13th Legion's rear base, Oasis Star, so that they can't take care of both ends." Huiyun's eyes lit up and he said, "That's a good idea. This way, the fleet of the 13th Legion will be in trouble." The leaders of other pirate groups also agreed. They decided to act according to Huiyun's plan and form an alliance to fight against the fleet of the 13th Legion. In the next few days, the pirates began to actively prepare. They sent messengers to contact other pirate groups and invite them to join the coalition. After a period of contact, the pirates formed a coalition again. However, they found that after the last battle, the coalition fleet formed by the surrounding galaxies was still not strong enough to compete with the 13th Legion. Huiyun realized that in order to defeat the powerful 13th Legion, they needed a more powerful force. He summoned the leaders of other pirate groups to discuss the next course of action. At the meeting, Huiyun said, "According to statistics during this period, we lack high-end warships. If we rely on our current strength, we will not be able to defeat the 13th Legion." Huiyun suggested that everyone use their family assets and resources to see if they could buy a large warship. His proposal was agreed by some pirate leaders, but several pirate leaders were unwilling to pay for the warship. The leader of the Black Shark Pirates stood up and said loudly, "We have already invested too many resources and manpower, and now we are asked to spend all our savings to buy warships. This is simply cutting our flesh." Another pirate leader named Blood Wolf also echoed, "Yes, our wealth was earned by our brothers with their blood and sweat, and we can't spend it so easily. Besides, who can guarantee that these warships can definitely defeat the 13th Legion?" Huiyun looked at these opposing voices and felt helpless. He knew that these pirate leaders were only thinking about their own interests and were unwilling to take risks. However, without purchasing large warships, they had no hope of defeating the 13th Legion. Huiyun pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand everyone's concerns, but we have no way out now. If we don't defeat the 13th Legion, we will be destroyed by them. Moreover, I believe that as long as we unite, we will be able to defeat them." Black Shark sneered, "Unity? That sounds good. We pirate groups have always fought on our own. Who can guarantee that the others won't betray us?" Huiyun said, "I can assure you that as long as we purchase large warships, I will lead everyone to fight together and will never abandon anyone. Moreover, I will also formulate a fair and reasonable distribution plan so that everyone can get the due return." After hearing Huiyun's promise, some pirate leaders began to change their attitudes and started discussing how to raise funds to buy large warships. Chapter 67 Battleship Broker Mark. Just when the pirates were raising funds to buy warships, Wang Lei learned from pirate spies that the pirate leaders were also raising funds to buy warships. Wang Lei went to the command room of the dreadnought to find Li Hao and reported to him the information that the pirates were raising funds to purchase warships. After hearing this, Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. These pirates are really not giving up. They even want to buy warships to fight against us. "Li Hao, we can't let them succeed," Wang Lei said. "If they buy large warships, it will pose a great threat to us." Li Hao nodded and thought for a moment. "You are right. We must take action. Do you have any suggestions?" Wang Lei thought for a while and said, "We have captured a lot of warships this time. One of the heavy cruisers is seriously damaged, and 3 cruisers are unusable. Why don't we repair them and sell them to the pirates to cheat them?" Li Hao listened to Wang Lei's suggestion, thought for a moment, and nodded. "This is a good idea, but we have to repair the warship to make it look intact. But in fact, there are some hidden dangers. This way we can earn some money and weaken the strength of the pirates." Wang Lei raised the question, "How can we sell it to them without letting them know that it was us who sold it?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "We can conduct the transaction through a middleman, so that we can avoid direct contact with the pirates and will not let them know that it is us who sold it." Wang Lei asked his father about a middleman named Mark who had close ties with pirates and who might be able to complete the deal. "Contact Mark as soon as possible and see if he is willing to help." Wang Lei immediately contacted Mark and explained the situation to him. After listening, Mark hesitated and said, "This is a very risky matter. If the pirates find out that I am the middleman, my life will be in danger." Wang Lei quickly said, "Mark, don't worry, we will ensure your safety. As long as you can help us complete the transaction, we will give you a generous reward." Mark thought for a moment and finally agreed. He said, "Okay, I can help you contact Huiyun, but you have to ensure my safety, and after the transaction is completed, I want to get the compensation I deserve." Wang Lei and Li Hao both breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They knew that as long as Mark was willing to help, the deal would have a great chance of success. In the next few days, Mark began to contact Huiyun. He revealed to Huiyun the news that there was a batch of warships for sale, and said that the performance of these warships was excellent and the price was reasonable. Huiyun showed great interest after hearing this and expressed his willingness to meet with Mark for a detailed discussion. Mark told Wang Lei and Li Hao about Huiyun's reaction, and they decided to trade with Huiyun in a secret location. In order to ensure the safety of the transaction, they also arranged an elite force to be on standby nearby, just in case. The day of the transaction finally arrived, and Wang Lei and Li Hao brought the repaired warship to the agreed location. Huiyun also showed up on time with his men. Huiyun and the pirate leader asked, "Mr. Mark, what warships do you have now?" Mark did not directly tell them that there were large warships. After thinking for a while, he said, "We have frigates and destroyers." One leader said unhappily, "We need large warships." Mark smiled and explained, "Although frigates and destroyers are not large warships, they are flexible and versatile and may be more suitable in some cases." After Huiyun heard what Mark said, he said, "Mr. Mark, if you only have these warships, you can't do business today." Mark pretended to be anxious and replied, "Mr. Huiyun, you also know that the Empire now has strict control over large ships." Huiyun frowned and said, "Of course I know, but we need large warships. If you don't have them, we can only look for other sellers." Mark was secretly delighted, knowing that Huiyun had taken the bait. He said, "Mr. Huiyun, I have an Empire heavy cruiser and a cruiser, but the price will be high." Huiyun's eyes lit up and he said, "Heavy cruiser flagship? Great. We just need a warship like this. Price is not a problem, as long as you can guarantee the quality and performance of the warship." Mark nodded and said, "Mr. Huiyun, don't worry. This heavy cruiser flagship was retired from the Imperial Navy. After my modification and upgrade, its performance is excellent." "Okay, what's the specific price?" Huiyun asked with satisfaction. Mark smiled and said, "A heavy cruiser flagship costs 5 billion star coins, and 3 cruisers cost 9 billion star coins." Huiyun was surprised and said, 14 billion star coins. This is too expensive." Mark smiled and said, "Mr. Huiyun, you have to know that this battleship is the retired main battleship of the Imperial Legion. Moreover, there are not many battleships of this level that can be sold now, and this price is not too high for you." Huiyun frowned and said, "Of course I know the value of these warships, but the price is still too high. We need to think about it again." Mark was secretly happy. He knew that Huiyun had already become interested in these warships, but he just needed some time to consider it. He said, "Mr. Huiyun, I understand your concerns, but the value of these warships is immeasurable. If you don't buy them now, you may not have a chance in the future." Huiyun pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I can think about it, but I need some time to raise funds." Huiyun and several pirate leaders returned to the conference room to discuss. Huiyun sat at the head of the conference table, his face solemn and his heart full of worries. 14 billion to buy these warships was a huge burden for them, but they had no other choice. "Huiyun, do we really have to spend so much money to buy these warships?" asked a pirate leader. Huiyun nodded and said, "We have no other choice. These warships are our only hope to fight against the 13th Legion. If we don't buy them, we will have no ability to fight against the 13th Legion at all." Another pirate leader said, "But 14 billion star coins is not a small amount." After several people discussed, they finally decided to invest together to take the 4 warships. Huiyun contacted Mark and said that the money was ready and the transaction could be completed. Mark informed Li Hao and Wang Lei of the news, and Li Hao gave instructions. Install a backdoor in a hidden place on the warship. When the battle comes, give them a fatal and heavy blow. Chapter 68. Tricking the Firefox Pirates for 14 billion star coins. Huiyun came to the transaction site with the money, and Mark also came here with 4 warships. The two sides conducted a simple handover ceremony, and Huiyun left with the 4 warships. After Huiyun returned to the pirate base, he immediately inspected the 4 warships. Several leaders looked at the warships and said to Huiyun, "Even though we bought these 4 warships, plus our existing fleet, we can't defeat the 13th Legion." Huiyun nodded and said, "We can't just sit there and wait for death. I have already communicated with the Pirate Alliance, and they will also send out a fleet to contain the 13th Legion when the time comes." "Pirate Alliance?" a leader asked. "Can we still trust their words?" Huiyun smiled and said, "They just want to use us to fight against the 13th Legion, but we can also use them." After listening to Huiyun's words, several leaders all felt that it made sense. They knew that there was no other choice now, and only by cooperating with the Pirate Alliance could they have a glimmer of hope. Mark returned to Li Hao and handed the money to Wang Lei after deducting the commission. After checking the account, Wang Lei nodded with satisfaction and said to Mark, Mark, you did a good job. This transaction went smoothly. Thank you very much. Mark smiled and said, You're welcome. Next time you have such a good thing, remember to contact me. I'm a warship middleman. If you have any extra warships, you can give them to me. Li Hao and Wang Lei looked at each other and made up their minds. Li Hao smiled and said, Okay, Mark, we will remember this. However, we need your help now. We still have some destroyers and frigates to sell. Can you help us contact the buyers? Mark was delighted. He knew this was a good opportunity to make money, so he agreed without hesitation. Mark immediately began to contact buyers. He used his extensive network of contacts and resources to inquire about potential buyers. At the same time, Li Hao and Wang Lei were also actively preparing to sell the destroyers and frigates. A few days later, Mark brought good news that he had found a buyer who was interested in these warships. This buyer was a planetary arms dealer with strong strength and background. Li Hao and Wang Lei met with the buyer and negotiated the price and transaction details. After some intense bargaining, they finally reached a satisfactory price. After the transaction was completed, Li Hao and Wang Lei received another sum of money. After Li Hao dealt with the extra destroyers and frigates, he asked, How are the warships we captured last time being repaired? How many of them can we still use? Wang Lei replied, After the efforts of our maintenance team, most of the warships have been repaired, including 2 heavy cruiser flagships and 6 cruisers that can be put into use. However, the laser main guns of these warships are no longer usable. Li Hao frowned and said, Without the laser main gun, the combat effectiveness of these warships will be greatly reduced, and it is very troublesome to buy the laser main gun every time. Is there any way to get the production drawings of the laser main gun? Wang Lei pondered for a moment and said, Captain, it's not easy to get the production drawings of the laser main gun. The drawings of this kind of high-tech weapon are usually the core secrets of various forces and are difficult to obtain. I know it's difficult, but we have to find a way to solve this problem. Without the laser main gun, our fleet will be at a disadvantage in the battle. Wang Lei said, Li Hao, maybe we can ask some black market channels or intelligence dealers to see if it is possible to get the production drawings of the laser main gun. After the two discussed, they decided to find out the production drawings of the laser main gun weapon. After Li Hao and Wang Lei finished discussing the fleet, Li Hao received a call from the 6th Princess, asking him when he could return to the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao was slightly startled. He knew that the 6th Princess must have something important to talk to him about. He thought for a moment and then replied, Your Highness, I have some things to deal with. It may take some time. Is there anything urgent you need? The 6th Princess voice came from the communication. Li Hao, I know you are very busy, but I need to meet with you. Something happened on the Imperial Capital Star recently, and I want to talk to you in person. Li Hao had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he asked, Your Highness, what happened on the Imperial Capital Star? Is it related to me? The 6th Princess was silent for a moment, then said, Li Hao, don't worry, this is not about you. But I think this matter may have an impact on you, so I want to talk to you in person. Li Hao was even more confused. He didn't know what the 6th Princess was up to, but he knew that the 6th Princess wouldn't come to him for no reason. It must be something important. So, Li Hao said, Your Highness, I understand. I will deal with things here as soon as possible and then go back to the Imperial Capital Star. After that, Li Hao hung up the call. He turned to look at Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, Wang Lei and I may have to go back to the Imperial Capital Star. I'll leave the fleet matters to you. Zhang Yu nodded. Commander, go ahead and rest assured. I will take care of the fleet's affairs. After Li Hao and Wang Lei arranged the fleet's affairs, they left the fleet on the dreadnought and headed for the Imperial Capital Star. After several days of flying, Li Hao and Wang Lei finally returned to the Imperial Capital Star. As soon as they left the port, they saw the 6th Princess's guards waiting there. When the guard saw Li Hao and Wang Lei, he stepped forward and said, Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei, Her Royal Highness the Princess is waiting for you. Please follow me. Li Hao and Wang Lei nodded, and then followed the guards into a luxurious flying car, which soon arrived at the princess's mansion. Li Hao and Wang Lei followed the guards into the princess's mansion and came to the 6th Princess's study. They saw the 6th Princess sitting on the sofa with a sad look on her face. Li Hao and Wang Lei walked up and asked, Princess, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? The 6th Princess looked up and saw Li Hao and Wang Lei, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She said, Li Hao, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Your Highness, why did you ask us to come back? The 6th Princess sighed and said, Li Hao, Wang Lei, something has happened in the Imperial Capital Star recently. You know I am 18 years old this year, and the Chun family in the Imperial Capital has proposed to my father, asking me to marry that loser Qin Hong. Li Hao and Wang Lei understood what the sixth princess said. They were acquaintances of Chun Hong and knew what kind of person he was. He was uneducated and only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. He was a complete playboy. Chapter 69: The Sixth Princess's Marriage. Li Hao and Wang Lei both knew Chun Hong's character very well, and they also understood the sixth princess's resistance to this marriage. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Your Highness, you asked me to come back, but I can't do anything about this. Li Hao, you must help me." The sixth princess said anxiously, "I don't want to marry that dandy Chun Hong. You are the person I trust the most. You will definitely find a way." Li Hao frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Your Highness, this matter is indeed very difficult. His Majesty has not issued an order yet, so we still have time to find a solution." A glimmer of hope flashed in the sixth princess' eyes. She anxiously asked, "Li Hao, think of a solution quickly." Just as Li Hao and others were discussing the sixth princess's affairs, a female official's voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness, His Majesty invites Colonel Li Hao to the palace to meet him." Li Hao's heart trembled. He glanced at the sixth princess and said, "Your Highness, I will go to see the Emperor first to see what His Majesty thinks." The sixth princess nodded and said, "Li Hao, you must be careful." Li Hao responded and followed the female official out of the princess's mansion. He came to the palace and met the Emperor. The Emperor sat on the dragon throne with a solemn expression. "Li Hao, I learned that you have returned to the Imperial Capital Star, and I want to learn about the situation in the Endless Sea Star region." Li Hao reported the situation of the Endless Sea to the Emperor. "We have already recovered Oasis Star and Dark Star. The situation in the Endless Sea Star region is more complicated than we thought, so we are currently unable to move forward." After listening to Li Hao's report, the Emperor frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Li Hao, you did a good job. It is not easy to recover Oasis Star and Dark Star under such a complicated situation. Dark Star is on the main route of the Endless Sea. We must strengthen our control over it. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. However, our 13th Legion currently has limited manpower and cannot move forward." The Emperor sighed and said, "Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. However, we cannot just give up like this. You need to restore the combat power of the 13th Legion as soon as possible and then continue to advance." After the two finished chatting about the Endless Sea, Li Hao was about to leave, but then the Emperor stopped him. "Li Hao, wait a moment." Li Hao stopped, turned around and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions?" The Emperor looked at Li Hao, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Li Hao, tell me the truth. What do you think of the sixth princess?" Li Hao was shocked. He did not expect the Emperor to ask this question out of the blue. He lowered his head and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, the sixth princess is smart, beautiful, and charming. She is the apple of Your Majesty's eye." The Emperor nodded slightly and asked again, "Then what kind of person do you think is worthy of the sixth princess?" Li Hao lowered his head quickly and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, the man who is worthy of the sixth princess must be from a famous family, have noble character, outstanding talent, and outstanding appearance." After hearing Li Hao's answer, the Emperor didn't say much and asked Li Hao to go back first. Li Hao bowed and left the palace. After Li Hao returned to the princess's residence, the princess anxiously asked about Li Hao's meeting with the Emperor. Li Hao told her in detail about the meeting with the Emperor, and the princess's worries were slightly relieved after listening. "Li Hao, did the Emperor say anything about my marriage?" The princess looked at Li Hao expectantly. Li Hao shook his head. "His Majesty did not directly mention your marriage, but only asked me about some situations." The princess said depressedly, "What should I do? I don't want to marry Chun Hong, that loser." "Your Highness, the solution is actually very simple. Haven't you already joined our 13th Legion? Why don't you go back to the Endless Sea with us this time?" Wang Lei suggested. Wang Lei's idea made Li Hao and the sixth princess fall into deep thought. Li Hao thought for a while and said, "This can only be the last resort. The 13th Legion can still protect the princess. Please rest assured, princess." The sixth princess frowned slightly. She understood what Li Hao meant, but she also knew that leaving the palace was not an easy thing. She was the Emperor's favorite daughter, and her every move was closely watched. If she suddenly ran away from her marriage, it would definitely cause an uproar. "Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. You haven't been back to the Imperial Capital for a long time. There is a friend's party tonight, and I will take you with me," the sixth princess said with a smile. In the evening, Li Hao, the sixth princess, and Wang Lei drove to the banquet hotel. This hotel is located in the prosperous area of the Imperial Capital Star. The architectural style is gorgeous and elegant, and various luxury cars are parked in front of the door. The three walked into the hotel, and immediately attracted the attention of many guests. The sixth princess was wearing a gorgeous long dress, with a graceful and beautiful figure. Li Hao was wearing a straight black military uniform, handsome and elegant, and imposing. Wang Lei was also dressed neatly, with a smile on his face, looking very confident. They were led by the waiter to the banquet hall, where many people had gathered. These people were all dignitaries and celebrities from the Imperial Capital Star. Some of them were chatting, while others were tasting delicious food. The sixth princess took Li Hao and Wang Lei to a corner, where several people were waiting for them. One of them was the sixth princess's good friend, Lin Wanner, a beautiful and smart woman, and a well-known figure in the Imperial Capital Star. "Princess, you are finally here," Lin Wanner said with a smile. "These two are. This is Li Hao, and this is Wang Lei, Li Hao's friend." The sixth princess introduced. "Hello, Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei," Lin Wanner said politely. "Hello, Miss Lin Wanner. Okay, everyone, stop standing. Let's sit down and talk." Everyone sat down and started chatting. They talked about various topics, including politics, economy, culture, etc. Li Hao and Wang Lei also actively participated in it. Their insights and talents impressed everyone. During the conversation, Li Hao noticed that a woman was staring at him. The woman was wearing a red dress, tall, beautiful, and her eyes revealed a mysterious aura. Li Hao couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't know this woman, so why was she staring at him? At this moment, the woman suddenly stood up and walked towards Li Hao. She walked in front of Li Hao and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Murong Shui, from the Murong family in the Imperial capital." Li Hao looked at Murong Shui in surprise. He quickly stood up and said, "Hello, Miss Murong." Murong Shui looked at Li Hao with a hint of subtle affection in her eyes. She said, "Are you sure you don't recognize me?" Chapter 70 Murong Shui. Hearing this, Li Hao became even more confused. He looked at Murong Shui's face carefully, trying to find some clues from his memory, but in the end he shook his head. Murong Shui sighed softly and said, "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I have a very special feeling about you. I always feel like we've met somewhere before." Li Hao smiled and said, "Ms. Murong may have recognized the wrong person. I am just an ordinary soldier and have never had the opportunity to come into contact with the top leaders of the Imperial Capital Star." Murong Shui nodded and said, "Maybe, but I believe in fate. Since we can meet here today, it means there is a certain fate between us." Li Hao didn't know how to answer, so he just smiled awkwardly. At this time, the sixth princess came over. She saw that Li Hao and Murong Shui were chatting happily, and she felt a little unhappy. "Murong Shui, why are you here?" asked the sixth princess. Murong Shui smiled and said, "I heard that you were holding a banquet here, so I came to take a look." The sixth princess looked at Li Hao, then at Murong Shui, and said, "Murong Shui, Li Hao is my friend. Don't try to take advantage of him." Murong Shui smiled and said, "I'm just chatting with him. Don't be so nervous." The sixth princess said unhappily, "You'd better not do anything out of line, otherwise I won't let you go." Murong Shui said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything out of line." The sixth princess snorted, then pulled Li Hao away. Li Hao looked back at Murong Shui, only to see her smiling at him, and he couldn't help feeling a little strange. In the following time, Li Hao stayed with the sixth princess and chatted with other guests. He tried not to think about Murong Shui, but her figure always appeared in his mind. After the banquet, Li Hao, the sixth princess, and Wang Lei left the hotel together. In the car, the sixth princess suddenly asked, "Li Hao, what do you think of Murong Shui?" Li Hao didn't know how to answer, so he just said, "She is very beautiful and very smart." The sixth princess said, "Murong Shui is the eldest daughter of the Murong family in the Imperial capital. She has a very high status and position. You'd better not get too close to her, otherwise you will get into trouble. I understand the good intentions of Her Royal Highness the Princess. I will pay attention to it." The sixth princess nodded and stopped talking. Li Hao looked at the night view outside the car window, feeling a little confused. The sixth princess sent Li Hao and Wang Lei to a hotel not far from the princess's mansion and told them to have a good rest. Li Hao and Wang Lei thanked the princess and went into the hotel. Li Hao lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Murong Shui's figure kept appearing in his mind, and her every frown and smile made his heart beat fast. Li Hao was thinking over and over again when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. He opened the door and saw that it was Murong Shui. She was wearing a long white dress and looked like a fairy descending from the earth, beautiful and charming. Li Hao couldn't help but stare in amazement, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He stammered, "Miss Murong, why? Why are you here?" Murong Shui smiled slightly and said, "Why don't you invite me in to sit down?" Li Hao finally reacted and said quickly, Please come in. Please come in. Morong Shui walked into the room and looked around. The environment here is pretty good. No, no, sorry to make fun of you, Miss Morong. Morong Shui said, I came here today to clarify one thing. Li Hao looked at Morong Shui's serious expression and felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what Morong Shui wanted to ask. Morong Shui took a deep breath and said, Li Hao, do you really not remember me? Ms. Morong, I really don't remember that we have met before. Li Hao said sincerely. A hint of disappointment flashed in Morong Shui's eyes, but she did not give up. Since you don't remember, forget it. We'll talk about it when you remember. I'll go back today and you think about it carefully. Li Hao looked at Morong Shui's back as she left and felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness in his heart. Li Hao lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. His heart was filled with doubts. When Morong Shui returned home, she saw her grandfather in the study, so she went in. Her grandfather, Morong Bo, was a respected old man and the patriarch of the Morong family. Morong Shui had respected her grandfather very much since she was a child, and often asked him various questions. Grandpa, I'm back, Morong Shui said softly. Morong Bo looked up and saw that it was Morong Shui, and a kind smile appeared on his face. He put down the book in his hand and said, Shui, you are back. How was your day today? Morong Shui walked to her grandfather, sat down and said, Grandpa, I encountered a very strange thing today. Morong Bo frowned slightly and asked, What's the matter? Morong Shui told her grandfather about what happened to Li Hao today, including the fact that Li Hao didn't remember her. After listening to it, Morong Bo was silent for a moment and said, Shui, are you sure it was Hao? Morong Shui nodded vigorously and said, Grandpa, I'm sure it's him. I won't make a mistake. He looks a lot like Uncle Li. Morong Bo frowned and muttered to himself, How is this possible? How could Hao not remember you? Morong Shui asked anxiously, Grandpa, do you know something? Why is Li Hao like this? Morong Bo sighed and said, Shui, there are some things you don't know yet. Back then, Li Hao. The next morning, Li Hao and Wang Lei were going to visit Wang Lei's father at his home. Just as they were about to leave the hotel, Chun Hong and a few others stopped Li Hao and Wang Lei. Li Hao, long time no see, Chun Hong said with a gloomy face. Chun Hong, what do you mean? Chun Hong sneered and said, What do you mean? Don't you know what you are doing? Li Hao, I warn you, stay away from the sixth princess. She is not worthy of you. Chun Hong's tone was full of threats. Li Hao frowned and said, Chun Hong, what happens between me and the sixth princess is none of your business. Chun Hong glared at Li Hao. Li Hao, don't be so self-righteous. The sixth princess is my fiancée. Stay away from her, or I will make sure you can't leave the Imperial Capital Star. Fiancé. Li Hao looked at Chun Hong suspiciously. Yes, the sixth princess is my fiancé. We are going to be engaged soon, and everyone knows it. Chun Hong, since you are going to get engaged to the sixth princess, you should treat her well instead of threatening me. Besides, you are threatening a serving fleet commander in the military. Do you think your Qin family has the strength to do so? Chapter 71 Auction of the Heavy Cruiser Flagship. I just don't want to see a poor boy like you get close to her and affect her reputation. Chun Hong said. Besides, you are just a small commander of the planetary escort fleet. Isn't it the same as killing an ant for my Qin family to crush you? Chun Hong, don't get too complacent. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Although your Qin family has a certain influence in the military, it is not all-powerful. If you really dare to take action against Li Hao, I guarantee that your Qin family will regret it. Hearing this, Li Hao and Chun Hong turned their heads at the same time and saw a woman in white military uniform standing behind them. The woman was tall, with a cold face and a strong aura emanating from her. Morong Shui, why are you here? This is none of your business. Chun Hong frowned. Morong Shui glanced at Chun Hong and ignored him. Instead, she walked straight to Li Hao and asked with concern, Li Hao, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you, Miss Morong. Seeing that Morong Shui was so concerned about Li Hao, Chun Hong became even more jealous. He said coldly, Morong Shui, don't meddle in other people's business. This is between Li Hao and me. Morong Shui's face darkened. Chun Hong, don't go too far. Li Hao is my friend. You are not giving me face by doing this. Chun Hong sneered and said, Li Hao, you are lucky today. Whether you can leave the Imperial Capital Star alive depends on whether you have this luck again. After that, he turned and left. Why are you here? Li Hao turned and looked at Morong Shui and asked. Morong Shui smiled and said, There was an auction today, and I wanted you to go with me. How did you come into conflict with Chun Hong? Li Hao sighed and recounted what had happened. After listening to Li Hao's story, Morong Shui frowned slightly and said, This Chun Hong is really too much. He relies on the fact that he is the young master of the Qin family and can do whatever he wants. Li Hao nodded. Yes. But I'm not afraid of him. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Aren't you going to the auction? Let's go with you. The three of them arrived at the commercial center of the Imperial Capital Star by car. This is one of the most prosperous areas of the Imperial Capital Star, with tall buildings standing side by side, crowds of people, and a bustling atmosphere. A moment later, they arrived at the auction site, which was a magnificent building with luxurious interior decoration and complete facilities. The auction has not started yet, but the venue is already full. They are in a spacious and luxurious auction hall, which is decorated with magnificent murals and gorgeous chandeliers. The hall is crowded with people from all walks of life, and people from all walks of life are full of expectations for the wonderful items in this auction. Li Hao and the other two looked at the crowd around them curiously, their hearts full of anticipation. They heard that there would be some precious treasures on display at this auction, which made them very excited. Suddenly, melodious music sounded, and the auction officially kicked off. An auctioneer in a gorgeous dress came on stage, greeted everyone with a smile, and then began to introduce the first auction item. This is an ancient scroll, said to be a masterpiece by a famous painter. The scroll shows a beautiful landscape with bright colors and delicate brushstrokes. After the auctioneer finished his introduction, the bidding officially began. Li Hao and the other two were not interested in the painting, and they continued to wait for the next auction item to appear. The next few items were all precious antiques and artworks, which attracted the audience to bid fiercely, and the atmosphere was lively. Finally, an item that caught the eyes of Li Hao and the other two appeared. It was a brand new heavy cruiser flagship, and its appearance caused a sensation in the audience. After the auctioneer introduced the flagship, the bidding officially began. Li Hao and his two companions showed great interest in the flagship. However, people from other forces were also eyeing it covetously. They made bids one after another, competing fiercely with Li Hao and his two companions. The price continued to rise, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. When the price soared to 4.8 billion star coins, Chun Hong's voice came from the box, and he directly called the price to 5 billion. His voice echoed in the auction hall, causing a burst of surprise and commotion. The other bidders were shocked by his bid, and no one bid again for a while. The auctioneer was secretly delighted when he saw this. He knew the value of this heavy cruiser flagship and that Chun Hong was a powerful buyer. He banged the hammer and announced loudly, 5 billion star coins once, 5 billion star coins twice, 5 billion. At this moment, Li Hao raised the sign in his hand, 5.1 billion star coins. Chun Hong was slightly shocked when he heard Li Hao's bid. He didn't expect Li Hao to bid at this time, and his bid was higher than his. He looked at Li Hao, feeling a little puzzled, and thought absent-mindedly, how could Li Hao have so much money? Just as Chun Hong was distracted, the auctioneer banged the hammer and announced loudly, 5.1 billion star coins once, 5.1 billion star coins twice, 5.1 billion star coins 3 times. Deal. With the auctioneer's final word, the heavy cruiser flagship was bought by Li Hao at a price of 5.1 billion star coins. Li Hao stood up and bowed slightly to the auctioneer and other bidders to show his gratitude. When Chun Hong saw that Li Hao had bought the heavy cruiser flagship, he came to his senses and questioned, how can a poor guy like him have so much money? This auction doesn't count. Chun Hong's heart was filled with doubts and resentment. He didn't understand how Li Hao could suddenly have so much money to bid for this heavy cruiser flagship. He always thought that Li Hao was a poor boy with no background or strength. Li Hao smiled and said, whether I have money or not is none of your business. I won this heavy cruiser flagship through a legal auction. What qualifications do you have to question it? Chun Hong was angered by Li Hao's words. He said, don't think you can be arrogant just because you bought this heavy cruiser flagship. I want to see what you can pay with. If you can't pay, this flagship is still mine. Don't worry, I won't give you any chance. Li Hao asked Wang Lei to use the card to pay. At this time, Chun Hong looked at the card in Wang Lei's hand and said with a smile, who are you trying to scare with a broken card? Wang Lei ignored Chun Hong and went directly to the cashier to swipe his card and get the Warship documents. Chun Hong looked at Wang Lei's back, his heart full of jealousy and anger. He originally thought that he could easily humiliate Li Hao and Wang Lei, but he didn't expect that they would turn the tables on him. Li Hao, Wang Lei, and the other two walked out of the auction hall and came to the starport to find the berth where the battleship was parked. They boarded this brand new battleship. As soon as he stepped onto the warship, Li Hao was shocked by the scene before him. Inside the spacious bridge, all kinds of advanced equipment and instruments were available, flashing with the light of technology. The huge portholes let in bright light, making the entire space appear exceptionally spacious. Wang Lei and another person couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, and they couldn't wait to explore every corner of the battleship. Li Hao walked straight to the captain's chair, sat down, and felt the feeling of controlling this powerful battleship. This battleship is so beautiful. Chapter 72, Confrontation at Star Harbor in the Imperial Capital. After Li Hao and his two companions visited the new battleship, Li Hao immediately notified the officers on the dreadnought to come to the starport to receive the new battleship. Li Hao looked at Morong Shui and said, "Ms. Morong, you are a truly lucky girl. As expected, when you are accompanied by a beautiful woman, you will have great luck. So this battleship will be called Goddess of Luck." Hearing this, Morong Shui showed a shy and sweet smile on her face. She gently took Li Hao's arm and said, "Okay, then can I travel the starry sky with you on this battleship in the future?" At this moment, Li Hao's communicator suddenly rang. He turned on the communicator and heard an anxious voice. "Commander, we just received a notice from the starport. The starport does not allow us to leave." Li Hao frowned and asked, "Why? Did they say why?" The starport said that they received an order from their superiors, requiring our warships to undergo a comprehensive inspection, otherwise they cannot leave the port. "Tell the starport that they have no right to inspect our warships," Li Hao said firmly. But the starport side has a very tough attitude. They said that if we don't accept the inspection and forcefully leave the port, they will open fire. Li Hao took a deep breath. "Now I order the dreadnought to enter wartime status and turn on the weapon system." When Morong Shui heard Li Hao give the combat order, she immediately grabbed Li Hao and said, "Are you crazy? You opened the system on the Imperial Star battleship. Do you want to die?" "Ms. Morong, I know this will cause trouble. It's obvious that Xingang is deliberately making things difficult for us." Morong Shui gritted her teeth. She knew that what Li Hao said was right. She sighed helplessly and said, "Don't be impulsive. Let's go over and take a look first." After receiving Li Hao's order, the adjutant of the Dauntless immediately sounded the combat alarm. The officers and soldiers of the Dauntless immediately entered combat status, and all weapon systems were turned on. When the weapon system of the dreadnought was turned on, all the alarms in the entire starport and even the entire Imperial Star sounded. People looked up at the sky in horror, not knowing what was going on. The top person in charge of the starport defense immediately came to the starport command center to inquire about the situation. The staff at the command center reported to him that the dreadnought had activated its weapon system. The person in charge's face turned grim after hearing the report. He knew that this was a serious incident and that measures must be taken as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the starport. Immediately activate the emergency plan and strengthen the starport's defense, the person in charge ordered. At the same time, contact the commander of the Dauntless and ask him to explain the situation. The staff immediately carried out the order of the person in charge, and the defense of the starport was strengthened. At the same time, the person in charge also contacted Li Hao. "Commander Li Hao, I am the highest person in charge of the starport's defense security. I want to know why the dreadnought turned on its weapon system in the starport," asked the person in charge. "General, it is your people from the starport who want to forcibly search my warship and seize it." The person in charge frowned. He knew that this situation should not happen. "Commander Li Hao, I will investigate this matter. If it is our people who made the mistake, I will give you an explanation. You should shut down the weapon system first, otherwise something serious will happen later." "Okay, General, I hope you can investigate this as soon as possible." The person in charge turned around and left the command center. He immediately went to investigate the matter. When the person in charge of the starport rushed to the berth of the Dauntless, the two sides were still in a state of confrontation. The person in charge looked at the situation and could not help but feel angry. He asked the officer who came to search the Dauntless, "Who asked you to search the Dauntless?" The officers looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. They just received the order from their superiors, but did not know the specific reason. The person in charge looked at the officers' expressions and became even more angry. He knew that this matter must be investigated thoroughly, otherwise it would pose a serious threat to the safety of the starport. "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" the person in charge asked sternly. The officers lowered their heads and dared not speak. At this time, Chun Hong led a team of soldiers to the starport. Chun Hong looked at Li Hao and said, "The Imperial Star Security Command has ordered an immediate search and seizure of the dreadnought." Li Hao frowned. He didn't know why Chun Hong suddenly appeared with a group of soldiers. He looked at Chun Hong and said, "Chun Hong, what do you mean?" Chun Hong sneered and said, "Li Hao, who do you think you are? You are just a small planetary fleet commander. What qualifications do you have to refuse the order of the Imperial Star Security Command? Today I will see if you have the ability to search my warship. Dreadnought, listen to the order, turn on the weapon system, and prepare the mecha troops to eject." The person in charge of the starport quickly stepped out and said, "Commander Li, don't turn on the weapon system. Let's talk it over. Li Hao looked at Chen Hong, his heart filled with anger. He knew that Chen Hong was deliberately causing trouble, but he couldn't let Chen Hong succeed. Chen Hong looked at Li Hao, feeling a little apprehensive. If a fight really broke out, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Li Hao, don't think you can scare me. I am following orders. If you don't let me search, you are disobeying orders. Do you know the consequences of disobeying orders? Li Hao sneered. Chen Hong, don't use orders to pressure me. We all know what you want to do. Chen Hong took out a document and handed it to Li Hao. Li Hao took the document, took a look at it, and then threw it to the person in charge of Starport. What is this? I don't understand. The person in charge of the Starport looked at the document and said, Commander Li, this is an order from the Imperial Star Security Command, requiring us to assist Commander Chen Hong in searching the dreadnought. This is your business and has nothing to do with me. The Imperial Star Security Command has no right to search my warship. Chen Hong sneered. Li Hao, you are just a small planetary fleet commander. Why don't we have the right to search your warships? Chen Hong, your brain is useful, but you don't have it. When you wanted to search my warship, you didn't even investigate it. The Starport manager immediately took out the terminal and checked the information of the dreadnought. When he saw the content displayed on the screen, his face turned pale instantly. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. Chen Hong looked at the expression of the person in charge of the Starport and was secretly proud of himself. Well, what's there to be afraid of with the flagship of a planetary fleet? Starport manager, the dreadnought is the command flagship of the Imperial 13th Legion fleet. We do not have the authority to search it. Chen Hong said in disbelief. How could he be the commander of the Legion fleet? Chapter 73 The Emperor's Punishment. At this time, the military and the Emperor's guards also arrived at the Starport. After understanding the situation, the military officials all looked grim and expressed strong dissatisfaction with Chen Hong's behavior. The Emperor's guards chose to remain silent. Their duty was to protect the Emperor's safety, and they were unwilling to intervene too much in such military conflicts. Chen Hong, do you know what you are doing? A general from the military shouted. Chen Hong lowered his head and dared not say a word. He knew that his actions had violated the laws of the Empire, but he did not regret it. You mobilized troops without authorization and attacked the warships of the Imperial Legion. This is an act of treason, the general continued to reprimand. Chen Hong raised his head, looked at the general, and said, I am not committing treason. I am following the orders of the security command. Chen Hong took out a document from his pocket and handed it to the general. The general took the document and looked at it carefully. After a moment, his face became even uglier. Your order is completely invalid. Your security command has no right to inspect military warships. At this time, the Emperor's personal guard said, Today's incident has become a bit of a fuss. Let's all follow me to the palace and let His Majesty make the decision. The Emperor's personal guards took Li Hao, Chen Hong, and others out of Star Harbor and headed for the palace. Chen Hong met the Emperor. He knelt before the Emperor and pleaded guilty. The Emperor looked at Chen Hong and was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, Chen Hong, do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? Chen Hong lowered his head and dared not answer. At this time, Chen Hong's father and grandfather also came to the hall and knelt down to plead with the Emperor. The Emperor continued, Your actions are likely to cause disaster to the Imperial capital. You have violated the laws of the Empire, and I should have executed you. However, considering the contributions your Qin family has made to the Empire over the years, I have decided to give your Qin family a chance. Chen Hong and his family raised their heads and looked at the Emperor, their eyes full of gratitude. Are you willing to make amends for your crime? Asked the Emperor. Chen Hong nodded quickly and said, I do, Your Majesty. Okay, I'll give you a mission. Your Qin family will send a fleet led by Chen Hong to the Zerg border system to resist the Zerg invasion. If you can successfully complete the mission, I will pardon your crime. After the Emperor dealt with Chen Hong, he looked at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, you turned on the weapon system in the Imperial Capital Star port. Do you know your crime? Li Hao knelt on one knee, lowered his head and replied, Your Majesty, I know my crime, but I had no choice but to do it. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, Chen Hong has admitted his crime. Although you are trying to protect yourself, your actions also violate the laws of the Empire. Li Hao lowered his head. I am willing to accept Your Majesty's punishment. The Emperor looked at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, you are an officer of the Empire and also my subject. I don't want to see you make mistakes because of a momentary impulse. I will punish you to copy the Imperial Starport Management Act once, but you must remember not to make the same mistake again in the future. Li Hao quickly said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. After Li Hao and others left the palace, The sixth princess came to find Li Hao. Her face was a little pale, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. Li Hao, are you okay? The sixth princess asked with concern. Li Hao shook his head. I'm fine, Your Highness. The sixth princess breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. I heard about what happened at Star Harbor just now, and I'm worried about you. Li Hao smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Princess. I'm fine now. By the way, Chen Hong has been demoted to the border, so your marriage should be over. The sixth princess looked at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, thank you. Li Hao returned to the hotel room and planned to have a good rest. Now thinking back on what happened today, he felt that it was indeed a bit too much. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to relax. Just as Li Hao was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes and got up to open the door. After the door opened, Li Hao found that the person who came in was Murong Shui again. She was wearing a white dress, her long hair fluttered, and her eyes showed a trace of fatigue. Why are you here? Li Hao asked in surprise. Murong Shui did not answer his question, but walked directly into the room and sat down on the sofa. Why are you here? Li Hao closed the door and walked to the sofa and asked. You call me the goddess of luck during the day, but you don't recognize me at night? Murong Shui said playfully. We are alone in a hotel room at night. If others knew about it, it would be bad for your reputation, Miss Murong. Murong Shui chuckled, walked to Li Hao, gently took his hand, approached him, and said, You are really a fool. We haven't done anything shameful. What are you afraid of? Li Hao looked at Murong Shui's beautiful face, and his heart could not help but ripple, but he still resisted the urge in his heart and said, Ms. Murong, please don't do this. We can't do this. Murong Shui heard this and showed a hint of disappointment on her face. She let go of Li Hao's hand and said, Li Hao, do you think I'm a casual woman? Li Hao quickly shook his head and said, No, Miss Murong, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I just think that the gap between our status is too big and I am not worthy of you. Murong Shui smiled and said, Li Hao, you are wrong. Status is not the criterion for measuring whether two people are suitable for each other. I still have some self-awareness. I am just a commoner orphan. How can I be worthy of you ladies from noble families? Murong Shui walked to Li Hao, hugged him gently, and said, Li Hao, you are such a coward. You know that? If you don't take the initiative, we might miss each other again. Li Hao was shocked when he heard Murong Shui's words. He looked at Murong Shui in confusion and asked, Missed again? You mean, have we missed each other before? Murong Shui sighed softly and said, Li Hao, do you really not remember anything from your childhood? Li Hao frowned and tried hard to recall his childhood, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only remember some vague fragments and could not piece together a complete memory. He shook his head helplessly and said, I really can't remember. There was a hint of disappointment in Murong Shui's eyes, but she still smiled and said, Forget it. It doesn't matter. Maybe one day you will remember it. Chapter 74, the Third Prince of the Empire. The next morning, Li Hao was still asleep when he was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He got up sleepily and opened the door. It turned out to be the sixth princess. The sixth princess was wearing a gorgeous long dress. Her hair was neatly combed, and she had a faint smile on her face. She saw Li Hao and said, Li Hao, why are you still sleeping? Come with me. I have something important to tell you. Li Hao looked at the sixth princess in confusion. Princess, what's the matter so early? The sixth princess smiled mysteriously and said, You will find out if you follow me. Li Hao shook his head helplessly and followed the sixth princess out. They came to a luxurious flying car, and the sixth princess asked Li Hao to get in the car. The car was moving slowly, and Li Hao looked at the scenery outside the window curiously, wondering where the sixth princess was going to take him. After a while, the car stopped, and the sixth princess pulled Li Hao out of the car. Li Hao looked up and found that they had come to a beautiful garden. The garden was full of various flowers, colorful and fragrant. In the center of the garden, there was a fountain. The water in the fountain was clear, and the fish swam freely in the water. The sixth princess took Li Hao to the fountain and said, There is a party with friends today. I will take you to meet some friends. Li Hao nodded, feeling somewhat expectant. He knew that the sixth princess friends must be people of noble status, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know more people and expand his network of contacts. The sixth princess took Li Hao into a palace next to the garden. Many people had gathered in the palace. They were wearing gorgeous clothes and talking to each other. They walked to a corner and said, Li Hao, wait here for me. I'm going to say hello to my friends. The sixth princess left Li Hao and walked into the middle of the group. Li Hao stood in a corner, quietly watching the sixth princess and her friends. He found that the sixth princess friends were all young nobles. All of them were handsome and imposing. After a while, The sixth princess came to Li Hao with a young man. She said, "Li Hao, this is my third brother, the third prince of the empire." Li Hao was slightly stunned. He had never heard the sixth princess mention this third brother before, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. But he quickly came to his senses and respectfully saluted and greeted the third prince. The third prince looked to be in his 20s, with a slender figure, handsome face, and a heroic look between his eyebrows. He looked at Li Hao with a smile, and then said to the sixth princess, "Sixth sister, this is the Li Hao you often mention, right? He is indeed a handsome man." Li Hao bowed respectfully to the third prince and said, "Greetings, third prince." The third prince waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, Li Hao. I've heard that my second brother suffered a loss at your hands last time." Li Hao was shocked. He didn't know why the third prince suddenly brought up this matter. He looked at the sixth princess and saw that she frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised. Li Hao thought, this matter has already passed. Why did the third prince bring it up again? Is he trying to take this opportunity to take revenge on him? Li Hao calmed down and said, "Third prince, what happened last time was a misunderstanding. The second prince is a gentleman. He won't hold a grudge against me because of this incident." The third prince smiled and said, "Li Hao, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just asking casually. I know you are a talented person, and I admire your talent. I just want to remind you to be careful in this court and not offend too many people and bring trouble to sixth sister." "Thank you for the reminder, third prince." "Okay, sixth sister, go ahead and play. I have something else to do, so I won't be with you guys." After the third prince left, Li Hao was puzzled. He didn't understand why the sixth princess brought him to see the third prince. So, he couldn't help but ask, "Princess, why did you bring me to see the third prince?" The sixth princess smiled and said, "Li Hao, you need someone to help you in the capital. I hope you can serve the third prince." Li Hao frowned and said, "Princess, I know you are doing this for my own good, but you are wrong about this matter. Our 13th Legion cannot get involved in the affairs between the princes." The sixth princess frowned slightly after hearing what Li Hao said. She didn't expect Li Hao to reject her proposal. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Li Hao, you have to consider your future. The third prince is a talented person. If you can work for him, your future will be bright." Li Hao shook his head and said, "Princess, the 13th Legion exists to defend the empire. We cannot get involved in the fights between the princes. If I work for the third prince, I will be regarded as an enemy by the other princes, which is very disadvantageous to the 13th Legion." The sixth princess nodded and said, "Okay, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. But you must remember that no matter what decision you make, I will support you." Li Hao looked at the sixth princess with gratitude, and then said, "Princess, thank you for your understanding and support. I will leave first. This place is not suitable for me." After leaving the banquet, Li Hao went straight back to the hotel to pack up his things. He notified Wang Lei and the duty officers of the Intrepid and the Luck to prepare for sailing. After he packed his luggage, he left the hotel by car. When he arrived at the starport, he saw Wang Lei and the duty officers of the Intrepid and the Luck were already waiting for him there. "Are you ready?" "Everything is ready, just waiting for your order," Wang Lei replied. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's go." Everyone boarded the warship, and Li Hao walked into the command room and sat in the commander's seat. He skillfully commanded everyone to control the warship. With a roar, the dreadnought and goddess of luck slowly left the starport and headed towards the vast universe. Under the command of Li Hao, the two warships, the Intrepid and the Luck, sped through the universe. The crew members on the bridge performed their duties and paid close attention to the data on various instruments and display screens. "Commander, we're almost at the Stargate ahead. We'll take the space channel and expect to reach the border galaxy in 3 days," a crew member reported. "Very good. Stay alert and pay attention to your surroundings." 3 days later, Li Hao and his team finally arrived at the border star system. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, looking at the starry sky outside the window. "Commander, we have arrived at the border galaxy. Should we go directly to the Dark Star?" asked an adjutant. Chapter 75 Ambush the Pirate Alliance. After several days of sailing, Li Hao and his team returned to the Dark Star port, where a simple prototype of a starport had been built that could accommodate some warships. Li Hao stepped out of the warship and his eyes fell on the starport in front of him. The speed of the starport's construction was much faster than he expected, which greatly improved their defense capabilities on the Dark Star and also meant that they could hold on here for a long time. Zhang Qiang learned that Li Hao had returned, so he called Li Hao to the starport command room and reported, "All the warships seized last time have been repaired." Li Hao nodded and said with satisfaction, "Well done. These warships will become an important force for our 13th Army." The 2 heavy cruiser flagships, Dawn and Light, and 6 cruisers that have been repaired this time, as well as the Goddess of Luck that I brought back, will also be incorporated into the Dawn fleet. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel proud when he heard Li Hao's words. He knew that the addition of these warships would greatly enhance the strength of the 13th Army's fleet, and it would be one step closer to the recovery of the 13th Army. Commander, I have something to report to you. Although we have recently cut off the transportation of pirates from the Pirate Alliance and surrounding galaxies, according to the intelligence we have gained from recent reconnaissance, the pirates will soon make big moves. Zhang Yu reported. Yeah, I expected that, Li Hao nodded. The pirates won't give up their interests easily. They will definitely find a way to fight back. So, you only need to leave the Ghost and 4 cruisers to contact the base star, and the other 6 cruisers and the Star Squadron will come to the Dark Star together. Yes, Commander, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Yu saluted and replied. After Zhang Yu left, Li Hao sat in the command chair and fell into deep thought. This time, Li Hao mobilized all the main battleships of the 13th Corps to prepare a feast for the pirates. A few days later, the Star arrived at the Dark Star with 10 cruisers. Under Li Hao's arrangement, the Hero Fleet and the Star Fleet went to garrison in the Meteorite Belt, which was the only way for the surrounding pirates to pass through the route to the Dark Star. He himself led the Dawn Fleet to wait for the appearance of the Pirate Alliance at the Dark Star port. Dark Star is the main channel connecting the eastern and western galaxies in the Endless Sea Star region. It is surrounded by countless meteorites and asteroids, forming a natural barrier that makes it difficult for the outside world to bypass this galaxy. The Dawn Fleet lined up outside the starport, waiting for the Pirate Alliance to appear. Inside the starport, Li Hao sat in the command chair, waiting quietly. His eyes were firm and deep, as if he was thinking about something. Beside him was his staff team, who were busy analyzing various intelligence and data. Suddenly, a staff officer ran over and reported to Li Hao. Commander, we have found the fleet of the Pirate Alliance, and they are heading towards us. Li Hao nodded and said, Very good, let's prepare to meet their challenge. After saying that, Li Hao stood up and walked towards the command platform. His figure seemed particularly tall, like an insurmountable mountain. Behind him was a busy scene where officers were preparing for the upcoming battle. The fleet of the Pirate Alliance was getting closer and closer. This time they dispatched a mixed fleet consisting of 3 heavy cruiser flagships, 20 cruisers, and hundreds of destroyers. When both sides' explorers found each other's positions, Li Hao ordered, The Dawn Fleet will move forward. Once in range, all heavy cruisers will lock onto the 2 heavy cruiser flagships in front of them. The other cruisers will prepare for star shield defense. The 2 star destroyer cannons of the Dreadnought will lock onto the other flagship. Under Li Hao's command, the Dawn Fleet quickly took action. The heavy cruisers in the fleet began to adjust the angle of their main guns, preparing to attack the enemy. At the same time, other cruisers also activated the star shield defense system to prepare to resist the enemy's attack. The Dreadnought was Li Hao's trump card. Its 2 star destroyers were powerful enough to deal a fatal blow to the enemy's flagship. After entering the range, Li Hao decisively ordered to open fire. The 2 star destroyers fired at the same time, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. The enemy's flagship suffered severe damage under the attack of the Dreadnought. One of the 2 heavy cruiser flagships nearby was directly destroyed by concentrated fire, while the other one was luckier and only had its hull damaged. The commander of the Pirate Alliance fleet was in the flagship command room. When he saw what had just happened, he was stunned for a moment and murmured, Why are all the warships of the 13th Legion here? Didn't Firefox and the others agree to act together? His heart was filled with confusion and fear. He didn't understand why his allies suddenly betrayed him, nor did he know how to deal with the current situation. Commander, what should we do now? Asked a staff officer. What else can we do? The main fleet of the 13th Legion is waiting for us here. Retreat quickly. The commander came to his senses and shouted loudly. Li Hao looked at the battlefield and did not order a pursuit, but only asked all warships to fire from a long distance. Commander, why don't we pursue them? Asked an adjutant. Kill them all, and someone will help me report to the Pirate Alliance. Li Hao said with a mysterious look. Now let's go meet Firefox and the others. Li Hao ordered all the warships to go to the Meteorite Belt. Just as Li Hao was repelling the Pirate Alliance fleet, Huiyun, who was leading the pirates from the surrounding galaxies, and the Pirate Alliance fleet in the Meteorite Belt also confronted the Xingyao fleet. However, the 2 sides did not open fire directly. Huiyun saw the fleet of the 13th Legion behind the asteroid belt through the detector and said, Why are all the fleets of the 13th Legion here? Didn't the Pirate Alliance come over to contain them? Another pirate leader said, I told you long ago that those people in the Pirate Alliance can't be trusted. Look, they sold us out. Huiyun's face was gloomy. He knew that this operation had failed. They had originally planned to attack the 13th Legion together with the Pirate Alliance, but now the Pirate Alliance did not show up, which put them in a desperate situation. What now? Asked a pirate. What else can we do? Retreat quickly. Huiyun gritted his teeth and said. He knew that retreating now was the only way to survive. If they were surrounded by the 13th Legion, they would have no way out. Just when the pirates were about to retreat, Zhang Qiang ordered the fleet not to attack their large warships first, and randomly selected several pirate warships to open fire. The pirates were secretly glad to see that Zhang Yu's fleet did not pursue them, thinking that Zhang Qiang was afraid of their large warships. So they accelerated their retreat and tried to escape the battlefield as quickly as possible. Chapter 76, 13th Legion Badge. After the pirate coalition retreated, Li Hao's fleet also rushed over. Li Hao ordered the Star Fleet to continue to guard the Meteorite Belt, the Hero Fleet to stay in the defense of the Dark Star, and the Dawn Fleet to pass through the Meteorite Belt and head to a planet called Water Blue Star in the nearby galaxy. There is a secret base of the Pirate Alliance on this aquamarine planet. This is the information that the fleet commander captured by Li Hao last time exchanged for his freedom. This time, Li Hao assembled all the main fleets, mainly to destroy this secret base. After several days of sailing, the Dawn Fleet finally arrived at the outskirts of the Blue Water planet. Li Hao ordered the fleet to make pre-war preparations. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet began to march towards the Blue Water Star. Aquamarine is a beautiful blue planet. Most of its surface is covered by ocean, with only a small amount of land. The Pirate Alliance's secret base is hidden on one of the lands, surrounded by dense forests and steep mountains, and is very hidden. The fleet gradually approached the Blue Water planet, and Li Hao observed the situation on the planet through the detector. The Pirate Alliance set up a large number of defense facilities around the base, including missile launch towers, laser cannons, and energy shields. These defense facilities formed a solid line of defense. Just as Li Hao was thinking about how to deal with the situation, a starship flew out from the Blue Water Star. He ordered the fleet to remain vigilant and closely monitor the movements of the starship. The starship slowly approached the fleet. Li Hao observed through the detector that the starship had no weapons or equipment and looked like a civilian spaceship. At this moment, a signal was sent from the starship, requesting to speak to Li Hao. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, but still answered the signal. Hello, I am a representative of Water Blue Star. We hope to negotiate with you. A voice came from the communicator. Li Hao frowned. He didn't know why the representatives of Shuolengxing wanted to negotiate with him. He was silent for a moment, then said, What do you want to talk to me about? We know you are here to destroy the Pirate Alliance's secret base. However, we hope you can stop the attack. Why should I stop attacking? Give me a reason to stop attacking. The representative of Water Blue Star smiled and said, We have already withdrawn from the Pirate Alliance. You must have obtained our information from the Pirate Alliance. Water Blue Star was indeed the secret base of the Pirate Alliance in the past. We have already left the Pirate Alliance not long ago. Do you think I will believe what you say? At this time, the representative of Water Blue Star took out a badge and put it in front of the camera. When Li Hao saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was very familiar with this badge. It was the badge of the 13th Legion 10 years ago. This is the badge of our 13th Legion. What do you mean by this? Commander Li, this was given to me by our leader. She asked me to tell you that we are not enemies. As for the origin of this badge, she will tell you when you meet later. Li Hao frowned slightly. He didn't understand what the representative of Shuolengxing meant. However, he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this issue. He sent someone to take the badge. After the badge came back, Li Hao called several officers from 10 years ago to ask them to carefully confirm it. Finally, after several officers confirmed it, it was the badge worn by the senior generals of their 13th Corps. Okay, since your leader said so, I'll accept it first. However, I hope you can arrange a meeting between me and your leader as soon as possible. Okay, Commander Li, I will arrange a meeting for you as soon as possible. However, our leader has important matters to deal with now. She is not on the Blue Water Star. Do you want to wait for her here, or let her go to the Dark Star to find you? Li Hao thought for a moment and replied, I can wait here for your leader to come back. When your leader comes back, please notify me. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as the leader gets back. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the Dawn Fleet, gazing at the beautiful blue planet of Water Blue Star through the porthole. He was full of anticipation and curiosity, not knowing what kind of person the leader of Water Blue Star would be, nor what the outcome of this meeting would be. 2 days later, a flash of light appeared, and a spaceship appeared in front of the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao's heart tightened. He knew that the leader of the Blue Water planet had finally arrived. The spaceship slowly approached the Dawn Fleet and finally docked next to the fleet. The hatch opened, and a figure in a white robe walked out. Li Hao looked closely and saw that it was a young and beautiful woman with a look of majesty and wisdom in her eyes. "Xiao Hao, long time no see," the woman said with a smile. Li Hao looked at the beautiful woman in confusion, but he had no memory of seeing her. He frowned and tried to recall, trying to find some clues about this woman in his mind. The woman seemed to see Li Hao's confusion. She smiled gently and said, "Why? You don't remember me? We grew up together." Li Hao thought for a long time, but couldn't remember anything. He could only say, "Do we know each other?" A trace of disappointment flashed across the woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her smile and said, "It's okay. Maybe it's been too long and you don't remember. I'll show you something and you'll understand." The woman took out the star brain and opened a file. There were many photos in it, all of which were photos of Li Hao and her when he was a child. Li Hao looked at these photos and slowly recalled his past. Suddenly, he felt a headache and passed out. When Li Hao woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and saw white walls and some medical equipment and realized that he was in the infirmary. "You finally woke up." Li Hao turned his head and saw the woman sitting beside his bed, looking at him with concern. "Why am I here? You suddenly fainted just now, and I sent you to the infirmary. The doctor said that you might have some memory problems due to seeing those photos, and you need to rest for a while," the woman explained. "Those photos," Li Hao muttered to himself. Li Hao suddenly remembered that the woman in front of him was his neighbor's sister Lin Xiao. He grew up with Lin Xiao since childhood, and Lin Xiao had always taken good care of him, just like her own sister. "Sister Lin, you are still alive. Why don't you come to see me? How did you survive?" Li Hao looked at Lin Xiao in front of him, his heart full of confusion and surprise. Lin Xiao smiled at Li Hao, with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. She sighed softly and said, "Xiao Hao, I'm very happy to see you again. Before the war, my father arranged for me to live on the Blue Water Planet, and I have been living here ever since. I have been looking for you all these years, but I have never heard from you." Chapter 77, The 13th Legion Black Rose Fleet. When Li Hao heard Lin Xiao's words, he suddenly felt a complex emotion. He knew that Lin Xiao must have been through a lot over the years, but she had always persevered. "Sister Lin, how have you been these years?" "I'm doing okay, but I've been worried about you. I've been looking for news about you everywhere, and thank God you're safe and sound. By the way, I'm afraid you've been framed by the Pirate Alliance this time. They're trying to use you to eliminate us." Li Hao's heart was shocked when he heard this. He never expected that the Pirate Alliance would be so insidious and vicious. Why would they do that? Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. "Not long ago, I led the Black Rose Pirates to leave the Pirate Alliance. They wanted to take advantage of your unfamiliarity with the Pirate Alliance and deliberately lure you to destroy us." "Are you from the Black Rose Pirates? How did you become a pirate?" Li Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. He never dreamed that Lin Xiao was actually a member of the Black Rose Pirates. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "After wandering in the endless sea for so many years, if I hadn't joined the pirate group, how could I, your sister, be alive today? Then when I annihilated the fleet of the Black Rose Pirates, it was you who prevented them from taking revenge on me." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "At that time, many people in the group wanted to take revenge on you, but I stopped them all. I didn't want you to get hurt. Later, I heard that you were reorganizing the 13th Legion, so I decided to leave the Pirate Alliance and return to the Blue Water Planet to wait for you. I knew you would come." Li Hao felt a warm current in his heart after hearing Lin Xiao's words. He knew that Lin Xiao had always cared about him and even went to the length of becoming an enemy of the Pirate Alliance for him. "Thank you, Sister Lin." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "You are my brother, so I should do this. Okay, you should have a good rest first. I will go and arrange the rest of the things. We can talk later when we have time." In the Pirate Alliance's meeting room, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. The Pirate Alliance fleet commander returned to the Alliance Star with a gloomy face. His words were like a bombshell, causing a huge shock in the meeting room. "We were deceived by Huiyun and his men. When we arrived at Dark Star, we faced an ambush by the entire main fleet of the 13th Legion." The commander's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They had never thought that Huiyun would betray them and join forces with the 13th Legion to set this trap. "Huiyun is a traitor. How could he do this to us?" A pirate leader slammed the table in anger. "We can't let him go like this. He must pay the price," another pirate leader echoed loudly. There was a sudden burst of noise in the conference room, and everyone was angry and disappointed at Huiyun's betrayal. "Quiet." The leader of the Pirate Alliance finally spoke. "Now is not the time to argue. We need to calmly analyze the current situation." The leader's words gradually quieted everyone down. They all turned their eyes to the leader, waiting for his instructions. Our current situation is very bad, the leader said slowly. What's the situation on Water Blue Star? The 13th Legion has not eliminated Black Rose and the others. A mysterious voice said. The 13th Legion arrived at the Blue Water Planet, but they did not attack the Blue Water Planet. They just stopped above the Blue Water Planet in space. What's going on? Didn't you say that the 13th Legion would definitely destroy them? The leader said angrily. Hearing this, the mysterious man frowned and said, I don't know what's going on. According to the plan, the 13th Legion should launch an attack on the Blue Water Planet. What should we do now? Will our plan be ruined? Another person asked anxiously. The mysterious man pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry, let's observe the situation first. Maybe the 13th Legion has other plans. After a few days of rest, Li Hao found Lin Xiao on the Blue Water Planet and asked, Sister Lin, what are your plans for the future? Are you planning to return to the 13th Legion with me? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, Xiao Hao, I think I'd better stay on the Blue Water Planet. We are pirates, and it's not appropriate for us to go back with you. Li Hao was very surprised. He did not expect Lin Xiao to reject his invitation. Why? Sister Lin, you will have better development opportunities in the 13th Army, and the location of the Blue Water Planet is not conducive to defense. You should come back with me. Lin Xiao thought about it carefully, and finally decided to follow Li Hao's advice and lead the members of the Black Rose Pirates to join the 13th Legion. Lin Xiao led Li Hao to meet the core members of the Black Rose Pirates and introduced the current situation of the Black Rose Pirates to him. At this moment, the Black Rose Pirates still has 3 heavy cruiser flagships, 30 cruisers, and hundreds of destroyers. The number of its pirate members has reached nearly 20,000. After hearing Lin Xiao's introduction, Li Hao couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Such a large fleet and so many members were enough to prove the strength and influence of the Black Rose Pirates in this universe. Sister Lin, the scale of your fleet is indeed not small, but in terms of equipment and training, I'm afraid it needs further improvement. Li Hao said bluntly. Lin Xiao nodded. She also knew that her pirate group had shortcomings in these aspects. Xiao Hao, we have joined the 13th Legion from today. You are the fleet commander. From now on, we will listen to you. Sister Lin, thank you for your trust. I will do my best to lead the fleet to a more glorious future. Li Hao named the 3 heavy cruiser flagships of the Black Rose Pirates Queen, Rose, and Water Blue, respectively, and equipped them with 30 cruisers. The remaining 100 destroyers were all incorporated into the Planetary Guard. The Black Rose Pirates were then reorganized into the 13th Legion Black Rose Fleet. After several days of reorganization, Lin Xiao and others loaded all the defense equipment and supplies of the Blue Water Star base into the warship, preparing to return to the Dark Star with Li Hao. After everything was ready, Li Hao and Lin Xiao stood together in the command cabin of the flagship Queen, gazing at the boundless starry sky outside the window. Sister Lin, do you want to go back to the Imperial Capital Star to see your family first? Well, your memory has been restored. Lin Xiao nodded gently. There are indeed some things we need to deal with when we go back. Sister, what exactly do we need to go back and solve? Li Hao frowned slightly. Although his memory had been restored, there were still many things he didn't understand. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao slowly said, Let's return to Dark Star first. I'll tell you in detail after we get back. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet slowly started and headed towards the Dark Star. Chapter 78 Laser Gun Problem. After several days of sailing, Li Hao led a huge fleet consisting of the Dawn Fleet and the Black Rose Fleet and arrived at the starport of the Dark Star. However, due to the limited capacity of the starport, it is unable to accommodate so many warships at the same time, so the starships loaded with supplies have to line up outside the starport to unload. Li Hao and Lin Xiao took the shuttle and arrived at the surface of the starport. When Lin Xiao met Zhang Yu and other old men from the 13th Legion, their eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Lin Xiao, you are still alive, welcome back. Zhang Yu hugged Lin Xiao tightly and said with a choked voice, Zhang Yu, I'm back. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Hao. Lin Xiao also hugged Zhang Yu tightly and couldn't help but shed tears. The other old men from the 13th Legion also gathered around, holding Lin Xiao's hands and talking nonstop. Lin Xiao looked at these familiar faces and was moved. She knew that these elderly people were her relatives and the closest people to her in this world. Everyone, stop standing. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. Everyone nodded and followed Li Hao to the Star Harbor Command Center. They sat down and began to talk about their experiences over the years. After everyone finished chatting and left, Lin Xiao found Zhang Yu and asked, You didn't tell Xiao Hao about his identity, did you? Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No, I never had the chance to talk to him. Lin Xiao nodded. That's good. I think I should wait until the time is right before telling him. Zhang Yu sighed. Yeah, I also think now is not the right time. But they will know sooner or later. Lin Xiao was silent for a while, then said, I know, but I hope to delay the time as much as possible and make him stronger. As the Black Rose fleet arrived at the Dark Star, the Pirate Alliance soon received news that the Black Rose had joined the 13th Legion. This news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves and plunging the entire Pirate Alliance into shock and anger. The leaders of the Pirate Alliance immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. The addition of the Black Rose fleet will greatly increase the strength of the 13th Legion, posing a huge threat to the Pirate Alliance. Black Rose is a traitor. She actually betrayed us and joined the 13th Legion. A pirate leader slammed the table angrily. We can't just sit there and do nothing. We must take action to stop the Black Rose and the 13th Legion from joining forces, said another pirate leader. It's impossible to stop it. I just received intelligence that Black Rose was originally a member of the 13th Legion. What? Black Rose was originally from the 13th Legion? Another pirate leader said in shock. How is this possible? Hasn't she always been in the Pirate Alliance? This is true. I just received reliable intelligence. The pirate leader said. It is said that Black Rose is from the 13th Legion. She has been collecting intelligence in the Pirate Alliance over the years, waiting for the opportunity to return to the 13th Legion. A pirate leader said in disbelief. We always thought Black Rose was our ally, but we didn't expect that she was actually from the 13th Legion. It's too late to say this now. Another pirate leader said. We must find a way to deal with the current situation. We should avoid conflicts with the 13th Legion recently. We should find ways to strengthen our own strength. Small-scale attacks can no longer stop the development of the 13th Legion. The pirate leader said helplessly. The pirate leader's words made the pirate leaders present fall into silence. They all knew that the 13th Legion was becoming stronger and stronger, and if they continued to clash with them, they would only suffer greater losses. In the following days, although there were no large-scale conflicts between the Pirate Alliance and the 13th Legion, small-scale attacks occasionally occurred during patrols. Both sides were testing each other and looking for each other's weaknesses. After a period of adjustment and reorganization, the Black Rose fleet finally became familiar with the 13th Legion's combat system. The Black Rose fleet's warships were also renovated and repaired, and the soldiers' mechas were all replaced with the 13th Legion's standard mechas. When Lin Xiao checked the warships, she found that the main weapon systems of many warships had not been replaced, so she found Li Hao to inquire about the situation. Xiao Hao, why are there still so many warships whose main weapon systems have not been replaced? Lin Xiao asked puzzledly. Sister Lin, you also know that the Empire has extremely strict control over laser main guns. We don't have any channels to obtain laser main guns now. Li Hao said. We are already doing our best to replace it, but it will take some time. We originally wanted to see if we could get the blueprints of the laser main gun and produce it ourselves, but after asking around for a long time, we didn't get any information on this. Lin Xiao frowned after hearing what Li Hao said. She knew that the main weapon system was the core of the warship. If it was not replaced, the combat effectiveness of the fleet would be greatly reduced. Then why not buy it from Imperial Manufacturing? Li Hao smiled and shook his head and said, We have already communicated with them. The Empire has a limited number of targets each year. Without approval, they are unwilling to accept our orders. This is a troublesome matter. You don't have enough say in the military now, so it's difficult to get approval from the military. These production technologies are all in the hands of the big families in the Imperial Capital. You have no relationship with these manufacturing companies, so they won't produce for you privately. Li Hao nodded helplessly without saying anything. He understood that this was the difference between him, a commoner, and aristocratic family. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao said, Let's go back to the capital and see if we can solve the problem of the laser cannon. Li Hao and Lin Xiao boarded the warship and finally returned to the Imperial Capital Star after several days of sailing. When they returned to the surface from the starport, they immediately felt the prosperity and bustle of the Imperial Capital Star. Lin Xiao looked at the familiar streets and buildings, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. She had been away from the Imperial Capital for a long time, and everything here made her feel kind and warm. Let's find a hotel to stay in first, and then look for a company that can produce laser cannons. Come with me, and stay in a hotel. Lin Xiao said. The two took a flying taxi and arrived at the door of an antique mansion. Li Hao looked at the plaque at the door which read, Lin Mansion. Li Hao was very confused as to why they came here. Lin Xiao saw Li Hao's doubts and said, Let's go in first. The Lin family in the Imperial Capital is the family that manufactures warships and weapons in the Empire. Chapter 79 Lin Family Lin Zhang. They arrived at the door and let the guard report before entering the Lin family mansion. As soon as they stepped through the gate, Li Hao was shocked by the grandeur of the mansion. Pavilions, towers, rockery, and ponds are neatly distributed in the spacious courtyard, demonstrating the dignity and grandeur of the Lin family. They walked along the bluestone path, passed through archways, and finally arrived at the main hall. An energetic old man was sitting on a throne, staring at them with sharp eyes. Lin Xiao walked forward quickly, saluted respectfully, and said, "Grandpa, I'm back." Li Hao suddenly realized that Lin Jintian was Lin Zhao's grandfather. He couldn't help but feel even more surprised about Lin Zhao's identity. Lin Jintian nodded slightly, with a relieved smile on his face. "Xiao, you are finally back. It's been 10 years, and you have grown into a big girl. Come here, and let the old man take a good look at you." Lin Xiao walked up to Lin Jintian, and Lin Jintian looked at her carefully, his eyes full of love. "Well, you've grown taller and prettier," Lin Jintian said with satisfaction. "You've suffered a lot out there these years." Lin Zhao's heart ached when she heard her grandfather's words, and tears almost came out of her eyes. She thought of the hardships and loneliness she had experienced outside these years, and also thought of her grandfather's thoughts and concerns for her. "Grandpa, I'm not suffering. As long as you are healthy, I will be satisfied." Lin Xiao held back her tears and smiled. Lin Jintian nodded, took Lin Zhao's hand, and sat down. He looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of relief and emotion. Xiao, do you know? I have been thinking about you all these years. When I heard that you were still alive, I wanted to take you back. If you didn't come back, I was really worried that you were not living well out there and had been wronged." Lin Jintian said. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Grandpa, don't say that. I know you are doing this for my own good, but my father's last wish is for me to wait for the 13th Legion to return." After the grandfather and grandson chatted for a while, Lin Jintian noticed Li Hao standing next to him and said with a smile, "This is Grandpa. You don't recognize him. He is Xiao Hao." Hearing this, Lin Jintian looked at Li Hao carefully. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly realized. "So it's Xiao Hao. You've grown up so much that Grandpa can't recognize you. Where have you been all these years?" "After the war, I heard that your parents died. I sent people to pick you up, but the last person who came back said they didn't find you. Later, I sent people to look for you everywhere." Li Hao's heart ached when he heard Lin Jintian's words, and tears almost burst out of his eyes. He remembered the war that year, the tragic death of his parents, and the hardships and loneliness he had experienced over the years. "Grandpa Lin, the military sent someone to inform me that year. I fainted after learning that my parents had died. After waking up, I was taken to the Imperial Capital Star Royal Academy and lived there until graduation." Lin Jintian felt a pang of pain in his heart after hearing what Li Hao said, and tears almost came out of his eyes. He thought of the battle that year, the tragic death of Li Hao's parents, and his longing for Li Hao over the years. But he was also very puzzled as to why the military took Li Hao away at that time, and they had been investigating for so many years but could not find out that Li Hao was actually in the Royal Academy. Suddenly he murmured, Royal Academy, Royal Academy. Could it be His Majesty? It can only be him." "Xiao Hao, how have you been doing in the Imperial Capital Star Royal Academy these years? Have you suffered any grievances?" Lin Jintian asked with concern. "Grandpa Lin, don't worry. I'm doing well in the Imperial Capital Star Royal Academy." At this time, Lin Xiao beside him interrupted and said, "Grandpa, this kid is doing well now. He is now the Colonel Commander of the fleet of the 13th Legion. As soon as he entered the Endless Sea, he seized one of my heavy cruiser flagships and 4 cruisers." Hearing this, Lin Jintian's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he laughed out loud. Great. A good father will have a good son, and he is indeed promising." Li Hao smiled awkwardly and said, "It's all because Sister Lin gave in to me. If it were any other pirate group, I would probably be ruined." Lin Jintian waved his hand and said, "Hao, you don't have to be modest. This is all the result of your own efforts. I also heard about the 13th Army. I didn't know that the current commander was you. However, you are now the fleet colonel commander. The reconstruction of the 13th Army is a heavy burden on your shoulders." After the three of them chatted happily about family matters, Lin Jintian enthusiastically arranged for Li Hao and Lin Xiao to stay at home. Lin Xiao returned to her room 10 years ago, which was full of her childhood memories. Li Hao was arranged to stay in a guest room. Although the room was simply furnished with only a bed, a table, and a chair, it was kept spotless, tidy. Li Hao walked into the room, and a fresh breath hit him. He gently closed the door, put his luggage aside, and sat on the bed, feeling the tranquility. The sunlight shone through the window into the room, forming warm spots of light, which made him feel particularly comfortable. Unconsciously, Li Hao fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already evening. He walked out of the room and came to the living room, where he saw Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao chatting. Seeing that Li Hao was awake, Lin Jintian smiled and said, "How you're awake. Come and eat. We've prepared dinner." Li Hao nodded and walked to the dining table and sat down. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, including fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, and a bowl of steaming soup. At this time, Lin Wanner, who was sitting opposite, saw Li Hao sitting over and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Lin Xiao looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Lin Jintian also looked at the two of them in confusion and said with a smile, "Wanner, this is your brother Li Hao, the son of your uncle Li, who we have been looking for almost 10 years. After hearing what Lin Jintian said, Lin Wanner showed a surprised expression on her face. She looked at Li Hao carefully, with a hint of doubt and surprise in her eyes. Lin Wanner came back to her senses and said with a smile, "It turns out to be brother Li Hao. Long time no see. We didn't have a good chat the last time we met at the banquet. Now, the most popular young military officer and future star is actually my brother Li Hao." Lin Jintian looked at Lin Wanner's expression, worried that this girl would do something bad to Li Hao. So he said, "Girl, what are you talking about? Your brother Li Hao and your sister just returned to the capital. You better not cause them any trouble." When Lin Wanner heard what Lin Jintian said, she pouted and said, "Grandpa, why are you so nervous? Besides, brother Li Hao is not afraid of trouble." Chen Hong from the Chun family pursued the sixth princess, but was defeated by brother Li Hao and sent to the border to fight the Zerg. Hearing this, Lin Jintian frowned slightly and said, "Wanner, how can you say that? Chen Hong was exiled to the border because he made a mistake. It has nothing to do with your brother Li Hao." After hearing this, Lin Wanner said unconvincedly, "Grandpa, everyone says so. It was obviously brother Li Hao who helped the sixth princess, and you still don't admit it." Chapter 80 Conflict at the Graduation Ceremony. Lin Jintian sighed helplessly and said, "Wanner, you don't understand. This matter is not that simple. Chen Hong is the legitimate son of the Qin family. If he is exiled to the border, the Qin family will definitely not let it go. In the future, when people talk about this matter outside, don't involve your brother Li Hao." After hearing what her grandfather said, Lin Wanner was a little unconvinced, but she still nodded obediently and said, "I understand, Grandpa. I won't cause any trouble for brother Li Hao." Li Hao watched from the side and felt very warm in his heart. He knew that Lin Jintian was really thinking about him, and Lin Wanner was also a kind and lovely girl. After returning to the room, Li Hao lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The next morning, Li Hao got up. He came to the yard and started to exercise. At this time, Lin Wanner also came to the yard. She saw Li Hao exercising and couldn't help but feel curious. She walked up to Li Hao and said, "Brother Li Hao, do you have any plans for today?" Li Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Lin Wanner, and said with a smile, "I don't have any plans today, Wanner. What can I do for you?" Lin Wanner said a little embarrassedly, "Today is my graduation ceremony. I want to invite brother Li Hao to attend it together." Li Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that today was Lin Wanner's graduation ceremony. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, of course I'm willing to attend your graduation ceremony, Wanner." When Lin Wanner heard that Li Hao agreed, she smiled happily. She said, "Brother Li Hao, please wait for me. I'm going to change my clothes." After saying that, Lin Wanner ran back to the room. After a while, she changed into a beautiful dress and came out. Li Hao's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Wanner's appearance. Lin Wanner was wearing a white dress with a few small flowers on the hem, which made her look very fresh and cute. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair neck, and she looked full of youth and vitality. Li Hao smiled and said, "Wanner, you look so beautiful today." When Lin Wanner heard Li Hao's praise, she smiled shyly. She said, "Brother Li Hao, let's go." Li Hao nodded and walked out of the house with Lin Wanner. They came to the graduation ceremony of the college, where many people had gathered. When Li Hao and Lin Wanner walked in to find a seat, they ran into the sixth princess. The sixth princess saw Li Hao and Lin Wanner together, and she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. The sixth princess walked up to Li Hao and said, "Li Hao, why are you here?" "I just returned to the Imperial Capital yesterday and happened to come to attend Wanner's graduation ceremony." When the sixth princess heard what Li Hao said, she became even more jealous. She said, "Wanner, when did you become so close? I think you have only met once." When Lin Wanner heard what the sixth princess said, she quickly stepped forward to explain. "Sixth princess, please don't misunderstand. Our Lin family and brother Li Hao's family are old friends. I didn't know this before, but I found out yesterday when Li Hao and my sister came back. Today is my graduation ceremony, and I invited him to attend. I didn't expect to meet you here." The sixth princess felt even more uncomfortable after hearing what Lin Wanner said. She felt that Lin Wanner was beautiful and smart, which made her feel threatened. She looked at Lin Wanner, a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes, and said, "Oh, so that's the case. I thought you had some special relationship. But, as a girl, how can you casually invite a man to your graduation ceremony? Don't you know that this will cause misunderstandings?" Li Hao saw the sixth princess' hostility and said, "All right, there are so many people here. Let's go in quickly. Sixth princess, I will explain to you after the graduation ceremony." After hearing what Li Hao said, the sixth princess became even angrier. She felt that Li Hao was just trying to fool her and didn't want to explain to her at all. She said viciously, "Li Hao, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation later, otherwise I won't let you off easily." The three of them entered the venue and found their seats. After Li Hao sat down, the two women sat next to him, which made Li Hao stand out. Li Hao said helplessly, "Two beautiful ladies, are you sitting like this to attract hatred from me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt two sharp gazes falling on him. The actions of the three of them attracted the attention of everyone present. Many people were wondering who the officer sitting in the middle was, and he was actually accompanied by two prominent beauties in the imperial capital. Some people secretly guessed that this young officer might be the son of a powerful family. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Hao appeared calm and composed. His eyes were firm and confident, revealing an innate majesty. At this time, a young man in a gorgeous dress came forward and said with a smile, "Your Highness, how can you sit here with your status?" He continued, "You are a planetary officer. You don't know the princess's noble status. You dare to sit in the middle. Don't you know this is the imperial capital?" Li Hao frowned. He didn't like the young man's tone, but he still replied politely, "I know that Her Royal Highness is of noble status, but Her Royal Highness and I are friends. There is nothing wrong with sitting together." The young man sneered and said, "Friend? Who do you think you are? You are just a small planetary officer. Are you worthy of being friends with Her Royal Highness the Princess?" After hearing what the young man said, Lin Wanner's face turned ugly. She said, "That's enough, Zhang Hai, don't go too far. Li Hao is my friend. I won't allow you to insult him like this." The sixth princess glanced at Zhang Hai and said, "Who are you? Who do you care who I sit with? Besides, you haven't graduated yet. You will only be a major after graduation. Don't you know to call him sir when you see a colonel?" As soon as the sixth princess finished speaking, Zhang Hai's face turned very ugly. He didn't expect that the sixth princess would be so disrespectful to him and humiliate him in front of so many people. Zhang Hai suppressed his anger and said, "Your Highness, I am Zhang Hai from the Zhang family. I am just concerned about you and worried that you might get hurt. How can he, a colonel commander of a planetary fleet, compare with us? At most, he can only drive a destroyer." The sixth princess sneered and said, "Zhang Hai, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to judge others? Li Hao is my friend. He is an excellent soldier. He has made great contributions to the empire. He is much better than you." Zhang Hai's expression became even uglier. He said, "Your Highness, don't be fooled by his appearance. He is just a commoner from a poor family. He has no background or power. The reason he was able to become a colonel was only because of your relationship." Chapter 81: The conflict between Zhang Hai and Li Hao. When the sixth princess heard Zhang Hai's words, her face turned cold. She said angrily, "Zhang Hai, you are going too far. Li Hao became a colonel through his own efforts and talent. He has made great contributions to the empire. What qualifications do you have to slander him?" Zhang Hai disagreed. He sneered and said, "Your Highness, you are too naive. In this world, it is impossible to get ahead without background and power. Li Hao is just lucky to have met you, which is why he has the status he has today." The sixth princess was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Zhang Hai and said, "Zhang Hai, you disappoint me so much. I always thought you were a responsible person, but I didn't expect you to be such a selfish and narrow-minded person." After saying that, the sixth princess took Li Hao and turned away. Zhang Hai looked at their backs as they left, and he did not regret his evaluation of Li Hao. In his opinion, Li Hao was just a commoner from a poor family, with no background or power. He was not worthy of the sixth princess and was not worthy of attending their graduation ceremony. After the graduation ceremony, Zhang Hai returned home. Zhang Hai's father, Zhang Yuxuan, saw that he looked bad, so he asked, "Zhang Hai, what happened?" Zhang Hai told his father what had happened. After listening, Zhang's father thought for a moment and said, "Higher, you mean that the person with the sixth princess was a colonel in a black military uniform, and he was also present with Lin Wanner from the Lin family?" Zhang Hai nodded and said, "Yes, father. And the sixth princess seems to have a good impression of him and even turned against me for him." Father Zhang frowned and asked, "What is the origin of this colonel? How could he be favored by the sixth princess? At this time, Zhang Hai's brother Zhang Qiang saw the two of them, walked over and heard their conversation. Zhang Hai, you are going to cause trouble even for attending a graduation ceremony. Don't you want to graduate properly? Zhang Hai was a little nervous when he saw his brother Zhang Qiang coming over. He knew his brother was always strict with him, and he would definitely be scolded again this time. Brother, I didn't cause any trouble. It was the colonel who provoked me first. Zhang Hai defended. Zhang's father also asked in confusion, Zhang Qiang, what's going on? How dare you talk back? Do you know who that colonel is? How dare you provoke him without knowing his background? Zhang Qiang said angrily, isn't he just a colonel? You are already a lieutenant colonel at the corps level. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Hai said unconvinced. You're not afraid? Who do you think you are? You're just a little young master of the Zhang family. How can you fight against others? Okay, stop arguing, both of you. What's going on with Zhang Qiang? Who is this colonel? Zhang's father asked anxiously. Zhang Qiang took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and then slowly said, Dad, he is the fleet commander of the 13th Legion and a future star praised by His Majesty the Emperor. He is also the most likely first among our young generation to be promoted to Major General, and he is very likely to be the commander of the 13th Legion in the future. Zhang's father frowned and looked at Zhang Qiang in confusion. Who told you this news? Isn't the 13th Army from the Li family? Could he be a member of the Li family? Besides, didn't the Li family withdraw from the military? I don't know if he is a member of the Li family, but he is currently the supreme commander of the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea Star region. And according to intelligence, the 13th Legion has already restored more than 3 standard fleets. Zhang's father's face turned serious when he heard this. He knew that the 13th Army was the founding force of the Li family and had a glorious history in the military. Now, the 13th Army has restored more than 3 standard fleets, which means that the power of the Li family has begun to rise again. Are you sure this news is reliable? Asked Zhang's father. Zhang Qiang nodded. I got this information from the military intelligence department. It shouldn't be false. Father Zhang pondered for a moment, then said, if this news is true, the Li family's power will rise again, and we will have to adjust our relationship with the Li family. At this time, Zhang Hai interrupted and said, Brother, am I really in trouble this time? While Zhang Hai's family was discussing this matter, Li Hao, the 6th princess, and Lin Wanner arrived at a private room for dinner. The 6th princess looked at Li Hao, her eyes full of doubt and expectation. She wanted to know how Li Hao would explain to her. Tell me, why didn't you come to see me when you came back? Last time you were in such a hurry to leave. You left without even saying hello to me. Princess, there was an urgent mission to deal with at that time, so I had to leave as soon as possible. This time I came back also for the official business of the 13th Legion. Li Hao explained. After hearing what Li Hao said, the 6th princess' eyes flashed with disappointment. Couldn't you have told me in advance? Do you know how worried I am about you? Li Hao lowered his head, not daring to look into the 6th princess' eyes. He knew that his behavior had hurt the 6th princess, but he didn't know how to make up for it. Princess, I know I was wrong. I will be more careful next time. The 6th princess looked at Li Hao, and the anger in her heart gradually dissipated. She knew that Li Hao was a good person, but sometimes he did things without considering other people's feelings. Okay, I forgive you. But you have to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you must tell me in advance. After the 3 of them finished their meal at the restaurant, Li Hao sent the princess back to the princess's mansion and then took Lin Wanner back to the Lin mansion. Before they parted, the princess warned Li Hao to be well-behaved when he went to the Lin mansion. On the way back, Li Hao and Lin Wanner said in a mean way, Brother Li Hao, if the princess knew you were living in my house, do you think she would treat you like this? Li Hao's heart tightened after hearing Lin Wanner's words. He knew that the princess had a good impression of him, but he also knew the princess's identity and status, and he didn't want to cause any trouble to the princess because of himself. Wanner, don't talk nonsense. The princess is a reasonable person. She won't be angry about this kind of thing. Brother Li Hao, please don't lie to me. I can see the princess's feelings for you. Wanner, don't let your imagination run wild. The princess is just concerned about me as a friend. Brother Li Hao, please stop being so stubborn. The princess's feelings for you are more than just the concern between friends. Wanner, please stop talking. I don't want to discuss this topic anymore. Back at the Lin residence, Li Hao and Lin Wanner returned to their own rooms. Li Hao was thinking that he had to quickly deal with the laser cannon and return to the Endless Sea. So he called Lin Xiao and asked, Sister Lin, have you told the old man about the laser cannon? Lin Xiao's communication was connected almost instantly. She seemed to have guessed that Li Hao would look for her, and said with a smile, Li Hao, why are you so anxious? I have already told the old man that you don't need to think about the blueprints. He will find a way for us to solve the problem of our legion's laser main gun in the future. Okay, sis, thank the old man for me. You and Warner went to her graduation ceremony today. How did you feel? Do you want me to accompany you to the Li family when you come back to the Imperial Capital Star this time? Chapter 82 Fleet Review. I don't want to have anything to do with them yet. I've come this far all these years. Let's go back after we finish dealing with the affairs of the capital. Well, if you don't want to go, then don't go. We will go back after the first batch of laser cannons are ready. You can rest at ease in the Lin family for the next few days. After hanging up the phone, Li Hao fell into deep thought. Although Li Hao had recovered some of his memories, there were still many things he couldn't figure out. So he didn't want to get involved with the family for the time being. The next day, Li Hao was basking in the sun on a lounge chair in a pavilion in the Lin mansion. Lin Warner walked to Li Hao, sat down gently, and looked at Li Hao's profile. Brother Li Hao, I heard that your graduation ship is a huge destroyer. Can you lend it to me? Aren't you your own graduation ship? There is an event in the next 2 days. This year's graduates will organize a graduation naval review ceremony. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor will also attend. If you perform well, there will be many rewards. If you are noticed, you may even be able to join the Royal Legion. Lin Warner said excitedly. Graduation Fleet Review? It's going to be such a big event this year. Li Hao also became interested. His Majesty the Emperor will also attend. Yes, Brother Li Hao. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Lin Warner looked at Li Hao expectantly. Li Hao hesitated. I'd rather not go. Besides, if you go on my battleship, I don't think you will be selected into the Royal Legion. Oh, Lin Warner was a little disappointed. Why wasn't I chosen? My ship has been registered with the 13th Legion. Do you think His Majesty will choose you, who already has a local Legion tag? Lin Warner was even more disappointed after hearing what Li Hao said. She originally thought that she had a chance to join the Royal Corps and realize her dream, but she didn't expect to be hindered by the problem of the warship. I have to try it, otherwise I won't give up. Lin Warner said unwillingly. Li Hao looked at her disappointed expression, thought for a moment, and said, If you want to go, go with your sister. Li Hao and the other two arrived at the starport where the dreadnought was moored. Lin Warner looked at the huge dreadnought and asked, Brother Li Hao, are you sure your ship is a destroyer? How come it is bigger than other heavy cruisers and flagships? Li Hao made up a story. At that time, your brother didn't have money to buy a new battleship, so he bought an antique transport ship and converted it. Lin Xiao knew that Li Hao was fooling Lin Warner, and said, Hurry up and get on board. Isn't it just a transport ship that was secretly converted into a warship? I don't know how the auditor let you pass at that time. Li Hao smiled and said nothing. The three of them boarded the Dauntless together. Li Hao ordered to set sail, and the staff responded quickly. Lin Warner watched everyone's professional work on the bridge, and she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. She once dreamed of working on such a powerful warship, but she never did. Now, she finally had the opportunity to board the Dauntless, although as a guest, but this already made her feel very satisfied. After sailing for a while, they arrived at the venue of the naval review ceremony, where warships were lined up neatly, ready to pass through the venue. His Majesty the Emperor and senior military officials had already ascended the podium at the conference venue. They sat in a specially designed room, watching the warships fly through the designated waterways. There was a professional tour guide on the side who explained to them in detail the experiences of this graduating class and the specific situation of the warship. The tour guide's voice was clear and powerful. He vividly described the characteristics and advantages of each warship, allowing the people present to have a deeper understanding of these warships. As the fleet review ceremony progressed, warships passed the venue one by one. Li Hao's dreadnought also began to sail into the venue. When the dreadnought entered the venue, the whole audience burst into noise. The audience at the ceremony were discussing whose son this was, and how could he be the flagship of his graduation ship. Some people speculated that he might be the son of a powerful noble, and had obtained this warship by relying on the power of his family. On the rostrum, the emperor and the military leaders were also surprised by the appearance of the dreadnought. They whispered to each other and discussed the identity and background of this young man in a low voice. His Majesty the Emperor frowned slightly, feeling somewhat unhappy. As the ruler of the empire, he could not tolerate any family member using the family power to show off. Go and find out who owns this warship, the emperor ordered. The military leaders around him immediately took orders and began to investigate the ownership of the dreadnought. While waiting for the results of the investigation, the emperor became increasingly irritated. He did not want to see such malpractices in his army, and even more so, did not want such behavior to affect the stability and security of the empire. He decided that if this young man really used his family's power to show off, he would punish him severely. A minute later, The results of the investigation came out. The senior military officials reported, the information registered at the fleet review ceremony is Lin Wanner of the Lin family, but the battleship registered in the military is the flagship of the commander of the 13th Corps, Colonel Li Hao. His Majesty nodded slightly. He was very surprised by the results of the investigation. He never thought that this warship belonged to Li Hao. And how could he be related to the youngest daughter of the Lin family? His Majesty the Emperor was full of doubts, and he decided to summon Li Hao in person after the fleet review ceremony to get to the bottom of it. After some thought, the Emperor summoned the interpreter and gave him a manuscript. The interpreter immediately took orders and began to read according to the manuscript. Explainer, dear audience friends, the one who is slowly entering the venue is Lin Wanner, a graduate student of the Imperial Royal Academy. In this fleet review, the battleship she is riding is the command flagship of the Imperial 13th Army Fleet, the Dreadnought. This is a legendary battleship. 2 years ago, Commander Li Hao also graduated from the Imperial Royal Academy. With only one warship, Colonel Li Hao bravely went to the endless Sea Star region, fought fiercely with pirates, firmly guarded the borders of the Empire, and expanded the territory for the Empire. In just 2 years, Colonel Li Hao led the 13th Legion Fleet to successfully recapture the Sands and Oasis Stars and push the defense line to the Dark Star. Their heroic deeds have undoubtedly added a strong touch to the glory of the Empire. Let us applaud their brilliant achievements and pay the highest tribute to these brave warriors. Colonel Li Hao's heroic deeds will be praised throughout the Empire, and he will become a role model for the younger generation. Lin Wanner also graduated with excellent results, and she is determined to contribute to the prosperity and peace of the Empire like Commander Li Hao. Li Hao was sitting in the command room of the Intrepid, listening to the radio host's explanation, and looked at Lin Xiao and Lin Wanner helplessly. Alas, if I had known, I would not have come. Chapter 83 Sensational Fleet Review. Sister, I'm not dreaming. Are they talking about us? Lin Wanner said ignorantly. Lin Xiao nodded and said, it should be us, but you don't have to worry too much. These are all Li Hao's achievements. We are just taking advantage of him. The Intrepid flew slowly past the rostrum, and the guide's explanation was transmitted throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. The audience stood up in the viewing platform, and warm applause and cheers rang out one after another. Everyone was talking about Li Hao. It was truly admirable that this young commander had achieved such brilliant achievements in such a short period of time. Colonel Li Hao is so amazing. He led the 13th Legion Fleet to recover so much lost territory and made great contributions to the Empire, an audience member said excitedly. Yes, he is so young, but he has already become a hero of the Empire. He is really our pride, another audience member echoed. I heard that he always leads the charge in battle and personally commands the warships. He is so brave, said a young soldier. We also have to go to the front line to expand the territory of the Empire, said an officer. The Emperor stood on the rostrum, watching the audience's reactions, with a satisfied smile on his face. He turned around and said to the attendant beside him, go and stop the dreadnought, drive it to the rostrum, and call out Li Hao. The attendant took the order and left. After a while, the dreadnought slowly stopped in front of the rostrum. Li Hao walked down from the battleship. He was wearing a neat nano-combat suit, with the fleet commander badge and colonel rank on his chest, looking particularly heroic. He walked to the rostrum, saluted the Emperor, and then saluted the audience with a standard military salute. The audience burst into applause and cheers again. Li Hao smiled and waved to the audience, then walked in front of the Emperor. Colonel Li Hao, you have made great contributions to the Empire. On behalf of the Empire, I would like to express my gratitude to you, said His Majesty the Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is my duty. I will continue to work hard for the prosperity and peace of the Empire. After the ceremony, the three returned to the Lin family. Lin Wanner was still savoring her highlight moment, while Li Hao lay absent-mindedly on the recliner. His thoughts drifted away, and his heart was filled with worry and confusion about the future. Lin Wanner noticed something was wrong with Li Hao, so she walked over to him and gently held his hand. Brother Li Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? Wanner, I'm fine. I'm just a little worried that we'll be in more trouble after what happened today. Lin Xiao walked over and said, yes, you are too dazzling now. You shouldn't have gone today, but now Your Majesty has put you on the table. After thinking for a while, Li Hao decided, we need to set off as soon as possible. We can use the transport ship to transport the main gun. If we stay on the Imperial Capital Star, we may run into a lot of trouble later. Finally, Li Hao and Lin Xiao decided to set off back to Dark Star early tomorrow morning. Just when Li Hao was preparing to pack up, the Lin family's housekeeper came over and told Li Hao and Lin Wanner that a female official had come outside to inform Colonel Li how to go to the palace to meet the Emperor. Li Hao and Lin Xiao looked at each other, both confused. They didn't know why the emperor summoned Li Hao at this time. Was it because of what happened at the fleet review ceremony today? Li Hao frowned and said to the housekeeper, "Tell the lady in waiting that I will be there soon." The housekeeper nodded and turned away. Li Hao turned around and said to Lin Xiao, "Sister Lin, I may have to go to the palace. You pack your things first." After saying that, Li Hao followed the housekeeper out of the room. He came to the living room and saw a woman in palace dress standing there. When she saw Li Hao coming over, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty invites you." "Thank you, Madam Officer." After that, Li Hao followed the female official out of the Lin family. He got on a flying car and drove towards the palace. Along the way, Li Hao was wondering why the emperor summoned him. He didn't know what questions the emperor would ask him, nor did he know how to answer them. The car quickly arrived at the gate of the palace. Li Hao got off the car and followed the female official into the palace. He arrived at the door of the imperial study and saw the emperor sitting behind the desk, looking at the memorial in his hand. The female official said softly, "Your Majesty, Colonel Li Hao has arrived." The emperor raised his head, glanced at Li Hao, and said, "Come in." Li Hao walked into the imperial study and saluted. "Your humble servant Li Hao greets your Majesty." The emperor looked at Li Hao and said, "Li Hao, do you know why I summoned you?" Li Hao shook his head and said, "I don't know." The emperor smiled and said, "You performed very well at today's fleet review ceremony. I am very satisfied with you. Your Majesty, I didn't know the purpose of your fleet review ceremony and almost messed it up. I am guilty. It seems that you have understood. I won't punish you this time because of the good results. Are you packing up and getting ready to go back now?" The emperor said mysteriously, "Well, I have almost finished everything I came back for this time. I am preparing to return to Dark Star." "And you came back this time to ask the Lin family to buy main artillery weapons privately, right?" The emperor said, pretending to be angry. Li Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that the emperor would know his purpose so quickly. He knelt on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, I came back this time to buy main guns from the Lin family. Now that our defense has already pushed down the Dark Star, we are facing the Pirate Alliance directly behind us. With our current capabilities, it will be a problem to defend ourselves." The emperor's face turned serious when he heard this. He stood up, walked to Li Hao, and said, "Li Hao, stand up and talk." The emperor said unhappily, "Don't you know that it is illegal to purchase main artillery weapons privately? You can also go directly to the military department to approve military supplies. Your Majesty, there are no more quotas approved by the military this year, and we need a lot of main artillery weapons this time." The emperor looked at Li Hao, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay, I know your difficulties. I will not hold you responsible this time. But you must remember not to buy weapons privately in the future. If you need anything, you can go directly to the military." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will pay attention to this next time. What main gun weapon do I need this time?" The emperor looked at Li Hao and said with a smile, "I knew you were such a rascal. Okay, in consideration of your good performance at the fleet review, I will pay for everything you need from the Royal Military Supply." Chapter 84 Imperial Capital Li Family, Li Tang. After leaving the palace, Li Hao returned to the Lin family. As soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by a female voice outside. Li Hao turned around and saw that it was Murong Shui. She was tall, beautiful, and wearing a white long dress, like a fairy descending from the earth. "Li Hao, when did you come back?" "I've just been back for a few days, but I've received a mission and will leave tomorrow after receiving military supplies." There was a hint of helplessness in Li Hao's words. A hint of disappointment flashed across Murong Shui's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, "You're leaving so soon. You must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back." Li Hao looked at Murong Shui, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will, and you should take care of yourself too." Murong Shui hummed softly, then said, "Then I'll go back first. Remember to notify me when you come back next time." After watching Murong Shui drive away, Li Hao went into the Lin family and found Lin Xiao to tell him about the main gun weapon. Lin Xiao said in surprise, "You are not the illegitimate son of the emperor, are you? His Majesty has never been so kind to any prince. Not only has he rewarded you with an entire fleet, but now even the main guns and weapons are supplied by the Royal Military Supply. Your current configuration is even better than that of the princes." "Sister Lin, don't say such things casually." Li Hao lowered his voice and said, "Others may not know me, but don't you know me? You watched me grow up." "Stop, who watched you grow up? You make me sound very old. I'm just wondering, His Majesty's favor towards you is indeed beyond common sense. Don't you think it's strange?" Lin Xiao said puzzledly. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then said, Perhaps His Majesty just saw my ability and hoped that I could make greater contributions to the Empire. The two packed up their things and prepared to go to the royal quartermaster tomorrow morning to get the main guns and weapons needed for this battleship. The next morning, the two arrived at the Royal Ordnance Department. It was heavily guarded, with soldiers and officers everywhere. They showed the relevant documents, and after some inspection, they were finally allowed to enter the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with a dazzling array of weapons and equipment. Led by the staff, the two came to the area where the main guns were stored. This is the main gun we want. Seeing the weapon in front of them, the two couldn't help but get excited. The two carefully checked the performance and status of the weapon, and after confirming that it was correct, they went through the formalities for receiving it and had the robot carry the new main gun back to the battleship. After a while of loading and unloading, all the weapons needed this time were loaded onto the dreadnought. Li Hao asked Lin Xiao, "Sister, do you want to stay at home for a while? You haven't lived at home for more than 10 years. Forget it. I'm a soldier too, and the battleship is my home." Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. After Li Hao notified the starport of the launch request, he immediately asked the staff to prepare for the launch, and soon the starport was ready to sail. He took a deep breath, sat in the captain's chair, and stared at the big screen in front of him. "Commander, all systems are ready. Shall we set sail?" The adjutant's voice sounded in his ears. "Set sail." Li Hao gave the order decisively. The starship slowly left the starport and headed towards the depths of the universe. "Commander, we have entered the planned route. The Stargate is ahead, and we are about to enter the subspace channel," the adjutant reported. "Very good. Keep up the speed and pay attention to your surroundings." The dreadnought was traveling at a constant speed in the universe, and Li Hao checked the data of various instruments from time to time to make sure everything was normal. Just as it was about to enter the Stargate, suddenly, an alarm sounded, and the screen showed that an unidentified spacecraft was approaching. "What's going on?" Li Hao frowned. "Commander, the other party has not responded to our communication request and is approaching us very quickly," the adjutant said nervously. Li Hao felt a little uneasy. "Don't worry, this is the Stargate. I'm sure he won't dare to mess around." "Commander, the other party sent a communication request. Please bring it in." A strange face appeared on the screen, and the other party looked unfriendly. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" "Haha, let me see the future general of our empire." Looking at his calmness, "He is not bad," the other party sneered. Li Hao turned off the communication directly. "Let's go. Don't worry about him. If he dares to come over, just shoot him." Just after Li Hao shut down the communication, Li Tang was so angry that he smashed the screen of the bridge on the starship. "How dare he directly hang up my communication?" It turned out that the owner of this starship was Li Hao's cousin Li Tang, the eldest son of the Li family in the Imperial Capital. At the fleet review ceremony, Li Tang caught a glimpse of Li Hao and recognized him at a glance. When he learned that Li Hao was now highly valued by the emperor, he suddenly felt a strong sense of jealousy. He thought indignantly that the 13th Legion should belong to him, and he should be the one standing in front of the emperor and being highly valued. Originally, he wanted to cause trouble for Li Hao on the Imperial Capital Star and dampen his enthusiasm, but he didn't expect to learn that Li Hao was leaving the Imperial Capital Star today, so he planned the scene just now. Li Tang watched Li Hao walk away, his heart filled with resentment and anger. "Chase him." Li Tang gritted his teeth and ordered. "You must stop him for me." The crew members immediately took action. They controlled the starship and followed closely behind Li Hao's dreadnought. Li Tang stood on the command platform, looking gloomily at the Stargate track in front of him. He knew that once Li Hao entered the Stargate, he would never catch up. Hurry up," Li Tang urged. "We must stop him before he enters the Stargate." However, Li Hao's dreadnought was extremely fast, and Li Tang's starship could not compare with it at all. Seeing the dreadnought getting closer and closer to the Stargate orbit, Li Tang's heart was filled with reluctance. At this moment, Li Tang's starship suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. His purpose was very clear, which was to insert between the dreadnought and the starship in front to prevent Li Hao from entering the Stargate. Not good, Li Hao thought to himself. What does he want to do? Li Hao immediately realized Li Tang's intention and could not let Li Tang's starship get in. He decisively ordered the deputy gunner to fire a pulse cannon at Li Tang's starship. Boom! With a loud bang, the pulse cannon accurately hit Li Tang's starship. Li Tang's starship immediately lost control and began to tilt to the side. At the same time, the Stargate Management Office detected the fluctuations of energy weapons and immediately activated the defense system. All the Stargate defense turrets aimed at Li Tang and Li Hao's warships. The Stargate Defense Forces warships also quickly approached and issued a notice. Attention, 2 starships ahead. Please shut down your weapon systems and stop for inspection. Your actions violated the Imperial Stargate Management Act by using energy weapons near the Stargate. At this time, Li Tang's starship was hit by a pulse cannon. The huge impact force caused him to fall violently from the command chair to the ground. His head was also broken and blood was flowing. Seeing this, the crew members immediately surrounded them in panic. "Captain, are you okay?" the first mate asked anxiously. Li Tang endured the pain and waved his hands. "What's going on?" "It looks like we're being hit by artillery fire," said a technician. Chapter 85. Li Tang was arrested. Under the supervision of the Stargate Defense Force fleet, both parties left the Stargate orbit. Li Tang's starship and Li Hao's dreadnought sailed side by side, maintaining a certain distance between them. Li Tang sat in the command chair, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. The wound on his head had been treated and bandaged, but he still felt a dull pain. He couldn't understand why Li Hao would attack him near the Stargate, which filled him with anger and confusion. "Captain, what should we do now?" the first mate asked cautiously. Li Tang was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Don't act rashly for now. Let's observe the situation over there with Li Hao. He was the first to fire at us. He has violated the Stargate Management Act. I want to see who can protect him this time." Not long after, they were taken to the Stargate Defense Force's starport. After the two sides met, Li Hao ignored Li Tang and just waited quietly for the people from the Stargate Management Office to come and deal with it. Li Tang seemed a little annoyed. He kept casting angry glances at Li Hao, but Li Hao didn't care at all. The staff of the Stargate Management Office quickly arrived at the scene. They questioned Li Tang and Li Hao separately and carefully checked the records of both sides' starships. After an in-depth investigation, the person in charge of the Stargate Management Office said to Li Hao, "Mr. Li Hao, according to our investigation, you used energy weapons near the Stargate, which violated the Imperial Stargate Management Act. Therefore, you need to bear the responsibility for this accident. We will punish you accordingly and temporarily detain your starship." Then, the person in charge turned to Li Tang and said, "Mr. Li Tang, your starship was driving dangerously near the Stargate, which also violated the Imperial Stargate Management Act. We will punish you and confiscate your starship driver's license." Hearing this, Li Hao smiled calmly and said, "I am the fleet commander of the 13th Legion. We were carrying out the mission of escorting weapons and military supplies. In that emergency situation, we opened fire at the Stargate to take emergency defense measures, so we did not violate the Imperial law." The person in charge looked at Li Hao, then at Li Tang, and said, "We will conduct further investigation into this matter. If you have any evidence, you can provide it to us at any time." Li Hao immediately asked his adjutant to retrieve the 13th Legion's mission document and handed it to the person in charge of the starport. After reading the document carefully, the person in charge saluted Li Hao, then walked up to Li Tang and said, "Mr. Li Tang, because of your dangerous driving, you endangered the safety of the 13th Legion's warships, and the actions of the dreadnought were legitimate emergency defense. So you need to bear full responsibility for this accident. Now I inform you that you and your starship will be temporarily detained." Li Tang frowned and argued, "My starship was attacked by him. He should bear all the responsibility. Why is he detaining me?" The person in charge showed impatience and said, "Colonel Li Hao is performing military duties. Your behavior gives us reason to suspect that you are hindering others from performing their military duties." Li Tang became even angrier when he heard this. He retorted, "I did not hinder him from carrying out his military duties. He attacked me for no reason." The person in charge glanced at Li Tang and said, "We will investigate the truth of the matter. If you are innocent, we will let you go. But before that, you must cooperate with our investigation." When the person in charge saw that Li Tang stopped talking, he turned around and said to his men, "Take him away and detain him first." Li Tang was taken to a cell with only a bed and a toilet. At the same time, Li Hao also returned to his starship. He sat in the command chair, and Lin Xiao came over to ask about the situation. "It's just a clown. It's nothing. We'll be leaving soon." The dreadnought slowly left the Stargate Defense Force's starport, passed through the Stargate, and disappeared into the depths of the universe. The next morning, the person in charge came to the cell and said to Li Tang, "We have investigated clearly. Colonel Li Hao was indeed performing military duties at the time. His actions were legal. You need to be responsible for this accident. You should notify your family." Li Tang widened his eyes and looked at the person in charge in disbelief. He never dreamed that things would turn out like this. How is this possible? I am the victim. My starship was attacked by Li Hao, and I am the one who should be compensated, Li Tang said excitedly. The person in charge looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Colonel Li Hao has provided evidence to prove that he was performing military duties. According to the starship records, your actions at the time posed a threat to the Dauntless, and his actions were legal. According to the imperial law, you need to bear full responsibility, and you will be sent to the Imperial Star military court for processing. I want to see Li Hao. I want to confront him face to face. Li Tang shouted. The person in charge shook his head and said, Colonel Li Hao has left. He has an urgent mission to perform. You only have two choices now. Either notify your family immediately, or be detained and await trial. After Li Tang got the star brain, he immediately called his father and informed him that he was detained by the Stargate Management Office and would soon be sent to the Imperial Capital Star military court. Li Tang's father, Li Hong, is the current head of the Imperial Capital Li family. When he learned about his son's experience, he did not hesitate at all. He first contacted his acquaintances at the Stargate Management Office to learn the ins and outs of the matter, and then found the president of the Imperial Capital Star military court to explain the situation to him. The president of the court and Li Hong are old friends. After listening to what Li Hong said, he told Li Hong that he would arrange people to investigate the matter as soon as possible. After hearing what the judge said, Li Hong felt a little relieved. He knew that as long as the judge was willing to lend a helping hand, Li Tang would have hope. With Li Hong's help, Li Tang was temporarily released on bail and returned home. When Li Hong saw his son, he asked, What happened? I saw Li Hao at the naval review ceremony yesterday. I wanted to take him home, but he just opened fire on me. Li Tang lied. What did you say? You saw Hao? Where is he? What on earth is going on? Li Tang was secretly happy, knowing that his lie had successfully attracted his father's attention. He continued to make up a lie. Father, I saw Li Hao at the fleet review ceremony yesterday. He looked very strange, and his eyes were full of hatred. I wanted to take him home, but he suddenly ordered to fire at me. I was very scared at the time, but fortunately my spaceship ran fast, so I escaped by chance. Li Hong's face darkened after hearing what Li Tang said. Are you sure it was Hao who ordered the firing? I'm sure, father. I saw it clearly at the time. It was Li Hao who ordered the cannon to be fired. How is this possible? Why would Hao do this? Li Hong said to himself. Father, Li Hao is now the colonel commander of the 13th Legion. He has also taken over our family's 13th Legion. Li Tang said angrily. That's impossible. The 13th Legion's fleet was wiped out more than 10 years ago. How could it still have a fleet? Chapter 86 Li Family Fleet. Father, at the fleet review ceremony yesterday, the Emperor personally met with Li Hao and announced that Li Hao was the colonel commander of the 13th Corps Fleet. Li Hong frowned. He didn't expect the Emperor to personally meet Li Hao and announce his identity. He knew what this meant. Li Hao had gained the Emperor's trust and soon became one of the important generals of the Empire. Father, what should we do? We must take back the 13th Legion. Li Hong pondered for a moment and said, Yes, the first thing is to take back the military power of the 13th Legion. But father, Li Hao has gained the Emperor's trust now. It will be difficult for us to deal with him. Moreover, if we want to take back the military power of the 13th Army, we must first have warships. Li Hong nodded. He understood that what Li Tang said was true, but he also knew that if they did not try to take back the military power of the 13th Legion now, they would have no chance in the future. I will go to see His Majesty immediately and request to reorganize the 13th Army. You go to the military headquarters first and ask who has warships for our Li family to buy. We will first form a fleet and then try to take back the military power of the 13th Army. Li Hong also went to the palace and pleaded with His Majesty to reorganize the 13th Army. After hearing Li Hong's request, His Majesty pondered for a moment and finally agreed to his application. Lord Li, I know that you are loyal to the Empire, and I am also aware of the rift between you and Li Hao. But I hope you can put the overall situation first and not endanger the safety of the Empire because of personal grudges. Your Majesty, rest assured that I will put the overall situation first and will never let personal grudges affect the safety of the Empire. That's great. I will issue an edict immediately. You need to form a fleet as soon as possible and go to the Endless Sea Star region to wipe out the pirates. I obey your order. After Li Hong left the palace, he took Li Tang to the military headquarters and visited several important military officials. After weighing the interests, he finally pieced together the warships needed for a fleet, a heavy cruiser flagship, 10 cruisers, and 30 destroyers. Li Hong carefully selected a group of outstanding officers from his family to fill the command vacancies of this fleet. These officers are experienced and talented, and their arrival undoubtedly injected new vitality and strength into the fleet. At the same time, the Emperor's edict was delivered to the Li family. Li Tang was appointed as the lieutenant colonel commander of the fleet, and the fleet was also incorporated into the 13th Corps, which made him excited and proud. He had always longed to show his prowess on the battlefield, and now he finally got his wish. However, Li Hong was not as ecstatic as Li Tang. The moment he received the imperial edict, he fell into deep thought. He gradually realized that the emperor's intention was not to let them take over the 13th Army, but to have other intentions. Father, what's going on? Didn't the emperor ask us to take over the 13th Legion? Li Tang asked in confusion. Li Hong frowned and said slowly, "It is difficult for us to guess the emperor's mind. He asked you to serve as the lieutenant colonel commander of this fleet. Perhaps he wanted us to accumulate experience in the fleet first and wait until the time is right before accepting the 13th Legion. But, Father, will Li Hao listen to me when I go to the Endless Sea?" Li Tang said anxiously. Li Hong walked over to the military personnel who were accompanying him to announce the decree and asked, "Brother Huangpu, isn't His Majesty's decree for us to take over the 13th Army?" Huang Puheo smiled and said, "His Majesty agrees that your Li family will form a fleet to reorganize the 13th Army." Li Hong was puzzled after hearing Huang Puhao's words. He didn't understand. Since His Majesty agreed that their Li family would form a fleet to reorganize the 13th Army, why didn't he let Li Tang take over Li Hao's fleet? After thinking for a moment, Li Hong asked again, "Brother Huangpu, does His Majesty mean to merge our Li family's fleet with Li Hao's fleet?" Huang Puheo nodded and said, "Your Majesty's intention is to merge your Li family's fleet with Li Hao's fleet to form a more powerful fleet." After listening to Huang Puhao's words, Li Hong was still a little confused, but he did not continue asking. He exchanged a few words with Huang Puhao and went to arrange for the fleet to set sail. After Huang Puhao finished his decree, he returned to the palace and reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the Li family's fleet has set sail. Should we inform Li Hao about this?" The emperor pondered for a moment and said, "Don't notify Li Hao for now. I want to see how he will deal with the arrival of the Li family fleet without any preparation." Huang Puheo nodded and said, "Your Majesty, the Endless Sea has almost reached a critical moment. Li Hao is having a hard time facing the Pirate Alliance. Now adding the Li family to his arsenal will make things too difficult for him." The emperor smiled and said, "I don't mean to embarrass Li Hao. I just want him to understand that it is not easy to become the leader of an army. He is still young, so it is a good thing to give him some pressure." Huang Puhao said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Li Hao is a smart man. He should know what to do." The emperor nodded and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. You must pay close attention to Li Hao's movements and report any situation to me in a timely manner." At the same time, the Li family fleet was advancing at full speed. Li Tang stood in the command cabin of the flagship, gazing at the sea outside the window, his heart full of expectations. After several days of sailing, the Li family fleet finally arrived at the 13th Army's base. When Li Hao learned of the arrival of the Li family fleet, he was shocked. He never expected that the Li family would form a fleet to come to the 13th Army at this time. Li Tang stepped off the flagship and entered the starport, but there was no welcome ceremony, not even a receptionist. Li Tang's anger grew more intense. He clenched his fists. His nails dug deep into his palms to control his emotions. He originally thought that as the commander of the Li family fleet, their arrival would be warmly welcomed and respected by the 13th Legion. However, the reality was very different from his imagination, which made him even more angry. Li Tang followed Star Harbor's instructions and found Li Hao's command room. He pushed the door open and walked in. "Li Hao, what are you up to? Don't you know that I'm here on behalf of the Li family to represent the 13th Army? You don't even have a receptionist. Do you look down on my Li family?" Several people sitting in the command room turned their eyes to Li Tang, but Li Hao ignored him and continued to analyze the intelligence. Seeing that Li Hao ignored him, Li Tang became even more angry. "Li Hao, what's your attitude?" At this time, Li Hao glanced at him and said, "It seems that you don't know anything about the most basic military rules. When you see your superior, don't you know how to salute? Do you still need me to teach you?" Chapter 87. Li's fleet defends the Meteorite Belt Pass. Li Tang's face flushed red when he heard Li Hao's words. He clenched his teeth and said, "I am the fleet commander of the 13th Army. The 13th Army belongs to my Li family. Why should I salute you?" When Li Hao heard what Li Tang said, he instantly became interested and said, "When did the 13th Army become yours, the Li family? You have to understand that you are only a lieutenant colonel commander, and I am the colonel commander of the 13th Army. Currently, I have the highest rank in the 13th Army. His Majesty the Emperor has approved our Li family to rebuild the 13th Legion, and I am the commander of the 13th Legion." Li Tang argued. "His Majesty's decree does approve your Li family to rebuild the 13th Army. You are the lieutenant colonel commander, which is also true, but there is another sentence after that, which is to be incorporated into the 13th Army fleet." After hearing what Li Hao said, Li Tang's face turned pale. He realized that he had been fooled. He said angrily, "Li Hao, you are playing word games. You clearly know what I mean. I am not playing word games. I am just carrying out His Majesty's orders. Although you are the Lieutenant Colonel Commander, you must obey my command, because I am the Fleet Colonel Commander of the 13th Legion." Li Tang gritted his teeth and said, "Li Hao, don't be too proud. I will appeal to His Majesty. It's up to you, but I have to tell you that this is the 13th Army Fleet Command, and you must obey my orders now." Li Hao said, "Okay, now you can go and rest. Tomorrow morning your fleet will go to the border meteorite belt and replace the Xingyao fleet." Li Tang left Li Hao's office and returned to his fleet flagship. He immediately contacted his father Li Hong. "Father, Li Hao doesn't want us to take over the 13th Army, and he uses his military rank to pressure me to obey his command. Tomorrow, he is going to send me to the border front. Is he trying to take this opportunity to get rid of me?" Li Hong frowned after hearing what Li Tang said. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Tanger, don't panic. Li Hao may be trying to test our reaction by doing this. Follow his orders and go to the border to see what his intentions are." Li Tang felt more at ease after hearing his father's words. He said, "Father, I understand. I will follow his orders. But if he really wants to harm me, what should I do?" "Tanger, don't worry. If Li Hao really dares to harm you, I will definitely find a way to save you. If you really encounter danger, you must ensure your own safety first." Li Tang nodded and said, "Father, I understand. I will be careful." The next day, Li Hao led the fleet led by Li Tang to the border front. Li Hao introduced to Li Tang that this defense line was a key pass to ensure the safety of the left side of the Dark Star, and it was also the only way for nearby pirates to reach other star systems. When stationed here, they only needed to defend, not attack, and no matter what the situation, they must ensure that this place was not lost. After Li Hao completed the rotation arrangement between Li Tang and the Starry Fleet, he led the Starry Fleet back to Dark Star for rest. Li Tang watched Li Hao's royal fleet going farther and farther away, and the fire of jealousy burned in his heart. That was an entire royal fleet. Now, except for the Crown Prince, the princes had never been equipped with such a high-standard fleet. Li Tang returned to the command room and repeatedly pondered Li Hao's deployment. He believed that Li Hao did not want him to make any contribution, fearing that he would surpass him after making any contribution. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, and the more dissatisfied and resentful he felt. "Li Hao, you selfish guy, do you think you can stop me like this?" Li Tang gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I will make you regret it." Li Tang was defending in the asteroid belt, spending every day on the warship, and his life became boring and dull. Suddenly, the alarm in the command room sounded suddenly, and the first mate reported, "A fleet is coming towards them, and the other side has not sent any enemy identification signal." Li Tang's nerves tensed up instantly. He immediately ordered his troops to enter combat mode and asked the first mate to obtain further detailed information about the fleet. The atmosphere on the warship suddenly became tense and depressing, and the soldiers quickly took their positions, ready to face possible attacks. Li Tang stared at the screen in the command room, his heart full of doubts and worries. As the enemy fleet gradually approached, Li Tang observed the size and equipment of the fleet through the detector. He found that this fleet had a large number of warships and was well equipped, and was obviously not an ordinary pirate or smuggling gang. The unknown fleet was Huiyun's pirate coalition. Huiyun learned that the Xingyao fleet stationed in the meteorite belt had changed guard, so he brought the fleet to test it. He wanted to see how strong the new fleet was. If there was an opportunity, he would launch an attack and seize this strategic fortress. When Huiyun's fleet approached the asteroid belt, he found that the number of fleets changing guards was not reduced, and they did not seem to be ready for battle. He was secretly proud of himself, thinking that this test was likely to succeed. When the two sides were within effective range, Li Tang gave the order to fire without hesitation. In an instant, the fleet's artillery fire was fired as densely as raindrops, like a brilliant meteor shower that cut through the vast void and poured down on the pirate coalition. After the first round of attacks, Li Tang planned to lead the fleet forward to try to put more pressure on the enemy. However, Huiyun, as a battle-hardened pirate leader, keenly saw through Li Tang's intentions. Huiyun saw that a head-on confrontation with Li Tang's fleet could result in huge losses. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively ordered the pirate coalition to retreat. His goal was to avoid a protracted war with Li Tang's fleet, preserve strength, and look for a more favorable opportunity. The pirate coalition quickly turned their ships around and began to retreat in an orderly manner. They took advantage of the complex terrain of the asteroid belt and cleverly avoided the pursuit of the Li Tang fleet. Li Tang saw that the pirates began to retreat after the first round of attack. He thought that the pirates were nothing special and ordered, "All fleets will rush out of the meteorite belt directly, and we will chase the pirates." His heart was full of confidence and determination. He believed that his fleet had the ability to defeat these pirates. However, when Li Tang's fleet rushed out of the meteorite belt, Hui Yun's pirate coalition did not really retreat, but set up an ambush on the other side of the meteorite belt. They took advantage of Li Tang's underestimation of the enemy and successfully led his fleet into a trap. "Commander, it seems we have fallen into a trap," said the first mate anxiously. Li Tang's face became solemn, and he realized that he had made a serious mistake. He was too confident and did not expect the pirate coalition to have such a plan. "Adjust the formation immediately and prepare to meet the enemy." Li Tang gave the order. The fleet began to quickly adjust its formation in an attempt to deal with the attack of the pirate coalition. However, the pirate coalition's artillery fire had already struck, and Li Tang's fleet fell into chaos. "Report to the commander. Our warships are seriously damaged, and several have lost power." Chapter 88. Li Tang escapes back to the Imperial capital. Li Tang frowned. He knew the situation was very critical. If they couldn't break out as soon as possible, they would probably be wiped out. "Activate the emergency shield and break through with all your strength." Li Tang gave the final order. The fleet began to break out with all its might, but the pirate coalition's attack was still fierce. In the fierce battle, Li Tang watched a cruiser next to him being bombarded by concentrated fire. "Commander, we can't go on like this." The first mate's voice was filled with despair. "If we continue to be besieged, we will all die here." Li Tang was silent for a moment, his eyes looking through the window of the command cabin, looking at the starry sky outside. In the endless darkness, he seemed to see his father's figure, and he suddenly remembered his father's words. "All warships, do your best to block the attack." Li Tang gave the order. As his order was issued, the other warships in the fleet began to fire at full force, trying to stop the attack of the pirate coalition. Energy beams intertwined in space, forming a gorgeous light net. Just as the rest of the fleet was trying their best to block the attack, Li Tang and his flagship quickly left the battlefield under the full efforts of the rest of the fleet. Shortly after Li Tang fled the battlefield, Li Hao brought the Star Fleet and the Dawn Fleet to the meteorite belt. Seeing the pirates besieging Li Tang's fleet, Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to attack with all their might to rescue the remaining warships. Li Hao's arrival put great pressure on the pirate coalition, and they began to retreat. Under Li Hao's command, the Star Fleet and the Dawn Fleet worked closely together to launch a fierce attack on the pirate coalition. The pirate coalition's warships were destroyed one after another, and their morale was greatly hit. Hui Yun saw the enemy's reinforcements coming and immediately led the pirate coalition fleet to retreat. He knew that continuing to fight would only lead to greater losses. "Boss, what should we do now?" asked the pirate. Hui Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat. Hurry up, these are the two main fleets of the 13th Legion." After hearing what Hui Yun said, the pirates accelerated their retreat. Hui Yun led the fleet of the pirate coalition, shuttling through the universe, trying to get rid of Li Hao's pursuit. After seeing Hui Yun retreat, Li Hao immediately ordered the rescue team to enter the battlefield to rescue the survivors. The rescue team searched for survivors on the battlefield and found many injured soldiers and crew members. The medical team immediately treated them and sent the seriously injured ones to the medical warehouse. Thanks to the efforts of the rescue team, many survivors were rescued. However, many people also lost their lives in the battle. Li Hao looked at the wreckage and corpses on the battlefield, his heart filled with grief. "Have you found Li Tang's flagship?" A captain of the Li family fleet said angrily. "Commander, there is no need to look for him. He asked us to resist the attack with all our strength and ran away with the flagship." "What? This bastard," another Li family fleet officer cursed, his face turned red with anger. "How could he do this? How could he abandon us and run away?" The other crew members also showed anger and disappointment. They had always been loyal to the Li family, but they did not expect to be betrayed by him at the critical moment. Li Hao was also very angry when he heard the words of the captain of the Li family fleet. As a fleet commander, abandoning the besieged fleet and escaping from the battlefield was an extremely irresponsible act. He knew very well that on the battlefield, the commander's decisions and actions would directly affect the fate of the entire fleet. This Li Tang is simply a coward. The other crew members also expressed their dissatisfaction and anger towards Li Tang. They were originally full of trust and respect for Li Tang, but they did not expect that he would betray them at the critical moment. "We can't just let him go," said an officer. "Yes, we must make him pay for his actions," another crew member echoed. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then raised his head. "Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Take the brothers back to heal their wounds first." He ordered again, after cleaning up the battlefield, "Take back everything that can be used, and be sure to bring back the bodies of the brothers that can be found. I want to take them home." Li Hao's order was quickly executed, and the fleet members began to clean up the battlefield busily. They carefully searched every corner, looking for the remains of their comrades and usable supplies. During this process, Li Hao personally participated in it. He silently helped the soldiers without saying a word. When all the bodies were found and brought back to the fleet, Li Hao ordered to take the bodies back to the Imperial Capital Star for a funeral. After Li Tang escaped from the battlefield, he was very scared. He knew that if he lost the defense line, Li Hao would not let him go. He was filled with fear and asked his first mate, "What should we do?" The first mate looked at Li Tang with a hint of disdain in his eyes, but still replied, "Commander, we only have one way to go now. That is to escape back to the Imperial Capital Star as soon as possible and let the head of the family think of a solution. If we go back to the Dark Star now, Li Hao will definitely kill you." Li Tang's heart sank after hearing what the first mate said. He knew that what the first mate said made sense. If he returned to Dark Star, Li Hao would definitely not let him go. "First mate, do you have any plans?" "Commander, we should head to the Imperial Capital Star and ask for help from the head of the family while Li Hao is still sorting out the defense issues. By the time Li Hao reacts, we probably won't be able to return to the Imperial Capital Star," said the first mate. Li Tang nodded and ordered to speed up the journey towards the Imperial Capital Star. Along the way, Li Tang was thinking about how to tell his father when he got back. Finally, after a few days of sailing, they arrived near the Imperial Capital Star. After seeing the outline of the Imperial Capital Star, Li Tang immediately ordered the warship to enter the Imperial Capital Star port. They finally arrived at the Imperial Capital Star. Li Tang met his father and told him how he was framed by Li Hao and how Li Hao colluded with pirates to destroy their fleet. Li Hong's face turned ugly after hearing what Li Tang said. "Li Tang, tell me the truth. Are you saying that Li Hao colluded with the pirates to frame you?" Li Hong asked. Li Tang nodded and said, "Father, you see, I just led the fleet over, and Li Hao asked me to change guard, and the pirates brought the fleet to attack me. This must be a collusion between Li Hao and the pirates. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence?" Li Hong frowned, thinking about what Li Tang said. He frowned and said, "Li Tang, do you have any evidence to prove that Li Hao colluded with the pirates?" "Father, we definitely don't have any evidence, but we do have witnesses. The first mate of the flagship can testify for us. We were attacked by the pirate coalition just after we changed guard. If it weren't for our Li family fleet trying hard to protect me, my fighter plane would have been sunk," Li Tang said. Li Hong nodded. He knew that the only way to clear Li Tang's name was to find His Majesty and have him investigate the matter. So he took Li Tang and the first mate of the flagship to the palace. Chapter 89. Li Hao was framed. They arrived at the palace gate and told the guards their purpose. After the guards went in to report, they quickly came out and told them that His Majesty was waiting in the Imperial study. Li Hong and others came to the Imperial study and met His Majesty, who was sitting behind the desk, looking at them seriously. "Your Majesty, I came here this time because of my son Li Tang." "Oh, Lord Li, what do you want to report?" "Your Majesty, my son Li Tang was attacked by the pirate coalition just after he was transferred to the front line. He suspected that Li Hao was colluding with the pirates and trying to murder him." "What? Li Hao dared to collude with pirates?" When His Majesty heard this, his face suddenly became very ugly. "Your Majesty, what my son said is true. The first mate of the flagship can testify for us." "Okay, call the first mate to see you." The first mate was taken to the royal study, where he described the situation in detail to His Majesty. He said that they had just arrived at the front line to change guard when they were attacked fiercely by the pirate coalition. The pirate coalition was not only large in number, but also well-equipped. They fought desperately, but many warships were still sunk. His Majesty's face became even uglier after listening to the first mate's statement. He knew very well that this matter was of great importance, and if the truth was not found out as soon as possible, it might cause even greater chaos. "Lord Li, I will get to the bottom of this matter. If Li Hao really colluded with the pirates, I will not let him go," His Majesty said. "Lord Li, you can go back first. I will investigate this matter as soon as possible." Li Hong and others left the palace and returned home, waiting for the results of His Majesty's investigation, their hearts filled with anxiety and uneasiness. "Father, we can't wait for Li Hao to come back. He will definitely deny it when he comes back." Li Hong frowned. He knew that what Li Tang said made sense, but he didn't have any good solution. "Then what should we do?" Li Hong asked. "Father, we can go to His Majesty and ask him to order the arrest of Li Hao to prevent him from denying it when he returns," Li Tang said. Li Hong nodded. He felt that what Li Tang said made sense, so he took Li Tang to the palace again. They met His Majesty and told him their concerns. His Majesty listened to their words, nodded, and said, Your worries are not unreasonable. When Li Hao returns to the Imperial Capital Star, arrest him first. I have arranged for someone to notify him to return. Li Hao received a notice from the military that Li Tang returned to the Imperial capital and went to the emperor with his father to accuse him of colluding with pirates. His face instantly became gloomy. Humph, Li Tang, do you think you can bring me down like this? Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, I will make sure you are buried with the soldiers who died this time. Li Hao decided to bring back only the personnel of the Li family fleet this time, and to bring back all the remains of the soldiers who died in this battle, and to hold a funeral on the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao returned to the Imperial Capital Star with the remaining fleet and remains of the Li family. His return caused a sensation. People wanted to know what exactly happened in this war, and why the Li family fleet suffered such heavy losses. After the fleet arrived at the starport of the Imperial Capital Star, Li Hao notified the Lin family to help find a funeral home first. As soon as Li Hao got off the dreadnought, he saw a team of royal guards coming over. The captain of the guard came to Li Hao and said respectfully, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty has ordered that you come with us. Li Hao's heart sank. He knew that His Majesty must be talking about the matter between him and Li Hong. He nodded and said, Please wait a moment. I will go with you after I settle my brothers. The captain of the guards looked displeased and said, Colonel Li, His Majesty's order is for us to take you away directly. Li Hao frowned. He knew what the captain of the guard meant, but he also had to settle the sacrificed soldiers first. He looked at the captain of the guards and said, Captain, I understand Your Majesty's will, but my brothers have just experienced a fierce battle. They need a quiet place to rest. Li Hao no longer paid attention to the captain of the personal guards and directly asked other officers of the fleet to carry the bodies of the fallen soldiers off the warship and prepare to send them to the funeral home. The captain of the guard saw thousands of soldiers holding a box in their hands and immediately understood what Li Hao meant by need a quiet place to rest. He immediately ordered, Everyone, salute. Salute to the warriors of the empire. All the guards saluted immediately. Li Hao looked at the scene in front of him and was moved. These guards were the elites of the empire, and their salute was the highest respect for themselves and their brothers. Li Hao took all the soldiers of the fleet back to the surface on a shuttle and came to the Lin family to help find a good funeral home. Li Hao personally arranged the funeral. After seeing Li Hao leave, the captain of the guards immediately rushed to the palace to report to the emperor. After listening to the report of the captain of the guards, the emperor fell into deep thought. The emperor thought for a moment and said, Although Li Hao's behavior was a bit extreme, he did nothing wrong. I can't punish him for such a small matter, otherwise it will chill the hearts of the soldiers. The captain of the guard nodded and said, Your Majesty, you are right. He said at the front that he would bring all the brothers back. Everyone who knew about this was moved. Let's go. Notify all the senior military officials to go to the funeral site to watch the ceremony. The emperor brought all the senior military officials to the funeral, and their arrival attracted the attention of everyone present. Li Hao was moved when he saw the emperor coming in person. The emperor walked up to Li Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Li Hao, you did a great job. Although your behavior was a bit extreme, you were also thinking about the interests of the empire. On behalf of the empire, I would like to express my gratitude to you. These are all warriors of the empire. Li Hao nodded and said, Your Majesty, this is what I should do. The emperor said, Okay, let's talk about other things later. Let's arrange the funeral first. With the emperor's order, the funeral officially began. Li Hao, the emperor, and all the high-ranking military officials mourned for the dead soldiers. After the funeral, Li Hao returned to the palace with the emperor and all the senior military officials. The emperor personally convened this meeting. Li Hong and his son were also called to attend the meeting. The main topic of the meeting was, Li Tang sued Li Hao for colluding with pirates to harm the Li family fleet. At the meeting, His Majesty the Emperor said, Li Hao, Lieutenant Colonel Li Tang has accused you of colluding with pirates and destroying the Li family fleet. Do you have anything to say? Li Hao was furious when he heard this. He didn't expect that Li Tang and his son would be so shameless and want to confuse right and wrong at this time. Chapter 90 Confrontation in the Court. Li Hao stood up and said, Your Majesty, what Lieutenant Colonel Li Tang said is pure slander. As the commander of the 13th Corps Fleet, how could I possibly collude with pirates? Li Tang also stood up and said, Your Majesty, what Li Hao said is untrue. I have evidence that he is colluding with pirates. As he spoke, Li Tang took out a document and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the document, looked at it, and his face became gloomy. The emperor said unhappily, Li Hao, what's going on? Li Hao took the document and looked at it and said, Your Majesty, this list is indeed from the Black Rose pirates. But the Black Rose pirates had already surrendered to the 13th Legion before I returned to the capital last time, and the leader of the Black Rose pirates was originally from our 13th Legion. So this document alone does not prove that we are colluding with the pirates. And it was the Firefox pirates who attacked the defense line this time. His Majesty the Emperor looked at Li Hao, with a barely perceptible light flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, Li Hao, do you have any evidence to prove that the leader of the Black Rose pirates is from your 13th Legion? Your Majesty, the leader of the Black Rose pirates is Lin Xiao, the daughter of the 13th Legion's Deputy Commander Lin. He survived the war and followed Deputy Commander Lin's last wish to let her wait in the endless sea for the 13th Legion to return. After Li Hao finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. The senior military officials and the cabinet officials were so shocked by the news that they were speechless. After a long while, His Majesty the Emperor slowly spoke. Li Hao, is what you said true? Is the leader of the Black Rose pirates really Lin Xiao, the daughter of Deputy Commander Lin? Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. I grew up with Lin Xiao, and I am very sure of her identity. His Majesty's face became very solemn. He thought for a moment and said, Deputy Commander Lin was a loyal minister of our dynasty. He died for his country in that war and is a hero of our dynasty. If his daughter is still alive, we must protect her well. Li Tang, the evidence you provided is invalid. Do you have anything else to say? The Emperor said with some displeasure. Li Tang saw that the Emperor was a little unhappy and quickly added, Your Majesty, when I just arrived at the Dark Star, Li Hao sent me to defend the Meteorite Belt Fortress, and then the Pirate Alliance attacked me. Doesn't this prove that Li Hao has a connection with the pirates? After the Emperor heard what Li Tang said, he looked at Li Hao and asked, Li Hao, do you have anything to say? Li Hao said respectfully, Your Majesty, I sent Li Tang to defend the Meteorite Belt Fortress because the Royal Star Fleet had been on duty there for a long time. The Li family fleet actually came, so I just replaced them for repairs. Moreover, this alone cannot prove that I have any connection with the pirates. Nonsense, Li Tang interrupted Li Hao rudely. If you have no connection with the pirates, why did they attack me as soon as I arrived at the Meteorite Belt to garrison? Li Hao smiled calmly and said slowly, Li Tang, have you ever thought that the pirate coalition attacked you because they wanted to occupy the defense line of the Meteorite Belt Fortress? When I assigned the task, didn't I tell you clearly that your task was to defend the fortress and not to attack? Then why did you lead the fleet to rush out and fall into the enemy's trap? Most importantly, why did you abandon the fleet and flee alone, instead of fighting desperately with your fleet and waiting for rescue? Upon hearing this, Li Tang's face flushed red. He glared at Li Hao angrily and said with gritted teeth, Li Hao, you are confusing right and wrong. I had to retreat in order to protect the fleet. Protect the fleet? Li Hao sneered. Your retreat almost destroyed the entire fleet. Is this what you call protection? If I hadn't rescued you in time, the funeral today wouldn't be for these few thousand people, but for your entire Li family fleet. Li Hao's words made Li Tang fall into silence. He could not refute because what Li Hao said was the truth. If it were not for Li Hao's timely rescue, the entire Li family fleet might really be wiped out. After a while, Li Tang finally spoke up. Even if you save the fleet, it doesn't prove that you have no connection with the pirates. Li Tang, I've already said that I have nothing to do with pirates. If you have evidence to prove that I'm colluding with pirates, you can bring it out. As the commander of the fleet, you disobeyed military orders, rushed forward rashly, and fled in the face of battle, causing many warships in the fleet to be destroyed. Li Hao, even if you didn't collude with the pirates, you can't shirk your responsibility. As the commander of the fleet, you didn't support me in time, which caused my fleet to suffer heavy losses. You also have an unshirkable responsibility. Li Tang retorted. Enough, the Emperor said loudly. Li Tang, you abandoned the fleet and fled in the face of battle. You will be dismissed from your position as Lieutenant Colonel of the 13th Corps and go to the mining planet to mine for 3 years. The fleet will be handed over to Li Hao for management, and your Li family will be responsible for the pensions of the soldiers who died in this battle at the highest standard. Your Majesty, I have an objection. Li Hong stood up and said, this fleet was built with funds from the Li family, and the fleet should not be handed over to Li Hao for management. The Emperor frowned and said, Li Hong, are you questioning my decision? Li Hong knelt down quickly and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. I dare not question your decision. However, the fleet of the 13th Army is the hard work of the Li family. The Emperor looked at Li Hao, then at Li Hong, and said, Li Hong, do I need to tell you something clearly? Since you care more about the money, let's hand over Li Tang's sentence to the military court. He should still be convicted of desertion. When Li Hong heard the Emperor's words, his face turned pale instantly. Your Majesty, I. Li Hong wanted to plead for Li Tang, but was interrupted by the Emperor. Li Hong, don't say anything more. I have already made my decision. The Emperor said, if I don't consider your elder brother's sacrifice for the country, I will deal with your Li family now. Li Hong's heart sank. He knew that the Emperor was really angry this time, but for the sake of his son, Your Majesty, I understand. However, the fleet of the 13th Army Corps is the hard work of the Li family. I can hand it over. Although Li Tang is guilty, please give him a lighter sentence for the Li family's years of service to the court. The Emperor nodded and said, forget it. Let him go to the mining planet to mine for a year. I hope he can learn his lesson. Li Hong quickly thanked him and left the hall. Li Hao looked at Li Hong's back as he walked away, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was still unknown whether Li Tang could come back alive after going to the mining planet this time. The Emperor saw Li Hao sneer, frowned slightly, and asked, are you dissatisfied with my judgment? Chapter 91 Plan to Dismantle the Pirate Alliance. Li Hao knelt down quickly and said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise and powerful. How dare I be dissatisfied with your judgment? It's just that Li Tang's crimes are so heinous that it's too easy for him to go to the mining planet to mine. The Emperor nodded and said, although Li Tang is guilty, he is Li Hong's only son after all, and I don't want to kill him. Going to the mining planet to mine is hard, but it can also help him hone his will. Your Majesty is kind, and I admire you. Okay, kid, don't take advantage of the situation and go take over the Li family's fleet. Doesn't he still have a heavy cruiser flagship in the Imperial Capital? The Emperor said with a smile. After Li Hao left the palace, he immediately rushed to the starport to receive Li Tang's heavy cruiser flagship. After Li Hao arranged for people to receive the warship, he returned all the original personnel of the ship to Li Hong. When Li Hong returned home and saw the people Li Hao had sent back, he was so angry that he smashed the things in the study. He never thought that his son Li Tang would be exiled to the mining planet, while Li Hao got the fleet that the Li family had spent a lot of money to build. This made him feel extremely angry and humiliated. Li Hao, you despicable villain. Li Hong cursed with gnashing teeth. How dare you plot against my Li family? I will never let you go. Li Hong's wife, Zhao, heard the noise in the study and rushed over. She saw the mess on the floor and was filled with anger. Master, what's going on? It's still that Li Hao. This time, Tanger was exiled to the mining planet for a year, and the fleet was also taken over by Li Hao. The Li family suffered a heavy loss this time. Li Hong said angrily, What? How could he do this? Doesn't he have any regard for family affection? After all, you are his uncle, and Tanger is his brother Tang. Zhao said in surprise. Li Hong's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, In the face of power, what does family affection mean? Now that I have grown stronger, I will naturally not let go of this opportunity. Zhao looked at Li Hong worriedly. Then what should we do? Tanger is suffering on the mining planet. We can't just ignore it. Li Hong pondered for a moment. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. We must find a way to bring down Li Hao and make him pay the price. After Li Hao brought the Li family fleet back to Dark Star, he reorganized the fleet. He conducted a major screening of the officers originally arranged by the Li family and dismissed some personnel. 3 cruisers were lost in this battle, and the rest were damaged to varying degrees. Li Hao asked the maintenance department to tow the entire fleet to the maintenance yard for repairs. After the warships were repaired, Li Hao merged the fleet into the hero fleet. Li Hao was still a little worried about these people. Although he had reorganized the fleet, he knew that people's hearts were the most difficult to control, and he could not leave danger around. Li Hao called Zhang Yu, Wang Lei, Lin Xiao, and other fleet leaders to ask if there had been any recent activity in the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Yu spoke first. Commander, there has been no major movement in the Pirate Alliance recently. Our intelligence personnel have found that their activities in the border areas are still normal, but recently we have discovered that some new ships have joined their fleet. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. He frowned and said, Commander, I remember that the Pirate Alliance controls an industrial planet. There should be a dock for building starships there. Could these new ships be built there? Li Hao nodded. His face turned serious. It's very likely. Otherwise, we have already blocked their way to the Empire. Where would they get the starship from? Wang Lei continued. Commander, we can send a reconnaissance team to that industrial planet for reconnaissance. If we find the docks, we can launch an attack and destroy them. The Pirate Alliance may have deployed heavy defenses on that planet. It's too risky to send a small team there, and we need this industrial planet. Wang Lei frowned and said, Commander, what should we do? If we don't destroy those docks, the Pirate Alliance's fleet will become stronger and stronger, and the threat to us will become greater and greater. I know, but we can't just consider the immediate interests. We also have to consider the long-term interests. This industrial planet is very important to us. If we can occupy it, we can obtain a lot of resources and technology, which is very beneficial to our development. Lin Xiao thought about it carefully and said, Commander, I have an idea. In fact, according to our strength, if we directly confront the Pirate Alliance, we will definitely not be able to win. However, the Pirate Alliance is not a monolithic entity. If we divide them, we still have a good chance. Li Hao nodded and motioned Lin Xiao to continue. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and said, the Pirate Alliance is made up of multiple pirate groups, and there are conflicts of interest and contradictions between them. We can take advantage of this and use various means to sow discord between them and make them attack each other, thereby weakening their strength. Some pirate groups can also be considered for recruitment. Well, this is a good idea. Li Hao looked at Lin Xiao with appreciation, but how do we do it specifically? Lin Xiao smiled and said, we can start from two aspects. First, we can use the problem of Industrial Star this time to create some rumors and false news to make them suspicious and distrustful of each other, thus triggering infighting among them. Secondly, we can use our diplomatic means. I have known some people in the Pirate Alliance over the years. We can win them over first. There are also several larger pirate groups that we can use force to make them surrender. After listening to Lin Xiao's advice, Li Hao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Okay, let's do it according to your plan. Li Hao finally made a decision. Lin Xiao, you are responsible for formulating a specific action plan. Wang Lei, you are responsible for leading the heroic fleet to deal with the coalition forces of the Firefox pirates. Zhang Qiang, you are responsible for intelligence work, and you must ensure that our plan can be implemented smoothly. Yes, Commander, the three answered in unison. In the following days, Zhang Qiang and others began intensive preparations. They used various channels to collect a lot of intelligence. Wang Lei led the heroic fleet that supplemented the Li family fleet to wipe out Huiyun's Firefox pirates. Lin Xiao also contacted the leaders of the pirate groups he knew before, hoping to recruit them to serve the Empire. Most of the leaders of these pirate groups were unruly and had no good feelings towards the Empire, but under Lin Xiao's persuasion, they also began to consider this proposal. The two found a planet with a good environment as the meeting place. This planet has a pleasant climate, beautiful scenery, and large forests and lakes. Lin Xiao and Bai Fenghuang met in a small pavilion by the lake. The pavilion was surrounded by flowers, and the fragrance was fragrant. Long time no see, Bai Fenghuang. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 92, Recruiting the Pirates. Yeah, long time no see, Black Rose. White Phoenix also responded with a smile. I heard that you are now the commander of the 13th Legion's fleet. That's amazing. You should already know that I'm from the 13th Legion. Lin Xiao said frankly. However, I came to see you this time because of what I told you in the last communication. Recruitment. Bai Fenghuang frowned. We pirates are used to freedom and don't want to be bound by anything. I know you are not used to being constrained, but the situation is different now. Lin Xiao said. You must know that the Endless Sea Star region was once the base of our 13th Legion. More than 10 years ago, the Zerg invasion war caused heavy losses to the 13th Legion. Later, the Empire was unable to reorganize the 13th Legion, which led to the chaos in the Endless Sea Star region. Now our 13th Legion is resuming the management of the Endless Sea. Bai Fenghuang nodded. Of course she knew these things. Now the mission of our 13th Legion is to restore order in the Endless Sea Star region. Lin Xiao continued. We hope you can join us. As a friend, I don't want to meet you on the Starry Sky battlefield. Bai Fenghuang was silent for a moment. She knew this was an important decision. Joining the 13th Legion meant that she would give up her freedom and independence and become a member of the Empire. I need to think about it. You and I are different. You are a member of the 13th Legion, but I am a complete pirate. Bai Fenghuang said. I understand your concerns, but I can guarantee that I will be responsible for your safety after you surrender. Lin Xiao said. But time is tight now, and we hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. If you have any questions or need help, you can contact me at any time. Bai Fenghuang nodded, then turned and left. Lin Xiao looked at her back. Bai Fenghuang was a smart and decisive person. Lin Xiao hoped that she could make the right decision. In the next few days, Lin Xiao and his men met with several pirate leaders again, including Blackbeard, who was driven away from the border galaxy by Li Hao. Lin Xiao knew Blackbeard's strength and influence. If he could convince him to join his camp, it would be of great help in recruiting other pirate groups. So he decided to personally negotiate with Blackbeard. Lin Xiao and Blackbeard met in an abandoned space station, which was once a bustling commercial center, but has been abandoned for many years and only a ruin remains. Lin Xiao and Blackbeard sat face to face in front of a worn-out table with some food and drinks on it. Lin Xiao's men stood behind him, watching Blackbeard and his men warily. Blackbeard, long time no see. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Black Rose, what do you want from me? Blackbeard asked coldly. I want to recruit you and your pirate group and have you serve the Empire. Amnesty. Blackbeard laughed. Do you think I will surrender to my enemy? I know you won't surrender to us easily, but I believe you are a smart person and you should know the current situation. Lin Xiao said. The Empire has begun to encircle and suppress the pirate group, and your living space is getting smaller and smaller. If you continue to oppose the Empire, the final result will only be destruction. My Blackbeard pirates are not so easy to be destroyed. Last time we were just ambushed by that kid Li Hao. Blackbeard said, I know your pirate group is very powerful, but you can't ignore the current strength of our 13th Legion. So what? We pirates are used to freedom and don't want to be bound by anything, said Blackbeard. Lin Xiao said, if you join our camp, you will get the support and protection of the Empire, and your life will be improved. Moreover, if you don't want to join the 13th Legion, you can continue to do what you like, but you need to abide by the laws and regulations of the Empire. I need to think about it. This is not something I can decide alone, Blackbeard said. Lin Xiao knew it would not be easy to get Blackbeard to accept. Okay, I'll give you some time to think about it. Blackbeard nodded, then left the station with his men. A few days later, Blackbeard asked to meet Li Hao for a face-to-face talk. Lin Xiao was a little surprised when she received the news, but she still agreed to Blackbeard's request. She guessed that Blackbeard might want to test Li Hao's attitude in person, or he might want to put forward some special conditions. The meeting place was still set at an abandoned space station. Lin Xiao and Li Hao arrived at the agreed location in advance with some of their men, waiting for Blackbeard's arrival. Soon, Blackbeard and his pirate group also appeared. His men were all fully armed and looked very alert. Blackbeard and Li Hao looked at each other for a while. Then he said, Colonel Li Hao, long time no see. I was almost killed by you last time. It seems that things will change today. Colonel Li Hao smiled and responded, Blackbeard, let bygones be bygones. We are here today to discuss cooperation. Blackbeard sneered, cooperation? You drove me away from the border galaxy, and now you want to recruit me? Li Hao, do you think I'm a fool? Colonel Li Hao said calmly, Blackbeard, you are a smart man and should be able to see the current situation clearly. The Empire has begun to encircle and suppress the pirate group, and your living space is getting smaller and smaller. Li Hao, today is the day you die? I don't know whether you are stupid or arrogant. You dare to come here, even though you know we are our enemies. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. Do you think I'm that stupid? Don't I know how to prepare myself before coming here? At this time, Bai Fenghuang came in with a group of people. Blackbeard, surrender. I have already dealt with your people, so forget it, and I will take your fleet. The new warships you bought are really good. Blackbeard's face darkened when he heard this. He didn't expect the White Phoenix to suddenly appear and bring a group of people with him. He originally thought he was fully prepared. White Phoenix, you traitor, you actually betrayed the pirate alliance. Blackbeard said, gritting his teeth. White Phoenix sneered and responded, Blackbeard, you are too naive. It seems that you have been a pirate for so many years, but still don't understand what it means. You don't know how to judge the situation at all. We become pirates just to survive. Now that I can live an upright life, why should I continue to risk my life for a living? Blackbeard's face darkened when he heard this. He didn't expect Bai Fenghuang to say such a thing. He glared at Bai Fenghuang and said, Bai Fenghuang, don't forget that you have killed as many people as I have as a pirate. Li Hao will not let you go. Chapter 93 Reorganization of the 13th Army. White Phoenix said coldly, Blackbeard, we have known each other for so many years. When have you ever seen Black Rose and I fight each other? I have cleared out all the guilty people in my pirate group in the past few days. Blackbeard laughed loudly. Good, very good. Li Hao and you guys really played a good hand. As he spoke, Blackbeard suddenly attacked White Phoenix. White Phoenix was prepared. She dodged Blackbeard's attack and then struck back at Blackbeard. The two men instantly fought each other. Their strength was very strong, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. At this moment, Li Hao rushed up with a team of soldiers and surrounded Blackbeard. Seeing this, Blackbeard's face changed drastically. He knew he had no way to escape. He glared at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, you despicable villain. You actually came with White Phoenix to deal with me. Li Hao smiled and said, Blackbeard, you are wrong. I have given you a chance, but you are the one seeking death. Today is your end. Blackbeard heard this. Li Hao, do you think you can catch me? You are too naive. I, Blackbeard, am not so easily defeated. As he spoke, Blackbeard suddenly took out a remote control and pressed a button. Oh no, he activated the self-destruct sequence. Ha 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 ha. Li Hao, none of you can leave here alive. Li Hao rushed forward to subdue Blackbeard and saw that the remote control in his hand had been activated. Everyone retreat immediately. Bai Fenghuang and the others quickly followed Li Hao and ran out. They rushed out of the space station and entered the dreadnought, and Li Hao immediately ordered the activation of the star shield and energy shield. At the moment when the dreadnought opened the star shield and energy shield, the space station exploded violently, and the entire space station turned into a ball of fire. Blackbeard and his men also disappeared completely with the destruction of the space station. Fortunately, the star shield was activated in time. Otherwise, with such a huge explosion, the starship would probably be damaged. Li Hao sighed in the command room of the dreadnought. At this time, Bai Fengwang walked in. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were very determined. Congratulations, Bai Fengwang. You have made the right choice. Welcome to join the 13th Legion. Colonel Li Hao, thank you for giving our White Phoenix pirates a chance. You're welcome, White Phoenix. With your strength and courage, I believe you will become an important force in the 13th Legion. Commander, I have contacted almost everyone I can. For the rest, it seems I can only use force. Lin Xiao reported. That's the case. Let's go back first. Bai Fengwang, have you arranged your fleet? Bai Fengwang nodded and said, everything has been arranged. My fleet is already on standby in front. Li Hao said with satisfaction. Very good, let's go. Bai Fengwang followed Colonel Li Hao out of the command room and came to the bridge of the Dauntless. At this time, the adjutant of the Dauntless was already waiting there. Get ready to sail. Yes, Commander. The adjutant responded, then turned to the crew and gave them an order. Start the engine and prepare to sail. The engines of the dreadnought made a low roar as it slowly left the broken space station. After Li Hao and others returned to Dark Star Port, they immediately summoned all the officers and held a unique welcome party for the newly incorporated pirate group. In this operation, Lin Xiao made great contributions. He successfully persuaded 6 pirate groups, including White Phoenix, to surrender. These 6 pirate groups were equally strong. The smallest one also had a standard fleet, 10 cruisers, while the largest one was White Phoenix. After incorporating Blackbeard's fleet, she had 4 standard fleets, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, and 40 cruisers. However, these fleets mainly lacked flagships and main gun weapons. Li Hao incorporated the remaining 5 pirate fleets into the Dawn Fleet and completely disbanded the recruited pirates and officers of the Dawn Fleet, carrying out a thorough reorganization. Through this reorganization, the strength of the Dawn Fleet has been significantly enhanced. Although these people are born as pirates, they are very good at driving and using warships. In the following days, Li Hao organized a series of training and exercises to further enhance the combat effectiveness of the fleet. Only through continuous training and running in can this fleet composed of pirates and the elite of the 13th Legion truly transform into an elite division. Li Hao arranged the White Phoenix's fleet into a separate fleet, like the Black Rose, and named it the Phoenix Fleet. He appointed the White Phoenix as the fleet commander and sent some experienced officers to the fleet to help the White Phoenix with management and training. After the fleet was reorganized, Li Hao made the decision to march towards the Pirate Alliance through in-depth analysis of intelligence. He planned to have the Dawn Fleet launch an attack from the front to deal a fatal blow to the Pirate Alliance. At the same time, the Star Fleet on the left and the Hero Fleet on the right would form a pincer attack with the Dawn Fleet to attack the Pirate Alliance together. The Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets would quietly go around to the Industrial Star behind the Pirate Alliance to raid and destroy it. The main purpose of this plan is to see if the Pirate Alliance fights a head-on battle. Black Rose and White Phoenix will quickly seize the Industrial Star and establish a defense line on the Industrial Star. If the Pirate Alliance comes to rescue, Li Hao will advance on the front battlefield and cause chaos within the Pirate Alliance. The main purpose of this plan is to observe the performance of the Pirate Alliance in a head-on battle. If the Pirate Alliance chooses to confront Li Hao's fleet head-on, then Black Rose and White Phoenix will quickly seize the Industrial Star and establish a defense line there. In this way, the Pirate Alliance will be caught in a dilemma of being attacked from both sides. If the Pirate Alliance decides to rescue the Industrial Star, Li Hao will advance on the front battlefield and adopt strategies to cause unrest within the Pirate Alliance. Using intelligence and psychological tactics, he will create chaos and distrust, causing contradictions and conflicts among the members of the Pirate Alliance. After the battle began, the Dawn Fleet launched a frontal attack on the Pirate Alliance as planned. As Li Hao had expected, the Pirate Alliance sent a large number of fleets to fight. The two sides launched a fierce battle in space, with artillery roaring and light shining. At the same time, the fleet led by Black Rose and White Phoenix quietly headed for the Industrial Star. Using advanced stealth technology and rapid maneuverability, they avoided the reconnaissance of the Pirate Alliance and successfully arrived at the Industrial Star. Chapter 94, The Pirate Alliance's Response. When the Pirate Alliance discovered that the Industrial Star was under attack, they were in a dilemma. If they continued to fight the Dawn Fleet on the front battlefield, the Industrial Star would likely be occupied by the Black Rose and the White Phoenix. But if they went back to support the Industrial Star, the front battlefield would face strong pressure from Li Hao. The leader of the Pirate Alliance called a meeting with the top leaders of the Pirate Alliance on the Alliance Star to discuss the war situation. This incident dealt a heavy blow to the reputation and strength of the Alliance. At the meeting, the leader said solemnly, "We must admit that this battle with the 13th Legion was a tragic defeat. Not only did we fail on the front battlefield, but Li Hao successfully instigated so many members to rebel, which rapidly increased his strength and enabled him to compete with us." The atmosphere in the meeting room was dull, and everyone looked gloomy. This failure was not only a military setback, but also a huge blow to the reputation of the Alliance. The Pirate Alliance had always been the overlord of the Endless Sea Star region, but now it suffered such a disastrous defeat in the battle with the 13th Legion, which made them feel extremely angry and frustrated. "This is all the work of that traitor Black Rose." A pirate leader stood up suddenly and shouted, "Those who have defected now are those who used to have dealings with her." As soon as these words came out, a lot of discussion broke out in the meeting room. Many pirate leaders were furious, and they were extremely angry about Black Rose's betrayal. However, several pirate leaders disagreed. They all had connections with Black Rose. "Black Rose betrayed us," a pirate leader said, "but that doesn't mean everyone who had contact with her betrayed us." Another pirate leader retorted, "She and Bai Feng Wang have already joined Li Hao. This is an indisputable fact. Then I want to know if there is anyone here who has not cooperated with Black Rose and White Phoenix before." The third pirate leader said, "Are all of us sitting here ready to rebel?" The atmosphere in the conference room became tense, with both sides insisting on their own opinions and refusing to give in. At this moment, the leader spoke up. Everyone calmed down. He looked around at everyone in the conference room and said, "I know everyone is angry about Black Rose's betrayal, but we can't be swayed by emotions. We need to analyze the situation calmly. I believe everyone is still on the side of the Pirate Alliance. The traitors have already defected." The leader's words calmed everyone down, and they all nodded in agreement. "First, we need to decide how to deal with the current situation." The leader said, "Should we repel the Dawn Fleet in front of us or rescue the Industrial Star first?" The pirate leader who has interest in the Industrial Star said, "Of course we should rescue the Industrial Star first. Now that the 13th Legion has cut off our ties with the Empire, the Industrial Star is our lifeline." A pirate leader retorted, "I suggest that we repel the Dawn Fleet on the front battlefield first. Even if Black Rose and the others occupy the Industrial Star, it will be useless because they are fighting alone." After carefully considering their suggestions, the leader said, "I have observed the size of their fleets. Whether it is a direct battle or rescuing the Industrial Star, it will not be easy. There are at least 10 main fleets with flagships on the front battlefield, and there are more than 5 main fleets on the Black Rose and White Phoenix sides." The meeting room fell into a brief silence, as everyone was thinking about countermeasures. After a while, a pirate leader spoke up. "Master, we can pretend to continue to confront the Dawn Fleet and find a chance to withdraw the main fleet to rescue the industrial planet. It's too dangerous to do this. If the enemy notices, the front battlefield defense line will collapse. Soon the 13th Legion will reach the Alliance galaxy. Moreover, the fleets of the White Phoenix and the Black Rose will not be defeated in one blow. It will be troublesome if we are held back by them." The leader said after thinking. A pirate leader suddenly asked, "What about Huiyun's pirate coalition? If they can cause trouble for the 13th Legion in the rear, it will be easier for us." The intelligence chief of the Pirate Alliance replied, "Huiyun and his men were destroyed by the fleet of the 13th Legion some time ago. Huiyun is dead. How is this possible? Their strength will not be weak after they unite. How could they be eliminated?" The head of intelligence said with disdain, "Huiyun was tricked by Li Hao. The main battleships and flagships they bought at that time were all bought from Mark, and Mark was Li Hao's man. The battleships sold to them were all scrapped battleships seized by Li Hao, and after repairs, they were disguised as retired battleships of the military. More importantly, these battleships were installed with back doors. At the critical moment, the other party opened the back doors to control them, and the battleships exploded directly." Hearing this news, everyone was shocked and angry. They didn't expect Huiyun to be so easily calculated by Li Hao, nor did they expect Li Hao to be so insidious and cunning. "This Li Hao is so abominable," someone said, gritting his teeth. "But what should we do now?" Everyone fell silent. The current situation was very unfavorable to them. If they couldn't come up with a solution as soon as possible, they would probably face a bigger crisis. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. We can use this opportunity to strike back. Now that the main battleships of the 13th Legion have come out, we can also send a fleet to attack the Dark Star. The leader suddenly spoke up. How big a fleet do you think you need to capture a starport that already has a complete defense system? Moreover, as far as I know, Li Hao has incorporated hundreds of destroyers and frigates into the Planetary Guard force. You simply cannot capture the starport in a short period of time. If you delay for too long, the 13th Legion will come back for reinforcements, and the fleet that is attacking may not be able to return. This won't work, and that won't work. How are we going to fight this war? Said a hot-tempered leader, slamming the table. Yeah, we've tried everything, but nothing works. The enemy's defense is too tight. We can't break through at all. Everyone was talking and complaining about the current predicament. Then the leader of the Pirate Alliance stood up and said, I have an idea. Maybe we can give it a try. We will concentrate all our strength to attack the Dawn Fleet on the front battlefield. Let's ignore the Industrial Star for now. We will recapture the Industrial Star after we defeat the main force of the 13th Legion. The voice of the leader of the Pirate Alliance echoed in the conference room. His eyes were firm and resolute. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and solemn, and everyone knew the importance of this battle. The Pirate Alliance had reached a critical moment of life and death. If they could not repel the main forces of the Dawn Fleet and the 13th Legion, they would lose everything. Chapter 95. Battle against the Pirate Leader. The leader stood up and looked around at the pirate leaders present. His voice was low and powerful. Brothers, we are pirates, and our lives are full of dangers and challenges. However, we are also fighters for freedom, and we will not yield to anyone easily. Today, we will face our greatest enemy, and we must unite as one and go all out to fight for our survival and freedom. As soon as the leader finished speaking, there was a warm applause and cheers in the meeting room. Under the personal command of the leaders of the Pirate Alliance took out the last fleet and began to assemble again. The warships were lined up neatly, with their guns pointed at the Dawn Fleet in front. The pirates were busy preparing for battle, checking their weapons and equipment, and adjusting their tactical deployment. Li Hao learned through the intelligence network that the Pirate Alliance was preparing for a do-or-die battle. He did not dare to delay and immediately notified all fleets to make full preparations. He knew very well that once the other party launched an attack, he would have to go all out and not leave any room for luck. Attention all warships. If the enemy launches an attack, replace all of them with super energy blocks and open all star shields and energy shields. Li Hao's order was quickly conveyed to the fleet. This time, the enemy's assembly was unprecedented in scale, and the number of warships far exceeded their own. If effective defensive measures were not taken, it would be easy for the enemy to concentrate fire and cause heavy losses. Under the command of Li Hao, the fleet began intensive preparations. Soldiers were busy replacing super energy blocks, checking weapon systems and defense systems, and ensuring that everything was in the best condition. At the same time, Li Hao was also closely following the movements of the Pirate Alliance. He used detectors and reconnaissance aircraft to continuously obtain the latest intelligence from the other side. He found that the Pirate Alliance's fleet was heading in his direction at a very fast speed. It seems they want to wipe us out in one fell swoop. As the Pirate Alliance's fleet got closer, Li Hao became more and more nervous. The battle could break out at any time, and he had to prepare for the worst. Report to the commander, the Pirate Alliance fleet has entered our firing range, an officer reported. Okay, everyone take your positions and get ready for battle. Li Hao gave the order. Under the command of Li Hao, the fleet began a fierce battle. The warships of both sides launched a fierce exchange of fire in space, and beams of energy cut through the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. Li Hao's fleet successfully withstood the Pirate Alliance's multiple attacks with the support of a powerful defense system and super energy blocks. However, the Pirate Alliance had too many warships and their attacks became more and more fierce. Commander, our star shield has been severely damaged. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for much longer. An officer said anxiously. Don't panic. Continue to stay on the defensive and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. Intelligence officer, have you found the location of the enemy's battleship? Charge the main gun of the dreadnought. The intelligence officer's voice echoed in the command cabin, and his words revealed a hint of anxiety. Li Hao sat in the command chair, frowning, thinking about the next move. Lock onto a large enemy ship, but it may not be the flagship. The intelligence officer said again. Li Hao nodded. On the battlefield, every decision is crucial. He glanced at the main gun operator and gave an order. Forget about it for now. One ship is enough for one ship destroyed. Fire the main gun. The main gun operator immediately executed the order, and the huge main gun emitted a dazzling light and blasted towards the locked target. A moment later, a large ship of the enemy was hit, and a violent explosion occurred. "Hit the target," the main gun operator shouted excitedly. In the fierce battle, the warships of both sides kept firing, and beams of energy intertwined in space. The commander calmly commanded the fleet, constantly adjusting tactics, trying to find the opponent's flaws. When the leader of the Pirate Alliance saw that one of his heavy cruisers was destroyed in an instant, he was filled with anger and despair. He watched helplessly as the once majestic warship was destroyed in the flames. "How is this possible? How could our heavy cruiser be destroyed so easily?" The leader muttered to himself, his voice full of disbelief and pain. "Leader, what should we do now?" asked the pirate, his voice trembling. The leader took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Order all main guns to focus fire on that flagship. That should be Li Hao's dreadnought." Under the order of the leader, the warships of the Pirate Alliance adjusted their directions and aimed their main guns at Li Hao's dreadnought. In an instant, countless energy beams cut through the void and blasted towards the dreadnought. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the dreadnought, watching the enemy attack displayed on the screen, with a sneer on his face. "Good timing," he shouted. "All the enemy's main battleships have been revealed. Let's destroy them separately." The main guns of all the warships of the 13th Legion also began to roar, and energy beams were fired at the warships of the Pirate Alliance. In the fierce exchange of fire, the warships of both sides were constantly hit and exploded. Li Hao's dreadnought, with its powerful shield and firepower, stood firm in the face of the enemy's attack, while the Pirate Alliance's warships suffered heavy losses and were destroyed one after another. Alliance leader, our warships suffered heavy losses. In addition to the star shield, the enemy has another layer of shield that we have never seen before. "We can't break it," said a staff officer in panic. The leader's face turned gloomy. They had already lost the battle. "Retreat. Intelligence officer, why is there no news that they have mastered the new type of shield?" The intelligence officer lowered his head, not daring to look the leader in the eye. "Leader, our intelligence network has not found any information about their new shield. This may be their new development, or technology obtained from other forces." The leader's face was gloomy. He knew that this failure was a heavy blow to the Pirate Alliance. Not only did they lose many warships and warriors, they also lost control of the galaxy. "Give the order, all troops retreat," the leader gritted his teeth and said. "Retreat to the Alliance system and reorganize." The fleet of the Pirate Alliance began to slowly retreat. Their morale was low, and everyone's face was filled with frustration and loss. They used to be the overlord of this galaxy, but now they were beaten and fled. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the dreadnought, watching the Pirate Alliance fleet gradually go away. "Commander, should we chase them?" asked an officer. Li Hao shook his head and said, "No need to chase. We just need to move forward slowly. The best is yet to come." Chapter 96. Disintegration of the Pirate Alliance. The leader of the Pirate Alliance led the retreating fleet back to the Alliance galaxy. They first found a planet on the main route of the Alliance galaxy as the front line of defense. The leader arranged the defense on this planet and prepared to return to the Alliance star with his confidants. On the way back to the Alliance star, the leader received news from the intelligence department. The intelligence showed that Li Hao's fleet did not pursue them, but rested and replenished supplies near the defense line, which made the leader feel relieved. Just as he was about to return to the Alliance starport, he discovered that something was wrong with the situation at the starport. The usually bustling starport was now completely silent, without the hustle and bustle of the past, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. He observed the situation of the starport through the star telescope and found that most of the starport's defense facilities had been destroyed and there were traces of fighting in the starport. He used the communicator to contact the starport, but no one responded. Just as he was wondering what happened in the starport, a starship flew out of the starport. He immediately contacted the other party. "What happened?" The pirate who flew out said, "Alliance leader, run quickly. The remaining leaders and Black Rose have taken over the starport with the help of the inside and outside forces. Now they are clearing out our people inside the planet." Hearing this, he was shocked. The remaining leaders actually betrayed the Alliance? How could this be possible? "Leave here quickly. Since they have rebelled, there must be something wrong with their fleet. Quickly notify our fleet to come and meet us." The leader gave the order anxiously. A pirate signalman immediately contacted the fleet, but failed to get through after many attempts. A trusted pirate beside the leader quickly said, "Leader, I think the fleet has been controlled by them. Let's see where we go next." How could this happen? The leader felt a sense of despair. His fleet was his foundation. If the fleet was controlled, he would lose everything. "We can find a safe place first, and then contact other pirate forces and seek their help," suggested the trusted pirate. The leader pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, this is the only way for now. So, the leader and his men boarded the starship, left the starport, and flew towards the depths of the universe. When Li Hao led the fleet to the outer perimeter of the Alliance Star's defense planet, a warship came over and sent a communications signal to the Dauntless. After Li Hao answered the call, a pirate leader said, "Commander Li, all the warships of the Pirate Alliance are under our control here. Only the warship of the leader has returned to the Alliance Star." Was the resistance strong? What were the losses? Only the leader's people resisted, but we wiped them out. There was no loss of warships. The others surrendered when they saw the situation was not right. We have it under control, the pirate leader reported. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to pick them up later. You guys have worked hard. I'll take them to the Alliance Star first. When the dreadnought arrived at the Alliance Star, the battle on the Alliance Star was nearing its end. Lin Xiao, Bai Fengwang, and several senior leaders of the Pirate Alliance were waiting at the starport. Li Hao walked out of the warship and saw Lin Xiao and others. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. After years of hard work and waiting, he finally ushered in this moment. Lin Xiao walked forward and hugged Li Hao tightly. They looked at each other, their eyes full of joy and relief. We are finally back. They let go of each other and turned to Bai Fengwang and other high-level Pirate Alliance leaders. Li Hao shook hands with them one by one to express his respect and gratitude. Thank you for your support and help. From now on, the era of the Pirate Alliance is over. Li Hao's voice echoed in the starry sky. Bai Fengwang and other high-level Pirate Alliance leaders looked at Li Hao silently, their hearts filled with emotion. They knew that this was the end of an era and the beginning of a new era. Under the guidance of the leader of the Pirate Alliance, Li Hao came to the conference room of the Alliance starport. The main purpose of this battle with the Pirate Alliance was to lure out the leader of the Pirate Alliance, and then the fleet led by Black Rose and White Phoenix would abandon the attack on the Industrial Star and directly attack the Alliance Star. Moreover, in the early stage, Black Rose and White Phoenix had secretly reached cooperation with several senior officials of the Pirate Alliance. They promised to restore the imperial citizenship of these people and guarantee their personal safety after the disintegration of the Pirate Alliance. Those who are willing to join the 13th Legion will be welcome to join, and for those who are unwilling to go to the battlefield again, they will be allocated resource planets in the Endless Sea Star region according to their merits, so that they can live a stable life. Li Hao said at the head of the meeting room. It's a pity that we didn't catch the leader this time. It may cause trouble in the future. We need to wipe out the scattered pirates in the surrounding galaxies as soon as possible and not let them gather again. He glanced at everyone in the conference room, thinking about the next action plan in his heart. Although this action successfully disintegrated the Pirate Alliance, the escape of the leader made him a little worried. As long as the leader was still alive, he might organize pirate forces again and pose a threat to them. We can send multiple fleets to various star systems to carry out cleanup operations, White Phoenix suggested. At the same time, we can also use the intelligence network to collect information about the pirates' whereabouts and activities so that we can better combat them. That's a good idea. Li Hao nodded. We need to let those pirates know that we won't give them any breathing space. However, we must also be careful not to disperse our forces too much. Black Rose reminded. If our fleet is too dispersed, it may give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Well, what you said makes sense. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We can first concentrate our forces to clear out those more important star systems, and then gradually expand the scope. Everyone in the conference room expressed their opinions and suggestions. After some discussion, they finally decided on the next plan for the crackdown. Li Hao stood up, looked around at everyone, and said, "Okay, everyone go back and prepare. We must act as soon as possible and not give those pirates any chance." During the following period, Li Hao divided the fleets to clear out the pirate bases in the Endless Sea Star region. This time, the high-level officials of the Pirate Alliance provided intelligence, and the pirates were targeted. Under Li Hao's command, the clearing operation went very smoothly. Each fleet acted separately according to the plan and quickly destroyed one pirate base after another. Under the powerful offensive of the fleet, the pirates had no power to fight back and could only flee everywhere. However, Li Hao was not satisfied with this. He knew that the pirates would not give up easily, and they would definitely look for opportunities to counterattack. Therefore, he required that all fleets, while clearing out pirate bases, also strengthen patrols and defenses of surrounding galaxies to prevent sneak attacks by pirates. On a planet in a remote galaxy in the Endless Sea, the leader of the Pirate Alliance came here with his personal guards. They established a temporary base on this desolate planet, trying to regroup their forces and make a comeback. He picked up the communication device and dialed a contact. After the other party answered, he said, Master, our plan has failed. We lost this battle. The Alliance Star has been controlled by the 13th Legion. Chapter 97 Battleship Blueprints. You useless piece of shit. I spent so many star coins on you and gave you so many warships, but you destroyed them in one battle. Even your base was destroyed. The other party's voice came. How dare you still live? Master, please give me another chance. I will definitely be able to completely destroy Li Hao and the 13th Legion. Give you a chance? Don't you think you haven't wasted enough star coins? The other party said angrily. You useless thing, what's the point of keeping you? Master, I can guarantee with my life that I will succeed next time. Your life? How much is your life worth? The other party said disdainfully. You are a lost dog now, and you still dare to negotiate with me. The leader of the Pirate Alliance was silent for a moment, then said, Master, I know I was wrong, but I still have some information that may be useful to you. What information? During this battle, we focused our fire on Li Hao's flagship. However, in addition to the star shield, they also had an energy shield inside that our main guns could not penetrate. I have already found out through my previous connections that the reason why this energy shield is so strong is that the energy blocks used on their warships are different from the common ones we use. Oh, what's the difference? The other party asked anxiously. The energy blocks we commonly use are zero-point energy blocks, while the ones they use are vacuum zero-point energy blocks. The energy density of these energy blocks is dozens of times higher than ours, so their shields are so strong. Where does this energy block come from? I haven't found out the exact location yet. Li Hao is very strict in the management of this kind of energy block. Every time it is taken out for use, it is supervised by the Guards Brigade of the 13th Legion, said the leader of the Pirate Alliance. Very good. The information you provided this time is very valuable. The other party said, I will arrange for someone to investigate this energy block. If we can find the manufacturing technology of this energy block, we can create more powerful weapons and destroy the 13th Legion in one fell swoop. Master, what about me? Stay there and wait for my news. The other party said, if I need anything, I will contact you again. Yes, Master. After hanging up the phone, the leader of the Pirate Alliance breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had escaped this time. At this time, Li Hao asked in the starport command room of the Alliance Star, have all the pirate bases in the Endless Sea been cleared? Reporting to the commander, all the pirate bases near the main shipping routes of the Endless Sea Star region have been cleared out, and we are carrying out the final cleanup work. An officer replied, very good. This operation was very successful. We will continue to clear out all the pirates in the remote star systems. Li Hao said, however, we cannot be careless. We must strengthen patrols on the main routes of the Endless Sea to prevent pirates from resurrecting. By the way, is there any news from the leader of the Pirate Alliance? Zhang Qiang stood up and reported, Commander, based on our intelligence, we can confirm that he has escaped to a remote galaxy. The specific location is confirmed. This leader of the Pirate Alliance is a disaster. We must get rid of him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Zhang Qiang nodded and said, Commander, we are already doing our best to search for his whereabouts. Once we find him, we will immediately encircle and suppress him. Wang Lei, what is the status of the warships captured this time? And what is the status of the captured pirate bases? Wang Lei took out a document and handed it to Li Hao. For warships, we mainly received 17 standard warships. The rest of the destroyers and frigates were assigned to various planets and transportation fortresses for patrol and garrison. The amount of seizure from the pirate base is too large, so it has not been counted yet. Li Hao took the document, flipped through it carefully, and then said, very good, you did a good job. These warships and supplies are very important to us. We must make good use of them. Wang Lei nodded and said, Commander, I have one more thing to report to you. What is it? We found the shipyards on the Industrial Star where they build warships. These shipyards are indeed capable of building warships, and we have found the design drawings of heavy cruisers and cruisers in the core library of the shipyard. Wang Lei reported. Li Hao nodded and said, very good. These blueprints are very important to us. With them, we can build our own warships and enhance our military strength. Wang Lei went on to say, however, we have also found some problems in the docks. The construction technology of these docks is very backward, and the production efficiency is also very low. If we want to build warships on a large scale, we need to upgrade these docks. We must find a way to upgrade and improve the docks' production efficiency. After the meeting, everyone returned to their work. Wang Lei called Li Hao to a separate room. He took out the star brain and opened it. When Li Hao saw the blueprint, he immediately understood. This is the blueprint of the dreadnought. Where did you get it from? Wang Lei replied. This was found in a secret room in a pirate base. The information was stored separately on a storage disk and was very well protected. The cleaning soldier thought it was a very important document and brought it to me. When I opened it, I found that it was a battleship design, so I brought it back to you. Does that mean that we can produce battleships now that we have this design drawing? Li Hao asked excitedly. Wang Lei nodded and said, that's the theory, but the actual situation may be more complicated. Look at this. I have asked the engineers at the shipyard about the material of the main body of the ship, and they said that this material has not been available for hundreds of years. This is the main reason why the Empire could not build battleships later. It means that if we don't have this material, we can only build a larger battleship according to the blueprint, but it won't achieve the performance of a battleship, right? Wang Lei nodded. Yes, and this material is the key to the battleship. Without it, the battleship's defense and firepower will be greatly reduced. This is why only the dreadnought can be equipped with a Star Destroyer and can withstand the recoil of the Star Destroyer. Can we find an alternative material? Wang Lei shook his head and said, this material is a very special alloy. I checked the Imperial data and found that many scientists in the Empire have been studying it for a long time, but have not found a suitable substitute. They all say that it is due to the lack of a very hard ore. After the two chatted, they found that it was currently impossible to produce battleships, so they had to seal the information. Li Hao and Wang Lei felt a little frustrated. Well, at least we have a battleship, right? The universe is so vast, we will find it eventually. Wang Lei said with a smile. Now that the pirate problem in the Endless Sea Star region has been solved, do you want to notify the military? Chapter 98, Blockade of the Endless Sea Channel. We should indeed notify the military and let them know the situation. However, before notifying the military, we still need to do some preparations. Wang Lei looked at Li Hao in confusion and asked, is there any other preparation work that needs to be done? Complete the reorganization of the fleet as soon as possible. This time, we have added 17 fleets, so we need to break them up again. Some key positions need to be filled with people we trust. I'm worried that the people in the Empire won't let us eat this cake so easily. We can't hide the news here for long. I guess the military and His Majesty have already received the news. Wang Lei said worriedly. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, let's first arrange the fleet reorganization. When everything is ready, we will report to the military and His Majesty. Before that, we must keep it strictly confidential. Also, arrange for the Starry Fleet to defend the Dark Star and stop all star ships from the Empire. Okay, I'll go make arrangements for the fleet right away. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the room, he heard Li Hao's arrangement and asked, now that we have dealt with the pirates in the Endless Sea Star region, why do we still need to block the route from the Dark Star? Li Hao looked at Lin Xiao, smiled slightly, and explained, now the Endless Sea is a piece of cake in the eyes of those people in the Empire. These people will not let us eat alone, and they all want to come and share a piece of the pie. We must block the waterway to ensure our interests in the Endless Sea. Lin Xiao frowned and said, but will this cause dissatisfaction from the Empire? The Endless Sea was won with the lives of our brothers from the 13th Legion. How can we let them share the fruits of victory for nothing? At present, the 13th Legion has incorporated most of the fleets of the Pirate Alliance, and the entire Legion has more than 500,000 personnel. Li Hao needs to make plans for future military expenses. He knows that in order to maintain such a large army, military expenses will be a huge burden. Li Hao convened the top leaders of the corps to discuss the issue of military expenditure. During the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions and proposed various solutions. We can generate income by developing the resources of the Endless Sea. Wang Lei suggested. Lin Xiao suggested. We can set up checkpoints on Jinsha Star, and everyone who enters the Endless Sea must pay a tax. After some discussion, everyone finally reached a consensus. On the one hand, they would ask the Empire for policies, and the taxes on the Endless Sea would be collected by the 13th Legion itself. On the other hand, they would actively develop the resources of the Endless Sea, while strengthening trade with other forces to increase sources of income. After the meeting, Li Hao, Lin Xiao, and Wang Lei set off back to the Imperial Star military headquarters to report on the completion of the mission to eliminate pirates in the Endless Sea. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao and the other two immediately went to the military headquarters, and when they arrived at the door of Huang Pu Hao's office, Li Hao and the others packed their clothes and knocked on the office door. Come in. A powerful voice came from inside the house. Li Hao and the other two pushed the door open and saw Huang Pu Hao sitting at his desk, looking down at the documents in his hands. His hair was combed meticulously. He was wearing a neat military uniform. The star on his shoulder was shining, and he exuded a majestic aura. Report to the general. Li Hao, Lin Xiao and Wang Lei from the 13th Legion have been ordered to come here to report on their work. Li Hao and the other two stood at attention and said in unison. Huang Paheo raised his head, glanced at them, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "Isn't this the great leader Li? You actually came to my place." Li Hao and the other two were all stunned when they heard this. Li Hao was even more confused. When did he become the leader? Old man, are you kidding me? Li Hao, don't dare to be the leader of any alliance. Huang Paheo smiled and said, "Don't pretend, kid. I know everything you did in the Endless Sea Star region. After you defeated the Pirate Alliance, you blocked all the shipping lanes of the Dark Star. Now the entire Endless Sea Star region is under your control. If you are not the leader, who is the leader?" Li Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that Huang Puhao knew all about his actions in the Endless Sea Star region. He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Old man, I did this to protect the safety of the Endless Sea Star region. The threat of the remaining pirates is also great. If decisive measures are not taken, the entire star region will fall into chaos again. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The Imperial Capital received the news that you blocked the waterway a few days ago. Today, several major families in the Imperial Capital jointly impeached you at the court meeting, saying that you concealed military intelligence, kept the troops under your control, and now you have blocked the waterway again, trying to crown yourself king." Huang Puhao said with a frown, "This group of people really don't know how to live or die. We are fighting desperately with the Pirate Alliance outside, but they are stabbing me in the back." Li Hao snorted coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Li Hao, don't mess around. The benefits of the Endless Sea Star region are too great. You are at the forefront now. Any little thing will push you and the 13th Legion into the abyss." Huang Puhao said unhappily. Li Hao glanced at Huang Puhao, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that Huang Puhao was right. Now he and the 13th Legion really could not afford any mistakes. "Xiao Hao, don't be impulsive. After we complete the mission at the military headquarters, we will go back quickly and stay away from this place of trouble," said Lin Xiao on the side. Huang Paheo thought for a moment. "Since I'm back, I still have to go to the palace to report to His Majesty and see what His Majesty means." The three followed Huang Puhao into the palace to meet His Majesty. The palace was magnificent and full of guards, demonstrating the majesty of the imperial power. They passed through the palace gates and finally arrived in front of the imperial study. Huang Paheo asked the three to wait outside, and he walked into the imperial study alone. After a while, he came out and motioned for the three to go in. The three of them walked into the imperial study and saw the emperor sitting behind a desk, reading memorials. The emperor looked to be in his 40s, with a resolute face and deep eyes, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The three of them saluted in unison. The emperor put down the memorial, swept his eyes over the three people, and then fell on Li Hao. "Our great hero still remembered to come back. I thought I needed to invite you to come back." The emperor's voice was low and powerful. When Li Hao and the others heard the emperor's voice, they were shocked and quickly knelt down and saluted, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down. I am guilty." The emperor looked at the three people in front of him with a gloomy face. He slowly stood up, walked in front of Li Hao, and said coldly, "Li Hao, do you know what crime you have committed?" Li Hao lowered his head, not daring to look directly into the emperor's eyes. He knew that he had indeed returned a little late this time, but he also had his own difficulties. "Your Majesty, I admit my crime, but I don't know what it is." After hearing this, the emperor tried to hold back his laughter. "Haha, I really can't hold it back anymore. Huang Pu, I knew this kid would say that." Huang Puheo smiled and said, "Okay, Your Majesty, I will bring the wine to you later." Chapter 99 Major General Corps Commander. Li Hao looked at the emperor and Huang Puhao and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, not understanding why they were laughing. "Li Hao, this time you have recovered the Endless Sea Star region and made great contributions to the expansion of the empire. I will definitely reward you well." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. This is the work of all the soldiers of the 13th Legion. I have only done my duty and do not dare to ask for a reward." The emperor waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be modest. I have seen all your achievements. The three of you will come together for the court tomorrow morning. Li Hao, please tell me what you think about the subsequent planning of the Endless Sea Star region." "Your Majesty, now that the Endless Sea has been recovered and has become part of the empire, the subsequent development plans still need Your Majesty to decide. Well, you guys go down and have a rest first." The emperor knew that he couldn't know what Li Hao was thinking today. After Li Hao and the other two left the palace, Lin Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "That was a close call. If you had said what you were thinking just now, I'm afraid we would be in trouble this time. I understand that the Emperor is testing me, so I will go to General Huangpu to test his will first. Haozi, let's hurry back to the Endless Sea. I feel like we're not returning with great success this time, but with defeat. The three of them took a taxi back to the Lin family and learned that Mr. Lin was not at home, so they stayed at the Lin family under the arrangement of the housekeeper. The next morning, Li Hao and the other two got up. After washing up and changing into clean military uniforms, they prepared to attend the court meeting. The court meeting was held in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Li Hao and the other two arrived at the entrance of the hall and saw 2 rows of guards standing at the door, all of them looking majestic and awe-inspiring. They walked into the hall and saw that it was already full of people, all of whom were dignitaries and ministers of the empire. The emperor was sitting on the dragon throne in the main hall. When he saw Li Hao and the other two come in, a smile appeared on his face. After Li Hao and the other two finished their greetings, the emperor said, "Lord Li, you have made great contributions in the Endless Sea this time. I will reward you well." Li Hao and the other two were delighted when they heard the emperor's words. They had performed well in the operation in the Endless Sea this time, and the emperor's reward was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of them. Li Hao knelt down immediately and said, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. We will do our best to help your majesty solve his problems. Lord Li, you have performed well in this operation in the Endless Sea. I have decided to promote you to the commander of the 13th Legion of the Empire, to the rank of Major General of the Empire, to the title of Marquis, and to a palace in the Imperial Capital." As the emperor announced the reward, the court officials below were discussing it. At this time, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the empire has not conferred titles for 100 years. Now Li Hao has been conferred the title of Marquis just for destroying a pirate alliance. Isn't this reward a bit too much?" Another minister came back and said, "Your Majesty, now is not a critical moment for the empire. We are just trying to eliminate the pirates. It is enough to promote Li Hao to Major General. Li Hao is only 20 this year. He is already the youngest general in the empire." The emperor frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at Li Hao and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Li Hao stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am young and inexperienced, but being promoted to Major General is a great favor from your Majesty. I am not worthy of the title of Marquis." After hearing what Li Hao said, the emperor secretly praised him in his heart. "Li Hao, I am very pleased that you have this awareness. However, your contribution in destroying the pirate alliance this time is not small, so I still decide to make you a Marquis." Li Hao wanted to refuse, but the emperor waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's settled. Li Hao, you must work harder in the future and serve the empire." Li Hao had no choice but to kneel down to express his gratitude. After the award ceremony, Li Hao returned to the Lin family. Now, he has finally become the supreme commander of the 13th Corps. At the same time, Lin Xiao, Zhang Yu, Wang Lei and others were also promoted to colonel. At the Lin family, Lin Jintian learned that the 13th Legion defeated the pirate alliance and successfully recaptured the Endless Sea Star region, and that Li Hao had been promoted to commander of the 13th Legion. "Xiao Hao, congratulations, you finally became the commander of the 13th Legion. Mr. Lin, I have to thank you for your support. Without your Lin family's support for our main gun weapons, our warships behind us would not be able to go to the battlefield. You have become a senior military official now, but I still need to talk to you about some things." Lin Xiaodian looked at Li Hao, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. The major families in the empire now control the government and the army. Although the royal family is the strongest, we still have to be careful. You also saw the court meeting. Everyone opposed your title. Do you know why? Li Hao shook his head. Of course he knew about the existence of these families, but he didn't care. He only knew that his own strength was the most important. As long as he had enough strength, he would not be afraid of any challenge. These noble families have been passed down for hundreds of years. They have deep roots and influence in all areas of the empire. Lin Jintian continued. The reason they oppose your title is because they are worried that your rise will threaten their status and interests. So what should we do? We cannot confront them head-on. We must take advantage of their contradictions and defeat them one by one. Lin Xiaodian said, "We must unite all the forces that can be united, including other noble families and military generals, to form a new interest group. Only then can you gain a foothold in the upper echelons of the empire." The two chatted about the current situation of the empire until late at night. To gain a foothold in the upper echelons of the empire, relying on one's own strength alone is far from enough, and all forces that can be united must be united. Lin Jintian's suggestion gave him a glimmer of hope. The next day, a female official took Li Hao to the mansion awarded to him by the emperor. This mansion is located in the prosperous area of the imperial city, covers a large area, and has magnificent architecture. Li Hao walked into the mansion and saw that the courtyard was shaded by green trees and filled with the fragrance of flowers. A clear stream flowed through, making a gurgling sound. The architectural style of the mansion was elegant and majestic, with carved beams and painted buildings, showing the royal style. The female official led Li Hao to the main hall and then left respectfully. Li Hao walked to the inner courtyard and saw the emperor standing in the pavilion by the lake. The emperor was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, with an upright posture and a majestic demeanor. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Li Hao couldn't help but feel awe in his heart, and hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Your Majesty, your servant Li Hao greets you." Li Hao's voice was low and powerful. The emperor smiled and waved his hand gently. No need to perform formalities outside. The emperor walked slowly to the edge of the pavilion, looked at the sparkling scenery on the lake, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Li Hao, do you know why I want to see you here today?" Chapter 100 Morong Shui's Warning. Li Hao was slightly stunned. Then he replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am stupid. I don't know what important matter your Majesty summoned me for." The emperor turned around and stared at Li Hao. "Li Hao, you have made great achievements in the frontier, recovered the endless sea star region, and solved a big problem for me. I am very satisfied with your performance, and I specially grant you this mansion to commend your achievements." Li Hao was delighted and quickly knelt down again to express his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will do my best to help Your Majesty and live up to your expectations." "Li Hao, do you know the origin of this mansion?" Li Hao shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. This mansion was originally built for your father. Now, I give it to you. I hope you can cherish it and pass it on." "Built for my father? Your memory should have been restored. I was the one who arranged for someone to take you away and send you to the Royal Academy. I didn't expect that you would lose your memory due to the shock. In order to better protect you, I simply hid all traces of you. Your Majesty, my memory has indeed recovered. I was still young at that time, and my memory of many things is still vague." Li Hao replied respectfully, "You are from the Li family. You should know this. Your father Li Changxing is the commander of the 13th Legion and the head of the Li family. Li Hong is your second uncle. After your parents died, he took over the Li family. When I learned that you had recovered your memory, I thought you would return to the Li family, but I didn't expect that you had no intention of going back at all, and you even had a conflict with Li Tang." The emperor looked at Li Hao sharply. Li Hao was silent for a moment. "Your Majesty, although I am a member of the Li family, I don't have much affection for the Li family. Since my parents passed away, I have been in the Royal Academy. My understanding of the Li family is only superficial, and I am not interested in the Li family's property, so I have no plan to go back. I understand how you feel. The death of your parents was also a huge blow to the Li family. After Li Hong took over the position of head of the family, he announced that he would withdraw from the military and focus on business development. What happens to them has nothing to do with me anymore." The emperor looked at Li Hao deeply and said, "You may think that they have nothing to do with you, but the Li family is your family after all, and your roots are there. Moreover, as the head of the family, Li Hong's decision also represents the attitude of the Li family. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean, but I just want to serve the empire now. I don't want to get involved in other things. I understand your position, but you also have to understand that the Li family's position in the empire is crucial. Their every move may affect the situation of the entire empire. Your Majesty, I will do my best to avoid conflict with the Li family." The emperor nodded. "Very good. I hope you can put the interests of the empire first and properly handle the relationship with the Li family." After the two finished their conversation, the emperor left Li Hao's residence, and Li Hao was alone by the lake, thinking about how to get along with the Li family in the future. A few days later, Lin Xiao and Wang Lei came to Li Hao's new home, and Li Hao enthusiastically took them on a tour. Walking through the gate, the first thing that comes into view is a spacious courtyard with a fountain in the center. In the center of the courtyard stands a statue holding a long sword pointing to the sky, looking very majestic. The courtyard is surrounded by various flowers, plants, and trees, with green trees and fragrant flowers. Li Hao took Lin Xiao and Wang Lei to visit various rooms in the mansion, including bedrooms, study rooms, kitchens, gardens, etc. Each room was decorated very delicately, making people feel Li Hao's taste and interest in life. After visiting the mansion, Li Hao invited Lin Xiao and Wang Lei to drink tea and chat in the garden. The three of them sat in the pavilion in the garden, tasting the fragrant tea and chatting. "Li Hao, your new home is so beautiful," Lin Xiao exclaimed. Wang Lei also agreed. "Yes, The environment here is very good and very suitable for living. Thank you for your compliments. The environment of this mansion is indeed nice, but I don't think we will be able to enjoy it for long. Why? Lin Xiao and Wang Lei asked in unison. Although we have dismantled the pirate alliance, the leader has not been captured yet, and the pirates in remote galaxies have not been completely wiped out. We need to go back as soon as possible. Li Hao replied worriedly. So, when do we leave? Let's go back tomorrow morning. Sister Lin and I will go back. Lazy, you stay here to deal with the commercial connection with the Imperial Capital. The dock on the Industrial Star has been renovated. You need to find a way to purchase materials for the production of warships, but you need to keep it secret. I'll take care of it, Wang Lei nodded. Leave the purchase of materials for warship production to me. You can go back without worry. The next morning, when Li Hao and Lin Xiao were preparing to leave the Imperial Capital Star on the Fearless, Li Hao's Starbrain sent a prompt message from Murong Shui. Li Hao, are you planning to return to the Endless Sea today? Remember not to go through the Stargate. When Li Hao saw this message, he felt very confused. Why did Murong Shui know that he was leaving today and told him not to go through the Stargate? Will something happen? Li Hao frowned, his heart full of doubts. He didn't know how Murong Shui knew his itinerary, nor did he know why she reminded him not to go through the Stargate. He thought about it and dialed Murong Shui's number, but no one answered. Li Hao felt something was wrong, and finally he decided to follow Murong Shui's advice and not go through the Stargate. Lin Xiao, we need to change our navigation route and not go through the Stargate. Why? Wouldn't it be faster to go through the Stargate? Murong Shui sent us a message asking us not to go through the Stargate. I don't think she would say that for no reason. There must be a reason. Okay, then we won't go through the Stargate, but go through the interior of the Empire. Li Hao and Lin Xiao changed their route, bypassed the Stargate, and headed towards the Endless Sea. Along the way, Li Hao was thinking about Murong Shui's information. He felt that this matter must be very complicated. Just at the Stargate, the second prince and the commander of the 3rd Legion were waiting here. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were flashing with anger. This Li Hao, he actually didn't go through the Stargate. He deserves to die. The second prince said, gritting his teeth. It seems that the news leaked out, causing him to change his sailing route, said the commander of the 3rd Legion after thinking for a while. Humph, does he think he can escape? I have already notified the garrisons along the way to keep a close eye on Li Hao's whereabouts. Once they spot him, report to me immediately. Second prince, are you sure you want to break up with Li Hao like this? He is now the commander of the 13th Legion, and his strength is no weaker than other legions. I also learned that he has a new shield technology that even laser cannons cannot break through instantly. It is not wise for you to offend him like this. Chapter 101 The Second Prince's Conspiracy. He has become a stumbling block to my ascension to the throne. Although he has not made it clear who he supports, my father likes him more than us princes. Now he has been conferred a title. If I want to ascend to the throne in the future, I will have to stop him. After a few days of full-speed sailing, Li Hao and Lin Xiao bypassed the Stargate and entered the realm of the Endless Sea. They didn't know that they had been targeted by the second prince and the commander of the 3rd Legion. Li Hao, we have now entered the star field of the Endless Sea. What should we do next? We will go to the Alliance Star first, and then find a way to contact Murong Shui. After the Dreadnought returned to the Alliance Starport, Li Hao continued to contact Murong Shui, but the star network could not be connected now. This made Li Hao a little worried about Murong Shui's safety. He wondered if Murong Shui had an accident. Li Hao was unable to get through to Murong Shui, and then he thought of Lin Wanner, who was in the Imperial Star, and decided to contact her to inquire about the situation. He turned on the Starbrain, entered Lin Wanner's number, and waited for her response. After a moment, Lin Wanner's image appeared on the Xing brain screen. She saw that Li Hao looked a little worried. Li Hao, what's wrong with you? You look worried. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, Wanner, I can't contact Murong Shui. Something might have happened to her. Lin Wanner's expression also became solemn. She knew the relationship between Murong Shui and Li Hao, and also knew how important Murong Shui was to Li Hao. She consoled him, Li Hao, don't worry. Maybe Murong Shui's communication equipment just had a problem, or she was busy with something and couldn't answer the call for the time being. No, I have a bad feeling that something might have happened to Murong Shui. Wanner, can you help me contact her? Lin Wanner began to dial Murong Shui's phone number, but couldn't get through. She frowned and said, Li Hao, I can't contact Murong Shui either. How about this? I'll go to her place and see. Maybe I can find her. Lin Wanner cut off the communication, then walked out of her residence and headed for Murong Shui's residence. When she arrived, the housekeeper of the Murong family told her that Murong Shui had gone out on a mission and had not returned for several days. Lin Wanner informed Li Hao that Murong Shui was not at home. After hearing this, Li Hao had a hunch that something must have happened to Murong Shui. He told Lin Wanner to be careful on the Imperial Capital Star and to find a way to come to the Endless Sea if anything happened. Although Lin Wanner didn't know why Li Hao said that, she still agreed. In the following days, Lin Wanner was waiting for news from Murong Shui. She would go to Murong Shui's residence every day, hoping to wait for her to come back. However, Murong Shui never showed up. After Li Hao learned that Murong Shui was missing, he had a feeling that something big was about to happen. So he went to the command center to discuss it with Zhang Yu, Lin Xiao and others. Zhang Yu, have all the incorporated fleets been reorganized? How are the repairs and renovations of the warships going? Zhang Yu replied, Captain, all the fleets have been reorganized and the warships have been repaired and rebuilt. Currently, the 17 fleets have been evenly distributed among the squadrons. So you take the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet to the Border Star region to garrison immediately, but don't let the Imperial military know. Find a place to hide first, and be sure to pay attention to the situation in the Empire. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu saluted, turned, and left the command room. Aren't you afraid of arousing the Emperor's suspicion by doing this? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Li Hao smiled slightly, looked at Lin Xiao and said, It shouldn't be a problem, as long as you don't get close to the Border Star. This will also serve as an extra layer of insurance. Lin Xiao nodded. He understood Li Hao's concerns. After all, the Border Star was a sensitive area, and any disturbance might cause unnecessary trouble. Just as they were discussing the defense of the Endless Sea, an adjutant defending the Golden Sand Star sent a message. Captain, we rescued a starship while patrolling. She said it's your friend, Murong Shui. After Li Hao received the call, his heart tightened. Murong Shui had been missing for several days. How could she appear here? And she needed to be rescued? Let them send people to the Alliance Star immediately, Li Hao said without hesitation. After receiving the order, the adjutant immediately arranged a warship to send Murong Shui to the Alliance Star. Li Hao and Lin Xiao anxiously waited for Murong Shui's arrival. The warship finally arrived at the Alliance Star. Li Hao and others immediately went to meet it, only to see that Murong Shui looked pale and exhausted, but she didn't seem to be in any serious condition. Murong Shui, what happened? Li Hao asked with concern. Seeing that you are safe and sound, I guess you must have seen the message I sent and chose to take the internal route of the Empire. After I sent you the message, I planned to go to the starport to find you, but when I arrived, you had already left. Murong Shui continued. But the message I sent to you was found by the second prince and his men. Are you talking about the second prince? Why are they investigating you? When I came back from my patrol mission, I happened to see the second prince and the 3rd Legion's warships at the Stargate. I paid more attention to them and found out that they were planning to intercept you at the Stargate and detain you by force, so I notified you. Later, when they found out that you didn't go through the Stargate, they started to track down who leaked the news and finally found me. I just heard the adjutant say that they rescued you. What's going on? After they found me, they wanted to use me to threaten you, so I had no choice but to escape through the internal routes of the Empire. I didn't expect that there would be people intercepting me along the way. I fled all the way to the border planet and was rescued by your 13th Legion. Only then did they stop chasing me. After listening to Murong Shui's story, Li Hao was filled with anger. He didn't expect that the second prince would be so unscrupulous that he would even use Murong Shui to threaten him in order to achieve his goal. Don't worry. Now that you've come to the Endless Sea, they can't use you to threaten me. Li Hao held Murong Shui's hand tightly and said, From now on, you stay on the Alliance Star. I will protect your safety. Murong Shui let go of Li Hao's hand and asked shyly, Have you recovered your memory? Do you remember me? Li Hao was slightly startled when he heard this. He didn't know how to answer Murong Shui's question. His memory was not completely restored, only some scattered fragments, but he remembered Murong Shui and what they had experienced together. I remember you, Li Hao said after hesitating for a moment. Murong Shui smiled happily when she heard this. Then remember when you were little you said you would protect me and marry me. I have waited for you for so many years and have been looking for you for so many years. What do you say about this now? Chapter 102 Wang Lei returns to the Endless Sea. Li Hao listened to Murong Shui's words, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. He didn't know how to answer this question, because his memory had not yet fully recovered, and he only vaguely remembered some things from his childhood. I don't remember. A look of disappointment appeared on Murong Shui's face. She turned around and stopped looking at Li Hao. Murong Shu, I didn't mean it. Li Hao said, My memory has not been fully restored yet. I only vaguely remember some things from my childhood. However, I can assure you that I will try my best to restore my memory, and I will fulfill my promise when I was a child. Okay, Xiao Hao, I can guarantee this matter. You have made this promise. Swear, don't worry, your sister Lin is on your side. Lin Xiao came to Li Hao's rescue. At this time, Morong Shui looked at Lin Xiao carefully and recognized her. Sister Lin, it's really you. I thought you. What did you think happened to me? Did you think I was gone? Morong Shui smiled a little embarrassedly. Yes, the battle was too tragic back then. I heard that you. Lin Xiao waved his hand. I'm lucky. It won't be that easy to die. But what happened back then was indeed very dangerous. Okay, I'll take you to eat and rest first. The three of them returned to the lounge of the Alliance Star Harbor. After arranging for Morong Shui, Li Hao wondered why the second prince wanted to break up with him. He knew that the conflict between him and the second prince was irreconcilable, but he didn't understand why the second prince would choose to take action at this time. Li Hao sat on the sofa in the lounge, lost in thought. He recalled his past with the second prince, trying to find some clues. He remembered what the second prince had said to him, and the way he looked at him, and gradually some ideas came to his mind. Is it because he sensed the threat I posed to him? Li Hao muttered to himself. He knew that his prestige in the army was increasing, and his strength was also constantly improving. The second prince might be worried that he would become a stumbling block in his fight for the throne, so he tried every means to get rid of him. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, so he decided to discuss it with Lin Xiao. He came to Lin Xiao's room and knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Xiao's voice came from the room. Li Hao opened the door and walked in. Lin Xiao was sitting on the bed and smiled slightly when she saw him come in. Lin Xiao deliberately joked. Why did you come to my room so late? Aren't you afraid that Shuer will see you? Li Hao blushed slightly and said awkwardly, I have something I want to discuss with you. Lin Xiao looked at Li Hao and laughed in her heart. She knew that Li Hao was a gentleman and would not do anything out of line. What is it? Li Hao told Lin Xiao his guess about the second prince, and Lin Xiao nodded after listening. Your analysis makes sense. Lin Xiao said. The second prince has always been eyeing the throne, and he will definitely not allow anyone who threatens him to exist. Your current strength and prestige are constantly increasing, and he will definitely feel uneasy. So what should we do? Don't be anxious, just wait and see. Lin Xiao said. We have returned to the Endless Sea now, and they can't get in yet. However, we must also strengthen our own strength and be prepared to deal with anything. Li Hao nodded. Okay, I understand. I will make arrangements. Lin Xiao looked at Li Hao, feeling relieved. Li Hao was no longer the impulsive boy. He had grown into a responsible man. The next morning, Li Hao was awakened by a scream. He immediately jumped out of bed. Li Hao saw Morong Shui, who was wrapped in a quilt, pointing at him and saying, Li Hao, you are a hooligan. Li Hao finally reacted and quickly explained, Shuer, I didn't mean it. I was too tired last night and fell asleep as soon as I got back. I didn't do anything. Morong Shui blushed and said, You still say you didn't do it, but you slept in my bed. I really don't know. I swear, if I did it on purpose, I'll be struck by lightning. Morong Shui looked at Li Hao's sincere face and held back her laughter, but she still said shyly, Then will you be responsible for me in the future? When Li Hao was about to agree, he looked at the furnishings in the room and realized, This is my room. How did you get on my bed? When Mirangshu heard what Li Hao said, the blush on her face became even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Hao, and whispered, I had a nightmare last night, and I was too scared to sleep, so I wanted to come to you. But I didn't dare to knock on the door, for fear of disturbing you, so I sneaked in. I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to wake you up, and wanted to lie next to you for a while. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep unexpectedly. At this time, Lin Zhao's voice came from outside the door. You two haven't finished making trouble yet. Hurry up and get up. Sister, how did you know we were in the room? I came to call you this morning, and I saw Shuer in your room. I didn't dare to disturb you. Li Hao and Morong Shui felt a little embarrassed when they heard Lin Zhao's words. Li Hao quickly explained, Sister, don't get me wrong. We didn't do anything. Mirangshu also blushed and said, Yes, Sister Lin Xiao, don't let your mind wander. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I know, I was just joking. You guys hurry up and get up, breakfast is ready. Li Hao and Morong Shui got up quickly, washed up, and went to the living room. Lin Xiao had already put breakfast on the table, including bread, milk, eggs, and fruit. Li Hao looked at the sumptuous breakfast and said with a warm heart, Sister, thank you. You have worked hard. After breakfast, Li Hao and Lin Xiao waited for Wang Lei to come back at the starport. After Wang Lei finished coordinating business affairs on the Imperial Capital Star, he personally escorted back with the purchased materials. These were the materials for the production of warships at the Industrial Star shipyard. In the starry sky, a huge transport ship slowly sailed towards the starport. Li Hao and Lin Xiao stood on the command tower of the port, waiting anxiously. This batch of materials was crucial for them to build warships independently. Finally, The transport ship docked steadily at the port. Wang Lei walked down from the ship. His face was tired, but his eyes were full of joy. Wang Lei, you've worked hard. Li Hao walked up and held Wang Lei's hand tightly. It's okay. This is what I should do, Wang Lei said with a smile. The materials are ready and can be transported to the dock at any time. These materials are carefully selected by us, and the quality is absolutely reliable, Wang Lei said. With these materials, our shipyard can produce more warships by ourselves. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something very important. On his way back, he found that there were Legion fleets gathering on the border star. He felt uneasy all the way. He didn't know what the gathering of these Legion fleets meant. Li Hao, Lin Xiao, we have to discuss countermeasures quickly. Wang Lei's face became serious. There is a Legion fleet gathering on the border star. It may be coming for us. Chapter 103. Confrontation between the Star Fleet and the Royal Combined Fleet. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something very important. On his way back, he discovered that a Legion fleet was gathering on the border star. He had an uneasy feeling in his heart all the way. Did he know what the gathering of these Legion fleets meant? Li Hao, Lin Xiao, we have to discuss countermeasures quickly. Wang Lei's face became serious. There is a Legion fleet gathering on the border star. It may be coming for us. I didn't see clearly which Legion's fleet it was from. I didn't see it. It should be a mixed fleet. I saw the flagship of the royal fleet inside. As soon as Wang Lei finished speaking, the atmosphere in the command room became more tense. What does it mean that the flagship of the royal fleet appears on the border star? Everyone knows that this is not a good sign. Order the Star Fleet to advance to the border star channel. The Hero Fleet continues to hide in the dark and support the Star Fleet. If the enemy enters the Endless Sea, intercept them. Li Hao ordered. Li Hao's order was issued quickly. After receiving the order, Zhang Yu immediately ordered the Star Fleet and the Hero Fleet to take action. Under Zhang Yu's command, the Star Fleet slowly sailed towards the border star channel, while the Hero Fleet remained hidden, ready to meet the Star Fleet at any time. As the Star Fleet advanced, Li Hao also led the Dawn Fleet from the Alliance Star and headed for the border galaxy to meet up with the Star Fleet. When the Star Glory Fleet arrived near the border star channel, the Empire's mixed fleet was sailing towards the Endless Sea. The fleets of both sides appeared in the detector and began to confront each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Commander Zhang, the other royal flagship has sent a communication request, said the communications officer. Please take it in. The figure of the Royal Fleet Commander appeared on the big screen with a disdainful smile on his face. I am the Fleet Commander of the Imperial Royal Third Legion. We have been ordered to cruise to the Endless Sea Star region. Why are you blocking our way? The other party's tone was full of arrogance and disdain, as if the people in front of him were just a group of insignificant ants. However, Zhang Yu was not intimidated by his momentum. He responded calmly. We are the Imperial 13th Legion Royal Star Fleet. The Endless Sea Star region is the base of our 13th Legion. We have not received the mission briefing of your cruise. Please return. When the commander of the Royal Fleet heard Zhang Yu's words, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. He looked at Zhang Yu coldly and said, You, the 13th Legion, a small local legion, dares to block the way of our Royal Fleet? I am here on patrol under orders. What qualifications do you have to ask me to retreat? Although our 13th Legion is not a large legion, the Endless Sea Star region is our base, and we have the responsibility to protect the safety of this star region. If you enter this star region without a legal reason, then we have the right to stop you. Then Zhang Yu added, I just told you that we are the 13th Legion Royal Star Fleet, as if you were the only one in the Royal Fleet. The Royal Fleet Commander's face turned even uglier when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so tough and not give him any face. He snorted coldly and said, We are ordered to come to the Endless Sea Star region for a cruise. Get out of the way. You are here on orders. On whose orders? Bring out the mission briefing, Zhang Yu said playfully. The Royal Fleet Commander was silent for a moment, then said, We are following the orders of the Commander of the 3rd Army. This is the defense zone of the 13th Corps. The orders of the 3rd Corps Commander are invalid here. Please show us the military mission briefing. Zhang Yu's voice was firm and powerful. The Royal Fleet Commander frowned. He didn't expect Henry Zhang to be so persistent. He looked at Henry Zhang and said, The military mission briefing is confidential and cannot be shown at will. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Since it is confidential, you should not carry out the mission here. Please leave the Endless Sea Star region immediately, otherwise we will take necessary measures. At this moment, the adjutant hurriedly reported, Commander Zhang, a warship on the opposite side has turned on its fire control system. Zhang Yu's face turned serious in an instant. He knew what this meant. The other party was ready for a fight. Immediately activate the battleship's defense system and prepare for battle. Zhang Yu gave the order decisively. The soldiers of the fleet acted quickly, activating the battleship's defense system and preparing for possible attacks. At this moment, a voice came from the other party's communication channel. What do you mean? Are you planning to start a civil war? You are the ones who want to start a civil war. Your warships have turned on the fire control system. This is a provocation to us, Zhang Yu said. Now please show us the mission briefing from the military, otherwise we will have to take measures. At this time, a young man appeared on the screen of the royal fleet. Zhang Yu, I am the second prince. I will investigate the matter of opening the fire control system just now. Now we will retreat to the border star. Second prince, it turned out to be your fleet. Now please lead the fleet back to the border star. Also, please explain to the military why your fleet opened fire control on the Royal Star Glory fleet. The second prince nodded and said, Okay, I will explain it to the military. The second prince ordered the mixed fleet to retreat back to the border star. He pointed at the fleet commander and cursed. Are you a pig? The enemy fleet is also a royal fleet, and you dared to let them turn on the fire control. The fleet commander lowered his head, not daring to refute. He knew he had made a serious mistake and almost triggered a civil war. He also knew the temper of the second prince and did not dare to anger him. The second prince continued. Do you know what consequences you almost caused? You almost plunged our country into chaos and crisis. I only asked you to come here to test the attitude of the 13th Legion. The fleet commander said, Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I ask Your Highness to forgive me. Go to the military court yourself. If you can't resolve this matter, prepare to die. The second prince said mercilessly. After the second prince's fleet retreated, Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to the border galaxy to reunite with the Star fleet. Zhang Yu went to the Dreadnought's command room and reported the situation of the confrontation to Li Hao. It seems that the second prince came here with the fleet, and they are retreating like this. He must be trying to test us. Li Hao sat in the command chair, tapping the armrest with his fingers, and said thoughtfully, Yes, Commander. I think he is testing our reaction to see if we have enough strength and determination to fight him. But this time someone in the fleet he brought secretly turned on the fire control system, and then the second prince took the initiative to show up. Zhang Yu reported. Interesting, it seems someone wants to use the conflict between us and the second prince to provoke a civil war. Chapter 104 The Emperor is critically ill. Well, you report to the military immediately and block all passages between the Empire and the Endless Sea Star region from now on. Tell them that we are going to eliminate pirates and no ships are allowed to enter or leave. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu took the order and left. Li Hao looked at the star map and fell into deep thought. He felt that this was a huge conspiracy, and there must be a powerful force behind it. What is their purpose? Is it to overthrow the rule of the Empire, or for other interests? After Zhang Yu reported to the military, he returned to the command room and reported to Li Hao. Captain, the military has replied that they have notified all the starports on the border. However, will this be too much of a move? Li Hao turned around, looked at Zhang Yu, and said, We have to do this for the safety of the 13th Legion. Our current strength is not enough. Closing the border is to send a signal to everyone that we will not get involved in the affairs between their princes. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, But, Commander, if we block all the passages, it will affect the economy of our endless sea. This is inevitable, but we have to weigh the pros and cons. The lockdown is just an attitude, and it will be fine after these few days. After Li Hao blocked the border, he did not clear out the pirates in the remote galaxies. Instead, he sent all the main fleets to the border galaxies except for the warships that remained in various galaxies. Suddenly, a message came out from within the Empire that the Emperor was critically ill. This news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. For a time, people in the court and the country were in panic, and various forces were ready to make a move. Li Hao in the border galaxy also learned the news. Li Hao immediately summoned his officers to discuss countermeasures. I said that the second prince has been eyeing the military power of our 13th Legion for some time. It turns out that he was waiting for this opportunity. Commander, should we return to the Imperial Capital immediately? Zhang Yu asked impatiently. Li Hao pondered for a moment and shook his head. Now is not the time. It is too dangerous to go back now. But, Commander, if the Emperor dies, the Empire may fall into chaos. Lin Xiao said worriedly. Has the fleet already assembled at the border system? No one knows how concealed it is. Reporting to the commander of the army, the fleet has been assembled in the border system and has been concealed as you requested. The border system is still in the blockade stage and no one knows our whereabouts. Very good. Order the fleet to remain alert and be ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Li Hao was in a very heavy mood. He knew what the emperor's critical illness meant. If the emperor died, the empire would fall into chaos, and all forces would take the opportunity to fight for the throne. As a general of the empire, he must be prepared to deal with everything. In the imperial capital, the palace was tense. The emperor's condition was getting worse and worse, and the doctors were helpless. The queen and the prince stayed by the emperor's bedside all night, anxious. "Your Majesty, you must hold on." The queen burst into tears. In order to fight for the throne, several princes were at loggerheads outside and refused to give in. They were all making preparations through the family forces behind them. The second and third prince's maternal families were both military families. The fourth and fifth prince's maternal families were the two great vassal kings of the empire. The crown prince was born to the queen, and his maternal family was an important official in the court. Several high-ranking military officials were sitting in the military meeting room. The imperial marshal sat in the main seat, and next to him were Huang Paheo and several other legion commanders. Their faces were very solemn, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was hard to breathe. "Everyone," the imperial marshal broke the silence, his voice low and powerful. "In this situation, I will say it directly. No matter what the situation is on the Imperial Capital Star, the border legions cannot move. We cannot let the Zerg take advantage of the situation. This is a principle." Huang Paheo nodded. He understood the concerns of the imperial marshal. The Zerg has always been a threat to mankind. If the border corps is transferred away, the Zerg is likely to take the opportunity to attack, which will be a disaster. The commander of the 11th Legion sneered. "According to the marshal, the Royal Legion should not come back either. Then why is there a fleet of the 3rd Legion heading from the border star to the Imperial Capital Star? Shouldn't you explain it?" "King Zhenshi, what do you mean? Our 3rd Legion's fleets are all in the northern Zerg battlefield." 3rd Legion Commander Shang Wanyun explained. The marshal said unhappily, "Huang Pu, go check. If it is confirmed that a fleet is coming, have them withdraw to their base immediately." Huang Paheo immediately started to investigate the matter after receiving the order. Soon he received intelligence that a squadron of the 3rd Legion was heading to the Imperial Capital Star under the order of the 2nd Prince. Huang Paheo frowned, knowing that this matter was serious. What was the purpose of the 2nd Prince secretly mobilizing the fleet to the Imperial Capital? Was it to fight for the throne, or was there some other conspiracy? He did not dare to delay and immediately reported the matter to the marshal. After hearing this, the marshal's face became very gloomy. After thinking for a moment, he said to Shang Wanyun, "Shang Wanyun, immediately notify your fleet to stop moving forward." After receiving the order, Shang Wanyun immediately contacted his fleet through the communication equipment. He conveyed the marshal's order, requiring the fleet to stop advancing and wait in place. "Everyone is here today. We will go over there after the results come out. I hope everyone has no objection to that," said the marshal. Inside the palace, the 2nd Prince and the 4th Prince stood aside to discuss. "Second brother, how sure are you?" the 4th Prince asked with a worried look on his face. "Don't worry, 4th brother. As long as we succeed this time, neither of us brothers will suffer any loss," the 2nd Prince said confidently. "But second brother, I heard that eldest brother and 3rd brother are also acting in secret," the 4th Prince reminded. "Humph. Although the eldest brother is the crown prince, he has no military power, so he is not a concern. But the 3rd brother, his grandfather is a marshal, so he is a bit troublesome. Have you discussed this with the king of Zhenshi?" the 2nd Prince said disdainfully. "Second brother, don't worry. My uncle has already agreed and he will support you," said the 4th Prince. At this moment, a eunuch hurried in and said, "Your Highnesses, the Emperor invites you." The 2nd Prince and the 4th Prince looked at each other, secretly guessing their father's intentions. "Let's go, 4th brother, let's go see our father," said the 2nd Prince. Several princes and 6 princesses arrived at the imperial study, only to see the emperor sitting at the desk, looking at them seriously. "Your son pays respect to his majesty, father. Stand up. I know what you were planning. Do you know why I made your eldest brother the crown prince? It's not because he is the eldest son," the emperor said slowly while looking at his kneeling sons. The princes looked at each other, not knowing what the emperor was up to. They all knew that according to the rules of their ancestors, the eldest son was the most qualified to inherit the throne. However, the emperor suddenly said that it was not because of this reason, which made them all very confused. Chapter 105. Storm in the Imperial Capital. "You are all my sons. I treat you all equally, regardless of whether you are legitimate or illegitimate," the emperor continued. "The reason why I made your eldest brother the crown prince is because he has a kind heart. He cares about the suffering of the people, and he is capable of governing this country well." "Father, I don't accept it. My eldest brother is indeed a good person, but his character is too soft, and he cannot lead the empire to become stronger. The second prince stepped forward and said with a bow, "How dare you? Your elder brother has a soft personality? Then tell me why your elder brother has a soft personality." The emperor slammed the table, his eyes wide open with anger. "Father, please calm down. I just think that my elder brother is too gentle and unfit to be the ruler of a country." Gentle? Do you know what gentle is? Your elder brother is kind and generous to others, which is the most basic quality of a king. But father, the empire now needs a powerful monarch who can lead the empire to expand its territory and dominate the world. You rebellious son, do you know what you are saying? The emperor pointed at the second prince and said, "I know. I just don't want to see the empire decline under my brother's leadership. Your elder brother is the crown prince I personally selected. His abilities and qualities have been tested by me. What qualifications do you have to question him?" "I dare not question your ability and character. I just think you are not fit to be the ruler of a country." "That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Your elder brother is the future emperor. This is an unchangeable fact." After the second prince and the fourth prince left the imperial study, they immediately notified the supporters behind them. After the princes left, the emperor said to the prince, "From today on, you will supervise the country on my behalf. The royal army is commanded by the marshal, the aristocratic military is controlled by Huang Paheo, and the business is managed by the Li and Murong families. You can do whatever you want. Your second brother is just a reckless person and will not amount to anything. You don't have to make things difficult for him in the future. Just let him be a free and easy prince." "Father, please rest assured and recover. I know what to do," the prince replied respectfully. The emperor ordered the lady-in-waiting to take the imperial edict out and announce it. After receiving the order, the lady-in-waiting carefully held the imperial edict and walked out of the palace with light steps. She walked through the long corridor and came to the square outside the palace. Many civil and military officials and common people had already gathered in the square, all of them eagerly waiting for the emperor's decree. The female official stood in the center of the square, cleared her throat, and read the imperial edict loudly. The emperor proclaims, "Since I ascended the throne, I have been worried day and night, fearing that I would fail to fulfill the trust entrusted to me and hurt the wisdom of the previous emperor. Now there is a crown prince who is intelligent and benevolent and can handle the great responsibility. From now on, the crown prince will supervise the country and govern the country. I hope you will assist him carefully and protect the safety of the country. I decree this." After the imperial edict was read, cheers suddenly rang out in the square, and all the civil and military officials knelt down and kowtowed. After the female official finished reading the imperial edict, she handed it to the prince. The prince took the imperial edict and said solemnly, "I will live up to your high expectations and do my best to assist you and govern the country well." After that, he turned to the civil and military officials and said loudly, "From now on, I will work together with you to strive for the prosperity of the country." At this time, the second and fourth princes, along with people from the Chun and Shangwan families, as well as people from the Jinshi Palace, rushed into the square aggressively. Their appearance caused a commotion, people fled in panic, and the scene was in chaos. "What do you want to do?" The prince was shocked when he saw the second prince and the fourth prince rushing into the square with their men, but he still remained calm. "What? Of course I'm here to seize your throne," the second prince sneered. "You are plotting rebellion. Treason? Haha. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're the crown prince? Let me tell you, as long as we're here, you can never hold on to this position. Brother, don't even think about it. I have already transferred the 3rd Legion's fleet back to the Imperial Capital Star." In the military meeting room, the starport commander rushed into the meeting and reported, "Marshal, the detector just reported that a fleet of the 3rd Legion is approaching the Imperial Capital Star, and the Jinshi fleet of the 11th Legion is also advancing towards the Imperial Capital Star." The atmosphere in the military meeting room was tense and solemn. The report from the starport commander made the generals present feel nervous, and they all knew what this meant. The marshal frowned, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Shangwan Yun, King Jinshi, shouldn't you two give us an explanation?" Shangwan Yun stood up and said, "It is appropriate now. I have also made it clear that I think the second prince is more suitable for this position." King Jinshi also stood up and said, "Marshal, our goal is to make the empire stronger. We have no other ideas." The marshal looked at them coldly. "Do you think that with just so many fleets you can control the Imperial Capital Star?" No. Of course we know that we can't control the Imperial Capital with just our fleet, so our Chun family also joined us." Huang Paheo stared at the Chun family's army commander angrily and said, "You Chun family are going to rebel too." Chen Yuxuan, The commander of the Chun family sneered. Rebellion? We just don't want to see the empire being messed up by incompetent people like you. Marshal, you are old and weak, and you are no longer qualified for this position. You should give way to others. King Jinshi laughed loudly. Marshal, don't struggle anymore. The imperial capital is now under our control, and the overall situation is determined, unless you are prepared to abandon the Zerg front and transfer troops back. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and a young general walked in. He was dressed in military uniform and looked heroic. It's so lively today. Such a big thing happened, but no one notified us in the Jindong Palace. The appearance of the Prince of Jindong made the atmosphere in the conference room even more tense. His eyes swept over everyone present, and finally fell on the Prince of Jinshi and the commander of the Chun family army. Uncle Wang, Commander Chun, Commander Shangwan, what are you doing? The Prince of Jindong sneered. The King of Jinshi sneered and said, My dear nephew, you came at the right time. We are discussing choosing a better royal heir and letting a more capable person lead the empire. The Prince of Jindong frowned and said, Uncle Wang, who do you think is more suitable to be the heir? The King of Jinshi said, My dear nephew, we think the second prince is more suitable to be the heir. The Prince of Jindong shook his head and said, I have a candidate as well. I suggest that the fifth prince is more suitable. What do you think? As soon as the Prince of Jindong finished speaking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and an adjutant of the Starport Defense rushed in, reporting in a panic. Just now, a large fleet of the Jindong army appeared near the Imperial Capital Star and intercepted all the fleets of the 3rd Legion and the Jinshi army. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Jinshi king and the Chun family's army commander looked as pale as death. They never thought that the Jindong king's son would actually send troops at this critical moment. Prince of Jindong, what do you mean by this? Prince Jinshi glared at the Prince of Jindong and questioned. Chapter 106 Li Hao rushes to the Imperial capital. The Prince of Jindong smiled slightly and said, Uncle Wang, I am doing this for the stability of the empire. You and Commander Chun are planning a rebellion, so I can't just sit back and watch. You are talking nonsense. When did we rebel? The Prince of Jindong said coldly. Uncle Wang, don't quibble. Everyone can see clearly what you did. If you rely on the 5th prince now, I can consider sparing your lives. The King of Jinshi and the commander of the Chun family army looked at each other and knew that they had no way out. They gritted their teeth and prepared to fight to the death. What do you want? No one cares about the stability of the empire. Do you want me to call back all the royal legions? The marshal slammed the table angrily. The Prince of Jindong smiled and said, Marshal, don't scare me. I don't think your royal army can come back at this time. As far as I know, it is very difficult to defend the Zerg battlefield head-on now. At this time, several princes also arrived at the military meeting room. They saw the tense atmosphere between the Prince of Jindong and the marshal, and they all felt a little uneasy. The prince coughed and said, Prince of Jindong, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening the marshal? The Prince of Jindong glanced at the crown prince and said with a smile, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand me. I am just stating the facts. Now that the situation is set in stone, you should give up your position. The prince's face was gloomy. He didn't expect his brothers to attack at this time. He looked around and said, Are you doing this now without any regard for the safety of the empire? The Crown Prince of Jindong shook his head and said, Your Highness, we are doing this for the future of the empire. His Majesty is seriously ill and can no longer handle state affairs, and you are incapable of governing the country, so we are doing this. Just when the military was on the verge of a war, Li Hao, as soon as he learned that a fleet was heading towards the Imperial Capital Star, led the 13th Legion into the Imperial territory and headed towards the Imperial Capital Star through the Stargate subspace channel. Li Hao sat in the captain's room of the command ship with a solemn expression. This operation was related to the future of the Empire and also to his own destiny. The fleet sailed out of the subspace channel, and just after leaving the Stargate, the detector detected the fleets of several forces confronting each other outside the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao ordered the fleet to enter combat status. This time, Li Hao brought all the main fleets of the 13th Corps, dozens of heavy cruiser flagships and hundreds of cruisers. Li Hao ordered the Star Glory fleet to rush to the starport, while commanding other fleets to insert themselves directly between the enemy fleet and the Imperial Capital Star. When Li Hao's 13th Legion appeared in the middle of the battlefield, the commanders of both sides were puzzled as to where such a huge fleet came from at this time. The commander of the enemy fleet immediately ordered a scan and identification of Li Hao's fleet. Send communications to all their warships and order them to withdraw from the vicinity of the Imperial Capital Star immediately. Otherwise, our 13th Legion will destroy them as rebels. Li Hao ordered the communications officer. The communications officer immediately carried out Li Hao's order and sent a communication to the enemy fleet. A moment later, all the captains of the warships present were connected to the communication. Li Hao appeared on the projection of the communicator. I am Li Hao, the commander of the 13th Legion of the Empire. I have been ordered to come to protect the Imperial Capital Star. Now I order all warships to withdraw from the Imperial Capital Star, otherwise they will be treated as rebels. General Li Hao, we are also ordered to come here to protect the Imperial Capital Star, said the commander of the Zhindong Army Fleet. Li Hao sneered. On orders? On whose orders? Don't think I don't know what's going on the Imperial Capital Star. Your actions have constituted rebellion. I now order you to leave the Imperial Capital Star immediately, otherwise I will leave all of you behind. At this time, everyone was evaluating the combat capabilities of both sides. The commander of the Zhindong Army asked the combat staff, "What's going on? What will happen if we force an attack?" "Commander, this should be the main fleet of the 13th Legion. It is composed entirely of flagships and cruisers, and there are too many of them. Even if we all attack together, we may not be able to defeat them," the combat staff analyzed. At the same time, the commanders of several fleets were also having emergency calls with their Legion commanders. "Prince, we are in trouble. The 13th Legion suddenly appeared on the Imperial Capital Star and blocked our way," the commander of the Zhindong Army said anxiously. At this time, everyone in the military received the news that the main fleet of the 13th Legion had arrived at the Imperial Capital Star. The second prince said angrily, "Why is he here? Isn't he clearing out pirates?" The fifth prince said to the Prince of Zhindong, "The endless sea star region is so large, and his fleet gathered very quickly. It seems that Li Hao was well prepared. I wonder whose side he is on." The prince thought for a moment and said, "Fifth prince, do you want to communicate with Li Hao if he can support you?" "It's useless. I've observed this man, and he won't support anyone so easily. It seems we miscalculated this time." At this time, the marshal said, "Everyone, you should let the fleet retreat. The 13th Legion has arrived. Now even if both of you join forces, you may not be able to defeat the 13th Legion. Let's let the fleet retreat first, otherwise no one can bear the consequences. We can sit down and talk about the issue of succession." Huangpu Hao also persuaded. After thinking it over carefully, several Legion commanders realized that the situation had come to this point and notified the fleet to retreat. Everyone thought that Li Hao would come to the military immediately to participate in the issue of succession. After all, it was related to the future of the entire empire. However, Li Hao did not show up, which surprised everyone. In the palace of the Imperial Capital Star, His Majesty the Emperor sat together with several important ministers, anxiously awaiting the results of the competition among the princes. "What's the situation? Is the final result out?" His Majesty the Emperor asked impatiently. A minister in charge of intelligence quickly stepped forward to answer. "Your Majesty, there is no result yet, but the fleet outside the Imperial Capital Star has begun to evacuate." "What's going on?" The 3rd Legion and the Jinshi Army were defeated so quickly. His Majesty the Emperor frowned, a worried look on his face. The Zhindong Army's fleet has also retreated. The intelligence we just received is that Li Hao led the 13th Army Corps and directly forced back the fleets of both sides. Now all parties can only return to the negotiating table to discuss. The minister reported the situation in detail. "What did Li Hao say? Who does he support?" His Majesty the Emperor continued to ask. "General Li is not involved in the negotiations. He is currently in the starport with the fleet." The minister answered truthfully. The Emperor thought for a moment and said, "This kid is still so smart. Let's go to the starport and see our commander Li." Chapter 107, The Emperor's Result. When the Emperor and his entourage arrived at the starport, Li Hao had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw the Emperor coming, he immediately went forward to greet him. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Li Hao asked respectfully. "I came to see you and find out what's going on." "Your Majesty, the situation is now basically stable, and all fleets have withdrawn. I have ordered the 13th Legion to stand by at the starport, ready to respond to any emergency at any time." Well done." The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. The Emperor was silent for a while, then asked, "Li Hao, do you know why I do this?" Li Hao shook his head. He really didn't understand the Emperor's intention. In his opinion, this competition for the throne was completely unnecessary and would only cause civil unrest in the empire. The Emperor sighed, and then said, "Li Hao, I am old, and my health is getting worse. I know that I don't have much time. It is better for them to fight like this now than to fight when the empire is weak that day." His Majesty the Emperor continued, "I have 5 sons, and they are all excellent. However, their personalities and abilities are different. The families behind them are also different. Now that everyone has come to their own side and everyone's thoughts are clear, it will be easier to deal with. Li Hao nodded. He understood the emperor's intention. Come on, come back with me, said the emperor, turning and walking towards the palace. After returning to the palace, the civil and military ministers and several princes arrived. The emperor looked at the princes, shook his head, and said, I know everything that happened just now. How did you talk? The prince spoke first. Father, my brothers were instigated and confused for a moment. Please be lenient with me. The emperor frowned and said, You all have your own ideas, which is good. However, as a prince, you mobilized troops privately, disregarding the safety of the defense line and only caring about your own selfish interests. Second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, from today on, the three of you will stay in the mansion to reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to leave the Imperial Capital Star, and the Royal Guard fleet will also be recalled. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the faces of the second, fourth, and fifth princes turned pale. They knew that this punishment meant that they had lost the chance to compete for the throne. Father, the second prince tried to explain, but the emperor interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. The emperor's tone left no room for doubt. The three princes lowered their heads helplessly, bowed, and left the hall. At this time, the marshal stood up and asked, Your Majesty, what should we do with the others? The Shangwan family will be removed from the Royal Legion. All officers of the Shangwan family will be dismissed, and the members of the Qin family will be expelled from the Imperial Capital Star. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, a lot of discussion broke out in the court. The Shangwan family and the Qin family were both famous families in the empire. Their power was deeply rooted in the court, and it was not easy to eliminate them all. Your Majesty, will this cause unrest in the court? A minister stepped forward and asked. I have made up my mind. There is no need to discuss it further. His Majesty's tone was very firm. The Shangwan and Chun families have served in the army for many years. Their existence has seriously threatened the security of the empire. I can no longer sit idly by. Your Majesty, the people of the Shangwan family and the Chun family have a certain prestige in the army. If they are all eliminated, it may cause instability in the military morale. Another minister said. I have already considered this, the emperor said. I will send my trusted ministers to take over the Royal Third Army. I will also adjust the generals in the army to ensure the stability of the army's morale. The emperor looked at the marshal and said, Marshal, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Your Majesty, the marshal said respectfully. Prince Xinshi, Crown Prince, how do you two think the king should deal with you? At this time, an attendant came to report, Your Majesty, the king of Zhendong is outside the palace asking for an audience. The emperor frowned slightly when he heard this and said, Prince Zhendong, let him in. The attendant took the order and left. A moment later, the king of Zhendong came in. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I heard that the king of Xinshi and the crown prince made a mistake, so I came to ask for mercy from Your Majesty. The emperor snorted coldly and said, Plead for mercy? Prince Zhendong, you came back at the right time. Do you know what crime the Prince Xinshi and the crown prince committed? The Prince of Zhendong said, Your Majesty, I have heard about it. The Prince of Xinshi and the crown prince did make a mistake. Your Majesty, please forgive them for the contributions our two families have made to the court over the years. The emperor looked at the Prince of Zhendong coldly and said, Prince of Zhendong, do you think I will let them go because of your plea? How can I easily forgive the crimes they committed? Your Majesty, please give the Prince of Xinshi and the crown prince a chance to make amends for their crimes. We are willing to lead the Xinshi army and the Zhendong army to the Zerg battlefield to fight against the Zerg. If they can make military achievements, Your Majesty can pardon their crimes. The emperor nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, This is a good idea. Prince Xinshi, Crown Prince, what do you two think? The king of Xinshi and the crown prince quickly said, Your Majesty is wise and wise. I am willing to lead the Xinshi army to the Zerg battlefield and fight against the Zerg to redeem myself for my crimes. The emperor said, Well, in that case, I will give you a chance. You must perform well and don't let me down. The Prince of Xinshi and the crown prince hurriedly expressed their gratitude and left the hall. Li Hao looked at the two princes' backs as they left and finally understood the emperor's intention. The Zerg battlefield was now in a tense situation, but the two princes' 11th and 12th armies had been hiding in their fiefdoms for defense. This time, letting them make up for their crimes would not only punish them, but also allow them to contribute to the empire, which was a two birds with one stone move. After dealing with these people, the emperor looked at Li Hao with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Li Hao, you have made great contributions in defending the Imperial Capital Star this time and avoided the civil war in the empire. I will reward you well. Just tell me what you want. Li Hao knelt down quickly and said, Your Majesty, I dare not ask for any reward. Just don't blame me for mobilizing troops without permission. The emperor smiled and said, Li Hao, I have seen all the contributions you have made this time. Just tell me what you want, and I will definitely satisfy you. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I want to go to the Zhang battlefield. Please allow me. The emperor frowned slightly when he heard this. The Zhang battlefield is full of dangers. You should change one. Chapter 108 Li Hao arrives at the northern border of the empire. Li Hao said solemnly, Your Majesty, the Zhang are our enemies. As a soldier, I should go to the battlefield and fight to defend the empire. The emperor was silent for a moment, then said, Okay, stop talking. The empire has not yet reached the point where it needs your 13th legion to go to the Zhang battlefield. This time, I will give you another royal fleet as a reward. This is settled. Seeing the emperor's insistence, Li Hao had no choice but to kneel down and thank him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. After the court was dismissed, Li Hao returned to his mansion. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the crown prince, the third prince, and the sixth princess waiting for him at the door. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't understand why the crown prince, the third prince, and the sixth princess were waiting at the door of his mansion. He hurried forward to greet them and asked, Your Highness the crown prince, the third prince, and the sixth princess, why are you here? The prince smiled and said, General Li, we are here to thank you for your timely rescue. Your Highness, I am just doing what I should do. The third prince said, Li Hao, you don't have to be modest. We all see your contributions. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to gain a foothold in the court. Let's go in and talk first. I haven't even visited the mansion of our great Marquis Li. The sixth princess joked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed and surrounded Li Hao as they walked into the Marquis mansion. Inside the mansion, pavilions, terraces, and towers are arranged in an orderly manner, and the rockery and pools are exquisitely arranged, demonstrating the owner's dignity and taste everywhere. The sixth princess walked and exclaimed, Li Hao, your mansion is so beautiful. It's even better than I imagined. Li Hao smiled slightly. Your Highness, you are too kind. This is all a gift from Your Majesty. I dare not take credit for it. As they walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at the living room. Li Hao asked everyone to sit down and then had someone serve tea. The prince looked at Li Hao with a hint of curiosity in his eyes and asked, Li Hao, why do you want to go to the Zhang battlefield? Li Hao smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand, and said, Your Highness, to be honest, the pirate problem in the Endless Sea Star region has been basically solved. The 13th Legion will not have any missions in the short term, but the 13th Legion needs to hone itself through actual combat. The prince nodded. You have a point, but the Zhang battlefield is not such a simple place, and Father will not let you go so easily. Your Highness, I know that the Zhang battlefield is very dangerous. If we don't go to the Zhang battlefield, then our army will gradually become slack and our combat effectiveness will decline. The prince pondered for a moment and then said, What you said makes sense, but as for my father, actually, this problem is easy to solve, the sixth princess suddenly said. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sixth princess. She smiled and said, Don't you have a royal fleet? This time, my father has rewarded you with another fleet, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, 20 cruisers, and the dreadnought. We should be able to operate on the edge of the Zhang battlefield. Li Hao looked at the sixth princess with a puzzled look on his face and asked, Why are you only bringing the royal fleet? The sixth princess smiled and said, A royal fleet like yours can sail in the empire without the military's orders. Otherwise, how do you think no one cared about you when you were smuggling and reselling supplies? At this time, the prince also suddenly realized, Yes, this fleet is equivalent to your lordship's personal guard fleet and can travel freely in the empire. You can go directly to the racial battlefield, but don't go deep. Li Hao was secretly surprised when he heard the sixth princess words. He did not expect that his royal fleet would have such a special status. Thank you, Princess, and Your Highness the Crown Prince for your guidance. However, you must also be careful and not let Father know, the prince warned. The few of them chatted in Li Hao's residence until late at night, and the Crown Prince and the sixth princess got up to say goodbye. Li Hao personally saw them out of the mansion, watched them get on the flying car, and gradually drove away, then turned back to the mansion. Back in the room, Li Hao was not sleepy at all. He sat at the desk and fell into deep thought. Today's conversation gave him a deeper understanding of the Zhang battlefield and a clearer plan for his future. The next morning, Li Hao arrived at the starport and summoned all the officers of the 13th Legion to the command room of the dreadnought for discussion. Li Hao followed the advice of the sixth princess. Everyone, the matter of the Imperial Capital Star has been resolved. Our army will soon return to the Endless Sea Star region to garrison. However, this time the Star Glory fleet will stay behind. I will make arrangements later. The other fleets will return to the Endless Sea as planned, and the Hero fleet will stay on the base star. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a burst of discussion broke out in the command room. General, why do we want to leave the Star Fleet behind? Asked an officer. This time, His Majesty's reward is a royal fleet, which is just enough to expand the Starry Fleet, so the Starry Fleet was left to receive it. After the meeting, the fleets of the 13th Legion began to prepare to return to the Endless Sea Star region for garrison. General Li Hao stayed at the starport and arranged the details of receiving the royal fleet with the commanders of the Star Fleet. In the following days, the officers and soldiers of the Star Glory fleet were busy with various preparations. They inspected and maintained the equipment of the warships to ensure that the fleet could quickly form combat effectiveness after receiving the new warships. At the same time, the other fleets of the 13th Legion were also returning to the Endless Sea Star region. They remained highly alert on the way to guard against possible enemies. After a period of sailing, the fleets finally arrived safely at the Endless Sea Star region. After receiving the new fleet, Li Hao incorporated it into the Starry Fleet. This time, there was a heavy cruiser flagship in the new fleet, which Li Hao named Glory. Li Hao found Zhang Yu and told him about his plan to lead the Star Glory fleet to the Zerg battlefield. Zhang Yu was excited and nervous after hearing this. He knew that the Zerg battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. General, when do we leave? 3 days later. Li Hao replied. We need to make full preparations to ensure the successful completion of this mission. In the next 3 days, Li Hao and Zhang Yu were busy preparing. They checked the fleet's equipment and supplies, made a detailed battle plan, and mobilized the soldiers before the war. 3 days later, the Star Glory fleet set out on time. The Dreadnought served as the flagship, leading the fleet to the Zerg battlefield. On the way, Li Hao kept checking the intelligence from the front line. The Zerg army was huge in number and extremely powerful. They had already captured multiple star regions and were approaching human territory. After several days of sailing, Li Hao and the Star Glory fleet finally arrived at the northern border of the Empire. Going further north, it is the Zerg battlefield galaxy, which is an area full of dangers and unknowns. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, gazing at the starry sky ahead. This was the first time he led a fleet into the Zerg battlefield, and he felt both excited and nervous. He knew that the Zerg were the old enemy of mankind. They were huge in number, powerful in combat, and had a strong reproductive capacity. If they could not be eliminated, they would pose a huge threat to human survival. Li Hao took a deep breath, calmed himself down, then turned to his adjutant and said, Notify all ships to prepare for battle. We are about to enter the Zerg battlefield. Chapter 109 Li Hao enters the Zerg battlefield. The adjutant nodded, then turned around to convey the order. Zhang Yu came over and asked Li Hao, General, should we go to the Beiming Star military headquarters to communicate first? Li Hao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need. Let's go directly to the Zerg battlefield. We didn't get any mission from the Imperial Army this time, so they won't provide us with any help. Zhang Yu frowned. But, General, if we don't communicate with the Beiming Star military first, they may misunderstand our actions and even prevent us from entering the Zerg battlefield. Li Hao smiled and said, Don't worry. This is why I only brought the Starry Fleet here. The Starry Fleet is the royal fleet, and they won't stop us. Just as Li Hao was about to lead the Star Glory fleet across the border into the Zerg battlefield, the detector warning alarm sounded. Li Hao's heart tightened. Could it be the Zerg? He immediately ordered the fleet to enter combat mode and prepare to meet the enemy. However, when the flying object approached, Li Hao discovered that it was not the Zerg, but a patrol fleet. When Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, the other party sent a communication request. After Li Hao connected the communication, the patrol ship commander said, This is the Beiming Sing patrol fleet of the Imperial Royal 4th Legion. Please show the identification code and mission briefing. This is the Star Fleet of the 13th Imperial Legion. The identification code has been sent. Please check. There is no mission briefing. The patrol ship commander was silent for a moment, as if he was verifying Li Hao's identity and information. After a while, he replied, The identification code is correct. General Li, we checked the military mission system. Your army should be returning to the Endless Sea Star region. Why did it appear on the northern border? Li Hao was slightly startled, but he remained calm. The 13th Legion has returned to the Endless Sea. The Star Fleet is the royal fleet, my personal fleet, and is not included in the military's mission system. The patrol ship commander was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Li Hao knew that his explanation might be a bit far-fetched, but he had no better solution. General Li, I know your situation, but we must abide by the military's regulations. The patrol ship commander said, without the special order of the military and His Majesty, no fleet can enter the Zerg battlefield. Li Hao frowned. Commander, my fleet has an important mission to enter the Zerg battlefield. You are also part of the Royal Army, and you should know that the Royal Fleet is not subject to military missions. The patrol ship commander hesitated for a moment, then said, General Li, I need to consult my superiors. Please wait a moment. After a while, the patrol ship commander contacted Li Hao again. General Li, I have consulted with my superiors, and they agree to let you pass. The patrol ship commander said, but you must report your actions to the military immediately after entering the Zerg battlefield. Thank you, Commander. Li Hao said, we will do as you request. The patrol ship commander nodded. Good luck to you. Li Hao ordered the fleet to continue moving forward, crossing the border and entering the Zerg battlefield. The Zerg battlefield was dead silent. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, staring at the starry sky ahead. He knew that this was the Zerg territory and the frontline battlefield between humans and Zerg. General, we have entered the Zerg battlefield. What is the purpose of coming to the Zerg battlefield this time? Zhang Yu has been wondering about the purpose of coming to the Zerg battlefield this time. Li Hao was silent for a moment. He knew that the purpose of this operation was very important and could not be easily disclosed. However, Zhang Yu was his right-hand man, and he needed to let him know some of the situation. Zhang Yu, the purpose of our visit to the Zerg battlefield this time is to find materials for building battleships. Wang Lei got news that there are such materials in the Zerg battlefield. Li Hao said, according to intelligence analysis, the components of this material were found in the body of a defensive Zerg. Zhang Yu was full of doubts after hearing what Li Hao said. He knew that battleships were one of the most powerful warships of mankind, but this material had disappeared in the Empire for hundreds of years, and the Zerg battlefield was a very dangerous place, with a large number of Zerg and strong strength. If they wanted to find materials to build battleships in the Zerg battlefield, it would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. General, how can we find this material on the Zerg battlefield? First, observe the Zerg's movements from the periphery and see their troop deployment and defense situation. At the same time, have the reconnaissance ship launch a probe to collect more intelligence. Zhang Yu nodded, and then conveyed Li Hao's order. The fleet stayed on the periphery for a while, and the reconnaissance ship launched a detector to begin collecting intelligence on the Zerg battlefield. After a while, the detector sent back some preliminary intelligence. Li Hao and Zhang Yu carefully studied the intelligence and found that the Zerg had deployed a large number of fortifications on the edge of the battlefield and had a strong force. It seems that the Zerg have made full preparations. Zhang Yu said, it may not be easy for us to break through their defenses. Li Hao nodded. He also realized this. We can't attack rashly, otherwise we will suffer great losses. Li Hao stared at the star map of the Zerg battlefield, concentrating on analyzing the intelligence. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and worry. The Zerg's defense line was extremely solid, and the patrol time was very regular, which made it impossible for the Imperial Army to advance and could only passively defend. However, Li Hao did not give up. He carefully studied the star map, looking for any opportunities that could be exploited. Finally, he found a defense loophole near an asteroid belt in the Zerg battlefield that would last for a period of time. This discovery made him very excited, and he immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to sneak behind the Zerg defense line. Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu and the officers of the staff group and said, please see, there will be a gap in this asteroid belt during this period of time. If we choose to pass through this asteroid belt at this time, what do you think is the chance of success? Li Hao's eyes were fixed on the asteroid belt on the star map. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and he was lost in thought. Zhang Yu and the officers of the staff group also gathered in front of the star map, observing the situation of the asteroid belt intently. General, the density of this asteroid belt is extremely high. If we plan to pass through here, we must be extremely careful. Zhang Yu said solemnly. I understand, but if we can get through this asteroid belt, we can get right behind the Zerg's defenses. But, General, the Zerg must have anticipated this. This seemingly loophole may be a trap deliberately set for us by the Zerg. An officer of the staff said worriedly. Chapter 110, Entering the Zerg Rear. Li Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the staff officer's concerns. We cannot rule out this possibility. Li Hao continued with a serious expression. The Zerg have always been cunning. If this is a trap, then we must be fully prepared. Zhang Yu frowned, thought for a moment, and said, General, We can send a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed survey of the asteroid belt to see if there is an ambush by the Zerg. Li Hao nodded. This is a safe method, but I think we only have this one chance. Once the Zerg find us, we will not have a second chance to sneak through the Zerg defense line. His eyes became firm. So, our entire fleet will go in directly. Don't activate the star shield after entering. All warships will follow the dreadnought, and the dreadnought will directly crash the meteorites in the asteroid belt. We must quickly break through the Zerg's defenses before they can react. Zhang Yu and the officers of the staff were secretly surprised when they heard what Li Hao said. They knew that it was very dangerous to do so. Once the dreadnought hit the meteorite in the asteroid belt, it might trigger a chain reaction, putting the entire fleet in danger. General, this is too dangerous. Should we consider other options? There is no time left. We must break through the Zerg's defenses as soon as possible, otherwise we may lose this opportunity. Li Hao said firmly. The armor of the dreadnought is different from other warships. Don't worry, it will definitely be able to knock away the meteorites in the asteroid belt. Zhang Yu already knew Li Hao very well. He had made up his mind, so he didn't say anything more, but just quietly returned to his post, ready to execute Li Hao's orders. Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu, then turned around and said to the fleet's communication system, Everyone, pay attention. We are about to enter the asteroid belt. All warships follow the dreadnought. Maintain a tight formation. Do not activate the star shield. Prepare to hit the meteorites in the asteroid belt. The soldiers in the fleet were secretly surprised when they heard Li Hao's order. They knew that this was a very dangerous operation, but they all believed in Li Hao. They returned to their posts and prepared to carry out Li Hao's order. The dreadnought slowly sailed towards the asteroid belt, its bow shining like a sharp sword, ready to cut off any obstacles. The other warships followed closely behind the dreadnought, forming a long dragon. As the Dauntless entered the asteroid belt, its speed increased, and the light on the bow became more and more dazzling. Meteorites in the asteroid belt flew towards the Dauntless, but the Dauntless was not afraid and directly crashed into a huge meteorite. There was a loud bang, and the bow of the dreadnought hit the meteorite, which instantly shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The dreadnought continued to rush forward, and its hull also suffered some damage, but it still rushed forward firmly. The other warships were all secretly impressed when they saw the dreadnought successfully knock away the meteorite. They followed the dreadnought and rushed into the depths of the asteroid belt. Led by the dreadnought, the fleet successfully broke through the asteroid belt and entered behind the Zerg's defense line. Li Hao looked at the Zerg defense map displayed on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. General, we have successfully broken through the Zerg defense line. What should we do next? Leave the Zerg defense line first and find a hidden place. Leave the Zerg defense line first and find a hidden place, Li Hao ordered. Then send out a probe to find out the situation in the Zerg star field. We can't act blindly. Under the command of Li Hao, the fleet quickly left the vicinity of the Zerg defense line and found an asteroid belt as a hiding point. With this asteroid belt as the center, various probes were dispatched and quietly infiltrated into the Zerg star field. After several days of reconnaissance, based on the various information sent back by the probe, we finally had a rough idea of the situation in the Zerg star field. After several days of reconnaissance, based on the various information sent back by the detectors, Li Hao finally had a rough idea of the situation in the Zerg star field. The Zerg star field was larger than he had imagined, and the Zerg's military strength was also very strong. It was not an easy task to completely destroy the Zerg. General, what should we do now? According to the current situation, the Zerg have more troops in the rear than in the front. We can't enter the planet they occupy at all. Li Hao frowned. He also knew that the current situation was not optimistic. The distribution of the Zerg's forces was unexpected. They originally thought that they could advance straight into the enemy once they broke through the defense line, but now they were caught in a dilemma. He stood up, walked to the window of the command cabin, and looked out at the dark universe. The fleet had stopped moving, and there was silence all around, with only a few planets occupied by the Zerg flashing strange lights in the distance. General, what should we do now? Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao turned around and looked at Zhang Yu and other generals. They all had anxiety and uneasiness on their faces, waiting for his decision. I have an idea, Li Hao said. I will lead the dreadnought to clear out the Zerg on the outermost planet and see if the surrounding Zerg will come to rescue. If they do, you will attack this planet and find a way to build a defense base on it. If you cannot build a defense base after entering, you must withdraw as soon as possible. Everyone heard that although Li Hao's plan was risky, it was the only feasible way at present. If it succeeded, they might be able to break the Zerg's defense line and create conditions for the subsequent attack of the Imperial Legion. Li Hao led the battleship Dreadnought towards the planet at the edge. This planet was a Zerg stronghold, covered with Zerg nests and defense facilities. As the Dreadnought gradually approached the target planet, the Zerg immediately discovered their whereabouts. Countless Zerg flying insects poured out of their nests like a tide and launched a fierce attack on the Dreadnought with great momentum. With the help of the detector, Li Hao quickly analyzed the locations of several nests on the planet and decisively ordered the energy of the Star Destroyer's main gun to be adjusted to 50, aiming at the nest entrance and firing. The two main guns have been charged to 50 of their energy, the weapons operator reported. Open fire immediately and attack several other nests in succession. Secondary guns prepare for defense. Two strong energy beams pierced through the void and instantly hit the entrance of the Zerg nest. Under the powerful energy impact, the entrance of the nest exploded instantly, and countless Zerg flying insects were wiped out in the explosion. Li Hao looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel relieved. Although these few shots destroyed the entrance of the Zerg's nest, they did not completely eliminate the Zerg. The Zerg's forces were still strong, and they would definitely launch a more crazy counterattack. Sure enough, not long after, the Zerg's flying insects attacked the Dreadnought again. This time, the Zerg's flying insects were more numerous and the attack was more fierce. Chapter 111, Fighting the Zerg. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Turn on the Star Shield and Energy Shield. When the flying bugs gather at the Star Shield, we will retreat outside and use the energy particles emitted by the engine behind the battleship to vaporize them." The crew immediately executed Li Hao's order, and the Dreadnought's Star Shield and Energy Shield opened instantly, covering the entire battleship. The flying insects were like a group of crazy hornets, constantly hitting the Star Shield and Energy Shield, making bursts of roaring sounds. Li Hao stared at the screen closely, observing the movements of the flying insects. He found that the flying insects did not seem to give up the attack, but more and more flying insects gathered together, forming a huge swarm. Prepare to retreat. The engine of the Dreadnought made a low roar, and the warship began to slowly retreat. The flying insects followed closely behind the Dreadnought, like a group of hungry wolves chasing their prey. However, when they came into contact with the tail flames from the Dreadnought's engines, a dramatic change occurred in an instant. The high-temperature energy of the tail flame vaporized the flying insects' bodies instantly, as if they were swallowed by an invisible force. Their wings and bodies disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only some faint light and smoke. Keep retreating. Maintain engine power. The roar of the Dreadnought's engine became louder, and the battleship retreated faster. Although the flying insects continued to chase, their numbers seemed to be gradually decreasing. Just as Li Hao and his team were leaving the planet, the detectors sounded an alarm, and countless Zergs came from the outer space. Li Hao guessed that the Zergs from the nearby planet came to rescue them. "General, what should we do?" an adjutant asked nervously. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then ordered decisively, "Activate the Star Shield, slowly evacuate, and attract them over." The adjutant's heart tightened when he heard Li Hao's order, but he still quickly executed the order. The Dreadnought's Star Shield system was activated, and a powerful energy shield enveloped the battleship. Li Hao stared at the detector screen closely, watching the Zerg fleet gradually approaching. He found a relatively large light spot from the detector, which was larger than other Zergs, and its shape was also strange, more like a battleship. "General, what is that light?" asked an adjutant. "I don't know either. Why does it feel like a queen?" "Prepare the main cannon of the Star Destroyer and aim at the large Zerg." As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, the adjutant conveyed his order. The Star Destroyer main gun was the most powerful weapon on their battleship, capable of destroying an asteroid. If that light spot was really a queen, then the Star Destroyer main gun should be able to cause great damage to it. "General, the Star Destroyer's main gun is already targeting the large Zerg, ready to fire at any time." Li Hao nodded and ordered, "Fire." The adjutant pressed the fire button, and the Star Destroyer's main gun emitted a dazzling light, shooting towards the large Zerg. After a moment, the light disappeared, but the cannon was blocked by the defensive Zerg in front of the opponent, who sacrificed himself, and the queen was only injured. What kind of Zerg is this? It can actually block the attack of the Star Destroyer's main gun. Li Hao was very happy when he saw that the Zerg had such a strong defense capability. This was the purpose of his coming to the Zerg battlefield. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Prepare to evacuate, lead them away, and buy time for the Xingyao fleet to build a defense base." The adjutant was somewhat confused when he heard Li Hao's order, but he immediately conveyed the order. The battleship Dreadnought started its engine and prepared to evacuate the battlefield. The Zerg Queen seemed to have sensed Li Hao's intention. It sent out a powerful mental wave. After receiving the order, various flying insects of the Zerg swarmed towards the dreadnought, trying to prevent the evacuation of the dreadnought battleship. Seeing this, Li Hao immediately ordered the battleship's energy shield to be activated and all weapon systems to enter a random attack state. The atmosphere on the bridge of the dreadnought was tense and solemn. Report to the captain, there are a large number of Zerg flying insects, and our energy shield may not be able to hold out for too long, an adjutant said anxiously. Li Hao frowned. He was well aware of the Zerg's numerical advantage, but he couldn't give up easily. Activate the main guns and concentrate firepower on the Zerg vanguard to reduce their numbers as much as possible. At the same time, speed up the retreat. After the order was given, the main guns of the dreadnought emitted 2 dazzling rays of light, instantly destroying a large number of Zerg flying insects. However, the number of Zerg was too large, and they kept attacking the energy shield of the dreadnought. The strength of the energy shield gradually decreased, and the alarm sounded continuously in the bridge. General, the energy shield is about to fail. The adjutant's voice was full of tension. Li Hao took a deep breath, knowing that this was the critical moment. He stood up decisively and said loudly, "Use full power engines to accelerate retreat and shut down the energy shield." The engine of the dreadnought made a low roar, and the ship began to retreat at an accelerated speed. The flying insects of the Zerg surged like a tide, constantly hitting the hull of the dreadnought. The crew on the bridge held the handrails tightly, their faces pale. "General, turning off the shield Zerg's attack will cause serious damage to the ship," a crew member reported loudly. Li Hao's face was very serious, but his eyes were still firm. "Keep speeding up, ignore the Zerg's attack." The speed of the dreadnought was getting faster and faster, gradually pulling away from the Zerg. The Zerg's flying insects seemed to have sensed the dreadnought's intentions, and they began to gather together, forming a huge swarm. "General, the Zerg are gathering, and they seem to be preparing to launch a large-scale attack," the adjutant said nervously. Li Hao nodded, his eyes fixed on the Zerg swarm in front of him. "Prepare the Star Destroyer cannon, and when they are within range, attack with 50 energy." The dreadnought's main gun had been fully charged and was ready to fire at any time. When the swarm entered the firing range, Li Hao decisively pressed the firing button. A dazzling light flashed, and the plasma cannon instantly destroyed a large number of Zerg flying insects. The formation of the Zerg swarm was disrupted, and they began to flee in all directions. "Good opportunity," Li Hao shouted. "Speed up and move quickly." As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, under the cover of the powerful firepower of the secondary guns, the dreadnought quickly broke through the encirclement of the swarm of insects and headed towards the distance. On the side of the starry fleet, Zhang Yu saw a large number of Zerg heading towards a remote star through the detector and estimated that Li Hao had started to take action. After the large number of Zerg left, he immediately ordered the fleet to rush into a planet not far from them. This was their first time to enter a planet occupied by Zerg. Under Zhang Yu's command, the Xingyao fleet successfully rushed into a planet not far from the Zerg. This was the first time that the 13th Legion had set foot on a planet occupied by the Zerg, and the fleet members were both nervous and excited. The fleet hovered over the planet, and the probes continuously scanned the planet's surface. Zhang Yu and his officers paid close attention to the data sent by the probes, trying to find a suitable place to build a defense base. Chapter 112 Zerg Star Outpost. "Commander Zhang, I found a rocky cliff ahead. The terrain there is very suitable for building fortifications," an officer said, pointing to a place on the detector screen. Zhang Yu looked in the direction the officer pointed, and the detector screen showed a steep rocky cliff surrounded by an open plain. He pondered for a moment and said, "Very good. Immediately order the Marines to go to that place and start building fortifications. At the same time, let the engineering robots assist them to ensure that the fortifications are strong and complete." After receiving the order, the Marines and engineering robots quickly took action. They boarded landing craft and landed on the plain near the rocky cliff. The Marines, armed with various tools and weapons, began digging trenches, building electric fences, bunkers and turrets in front of the cliff. With the joint efforts of the Marines and engineers, the fortifications gradually took shape, with trenches and electric fences crisscrossing each other and bunkers and turrets distributed in various key positions, forming a solid line of defense. Zhang Yu also installed anti-aircraft laser cannons and detectors on 3 sides of the cliff. These anti-aircraft laser cannons can effectively attack the Zerg's flying insects in the air, while the detectors can detect the Zerg's movements in time and provide early warning for the defense line. As the fortifications continued to improve, Zhang Yu immediately dialed Li Hao's star network. "General, we have established a defense base on the target planet and have deployed detection detectors throughout the planet. Li Hao's voice came from the Star Network. Very good, Zhang Yu. Next, you must pay close attention to the movements of the Zerg and be ready to deal with their attacks at any time. You must defend this outpost on this planet. I will come to meet you as soon as possible. Yes, General, Zhang Yu replied. We will be fully prepared and will definitely be able to defend the outpost on this planet. After hanging up the StarNet, Zhang Yu turned to the officers around him and said, The General is very satisfied with our work, but we can't let our guard down. The Zerg may launch an attack at any time. The officers nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yu continued, We must continue to strengthen our fortifications and increase the number of turrets and bunkers. After Li Hao learned that the Xingyao fleet had succeeded, he wondered whether to reunite with the Xingyao fleet or return to Beiming Star for supplies. If they wanted to go back to Beiming Star, they would have to pass through the Zerg defense line again. Now that they had just caused such a big commotion behind the Zerg defense line was probably on alert. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Hao decided to return to Beiming Star for supplies. Although the Zerg defense line may have been alerted, he is only a battleship now. As long as he is careful, it is still possible to pass through the Zerg defense line. Therefore, Li Hao ordered the fleet to turn and head towards the North Star. During the journey, he asked the fleet to maintain a high level of vigilance and be ready to deal with any patrolling Zerg that might appear at any time. However, when the fleet was halfway through its journey, Li Hao suddenly received an urgent communication from Beiming Star, and the content shocked him. It turned out that just after Li Hao's fleet made a noise and ran away behind the Zerg launched a large-scale attack. Although the defenders of Beiming Star fought hard, they were eventually breached due to the large number of Zerg. Now, Beiming Star has become a battlefield, and the defenders have suffered heavy casualties. Li Hao felt very heavy when he heard the news. If Beiming Star fell, it would mean that they would lose an important supply base, which would also mean that their situation would be even more dangerous. Li Hao ordered the Dreadnought to speed up, constantly urging the warship to speed up in order to rescue Beiming Star in time. After accelerating, the Dreadnought finally arrived near the North Star. Li Hao observed the situation of the North Star through the detector and saw that the planet was filled with smoke and flames. The Zerg army was rampaging on the planet, destroying everything wantonly. The probe quickly scanned the situation of Beiming Star. Li Hao found a Zerg gathering place that was very similar to the giant Zerg encountered behind the Zerg. Li Hao ordered the driver to drive over. As the Dreadnought gradually approached the Zerg gathering place, Li Hao carefully observed the giant Zerg through the telescope. He found that the Zerg's body was covered with scars, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. How did this bug get here? Li Hao was full of doubts. At this moment, the giant Zerg suddenly let out a low roar, and the surrounding Zergs immediately became agitated. Li Hao realized that the situation was not good, and he ordered the Dreadnought to prepare for battle. Open fire. Li Hao gave an order, and the weapon system on the Dreadnought was immediately activated. Laser beams and missiles were shot towards the Zerg gathering place. The Zerg were not to be outdone, and they rushed towards the Dreadnought and fired acid and venom in an attempt to stop the Dreadnought's attack. For a moment, the air was filled with fire and explosions. During the fierce battle, Li Hao found that the giant Zerg was moving slowly and seemed to be injured. He decided to seize this opportunity and concentrate his firepower to attack the Zerg. Aim at the head of the Zerg and fire with 50 of the main gun's energy. Li Hao shouted loudly. The Star Destroyer's main gun on the Dreadnought fired a series of laser beams that accurately hit the giant Zerg's head. This time there was no defensive Zerg to defend him, and the giant Zerg let out a shrill scream, and its body began to shake. The surrounding Zerg heard the giant Zerg's screams and gave up attacking the Dreadnought to rescue the giant Zerg. Li Hao was secretly happy when he saw this. Attack with all your strength. The weapon system on the Dreadnought opened fire instantly, and laser beams and missiles rained down on the Zerg. The Zerg fell into chaos under the sudden attack. Many Zerg were directly hit and instantly turned into ashes. However, the Zerg did not completely give up resistance. Some Zerg began to organize a counterattack, firing acid and venom to try to stop the attack of the Dreadnought. But the Dreadnought's shield system was very powerful and easily withstood the Zerg's attack. Under Li Hao's command, the Dreadnought continued to move forward, constantly destroying the Zerg. The number of Zerg nearby was decreasing, and their resistance was becoming weaker and weaker. After a period of attack, there were few Zerg still active in the area. Li Hao ordered the mecha troops to go out and clean up the remaining Zerg. After receiving the order, the mecha troops quickly attacked. They divided into groups and conducted a carpet search and cleanup of the area. The mech warriors advanced cautiously, their weapon systems ready at all times, and would immediately open fire once they spotted the Zerg. Under the cleanup of the mech troops, the remaining Zerg were quickly wiped out. When the mecha troops completed their mission and returned to the dreadnought, Li Hao received good news. The support fleet from the galaxy near Beiming Star rushed to Beiming Star and began to clear out the remaining Zerg on the entire Beiming Star. Chapter 113 Zerg King. Li Hao let the dreadnought fly near the giant Zerg corpse. He put on his combat uniform and went down to the ground under the protection of the royal guards. Li Hao wanted to see what this giant Zerg looked like. The moment he stepped onto the Zerg's corpse, a pungent smell hit him in the face. Li Hao frowned, but continued to move forward. He approached the Zerg's head and carefully observed its shape. The body of this Zerg was gigantic. Its shell was as hard as iron and covered with sharp thorns. There was a pair of huge compound eyes on the head of the Zerg, emitting a strange light. Its mouth was open, revealing sharp teeth, as if it could swallow everything. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He couldn't imagine how such a creature could evolve. He turned his head and saw that the members of the Royal Guard also showed horrified expressions. "General, let's leave here as soon as possible," said a guard. Li Hao nodded, knowing that this place was not safe. He turned away from the Zerg corpse and walked towards the dreadnought. Just when Li Hao returned to the dreadnought, a fleet flew in from the sky. Li Hao recognized through the identification code of the detector that it was the royal fleet of the Empire's 4th Legion that came to rescue. "General, the other party has sent a communication request," the communications officer reported. "Please bring it in." A middle-aged man in military uniform appeared on the communication screen with a golden star on his shoulder, indicating that his rank was also a major general. "General, I am Huangpu Tianming, the deputy commander of the Imperial 4th Legion's royal fleet. May I ask who you are?" asked the middle-aged man. Li Hao stood in front of the communication screen, adjusted his military uniform, and then said, "General Huangpu, hello, I am Li Hao, the commander of the 13th Legion of the Empire." Huangpu Tianming said in surprise, "It turned out to be Captain Li. I heard about you from my grandfather. How come you are in the Endless Sea Star region? So you are from the Huangpu family. I just came back from the Zerg battlefield. On the way, I received a distress signal from Beiming Star, so I rushed here." "You went to the Zerg battlefield. This Zerg attack isn't the Zerg's revenge after you caused trouble." Huangpu Tianming guessed after hearing that Li Hao was a restless person. "General Huangpu, I'm not very clear about the details, but the big bug below was indeed injured by us behind the Zerg defense line. It was probably because it didn't find me, so it ran to Beiming Star for revenge. I will take responsibility for this accident, and I will report to the military later," Li Hao said embarrassedly. Huangpu Tianming heard what Li Hao said, and his doubts were dispelled. He knew that Li Hao was a responsible person, and since he was willing to take responsibility, it meant that he did not do it on purpose. "Wait, where is that big beast you were talking about?" Huangpu Tianming said. "Underneath your fleet, that's this giant bug." Huangpu Tianming ran to the bridge window and saw a huge insect corpse below. He looked at it carefully and said, "Haha, Commander Li, you actually killed him. You don't have to bear the responsibility for the capture of Beiming Star this time. I'm asking the military and His Majesty for credit for you." "What's going on?" Li Hao asked in confusion. "Is there anything special about this Zerg?" Huangpu Tianming returned to the command post, looked at Li Hao, and said excitedly, "Captain Li, this Zerg is not an ordinary Zerg. It is the Zerg King, the leader of the Zerg in this galaxy. As long as it dies, the Zerg will most likely fall into chaos." Li Hao was also excited when he heard this. He didn't expect that he had killed the Zerg King by accident. "General Huangpu, is this true? Why did it come out? Shouldn't it be hiding underground?" "I don't know about this either, but this one is definitely the Insect King. Our army has been confronting it in this galaxy for several years and has had many encounters with it." Huangpu Tianming went down to the ground and confirmed the body of the Insect King and immediately reported the matter to the military and the Emperor. "Are you telling the truth? The Zerg King of the opposing Zerg led his troops to attack Beiming Star, but was killed by Li Hao of the 13th Legion, who came to rescue," the senior military official asked excitedly. "Yes, it has been confirmed to be the Zerg King. After General Li injured him behind the Zerg defense line, the Zerg King failed to catch up with General Li, so he ran here to take revenge and was then killed by General Li on Beiming Star," Huangpu Tianming said in detail. "Okay, you guys take good care of the body. You must defend Beiming Star well, and don't let them take the body back. I will report to His Majesty right away." The top military officials immediately went to the palace to report the victory from Beiming Star to the Emperor. The Emperor was overjoyed after hearing the report from the military leaders. He knew that once the Zerg King died, the Zerg would soon fall into chaos. This was a great opportunity. "Brilliant," said the Emperor. "This is a great victory for our empire." Senior military officials also expressed their congratulations and suggested that the emperor immediately issue an order to the army to pursue the victory and completely eliminate the Zerg. The emperor nodded and said, "Okay, pass my order and have all the troops ready to go at any time." However, the emperor thought carefully and said, "Wait, who did you just say killed the Insect King?" The military leaders reported again. It was the commander of the 13th Legion who drove the command flagship, the Dreadnought, and killed the Insect King. Li Hao, why did he go to the Zerg battlefield? Who approved him to go? A Legion commander drove the command flagship to fight the Zerg King. What was he thinking? The emperor said angrily. The emperor's anger is understandable. After all, it is a very risky behavior for a Legion commander to personally drive the command flagship to fight the Zerg King. It may not only cause his own casualties, but also affect the entire battle situation. The senior military officials were silent. They knew the emperor's temper, and it was best not to interrupt him at this time. After a while, the emperor's mood stabilized a little, and he asked, "Where is Li Hao now?" Captain Li is now on Beiming Star, but the 4th Legion just reported that when Commander Li first went to the Zerg battlefield, he brought his personal guard fleet with him, but now only his command flagship has returned to Beiming Star. Is there something wrong with his fleet? Contact Li Hao for me immediately, the emperor said anxiously. The military leaders immediately contacted Li Hao through the Star Network. After Li Hao connected to the Star Network, the emperor anxiously asked, "Li Hao, who allowed you to go to the Zerg battlefield? And what happened to your fleet? Why is only your command flagship returning to Beiming Star?" "Your Majesty, I did not lead the fleet of the 13th Legion to the Zerg battlefield. I led the royal fleet. This does not violate military regulations. I led the fleet through the Zerg defense line and established an outpost on a Zerg planet behind the Zerg defense line. The fleet is now defending the outpost." The emperor and the senior military officials present were very surprised to hear Li Hao's answer. For so many years they had never crossed the Zerg defense line and had always been on the defensive. "Li Hao, what you said is true. You have established an outpost base on the inner planet of the Zerg." Chapter 114, Defense of the Outpost. "Your Majesty, it's true. This Insect King came here to take revenge on me after I injured him when I attacked the Zerg planet. I didn't expect that he didn't find me and went straight to attack Beiming Star. I am willing to take full responsibility for what happened on Beiming Star this time." The emperor and the military leaders all fell into deep thought after hearing what Li Hao said. They knew that Li Hao's action was very risky, causing Beiming Star to be attacked by the Zerg, but killing the Zerg King was also a great success. If it weren't for his action, the empire might have continued to be in a passive defensive state. The emperor looked at Li Hao with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He knew that Li Hao was a brave and resourceful general, and although his actions were a bit risky, they were also for the future of the empire. "Li Hao, although your actions were somewhat risky, they were also a huge success. I will not hold you accountable this time. Instead, I will reward you." Senior military officials also expressed their agreement. They believed that Li Hao's actions opened up a new situation for the empire and should be rewarded. Li Hao was relieved after hearing the emperor's words. "Your Majesty, I just did what I should do." "Li Hao, you must lead the 4th Legion to support the Star Fleet immediately. It is not easy for the Zerg to gain a foothold on the planet." The 4th Legion received orders from the military and the emperor to cooperate with Li Hao to support the Star Fleet behind the Zerg defense line. Li Hao boarded the command flagship, the Dreadnought, and headed towards the Zerg planet. When Li Hao and the 4th Legion fleet arrived at the asteroid belt on the Zerg defense line, Huangpu Tianming asked Li Hao in confusion, "You're not going to tell me that you came from this asteroid belt, are you?" Li Hao nodded and said, "You are really smart. You can guess this. You're crazy. If you open the star shield when passing through here, the Zerg will find you immediately. If you don't open the star shield, the battleship will be hit and destroyed by the meteorite. You guys follow me. I'll lead the way. All warships should not activate the star shield." "Madman, you are really a madman," Huangpu Tianming shouted. Li Hao ignored Huangpu Tianming's shouting and directly ordered the Dreadnought and the 4th Army to advance according to his plan. After the Star Fleet established an outpost on the Zerg planet, it was soon attacked by the Zerg. There were a large number of Zerg on the planet, and they were very fierce, attacking from the ground, air, and underground. The soldiers of the Star Fleet fought back with the help of fortifications, but the Zerg's attacks came one after another, putting them under great pressure. "Commander Zhang, we can't go on like this. The Zerg's desperate fighting style has filled up our trenches," a mecha captain said anxiously. Commander Zhang frowned, and he was very anxious as he watched the Zerg approaching on the battlefield. There were too many Zerg, and their attack was very fierce, making it difficult for the soldiers of the Star Fleet to resist. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about countermeasures, a soldier reminded him. Everyone, get out of the way. The energy bugs are dropping energy bombs. Zhang Yu's face changed drastically when he heard this. He immediately ordered, everyone, find shelter immediately. When the soldiers heard Zhang Yu's order, they all looked for shelters. However, the energy bombs were too fast, and many soldiers were hit by them before they could find shelters. Oh, help! Suddenly, there were screams on the battlefield. Zhang Yu was very sad when he saw this scene. Don't panic, keep looking for cover, Zhang Yu shouted. Under Zhang Yu's command, the soldiers finally found a bunker to hide in. However, the power of the energy bomb was so great that many bunkers were destroyed. Commander Zhang, what should we do? Asked an officer. Zhang Yu frowned. He knew that the current situation was very critical. If he didn't come up with a solution quickly, the Marines in the base would be wiped out. The battleship's main gun locks onto the energy bugs and destroys them, Zhang Yu ordered. As his orders were given, the main guns of the Star Fleet's warships began to charge, and beams of energy cut through the void, blasting towards the energy bugs. The energy bug felt threatened, and the defense bug next to it immediately blocked the energy bug behind it to protect it. Zhang Yu's heart sank when he saw this scene. He knew that the defense bugs had extremely strong defense capabilities, and it was not easy to break through their defense. Concentrate firepower and attack the defensive bugs, Zhang Yu ordered. The soldiers on the battleship immediately adjusted the direction of attack and concentrated their firepower on the defense bugs. Energy beams shot at the defense bugs, but the defense bugs' shells were extremely strong, and the energy beams could only leave some shallow marks on them. This is not a solution. We must find their weaknesses. Zhang Yu frowned, thinking about countermeasures. At this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, Commander Zhang, I found that the defensive bug has always been facing us with its back. So could the front be its weakness? Zhang Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately ordered, the mecha troops take off and drop pulse grenades on me. As Zhang Yu's order was issued, the mecha troops quickly took off and launched pulse grenades towards the front of the defensive bugs. The pulse grenades drew arcs in the air and landed accurately in front of the defensive bugs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and large holes were blown out on the front of the defense worm. The defense worm let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. The energy worm hiding behind it was exposed when the defense worm shook. Keep attacking, attack the energy bugs, Zhang Yu shouted loudly. The Marines immediately adjusted the direction of their attack, concentrating their firepower on the defensive loopholes of the energy bugs. Energy beams shot at the energy bugs, and their bodies began to explode. Under the concentrated attack of the Marines, their bodies began to explode, green blood splattered everywhere, emitting a pungent smell. The soldiers did not stop their attack. They continued to fire energy beams, completely destroying each energy bug. Just when Zhang Yu finished destroying this group of Zerg bugs and was about to let the soldiers take a break, the detector sent an alarm again. A soldier in charge of detection reported, Commander Zhang, the detector detected that another group of Zergs are coming from not far away, and there are quite a lot of them. When Zhang Yu heard the news, his brows furrowed. He knew that the Zergs' attacks would come in waves and would not give them much breathing space. He immediately gave the order, let the soldiers abandon the frontline positions. We will hold the cliff and the fleet will surround the cliff to provide air support. Zhang Yu's order was quickly passed down, and the soldiers began to evacuate the front line in an orderly manner and move towards the cliff. The fleet also formed a line of defense in the air, preparing to launch an air strike against the Zerg. When the soldiers reached the cliff, the Zerg had already approached their defense line. Zhang Yu stood on the cliff, looking at the dense Zerg below. Open fire. Zhang Yu gave the order, and the artillery fire on the cliff suddenly roared. Flames cut through the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The Zerg were caught off guard by this sudden attack and fell one after another. Chapter 115, Li Hao arrives at the outpost. However, the number of Zerg was too large, and they quickly reorganized and charged towards the cliff. Zhang Yu immediately ordered the fleet to provide air support. The fleet launched round after round of fire coverage on the Zerg. Although it blocked the Zerg's attack, the Zerg rushed towards the outpost like crazy. Commander Zhang, we can't go on like this. There are too many Zergs, and we are running out of energy. We can't continue the attack like this. A fleet member reported via communication. Zhang Yu frowned. After thinking for a moment, he gave an order. Activate the backup energy block and prepare the ground troops to retreat. Once the Zerg breaks through the defense line, we will have no choice but to abandon the base. The fleet members quickly executed the order, activated the backup energy blocks, and covered the Zerg with firepower again. However, the number of Zerg was too large, and they continued to attack the fleet's defense line. After a period of resistance, the number of Zerg not only did not decrease, but was increasing. Zhang Yu saw the crumbling defense line and finally decided to order the fleet to come down and pick up the ground troops for evacuation. Ground troops, retreat immediately. Zhang Yu's order echoed on the battlefield. After hearing the order, the soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner in the direction where the fleet was docked. As they retreated, they continued to fire at the Zerg to prevent them from pursuing them. Just as the last batch of ground troops boarded the fleet, the Zerg suddenly launched a fierce attack. Energy bombs from the Zerg hit the engine of the command ship, and the command ship immediately lost power and began to fall to the ground. "Oh no, the command ship was hit," exclaimed a fleet member. Zhang Yu held the command chair tightly, his heart filled with despair. He and all the members on the command ship were facing the threat of death. Just as the command ship was about to crash to the ground, the Zerg swarmed towards Zhang Yu's command ship, the Xingyao. Zhang Yu ordered the fleet in the command room. The starry ship will now take over the command of the flagship, and all warships must evacuate immediately. The captain of the Xinhui ship said hurriedly, "Commander, we will come down to rescue you right now." Zhang Yu shouted, "Leave now, there are too many Zergs. I can only detonate the battleship after you leave." The captain of the Xinhui ship hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to follow Zhang Yu's order. He understood that Zhang Yu was thinking about the safety of the entire fleet. "Entire fleet, evacuate immediately." The captain of the Xinhui ship gave the order. Just as the fleet was about to leave, countless beams of light suddenly shot from the sky, covering the Zerg with artillery fire. This sudden attack interrupted the Zerg's attack for a moment, and a vacuum appeared in the middle of the Zerg. Zhang Yu and the soldiers of the fleet looked at this scene in surprise. "Haha, we are saved. The Legion commander is here to save us." At this time, Li Hao's voice rang out in the Starry Fleet's communication. "Brothers, I'm late. You guys take a rest first, and leave the rest to me." "Commander, you are finally here," Zhang Yu said excitedly. "Haha, how could I let my brothers face these bugs alone?" Li Hao said with a smile. "Now let's kill these bugs." After receiving Li Hao's order, the 4th Legion fleet launched rounds of fire coverage on the Zerg. The Zerg's formation began to become chaotic. They tried to fight back, but under the powerful firepower of the fleet, their attacks seemed insignificant. Under the suppression of the fleet's firepower, the Zerg began to retreat. Li Hao saw the Zerg retreat and immediately ordered the fleet to pursue them. The 4th Legion fleet followed closely behind the Zerg and continued to attack them. "Captain Li, there's something wrong with the Zerg on this planet. I suggest that we stop chasing them and go back first," Huangpu Tianming suggested. Li Hao stood on the bridge, looking at the direction where the ground Zerg retreated, and felt uneasy. "Order the fleet to stop the pursuit. Let's go back to the outpost first." Li Hao's order was quickly passed down, and the fleet stopped chasing and began to turn back to the outpost. On the way back, Li Hao kept thinking about the battle just now. He felt that the behavior of these Zerg was a little abnormal, as if they were deliberately luring them deeper. When the fleet arrived at the outpost, Li Hao saw that the base's defenses had been destroyed by the Zerg. Only Zerg corpses could be seen throughout the base, and even the trenches were filled with corpses. "What's going on?" Zhang Yu came out of the Star Glory and saw Li Hao and said, "We don't know what's going on, but it feels like all the Zerg on the planet are heading towards us. This is not right. The Zerg king was killed by you. Logically speaking, the Zerg should have no commander at this time and be in a period of chaos." Huangpu Tianming said in confusion. "Who is this general?" Li Hao explained. "He is the deputy commander of the fleet of the 4th Corps, General Huangpu Tianming." Zhang Yu saluted Huangpu Tianming and said, "You mean there should be a Zerg king-level Zerg commanding this planet? What do you mean by killing a Zerg king? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly arrange people to build fortifications. If the Zerg comes again, we will have no choice but to run away," Li Hao said jokingly. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Although the threat of the Zerg had not been completely eliminated, everyone felt much more relaxed. Under Li Hao's command, the soldiers acted quickly and worked busily. They took full advantage of the surrounding terrain and combined it with the abundant resources brought by the 4th Legion to carefully build a series of indestructible defense lines. After several days of unremitting efforts, the fortifications were finally completed. These carefully constructed fortifications included trenches, bunkers, barbed wire, and other facilities, forming a solid defense system that could effectively resist the fierce attacks of the Zerg. "Captain Li, why have the Zerg been quiet these past few days? The density of their attacks was so high a few days ago, but now it's so quiet. Is there some conspiracy?" Huangpu Tianming found Li Hao and said. Li Hao frowned and said, "It's indeed a little unusual. The Zerg never give up their attack easily. They are so quiet now. They must be planning some big action. Then what should we do? What are your plans? Huangpu Tianming asked. I don't know yet. Li Hao shook his head, his eyes revealing a trace of confusion and helplessness. He looked around and saw a valley nearby, which was also in a good location. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. I think we should set up a base there, with both sides supporting each other, so that they can't concentrate their attacks on us. Li Hao pointed to the valley in the distance. Chapter 116, Evacuation of the Outpost. Everyone looked in the direction Li Hao pointed and saw that the valley was steep and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. It was indeed a good place to set up a base. Good idea. Everyone agreed. So Li Hao led everyone towards the valley. After a difficult journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of the valley. Li Hao carefully observed the terrain of the valley and secretly thought about how to arrange fortifications. He decided to set up a defense line at the entrance of the valley, using sandbags and barbed wire to build a simple wall to block the Zerg's attack. At the same time, he also set up some traps and mines in the valley to increase the Zerg's casualties. Under Li Hao's command, everyone started to get busy. Some of them were carrying sandbags, some were digging trenches, and some were laying mines. The whole valley was bustling with activity. After several days of hard work, the fortifications were finally completed. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Li Hao looked at the defense line he had set up with his own hands, his heart filled with pride. Now, let's wait for the Zerg to attack. However, the Zerg did not rush to attack, but slowly surrounded Li Hao's base. They came from all directions like a tide, surrounding the valley tightly. Li Hao looked at this scene, and a trace of solemnity surged in his heart. As the days passed, the Zerg maintained this siege without launching a large-scale attack, only occasionally sending small groups of troops to conduct tentative harassment. Li Hao and his soldiers were on high alert, always keeping a high level of vigilance. General, these Zergs surround us like this every day but don't attack. What do they want to do? Zhang Yu asked puzzledly. Li Hao frowned, staring at the densely packed Zerg outside the valley. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't know either, but they definitely have no good intentions. They may be waiting for an opportunity or trying to find a loophole in our defense. Zhang Yu said worriedly, this is not a solution. Our supplies are being consumed faster and faster, and the soldiers are in a state of high tension. Huangpu Tianming had just received intelligence from the 4th Legion that the Zerg had strengthened their defenses and were preparing to trap Li Hao's fleet and the 4th Legion's fleet at the outpost base. Huangpu Tian said to Zhang Yu and Li Hao with a serious look, the situation is worse than we imagined. The Zerg are determined to trap us to death here this time. I suspect there should be another Zerg king on this planet. Otherwise, the Zerg races wouldn't be able to advance and retreat so tactfully after losing their Zerg king, and the various Zerg races wouldn't be able to cooperate so well. Impossible. There is only one insect king in a galaxy. How do you explain that? We just killed a Zerg king, but the Zerg are not in chaos. Instead, they are besieging us in a premeditated manner. This is a problem. Logically speaking, the Zerg should be fighting among themselves for the position of Zerg king. At this moment, a staff officer rushed in and reported, General, we have detected some unusual movements in the Zerg defense line, and there seems to be signs of large-scale mobilization. Not good. They have been waiting for reinforcements these days. I guess the Zerg from other galaxies are rushing here. Huangpu Tianming analyzed. If we defend the outpost base with our current strength, we will probably be trapped to death by them. The only correct approach is to break through the Zerg defense line and return to defend Biming Star. Zhang Yu suggested. Li Hao thought about Zhang Yu's proposal with a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, You are right. The Zerg have strengthened their defenses to prevent us from getting support. If their reinforcements arrive, it will be difficult for us to defend our outpost. Well, at night you have all the brothers evacuate to the warships, and you and General Huangpu break out and return to defend Biming Star. Huangpu Tianming heard Li Hao's arrangement. Aren't you going back with us? You go first. I need to find out the situation on the Zerg side. It would be better for me to act alone with one ship. Huangpu Tianming frowned and looked at Li Hao worriedly. But this is too dangerous. If a warship is besieged. Li Hao's eyes were firm. Don't worry, I have my own plan. I will be careful to hide my tracks, and I will return immediately after collecting intelligence on the Zerg. As night fell, Zhang Yu led the Marines to evacuate the warship quickly. Huangpu Tianming stood on the bridge, looking at Li Hao's lonely warship, his heart full of worry. Afterwards, Huangpu Tianming and Zhang Yu led the fleet to quietly leave the outpost base and head towards Biming Star. After everyone evacuated, Li Hao led the soldiers of the dreadnought to bury enough pulse bombs in various locations under the base, preparing to give the Zerg a big gift after they left. When the bombs were properly placed, Li Hao and the soldiers quickly boarded the lonely warship. They started the engine and slowly left the outpost. The Zerg were completely unaware of the impending danger and were still lurking around the outpost. Li Hao looked at the Zerg below. A cold smile appeared on his face. Let you taste the power of this pulse bomb. After the dreadnought rushed out of the planet and into space, Li Hao pressed the button on the remote control in his hand, and instantly, a strong light and energy fluctuations burst out from under the outpost. Huge pulse bombs exploded one after another, and the powerful impacts swept across the entire outpost. The surrounding Zerg were blown to pieces by the sudden explosion. Some were blown into pieces, and the debris flew everywhere. The Zerg soldiers fell into extreme confusion and panic. After the pulse bomb's residual power gradually dissipated, the outpost had become a ruin. The Zerg besieging the base suffered heavy losses, but some remnants were still lingering. Let's leave here first. The Zerg should have reacted by now, and the flying bugs will be looking for us everywhere soon. Everyone took action immediately, and the dreadnought started up quickly, speeding off into the distance. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, staring closely at the radar screen, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Sure enough, not long after, the radar showed that a large number of flying insects were pouring in from all directions. Speed up and don't let them catch up. The warship shuttled rapidly in the universe, and the flying insects behind it chased closely. They made sharp chirps, like the roar of a demon. The soldiers all stayed at their posts nervously, constantly operating various instruments, trying to get rid of these difficult enemies. Report, a large number of flying insects appeared in the direction of the defense line, and they are getting closer and closer to us, a soldier shouted anxiously. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. It seems that the action just now has alarmed the Zerg on the defense line. I hope the fleet has broken through. General, what should we do? The bugs will catch up with us soon, asked the adjutant. Li Hao looked at the star map behind the Zerg that he had recently detected through the detector, and after thinking for a moment, he said, according to this star map, we will go to the interior of the Zerg galaxy first. Chapter 117, Exploring an Unknown Planet. The battleship slowly turned around and headed towards the Zerg galaxy. Along the way, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they watched everything around them nervously. As they went deeper, they encountered some sporadic Zerg patrols, but with excellent tactics and superb operations, they successfully avoided or eliminated these enemies. General, there is a planet ahead. The probe has found that there are no Zerg on this planet. A soldier reported. Li Hao's eyes lit up. Let's go to that planet immediately. We'll rest there first. The battleship slowly approached the planet. Through the porthole, everyone saw that it was a planet that looked quite desolate, but at least it was safe for the time being. The battleship landed on the surface of the planet. The hatch opened, and the soldiers filed out and began to scout the surrounding environment. After the soldiers carried the detector to scout the surrounding area, there was no life around. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about being attacked by unknown creatures. But he also knew that this seemingly peaceful planet might hide many unknown dangers and secrets. The soldiers began to build a temporary camp, while some continued to explore the surrounding area in more detail. Li Hao stood in the middle of the camp, looking around the barren land. General, this planet is lifeless. This is the inner planet of the Zerg. If we can't get supplies, we can't stay here for a long time. Li Hao looked around solemnly and said in a deep voice, continue searching. The Zerg are looking for us anyway. Let's hide on this planet. When they think we have left, we will go out. Now it's okay to explore this planet. The soldiers nodded in agreement and immediately sent out more probes. They carefully explored this seemingly dead planet. Li Hao and his adjutant were on a high ground observing the movements around them, with thoughts surging in their minds. General, this planet is probably a dead star. It has probably been completely destroyed by the Zerg, the adjutant whispered. Li Hao nodded slightly, his expression serious. Let's explore first. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now. What if we find something? They continued to explore this desolate planet, and everywhere they saw was ruin and desolation. The wind was howling, and the dust was blowing in the air. General, we have been searching for so long, and there is nothing. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, let the detector detect automatically. Let's take a rest first. The soldiers followed the order and adjusted all the detectors to automatic detection mode. The detectors began to automatically patrol the surroundings, and the flashing indicator lights were looming in the dust. Time passed minute by minute, and the detectors were still working in an orderly manner. Suddenly, one of the detectors issued a sharp alarm. Everyone immediately became alert, and Li Hao rushed over to check the data from the detector. "General, it seems we have detected an underground cavity with abnormal energy fluctuations inside," said a technical soldier. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. "What's the distance? Let's go over and take a look." "General, we need to fly over there. This place is on the other side of the planet," the adjutant reported. "Everyone gather and get ready to follow me to check it out." The soldiers acted quickly and boarded the dreadnought. With the roar of the engine, the dreadnought took off into the air and rushed to the other side of the planet. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a barren valley filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Li Hao led the soldiers to land slowly. As soon as they landed, they could clearly feel that this was not the original terrain. This piece of land seemed to have been reshaped by some mysterious and powerful force, presenting a strange and distorted state. The ground was crisscrossed with deep and shallow gullies, as if it had been roughly scratched by a huge claw. The surrounding rocks were strange in shape, standing abruptly or twisting strangely, as if telling of the unimaginable changes they had experienced. Li Hao looked around solemnly, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. The adjutant stepped forward and said softly, "General, this place feels very unusual, and it seems to hide some unknown danger." Li Hao nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Let everyone be vigilant and explore carefully." The soldiers moved forward cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. They moved forward along the twisting ravines, trying to find the entrance to the underground cave. However, as they walked, they found themselves trapped in a maze, with the surrounding scenery repeating itself, making it difficult for them to tell the direction. Just when everyone was confused, a low roar suddenly came from the distance, as if some huge machine was working. Li Hao's eyes were stern, and he waved his hand to signal the soldiers to move closer to the direction of the sound. As they got closer, the roar became clearer and clearer. When they finally arrived at the source of the sound, the sight before them left them speechless with shock. What is this?" a soldier muttered to himself. A stone wall that looked like a door appeared in front of everyone, and it was covered with strange symbols. Li Hao walked forward and carefully observed these symbols, trying to decipher some useful information from them. The adjutant asked doubtfully, "General, there is something on this planet. Could these symbols be some kind of code or hint?" "It's possible, but we know nothing about these symbols right now and cannot decipher them for now." The soldiers gathered around and looked at the mysterious stone wall, their hearts filled with curiosity and uneasiness. "Try to find out if there are any other clues around here first," Li Hao ordered. So the soldiers began to search carefully around the stone wall, turning over stones on the ground and checking the surrounding walls, hoping to find something related to these symbols. After a while, a soldier shouted excitedly, "General, there is a stone slab here, and it seems to have some similar symbols engraved on it." Li Hao hurried over to check, and sure enough, he found a stone slab with symbols engraved on it on the ground not far away. He compared the stone slab with the symbols on the stone wall and found that there seemed to be some connection between the two. "Everyone be careful. We may be on the verge of solving this mystery." Together with his adjutant, he began to carefully study the patterns and combinations of these symbols. After some effort, they seemed to have found some clues, but it seemed to be of no use. Li Hao couldn't help but frown, and his doubts in his heart became even greater. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the stone wall, thinking hard. The adjutant also had a thoughtful look on his face, constantly reorganizing the symbols in his mind. The soldiers looked at them quietly, not daring to make a sound, and the whole scene seemed extremely solemn. At this moment, the stone wall underwent new changes. The symbols began to flash more brightly and jumped regularly. Li Hao and the adjutant looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What on earth is going on? Chapter 119 Dialogue with Extraterrestrial Civilizations. The soldiers' nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. They looked vigilantly into the depths of the passage, sweat oozing from their palms unconsciously. "Stay alert and don't act rashly," Li Hao ordered in a low voice. The strange sound was getting closer and closer, as if countless invisible hands were scratching the wall, which made people feel creepy. Suddenly, a group of dark shadows emerged from the darkness at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards the soldiers like ghosts. "It's a mechanical spider." These mechanical spiders are small in size, but extremely agile. They jump and shuttle between the soldiers, and their sharp claws easily cut through the soldiers' armor. The soldiers quickly waved their weapons to fight back, but there were so many mechanical spiders that it was difficult to eliminate them all at once. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly ordered the soldiers to form a defensive formation. "Use the flamethrower." Several soldiers immediately took out flamethrowers and sprayed flames at the mechanical spider. The mechanical spiders made sizzling sounds under the attack of flames. Some were burned and fell to the ground, but many continued to attack frantically. The battle reached a stalemate, and the soldiers had to deal with the attacks of the mechanical spiders while also being wary of other dangers that might arise in the passage. At this moment, many secret doors suddenly appeared on the walls of the passage, and more mechanical monsters poured out from them. What on earth is this place? Why are there so many terrible things? A soldier shouted in horror. Li Hao was also extremely shocked, but he knew that he could not panic at this moment. He shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, we will definitely make it through." The soldiers mustered up their courage and continued to fight these mechanical monsters to the death. In the fierce battle, soldiers were constantly injured and even sacrificed, but they still held their positions and did not retreat. As time went on, the soldiers gradually mastered some methods to deal with these mechanical monsters, and the situation began to slowly turn around. However, just as they were about to destroy the last batch of mechanical monsters, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from the depths of the passage, and a huge figure slowly emerged. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this huge figure, and when they saw its appearance clearly, their hearts sank. It was a giant-like mechanical armor, its entire body gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its limbs were extremely thick, and every step it took caused the ground to shake violently. "What kind of monster is this?" a soldier murmured. Li Hao looked solemn, knowing that this would be an extremely difficult battle. But he had no intention of retreating, and shouted, "Brothers, we have no way out. Let's fight." The soldiers roared in unison and mustered up their courage again to rush towards the huge mechanical armor. The mechanical armor waved its huge iron fist and easily knocked away the approaching soldiers. Some soldiers were even smashed into meat patties. Li Hao commanded the soldiers to attack from different directions, trying to distract the mechanical armor. Some soldiers, armed with electromagnetic weapons, tried to interfere with the mechanical armor's motion control system. However, the defense of the mechanical armor is extremely strong, and the effect of electromagnetic weapons is not obvious. It roared and continuously released powerful energy shocks, making it difficult for the soldiers to approach. In the fierce battle, the adjutant was unfortunately hit by the mechanical armor and was seriously injured. Li Hao was distressed, but he knew that now was not the time to be sad. Concentrate all your firepower on its joints. The soldiers followed orders, and countless bullets and energy beams poured towards the joints of the mechanical armor. Finally, under the continuous attack, the mechanical armor's movements slowed down a bit. Li Hao seized the opportunity, picked up the energy lightsaber, flew towards the mechanical armor, and stabbed at its eyes with all his strength. The mechanical armor sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but was still stabbed in one eye by Li Hao. The mechanical armor struggled frantically. Li Hao held the lightsaber tightly and was in a stalemate with the mechanical armor. At this moment, Li Hao discovered the energy core on the back of the mechanical armor. He kicked the opponent away, and with the help of the power of the mechanical armor, he flew towards the energy core and stabbed the energy core with a sword. Boom! With a loud noise, the passage was suddenly enveloped by a dazzling light. When the light faded, the mechanical armor had collapsed to the ground, and Li Hao was blown more than 10 meters away by the shock wave of the explosion. Li Hao's mecha was already in tatters. Li Hao struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He staggered towards his comrades, each step seeming so strenuous. "General, are you okay?" The soldiers surrounded him with concern. Li Hao waved his hands, indicating that he was fine. He looked at the destroyed mechanical armor in front of him and felt a little relieved, but he knew that the danger was not completely eliminated. "Check the surroundings to see if there are any other threats." Li Hao gave the order. The soldiers immediately dispersed and carefully searched the passage. Li Hao leaned against the wall, resting for a while and recovering his strength. After a while, the soldiers came back to report that they had found a hall in front of them, which should be the core control room of this underground space. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." When they arrived at the hall, they saw that the door was closed, but a little light was visible from the crack. Li Hao waved his hand to signal the soldiers to be careful and alert, and then gently pushed the door open. With a low roar, the door slowly opened, revealing a huge and complex control room before them. What is this place?" a soldier asked in a low voice. Li Hao did not answer, but looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the control room, as if some machine was starting up. "Be careful," Li Hao shouted. Then, various instruments and equipment in the control room began to flash, and some incomprehensible data and images were displayed on the huge screen. After a while, when all the screens in the control room lit up, a a strange-looking creature appeared on the main control screen. Li Hao and the others could not understand a word it said, nor could they make sense of the words that appeared, but various languages slowly appeared on the screen and were automatically retrieved. The soldiers looked at each other, nervously watching the screen, unconsciously clenching their weapons. Li Hao frowned, staring at the screen, trying to find some clues from the constantly changing language. Finally, the screen froze on a language they were familiar with. The strange-looking creature spoke again, and the voice spread throughout the control room through the speakers. Intruders, you must be humans, right? It seems our planet still hasn't defeated the Zerg. Senior, we have no intention of offending you. This planet has indeed been occupied by the Zerg, but there is no life on this planet anymore. The Zerg have also abandoned this place. We fled here because we were chased by the Zerg. The strange-looking creature was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I see. It seems that the gears of fate are still turning. It is fate that you can escape here. Chapter 120, X-Civilization. Li Hao and others listened quietly, waiting for the creature to continue speaking. The creature continued, Our planet is called IX. It was once a place full of life and intelligence. We have highly advanced technology, able to travel through the universe and explore endless mysteries. Li Hao asked curiously, How did the Zerg appear? The creature sighed. It was a terrible disaster. The Zerg came from nowhere. They were extremely invasive and had strong reproductive capacity. They swept across our planet like a tide. We fought back, but we were eventually trapped. We tried various methods, but were unable to completely eliminate the Zerg. In desperation, we launched our final plan and placed all our hopes on this base. The creature's eyes revealed a trace of sadness and helplessness. Then what hope do you have left? Li Hao asked. Haven't you just tried to use the things we left behind? Those beast mechas. The fact that you can get here shows that your civilization has pretty good technology, but if there are enough beast mechas, you should still be able to fight against the Zerg and reduce your human losses, said the creature. Li Hao and others suddenly realized. They recalled the previous battle with a mechanical monster. It turned out that it was one of the key weapons against the Zerg. But how can we get more beast mechas? Li Hao asked anxiously. The creature pointed to a corner of the control room and said, There are equipment and technical information for manufacturing beast mechas. If you need it, you can study it yourself. Li Hao and others immediately walked towards that corner, where they saw complex and sophisticated equipment and mountains of technical data. Everyone's face showed excitement and nervousness. This is such a huge treasure trove, whispered a soldier. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, Let's get started. We need to master these technologies as soon as possible. They were divided into several groups. Some were responsible for studying the operating principles of the equipment, while others were immersed in technical materials, trying to understand the profound knowledge. As time went by, they explored this corner tirelessly. When they encountered difficulties, they discussed with each other or consulted the creature. After a period of research, they finally had a preliminary understanding of manufacturing beast mechas. Senior, we have backed up the data. We need to go out and find materials to build these mechas. Do you want me to take your host with me? The creature was silent for a moment, then slowly said, No need. My mission has been completed, and this is my home. I am the main control system of this base, and I will wait for you to come back. Go ahead, and remember, be careful. Li Hao nodded, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. Don't worry, Senior, we will definitely succeed. After Li Hao and his men came out of the base, the gate of the base slowly closed. They looked back at the tightly closed door, as if saying goodbye to the past. Then, they drove the mecha back to the dreadnought. After Li Hao returned to the dreadnought, he immediately backed up the data obtained in the underground base to the dreadnought's intelligent computer. After analysis and comparison by the dreadnought's intelligent computer, it was found that there were many technologies that the Empire did not have or were more advanced than the Empire's. General, where are we going next? Our supplies can't support us in exploring deeper. The adjutant found Li Hao and reported. Let's go back to the planet where the outpost is located. After so long, the Zerg's focus should no longer be on us. The adjutant nodded, and then began to convey orders, asking the Dauntless to turn around and head towards the planet of the outpost. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the planet. As the dreadnought approached the planet, everyone watched the surrounding situation nervously, worried that the Zerg would suddenly appear. General, it's very strange. The probe has not found any trace of Zerg when scanning the planet. The probe reported. Li Hao thought about it. There used to be so many Zerg on this planet, but now there are no Zerg on the entire planet. This is really strange. He frowned and fell into deep thought. The adjutant said, General, could it be that the Zerg have a bigger conspiracy, or have they moved to another place? Li Hao thought about it, and suddenly thought of a possibility. Not good. Hurry back to Beiming Star. The Zerg on this planet should be attacking Beiming Star. The adjutant was shocked. Then let's set off immediately. The dreadnought quickly changed direction and sped towards the North Star. Li Hao's heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He didn't know what the current situation of Beiming Star was. During the rapid voyage, Li Hao kept thinking about countermeasures. Once the Zerg really launches a large-scale attack on Beiming Star will likely fall into a huge crisis. Hurry up, we must get there as soon as possible. When they passed the Zerg defense line, the detectors scanned that the Zerg's defense force was several times greater than before. The adjutant's face changed drastically. General, this is not a good situation. Why did the Zerg suddenly increase so many troops here? Li Hao's eyes became particularly solemn. It seems that our guess is correct. They have indeed concentrated their main forces here. But we must rush over. Bimingxing is still waiting for us to rescue. But General, with our current strength, a forced breakthrough would probably result in heavy losses, the adjutant said worriedly. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, there is no other way. We can only take a risk. Charge all weapons. Wait for the main gun of the Star Destroyer to lead the way, and then attack the Zerg defense line with all our strength. The dreadnought charged towards the Zerg defense line. After the Zerg discovered that their rear was under attack, they immediately launched a fierce attack, with various energy beams and biological weapons intertwined to form a terrifying firepower network. The warship shook violently in the artillery fire, but the soldiers still stubbornly manipulated their weapons to fight back. Li Hao stood on the command platform, closely watching the battlefield situation and constantly issuing various instructions. Main guns keep firing, Star Shield and Energy Shield are activated at the same time. All engines are accelerated to full power. Rush forward. As Li Hao's order was given, the battleship burst out with powerful power, like a brave giant beast, rushing forward under the fierce artillery fire of the Zerg. The Zerg's attack poured down on the battleship like a rainstorm. The energy shield flashed unsteadily under the high-intensity blow, and some tiny cracks appeared on the Star Shield. But the soldiers did not retreat at all. They held the joysticks tightly, their eyes full of determination and resoluteness. The adjutant said anxiously, General, if this continues our shield won't last long. Li Hao's eyes were as sharp as torches. Hold on, as long as we break through this line of defense, we can reach Beiming Star as soon as possible. Chapter 121 The Pirate Alliance appears again. The situation on the battlefield became increasingly tense, and every second seemed to be particularly long. The battleship struggled to move forward in the Zerg blockade. From time to time, some small Zerg broke through the cracks in the Star Shield and entered the energy shield inside, and were destroyed by the mecha soldiers with energy grabs. Accelerating at full power, the dreadnought quickly broke through the Zerg's defense line. We've made it out. Cheers broke out on the bridge. But Li Hao did not relax at all. He immediately ordered, check the damage to the warship, repair it as soon as possible, and prepare to move forward. The soldiers acted quickly and conducted a comprehensive inspection and repair of the Dauntless. At this time, they could already clearly see the outline of Beiming Star. The adjutant looked at Bimingxing, who was gradually approaching, and said worriedly, General, I wonder what Bimingxing's situation is like now. Li Hao clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, we must rush over to provide support as soon as possible. As the dreadnought approached, they discovered that the atmosphere of Beiming Star was filled with thick smoke and traces of war. Some Zerg debris was floating around, indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place here. General, there is a communication request. The communications officer reported. Please bring it in immediately. A tired face appeared on the screen. It was Huangpu Tianming from the 4th Army. General Li Hao, you are finally back. The Zerg attack was too fierce this time. I thought something happened to you. We are fine. What's going on here now? Come back first and we'll talk. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. The dreadnought was like a shining meteor, speeding towards the North Star. When they entered the atmosphere, they saw that the ground was devastated and the city had turned into ruins. Damn Zerg, Li Hao cursed, gritting his teeth. The dreadnought was looking for a suitable landing site in the chaos, and soon the Huangpu Tianming warship flew over. After the two met, Huangpu Tianming introduced. After they separated that day, they secretly passed through the defense line and returned to Beiming Star. They immediately notified the military, but before the military's reinforcements arrived, the Zerg suddenly attacked. The 4th Legion fleet launched an offensive and defensive battle with the Zerg on the defense line. Li Hao frowned. I didn't expect the Zerg to act so quickly. It seems they have been planning this for a long time. What is the situation of the 4th Legion now? Huangpu Tianming's face was heavy. We suffered heavy losses. There are too many Zerg. Our defenses have been breached in many places. The soldiers are fighting desperately, but the situation is still critical. Li Hao took a deep breath and asked, when will the Imperial reinforcements arrive? What happened to the Starry Fleet? Why can't I contact them? Huangpu Tianming's expression was also very solemn. As far as I know, several major legions of the Imperial Royal Army have already arrived, and the support fleets of other legions may arrive later than expected. As for the Starry Fleet, they were transferred back to the Endless Sea by Commander Lin before the war. Lin Xiao, why did she call back the Star Fleet at this time? Doesn't she know that the Zerg battlefield needs support? Li Hao's face turned extremely ugly, and his tone was full of anger and confusion. Huangpu Tianming explained helplessly, don't blame Lin Xiao. According to the military's intelligence briefing, something happened in the Endless Sea. Lin Xiao couldn't contact you, so he could only transfer the Xingyao fleet back first. Li Hao frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. What could have happened in the Endless Sea? It's so serious that we need to transfer back to the Starry Fleet. Huangpu Tianming shook his head. The specific situation is still unclear, but the briefing said that a powerful force seemed to have appeared. They were active in the Endless Sea area and fought against the 13th Legion twice. The 13th Legion was at a disadvantage each time. How could this happen? How could there be a force in the Endless Sea that could defeat the 13th Legion? What's going on the Zerg battlefield now? Can it be defended? Huangpu Tianming replied solemnly. The current situation is not very optimistic. Although the Zerg's attack is becoming more and more fierce, the main force of the Royal Army has now arrived at the Zerg battlefield, and the other major armies have also sent fleets. It shouldn't be a problem. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in his heart had not completely dissipated. He knew that the threat of the Zerg was always around, and he could not take it lightly for a moment. After bidding farewell to Huangpu Tianming, Li Hao hurried back to the Endless Sea. Along the way, he was anxious and kept thinking about the mysterious force. After several days of sailing, Li Hao returned to the Endless Sea Star region. As soon as he crossed the Empire's territory and reached the border star system, he found that something was wrong here. Li Hao contacted Zhang Yu and asked anxiously, Zhang Yu, what's going on in the border star system? Why are there so many merchant ships jammed here on the border star? Zhang Yu's voice came from the communicator with a hint of solemnity. Captain, you are back. We are currently blocking all the routes from the Endless Sea to the Empire. Why do this? Li Hao asked in confusion. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Captain, the leader of the Pirate Alliance got a lot of warships from somewhere. We suspect someone in the Empire is supporting them. Just in case, we can only take this measure first. Li Hao's face became even gloomier as he realized the seriousness of the situation. What should we do with these caravans? We can't just block them here forever. We are checking one by one to ensure that the caravans without problems will be released as soon as possible, but this takes time, Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao thought for a while and said, speed up the investigation and don't let the innocent caravan be affected too much. At the same time, strengthen the monitoring of the border star systems and don't let him take advantage of any opportunity. Yes, Commander. After Li Hao hung up the communication, he immediately ordered to cross the border galaxy and fly to the Alliance Galaxy to meet with the 13th Legion. The officers of the Dauntless acted quickly, remaining on high alert as they crossed the border systems. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, his eyes fixed on the starry sky ahead. When they finally arrived at the Alliance Galaxy, the fleet commanders of the 13th Army had been waiting for a long time. Li Hao immediately held an emergency meeting with the commanders of the 13th Army. The situation is worse than we thought, Lin Xiao said solemnly. This time they seem to have found a way to break our energy shield, which is why we suffered a great loss in the previous two battles. Li Hao frowned. How did they break the energy shield? Lin Xiao took a deep breath. According to the intelligence we have so far, they seem to have used a special energy frequency interference technology that can disrupt the energy operation mechanism of our shield, making it ineffective in a short period of time. Li Hao's eyes became sharper. It seems that we have been betrayed by someone inside the Empire. We must find a way to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise we will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Now can you find out where the problem lies? Chapter 122, The 13th Legion Leaks Secrets. Lin Xiao shook his head with a heavy face. I have no clue yet, but what is certain is that there must be a spy among us who has leaked some of our key information. Li Hao clenched his fists tightly. Immediately launch a comprehensive investigation and don't let go of any suspicious person. At the same time, strengthen intelligence work to see if we can get clues about this spy from other channels. The entire Legion immediately took action and carried out the investigation work tensely and busily. However, This is not an easy task. After all, there are so many people in the Legion, and finding a spy in a short period of time is like looking for a needle in a haystack. During this period, the attacks of the mysterious forces did not stop, but became more fierce. While Li Hao and his men were struggling to resist the attack, they were anxiously looking for ways to resolve internal problems. General, when we were checking the defense system of the fleet's warships, we discovered that the programs of a batch of components we recently purchased had been tampered with. A subordinate came to report. It turns out that this is from the Empire and our own people. Find them out as soon as possible. Li Hao's face was terribly gloomy. He immediately issued an order, asking the intelligence department and the technical department to fully cooperate and find out the mastermind behind the scenes in the shortest possible time. Technicians conducted in-depth analysis of this batch of components day and night, trying to restore the tampered programs and look for clues. Intelligence personnel launched a carpet-style investigation within the Legion, leaving out no suspicious details or personnel. However, things did not go smoothly. The enemy seemed to have been well prepared and had cleaned up all traces, making it difficult for them to find a breakthrough. Damn it, these guys are so cunning. Aren't they afraid that we will finish our internal investigation? Li Hao slammed the table angrily. Captain, we have checked, and it is not someone from our corps. We checked the people in the maintenance department and found that it is basically the veterans of our 13th Corps who are handling our maintenance work. Newcomers have no access to all our warships. Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. Since it's not one of our people, then there must be a problem in the production and transportation of components. Immediately investigate all related manufacturers and transporters. Soon, the investigation team took action. They traveled between various planets and carefully checked every place that might be related to the components. During the investigation, they found that several manufacturers seemed to have some unusual signs. Some accounts were in disarray, and some employees looked flustered, as if they were hiding something. Focus on investigating these manufacturers. Li Hao gave the order. As the investigation deepens, some secrets hidden behind the scenes gradually surface. It turned out that a huge business organization was in collusion with mysterious forces. They controlled the production and transportation of some components through bribery and threats, and thus tampered with the situation. Damn you guys. Li Hao was furious. Li Hao found Wang Lei, gave him the technical information obtained on planet Ix, and asked him to find someone he could trust to study these technologies. Wang Lei took the information solemnly, his eyes flashing with determination. Captain, where did this information come from? This is a long story. From now on, we have to produce all the core things we use ourselves. We can't rely on outsiders. Some of the technology here is more advanced. You must keep it confidential and never let it leak out. Don't worry, Commander. I will never let you down. Wang Lei quickly selected a group of top scientific researchers who secretly entered a specially established research base. This base is located deep within the Legion's headquarters and is heavily guarded to ensure the absolute security of technical data. During the research process, they encountered many difficulties. The technology from the planet X was very advanced and complex, and many principles and concepts were unprecedented to them. They worked day and night, constantly trying various methods and ideas. After several weeks of hard work, they finally achieved some initial results. They used the technology of the 19th civilization to reprogram the 13th Legion's defense system, which made the warships more efficient in releasing energy shields and increased the system's anti-interference capabilities. Just after the 13th Legion adjusted the defense procedures of all the warships in the fleet, the leader of the Pirate Alliance also learned that Li Hao had returned to the Alliance galaxy. The pirate leader showed a sinister smile on his ferocious face. Humph, Li Hao, even if you come back, what can you do? This time I will make sure you never come back. He immediately summoned all the pirate leaders who had surrendered during this period and began to plan a new action. In the Alliance galaxy, Li Hao also keenly sensed the impending crisis. While strengthening the fleet's defense and training, he was actively collecting intelligence about the Pirate Alliance. General, according to the information we have received, the pirate leader seems to be gathering a large number of troops and preparing to launch a large-scale attack on us. An intelligence officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes became sharp. If they want to play, then we will play with them. Notify all departments to enter the first-level combat readiness state. The entire 13th Legion was busy in a tense and orderly manner, and the soldiers were gearing up for this fierce battle. At the same time, the pirate leader's fleet was quietly approaching the Alliance system. They used various means to hide their whereabouts and tried to surprise the 13th Legion. However, Li Hao and his team were not completely unprepared. Through the advanced monitoring system, they still found clues of the pirate fleet. General, we found traces of the pirate fleet, but we haven't been able to determine their target yet, a monitor reported. Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. Keep a close watch and report any situation at any time. As time went by, the monitor sent new information. General, after further analysis, it seems that the pirate fleet has split into several groups and is heading towards several of our inhabited planets. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. They think we dare not split our forces. Now the shields of the battleships are ready. I want to see what you can use to attack. Immediately notify all fleets to return to defend their planets. The 13th Legion began to act quickly. Part of the fleet was sent to various planets for defense, while the other part was ready to provide assistance at any time. Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to the Alliance Star and waited for the main force of the Pirate Alliance to appear. During the tense deployment process, Li Hao kept thinking about the real intentions of the pirate leader. Could they have some bigger conspiracy? Li Hao felt a little uneasy. At this time, the pirate leader of the pirate fleet was smiling smugly. Hey, Li Hao, I want to see how you deal with it this time. Around him, a group of pirate leaders also laughed. In space, the pirate fleet continued to act according to their plan, gradually approaching the various targets of the 13th Legion. Chapter 123 Pirate Leader Attacks Base Star. Captain, the Border Star System Patrol Team has discovered a fleet heading towards the base star. We are asking if there is a fleet coming to reinforce the base star. Li Hao's eyes were stern. Verify the identity of that fleet immediately. Soon, the news came back. Report to the general. That fleet is not our reinforcement fleet. The initial judgment is that it is part of the pirate fleet. Li Hao's eyes shone. Humph, it is indeed their conspiracy. Order the hero fleet to prepare for battle, and notify the Dawn fleet to set out to support the base star. At this time, the pirate leader's fleet was speeding up, and they seemed to be full of confidence in this operation. In the pirate fleet, the pirate leader said to his men, once we take over the base star, the 13th Legion's super energy mine will be ours. On the base star, people were on high alert, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Dawn fleet was like a shining ray of light, rushing towards the base star for help. The pirate leader looked at the approaching base star and smiled greedily. Haha, speed up. Those treasures will be ours soon. On the heroic fleet side, the commander's eyes were firm. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. We must not let the pirates succeed. In an instant, the two fleets launched a fierce battle in the space of the base star. Countless laser beams and energy cannons intertwined, lighting up the dark universe. Relying on its numerical advantage, the pirate leader's fleet surged towards the hero fleet like a tide, attempting to suppress the opponent with absolute force. But the heroic fleet was not afraid at all. Relying on superb tactics and tacit cooperation, they resisted the attacks of the pirate fleet time and time again. Concentrate your firepower and attack their flagship, the commander of the heroic fleet ordered loudly. Powerful energy beams blasted towards the pirate leader's flagship. The frigates around the pirate flagship tried their best to resist. In the violent explosion, some frigates were reduced to pieces. The pirate leader was furious when he saw this. Attack with all your strength. I want to crush them completely. Under his command, the pirate fleet launched an even more frenzied offensive. The warships of the heroic fleet continued to be under tremendous pressure and began to suffer damage. However, the warriors of the heroic fleet did not retreat. They stubbornly held their posts and fought a desperate battle with the pirate fleet. The pirate leader didn't expect that there was a fleet defending the base star, but this time he came prepared. He first arranged part of the fleet to delay the hero fleet and part of the fleet to enter the interior of the planet to look for super energy mines. When the pirate fleet was seen rushing towards the planet, the defense forces on the base planet responded immediately. Anti-aircraft artillery fired intensively in an attempt to intercept the intruding pirate warships. But the pirates were well prepared. They released a large number of jamming bombs and shields, tried their best to reduce the damage, and continued to force their advance. The pirates who entered the planet were divided into several teams according to the pre-instructions, and searched for traces of super energy mines in the complex terrain. They encountered stubborn resistance from the base star's guard forces, and fierce street fighting broke out in every corner of the planet. The commander of the heroic fleet was extremely anxious when he saw this situation. He knew very well that if the pirates succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. We must not let them succeed, he roared, commanding the fleet to make a desperate attempt to break through the pirate blockade. At the same time, inside the planet, the battle between the guards and the pirates became more and more brutal. The pirate leader was closely following the development of the situation on the flagship. He was sometimes excited and sometimes anxious. Hurry, speed up and find the energy mine, he kept urging. Alliance leader, According to our scans, there are multiple mines on this planet, and we are currently unable to accurately locate the energy mine. The pirate leader's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Useless. A bunch of useless. Increase the intensity of the search. Even if you have to turn this planet upside down, you must find them. Amid his roar, the pirates who entered the planet launched a more frantic search. They began to attack mine after mine, trying to find clues to the energy mines from various clues. Alliance leader, the defense facilities over there are the most comprehensive. Could that be the place? A pirate said excitedly, pointing at the Star Valley base. The leader looked at the location of the valley base, thought for a moment, and said, "That's the headquarters of the 13th Legion on this planet. Don't you see so many housing and training facilities? The energy mine won't be there." The pirate scratched his head unwillingly. "But the defense is too strong, master." The pirate leader frowned. "Don't be fooled by appearances, idiot. Keep looking in other places. There must be clues we haven't found yet." On the side of the hero fleet, the pirate fleet that was trying to tie down the hero fleet found, after several rounds of concentrated fire, that they were now unable to interfere with the energy shields of the 13th Legion's warships. The commander of the heroic fleet raised his lips upon seeing this. "Humph, our shield technology is not so easy to break through." He immediately gave the order for the fleet to launch a more fierce counterattack. Laser beams and missiles were fired from the warships of the heroic fleet, pouring down on the pirate fleet like a rainstorm. The pirates suddenly fell into chaos, and some warships began to be damaged and exploded. "Damn it, how could this happen? Isn't it said that the jammer can interfere with their star shield?" The commander of the pirate fleet roared in frustration. "Chief, should we inform the leader of the alliance? We are unable to break the opponent's defensive star shield. If we are held back by them like this, we will be unable to leave when the 13th Legion's reinforcements arrive." The pirate fleet commander had a terribly gloomy expression on his face. He glared at the subordinate who made the suggestion and said, "Why are you panicking? Don't alert the leader yet. We'll think of a solution later." He pondered for a moment, then shouted an order. "Concentrate all firepower and attack their energy supply system. I don't believe their star shield can hold up." The pirate fleet quickly adjusted its tactics, and dense artillery fire poured down like raindrops towards the energy supply area of the heroic fleet. On the heroic fleet's side, the commander also noticed the pirates' intentions, and he immediately commanded the fleet to flexibly evade and counterattack. "We must not let them succeed," he shouted. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle in space, with flashing lights and constant energy fluctuations. Ask the fleet why it has taken so long to deal with their defensive fleet. Soon, the signalman replied. "Alliance leader, the fleet just reported that their jammers have failed, and now their attacks cannot break through the opponent's shield." Upon hearing this, the pirate leader angrily punched the console and said, "What a bunch of rubbish. Keep attacking. We can't let them hold us back." "But leader, if we attack like this, we will suffer heavy losses," a staff officer nearby couldn't help but say. "Humph, how can we get what we want without paying a price?" The pirate leader's eyes widened with anger. "Convey my order immediately. Break through their defenses at all costs." Chapter 124, Defense of the Base Star Mine. Under the strong command of the leader, the pirate fleet launched another crazy attack. Various artillery fire poured down on the heroic fleet like raindrops, and the entire space was shrouded in brilliant light. On the hero fleet side, the commander calmly directed the defense. "Keep the formation, don't panic, they can't break our shield." However, as time went on, the pirate fleet's attacks became more and more fierce, and the shields of some warships of the heroic fleet began to show signs of flickering and instability. "Oh no, the shield energy is decreasing," a crew member shouted anxiously. "Activate the backup energy system and strengthen the shield." The commander gave the order decisively. In this tense battle, both sides are gritting their teeth and persevering. On the planet, some pirate teams have begun to secretly look for clues that may contain super energy mines. They attack the mine on the base star, and the mine guards use the mine's defenses to resist. "Hit them hard, don't let them succeed," the captain of the mine guard shouted at the top of his lungs. The pirates attacked the mine's defenses frantically, and the lights of various weapons flashed across the mine. Although the guards were tenacious, they gradually began to feel overwhelmed when faced with the large number of pirates. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer," a guard shouted anxiously. "Hold on. I've already notified the base. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. We can't let them get the mine," the captain responded, gritting his teeth. At this time, the guards of the mine, encouraged by the captain, mustered up their courage again and fought desperately against the pirates' attack. The pirates became more and more impatient as they saw that they could not take the city. Increase the firepower and charge in at all costs, the leader of the pirate team screamed. The fierce battle caused smoke and flames to fill the area around the mine. The guards suffered increasing casualties under the heavy bombardment, but they still showed no signs of retreating. Time passed by minute, and the captain looked up at the sky anxiously, hoping for the arrival of reinforcements. Why haven't they come yet? If they don't come soon, we really won't be able to hold on. He prayed in his heart. Finally, a group of twinkling lights appeared in the distant sky. They were the reinforcements sent by the base. Reinforcements are coming, a guard shouted excitedly. The captain also showed a hint of joy on his face, but he still did not dare to relax at all. Everyone, work harder and hold on until the reinforcements arrive. As the reinforcements gradually approached, the pirates realized that the situation was not good. Damn it, we can't let them join us, the pirate leader roared. Alliance leader, the search team just reported that they found a mine with very tight defenses, and the 13th Legion sent a mecha unit from the base to provide support. Upon hearing this, the pirate leader immediately became excited. Humph, I finally found you. No matter what the cost, you must take over that mine for me. Pass on my order. Gather all the forces that can be mobilized. Under the order of the pirate leader, more pirate warships and troops rushed towards the mine. At this time, the guards of the mine and the reinforcements that had just arrived had united closely and were ready for battle. Brothers, we must defend this place and not let the pirates succeed, the commander of the reinforcements shouted. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, with high morale. The pirates came like a tide, and the two sides once again launched a thrilling battle. The sky was filled with gunfire, and the shouts of killing were deafening. The land around the mine was overturned by explosions again and again, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and dust. In the fierce battle, people from both sides kept falling down, but there was no sign of the fighting stopping. Report, our mecha troops suffered heavy losses. An officer reported to the mine guard captain. Damn it, if it doesn't work, let's retreat to the mine first. We are familiar with this place, said the captain, gritting his teeth. The pirates also suffered huge losses, but under the high-pressure orders of the pirate leader, they still attacked frantically. Charge! Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy, the pirate leaders shouted loudly. As time went by, the situation on the battlefield became more and more tense. Although the mine guards and reinforcements put up a strong resistance, they gradually felt powerless in the face of the continuous influx of pirates. In the chaos, a young guard soldier looked at his companions who kept falling down, and a strong sense of grief and anger surged in his heart. He clenched his weapon tightly and rushed towards the enemy regardless of everything, shouting loudly as he rushed, "Fight them!" His actions seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of others, and everyone followed him and launched rounds of charges. The pirates were caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, but they quickly reorganized and continued their frantic attack. At the same time, the heroic fleet in space was also facing tremendous pressure. The pirate fleet continued to launch fierce attacks, trying to break through their defenses. The commander of the heroic fleet looked solemn, constantly adjusting tactics and commanding the fleet to resist tenaciously. "We must not let them succeed," the commander said firmly. In the mine on the planet, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. The entire mine is shrouded in flames of war, and there is almost no intact place. "Captain, our ammunition is running out," a soldier shouted anxiously. The captain's eyes flashed with determination. "Retreat back to the mine, or blow up the entrance if all else fails." The soldiers quickly took action, fighting and retreating towards the mine. The pirates seemed to have noticed their intentions and rushed over more frantically, trying to stop them from entering the mine. "Hurry, speed up," the captain kept urging. In the fierce firefight, soldiers kept falling down, but they still stubbornly advanced towards the mine. Finally, most of the soldiers successfully retreated into the mine. "Prepare to blow the hole," the captain gave the order. Several soldiers immediately began to place explosives, and at this time the pirates had already rushed to the entrance of the cave. "Hurry, there's no time," someone shouted. Just as the pirates were about to rush into the cave, the explosives were detonated. Boom! With a loud noise, the entrance of the cave was buried by collapsed earth and rocks, temporarily blocking the pirates' attack. The pirate leader led a group of his men and hurried to the ground mine. When he saw the buried cave entrance in front of him, his face became extremely gloomy, and his heart was filled with depression and anger. "Damn it! These damn guys!" The pirate leader pounded the stone next to him hard. He originally thought that this action would be unstoppable, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so tenacious and actually use this method to stop their attack. "Leader, what should we do now?" a pirate leader asked cautiously. The pirate leader gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Mobilize all the excavation equipment and dig this place up. I don't believe they can hide in there forever. So the pirates began to get busy. Various large excavation machines were transported to the entrance of the cave, and the roar was endless. In the mine, the soldiers also heard the noise coming from outside. Captain, they have started digging. What should we do? A soldier looked anxious. The captain frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, It's okay, we will bury explosives around this passage, and when they dig in, we will blow it up. Chapter 125. The Starry Fleet arrives at the base star. The soldiers immediately took action and began to nervously arrange the explosives. They carefully and quickly placed the explosives at key locations in the passage to ensure that they could deal a fatal blow to the pirates. In the process of placing the explosives, everyone looked serious and moved quickly, for they knew that this was their last line of defense and a crucial step in their fight for survival and victory. Captain, the explosives have been set up. A soldier said softly. The captain nodded, his eyes fixed on the direction of the cave entrance that was buried by earth and rocks. Okay, everyone find a hidden position and be ready to detonate the explosives at any time. Everyone hid themselves and waited quietly for the pirates to arrive. Time seemed to be particularly long, and every second made people feel tense. Finally, with a sound of loosening soil and rocks, the pirates successfully dug a small hole. Haha, they can't run away. The pirates shouted excitedly and rushed in impatiently. The moment the first group of pirates stepped into the passage, the captain decisively pressed the detonator. Boom! Another loud noise was heard, and the entire mine shook violently. Fire and smoke spread instantly. The passage was destroyed in an instant, and the pirates who rushed in suffered heavy casualties in the explosion. Success! Some soldiers cheered. But the captain's expression was still serious. Don't be too happy too soon. We have to find a way to leave here quickly. They continued along the newly discovered passage, hoping to find a safe exit. At the other end of the passage, the pirate leader was furious after learning that another attack had failed. Damn it! I will never let them go. Keep looking and find them. The pirate leader roared, commanding more pirates to join the excavation. In the starry sky, the commander of the heroic fleet was still directing the fleet to fight against the pirate fleet. Ask when the support fleet will arrive. The base will not be able to hold out for much longer. The communications officer immediately began to make contact. Calling the support fleet, we urgently need to know your arrival time. A moment later, a reply came from the communicator from the support fleet. It is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 2 standard hours. The commander looked at the fierce battle scene in front of him with a serious expression, praying silently in his heart that the base could hold out until the arrival of the support fleet. Tell them to speed up. The situation here is very critical, the commander ordered. At the same time, the pirate fleet seemed to have noticed the anxiety of the hero fleet, and its attacks became more fierce. Boom! A warship of the heroic fleet was hit, and thick smoke billowed out. Damn it! The commander cursed. Fight back with all your strength. We can't let them succeed. The warriors of the heroic fleet gritted their teeth and fought desperately against the repeated attacks of the pirate fleet. Time passed by minute, and the heroic fleet was struggling to hold on. Finally, after a long wait, the support fleet appeared in the distant starry sky. The star fleet rushed to the battlefield and attacked the pirate fleet directly from behind. The pirates were instantly thrown into panic. They had never expected that such a powerful fleet would attack them from behind. Damn it, where did this fleet come from? How come the support fleet of the 13th Legion arrived so quickly? The pirate leader roared angrily. The Starfleet's attacks were sharp and precise, with powerful energy beams pouring down on the pirate fleet like raindrops. The pirates' warships were hit one after another, and the flames of the explosions shone brightly in the starry sky. Upon seeing this, the commander of the heroic fleet immediately ordered, "All soldiers, seize the opportunity and fight back with all your might." The morale of the hero fleet was greatly boosted, and it cooperated with the Star Fleet to attack the pirate fleet from the front and back. The pirate fleet began to disintegrate under this fierce attack. Many pirate warships tried to escape from the battlefield but were caught tightly. "Commander Zhang, why are you here?" "Legion Commander," the commander of the heroic fleet asked puzzledly. Commander Zhang smiled and replied, "The commander has other tasks to do, so he sent us here to support you. Don't worry, with us here, these pirates won't be able to escape." The commander of the heroic fleet nodded, his doubts slightly alleviated, but he was still somewhat concerned about the whereabouts of the Legion commander. As the battle continued, the pirate fleet was almost completely destroyed, with only a few warships escaping by chance. The commander of the heroic fleet breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and enter the planet. The pirate leader has been leading people in for a long time. It is estimated that the base has been breached. Commander Zhang nodded sternly. All fleets, speed up and head towards the planet. The fleet rushed towards the planet like a meteor. When they approached the planet, they found that the surface of the planet was in a mess and many buildings had been destroyed. Oh no, the situation is worse than we thought. The commander of the heroic fleet frowned. They entered the planet's atmosphere carefully, and when they arrived at the valley base, they found that the valley base had not been attacked. What's going on? Didn't the pirate leader attack the base? Zhang Yu asked the person in charge of the base. The person in charge of the base also looked confused and shook his head, saying, "We don't know either. Only a few pirate ships came to scout. However, the defense of the rare earth mine has asked for help many times. We have already sent a mecha brigade to rescue them." Oh no, they saw us sending so many mechas to the rare mine and thought it was an energy mine. All the pirates will go there. Let's go there quickly. Zhang Yu led his men to the rare ore, but did not find any of the pirate leader's men. He only saw that the entrance to the mine had been blown down. What's going on? Zhang Yu was full of doubts. The commander of the heroic fleet looked at the collapsed mine with a gloomy expression. It seems that the pirates have already taken action. They may have blown up the mine to trap our people or cover up their true purpose. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Immediately organize people to dig and see if we can find the trapped people." The soldiers acted quickly and began to dig the destroyed mine. At the same time, Zhang Yu sent out a reconnaissance team to check the situation around. After some hard digging, they finally made some progress. The mine was dug through and they got in touch with the trapped mecha soldiers. What's going on? Where are the pirates? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. The captain of the mecha reported, "After we could no longer resist, we retreated to the mine, then we blew up the entrance to the mine. The pirates dug in, and we blew it up again, delaying the pirates' entry into the mine. You did a great job, but where are the pirates?" The situation was too chaotic at the time, and we didn't know their exact whereabouts. We only know that they disappeared after we blew up the cave entrance for the last time, the mecha captain said with some annoyance. The commander of the heroic fleet pondered for a moment and said, "They will definitely not give up easily. Maybe they are looking for other ways to enter the mine, or they have moved their target to another place." Zhang Yu nodded. "Expand the search area immediately. We can't let these pirates disappear like this." Chapter 126. Encircling the pirate leader. As a result, the fleet soldiers began a more detailed search in the surrounding area. They left no corner untouched and carefully checked every place where pirates might be hiding. Just as they were conducting a large-scale search, detection detected several lone pirates in a valley. Zhang Yu immediately led a team of people and galloped towards the valley. When they arrived at the valley, the pirates were panicking and trying to hide. "Don't run. Surrender," Zhang Yu shouted loudly. However, the pirates ignored the advice and instead fled desperately into the depths of the valley. Zhang Yu and his men chased after them relentlessly, shuttling through the valley. Suddenly, a steep cliff appeared in front of them, forcing the pirates into a desperate situation. "Run again. You can't escape," Zhang Yu sneered. The pirates looked desperate, but one of them seemed unwilling to be captured like this, and turned around and pounced on Zhang Yu and his men. Looking for death, the soldier next to Zhang Yu immediately opened fire, and the pirate fell to the ground instantly. Seeing this, the other pirates also gave up resistance and raised their hands obediently. Zhang Yu stepped forward and asked sternly, "Tell me, where is your main force? Why are you here?" The pirates looked at each other, and one of them said hesitantly, We were sent here to look for other mineral sources. When the leader knew your reinforcements had arrived, he ran away with his men. Take them back and intensify the search for the planet. Scan the base planet around the clock during this period. Don't miss any place." The soldiers immediately took action and escorted the pirates back to the base. After returning to the base, the entire planet fell into a tense and busy search state. Various detection instruments are fully turned on, and countless patrol teams are shuttling back and forth across every corner of the planet. However, after searching for several days, they still could not find any trace of the pirate leader and his main force, which made Zhang Yu and others feel more and more uneasy. When the pirate leader learned that reinforcements from the 13th Legion had arrived, he immediately abandoned the mine and fled to the other side of the planet with the pirates. As they sailed through the starry sky, the pirate leader sat in the command cabin with a gloomy face, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. "Damn it, I'm just this close to getting that super energy mine," he said fiercely, gritting his teeth. The pirate leader next to him asked cautiously, "Leader, what should we do now?" The pirate leader thought for a moment and said, Let's find a place to hide and wait for the right opportunity. The 13th Legion will not give up, and we must be prepared to deal with it. The fleet moved forward silently in the dark starry sky, trying their best to avoid possible patrols and detections. Along the way, the pirates remained highly vigilant. When passing through an asteroid belt, the fleet had to slow down and move carefully. Suddenly, a strange light seemed to flash from an asteroid. Alliance leader, what do you see there? A pirate noticed something unusual. The pirate leader looked at it carefully, and a bad feeling came over him. Before he could react, a mysterious fleet of warships suddenly emerged from behind the asteroid. "Oh no, there's an ambush," someone exclaimed. These mysterious warships quickly launched an attack on the pirate fleet, and the powerful firepower threw the pirates into chaos in an instant. While commanding the resistance, the pirate leader was pondering the origins of these mysterious warships. Could it be an ambush by the 13th Legion? He wondered in his heart. The leader has a communication coming in from the other side. The pirate leader's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "Bring it in." A blurry figure instantly appeared on the communication screen. The face could not be seen clearly, but the voice came clearly. "Pirate leader, how are you?" The pirate leader frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The figure let out a strange laugh. "Old friend, I don't recognize you now. You are Li Hao, why are you here?" "Haha, I didn't expect you to recognize me." Li Hao's voice was filled with a hint of pride. "I came here to deal with you pirates. I let you get away last time. It won't be that easy this time." The pirate leader snorted coldly. "Humph, Li Hao, don't think you can succeed easily. I am not that easy to catch." "Really? Then let's give it a try." Li Hao sneered. "Today is your end." After saying that, Li Hao commanded his fleet to launch another fierce attack. The pirate leader was not willing to be outdone and desperately commanded his fleet to resist. In the fierce exchange of fire, a fleet suddenly attacked from Li Hao's flank. The pirate leader was startled at first, then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Could it be that other forces are coming to help us?" Li Hao was also greatly surprised and hurriedly ordered the fleet to split up to deal with this sudden fleet. The fleet came with great momentum and fierce firepower, which instantly disrupted the attack pace of Li Hao's fleet. "Retreat quickly. While Li Hao is defending, open a gap and run quickly." The pirate fleet took advantage of the chaos and began to break out desperately. Li Hao had to deal with the attack of this mysterious fleet on the one hand, and prevent the pirates from escaping on the other hand, so there was a loophole in the defense for a while. Who is the other party? The scale of this fleet is no less than that of the 13th Legion. Li Hao thought puzzledly. The pirate leader had no time to think about these things at the moment. He was only thinking about escaping from this dangerous place as soon as possible. The pirate fleet attacked the gap like desperate men. Some warships were destroyed in the fierce breakout, but they did not retreat. Seeing that the pirates were about to escape, Li Hao became more and more anxious. He shouted into the communicator, "Stop them! We must not let them get away." However, the attacks of the mysterious fleet became more and more fierce, leaving him somewhat unable to take care of himself. Just when the Dawn fleet was about to successfully intercept, several heavy cruisers suddenly flew out of the mysterious fleet and rushed straight between the pirate fleet and the Dawn fleet, blocking the Dawn fleet's interception. Li Hao looked at those heavy cruisers with a terribly gloomy expression. Damn it, who on earth are these guys? How could they have such powerful strength and equipment? He cursed inwardly. "Since you stopped me and let the pirates go, I will leave you a few warships." The main gun of the dreadnought is locked onto the heavy cruiser, firing 2 shots forward and backward at 70 energy. Li Hao ordered. In an instant, the main gun of the Dawn fleet's dreadnought battleship began to charge, and powerful energy waves spread across the hull. A moment later, 2 thick beams of energy gushed out and rushed towards the heavy cruisers like angry dragons. The mysterious fleet seemed to have sensed the danger, and the heavy cruisers began to evade urgently, but were still hit by the sudden attack. After 2 flashes of light, 2 of the heavy cruisers were severely damaged, with huge wounds appearing on the hull and serious damage to the equipment and personnel inside. "Keep attacking, don't give them a chance to breathe," Li Hao shouted loudly. Chapter 127 Battleship or Discovered. The other warships of the Dawn fleet also opened fire, and dense artillery fire fell on the mysterious fleet and the heavy cruisers like raindrops. The mysterious fleet was not to be outdone and quickly organized a counterattack. The 2 sides once again engaged in a fierce confrontation. The combat effectiveness of the 13th Legion is indeed formidable. The battleship that Li Hao has on board is equipped with a Star Destroyer cannon, which can instantly destroy the heavy cruiser flagship with a star shield, said the mysterious fleet commander. "Commander, if we continue, we will be destroyed one by Li Hao's dreadnought." the adjutant said anxiously. The mysterious fleet commander frowned, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but he also knew that what his adjutant said was true. He gritted his teeth and gave the order. All fleets, retreat temporarily. As the order was given, the mysterious fleet began to retreat in an orderly manner, gradually widening the distance between itself and the Dawn fleet. Li Hao watched the mysterious fleet retreat and did not order a full-scale pursuit. He knew that it was not advisable to pursue them relentlessly at this moment. After all, they had just experienced a fierce battle and the fleet had suffered a lot of damage. First, clean up the battlefield and count the losses. The soldiers of the Dawn fleet began to get busy, clearing the wreckage and damaged warships on the battlefield. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the dreadnought, lost in thought. What is the origin of this mysterious fleet? Why did it suddenly appear to help the pirates? Li Hao was full of doubts. After cleaning up the battlefield, the adjutant came to report. Captain, we just recovered the 2 heavy cruiser flagships. They are both brand new, and the equipment inside is not recorded in the Imperial system. Li Hao frowned even more tightly. This is strange. Brand new warships do not belong to the Empire's equipment system. Then where do these warships come from? He paced in thought. The adjutant continued. Captain, these warships must have been produced by the Empire. The parts inside are all Imperial versions. I guess some company secretly produced and sold them. So many warships were produced privately. These people are really bold. Captain, this is most likely a hidden private army of a large family in the Empire. They are probably using their family's warship production line. Li Hao's eyes became sharp. Humph, no matter which family it is, they dare to openly violate the laws of the Empire and privately build a fleet of this size. This is absolutely intolerable. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Hao led the fleet back to the base star. When the fleet slowly sailed into the port of the base star, the people on the base star all looked at them with admiration. The soldiers of the fleet began to disembark in an orderly manner for rest and replenishment. Captain, the pirate leader ran away and they didn't find the location of the energy mine, Zhang Qiang reported. I know. I ambushed him on the road. But suddenly a mysterious fleet came to support him and let him escape. He was lucky this time, but they also suffered a great loss this time. Zhang Qiang frowned. This mysterious fleet appeared too suddenly. What are their origins? Li Hao's eyes were deep. It's not clear yet, but they were able to show up at the critical moment to save the pirate leader, so they must have a close relationship with the pirates. So what should we do next, Commander? Zhang Qiang asked. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, the news that the base star has an energy mine has been leaked. In the future, the safety of several major base stars will be guaranteed. Your Xingyao fleet will be responsible for the defense of this galaxy together with the Yingxing fleet. Zhang Qiang nodded in agreement and then went to arrange the relevant matters. Li Hao paced back and forth in the command room, thinking about various possibilities. The appearance of this mysterious fleet made the already complicated situation even more confusing. Just when Li Hao was thinking about the mysterious fleet, the Li Hao Star Network communication rang. Li Hao looked and saw that it was Wang Lei calling. Captain, we have news from the laboratory. We analyzed the composition of the defense bug's corpse and found that it is similar to the extremely hard ore we found on the base planet. We estimate that the defense bug absorbed the composition of this ore. After hearing this, Li Hao's eyes revealed a thoughtful gleam. So, these defensive insects are likely to have lived in an environment with this kind of ore for a long time, which is why this situation occurred. Zhang Qiang nodded. It's very likely, Commander. The data we compared is very close to the main material of the dreadnought. We suspect that this ore is the material missing for building battleships. Li Hao stared at Zhang Qiang with sharp eyes. If this is true, then we must master the characteristics and mining methods of this ore as soon as possible. Zhang Qiang looked serious. I understand, Commander. I have arranged more manpower and resources to invest in the research of ore. In the following days, the entire base carried out intensive and orderly work around this mysterious ore. Engineers in the laboratory conduct various experiments and analyses day and night in an attempt to uncover the mystery of the ore. At the same time, Li Hao was also actively preparing for matters related to ore mining. He sent an exploration team to explore every corner of the base star to find more mineral deposits. After a period of hard work, the exploration team brought good news that they had discovered minerals in several remote areas of the base star. However, after detection, it was found that the reserves of these ore mines are very limited. Li Hao frowned and paced back and forth in the command room. Such a small reserve is far from meeting our needs. Zhang Qiang also looked worried. Yes, Commander, even if all the reserves of these ores are mined, they are not enough to build a battleship. Li Hao stopped and said with a firm look, We will continue to increase our exploration efforts and not miss any place where there may be ore. At the same time, let the laboratory speed up the research on existing ores to see if we can find ways to increase the utilization rate. Therefore, the exploration team once again embarked on a difficult journey. They traveled through the mountains and deserts of the base star, not missing any clues. In the laboratory, engineers are busy day and night. They tried various extraction and processing methods, trying to extract more value from limited ore. Captain, after such a long period of exploration, we have searched the base star and the endless sea star region. Should we look in other star regions? Wang Lei suggested. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. You make sense, Wang Lei. It seems that we can't limit ourselves to this area. But the situation in other star regions is complicated. We should not search within the Empire to avoid leaking the news. You mean the Zerg starfield, but the Zerg has a defensive Zerg, so it should have this, or... Wang Lei frowned and continued. The Zerg starfield is indeed full of dangers, but if there really is the or we need there, it might be worth taking a risk. Li Hao's eyes became sharp. We need to plan carefully and not act rashly. The Zerg battlefield is now engaged in battle, and we need to stabilize the rear now. Chapter 128 Li Hao produces battleships. After a period of research and refining of the ore, the laboratory produced a very hard alloy material. Can this material be used to build battleships at present? Li Hao asked impatiently. Zhang Yu looked at the test report in his hand and answered seriously. Captain, theoretically it is possible. The performance of the ship built in the current test is much stronger than that of the heavy cruiser flagship, and the defense is also better than the original construction material. Although this alloy material is hard, the main body built is still unable to withstand the recoil of the Star Destroyer cannon. Li Hao frowned slightly. In this case, you continue the test and have the shipyard start producing according to the battleship blueprints. In the future, the Dawn Fleet will be equipped with this type of battleship. Zhang Yu nodded and said, Yes, Commander, I will arrange it right away. The scientific researchers in the laboratory continue to engage in intensive testing work, striving to further improve the performance of this alloy material. At the dock, the machines were roaring continuously and the workers began to produce in an orderly manner according to the drawings. In the dock, huge robotic arms were waving, precisely splicing pieces of alloy materials together. Every component is crafted with the utmost care to ensure that the quality of the battleship is impeccable. As time went by, the prototype of the first battleship gradually emerged. Its huge and majestic body exudes a shocking aura, like a steel behemoth ready to attack at any time. Commander, the main structure of the first battleship has been completed. The dock manager excitedly reported to Li Hao. Li Hao arrived at the dock and looked at the magnificent battleship in front of him, his heart filled with pride and anticipation. Very good. Speed up the subsequent assembly work. Captain, according to our calculations, if we produce warships according to this version, the raw materials we found on the base planet can only produce less than 10 ships. Li Hao's face became serious. 10 ships. We only have so much material now. You should arrange for all the shipyards to start construction at the same time and produce them as soon as possible. We will find a way to get the materials. Zhang Yu took the order and quickly organized the work in the docks. The docks were immediately in full swing, and the workers were busy day and night, racing against time to make this precious battleship. At the same time, Li Hao convened the core members of the laboratory to discuss the information about the beast-shaped mecha obtained from the X civilization. Everyone sat around the conference table, their expressions very serious. Li Hao looked at everyone and slowly said, Everyone, the information about the beast-shaped mecha obtained from the X civilization this time is very valuable. We must conduct in-depth research and master the key technologies as soon as possible. A senior engineer pushed up his glasses and said, Captain, these data are indeed valuable, but some of the technical concepts involved are very different from our existing system, so it is not easy to integrate them. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, No matter how big the difficulties are, we must overcome them. We must carefully analyze every detail and gradually overcome these difficulties. After a period of hard work, we finally achieved some initial results. Commander, we have some new understanding and breakthroughs in the power system of the beast-shaped mecha. A researcher excitedly reported to Li Hao. Li Hao showed a relieved smile on his face. Very good. Keep up this momentum. But this speed is too slow. There is nothing we can do. Zhang Yu thought for a while and said, Captain of the Army, Zhongzhou Star has always been at the forefront of the Empire in the development of mechas. Why don't we let Zhongzhou Star help us crack some of the technology? Li Hao frowned and thought for a moment. This is a solution, but we must find reliable people on Zhongzhou Star. Once our technology is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Yu said quickly. Captain, the old dean and governor of Zhongzhou Star are both from our 13th Legion. I believe they will keep their mouths shut. And if we can get their help, our progress will definitely be greatly accelerated. Li Hao finally nodded and said, Okay, then let's contact Zhongzhou Star first and proceed with this matter cautiously. But we must ensure confidentiality and there can't be any mistakes. Soon, communication with Zhongzhou Star began. After learning about the situation, Zhongzhou Star expressed its willingness to provide full assistance, and the top scientists of Zhongzhou Star began to invest in the research of the beast-shaped mechadata. After Li Hao and Zhang Yu finished arranging the production, Li Hao asked Zhang Yu, Is there any news about the pirate leader during this period? Zhang Yu frowned and shook his head. Captain, there is no definite news about the pirate leader yet. Since the last time they took action, they seem to have disappeared without a trace. Li Hao's eyes became sharp. This is not a good sign. That guy has always been elusive. I don't know what conspiracy he is planning. We must continue to intensify the search in the Endless Sea and eradicate the pirate forces in the Endless Sea. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, Commander. I have asked the Intelligence Department to increase its investigation efforts. If there is any movement, we will be the first to know. In the following days, the 13th Legion was busy with preparations while keeping a close eye on the pirates' movements. However, no substantial clues emerged. While Li Hao was searching for the pirate leader in the Endless Sea, the pirate leader was living a leisurely life in a mansion on the Imperial Capital Star. The Imperial Capital Star is a prosperous and powerful planet. No one would have thought that the pirate leader would be hiding here. In that luxurious mansion, the pirate leader crossed his legs, sipping fine wine leisurely, surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. Let that guy Li Hao take his time looking for it. He will never expect that I will be here. The pirate leader smiled proudly with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. His subordinates served respectfully on the side, and they were both impressed and a little worried about the fact that their leader was so bold as to hide in the Imperial Capital Star. Alliance leader, are we really safe here? What if we are discovered? One of the subordinates asked cautiously. The pirate leader glared at him and said, Idiot, this is the most dangerous place and also the safest place. Those people would never have thought that I would be right under their noses. The pirate leader went on to say, We have been in the Endless Sea for so many years, and now we have to hide in a remote planet. How can we live as well as we do in the Imperial Star? The leader is right. The subordinates echoed one after another, but they still felt a little uneasy in their hearts. The pirate leader stood up and paced back and forth in the room. However, we can't let our guard down. Although the Imperial capital is prosperous, it is also easier to be exposed. Tell the brothers to try not to go out. After this operation, we can stay in the Imperial capital for a long time. Chapter 129, Li Hao Speculation. Li Hao didn't know that the pirate leader he was looking for had already hidden in the Imperial Capital Star. He led the fleet of the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea to search for remote stars and eliminate scattered pirates. Captain, we have searched all the remote star systems in the Endless Sea, but we can't find any information about the pirate leader. Could it be that he is no longer in the Endless Sea star region? Zhang Yu asked puzzledly. Li Hao frowned and looked deeply at the endless starry sky. It's possible that the mysterious fleet that rescued him last time was a termite inside the Empire. It's very likely that they trampled him on a planet inside the Empire. Zhang Yu's expression also became serious. If this is true, then things will be troublesome. The situation within the Empire is complicated. It is not easy to find their hiding place. Li Hao pondered for a moment. No matter what, we can't give up. Let's start with the clues related to the mysterious fleet and see if we can find some clues. Therefore, the 13th Legion began a more detailed investigation and analysis. They carefully studied every encounter with the mysterious fleet, trying to find some patterns and clues. At the same time, the pirate leader on the Imperial Capital Star was completely unaware of the impending crisis. He continued to lead a life of extravagance, indulging himself in pleasure in his mansion with his men. In every corner of the Empire, some undercurrents were also surging. Those forces that were in collusion with the mysterious fleet began to notice Li Hao's actions, and they were also secretly making plans to prepare for possible troubles. Li Hao's investigation gradually made some progress. They discovered some people and events related to the mysterious fleet. These clues seemed to point to some powerful people on the Imperial Capital Star. It seems that our guess is correct. There are still people who are unwilling to give in. They organize so many warships privately. Where do they usually hide the warships? Li Hao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Commander, these uninformed warships should not be able to sail within the Empire. I guess the warships should stay at the border of the Empire. Zhang Yu said after thinking about it. That's not right. Most of the borders are guarded by military units. A fleet that large cannot completely avoid surveillance detection. Could it be that they used some special means to block the surveillance? Or is there a traitor assisting them? Zhang Yu put forward his own guess. Li Hao nodded. It's possible. Immediately investigate whether there are any abnormal situations in the border corps recently. Zhang Yu took the order and left, and the intelligence department of the 13th Army began to get busy. On the Imperial Capital Star, the pirate leader met his mysterious master in a club. Inside the luxurious club room, the light was dim, and the pirate leader stood respectfully in front of a mysterious man shrouded in a black robe. Master, the situation seems to be getting increasingly unfavorable for us. Li Hao has already taken control of the entire Endless Sea Star region. The pirate leader said anxiously. The mysterious man made a deep sound. It's all because of you, a loser. I invested so many star coins in you, but so many warships were defeated by Li Hao and driven out of the Endless Sea. The pirate leader lowered his head, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Master, I didn't expect Li Hao to be so difficult to deal with, but I have tried my best. The mysterious man snorted coldly. Try your best? Humph, is this the result of your best efforts? Did you find the energy mine during your last sneak attack on the base planet? The mysterious man asked. The pirate leader quickly replied. Master, we were almost successful, but Li Hao's army suddenly appeared and disrupted our plan, so… You are useless, the mysterious man shouted angrily. You can't even grasp such a good opportunity. It is the key to our future plans. The pirate leader stood aside trembling, not daring to say anything more. The mysterious man paced back and forth, thinking about his next plan. We can't let Li Hao disrupt our plan for the Imperial Capital Star. Yes, Master, I will follow your instructions. The pirate leader responded quickly. On the other side, Li Hao led the 13th Legion to continue investigating the information of the mysterious fleet. They gradually noticed some unusual signs, as if there was a powerful force hidden in the dark manipulating everything. Commander, I feel like we are trapped in a huge mystery, Zhang Yu said worriedly. Li Hao's eyes were firm. It's not a mystery, it's a conspiracy. We must continue to investigate and find out the mastermind behind this. Zhang Yu nodded. But now the clues are getting more and more complicated, and it feels like every one of them is a dead end. Li Hao pondered for a moment. The more this is the case, the more it shows that the other party is hiding very deeply. We can't be fooled by the surface phenomenon. I suspect they are deliberately leading us to investigate at the border of the Empire. So where is their ultimate goal? You think they deliberately dragged us to the border? Now the main armies of the Empire are all on the Zherd battlefield, and the pirate leaders suddenly disappeared in the Endless Sea. So where would they be? Li Hao looked into the distance with deep eyes. Zhang Yu frowned and thought. Could it be the Imperial Capital? They want to attack the Imperial Capital while the main army is away. After thinking about it, Li Hao shook his head and said, No, the defense of the Imperial Capital Star is not weak either. They won't take risks easily. And considering what happened last time, it shouldn't be the Imperial Capital Star. Where could that be? Zhang Yu muttered to himself. Various possibilities kept flashing through Li Hao's mind, and suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Li Hao's eyes became sharp. I just remembered that we have been speculating that the military is cooperating with them. Now the Imperial Army is outside. Only one family can hide such a great strength, and their goal is indeed the Imperial Capital Star. Zhang Yu widened his eyes in shock. You mean? Li Hao nodded heavily. Yes, only he has such strength, and only he can plan all this in secret. But why do they do this? Do they want to overthrow the Empire? Zhang Yu asked in disbelief. Li Hao took a deep breath. Perhaps they are after power to control the entire empire. They have been secretly accumulating strength all along, and now is the best time for them to act. Then what should we do? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. Li Hao's eyes were firm. You take the Star Glory fleet back to the Imperial Capital Star first. I will arrange for the White Phoenix to come to the base star. After you arrive at the Imperial Capital Star, the fleet will stay in space and do not enter the starport. There is no need to hide. Zhang Yu nodded solemnly. Yes, Commander, I understand. Afterwards, Zhang Yu led the Star Glory fleet and set off quickly, rushing towards the Imperial Capital Star. Chapter 130 The Prince's Coup. After Li Hao sent away the Starry Fleet, he immediately contacted by Feng Huang, the commander of the White Phoenix Fleet. Commander, please tell me if you have any instructions. Bai Feng Huang's voice came clearly. Li Hao said solemnly. Bai Feng Huang, the situation is urgent. You lead the fleet to the base star at full speed. Don't let anyone find you. Then hide near the meteorite belt near the base star. Understood, Commander, we will set off immediately. Bai Fenghuang responded without hesitation. Time passed by minute in the tense atmosphere, and the White Phoenix fleet was rushing towards the base star at the fastest speed. On the Imperial Star, the conspiracy of the mysterious forces is also gradually advancing. They secretly contact various forces in an attempt to subvert the rule of the Empire. Master, everything is going according to plan. The 13th Legion is still searching for our mysterious fleet in the Endless Sea. As long as the Emperor dies, we will be successful, a counselor said proudly. Don't take it lightly. Li Hao is not that easy to deal with. Go check. Li Hao's fleet has not made any unusual movements. Don't worry, head of the family, we have arranged everything. As soon as the Emperor dies, we will immediately launch a coup and take control of the Imperial Capital Star. Another strategist said confidently. Go check immediately. The fleet of the 13th Legion has not moved. You idiots, do you think Li Hao didn't notice anything? At this time, a spy came to report. Master, the undercover at the Stargate just reported that the Star Glory fleet of the 13th Legion has just passed the Stargate and is heading towards the Imperial capital. I told you Li Hao is not that simple. Notify the Starport and ask them to find a way to control them after the 13th Legion's fleet docks. Soon, the Starport received the order and began to deploy intensively. The Star Glory fleet was sailing rapidly in space. Zhang Yu stood in the command cabin, thinking solemnly about the situation he might face next. Commander Zhang, we are about to approach the Imperial Capital Star, an adjutant reported. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Be alert, slow down, and don't dock yet. The Star Glory fleet stayed outside the defense of the Imperial Capital Star, and the mysterious forces also got the news. It seems that Li Hao came prepared. The strength of this Xingyao fleet is very strong. Our fleet may not be able to destroy them. Humph, we can't let them hinder our plans. A leader of the mysterious force snorted coldly. It seems that we have to change our plan. You notify the princes and ask them to force the Emperor to abdicate according to the original plan, said the head of the mysterious force. Then where are we going? The pirate leader asked. Let's withdraw from the Imperial Capital Star first. Now that the Star Glory fleet has arrived at the Imperial Capital Star, the defense of Li Hao's base star must be insufficient. This is our chance to seize the super energy mine, the head of the mysterious force said after thinking for a moment. Soon, the news reached several princes, and they began to act secretly. The second prince gathered his confidants in his own mansion and plotted how to gain the greatest benefit in this power struggle. The fourth and fifth princes were not to be outdone and actively mobilized their own forces. The fourth prince said to the fifth prince, Fifth brother, I think the action of the second brother this time is a bit unreliable. Why don't we just not participate? The fifth prince frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, Fourth brother, the situation is so chaotic now. If we don't get involved, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain a foothold in the future. The fourth prince sighed. Alas, but I always feel uneasy. Fourth brother, we actually have another way to go. The fifth prince's eyes were firm. When the chaos breaks out, we will leave the imperial capital and go find the king of Jindong and the king of Jinxi. That way, no matter who wins in the end, we will have the power to protect ourselves. Old Five, your idea is good. Let's get ready quickly. At the same time, the second prince's confidants were actively planning a specific action plan. Your Highness, we must act as soon as possible and not let other princes seize the initiative, said a confidant. The second prince nodded. I know. Give the order and have everyone get ready. In the palace, the emperor also noticed the unusual movements of the princes, and his face became very gloomy. These rebellious sons actually dared to fight for the throne. This is truly treasonous, the emperor said angrily. The ministers standing by were all silent and did not dare to express their opinions easily. As time went by, the atmosphere on the Imperial Capital Star became increasingly tense, as if a storm was about to come. The second prince's forces took the lead and headed towards the palace. After the second prince led his men to rush towards the palace, the fourth prince and the fifth prince's men headed towards the Star Harbor. The palace guards were on high alert, ready to face the coming storm. When the second prince's troops arrived at the palace gate, fierce fighting broke out instantly. The light from the laser cannon lit up the night sky, and the shouts of killing shook the earth. Meanwhile, mysterious forces were watching this fight from a distance, and they had their own plans in mind. Alas, these sons born by the emperor are so stupid. What's the use even if you take over the palace? Without strong military force, you can't defend this place at all. Let's set off to the base star immediately. The head of the mysterious force sneered. In the melee, the prince's troops suffered considerable losses. The second prince looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Quick, Attack with all your strength, the second prince shouted. Your Highness, the fourth prince and the fifth prince's men did not attack with us. They went towards the starport. An adjutant reported. Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy. These two guys are actually using tricks at this time. What do they want to do? Your Highness, I'm afraid they want to control the starport and gain more resources and power, the adjutant analyzed. Damn it, we must not let them succeed. The second prince gritted his teeth and said, send a team to stop them immediately. At the same time, the fourth prince and the fifth prince were leading their troops rapidly towards the starport. Fifth brother, as long as we control the starport, we can take the initiative in this battle, the fourth prince said excitedly. The fifth prince looked at the fourth prince as if he was a fool. Fourth brother, are you stupid? Which army do you think we can defeat with our strength? Save your life first. They rushed to the starport and immediately contacted their insiders inside the starport. They immediately set sail in the starship they had prepared and accelerated away in the east and west directions. The second prince was still attacking the palace. He learned that his two brothers had run away instead of going to control the starport. He was so angry that he yelled, "These two rubbish, they actually deserted at the critical moment." The counselor beside him hurriedly advised, Your Highness, it is not appropriate to get angry at this moment. The most urgent task is to capture the palace as soon as possible. The second prince suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, Keep increasing the intensity of the attack. I must take down the palace. Chapter 131 The second prince attacks the palace. At this time in the palace, the Imperial Guards were fighting desperately against the attack of the second prince, but casualties were increasing. The Emperor stood high on the palace, looking at the battle situation outside with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, the second prince's attack is too fierce. I'm afraid we can't hold on for much longer. A minister said worriedly. The Emperor snorted coldly. I am not so easily defeated by him. The second prince's men continued to launch round after round of attacks on the palace, and the palace's defense facilities were gradually destroyed. Just as the second prince was leading his team to attack the palace like crazy, Zhang Qiang also received the news and immediately ordered the fleet to enter the planet directly. The huge fleet approached the Imperial Capital Star like a dark cloud, and the roar of its engines shook the entire starry sky. Zhang Qiang stood in the command cabin of the flagship with a stern expression, his eyes fixed on the planet ahead. When the fleet entered the atmosphere of the Imperial capital, it caused great turmoil and panic. People looked up at the densely packed warships in the sky, feeling uneasy. The second prince's troops also noticed the arrival of Zhang Yu's fleet, and their faces became extremely ugly. Damn it! How could such a powerful fleet suddenly appear? The second prince cursed. Zhang Yu's fleet was quickly deployed in the sky above the Imperial Capital Star, and its powerful firepower intimidated everything below. When the emperor in the palace learned of the arrival of Zhang Yu's fleet, his heart sank, and he didn't know what the purpose of this fleet was. Send someone immediately to contact this fleet and find out their purpose, the emperor ordered. At the same time, the second prince gritted his teeth and, seeing this situation, decided to suspend the attack on the palace and figure out the situation of the fleet. Contact this fleet for me. The second prince gave the order. Just when both sides wanted to find out the situation of this fleet, Zhang Qiang used the fleet's communication to publicly release a message. We are the Imperial Star Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire, and we have been ordered to come here to quell the rebellion. After hearing the news, the emperor said happily, The 13th Legion of the Empire, Li Hao really did not disappoint me. The second prince had a gloomy expression on his face. How did the 13th Legion get here? Didn't the mysterious force contain them? At this time, all forces on the Imperial Capital Star were full of doubts and vigilance towards this suddenly appearing fleet. Zhang Qiang continued through the communication. The second prince's rebellion endangers the safety of the empire. We will assist His Majesty the Emperor in suppressing the rebellion. The second prince was furious when he heard this. Nonsense. I am the legitimate prince. Who allowed you to enter the Imperial capital? You, the border troops, entered the capital without any strategy, which is rebellion. Second prince, we are the royal fleet, Lord Li Hao's personal fleet. There shouldn't be any problem returning to the Imperial Capital Star. The ministers in the palace began to talk about it. Some thought that this was reinforcements secretly dispatched by the emperor, but others worried that there was a trick. Seeing that the fighting had basically ceased, Zhang Qiang immediately ordered, The fleet mecha troops have landed. Do not approach the palace, and disarm all of the second prince's troops. As the orders were given, teams of elite mecha warriors emerged from the warships one after another. They were dressed in advanced mecha equipment and moved quickly and agilely. The second prince's troops were immediately panicked when they saw the sudden arrival of the mecha troops. What's going on? Why did they land suddenly? The second prince roared. His subordinates were also in chaos. Faced with these powerful mecha warriors, they had no idea how to deal with them. The mecha troops quickly took action. They divided into several teams and approached the second prince's troops. The second prince's troops tried to resist, but their weapons seemed so powerless in front of the mechas. Put down your weapons, or you will be killed without mercy. The commander of the mecha unit shouted loudly through the loudspeaker. Some timid soldiers began to drop their weapons, while some stubborn ones tried to resist, but were quickly subdued by the mecha warriors. Under the powerful offensive of the mecha troops, the second prince's troops were defeated step by step and were soon completely disarmed. When the ministers in the palace saw this scene, they felt both relieved and a little worried. This fleet is truly powerful. It looks like the second prince has completely failed this time, said a minister. Will they pose a threat to us as well? Another minister asked worriedly. The emperor was also closely following the development of the situation at this time, and his heart was also full of doubts. Zhang Qiang was on the flagship, watching the battle below, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. The fleet will leave immediately. As Zhang Yu's order was given, the Star Glory fleet immediately took action. Warships began to take off one after another, and the roar of the engines once again resounded throughout the Imperial Capital Star. The huge fleet was like a group of steel monsters, slowly passing through the atmosphere and flying into the vast space. The people on the Imperial Capital Star looked up at the fleet that was gradually moving away, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The emperor and his ministers were silent in the palace, full of doubts and speculations about this fleet that suddenly appeared and left. The second prince's face was terribly gloomy at this time. His plans were completely disrupted, and he was filled with resentment towards Zhang Qiang and the Star Fleet. Damn it, it's the 13th Legion again, the second prince said, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, what should we do? We must have been betrayed, the adjutant said in panic. Soon, the mecha troops of the Star Fleet found the second prince and others. The second prince looked at the mecha warriors who surrounded them, and his face turned extremely ugly. What exactly do you want? Asked the second prince angrily. The commander of the mecha unit said expressionlessly, Second prince, you are suspected of treason. Come back with us and stand trial. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the second prince was filled with despair and unwillingness. I won't give up like this. The second prince roared, attempting a final struggle. But the commander of the mecha unit was not moved at all. With a command, several mechas attacked together and subdued the second prince. Take him away, the commander said succinctly. Afterwards, the second prince and others were escorted by the mecha warriors to the gate of the palace. After they sent the second prince to the gate and handed him over to the royal guards, they left immediately. The emperor was relieved after hearing this and said happily, Look, this is the 13th Legion of our empire. This is the meritorious marquis of our empire. Just as the Star Glory fleet entered the Imperial Capital Star, the mysterious force also left the Imperial Capital Star and arrived at a certain place on the border, where they successfully reunited with their hidden fleet, and then immediately headed towards the base star. When the mysterious force joined forces with the hidden fleet, it quietly surged towards the base star like an undercurrent. Their fleet moved silently in the dark universe, like a group of ghosts. Master, with the strength of our fleet, we will be able to completely capture the base star this time, said the pirate leader. You must quickly take over the base star and find the super energy mine. Do you think Li Hao has no other fleet except the Star Fleet? Said the master of the mysterious force. Chapter 132 Mysterious Forces Attack Base Star. The pirate leader nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, master. We have made sufficient preparations and will not fail in our mission this time. After that, he turned around and issued a series of attack orders. The master of the mysterious force looked into the distance with gloomy eyes, secretly thinking about various possible situations in his heart. He knew Li Hao's abilities very well. Soon, the pirate fleet surged towards the base star like a tide. After the hero fleet detected the pirate fleet, it immediately notified Li Hao and immediately went to meet them. In the vast universe, the two fleets collided with each other in an instant like two turbulent torrents. The warships of the heroic fleet flashed with light and were arranged in a tight formation, bravely facing the attack of the pirate fleet. The roar of the ship's guns was deafening, and the energy beams intertwined into a brilliant and deadly light web. The soldiers of the heroic fleet fought a fierce battle with the pirate fleet with superb tactics and fearless courage. Li Hao was closely following the battle situation in the command center, his eyes revealing determination and calmness. He quickly issued orders one after another, commanding the heroic fleet to respond flexibly in battle. The pirate leader looked at the heroic fleet that was resisting stubbornly, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He roared loudly, urging his fleet to increase the intensity of the attack. However, the tenacity of the heroic fleet exceeded their expectations. Although the pirate fleet continued to launch fierce attacks, the heroic fleet always held its line and tenaciously resisted wave after wave of offensives. As time went on, the advantage of the pirate fleet having more warships than the hero fleet gradually came into play. Once the hero fleet was restrained by the pirates, some of the pirates rushed into the base star. "Captain, what should we do? They have entered the base star," the commander of the heroic fleet said anxiously. "Don't worry about what's on the planet. You must hold off the ones in space. The support fleet will be here soon. We must not let them get away this time." After the master of the mysterious force and the pirate leader entered the base star, they flew towards the mine they discovered last time. They flew over the mine. A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the mysterious master, and the pirate leader was eager to rush down. However, the moment they stepped into the mine, they found something was wrong. The mine, which was supposed to be heavily guarded, was now filled with a strange atmosphere. The lights flickered, as if something was lurking in the darkness. "Be careful. Didn't you say last time that the defense here was very tight? Why is there no defense at all now?" the master of the mysterious force shouted in a low voice. The pirate leader frowned. A trace of doubt surged in his heart, but he still said with a brave face, "Maybe they have transferred all their troops to deal with our fleet. This is a good opportunity for us." The two continued to move forward cautiously, vigilantly observing the movements around them. The palms of the master of the mysterious force were sweating slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but there was no way out at this time, so he could only bite the bullet and move forward. After they arrived at the entrance of the mine, they sent several pirates into the mine first. The pirates walked into the mine tremblingly, weapons tightly grasped in their hands, their nerves highly tense. After a while, there was no unusual sound coming from inside. The master of the mysterious force and the pirate leader looked at each other, and their doubts grew even more. "What's going on? Why is there no movement at all?" the pirate leader asked in a low voice. The mysterious master frowned and said softly, "Send a few more people in to take a look." So a few more pirates carefully entered the mine. This time, after a long time, there was still no response. "Oh no, the situation is not good." The master of the mysterious force secretly cried out that it was not good. Just as they were hesitating whether to go in and check it out themselves, a sinister laugh suddenly came from the mine. This laugh seemed to come from hell, making people shudder. "Ha ha ha! You idiots, you actually dare to come here to die." A horrifying voice echoed in the mine. The faces of the master of the mysterious force and the pirate leader suddenly changed. They realized that they were in an extremely dangerous situation. "Quick, retreat." The leader of the mysterious force made an immediate decision. However, it was too late. Countless figures suddenly appeared around the mine and surrounded them. Warships also appeared in the sky, with their main guns aimed at their warships. "You can't escape," one of the figures sneered. The master of the mysterious force and the pirate leader stood back to back, staring nervously at the enemies around them, their hearts filled with despair. They never imagined that their carefully planned operation would turn into such a desperate situation. At this time, a voice came out from the mine. "Second uncle, how are you?" When the master of the mysterious force heard the voice, his body shook violently, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. Why are you here?" asked the master of the mysterious force with a trembling voice. A figure slowly walked out of the mine. It was a young and determined man, with wisdom and majesty in his eyes. "Uncle, do you think I don't know that your ultimate plan is the super energy mine? I've been waiting for you to come." Li Hao smiled slightly, but there was an elusive meaning in that smile. The pirate leader's eyes widened. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. "Haha, you didn't expect that, uncle. You thought your plan was perfect, but you didn't know that I had already prepared for it." The man said, "This super energy mine is not something you can take away easily." Li Hong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Humph, even if you are here, so what? We may not be without a chance. My fleet has probably destroyed your fleet by now." "Uncle, don't be stubborn. I can actually place a fleet inside the planet. Do you think I don't have any preparations outside?" Li Hao persuaded. Li Hong's face became even gloomier after hearing this, but he still refused to give up. "Humph, even if you have made some preparations outside, it's still uncertain who will win." While Li Hong and his team were negotiating, streaks of fire appeared in the sky, cutting through the atmosphere and falling like meteors. Warships entered the interior of the base star one after another. Li Hong smiled and said, "You see, I've already said it's still uncertain who will win. Second uncle, are you so sure that this is your fleet? It can't be the 13th Legions. Impossible. Your fleet alone cannot destroy my fleet. Even if your other fleets come to support, it is too early. Li Hao shook his head. Second uncle, you are still too confident. Sometimes, things don't always go as you expect. At this moment, the warships in the sky began to slowly descend, and the powerful pressure made everyone on the ground breathless. Li Hong's face became increasingly ugly, and he began to have some doubts in his heart. When the warships approached, the hatches slowly opened, and a group of mecha warriors walked out. Their aura was cold and powerful, making people shudder. When Li Hong saw the battleship logo, his face finally turned pale, his eyes full of disbelief and horror. How is this possible? How did your fleet arrive so quickly? Li Hong muttered to himself, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. Chapter 133 Li Hong tells Li Hao the truth. Li Hao looked at Li Hong expressionlessly. After a moment, he slowly said, Second uncle, come with me to the command room of the dreadnought. We need to discuss something. Li Hong's eyes were a little dull, but he nodded silently and followed Li Hao onto the dreadnought. After entering the command room, Li Hao motioned Li Hong to sit down, while he stood in front of the huge porthole with his back to him. After a long silence, Li Hao turned around and stared at Li Hong. Second uncle, why do you do this? Li Hong lowered his head, clasped his hands tightly together, and said in a trembling voice, I was blinded by power and desire. You should have known what happened back then. In fact, I was planning to rebuild the 13th Legion, but the Emperor disagreed. Li Hao frowned, his eyes full of confusion and thought. Second uncle, I don't quite understand why rebuilding the 13th Legion has made you like this. Li Hong took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, with a complicated look in his eyes. That has always been my obsession. The 13th Legion was once so glorious, but it was almost wiped out in a great war. I was unwilling to accept this. I wanted it to rise again and become the most powerful legion in the universe. The Emperor's rejection made me feel extremely frustrated and angry. I felt that my ideals were ruthlessly trampled on. Since then, the darkness in my heart began to grow. I wanted to prove myself in other ways to realize my ambitions. Li Hao listened quietly, with mixed emotions in his heart. He could understand Li Hong's persistence, but he could not agree with his unscrupulous approach to achieve his goal. Uncle, even so, you can't betray the Empire and support pirates. Li Hong closed his eyes in pain. Betraying the Empire? Haha, it was the Empire that betrayed our Li family first. Do you really think the truth back then was that the Empire was unable to rescue the 13th Legion? However, you are wrong. Back then, the 13th Legion was stronger than the Imperial Royal Legion and the other major families combined. Li Hao's eyes widened in shock. He had never thought that there was such a shocking secret behind this. Second uncle, what is going on? Li Hong took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes full of grief and indignation. Back then, the Empire was afraid of the strength of the 13th Legion and was afraid that our Li family would threaten their rule. So, they secretly colluded with several other major families, and when the 13th Legion was in trouble, they deliberately kept their troops in place and watched the 13th Legion being destroyed by the Zerg. They just wanted to get rid of our Li family, the biggest worry in their hearts. Li Hao clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his heart. What about the death of my parents? Li Hong's face became extremely gloomy. He said solemnly, How are your parents? They are also victims of this conspiracy, but the Emperor really doesn't want them to die. They mainly want to weaken the strength of the 13th Legion. Li Hao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and pain. Just to weaken the 13th Legion, can they sacrifice so many lives? How can they be so cruel? Li Hong shook his head helplessly. In the face of power and desire, they have long lost their humanity. Li Hao couldn't help but burst into tears. Why are you telling me now? Li Hong looked at Li Hao distressedly and said softly, Hao, you are in a very dangerous situation now. You reorganized the 13th Legion too quickly. And your battleship, do you think the Emperor hasn't investigated it? It's just that they need you. You will be the one to break the current balance between the Imperial family and the aristocratic families. Li Hao frowned in confusion. Second uncle, why me? I just want to avenge my parents and restore the glory of the 13th Legion. I never thought of breaking any balance. Li Hong sighed and explained patiently. You don't understand yet. Someone has been plotting since you graduated and were assigned to the 13th Legion. Moreover, once your 13th Legion is fully reorganized, it will become a force that cannot be ignored. The Emperor is trying to win you over, and the noble families are also trying to win you over. You have been promoted to the rank of Major General and Marquis at a young age, and the Emperor has also placed his only daughter by your side, and the noble families have let Murong Shui and Lin Xiao follow you. Li Hao thought that the reorganization of the 13th Army since graduation had been going too smoothly. His brows were tightly knitted, and a hint of doubt and contemplation flashed in his eyes. Second uncle, if you put it that way, I really felt like I was being pushed along the way. Li Hao muttered to himself. Li Hong nodded and continued. That's right, Howard. Think about it. Is all this really just a coincidence? The 13th Legion was the elite division of the Empire. Its destruction was strange in itself, and the fact that you were able to start the reorganization so smoothly must have complicated conflicts of interest behind it. Li Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and analyze everything. He recalled how ignorant he was when he just graduated, and now he is shouldering the heavy responsibility of reorganizing the 13th Legion. It seems that there is an invisible hand guiding him every step of the way. Then why do the Emperor and the aristocratic families do this? What exactly do they want from me? Li Hao asked puzzledly. Li Hong pondered for a moment and said, the Emperor naturally hopes to use your power to consolidate his rule and strengthen the power of the royal family. As for the aristocratic families, perhaps they have seen your potential and want to bet on you in advance so as to gain an advantageous position in future changes in the situation. As for their specific plans, we don't know yet. Li Hao's eyes became sharper. No matter what their purpose is, I will not let them succeed easily. I want to make the 13th Legion my own strength and use it for my own benefit, rather than a tool in the hands of others. Second uncle, take your people and leave. Don't even think about the super energy mine. Li Hong's face turned extremely ugly. His eyes revealed reluctance and anger. Howard, do you know what this super energy mine means? With it, we can have endless power and wealth, and now the news has been leaked. You can't keep it. Li Hao shook his head and said firmly, Second uncle, I know its importance very well, but this is not something that anyone can easily get involved in. Li Hong gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to persuade her, but in the end he sighed. Forget it, Howard, you have grown up after all, and you have your own ideas and judgments. Maybe you are right. I will take everyone away now. After that, Li Hong and his men slowly left, leaving Li Hao standing there alone, looking into the distance. With Li Hong's departure, Li Hao knew that the existence of the super energy mine would inevitably attract more people with ulterior motives to compete for it, and he must protect this area and not let it fall into the hands of those evil people. Chapter 134. The Dreadnought Fleet is established. When Li Hao was thinking about how to defend the base star, the star network suddenly rang. After Li Hao answered it, it was Wang Lei. Wang Lei reported to him that the Industrial Star Dock had already built 10 battleships and asked him how to arrange them. Li Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Wang Lei, let these 10 battleships rush to the base star immediately to strengthen our defense force, and the dock will continue to produce heavy cruiser flagships. Wang Lei responded and went to execute the order. Li Hao continued to perfect the defense plan. He knew that relying on these 10 battleships alone was far from enough. Not long after, 10 brand new battleships appeared in the sky above the base star. Their majestic figures gave Li Hao more confidence. From today on, the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet will all stay at the base star to protect the super energy mine. 10 battleships and the Dreadnought will form a new fleet. Everyone responded in unison and immediately began to busily reorganize the fleet. After the new fleet was formed, Li Hao appointed some experienced captains from the original Dawn Fleet to lead the 10 battleships and named it the Fearless Fleet. Li Hao directly used the code names of these 10 battleships, Dreadnought 01 to Dreadnought 10. After the Dreadnought Fleet was established, it immediately began intensive training and patrol missions. Just as Li Hao was leading the Dreadnought Fleet on a cruise in the Endless Sea Star region, a major incident occurred on the Empire's Zerg battlefield. Several major legions of the Empire defending the Zerg line of defense underwent sudden changes, and the 11th and 12th armies of the two vassal kings suddenly withdrew from the defense line and retreated to their territories. This sudden change instantly made the situation on the entire Zerg battlefield chaotic. The Zerg seized this opportunity and launched a frenzied counterattack. The originally solid defense line instantly became precarious. The news quickly spread throughout the Empire, and the crown prince in the imperial capital questioned the two princes. My two uncles, why do you want to evacuate the Zerg defense line at this critical moment? Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the Empire? The prince's face was full of anger, and his eyes revealed majesty and questioning. The king of Jinshi, however, looked disdainful and said sarcastically, Humph, how can we easily resist the Zerg? We are also trying to preserve our strength to avoid making unnecessary sacrifices. King Zhendong also echoed, Yes, our army has also suffered casualties. We can't keep wasting time like this. Upon hearing this, the prince was so angry that he trembled all over. You are just quibbling. As vassal kings, you are responsible for the responsibility of defending the empire. How can you be so selfish? However, the two princes were not moved at all, and instead began to blame each other. In the imperial capital, people were discussing the actions of the two princes, and people were in a panic. On the Zerg battlefield, the situation became increasingly critical. At the same time, the prince was also facing tremendous pressure in the imperial capital. Some ministers began to question his leadership ability, and some even secretly colluded with the two princes. In this difficult time, the prince decided to go to the Zerg battlefield in person. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was capable of leading the empire out of the predicament. The prince immediately summoned all the ministers to discuss countermeasures. Now let's talk about what to do with the Zerg defense line. If it doesn't work, I will lead the last defense fleet of the imperial capital to fill the defense line. The ministers looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. After a while, an old minister stood up and said, Your Highness, this is absolutely impossible. The imperial capital's defense fleet is the last resort. If we send it out rashly, the imperial capital will be in great danger. Another minister also echoed, Yes, Your Highness, we still need to think long-term and not act so rashly. The prince frowned and said solemnly, Then tell me, what else can we do? The Zerg are about to break through the defense line. If we don't take action, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, a young general stood up and said, Your Highness, we can communicate with Lord Li Hao. The 13th Army Corps now has the strength to support the front line. The prince's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a while, he said, The 13th Legion needs to suppress the Endless Sea Star region, and the pirates just attacked several planets in the Endless Sea some time ago. They probably can't spare troops to support the Zerg defense line now. The young general frowned and said unwillingly, But Your Highness, the situation of the Zerg defense line is so critical now. If we don't seek more forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold on. The prince knew the seriousness of the situation, but he also knew that the importance of the Endless Sea Star region could not be ignored. Let's look at other methods first. We'll study carefully to see how many fleets the Empire can allocate to support the front line. The prince said calmly. In the Endless Sea Star region, Li Hao learned that the prince's army had withdrawn from the defense line. His face instantly became gloomy, and his heart was filled with anger and confusion. These princes actually fled at the critical moment. Li Hao punched the table, causing the items on the table to jump. His subordinates were also indignant. Captain, what should we do? If they withdraw, won't the Zerg defense be even more dangerous? Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Immediately send someone to find out the details and see what these vassal kings are planning. Soon, detailed intelligence was transmitted back. It turned out that in order to preserve their own strength, the princes had disregarded the overall situation and privately withdrawn from the defense line, completely exposing the Zerg defense line. How abominable! Li Hao was furious. They are disregarding the safety of the empire. However, despite his anger, Li Hao knew that he had to find a way to deal with the current crisis. He began to call together the generals to discuss countermeasures. We must make adjustments and preparations as soon as possible to see what the imperial royal family plans to do. We probably also have to fill the vacancy left by the withdrawal of the vassal king's legions. Li Hao said seriously. But Commander, our military strength is already limited. If this happens, the defense of the Endless Sea Star region will also be affected. A general said worriedly. Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, During this period of time, let the Hero Fleet and the Dawn Fleet block the Empire's border passage. Except for the fleet that stays behind to defend the planet, all other fleets will gather on the border planets. Everyone nodded and began to act according to Li Hao's instructions. On the Zerg defense line, due to the withdrawal of the Prince's Legion, the Zerg attacked more unscrupulously. The soldiers of the Empire were under tremendous pressure, but they still stubbornly defended every inch of land. Soon, the 13th Legion's Star Fleet, White Phoenix, and Black Rose Fleet, except for the squadrons that stayed behind on each planet, all gathered on the border star. Li Hao took the 11 battleships of the Dreadnought Fleet, with the Dreadnought as the flagship, and after joining up with the other assembled fleets of the 13th Legion, he headed directly through the Stargate to the northern Zerg battlefield. Chapter 135. The 13th Legion takes over the defense line. Your Highness, the Stargate Management Office just reported that 4 fleets of the 13th Legion with hundreds of warships have just passed through the Stargate and headed for the Zerg battlefield. A eunuch reported. The Crown Prince was stunned at first, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Great. Lord Li Hao finally took action. Are you talking about 4 fleets? Yes, Your Highness. Stargate just reported 4 fleets, with over 100 warships. These are all the main battleships of the 13th Legion. Only the Planet Guard will be left in the Endless Sea. Notice them to close all the routes leading to the Endless Sea Star region now. A minister was puzzled by the prince's actions and asked, "Your Highness, why do you want to close the channel to the Endless Sea at this time?" The prince looked solemn and said slowly, "The main forces of the 13th Legion have all gone out, and the defense of the Endless Sea Star region is empty at the moment. Closing the waterway is to prevent unscrupulous people from taking advantage of the situation and disrupting the rear." The minister suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. In the Endless Sea Star region, the soldiers who stayed behind felt tremendous pressure after hearing the news. At the same time, near the closed waterway, some ships that were originally planning to go to the Endless Sea Star region were blocked. "Why don't you let us pass? We have urgent matters to deal with," someone on a merchant ship shouted dissatisfiedly. The soldier in charge of the blockade replied expressionlessly, "His Royal Highness has ordered that no ships are allowed to enter the Endless Sea Star region at this moment. Please understand." Although the merchants were dissatisfied, they could do nothing but wander around and wait. Soon the news that the Empire and the 13th Legion had blocked the Endless Sea routes spread quickly. The 4th Prince and the 5th Prince, as well as the King of Jinshi and the King of Zhendong, who had fled to the vassal king's territories, sat together to conspire. King Jinshi said, "As you said, as expected, as long as we withdraw, the 13th Legion will be dispatched." The 4th Prince raised his lips slightly, with a sly look in his eyes. "Humph, this is just the first step. Now that the Endless Sea Star region is empty, this is our chance." The 5th Prince frowned and said with some concern, "However, the strength of the 13th Legion should not be underestimated. Even if their main force goes to the Zerd battlefield, they may not be able to succeed easily." King Zhendong pondered for a moment and said, "I got the news that Li Hao has dispatched all the main fleets of the 13th Legion this time. Now only the planetary escort fleet should be left. This time we will definitely be able to get his super energy mine." The 4th Prince nodded. "Yes, but is the news about the super energy mine true? If we attack his planet at this time and fail, the consequences will be difficult for us to bear." King Jinshi snorted coldly. "The news is absolutely reliable. That is a super energy mine that can change the entire empire. As for failure, humph, as long as we plan carefully, we will not fail." The 5th Prince was still a little hesitant. "But, once we take action, it will mean that we will completely break with Li Hao and the empire. This is no small matter." A hint of viciousness flashed across the eyes of the King of Zhendong. "At this point, there is no way out. As long as we get the super energy mine, we will have enough capital to compete with them." The 4th Prince gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's do it. Let's first find a way to break through the blockade of the Endless Sea." They began to carefully plan their attack and mobilize all the forces they could. At the same time, Li Hao led the 13th Legion through the Stargate and arrived near the Beiming Star on the Zerd battlefield. He immediately contacted Huangpu Tianming of the Royal 4th Legion stationed on Beiming Star. The communication was quickly connected, and Huangpu Tianming's image appeared on the screen. He said seriously, "Li Hao, you are finally here. The Zerg are attacking fiercely now, and we are under great pressure." "I understand. Let's join the battle immediately. What's the current situation of the defense line?" Huangpu Tianming took a deep breath and said, "After the 11th and 12th Corps retreated, a large gap appeared in the defense line. We can only use the fleet we put together temporarily to barely stabilize it, but this is only a stopgap measure. The Zerg may break through the defense line again at any time. The situation is very critical. So I will go and fill these 2 lines of defense now, but our 13th Legion does not have enough warships to fill these 2 lines of defense. The Marshal has ordered that you take over these 2 lines of defense. There are now almost a legion of troops on these 2 lines of defense, all under your command." Li Hao frowned. "A legion? This force is still a bit tight, but it has come to this point, so this is the only way. Immediately convey the order and let the troops in the 2 defense lines be ready to cooperate with our actions at any time." Soon, Li Hao led the fleet of the 13th Legion and rushed to the 2 defense lines. When they arrived, the defense line was in the midst of a fierce battle, and the Zerg's attack was as turbulent as a tide. The makeshift fleet gradually became somewhat powerless under the Zerg's fierce attack, and warships were constantly damaged or even destroyed. "Damn, these Zerg are so difficult to deal with," an officer couldn't help but curse. Li Hao immediately ordered the 13th Corps' fleet to rush into the battlefield. All ships support the defense line, and all mecha units are deployed. As the orders were given, the warships of the 13th Legion rushed into the battlefield like arrows. Their neat formations were like eagles soaring in the sky, with unstoppable momentum. Each warship emitted a dazzling light, and powerful firepower poured down like a waterfall, instantly covering a large area. The light from the energy cannons intertwined to form a brilliant and deadly light net that enveloped the Zerg. Under this sudden attack, the Zerg let out a series of shrill screams, and their originally fierce offensive was immediately curbed. At the same time, countless mechas poured out of the warship like a steel torrent. These mechas had different shapes, but all exuded a fierce aura. They pounced towards the Zerg at an extremely fast speed, like meteors shining with metallic luster. Mecha warriors moved flexibly on the battlefield, and relying on their superb control technology, they charged left and right in the Zerg camp. Some mechas were like lithe swallows, twirling and maneuvering in the air, avoiding the Zerg's attacks, and then quickly counterattacking. Some mechas are like mighty lions, rushing directly into the Zerg swarm and dealing a heavy blow to the Zerg with their hard iron fists and sharp weapons. The weapons in their hands flashed with cold light or laser swords, which brought out brilliant arcs of light when they danced, and the Zerg limbs flew everywhere they went. Or an energy gun, every shot hits the target accurately, exploding blood flowers on the Zerg's body. Every attack carried a deadly threat, making the Zerg feel unprecedented fear. The mecha warriors cooperated with each other tacitly. They formed combat teams, covered each other, and fought against the large number of Zerg together. With their brave fighting, the Zerg began to fall into chaos. Their originally tight formation was gradually broken up, and some Zerg began to flee in panic, but the mecha warriors would not let them go. They chased them closely and did not give the Zerg any chance to breathe. Chapter 136. The Dreadnought is under fire. Report to the Corps Commander. The left wing of the defense line was attacked by Zerg, causing heavy casualties, came the voice of the signalman. Li Hao looked at the battlefield situation displayed by the detector and thought, order the Dreadnought fleet to move forward and support the left wing defense line. Li Hao was at the command center, looking at the battlefield situation displayed by the detector, his face solemn and his eyes full of determination. After thinking for a moment, he said decisively, order the Dreadnought fleet to move forward to support the left wing defense line. Soon, the Dreadnought fleet received the order and rushed towards the left wing defense line like an arrow. The warships of this fleet gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and the roar of their huge engines seemed to declare their determination and courage. When the Dreadnought fleet arrived at the left-wing defense line, the scene before them was shocking. The Zerg came like a tide, and our soldiers were struggling to hold on. The defense line was in danger. Open fire. The commander of the Dreadnought fleet gave an order, and various weapons on the fleet instantly erupted with powerful firepower. Dense energy beams intertwined together to form a gorgeous and deadly barrage, which slammed heavily into the Zerg. The Zerg suffered heavy casualties under this powerful attack, but they still rushed towards the defense line madly, seemingly without fear. The soldiers of the Dreadnought fleet did not retreat. They worked closely together and constantly adjusted their tactics. Some warships are responsible for long-range attacks to suppress the Zerg's offensive. Some warships are close to the defense line and provide cover for the soldiers with close-range weapons. With the support of the Dreadnought fleet, the pressure on the left wing of the defense line was relieved to a certain extent, but the Zerg attack was still fierce. Continue the attack. Don't let the Zerg break through the defense line, shouted the temporary commander of the Dreadnought fleet. At the same time, Li Hao was closely following the battle situation on the left wing of defense in the command room. He constantly adjusted the deployment of other troops according to actual conditions to ensure that the situation on the entire battlefield could be effectively controlled. Just when Li Hao was adjusting the battlefield, the Zerg on the opposite side suddenly found the location of Li Hao's Dreadnought, and a group of energy Zerg fired countless energy bombs at the Dreadnought. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be lit up, and countless energy bombs shining with deadly light rained down on the Dreadnought. Li Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, activate the shield. Do your best to avoid it. The crew of the Dreadnought acted quickly, and powerful shields were deployed around the ship in an attempt to withstand the overwhelming attack. But the number of energy bombs was too large, and they kept hitting the shield, emitting dazzling light and huge impact. The ship began to shake violently, and alarms rang out one after another. Li Hao held the command desk tightly, his eyes full of anxiety and anger. Counterattack. Lock onto those insect nests and hit them hard. The weapon systems on the Dreadnought opened fire at full force, sending thick beams of energy toward the hive. At the same time, other fleets also discovered the situation here and turned their firepower to support the Dreadnought. In the intensive exchange of fire, some Zerg nests were hit and violent explosions occurred, but more energy bombs continued to arrive. The dreadnought was struggling to move through this violent attack, and the energy of its shield was dropping rapidly. "General, the shield energy is about to run out," the adjutant reported anxiously. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Be prepared to withstand the impact and activate the emergency repair system." In a flash, the shield finally collapsed at the last moment, and the energy bomb hit the hull of the dreadnought solidly. The violent explosion and impact left the interior of the dreadnought in a mess, but fortunately the dreadnought's hull defense was not seriously damaged. However, despite the concentrated fire attack, the dreadnought did not stop fighting. Li Hao quickly organized the crew to carry out emergency repairs and counterattacks. Amidst the smoke and fire, the dreadnought struggled to maintain its combat effectiveness. At this time, the Zerg seemed to have noticed the tenacity of the dreadnought, and they began to concentrate their firepower on the dreadnought more frantically. Wave after wave of energy bombs came like a storm, and new damages continued to appear on the hull. "General, we can't go on like this. We can't activate the shield now," a crew member shouted anxiously. Li Hao's brows were knitted, but his eyes were still firm. "We must hold on at all costs. Let the other fleets get closer as soon as possible and give us support." Under Li Hao's command, the dreadnought continued to shuttle across the battlefield with its hull defense, avoiding the deadly attacks of the Zerg. Other fleets were also trying to get closer to the dreadnought, trying to share its pressure. At this time, the two cruisers of the Star Fleet that came to rescue rushed in front of the dreadnought with double layers of defense of Star Shield and Energy Shield. The hulls of the two cruisers were shining, and their powerful shields were rippling under the Zerg attacks, but they remained as solid as a rock. The captain of the Starry Fleet shouted to Li Hao through the communicator, "General, we are here to block the attack for you. You hurry up to repair and adjust." Under the cover of the Star Fleet cruisers, the crew of the dreadnought raced against time to carry out emergency repairs. The damaged equipment was quickly replaced and the damaged ship structure was repaired as much as possible. The two cruisers of the Star Fleet were bearing the Zerg's crazy firepower attacks. They constantly adjusted the energy distribution of the shields to ensure that they could resist the attacks to the maximum extent. The Zerg seemed extremely annoyed with the two tenacious cruisers. They continued to increase the intensity and frequency of their attacks, trying to break through this line of defense. Energy bombs poured down like a rainstorm, completely covering the two cruisers. However, the cruiser's crew showed no fear. They worked closely together and stubbornly held their posts. Shield number 1's energy has dropped to 60%. Shield number 2 is experiencing unstable fluctuations. Various alarms continued to sound on the cruiser, but the crew remained calm and responded to various situations in an orderly manner. Li Hao was closely monitoring the situation of the Star Fleet on the dreadnought. He knew that they couldn't let them bear the pressure alone. "Speed up the repairs so we can get back into the battle as soon as possible," he shouted. As time passed, the repair work on the dreadnought was gradually coming to an end. At this time, the two cruisers of the Star Fleet had reached their limit. Cracks began to appear on their shields, and the hulls also suffered a certain degree of damage. "General, we're ready," shouted the crew of the dreadnought. Li Hao's eyes were stern. "Everyone, pay attention, open the shield, and prepare to attack." As the order was given, the dreadnought regained its powerful combat capability. It rushed into the battlefield again with the energy shield and launched a fierce counterattack against the Zerg together with the Star Fleet. Chapter 137, Defensive Line Taking Over Command. Li Hao commanded the dreadnought and worked closely with the cruiser, ensuring that every attack accurately struck the Zerg's vital points. The battlefield was shining with light, and the collision of energy caused waves of impact. Concentrate your firepower and attack the energy bugs behind them. Li Hao keenly sensed the Zerg's weakness and issued a key order. The fleet's firepower was instantly concentrated, like a sharp sword piercing the core area of the Zerg. The Zerg felt a huge threat and began to counterattack frantically. Just after the energy bugs came under massive attack, one by one, an energy bug exploded, and soon the area was cleared, revealing the command bug behind it. 50 of the Star Destroyer's main gun's energy is locked onto the command bug. Just when Li Hao locked onto the command bug, the opponent also discovered a loophole in its defense and immediately sent a defense bug to fill it. Li Hao's heart sank when he saw this. "We can't let them catch up. Open fire." The main gun of the dreadnought instantly fired a thick and dazzling energy beam, which whizzed towards the command bug. However, the defense bugs also quickly took action, trying to resist this fatal blow. The energy beam hit the defensive insect hard, causing a dazzling light and huge energy fluctuations. The entire space seemed to be shaking, and the powerful impact caused the dreadnought to shake slightly. The energy beam hit the defensive insect's shield hard, emitting a dazzling light and huge energy fluctuations. The entire space seemed to be shaking, and the powerful impact caused the dreadnought to shake slightly. Damn, their defense is so strong. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Keep attacking, don't give them a chance to breathe. The other weapon systems of the dreadnought also opened fire, and beams of energy intertwined and continuously impacted the defense line of the defensive insects. The defensive bugs did not retreat, stubbornly holding their positions and desperately resisting the attack of the dreadnought. At the same time, the commanding insect was constantly issuing orders to mobilize more Zerg troops to come to support. For a time, the situation on the battlefield became more tense and complicated. "General, our energy is being consumed too quickly," a crew member reported anxiously. Li Hao frowned, thinking about his countermeasures. Adjust the rhythm of the attack, save energy, and find the weak points in their defense. Under Li Hao's command, the dreadnought began to change its tactics. It no longer blindly attacked, but tried to break through the defense line of the defensive insects through flexible movement and precise attacks. After a fierce battle, the dreadnought finally found a tiny flaw in the defense line of the insects. "Now is the time. Concentrate your firepower and break through," Li Hao shouted. All of the dreadnought's weapons opened fire at full force again, and the energy beam pierced through the tiny gap like a sharp sword, hitting a defensive bug hard. The defensive insect collapsed instantly under the powerful attack, and a gap appeared in the defense line. Good opportunity. A hint of joy flashed in Li Hao's eyes. Star Destroyer main cannon. Attack the command bug with all your strength. The Star Destroyer's main gun once again accumulated energy and sent out an even more powerful energy beam, shooting straight towards the command bug. This time, without the obstruction of the defensive insects, the energy beam hit the command insect unhindered. The commander insect let out a sharp scream, and its huge body began to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared on its body, and finally it turned into ashes in a shocking explosion. "We did it," the crew on the dreadnought cheered. But Li Hao knew that the battle was not over yet. He calmly ordered, "Don't relax, continue to clean up the battlefield." After the Zerg commander died, the Zerg attacking the defense line lost their commander and immediately fell into chaos. They are like flies that have lost their direction, flying and crashing around randomly. Li Hao seized this opportunity and decisively ordered, "All fleets, attack in full force, and take advantage of their confusion to give them a fatal blow." The dreadnought and other warships rushed towards the chaotic Zerg like tigers descending from the mountains. The light of the energy cannon flickered continuously in the dark universe, and every attack could accurately hit the bewildered Zerg. The Zerg suffered heavy casualties from this sudden and fierce attack, and their originally tight formation was completely broken up. Some Zergs began to flee, but the fleet did not let them go, chasing them relentlessly and destroying them one by one. The battlefield was filled with the smell of burning Zerg corpses and thick gunpowder smoke. "Don't let any Zerg go," Li Hao shouted loudly. Under the fleet's relentless pursuit, the number of Zerg decreased sharply. However, some Zergs were still making their last struggle. They rushed towards the battleships frantically, trying to launch a final counterattack. After a fierce battle, the last Zerg was completely wiped out. Calm finally returned to the battlefield, but the people on the warship did not let down their guard. "Inspect the condition of the warship thoroughly and clean up the battlefield," Li Hao gave the order. The crew began to get busy, checking the damage to the warship and cleaning up the debris on the battlefield. At this time, the communicator received news that fleets in other regions had also successfully repelled the Zerg's attack. The entire universe seemed to have temporarily ushered in a rare period of peace. At this time, Li Hao's command room communicator was connected to multiple people's communication. "General Li, I am Liu Bing, the commander of the 4th Legion's Beiming Star Fleet Squadron. Thank you for your support." "General, I am Lin Hao from the 7th Legion Fleet. Thank you for your support." Li Hao responded with a serious expression, "You're welcome. We are all fighting to protect the Empire. This is our common responsibility." Liu Bing continued, "General Li, the scale of the Zerg's attack this time was beyond our expectations. If you hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous." Lin Hao also echoed, "Yes, General, the combat effectiveness of your dreadnought and fleet is amazing. It has dealt a heavy blow to the Zerg." Li Hao nodded slightly. "Everyone performed very well. In this battle, we all made efforts and sacrifices. Now we need to recover our combat power as quickly as possible and be ready to deal with the next Zerg attack at any time." "Understood, General." Liu Bing and Lin Hao responded in unison. Next, I will temporarily command your 2 fleets, and our 13th Corps will take over this line of defense. Li Hao continued. Lu Bing and Lin Hao looked at each other, then responded in unison. Yes, General. Everything is under your command. Li Hao nodded, his eyes revealing determination and majesty. Okay, from now on, we must quickly integrate resources, reorganize the fleet formation, and strengthen the defense of the defense line. Lu Bing, your Beiming Star Fleet Squadron will be responsible for patrolling and guarding the left wing area. Yes, General. Lu Bing immediately took the order. Li Hao looked at Lin Hao again. Lin Hao, your 7th Legion Fleet is responsible for the right wing area. Pay close attention to the movements of the Zerg. If there is any movement, report it immediately. I understand, General. Lin Hao replied solemnly. Chapter 138, 2 Insect Kings. After arranging everything, Li Hao began to adjust and deploy the fleet of the 13th Army. Li Hao placed his 13th Army on the front battlefield. In the following days, the fleets acted in an orderly manner according to Li Hao's instructions, and they continuously strengthened patrols and monitoring of the defense lines. However, the Zerg did not seem to give up. One day, the Beiming Star Fleet Squadron responsible for patrolling the left wing sent an alarm. General, we have discovered unusual movements among the Zerg, and there seem to be signs of a large-scale gathering. Lu Bing reported anxiously. Li Hao frowned. Keep a close watch and be ready to fight at any time. Soon, the vanguard of the Zerg appeared outside the defense line, and they pounced towards the fleet with their fangs and claws bared. Entire fleet, prepare for battle. At Li Hao's command, all warships entered combat status. Fierce fighting broke out again, with energy beams and artillery fire interweaving in the universe into a gorgeous and deadly scene. Li Hao calmly commanded the fleet and launched a thrilling battle with the Zerg. Under the leadership of Li Hao, the fleet repelled the Zerg's attacks time and time again, but the Zerg still continued to pour in. This is not a solution. We must find a way to break their offensive, Li Hao thought to himself. He carefully observed the Zerg's movement patterns, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Concentrate firepower and attack the Zerg's rear. The fleet quickly adjusted its tactics, and several warships rushed towards the rear of the Zerg and launched a fierce attack on their rear. For a moment, the Zerg's continuous offensive was interrupted. Take advantage of now and fight back with all your strength, Li Hao shouted loudly. The fleets seized this opportunity and launched round after round of fierce attacks. The Zerg suffered heavy casualties from this sudden blow and began to gradually retreat. What's wrong with the Zerg this time? It's very wrong to attack the defense line like this. Lin Hao also echoed. Yes, General. Although the Zerg's previous attacks were also fierce, this time it feels like a completely reckless attack, as if something is driving them from behind. Lu Bing pondered for a moment and said, could it be that something happened within the Zerg that caused their behavior to become so abnormal? Li Hao looked deeply at the direction where the Zerg were retreating. No matter what the reason is, we can't take it lightly. Immediately send out reconnaissance ships to closely monitor the movements of the Zerg, and at the same time strengthen patrols in the surrounding areas. Li Hao returned to the defense line, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he called the commanders of the fleets of the 13th Legion. Everyone gathered in the conference room, all with solemn expressions. Li Hao said straight to the point, the Zerg's actions this time are too strange. We must analyze them carefully. Zhang Yu frowned and said, yes, Commander, their attack seems to be disorganized, but it feels like there is some conspiracy behind it. Lin Xiao continued, could it be that the Zerg has a new king, or is it affected by other forces? Everyone expressed their opinions and guesses. Li Hao listened quietly, thinking about various possibilities in his mind. At this time, the intelligence officer hurried into the conference room. General, we just received intelligence from the Beiming Star defense line. They were attacked by 2 insect kings and just repelled the insect swarm. 2 insect kings, that's not right. Normally there will only be 1 insect king. Zhang Yu said in confusion. Li Hao's expression became even darker. This situation is indeed abnormal. Could it be that something major has happened within the Zerg? Another commander said worriedly, if the Zerg show new changes, then our previous understanding of them may not be enough. Don't worry about that for now, Li Hao said after thinking for a moment. Immediately send a support fleet to the Beiming Star defense line to help them consolidate their defense. At the same time, let the intelligence department do its best to collect relevant information about the 2 Zerg kings that appeared in the Zerg. Yes, General. Everyone responded in unison. Soon, the support fleet set off for the Beiming Star defense line. Meanwhile, Li Hao and other commanders continued to study the current situation. Could it be that the Zerg race split? resulting in the existence of two Zerg kings of different forces, someone speculated. It is also possible that some special evolution led to the emergence of two insect kings. Another point of view was also put forward. Li Hao rubbed his temple. Whatever the reason, this is a huge challenge for us. We must be prepared to deal with various situations. In the following days, information about the Zerg was gradually transmitted back. General, according to the latest intelligence, these two insect kings seem to have different abilities and behavior patterns. The intelligence officer reported. Tell me in detail. Li Hao listened attentively. One of the insect kings seems to be better at commanding the insect swarm to fight, while the other one has strong individual attack capabilities. The intelligence officer said in detail. This combination is really difficult to deal with. At the same time, news came again from the Beiming Star defense line. General, the Zerg have launched a new round of attacks, and this time their attack is even more fierce. Li Hao's face darkened. Order the support fleet to fully assist the Beiming Star's defense line. We are also ready to reinforce at any time. In a tense atmosphere, the fleet was on high alert. Li Hao continued to receive intelligence from all sides, and his worries grew stronger. On the Beiming Star defense line, war was raging and Zerg were pouring in like a tide. The support fleet worked closely with the defenders of Beiming Star to tenaciously resist the attack of the Zerg. The Insect King, who was good at commanding battles, constantly mobilized the insect swarms and changed attack strategies, putting tremendous pressure on the defense line. The Insect King, which possessed powerful individual attack capabilities, charged forward personally. Wherever it went, fortifications were destroyed and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. General, the Beiming Star defense line requests urgent reinforcements. An anxious cry came from the communicator. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "The rest of you hold the defense line. The Dreadnought fleet will support Beiming Star with me. We must hold the defense line of Beiming Star." However, the Zerg seemed to have noticed the human reinforcements and began to concentrate their forces to attack the route that the reinforcement fleet must take. Report to the general, we are being fiercely blocked by the Zerg and our advance is impeded. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Order them to break through the Zerg blockade at all costs. The soldiers of the Dreadnought fleet fought bravely and engaged in a desperate battle with the Zerg. After a difficult battle, they finally broke through the Zerg blockade and reached the Beiming Star defense line. But at this time, the defense line was riddled with holes and the soldiers were exhausted. General, shall we go directly into the battlefield now? Asked a captain. Li Hao looked at the situation in front of him with a frown on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "No, let the soldiers rest and replenish their energy and supplies first. We can't let them fight in such a tired state. That would undoubtedly be suicide." The captain nodded. "Yes, General, but are the Zerg still attacking the defense line?" "The Zerg are still testing their attacks. You see, the Zerg King hasn't come out yet. Let's rest first, and then we'll attack after the Zerg King comes out." Chapter 139, Dreadnought Fleet vs. Insect King. Everyone temporarily suppressed their anxiety and took the time to let the soldiers rest. On the defense line, although the Zerg's exploratory attacks were fierce, the defenders relied on their tenacious will and solid fortifications to still hold the line tightly. Time passed by minute, and just when everyone was on edge, the intelligence officer came running over. "General, we have found the traces of the Insect King. They are moving quickly towards the defense line." Li Hao stood up suddenly. All fleets, enter combat status immediately. In an instant, the fleet, which had been relatively quiet, became busy and tense. Various commands were issued quickly and the warship's engines roared. When the Insect King appeared in the field of vision, the terrifying aura made people's heart palpitate. That's not right. There is only one Insect King. Where did the other one go? Li Hao asked in confusion. Everyone was stunned, feeling uneasy. Search the surrounding area immediately and make sure to find any trace of the other Insect King. Li Hao gave the order decisively. Time passed minute by minute, but there was still no sign of the other Insect King. "General, could it be that the Insect King is hiding and preparing to launch a surprise attack on us?" an officer said worriedly. Li Hao frowned. "It's possible. Let all ships step up their alert and be careful of Zerg sneak attacks." At this moment, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from behind an asteroid in the distance. "Oh no, it's that Insect King," someone exclaimed. The hidden Insect King rushed out from behind the asteroid like a ghost and rushed straight towards the rear of the fleet. "Quick, stop it," Li Hao yelled. But the Insect King was extremely fast and went straight to a battleship, instantly breaking through the battleship's shield and attacking the battleship's hull. The soldiers on the battleship shouted in horror, and the captain desperately commanded a counterattack. But the power of the Insect King was too strong. Its claws tore open the metal shell of the battleship, leaving deep scratches on the hull. "Quick, concentrate your firepower on attacking the Insect King," Li Hao shouted loudly. The surrounding warships reacted quickly, and laser beams and missiles poured towards the Insect King. However, the Insect King dodged most of the attacks nimbly, and the occasional hit only slowed it down slightly. Seeing that the battleship was severely damaged and in danger of being destroyed, Li Hao was extremely anxious. "Send out the mecha team and make sure they board the Insect King's body and disrupt its actions." Li Hao issued a risky order. A team of brave soldiers drove a small aircraft towards the Insect King. They approached the Insect King with difficulty in the hail of bullets, and then successfully climbed onto the back of the Insect King with their fearless courage. The Insect King roared angrily and shook his body desperately, trying to shake off the soldiers. But the soldiers of the assault team held on to the Insect King's shell tightly and continued to attack it. Thanks to the interference of the assault team, the battleship was able to temporarily escape the direct attack of the Insect King and began to urgently repair the damaged parts. However, the Insect King soon realized the threat posed by these soldiers, and it suddenly turned around and pounced on an approaching battleship. The captain of Ship 07 shouted in horror, "Evade! Evade!" But it was too late. The Insect King crashed into battleship number 07 like a cannonball. The mecha team on the Insect King were thrown out instantly, and the battleship was also knocked away. Li Hao looked at this tragic scene, his heart filled with grief and anger. "Damn bugs. Charge and lock the main gun," he said, gritting his teeth. As his orders were given, the battleship's huge main gun began to shine, and powerful energy gathered at the muzzle. The Insect King seemed to sense the danger. It twisted its body frantically, trying to avoid the impending attack. But the locking system tracked it closely, leaving it no chance to escape. "Ready, fire!" Li Hao roared. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the battleship's main gun and rushed towards the Insect King with the force of thunder. The Insect King let out a shrill roar and tried his best to resist this terrifying energy. Under the powerful impact of the main gun, a hole was finally torn in the Insect King's defense, and its body was severely knocked back a distance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, other warships also increased their attack intensity, and intensive artillery fire continued to fall on the Insect King. The Insect King was extremely angry. Regardless of his injuries, he pounced on the fleet again. But this time, its speed and power were significantly weakened. "All warships continue to attack. Don't give it a chance to breathe," Li Hao shouted. The fleet worked closely together and continuously launched fierce attacks on the Insect King. Under round after round of attacks, the Insect King's injuries became more and more serious, and it became increasingly difficult for him to move. However, after the Zerg King was attacked just now, other Zergs rushed towards the fleet frantically, trying to protect their king. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed, and the Zerg attacking the defense line, and another group of Zerg Kings attacked the Dreadnought fleet. The Dreadnought fleet was instantly overwhelmed by the Zerg's tidal attack. Countless Zerg creatures crashed into the warship's shields, bursting out with brilliant light and terrible impact. "Fight with all your might," Li Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. The battleship's artillery fire continued nonstop, blasting the Zerg into pieces, but there were too many of them, and they kept coming forward, not fearing death at all. "Concentrate your firepower on the injured Insect King," Li Hao kept giving orders. But the Insect King was extremely cunning and always managed to avoid fatal attacks at critical moments. As time went on, the shields of each ship in the Dreadnought fleet sounded the alarm. All fleets replaced super energy blocks, increase shield output, and prepare to evacuate. Use 50 of the energy of the 2 Dreadnought Star Destroyer cannons to lock onto the Zerg swarm, clearing the way for the fleet. The fleet members acted quickly, replacing the energy blocks in a tense and orderly manner to increase the shield strength to the extreme. The Star Destroyer cannon on the Dreadnought began to accumulate energy, and the muzzle flashed a dazzling light. When the Star Destroyer cannon was ready, 2 thick beams of light shot out instantly, piercing into the swarm of insects like a sharp sword. The Zerg was instantly torn open by this powerful attack, and countless Zerg creatures were reduced to ashes under the impact of energy. The fleet moves at full speed and evacuates along the planned route. Li Hao ordered loudly. The warships of the Dreadnought fleet ran at full speed and rushed towards the gap in the Zerg swarm. However, the Zerg King seemed unwilling to let the fleet escape like this. It led some Zerg to follow closely behind the fleet and continuously launched attacks. During the evacuation process, warships were constantly attacked by Zerg. Although protected by shields, some warships still suffered varying degrees of damage. All ships, pay attention to avoidance and maintain formation, Li Hao kept reminding everyone. General, look, there seems to be another group of insect kings ahead. The adjutant of the fearless reminded Li Hao. Chapter 140 Zerg's Full Revenge. Li Hao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stared closely at the huge and ferocious figure in front of him. Haha, it's easy to get. You actually delivered it to my door yourself. Attention, entire fleet. All main guns lock onto the insect king in front and fire at full power. Li Hao gave the order calmly. 40 laser main cannons plus 2 Star Destroyer cannons fired at the insect king, instantly illuminating the entire starry sky. Under this powerful fire attack, the insect king roared in anger and pain and twisted its body desperately, trying to avoid these deadly attacks. However, such intensive artillery fire left it with nowhere to escape. More than 20 energy beams exploded on the insect king's body. Cracks began to appear on its hard shell, and green body fluids gushed out from the wounds. But the insect king did not fall down. It struggled to continue moving forward, as if it wanted to rush into the fleet regardless of everything. Don't stop, keep firing, Li Hao shouted. The fleet's attack never stopped, continuously causing huge damage to the insect king. As time went by, the insect king's movements gradually became slower, and its injuries became more and more serious. It's almost useless. Try harder, the adjutant shouted excitedly. Finally, after another round of artillery attacks from the 2 Star Destroyers on the dreadnought, the insect king could no longer hold on, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Don't let your guard down. Speed up and retreat to the defense line. The insect king behind you might go crazy. At this moment, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly appeared in the starry sky behind. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Li Hao frowned and stared at the fluctuations, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. As the fluctuations intensified, a large group of new Zerg emerged from the void. Their numbers were greater than before, and they looked even more ferocious. Damn, why are there still so many? The adjutant cursed. Li Hao took a deep breath. All fleets, speed up the retreat. Soon the dreadnought fleet withdrew to the Beiming Star's defense line, and the 4th Legion's Huangpu Tianming sent a communication to inquire. General Li Hao, what happened over there just now? Huangpu Tianming asked anxiously. Li Hao replied solemnly. Quickly notify all the defenders on the defense line to prepare for defense. The Zerg are about to counterattack. Huangpu Tianming's heart tightened. So fast? Weren't they just repelled? We just ambushed the Zerg king, and one of them was injured. When we were retreating, we happened to run into another Zerg king that was alone. We concentrated our fire on them and killed them. Now I think the Zerg will go crazy and counterattack for revenge. One was injured and one was dead. You are not kidding me, brother. Huangpu Tianming said in disbelief. Li Hao said seriously. I'm not kidding. This is absolutely true. But the situation is critical now. We must prepare for it immediately. Huangpu Tianming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. So what should we do next? Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, after losing their 2 kings, the Zerg will inevitably go crazy, and their attacks may become more fierce and desperate. We need to strengthen our defense capabilities and be prepared to respond to various emergencies. Huangpu Tianming nodded and said, I understand. I will put the 4th Army on high alert. By the way, where is the body of the dead insect king? Li Hao rolled his eyes. Do you think I had time to collect the body of the insect king under such circumstances? Yeah, what a pity. Otherwise we could get the materials of the insect king. Huangpu Tianming said and turned away. Not long after, the Zerg launched a frenzied counterattack as they had expected. The overwhelming Zerg army came like a tide, carrying with them endless anger and hatred. The soldiers of the Dreadnought fleet and the 4th Legion were on high alert, fighting hard against the Zerg attack. When the other major legions learned that Beiming Star was under large-scale Zerg attack, they all sent support fleets to provide support. In the fierce battle, the Zerg rushed to the defense line desperately, trying to break through the human defense. The commander of the 1st Legion saw the scale and intensity of the Zerg attack and asked in the communication, You, the 4th Legion, have stirred up a hornet's nest. Huangpu Tianming smiled bitterly and replied, It wasn't our 4th Army who did it this time. At this time, various support fleets arrived one after another and joined the battle against the Zerg. The 2nd Legion's fleet was like a steel torrent, engaging in a fierce battle with the Zerg. Their artillery fire illuminated the entire battlefield and dealt a heavy blow to the Zerg. Who else could it be but your 4th Legion? You have probably gathered all the Zerg in the entire galaxy. The commander of the 2nd Legion said with a smile. It wasn't me this time. It was Lord Li from the 13th Legion. When he came to support, he injured a Zerg king and killed another, so the Zerg went crazy. Huangpu Tianming explained. The 2nd Army commander said in surprise, Lord Li of the 13th Army? He's here too, no wonder. He was the one who killed that one last time, too. Huangpu Tianming shrugged. Ah, this is fate. With his record, he is truly worthy of the title of Imperial Star. At this time, the artillery fire on the battlefield was still fierce. After suffering heavy losses, the Zerg launched an even more frantic attack in an attempt to save the situation. The soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 13th Legions were not afraid. They cooperated closely and continuously dealt heavy blows to the Zerg. Everyone hold on. Victory is just around the corner. The commander of the 2nd Army boosted morale. On the other side, Li Hao was also paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. He knew that the crazy attack of the Zerg should not be underestimated. Notify the fleet immediately and prepare to follow me. Li Hao ordered the communications officer. Soon, the communications officer sent a message. Report to the general, the dreadnought fleet is ready. The dreadnought fleet slowly sailed out, arranged in neat formation, with a cold light flashing on the ship's hulls. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, looking at everything in front of him with a solemn expression. Everyone, pay attention. Let's charge out. We must kill the insect king today, Li Hao said in a deep voice. The soldiers responded in unison, their morale high. The fleet began to speed up, rushing towards the front battlefield like a group of steel monsters. Soon, they approached the area where the insect king was. At this time, the insect king was surrounded by defensive Zergs and energy Zergs. All ships, maintain formation, don't panic, Li Hao shouted loudly. Under his command, the fleet advanced steadily forward. At this moment, the huge figure of the insect king appeared in their sight. Its ferocious appearance and huge body make people feel scared. Li Hao's eyes became sharper and sharper. He stared at the insect king closely, and his fighting spirit became even stronger. All warships, prepare to fire. Li Hao gave an order, and the guns of the dreadnought fleet flashed at the same time. Countless energy beams poured towards the Zerg like a rainstorm. Chapter 141 Close Combat with the Insect King. The defensive Zergs immediately took action, forming solid lines of defense to try to resist the attack of the dreadnought fleet, while the energy bugs continuously released powerful energy waves that intertwined with the fleet's artillery fire. Concentrate firepower and break through the Zerg's defense line first, Li Hao commanded calmly. The attack of the dreadnought fleet became more fierce. The warships rushed forward like steel behemoths, gradually tearing holes in the Zerg's defense line. However, the number of Zerg was too large, and they kept pouring in, seemingly endless. General, we can't go on like this. Their defense is too tight, an officer said anxiously. During the fierce battle, some warships were attacked by Zerg and began to suffer damage. Let all warships concentrate their firepower and break through the Zerg's first layer of defense first. Li Hao gave the order decisively. The gunfire of the dreadnought fleet poured out more fiercely, and the Zerg's defense line began to loosen under the powerful fire attack. But the Zerg were not to be outdone. They fought back frantically, trying to stop the dreadnought fleet's attack. At this moment, a battleship was unfortunately hit by the Zerg's energy cannon. Li Hao's heart sank suddenly, but he immediately adjusted his emotions and shouted loudly, "Don't panic, maintain the formation, and increase the shield energy." As the battle continued, the situation of the dreadnoughts became increasingly difficult. The Zerg seemed to be aware of their predicament, and their attacks became more fierce. General, what should we do? Many officers looked anxious. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "We must find a way to find the weakness of the Zerg's defense. We can't attack blindly like this anymore." He ordered the fleet to temporarily stop the attack and began to carefully observe the Zerg's defensive layout. After some observation and analysis, Li Hao finally discovered a weak link in the Zerg's defense. An energy bug not far from the Zerg King was cleared out. All warships, concentrate your attacks in that direction, Li Hao shouted, pointing at the weak link. The dreadnought fleet quickly adjusted its direction, and all its artillery fire was directed towards that weak link. Finally, a hole was torn in the Zerg's defense line. Speed up and rush forward, Li Hao shouted. The dreadnought rushed into the Zerg's defense line like a sharp arrow, and the Zerg King was caught off guard by this sudden attack. But the Zerg King reacted quickly and ordered other Zergs to frantically surround the dreadnought. Increase the shield, speed up and rush towards the insect king to kill it. The engine of the dreadnought roared, and the powerful thrust made it rush towards the insect king desperately, like a ferocious beast. The crew members nervously operated various instruments to ensure that the spacecraft's performance was in optimal condition. The shield glowed, resisting the constant attacks of the Zerg. The dreadnought rushed left and right in the Zerg's pursuit and blockade, moving forward with difficulty. As it got closer and closer to the Zerg king, it also felt a huge threat. It let out an angry roar, and the surrounding Zergs pounced on the dreadnought even more frantically, trying to stop it from approaching. Report to the captain, the shield energy has dropped to 50, an officer in charge of defense shouted anxiously. Li Hao's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Keep going, don't worry about anything else, you must rush in." The dreadnought continued to forge ahead bravely in the Zerg Ocean. The hull was constantly hit and attacked, and some external secondary gun parts had begun to show damage and malfunction. 100 meters to go, someone shouted. Everyone was highly focused, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. However, at this moment, the Zerg launched a more fierce attack, and the dreadnought's shield finally collapsed under the heavy load. Oh no, the shield is failing. Li Hao's face became even gloomier, but he still said firmly, "Don't panic, keep speeding up." Without the protection of a shield, the dreadnought still charged towards the Zerg king tenaciously. The Zerg's attack left deep scars on the hull of the spacecraft. Bump into it. The dreadnought crashed into the Insect King at the fastest speed. The Insect King tried to dodge in fear, but it was too late. The dreadnought and the Insect King collided fiercely, and the huge impact force made the entire space seem to tremble. The Insect King was severely injured in the collision, but it did not die immediately. It struggled to fight back. The crew of the dreadnought was not idle either. The main gun of the Star Destroyer was aimed at the body of the Insect King. Main guns fire continuously. Suddenly, the Star Destroyer's main gun flashed with a dazzling light. Powerful energy surged out, and thick beams of light shot straight at the Insect King. The Insect King roared in pain under the fierce attack, and its huge body kept twisting and struggling, trying to avoid the deadly bombardment. Every bombardment caused a huge wound on the Insect King's body, and green blood splashed everywhere. But the Insect King still persisted tenaciously, and its vitality was beyond everyone's imagination. Keep attacking, don't give it a chance to breathe. The officers in charge of the main guns were concentrating on operating the main guns, firing energy beams nonstop. The Zerg King's counterattack became more and more frantic, and the Zergs around it surged like a tide, desperate to protect their king. The dreadnought shook violently under the impact of the Zerg, and some crew members were thrown to the ground, but they quickly got up and stayed at their posts. Report to the general, the main gun's energy is being consumed too quickly and is about to reach the warning line, an officer shouted anxiously. Hold on, shut down the engines and shields, and focus all your energy on the main guns. This time we must completely destroy the Bug King. As Li Hao's order was given, the dreadnought shook violently. Its engines and shields shut down one after another, and all the energy surged towards the main gun like a tide. The energy of the main gun continued to gather. The light became more and more dazzling, and finally, a thick and strong energy beam shot out, shooting straight at the Insect King. The Insect King tried his best to dodge, but the speed of the energy beam was too fast and hit it instantly. The Insect King howled in pain, and huge wounds began to appear on its body, with green blood gushing out like a fountain. This time, the Insect King finally couldn't hold on, and its huge body slowly fell down. The Insect King is dead. The Insect King is dead. Cheers broke out on the dreadnought. However, there was no relaxed expression on Li Hao's face. He knew that the battle was far from over. At this moment, the Zerg soldiers seemed to fall into an even more crazy state. They rushed towards the dreadnought desperately. The dreadnought had lost energy, and its hull had been attacked in many places and began to show damage. "General, there is a crack in the left hull, and air is leaking," an officer reported. "Immediately activate the emergency repair system and seal the crack area." Chapter 142 Heading to the Zerg Galaxy again. Thanks to the soldiers' efforts, the dreadnought temporarily stabilized the situation, but the Zerg's attack was still as fierce as a tide. "General, we have used up all our energy. Now we have no chance even if we want to self-destruct." Li Hao's face became extremely solemn. He looked at the Zerg surging around him like a tide and felt a wave of despair in his heart. "All soldiers listen up. Even if we have no energy left, we cannot retreat. We must use our flesh and blood to build the last line of defense for our homeland," the general shouted. The soldiers shouted in unison, their eyes full of determination and resoluteness. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to meet the next wave of Zerg attacks. At this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, "General, look! Li Hao looked in the direction the soldier pointed and saw a shining light in the distance. The light was getting closer and closer. It turned out that the dreadnought fleet had broken through the Zerg defense line. "We are saved," the soldiers cheered. The reinforcement fleet quickly joined the battle, and their powerful firepower instantly suppressed the Zerg. The soldiers on the Dauntless also cheered up. Together they launched a counterattack against the Zerg, and with everyone's joint efforts, the Zerg were finally repelled. The soldiers on the Dauntless cheered and celebrated this hard-earned victory. After these two battles, the 13th Army destroyed the two insect kings responsible for this galaxy. After the battle, Li Hao's dreadnought battleship replenished its energy and returned to the defense line. The atmosphere within the defense line relaxed temporarily, but everyone knew that this was only a short-lived calm. The Zerg threat may strike again at any time, so they cannot relax at all. Li Hao was sitting in the command room of the dreadnought, along with the commander of the 1st Legion, the commander of the 2nd Legion, and Huangpu Tianming of the 4th Legion. They were analyzing what was wrong with the Zerg galaxy during this period. The atmosphere in the command room was somewhat heavy, and everyone's faces were serious and thoughtful. The Zerg's actions during this period have been very strange. They seem to be planning something big. The commander of the 1st Legion said with a frown. The commander of the 2nd Legion nodded. Yes, in the past, although their attacks were fierce, they were traceable. But now we have no idea of their intentions. Huangpu Tianming crossed his arms over his chest and said solemnly, "We must find out their purpose as soon as possible, otherwise we may be caught off guard when they launch their attack." Li Hao stared at the galaxy map in front of him, his brain working rapidly. "What I don't understand the most now is why there are so many Zerg kings in the front of this galaxy. I have come to the Zerg battlefield twice, and 3 Zerg kings have appeared here." There was silence in the command room, and everyone else was lost in thought. The commander of the 1st Legion stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "This is indeed very unusual. In the past, the Zerg kings would not gather in one area so easily." The commander of the 2nd Legion frowned and said, "Could it be that something has happened to the Zerg?" Huangpu Tianming paced aside and said, "It's possible. I guess there is something in this galaxy that helps them improve, otherwise they wouldn't have grown into insect kings so quickly." Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "According to your idea, I guess there was something wrong with the planet where the outpost was located, otherwise the Zerg would not have been so determined to destroy the outpost." Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. The commander of the 1st Legion frowned and said, "If this is true, then what secrets are hidden on that planet? Whatever it is, we must find out." The commander of the 2nd Legion said firmly. Li Hao nodded and said, "I have been to this planet before. I will lead the fleet to investigate the planet where the outpost is located." "Li Hao, do you want me to accompany you?" Huangpu Tianming said anxiously. Li Hao glanced at him and said with a smile, "No need. You stay here to coordinate the overall situation, and I will lead the fleet." Huangpu Tianming was still a little worried, but he also knew that Li Hao's decision would be difficult to change, so he nodded and reminded him, "Then you must be careful." Soon, Li Hao led a huge fleet towards the planet where the outpost was located. Along the way, he was recalling his experiences on that planet in his mind. When the fleet approached the planet, "Be alert and be careful." Li Hao ordered the fleet members through the communicator. The fleet carefully entered the planet's atmosphere and began a comprehensive search of the planet. They found that the former outpost had been almost completely destroyed, with only some ruins remaining. This time, Li Hao chose the location of the original outpost base as the location of the base. After the last self-explosion, the terrain here was different. This time, Li Hao brought enough materials to build a base. This time, Li Hao planned to build a permanent base here. When the fleet arrived, Li Hao began to command the soldiers to clean up the area. Everyone worked together to clear away the rubble and debris to make room for the construction of the base. As the construction work progressed, various building materials were continuously unloaded from the warships to the base. Soldiers and engineering robots were busy working. Some were building houses, some were paving roads, and some were installing defense facilities. Li Hao installed powerful detectors and anti-aircraft turrets on 3 sides of the rock walls, and the base also set up 3 lines of defense. The first trench was more than 10 meters deep, and there were multiple electric fences outside, which made the front of the entire base look like an insurmountable natural moat. The electric nets flashed with a faint blue light, as if warning any enemy who dared to approach. The second line of defense is covered with automatic turrets, which are always on alert. They are accurate and deadly, and will open fire without hesitation at any sign of trouble. Each turret exudes a cold metallic luster, like a silent guard, protecting the safety of the base. The third line is a 20-meter high steel defense wall, which is as solid as a rock and gives people an incomparable sense of solidity and security. Various observation ports and shooting holes are also set up on the wall so that soldiers can better deal with enemy attacks. As the base's defense facilities gradually improved, Li Hao became more and more confident. Li Hao stood on the rock behind the outpost and looked at the outpost below. After their experience in facing the Zerg during this period, he ordered the engineering robots to add more combustible materials to the trench. He was well aware of the tenacity and terror of the Zerg, and any negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. Adding more combustible materials will undoubtedly add an insurmountable obstacle to the Zerg's attack. As the days passed, the base continued to operate smoothly, and Li Hao also finished deploying the detectors on this planet again. One day, the detectors sounded the alarm again, and a large number of Zerg poured out from a nest exit. But compared to the Zerg they faced here last time, there were much fewer of them. Chapter 143, Hive Queen. After Li Hao located the location of the insect nest, he summoned the commanders of the 13th Legion to the temporary command center at the base to discuss the matter. Everyone quickly gathered together and sat around the conference table with serious expressions. Li Hao looked at everyone with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the location of the insect nest has been determined. After the last comparison, there are big problems in the insect nest. I think we still need to explore it." Lin Xiao frowned and said, "The scale of this insect nest is probably quite large. We can't act rashly." White Phoenix nodded and agreed. "That's right. The insect nest is too complicated, and it's too risky for us to go in." "I understand, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. The threat of the Zerg is increasing day by day. We must find out the secrets of this planet." Everyone began to express their opinions and suggestions, and the discussion echoed in the command center. Some people suggested conducting reconnaissance first to find out the specific situation of the insect nest. Others considered various possible risks and response strategies. After a long and intense discussion, a preliminary battle plan gradually took shape. Li Hao stood up, put his hands on the table, and said solemnly, "Okay, let's act according to the plan we discussed. Send in the drones and X-Beast mechas first, and all troops start preparing immediately. We must be ready for battle in the shortest possible time." After the order was issued, the base immediately became busy. The technicians quickly carried out the final inspection and debugging of the drones and the X-Beast mechas to ensure that they could be put into battle in the best condition. Soon, the drone formation took off first and flew towards the insect nest. They were like a swarm of black bees, drawing arcs in the sky. The X-Beast mechas followed closely behind with heavy steps. These powerful fighting machines flashed with metallic light and exuded a chilling aura. Behind them, the large troops were also gathering and preparing intensively. The mecha troops pushed the powerful artillery to the designated position, and ammunition was continuously transported to the front line. The infantrymen lined up in neat rows, holding various weapons and ready for battle. Li Hao stood in the command center, closely watching every move on the battlefield. As the drones and the X-Beast mechas gradually approached the hive, a fierce battle broke out instantly. The Zerg sensed their arrival and immediately launched a frenzied attack. Countless Zergs poured out of the hive and fought a desperate battle with the drones and mechas. The drones shuttled flexibly in the air, continuously firing missiles and lasers, causing huge damage to the Zerg. The X-Beast mechas exerted their powerful combat capabilities, using sharp claws and powerful firepower to tear the Zerg into pieces. This mecha is great. It is indeed the light of hope for the X-civilization. Soon, the Beast-type mecha, in cooperation with the drone, advanced to the entrance of the hive and began to advance towards the passage inside the hive. Entering the insect nest, it is a world full of strange atmosphere and complex structure. The passage was winding, dimly lit, and filled with a sickening odor. The beast-like mechas carefully cleared the way ahead, their mechanical joints making low-friction sounds, and every step was firm and cautious. The drones hovered around, keeping alert at all times and providing vision and intelligence to the mecha. Li Hao was closely following their progress in the command center, his heart tense. As we went deeper, the Zerg resistance became more and more fierce. A large number of Zerg soldiers suddenly emerged from all corners of the passage, screaming and rushing towards the beast-like mechas and drones. The beast-like mecha showed no fear and engaged in close combat with the Zerg using its powerful strength and weapons. They waved their claws, tearing the Zerg apart one by one, and their metal bodies were left with scratches from the Zerg's attacks. During the fierce battle, some beast-type mechas were seriously damaged, but they still persisted tenaciously, paving the way for follow-up troops. The soldiers gradually followed suit and fought a desperate battle with the Zerg in the passage. "Attention, There is a gathering of Zerg in the right channel, the monitor at the command center shouted. Received. The commander of the beast-type mecha quickly adjusted the direction and led the drone to rush towards the right channel. During the ongoing battle, time seemed to become extremely long, and every meter forward came at a huge cost. Finally, they broke through one Zerg defense line after another and gradually penetrated into the core area of the Zerg nest. When they stepped into the core area of the hive, the scene before them shocked everyone. Huge mucus pipes crisscrossed and emitted a pungent smell, and deep in the pipes, something seemed to be wriggling, as if the heart of the hive was beating. The beast-type mechas and drones continued to remain vigilant and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a dark green liquid spurted out from the mucus pipe. It was highly corrosive and instantly caused damage to several beast-type mechas. Be careful with those pipes. They may hide more dangers. Li Hao shouted loudly through the communicator. Send this data to the military and see what it is. Li Hao instructed the data analyst. Soon, data analysts compared and analyzed the military database and concluded that this was a queen beetle. The Empire has not yet captured a living queen beetle. This news caused the entire base to boil. Everyone knows the importance of the queen. It is not only the breeding core of the Zerg, but also may hide many secrets and key information of the Zerg. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately ordered, "See if there is any way to capture this queen insect alive." At the same time, the military also learned of this major discovery, and the top leaders quickly held an emergency meeting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must make good use of it to conduct in-depth research on the queen insect and obtain intelligence that is beneficial to us. A general said seriously. That's right, we must immediately send the best scientific research team to the base. Another officer echoed. Soon, a team of the Empire's best scientists and researchers arrived at the border planet Biming in a high-speed spacecraft. Just as Li Hao ordered to capture the queen insect alive, the core area of the insect nest began to tremble violently and cracks appeared on the ground. Everyone was shocked, and an ominous premonition came to their minds. Li Hao immediately realized that the situation was not good and shouted loudly. Quick, strengthen the defense and protect the queen insect. The warriors acted quickly, surrounding the queen insect and forming a solid line of defense. However, the hive began to tremble more violently, and the cracks continued to expand, as if the entire hive was about to collapse. Oh no, the energy emitted by the queen is increasing rapidly. The officer who was checking the data shouted in horror. Li Hao frowned and gave a decisive order. Activate the emergency plan and prepare to evacuate immediately. At this time, the Zerg in the hive also seemed to sense the danger. They became more crazy and violent, and rushed towards the human defense line desperately. Chapter 144 The Queen Beetle Explodes. The beast mechas and drones opened fire at full force, fighting the Zerg desperately to buy time for evacuation. But the number of Zerg was too large, and they surged like a tide, making it difficult for the soldiers to resist. At this critical moment, Li Hao was extremely anxious. While directing the battle, he was thinking about how to evacuate safely. Don't worry about the queen insect. Everyone, make your best to break out, Li Hao shouted. The soldiers immediately adjusted their direction and advanced towards the passage with difficulty. With their tenacious struggle, they finally gradually approached the exit of the passage. Just as everyone broke out of the encirclement and reached the exit, Li Hao used the detector left next to the queen insect to show that the energy released by the queen insect had reached a peak. Everyone be careful. The queen is about to explode. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. They had just escaped from a difficult battle, but they did not expect to face such a huge crisis again. But it was too late. The light on the queen insect became brighter and brighter, and a destructive energy began to expand rapidly. Just when the queen insect was about to self-destruct, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, followed by an incomparably powerful shock wave. The powerful impact force instantly blew away many soldiers, and their mechas and aircraft were seriously damaged under the impact. Li Hao immediately led the rescuers to the vicinity of the insect nest. The scene before them shocked them. The originally solid insect nest had now become a ruin, with broken insect limbs and debris everywhere. Quick, look for survivors. The rescuers acted quickly and searched the ruins with great difficulty. Some soldiers with less serious injuries also joined the rescue team despite their pain. They carefully turned over every piece of rubble, not missing any corner that might have signs of life. As time passed, they found some of their buried comrades one after another. Some of the comrades were seriously injured and dying, while others were lucky enough to have only minor skin injuries. Looking at these injured soldiers, Li Hao was filled with grief and self-blame. Report casualties. General, Many of our soldiers were injured, and some sacrificed. A soldier replied with sobs. Li Hao's heart tightened as he looked at the messy scene in front of him. No matter what, we have to get everyone back for treatment as soon as possible. On the way back, Li Hao kept thinking, why did the queen suddenly explode? Did it sense danger? Or was there some other reason? Moreover, what kind of impact would the queen's explosion have on the Zerg? These questions lingered in his mind, making him feel extremely confused and worried. When they finally got back to the base, scientists from the Empire also rushed to the outpost, but saw that the soldiers were being carried out from the warships. Their faces suddenly became solemn, and an ominous premonition came to their hearts. Li Hao walked down the warship with a gloomy face and greeted these scientists. What's going on? Asked the leading scientist anxiously. Li Hao sighed heavily and said, we encountered the queen insect's self-explosion and suffered heavy losses. The scientists were shocked. They had thought they could capture the queen insect alive this time, but they didn't expect such a tragic change to happen. They hurried forward to check on the wounded, their hearts filled with worry. These soldiers had fought for the safety of the Empire, but now they had suffered such heavy losses. They must be treated immediately, said a scientist. The base suddenly became busy, and the medical team devoted all their efforts to treating the injured. Scientists also began to understand and analyze the queen's self-explosion in detail. Li Hao sat aside exhaustedly, his heart full of self-blame and regret. He felt that he had not led the team well, causing so many soldiers to be injured or even sacrificed. General Li Hao, you don't have to blame yourself too much. This is not your fault. A scientist came over and comforted him. Li Hao shook his head. If I had been more cautious, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Now is not the time to blame ourselves. This is the first time we have encountered a queen insect self-destructing. It is already worth it to be able to obtain so much data on the queen insect this time, the scientist said firmly. In the following days, scientists worked day and night to study the data and samples of the queen's self-destruction, trying to find the key to solving the Zerg threat. As time went by, the condition of some of the injured gradually stabilized, but some seriously injured were still in critical condition. After Li Hao recovered, he led the engineering robots and mecha soldiers to the entrance of the nest again. Looking at the place that had been destroyed beyond recognition, a complex emotion surged in his heart. He arranged for the engineering robots to dig down to the location of the queen worm that he had detected before. He wanted to find out the source of the queen worm's powerful energy. The engineering robots moved quickly, waving their mechanical arms, and began to dig hard. The mecha soldiers were standing guard vigilantly to prevent any unexpected situations. As the excavation went deeper, a strange smell gradually spread. Li Hao frowned and was secretly alert. Time passed by, and the excavation work continued. Finally, the engineering robot dug to the original position of the queen worm, but there was nothing there. However, Li Hao did not give up. He kept digging the robot according to the pipe connected to the queen worm at that time. The robot continued to go deeper along the pipeline, and the soil and rocks were constantly turned over. Li Hao watched all this with a serious expression, thinking secretly about the possible situations. As the excavation progressed, some strange lights appeared in front of them, flickering, as if guiding them to move forward. Li Hao felt a sense of anticipation, and he waved his hand to signal the robot to speed up. When they finally dug to the source of the light, they found that it was a cave emitting a mysterious light. "Where is this place?" a soldier asked in a low voice. Li Hao didn't answer. He walked into the cave carefully. The soldiers also continued to go deeper and found many crystals like energy stones deep in the cave. Li Hao's eyes were fixed on these crystals, and he finally understood the key to the rapid improvement of the Zerg in this galaxy. "Everyone exit the cave and let the people from the Guards Brigade come over to take over here," Li Hao ordered. The soldiers quickly and orderly exited the cave, and soon, the soldiers of the 13th Corps Guards Brigade arrived at the scene. When Zhang Yu learned that Li Hao had asked the Guards Brigade to go there, he knew that it was a highly confidential matter. "Commander, what is this thing?" Zhang Yu asked curiously. Chapter 145 Zerg Riots Again. Li Hao looked solemn and said in a low voice, "It's a super energy ore." Zhang Yu's heart trembled, and he immediately straightened up and nodded solemnly. "Understood, Commander, my brothers in the Guards Brigade, and I will definitely guard this place well." "Zhang Yu, you guys build a base here. Let's follow the old method and have the brothers of the Guards Brigade guard here. Arrange for the brothers you trust to dig out the super energy stones here as soon as possible." Zhang Yu immediately saluted and responded, "Yes, Commander, I will arrange it right away." Soon, Zhang Yu commanded the soldiers of the Guards Brigade to take action. Some soldiers started to build the base. Various building materials were quickly transported over, and the clanging sounds of construction echoed all around. Another group of soldiers, selected by Zhang Qiang, formed an excavation team and began to carefully dig out those super energy stones. During the excavation process, they also remained vigilant at all times, guarding against possible Zerg attacks. The construction of the base is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Fortifications are gradually taking shape, and watchtowers, bunkers, and other facilities are erected one by one. Li Hao led other members of the 13th Legion to clear out the Zerg on the outpost. They discovered other basic Zerg nests on the planet one after another, but did not find the queen. "Commander, this is the 10th nest we have found, and there is still no trace of the queen," an officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Continue to expand the search range and don't miss any possible corner." The soldiers of the 13th Legion continued to shuttle across this desolate planet, not letting go of any suspicious place. Whenever they arrived at a new place, they checked it carefully, fearing that they would miss the hiding place of the queen insect. Just as Li Hao's 13th Legion was searching for the trace of the queen Zerg on this outpost star, the Zerg in this galaxy also underwent great changes. In the early stages, the Zerg had been increasing its troops on the front line and attacking the Imperial defense line from time to time. Ever since the queen self-destructed, the Zerg on the defense line seemed to have lost their souls and did not cross the defense line even once. This abnormal situation attracted the attention and vigilance of the Imperial high-level officials. In the Empire's military command center, generals were discussing this sudden change. "What the hell are these Zerg doing? Do they have some new conspiracy?" said a general with a frown. "It's hard to say. We can't take it lightly," responded another general. At the same time, Li Hao on the outpost also noticed something strange about the Zerg. "Commander, the Zerg are so quiet that it makes me feel uneasy," an officer said worriedly. Li Hao nodded, looking into the distance with deep eyes. Indeed, this kind of calmness is too abnormal. However, this calm did not last long. One day, when Li Hao led the soldiers to search a valley, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation. "Oh no, something's happening," Li Hao shouted. The soldiers immediately became alert. Li Hao's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He led his soldiers cautiously into the depths of the valley. When they finally reached the depths of the valley, they were stunned by the sight before them. The hive was surrounded by countless Zergs running out from everywhere. Could this be? Li Hao widened his eyes, as if he had guessed something. At this moment, the Zerg in the hive began to become restless. They roared as if they were welcoming something that was about to come. "Could this mean that a new queen has been born?" a soldier exclaimed in a low voice. "Leave here immediately and return to the base." The soldiers of the 13th Legion acted quickly and retreated towards the base as quickly as possible. However, a large number of Zergs poured out of the hive and followed closely behind them. While commanding the soldiers to retreat in an orderly manner, Li Hao looked back from time to time to observe the movements of the Zerg. "Everyone speed up, don't let the Zerg catch up." The soldiers gritted their teeth and ran desperately. Finally, they saw the outline of the base, and hope was just around the corner. However, the Zerg also sped up at this time, and they came like a tide. At this time, the base's support troops rushed over. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the Zerg, and Li Hao took the opportunity to lead the remaining soldiers to withdraw to the base. After returning to the base, Li Hao immediately reported the situation to the military and reminded the various corps stationed on the defense line. "General Li, what's the situation now?" asked the commander of the 1st Legion. "We have discovered unusual movements of the Zerg on the outpost. It is very likely that a new queen will be born soon," Li Hao said solemnly. "Understood. We will strengthen the defense line," the commander of the 1st Legion responded. At the same time, other legions also received Li Hao's report and began to strengthen the defense of their respective defense zones. The entire defense line was filled with a tense atmosphere. Li Hao kept thinking about countermeasures in the base. He knew that the appearance of the new queen meant that a more difficult battle was about to come. Immediately strengthen the reconnaissance of surrounding planets. "We still don't know which planet the new queen insect came from," Li Hao ordered his subordinates. During this period, Li Hao's outposts began to be attacked by Zerg one after another, but the intensity was not very high. Li Hao stood in the command center of the base, watching the Zerg's repeated harassment actions on the monitoring screen with a serious expression. "General, these Zergs seem to be just testing us," said the adjutant on the side. "Well, they must be biding their time, or preparing for a larger attack." In response to this situation, Li Hao strengthened the base's defenses and increased the number and frequency of patrols. In fact, Li Hao was not worried about the defense of the outpost base. The outpost base built this time was more solid than the previous one. It was a real war fortress. What he was worried about now was Zhang Qiang, who was stationed in the super energy mine. Li Hao stood on the observation deck of the base, looking towards the direction of the super energy mine, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. General, should we send more troops and resources to Zhang? Bai Feng Wang asked softly. Li Hao shook his head. At present, our military strength is also very tight, and we can't mobilize it easily. And Zhang Yu also has his own defense system. We have to believe in his ability. Although he said so, Li Hao was still worried. He kept in touch with Zhang Yu through communication equipment to understand the situation over there. Zhang Yu was also on high alert in the super energy mine. He knew that he had a heavy responsibility and did not dare to relax at all. Commander, don't worry, everything is fine here. Even if the Zerg comes, I will fight to the death to defend this place. Zhang Yu said firmly in the communication. Zhang Yu, be careful. Report any situation to me at any time. If you can't defend it, blow up the super energy mine. Chapter 146, Bombing Star Lost. As the days passed, the Zerg never launched a large-scale attack on the super energy mine, but the tense atmosphere always shrouded the mining area. Zhang Yu and his soldiers were always on high alert, not daring to be careless. Li Hao was also constantly thinking about strategies to deal with possible Zerg attacks. Finally, on a peaceful day, the Zerg launched a surprise attack. The overwhelming Zerg rushed to the super energy mine like a tide, and their number was beyond everyone's imagination. Zhang Yu looked solemn and immediately ordered his soldiers to fight back. All kinds of weapons were fully opened to fight a desperate battle with the Zerg. Hold on. We must not let the Zerg break through our defense line. Zhang Yu shouted loudly. However, the Zerg's offensive was too fierce. Although Zhang Yu and the soldiers tried their best, the defense line was gradually torn open by the Zerg. The news quickly reached Li Hao. Assemble the dreadnought fleet immediately and provide support to the mine as soon as possible. Li Hao personally led the dreadnought fleet and rushed towards the super energy mine. When they arrived, they saw a tragic scene. The fortifications in the mining area had been destroyed in many places, and the soldiers had already started to suffer casualties. Entire fleet, engage in battle immediately. Li Hao gave an order, and the dreadnought fleet rushed towards the Zerg like a sharp sword. Fierce exchanges of fire broke out instantly, with laser beams and energy cannons interweaving in space to create brilliant yet cruel lights. The Zerg swarmed in overwhelming numbers, seemingly endless. The fighters of the dreadnought fleet showed no fear. Relying on their superb combat skills and tenacious will, they fought a desperate battle with the Zerg. We can't leave the energy mines to the Zerg, Li Hao thought to himself. In the fierce battle, Li Hao's fleet made continuous breakthroughs, and the Zerg formation began to become chaotic. But the Zerg were not to be outdone, and they launched a more frantic counterattack to try to stop Li Hao's attack. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Zerg finally began to retreat. Li Hao looked at the devastated mining area and knew that this was not the Zerg's general attack. Zhang Yu, how many energy stones are left in this energy mine? Zhang Yu quickly checked the data and replied, General, the current data shows that the reserves are still considerable. According to our excavation situation, we have only dug up half of this mine. Li Hao frowned, thinking about his next strategy. We must strengthen the defense of the mining area as soon as possible and find a way to improve the efficiency of energy stone collection. Are you arranging for other people to come here to dig? Zhang Yu asked. Please arrange for some people from other fleets to come here. I will transfer Lin Zhao's fleet to assist you in defense. Zhang Yu nodded and began to contact other fleets to arrange manpower. Soon after, personnel from other fleets arrived at the mining area one after another, and they quickly started collecting energy stones. After receiving the order, Lin Zhao's fleet also rushed to the super energy mine. While waiting for the arrival of Lin Zhao's fleet, Li Hao and Zhang Yu did not stop for a moment. They continued to improve the defense layout of the mining area and set up more artillery and traps. As time went by, the fortifications of the mining area became stronger and stronger, and the efficiency of collecting energy stones gradually increased. However, the Zerg did not give up their desire for the mining area. One day, the Zerg launched another large-scale attack. This time, they seemed to have new tactics, and the attack was more fierce and cunning. Li Hao, Zhang Yu and Lin Zhao quickly commanded the fleet and defense facilities to resist. Laser beams and energy cannons intertwined in space with brilliant light, and the two sides launched a fierce battle. The Zerg kept trying to break through the mining area's defenses, but they never succeeded due to the stubborn resistance of the people. After the battle lasted for several hours, the Zerg, seeing that they could not take the city, changed their strategy again and started a protracted war with Li Hao and his men. They began small-scale continuous attacks. The people in the mining area continued to be busy, defending and collecting energy stones. They saw the tactics of the Zerg and were happy to consume them. What do you think the Zerg are doing this for? Such consumption is completely meaningless to us. There is an energy mine under our feet. How many Zerg will have to die before they can consume us to death? Zhang Yu said puzzledly. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, maybe there is a more powerful existence behind them driving them to do this. Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes, maybe the new insect king has also appeared. Hearing Lin Xiao's guess, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. If a new Zerg king really appeared, it would mean that the Zerg's strength might be further improved, and the challenges they faced would be even more severe. Whether there is a new insect king or not, we can't take it lightly. Li Hao said solemnly, from now on, we must strengthen intelligence gathering, pay close attention to the Zerg's every move, and mine this energy mine as soon as possible. We can't leave it to the Zerg. In the following days, the fortifications of the mining area were further reinforced, and the collection of energy stones was carried out in an intense and orderly manner. At the same time, intelligence personnel monitored the movements of the Zerg day and night, trying to find any clues that might be related to the new Zerg king. However, the Zerg seemed to have sensed their intentions, and their actions became more secretive and unpredictable. They no longer launched large-scale attacks like before, but instead carried out small-scale harassment and probing from time to time, keeping the people in the mining area in a state of high tension. Just as Li Hao was anxiously mining or on the outpost star, the defense line of Biming Star suffered a devastating blow. This time, the Zerg sent out 4 Zerg kings at once. When the news reached the outpost, everyone was shocked. Li Hao looked at the report in his hand with a serious expression, his heart filled with worry. 4 insect kings are dispatched at the same time. This is an unprecedented situation. I'm afraid that Biming Star has fallen. Zhang Yu said in a heavy tone. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. What should we do now? Will the Zerg's next target be us? Li Hao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Immediately strengthen the defenses of the outpost. We must prepare for the worst. The people on the outpost planet acted quickly, and various weapons and defense facilities were urgently mobilized and deployed. At the same time, after destroying the Biming Star's defense line, the Zerg did not attack forward immediately, but rested in place, as if planning a larger action. What are they planning? Li Hao frowned, trying to analyze the Zerg's intentions. Zhang Yu took out a report and said, I just received a notification from the 4th Army, Huangpu Tianming, that the main forces of the other major armies of the Empire have already built a new defense line at the Stargate near Biming Star. Chapter 147. The first loss of the Dreadnought Fleet. Please give a good review. As time passed in the tense waiting, the atmosphere on the outpost became increasingly oppressive, and people remained on high alert at all times. Finally, the Zerg showed new signs of movement. They began to move slowly towards the outpost, with a huge swarm covering the sky and the sun. Prepare for battle. The soldiers on the outpost held their weapons tightly and prepared for battle. When the Zerg entered the attack range, a fierce battle broke out instantly. The light of the energy cannon illuminated the entire sky, and the roar of the Zerg and the shouts of the soldiers intertwined. Li Hao led everyone to fight bravely, but the number of Zerg was too large, and there were also 4 powerful Zerg kings to suppress them. Have all the super energy mines been allocated to the Dreadnought fleet? They have all been sent. Zhang Yu next to him responded loudly. You guys defend the base. If you really can't defend it, leave immediately and activate the self-destruct program. After Li Hao made the arrangements, he immediately boarded the Dreadnought and led the Dreadnought fleet towards the direction of the Insect King. Zhang Yu, Lin Xiao, and others led the remaining soldiers to defend the base desperately. The Zerg attacked the defense line wave after wave like a tide, and they gritted their teeth and resisted tenaciously. On the side of the Dreadnought fleet, Li Hao commanded the warships to engage in a thrilling battle with the Insect King. The light of the energy cannon flickered continuously in the dark universe, and every collision caused a huge impact. Li Hao had no way of defeating the 4 Insect Kings. His current idea was to prevent the 4 Insect Kings from reaching the outpost star. Currently, the base on the outpost star could not withstand the attack of the 4 Insect Kings. Li Hao tightly gripped the handle of the command platform, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He kept adjusting the tactics, changing the formation of the Dreadnought fleet, trying to contain the Insect King from all angles. Concentrate your firepower and attack the Insect King on the left. The warships of the Dreadnought fleet responded quickly, and beams of energy were fired at the target, the Insect King. The Insect King let out an angry roar, and sparks flew from its shell, but it still stubbornly pounced on the fleet. The other 3 Insect Kings were not to be outdone, and they rushed straight towards the fleet. Li Hao's eyes became more and more serious. He quickly commanded the fleet to change its formation, trying to disperse the Insect King's attack. The dreadnought was at the forefront of the fleet, constantly releasing powerful energy shields to resist the Insect King's wave after wave of attacks. Charge the Star Destroyer's main cannon and attack the Insect King in the front first. The weapon operators immediately got busy. The Star Destroyer's main gun began to slowly accumulate energy, and the muzzle flashed a dazzling light. The Insect King, rushing in the front, seemed to sense the danger. It let out a shrill scream and increased the speed of its attack. "Hurry up, we can't let it rush over." The crew members on the dreadnought were operating various equipment nervously, trying their best to maintain the strength of the energy shield. Just when the Insect King was about to hit the energy shield, the Star Destroyer's main gun was finally charged. Fire! A thick beam of energy gushed out from the Star Destroyer's main gun, shooting straight at the Insect King. The Insect King was hit by this powerful energy, and its shell was instantly shattered, and its huge body rolled in the universe. However, the Insect King did not die. It struggled to stand up again, and green liquid flowed from the wounds on its body. Damn it, this Insect King's vitality is too strong. Seeing this, the other 3 Insect Kings rushed towards the fleet even more frantically. Under the command of Li Hao, the dreadnought fleet resisted tenaciously, continuously launching various weapons and engaging in a fierce battle with the Insect Kings. Li Hao discovered that the defenses of the Insect Kings were very strong, and only the Star Destroyer's main gun could break through them. So he ordered the main gun operator to use the Star Destroyer's main gun to attack the other 3 uninjured Insect Kings when the opportunity arose. The main gun operators focused their attention on the battlefield situation, waiting for the best time to attack, while the other warships of the dreadnought fleet continued to deal with the Insect Kings, trying to attract their attention as much as possible to create better attack conditions for the main guns. During the fierce battle, warships of the dreadnought fleet were constantly damaged, but the soldiers did not retreat at all and continued to firmly carry out Li Hao's orders. Finally, the main gun operator found an opportunity and decisively pressed the launch button of the Star Destroyer's main gun. A dazzling beam of light shot out instantly and headed straight for one of the uninjured Insect Kings. The Insect King sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but the Star Destroyer's main gun was too fast, and it had no time to dodge completely. The beam of light hit the Insect King's body, and the powerful energy shock made the Insect King roar in pain. Good job. Keep attacking. Other warships in the fleet should find the right opportunity to focus their fire on the 2 injured Insect Kings. Li Hao shouted excitedly. The warships of the dreadnought fleet quickly took action, concentrating their firepower on the 2 injured Insect Kings. Various energy beams and shells poured out like raindrops, interweaving a gorgeous and deadly light net in the starry sky. The injured Insect Kings roared angrily, and they frantically waved their huge limbs to try to resist the tidal wave of attacks. However, their injuries slowed down their movements, and their defenses were no longer as indestructible as before. Li Hao kept a close eye on the battlefield situation and constantly adjusted the fleet's tactical arrangements. He commanded some warships to go around the side and rear of the Insect Kings to form an encirclement, leaving the injured Insect Kings with nowhere to escape. Under the fierce attack of the dreadnought fleet, the Insect King suddenly emitted a powerful energy wave, which caused various alarms of the dreadnought fleet to sound. When Li Hao saw this familiar scene, he immediately became alert. Just as the Insect King sent out an energy wave, the other 3 Insect Kings immediately fled from the central battlefield. Oh no, this Insect King is about to self-destruct. Everyone, pay attention, strengthen the shield, and speed up the evacuation. Li Hao shouted loudly. The soldiers of the dreadnought fleet acted upon the order, quickly increasing the shield's strength to the extreme and at the same time increasing the engine power to maximum, trying to get out of the danger zone as soon as possible. However, the energy wave of the Insect King's self-destruction spread very quickly and almost caught up with the fleet in an instant. The powerful impact force hit the shield like a tidal wave, causing the entire fleet to tremble violently. Report to the commander. The shield energy is rapidly decreasing. A crew member reported anxiously. Li Hao's face was solemn. He tightly grasped the armrest of the command desk, his brain working rapidly to think of countermeasures. All warships, concentrate your energy to replenish your shields. Li Hao gave the order decisively. The warships in the fleet concentrated their remaining energy on the shield, trying to keep it from being destroyed. However, the power of the Insect King's self-explosion was too strong, and the shield continued to be weakened. At this critical moment, some warships that had just been damaged in the fierce battle began to have problems, with sparks and alarm lights flashing on the hulls. Damn it! Li Hao gritted his teeth feeling full of unwillingness. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the rear of the fleet. It turned out that the shield of battleship number 05 was finally broken under the heavy burden, and then the entire battleship instantly disintegrated under the impact of the energy wave. No, Li Hao shouted in pain. Chapter 148 Energy Mine Explodes. Keep speeding up, don't stop. Under his command, the dreadnought fleet, like a ship struggling forward in stormy waves, was approaching the safe area little by little. After a thrilling struggle, the fleet finally gradually got rid of the core area of the Insect King's self-destruction energy wave, and the pressure on the shield began to ease. "We're out," a crew member shouted excitedly. "Immediately calculate the losses and organize emergency repairs," Li Hao ordered. The three escaped Insect Kings were still a huge threat, and this time the Insect King's self-destruction also made him realize that the enemy they were facing was even more powerful and cunning than they had imagined. "We have to go back quickly. Those three Insect Kings are likely to attack the mine." The fleet quickly changed direction and rushed towards the mine. When they finally approached the mine, they saw chaotic energy fluctuations in the sky above the mine from afar. Sure enough, they really came. Just as Li Hao was about to go over to provide support, he saw a huge explosion at the mine. Li Hao knew that this must be Zhang Yu initiating the self-destruction program. Looking at the mine shrouded in flames and smoke, Li Hao's heart sank suddenly. "Zhang Yu," Li Hao murmured, his eyes slightly red. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the dreadnought fleet slowly approached the ruins. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, his face solemn and full of thoughts. "Commander, what should we do now?" a crew member asked softly. Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Let's first check on the three Insect Kings and search for any survivors." The fleet's detection equipment was quickly turned on, scanning the area around the mine in all directions. The crew members stared at the screen nervously, hoping to find some clues about the Insect King and the survivors. After a careful search, they found that the three Insect Kings seemed to have been severely damaged in the explosion, but they were not completely dead, only their breath had become extremely weak. As for the survivors, no more signs of life have been found so far. Li Hao frowned, thinking about his next move. These three injured Insect Kings are still a huge threat and should not be taken lightly. Send out a search team to continue looking for possible survivors in the nearby area, while closely monitoring the movements of the three Insect Kings. Li Hao gave the order. The soldiers in the fleet immediately took action, and groups of search teams flew to every corner in small aircraft. Time passed minute by minute, and the search team kept sending news, but no more survivors were found. Li Hao's mood became increasingly heavy. Although the three Insect Kings had weak breaths, they were still alive tenaciously. Li Hao said to the officers around him, "Prepare to launch a new round of attacks, and make sure to completely destroy these three Insect Kings." The dreadnought fleet began to adjust its tactics, preparing to launch the final attack on the Insect King. Various weapon systems were activated and aimed at the location of the Insect King. "Open fire." Li Hao gave an order, and countless energy beams shot towards the Insect King. Under the fierce attack, the Insect Kings roared in pain, but they still resisted tenaciously. Li Hao gritted his teeth and continued to command the fleet to increase the intensity of the attack. After a series of high-intensity attacks, the three Insect Kings finally could not hold on any longer and were completely reduced to ashes. Seeing the Insect King being destroyed, Li Hao felt a little relieved. "Immediately inform the military and the defense corps that the fourth Insect King is dead. Tell them to counterattack as soon as possible." The communications officer immediately carried out the order and quickly conveyed the message. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, feeling extremely sad. Soon, the military and the defense corps received the news, and they immediately took action. The army, which was originally on the defensive, began to gather and prepare to launch a counterattack against the Zerg. In the distant military command center, the generals looked at the intelligence that had been received with excitement on their faces. "We have finally got this opportunity. Immediately organize a full-scale counterattack and drive the Zerg back to their lair." A senior general gave the order. The troops on all fronts began to mobilize and prepared to fight with high morale. As for Li Hao, he led the people of Shengxia's dreadnought fleet back to the outpost. When he returned to the outpost, he saw that the people who came to pick him up were Lin Xiao and Zhang Yu, which immediately made him happy from his sadness. "Zhang Yu, you are still alive. What's going on?" Li Hao rushed forward excitedly and held Zhang Yu's hand tightly. Zhang Yu explained with a smile. "The situation was quite critical at the time. I saw three Insect Kings rushing towards the mine, so I activated the self-destruct program and led everyone and Lin Xiao to retreat to the outpost first." Li Hao's eyes turned red. "Great. I really thought you had already. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Li Hao, don't be so excited. Zhang Yufu is very lucky. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them walked into the base together. At this time, the outpost was filled with an atmosphere of surviving a disaster. It was really thrilling this time. Fortunately, we are all still alive. Lin Xiao said with emotion. I have already notified the front line. I hope they can seize this opportunity to counterattack the Zerg. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, if we can successfully counterattack this time, we may be able to turn the whole situation around. Zhang Yu frowned and said, this counterattack by the Zerg should be an opportunity. They never thought that the 4 Zerg kings would be eliminated by us so quickly. Li Hao's eyes were firm. Yes, I hope the military officials can make good use of this opportunity. At this time, the outpost was filled with a tense, yet hopeful atmosphere. Everyone was anxiously awaiting news from the front line, and everyone was aware of the importance of this counterattack. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, an urgent voice rang out on the communicator. Report, the frontline army has begun to move. The Zerg were caught off guard. The counterattack is going smoothly, and Beiming Star has been recovered. Upon hearing this, Li Hao and others showed joy on their faces. That's great. It seems that the capture of Beiming Star has brought out the blood of those big guys in the military. Lin Xiao said excitedly. Zhang Yu also clenched his fists. I hope we can defeat the Zerg in one fell swoop this time. However, the Zerg is not so easy to be completely defeated after all. As the battle continued, the Zerg gradually woke up from their initial panic and began to organize a tenacious resistance. The fighting on the front line became increasingly fierce and stalemate, and both sides paid a huge price. Li Hao frowned. We can't let the soldiers on the front line bear such great pressure alone. We have to take action too. Lin Xiao responded immediately. Yes, shall we go to support the front line? No, let's go find the queen. This queen is not on the outpost, but should be on a nearby planet. Chapter 149. The 11th Legion attacks the base star. Zhang Yu said with some concern. But finding the queen insect is not an easy task, and it is full of dangers. We have no other choice. If we don't get rid of the queen, the Zerg will continue to multiply, and we will never be able to completely eliminate them. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Li Hao is right. We must take this risk. So, Li Hao, Lin Xiao, and Zhang Yu led a fleet and prepared to embark on a journey to find the queen insect. However, just as Li Hao was about to set off, they received a briefing from the military that the 4th Prince and the King of Jinshi led part of the fleet of the 11th Legion to break through the border checkpoints and entered the Endless Sea. Li Hao frowned. What are they doing in the Endless Sea at this time? The Dawn Fleet just sent a report that 2 fleets of the 11th Legion are heading towards the base star. They are already making defensive preparations. Lin Xiao was shocked. What? They are going to the base star. It seems that they also know that there is a super energy mine on the base star. Li Hao's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Contact the base star immediately to find out the specific situation. The communication was quickly connected, and Wang Lei's anxious voice came. Captain, we have detected the approach of the 11th Legion's fleet. We are on full alert. Li Hao clenched his fists and said, no matter what, we must defend the base star. No matter what the Empire says. Wang Lei's voice was somewhat heavy. The prince has not given any clear instructions yet. The military just asked us to deal with it on our own first. What do they mean? Li Hao pondered for a moment. Ignore them for now. Intercept the 11th Legion outside the base star, and if they do anything unlawful, destroy them directly. Therefore, Wang Lei led the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet to quickly move outside the base star, deployed their battle formations outside the base star, and waited for the arrival of the 11th Legion. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Finally, the fleet of the 11th Legion appeared in sight, mighty and powerful. This time, the 11th Legion dispatched 2 fleets, and the 4th Prince and the King of Jinshi discussed on the flagship. Uncle Wang, how many troops do you think Li Hao will leave in such an important place as the base star? The King of Jinshi stroked his beard and thought for a moment before saying, given Li Hao's caution, there should be quite a few, but this time he took away the main fleet of the 13th Army, leaving only the ground forces, without much defensive power. The 4th Prince's eyes revealed a sinister look. Humph, no matter how many troops he has, we must capture the base star this time. From now on, the super energy mine will be ours. At this time, outside the base star, Wang Lei was commanding the fleet to be on high alert. Commander Wang, the fleet of the 11th Legion is approaching, an officer reported. Send them a message, Wang Lei said seriously. The communication was quickly connected, and the arrogant face of the 4th Prince appeared on the screen. 4th Prince, this is the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet. I am Wang Lei. Your fleet has violated the Empire's wartime laws. Please withdraw from the Endless Sea Star region. Wang Lei reported on the communicator. The fourth prince raised his lips with a disdainful smile. Humph, Wang Lei, if you know what's best for you, get out of the way, or I will destroy you all. Wang Lei's face was grim. Fourth prince, I, Wang Lei, am a soldier of the empire, and it is my duty. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Do you think you can stop this prince's fleet? The fourth prince laughed arrogantly. Wang Lei's eyes were firm. Fourth prince, don't act on your own. If you do this, it will bring disaster to the empire. Stop talking nonsense. How can you question the decision of this prince? The fourth prince shouted angrily, attack. The fleet of the 11th Legion launched a fierce attack in an instant, and artillery fire rained down on Wang Lei's warships. Wang Lei calmly commanded the fleet to defend and counterattack. Everyone, pay attention. Maintain the formation. All warships, send out. Just as all the warships of the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet rushed forward, the fourth prince also saw the scale of the fleet defending the 13th Legion through the detector. Uncle Wang, something is wrong. The number of fleets defending the 13th Legion is wrong. The fourth prince said in surprise. King Zhengxi frowned. How is this possible? How could the fleet they left behind be the Dawn Fleet? And the number of warships is at least over 100. Could it be that Li Hao has returned from the front line? The fourth prince's expression turned very ugly. Impossible. Li Hao's dreadnought is not inside. He definitely has not returned. As long as Li Hao doesn't come back, we have a chance. King Zhengxi said calmly. Wang Lei stood in the command cabin, his eyes fixed on the front. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy's attack. Soon, the artillery fire from both fleets reached each other. Both sides opened the Star Shield as a defensive shield from the beginning, and the first barrage of artillery fire did not cause any damage to either side. Wang Lei's expression was serious. Attention, all units. Keep up the pace of attack and don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Under his command, the warships of the Dawn Fleet constantly adjusted their attack angles and firepower output. The fourth prince roared in his flagship. Damn it, hundreds of warships are all main cruisers. Increase the firepower output. The fleet of the 11th Legion also began to pour out artillery fire frantically, and the entire star field was shrouded in brilliant light. The star shields of both sides began to flicker under the continuous attack and showed signs of instability. Your Highness, our star shield won't last long. They have more battleships than us. King Zhengxi said worriedly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the fourth prince's eyes. No matter what, continue the attack. In the fierce artillery exchange, warships of the 11th Legion were constantly damaged or even exploded. Order all warships of the heroic fleet to concentrate their firepower on attacking the enemy's left wing. Wang Lei gave the order loudly. The heroic fleet immediately adjusted the direction of attack, and powerful firepower was instantly concentrated on the left wing of the 11th Legion. The fourth prince was caught off guard. Quick, stop their attack. But it was too late. The left wing of the 11th Legion soon showed a flaw under the fierce attack of the heroic fleet. Wang Lei seized the opportunity. The heroic fleet moves forward, breaks through the opponent's defense line, and separates their two fleets. The powerful fleet pierced into the defense line of the 11th Corps swiftly, like a sharp bayonet. The warships of the 11th Legion were thrown into chaos by this sudden attack. The fourth prince roared angrily. Bastards! Stop them! However, his orders seemed a little powerless in this chaotic battlefield. The heroic fleet was unstoppable and successfully separated the 11th Legion and the Dawn Fleet. A hint of joy appeared on Wang Lei's face. The fourth prince looked at the fleet gradually collapsing, his heart filled with despair and unwillingness. Am I really going to lose here? He muttered to himself. The king of Zhengxi also had a look of anxiety and helplessness on his face. Fourth prince, retreat quickly. It is obvious that they are well prepared this time. The fourth prince gritted his teeth and said, Okay, order the fleet to retreat first. He quickly issued a series of orders. But we have a backup plan. This place will be ours sooner or later. Chapter 150 Attitudes of All Parties. After the 11th Corps retreated, Wang Lei did not pursue them. Wang Lei immediately reported the battle data with the 11th Corps to the military headquarters. This was also Li Hao's order. In the command cabin of the Dawn Fleet, Wang Lei looked at the busy people with a serious expression. Everyone, hurry up and organize and analyze the data of this battle to ensure the accuracy of the information, he said in a deep voice. Soon after, a detailed combat information was quickly sent to the military. At the same time, the 11th Legion retreated to a relatively safe area. The fourth prince sat in the flagship with a gloomy face, and the king of Zhengxi also had a solemn expression on his face. I really miscalculated this time. I didn't expect Li Hao to hide so many warships. King Zhengxi sighed. The fourth prince clenched his fists and said, Uncle Wang, what should we do now? We haven't got the super energy mine yet, and we are still exposed. At the military headquarters, the top brass received the combat data reported by Wang Lei. Marshal, the Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion just reported that they were attacked by the 11th Legion. A general reported. The Marshal frowned slightly. The 11th Legion? They still took this step. I will report to the Crown Prince and His Majesty first and see how they decide. The Marshal turned and walked into the communications room and quickly contacted the Emperor and the Prince. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the 11th Legion attacked the Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion. The Marshal said in a serious tone. The Emperor groaned for a moment. It seems that civil unrest in the Empire is about to begin. The Prince continued, What did the 13th Legion say? Colonel Wang Lei of the Dawn fleet sent me the battle situation. From the battle report, they have already repelled the fleet of the 11th Legion. The Emperor nodded slightly. It seems that Li Hao is waiting for the Empire to make a statement. The Prince frowned. Father, you mean to say that Li Hao knew this day would come? Do you think that when the two of them escaped from the Imperial Capital Star, Li Hao had no way to intercept them? The Prince fell into deep thought. So, Li Hao does have a deeper meaning. He is testing the bottom line and attitude of our empire. The Emperor looked deep. Then how should we respond now? The Prince asked anxiously. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's wait and see what he does next. At the same time, at the edge of a distant galaxy, Li Hao was standing in the command room of his flagship, staring grimly at the endless starry sky ahead. General, there seems to be no movement from the Empire. Zhang Qiang reported with a hint of anxiety on his face. Li Hao sneered. They will react. It's just a matter of time. There was a certainty in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Li Hao decisively issued an order. Pass on my order. We will hand over the outpost to Huangpu Tianming first, and all fleets of the 13th Corps will return to defend the Endless Sea. Zhang Qiang asked with some doubt. General, why did you hand over the outpost to Huangpu Tianming? Li Hao raised his hand to interrupt him. It's better to hand over the outpost to him than to someone from another legion. Besides, we must now focus our strength to defend the Endless Sea, which is our foundation. Soon, the fleet of the 13th Corps began to carry out the handover and transfer in an orderly manner. Huangpu Tianming led his troops to take over the outpost. Li Hao led the main fleet of the 13th Legion towards the Endless Sea. On the Imperial Capital Star, the Emperor and the Crown Prince began to summon ministers to discuss countermeasures. My dear ministers, I have just received a report from the 4th Legion's Huangpu Tianming that the 13th Legion has handed over the outpost star and returned to defend the Endless Sea Star region. What do you think? Asked the Emperor. The ministers looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. After a while, an old minister stood up and said, Your Majesty, the 11th Legion just attacked the 13th Legion. There shouldn't be any problem for them to return to defend the Endless Sea. Another minister echoed, Yes, Your Majesty. The problem now should be the 11th and 12th Legions. They withdrew from the Zerg defense line without permission and are now attacking the 13th Legion. The prince thought for a moment and said, Father, I think this matter is not that simple. The 11th Legion attacked the 13th Legion without any reason. There may be a deeper conspiracy behind this. The Emperor nodded. I am also worried about this. I will send someone to find out the reason. Your Majesty, Stargate just reported that the 13th Legion has entered the subspace channel. A minister said anxiously. The Emperor rubbed his temples and said, I know. Now it depends on what Li Hao decides. The prince frowned and said, Father, if we do nothing, will it hurt the 13th Legion's feelings? The Emperor pondered for a moment and said, We better not move. Now it's just a conflict between the 11th Legion and the 13th Legion. If we join, the situation will be different. As time passed, the fleet of the 13th Legion gradually approached the Endless Sea Star region. When they came out of the subspace channel, they immediately felt a tense atmosphere. Li Hao led the 13th Army fleet back to the base star and reunited with Wang Lei. General, you are finally back. Wang Lei came forward with joy on his face. Li Hao nodded slightly. How is the situation? Wang Lei's face was solemn. There is still no movement from the Empire. Li Hao frowned. Is there any action from the 11th Legion? Wang Lei shook his head. After we repelled the 11th Legion, it returned to the Western Territory. However, the Western Territory has been secretly mobilizing for war recently. It seems that my guess is correct. They will make a move soon. Wang Lei frowned. So what should we do, General? Li Hao pondered for a moment. Let's rest first. You contact the military. The 11th Corps attacked the 13th Corps without reason. We need an explanation. The adjutant at the side immediately took the order and turned around to carry out the task of contacting the military. In this vast universe, all legions should unite to jointly maintain interstellar peace and stability. However, this unprovoked attack by the 11th Legion broke this balance and plunged the 13th Legion into the court struggle among the princes. Soon, the adjutant came back and reported, "General, we have contacted the military, and they said they will investigate the matter as soon as possible." Li Hao nodded slightly. "Okay, let the soldiers take this time to rest. We will have a big battle to fight later." While the 13th Legion was resting, the 11th Legion returned to the western border to the fiefdom of King Jinshi. "Uncle Wang, after this defeat, what do you think we should do next?" The fourth prince looked at the king of Jinshi anxiously. The king of Jinshi frowned and paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment, he stopped and said, "We were indeed a little too hasty this time. We didn't expect the 13th army to develop so quickly in such a short time." The fourth prince said anxiously, "But now the military is investigating this matter. Our attack on the 13th Legion." Chapter 151 Huangpu Haoyan's Communication. The king of Jinshi waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. Let's hold our troops for now and wait and see what the military does. Besides, we have our own power in the court. They will find a way to help us. But the 13th Legion will definitely not let it go. Li Hao will definitely find a way to retaliate against us." The fourth prince said worriedly. The king of Jinshi sneered, "Humph, Li Hao must have that ability. We have been operating in this western territory for many years, and we are not something he can easily shake." While the prince of Jinshi and the fourth prince were actively planning, the military investigation team had been procrastinating, and their responses were always perfunctory. After Li Hao waited in the endless sea for a while, seeing that the empire had not dealt with the matter, he directly released a message to the public. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the empire. General Li Hao of the 13th Corps declares that the 11th Corps attacked our army without reason, but the military investigation team has delayed the investigation. This matter must be explained. Otherwise, the 13th Corps will take necessary military actions to protect its own rights and interests. The news quickly spread to every corner, and people expressed doubts and dissatisfaction with the military's inaction. When the king of Jinshi heard the news, he slammed the table in anger and said, "This Li Hao is simply a blatant provocation." The fourth prince also looked worried. "Uncle Wang, what should we do now? If this gets out of hand, it will be very disadvantageous to us." After thinking for a moment, the king of Jinshi said, "Send someone to the military headquarters immediately to make sure they calm this down as soon as possible. We can't let Li Hao continue to make trouble." In the military, the top brass were also troubled by the news about Li Hao. "How can this Li Hao ignore the overall situation like this?" a military leader said angrily. "Now that the matter has become a matter of debate, we must come up with a solution as soon as possible," said another official. At the same time, Li Hao's 13th Legion also began to actively prepare to deal with the situation that might come. The atmosphere in the 13th Legion's military base was tense and serious, with soldiers at various posts busy making final preparations. "General, our fleet is ready for battle and can attack at any time." A general straightened up and reported respectfully. Li Hao stood on the command platform, looking firmly at the huge interstellar map in front of him, on which were marked various strategic points in the western border and the distribution of the troop forces of the 11th Legion. Li Hao turned around and looked at the many generals standing in a row behind him. His voice was steady and powerful. "Everyone, we are all aware of the current situation. What the 11th Legion and the King of Jinshi did is a serious provocation to our legion and a blatant violation of the imperial order. We cannot tolerate this kind of behavior. We must let them know that the 13th Legion is not easy to bully." The generals shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve the general." Under the game between various forces, the situation has become increasingly complicated and tense. King Jinshi tried to stabilize the military while strengthening his own defenses to prevent the attack of the 13th Legion. Li Hao kept a close eye on the military's movements, waiting for their response. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the 13th Corps commander Li Hao has asked many times about the 11th Corps attack on the 13th Corps fleet, and the military needs a response." The emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. The crown prince beside him seemed a little anxious. "Father, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. We must make a decision as soon as possible." The emperor glanced at the prince and said, "Of course I understand, but the interests involved are too complicated. We should not make too many statements now." The prince gritted his teeth and said, "But General Li Hao's 13th Legion is loyal to the empire. We can't let them down." The emperor sighed. "Prince, you still can't keep your composure. Just as Li Hao was about to lead the 13th Legion to the western border, Li Hao received a star network communication from Huangpu Haoyan from the Zerd battlefield. A hint of surprise surged in Li Hao's heart, and he quickly answered the call. Huangpu Haoyan's figure appeared on the screen. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were still sharp. Li Hao, don't rush to the western territory. Huangpu Haoyan said straight to the point. Li Hao frowned. What's wrong? What happened? Huangpu Haoyan took a deep breath and said, the situation in the empire is very complicated now. The crown prince in the imperial capital, the fourth prince in the western border, and the fifth prince in the eastern border are all ready to make a move. If you clash with the fourth prince at this time, it is very likely to become the fuse of the civil war in the empire. Li Hao's face became increasingly gloomy. Should we just let them go like this? Huangpu Haoyan shook his head helplessly. Power struggles have always been like this. All parties are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their own interests. The crown prince wants to consolidate his position, and the fourth and fifth princes are unwilling to be inferior to others. They are all secretly plotting. This time, the fourth prince is probably being used by someone. Li Hao frowned. Being used? Who is behind this? Huangpu Haoyan pondered for a moment. It's not clear yet, but there must be a hidden force fanning the flames. They want us to kill each other and then reap the benefits. I suggest you hold your ground and observe how the situation develops in secret. Li Hao nodded. I understand, but I can't let the fourth prince live too comfortably. You can handle this on your own, but be sure not to allow large-scale conflicts to occur, Huangpu Haoyan reminded. Li Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Don't worry, I know my limits. In the following days, Li Hao swaggered and led the two main fleets of the 13th Legion to the western border. When the fourth prince heard the news, he was shocked. What does this Li Hao want to do? Is he really going to turn against me completely? The fourth prince was filled with uneasiness. Your Highness the fourth prince, if the 13th Legion were to fight us to the death now, we would still be in some trouble, said the king of Jinshi. Uncle Wang, what kind of trouble will we be in? The fourth prince asked with a frown. The king of Jinshi said solemnly, Your Highness, think about it. The combat effectiveness of Li Hao's 13th army cannot be underestimated. Moreover, their actions this time are so high profile, they must be well prepared. Although we have certain strength, if we really fight, we will be held back by him. If there is a change in the imperial capital, we probably won't have this opportunity. After hearing this, the fourth prince's face became even gloomier. Uncle Wang, what you mean is that we can't fight Li Hao head-on. We have to think of other ways. King Jinshi nodded. That's right, Your Highness. I suggest you talk to Li Hao first. The fourth prince frowned. Talk? Will Li Hao talk to us so easily? The king of Jinshi pondered for a moment. Your Highness, the current situation is very delicate for everyone, and Li Hao may not really want to break up with us immediately. As long as we show enough sincerity, there may still be a possibility of negotiation. Chapter 152 The Emperor Passes Away. The fourth prince thought for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, let's give it a try. Soon, the fourth prince sent an envoy to Li Hao's camp to convey his desire for peace talks. After receiving the news, Li Hao sneered. Humph, is the fourth prince afraid? But there's no harm in talking. The messenger returned quickly and reported to the fourth prince that Li Hao had agreed to the peace talks. The fourth prince looked at Li Hao with a cold expression. Li Hao, what do you want? Fourth prince, don't be so angry. I just want to have a good talk with you about the future situation. The king of Jinshi said. General Li, we also hope to resolve the issue peacefully. Li Hao nodded. Okay, then let's be honest. Fourth prince, you should know that your behavior this time has made our 13th Legion very unhappy. The fourth prince gritted his teeth and said, Just tell me directly what you want in order to withdraw the troops. Li Hao looked at the king of Jinshi. King of Jinshi, you are a smart man. You should know what to do. King Jinshi sighed. Generally, we can make some concessions. After some negotiations, the two sides finally reached a secret agreement. The specific content was only known to Li Hao, the fourth prince, and the king of Jinshi. However, this agreement only temporarily eased the tension. Behind the scenes, the fourth prince and the king of Jinshi were still planning something, and Li Hao was also paying close attention to the situation in the empire. Just as Li Hao and the fourth prince were negotiating and returning to the Endless Sea Star region, in a secret club on the Imperial Capital Star. Your Highness, Li Hao and the fourth prince reached a secret agreement, and there was no conflict. Humph, this is not the result I want to see. What is the content of their agreement? The specific content is still unclear, but what is certain is that they have temporarily reached some kind of compromise. The subordinate replied respectfully. We can't let them live in peace like this. We must find a way to break this balance. Your Highness, what should we do then? Asked the subordinate. Send someone to closely monitor their every move, especially Li Hao. I always feel that he will not give up so easily. Yes, Your Highness, the subordinate responded. Li Hao didn't know what happened in the Imperial City Club. After returning to the Endless Sea, he immediately summoned several commanders of the 13th Legion. Everyone gathered in the conference room, looking solemn. Li Hao glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the situation is complicated now, and we may have to make some choices." Zhang Yu frowned and said, "General, now that several princes of the Empire are fighting for the throne, the Empire will definitely fall into civil war." "Yes, General," White Phoenix echoed. "Once the civil war breaks out, the Endless Sea Star region will probably not be able to remain immune." Li Hao folded his arms and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, "We can't get involved in this fight between princes." At this time, Lin Xiao stood up and said, "General, perhaps we can remain neutral, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then take action when the time is right." Li Hao nodded slightly. "In fact, the Emperor wants me to take action now. We were almost tricked. Now the three parties are maintaining a balance. If we join, this balance will be broken." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the following days, the situation in the Empire became increasingly tense, and the open and covert struggles between the princes continued to escalate. The fourth prince and the fifth prince also quickened their pace of action. They actively tried to win over various forces in an attempt to strengthen their own power. While several princes were fighting openly and secretly, Li Hao was also actively developing the military and building warships. After Li Hao returned to the Alliance Star, he ran to the Industrial Star to check the recently produced warships. Now the entire Industrial Star is fully committed to producing warships. When Li Hao set foot on the land of Industrial Star, he looked at the brand new and mighty warships lined up in the dock. These warships would be his important capital to gain a foothold in the future. "General, our production progress is very smooth at the moment. The warships we have produced now can form 10 fleets." Wang Lei reported to Li Hao. "Very good. This way our warships will not be controlled by others." In every corner of the industrial planet, workers are working busily and orderly, sweating and striving to complete the manufacture of the warship as quickly as possible. As time went by, more and more warships were produced on the Industrial Star, and Li Hao's strength continued to increase. However, he also knew clearly that all this was just the beginning. One day, Li Hao received a secret message from the 13th Legion's spy in the palace, saying that the Emperor was dying. It was estimated that it would happen in the next 2 days. Li Hao's expression became extremely solemn. He knew that the Emperor's death would completely break the current fragile balance of the Empire. Once the Emperor passes away, the fighting among the princes will inevitably become more intense, and may even turn into an all-out civil war. Lin Xiao said worriedly. Zhang Yu frowned and said, "Then what should we do? Should we make any preparations?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "We must prepare for the worst." Now all the warships of the 13th Corps are assembled at the border star for defense. On the Imperial Capital Star, the Emperor's condition worsened day by day, and the palace was filled with a tense atmosphere. The fourth and fifth princes were also ready to seize the throne at this critical moment. The fourth prince was in the Jinshi Palace, pacing back and forth. The king of Jinshi said, "Your Highness, we must act as soon as possible and cannot let the crown prince ascend the throne." The fourth prince's eyes were gloomy, and he nodded fiercely. "I have already made arrangements. When the Emperor dies, it will be time for us to take action." The fifth prince was also on high alert. He secretly summoned the generals he had contacted and deployed the battle plan. At the same time, the eldest prince secretly transferred the fleet of the 1st Legion back from the Zerg battlefield. When huge warships quietly appeared in the outer orbit of the Imperial Capital Star, it caused a great shock to other forces. The major families in the Imperial capital also transferred some fleets from all over the country to defend. The head of the Wang family stood in the command room, looking at the interstellar map in front of him with a serious expression. "We must protect the interests of the family and cannot let the fight between the princes affect us." The Qin family, the Zhao family, and other noble families also had similar ideas. Their fleets formed a complex defense network above the Imperial Capital Star. When the news of the Emperor's death spread, the entire Imperial Star fell into chaos. The princes immediately took action, and war was imminent. After hearing the news, Li Hao sighed inwardly. This storm has finally arrived. He immediately ordered the 13th Legion to enter a state of combat readiness, ready to respond to any possible crisis at any time. Chapter 153: The Civil War begins. At the same time, the situation on the Imperial Capital Star became increasingly tense. The 1st Legion fleet of the eldest prince had already occupied a favorable position, forming a strong deterrent to the other princes. The fourth and fifth princes were not to be outdone, and they united to try to fight against the eldest prince. In the chaos, some small forces also began to stir, trying to get a piece of the pie in this struggle for power. The streets and alleys of the imperial capital are filled with a tense atmosphere. People don't know what will happen tomorrow and can only wait in fear. Li Hao knew very well that once this war broke out in full swing, it would bring huge disaster to the entire empire. On the Imperial Capital Star, there is an atmosphere of solemnity and tension. Inside the palace, ministers were busy preparing for the emperor's funeral, and everyone had a solemn look on their face. Outside the border, the actions of the fourth prince and the fifth prince undoubtedly added a bit of instability to the already turbulent situation. The fourth prince stood in the command room of the 11th Legion's flagship, staring sharply at the interstellar map in front of him. He thought to himself, "This is our chance. We must seize it and seize the throne that belongs to us." Around him, his advisors were also nervously discussing the next action plan. The fifth prince was also full of ambitions in the 12th Legion fleet at the eastern border. He maintained close contact with the fourth prince through secret communications and jointly planned future strategies. In the court of the imperial capital, some ministers noticed the unusual behavior of the princes and began to discuss the matter worriedly. What are the fourth and fifth princes going to do? Are they planning to start a war by stationing troops on the border like this? An old minister said worriedly. "I'm afraid they are going for the throne. This will be troublesome." Another minister echoed. As time went on, the actions of the alliance between the fourth and fifth princes became more obvious. They began to frequently mobilize their fleets, ready to attack at any time. The tense atmosphere on the Imperial Capital Star also reached its peak, and people seemed to be able to feel that a storm was coming. After the emperor's funeral, the crown prince was about to ascend the throne. At this time, the two princes suddenly led the fleet directly to the imperial capital. In the sky above the imperial capital, a dark fleet was approaching like a dark cloud. The strong sense of oppression caused the people of the entire imperial capital to fall into extreme panic. Alarms sounded one after another in the city, and people were looking for places to hide. In the palace, the prince who was about to ascend the throne looked solemn. He urgently summoned his ministers to discuss countermeasures. "The fourth prince and the fifth prince are openly plotting a rebellion," a minister said angrily. "What should we do now? Their fleet is coming with great force. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible," another minister said anxiously. The prince took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. "Immediately activate the defense system and gather all the forces that can fight to stop them." The commander of the Royal First Legion took the order and left. The warships of the First Legion moved quickly, forming a battle formation and heading towards the fleets of the two princes. Each warship was shining with a cold light, and they were closely arranged together, like an indestructible steel wall. The vanguard of the First Legion bravely rushed forward, continuously firing powerful energy beams, engaging in a fierce battle with the vanguards of the two princes' fleets. Dazzling rays of light exploded in space, like gorgeous fireworks, but each ray of light contained deadly danger. Seeing the stubborn resistance of the First Legion on the flagship, the fourth prince could not help but roar. "Attack with all your strength and crush them completely." His fleet began to pour firepower frantically, and dense artillery fire hit the First Legion like a rainstorm. The warships of the First Legion shook violently in the artillery fire, but the soldiers still held their posts and fought back tenaciously. Some warships were unfortunately hit and exploded violently, with fragments flying in space. The fifth prince also commanded his fleet to launch a fierce attack from the other side. They tried to break through the defense line of the First Legion and head straight for the Imperial Capital Star. The commander of the First Legion looked grim as he kept issuing various orders and adjusting the fleet's tactics. "Concentrate your firepower and attack the enemy's flagship," he shouted. At that moment, countless energy beams shot towards the flagships of the two princes, forming a brilliant light net around them. The flagships of the two princes had to make emergency evasions, but still suffered some damage. However, the fleets of the two princes were too numerous, and they kept coming up, gradually surrounding the First Army. The First Army's situation became increasingly difficult, and casualties continued to increase. On the Imperial Star, people were nervously watching this fierce battle. The Crown Prince was extremely anxious, and he kept praying that the First Legion could withstand the attack of the two princes. As the battle continued, there was more and more flames and debris in space, and the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a hellish scene. In this thrilling battle, time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Every warship of the First Legion was like a blood-soaked warrior, scarred but still standing firm. Seeing that the attack was in vain, The fourth prince became increasingly frantic and hysterically ordered the fleet to attack at all costs. The fifth prince was also extremely anxious and kept urging his men to speed up the attack. The commander of the First Legion felt a sense of tragedy and grandeur as he looked at his comrades falling one after another and the severely damaged warships around him. At this moment, a secret fleet suddenly flew out from the direction of the Imperial Capital Star. This was a mixed fleet formed by the prince's family. They were like a surprise force, quickly entering the battlefield and catching the two princes' fleets off guard. The addition of this mixed fleet instantly turned the tide of the battle. Together with the First Legion, they launched a fierce counterattack against the fleets of the two princes. The originally arrogant fleets of the two princes began to fall into chaos. Damn it! What's going on? The fourth prince roared angrily. Quick, adjust our tactics. We can't let them disrupt our rhythm, the fifth prince shouted anxiously. However, the situation was gradually out of their control. The joint attack of the First Legion and the mixed fleet caused their fleet to suffer heavy losses, and some warships began to flee the battlefield. On the Imperial Star, the Crown Prince finally breathed a sigh of relief. He watched his fleet gradually gaining the upper hand on the battlefield, and hope rekindled in his heart. We must defeat them completely, said the prince, gritting his teeth. After a fierce battle, the fleets of the two princes finally began to collapse. They had to give up attacking the Imperial Capital Star and fled the area with their remaining troops. Chapter 154. The Prince Declares Independence. After the two princes were defeated, they returned to the west and east. In the distant west and east, the situation became more and more bizarre. The king of Zhendong and the king of Jinshi sat together to plot before this. In a dim, secret room, the figures of the two were elongated by the candlelight. King Zhendong had a gloomy expression on his face and was the first to speak. Although their failure this time was unexpected, it also gave us an opportunity to reorganize our plans. The king of Jinshi nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Yes, we must seize this opportunity and not let the imperial capital gain the upper hand again. Humph, those two useless princes are still too young after all, Prince Zhendong said contemptuously. But they have also explored the way for us, allowing us to better understand the strength of the imperial capital. King Jinshi said thoughtfully. King Zhendong frowned. Next, I think it's about time. There was a sly flash in the eyes of the king of Jinshi. You mean? The king of Zhendong looked deep in his eyes and said slowly, it's time to launch our plan. There's no need to wait any longer. Although the imperial capital has resisted the two princes this time, it has also exposed some of their weaknesses. King Jinshi nodded slightly. Yes, we have been preparing for so long. It is time to act. Then let's act according to the plan. Following their decision, undercurrents began to surge in the western and eastern territories, and a large number of secret troops quietly gathered at the border between the two territories. In the imperial capital, the crown prince and everyone else were still immersed in the joy of repelling the two princes, and were completely unaware of the huge crisis that was about to come. Just as the crown prince was preparing for his coronation ceremony, the Western Territory and the Eastern Territory publicly announced their separation from the empire. This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing an uproar in the imperial capital. The prince's eyes widened in shock, and he almost dropped the document in his hand. How is this possible? How dare they be so bold? There was an uproar in the court, and the ministers were whispering to each other with looks of panic on their faces. Your Majesty, the king of Zhendong and the king of Jinshi are so ambitious that they actually chose to betray us at this moment, an old minister said anxiously. The prince's face was terribly gloomy. Call all the generals immediately. We must respond quickly. The atmosphere in the imperial capital suddenly became tense. The army began to be urgently mobilized, and defensive fortifications were also being built at a swift pace. The king of Zhendong and the king of Jinshi were actively preparing for war in their territories. They united with some surrounding forces to form a huge rebel army. Haha, our time has finally come. This corrupt empire will soon be overthrown by us. King Zhendong laughed wildly. King Jinshi was also very proud. That's right, from now on we will no longer be restricted by anyone. In the rebel camp, the shouts of killing were deafening and the soldiers' morale was high. At the same time, the prince also delivered a passionate speech in the imperial capital, calling on all subjects to unite and resist the rebels together. Citizens of the imperial capital, we cannot let these traitors succeed. We must use our courage and strength to defend our homeland. The prince's voice echoed over the imperial capital. A war that concerns the life and death of the empire is about to begin, and the entire galaxy is caught in this huge storm. The imperial capital quickly entered a state of full alert, and the streets and alleys were filled with a tense atmosphere. Soldiers trained day and night, and various warships were ready in the spaceport. The rebels of the king of Jindong and the king of Jinshi were also approaching the imperial capital. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil along the way. Wherever they went, there was a mess. In the vanguard of the rebels, a general waved his lightsaber and shouted, "Brothers, charge! Take down the imperial capital and enjoy endless wealth and glory." The empire's first line of defense soon came under fierce attack from the rebels, with flames of war and smoke everywhere. "Your Majesty," the front line reported that several planets on the border have been occupied by the rebels. "Should we transfer some legions back from the Zerg front to provide support?" The prince frowned and fell into deep thought. The situation on the Zerg front was also tense. If the legion was hastily transferred back, it would likely trigger a large-scale counterattack by the Zerg. However, the crisis facing the imperial capital should not be underestimated. "Let's wait and see how the situation develops." The prince finally decided to wait and see. However, the rebels' offensive became more and more fierce. The first line of defense on the empire's border was finally broken after struggling, and the rebels came in like a tide. At the headquarters of the 13th Army, Li Hao sat with the fleet commander of the 13th Army. "Captain, the situation in the Empire is critical now. What choice should our 13th Legion make?" Zhang Yu asked worriedly. Li Hao frowned, staring at the star map in front of him. "What does the prince say?" News came from an insider that some ministers have suggested transferring the legions back to the Zerg battlefield. Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Now is not the time for us to act. We need to let him make his own choice this time." Li Hao looked at the silence of the crowd, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. In the past, when facing any crisis or turmoil, the Legion commander would always lead them to charge forward without hesitation and calm everything down with thunderous force. But this time, it seemed so abnormal. In this quiet atmosphere, someone coughed softly, breaking the silence. "Perhaps, the Legion commander has his own considerations," Lin Xiao said slowly. "But what is the reason for this?" A squadron commander couldn't help but ask. "This rebellion has a tendency to gradually expand. If we don't take action, the consequences will be disastrous." Everyone nodded, their worries growing. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "The current situation is different from before. The new emperor will ascend the throne soon. We also need to see what the new emperor is capable of." Li Hao's words made everyone fall into deep thought. The new emperor was about to ascend the throne, which was indeed a critical node, and the future situation was full of uncertainty. The fleet commander frowned and said, "But if it happens before the new emperor ascends the throne, the rebellion will be out of control." Everyone fell silent again, and the air was filled with tension and anxiety. Li Hao's eyes became more profound, and he slowly said, "Don't you think that the current situation is very similar to when the late emperor ascended the throne?" The Legion commander at that time also vigorously suppressed the rebels and assisted the late emperor in ascending the throne. What was the result later? Think about it carefully. Li Hao's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Their thoughts were pulled back to the time when the previous emperor ascended the throne, and the similar scene gradually became clear in their minds. For a moment, everyone's expressions became complicated. The squadron commander murmured to himself. Yes, the Legion commander at that time was indeed decisive and quickly put down the rebellion, but after that, he did not continue, but everyone understood the deep meaning of his words. Chapter 155. Li Hao refuses to send troops. After the previous emperor ascended the throne, power struggles and conflicts of interest ensued, and the partners who once fought side by side gradually lost themselves or changed in the complex situation. Now, facing the situation that the new emperor is about to ascend the throne, they seem to see history repeating itself. "I can't make the same mistake again," Li Hao said solemnly. "This time, we must think and act more carefully, and we can't just act blindly to quell the rebellion." Everyone nodded and began to reevaluate the current situation. They realized that this decision was not only about the current rebellion, but also about the future direction and their own destiny. Therefore, the 13th Legion finally decided to keep its troops on hold for the time being and keep a close eye on the Empire's every move. At this time, Huangpu Hao, who was in the Zerg battlefield, sent Li Hao another message. The sound of the communicator broke the temporary calm, and Li Hao quickly answered it. Huangpu Hao's slightly tired but determined face appeared on the screen. "Li Hao, I just received an order from the Prince of the Imperial Capital, asking me to transfer the 9th Legion next to you to suppress the rebels. I want your help." Huangpu Hao said straight to the point. Li Hao's expression instantly became solemn. He frowned and said slowly, "Old General Huangpu, you should know how complicated the current situation is. I don't recommend the 9th Corps to go." Huang Peheo's expression was also full of helplessness. I understand. This is where I need your help. The rebels are getting stronger and stronger. I can't find a reason to refuse to accept the prince. If something unexpected happens in the defense zone of the 9th Legion, I can ask for help without losing the 9th Legion. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Old General Huang Pu, do you mean that we should create the illusion that something has happened in the defense zone of the 9th Army? Huang Peheo nodded. This is the only way for now, otherwise it will be difficult for us to disobey the prince's order. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, This is not a trivial matter. If it is discovered, it will be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Huang Peheo gritted his teeth and said, At this point, we can only take a risk. It's better than letting the 9th Army die in vain. Li Hao was silent for a while, but finally nodded. Okay, then we have to plan it carefully and make it more realistic. So, they began to conspire and carefully planned how to create a seemingly reasonable incident. They mobilized some fleets that had originally recruited pirates to create some small-scale conflicts near the defense zone of the 9th Legion, and at the same time released some false intelligence to make the outside world mistakenly believe that there were serious problems in the defense zone. At the same time, the rebels seemed to have realized that the 9th Legion might not be dispatched, and their actions became more rampant, further deteriorating the situation. In the Imperial Palace, due to civil unrest, although the Crown Prince has sat on the Dragon Throne, there has been no coronation ceremony. Your Majesty, the 9th Legion reports that a large number of pirates have appeared in the defense zone and are unable to go forward to suppress the rebels. A military minister reported. The prince sat on the Dragon Throne, frowning, with a hint of anger in his eyes. What? Large-scale piracy? Why didn't it happen earlier or later, but at this time? The military minister lowered his head and said cautiously, Your Majesty, this matter is indeed a little strange, and I also think there may be another hidden story. The prince snorted coldly. Send someone to investigate immediately to find out whether it is real pirates or someone did it on purpose. If there is something fishy going on, I will not let them off easily. Yes, Your Majesty. The military minister responded quickly. Just when everyone was discussing the fact that the 9th Legion could not send troops, a representative of a noble family suggested that the 13th Legion should be sent to suppress the rebels. When the prince heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. When the other ministers heard this proposal, they also began to discuss it among themselves. After a while, the prince slowly said, The 13th Legion. The representative of the noble family said quickly, Your Majesty, the situation is critical now, and we can't care about so many things. The 13th Legion has the duty to defend the Empire and should obey orders. Moreover, if they can successfully suppress the rebels, it will be a great achievement and will also benefit them. The Minister of the Military Department also agreed. Your Majesty, I think we can give it a try. After all, the troops that can be mobilized are limited. The 13th Legion may be a good choice. The prince nodded. Okay, then draft an order to have the 13th Army dispatch troops to suppress the rebels immediately. No mistakes. The decree was quickly passed on to the 13th Legion's headquarters. After Li Hao received the decree, his face turned very ugly. This prince is really calculating. Now he wants us, the 13th Army, to fill the hole. Lin Xiao beside him frowned and said, General, what should we do? If we don't obey your order, it will be a crime of disobeying your order. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, Reply to the military headquarters and tell them that our 13th Army was severely damaged in the Zherd battlefield. The Dawn Fleet lost more than half of its troops in the battle with the 11th Army and cannot be deployed. After hearing what Li Hao said, Lin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, General, even though he was still worried. Soon, the military received a reply from the 13th Legion. When the prince learned of this, he snorted again in anger. What a Li Hao! He actually found such an excuse to shirk responsibility, said the prince angrily. The military minister said cautiously, Your Majesty, why don't we call back the royal army from the Zherd battlefield to quell the rebellion? The prince had a gloomy face and paced back and forth in the hall, thinking about countermeasures. No, we just transferred the 1st Legion back, and now we are transferring the fleet back from the Zherd battlefield. If the defense line changes, the Empire will be finished. The military minister had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead and said quickly, Your Majesty is wise. I was not thoughtful enough. But the current situation is really tricky. The prince stopped and stared at the military minister with sharp eyes. Humph. I don't believe that such a huge empire doesn't even have an army that can suppress the rebels. Think of a solution for me. The military minister quickly bowed his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. At this time, outside the court, various rumors spread rapidly. People were talking about it, and they were worried and uneasy about the current predicament of the empire. In another part of the palace, the sixth princess and the third prince were also discussing secretly. Brother, why do you think Li Hao is unwilling to send troops this time? Should we go and talk to him? The third prince frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, Sixth sister, this matter may not be that simple. If we rashly go to him, it may not work. The sixth princess looked worried. But my brother, if we don't put down the rebels as soon as possible, the empire will be in danger. We can't just sit there and do nothing. The third prince patted the sixth princess' hand gently and said, Sixth sister, don't be anxious. Let's observe the situation first and see if there are any better solutions. Also, we can't completely give up on Li Hao. We can send someone to contact him secretly and test his attitude. Chapter 156 Zhongzhou Star is attacked. Li Hao didn't know what happened in the imperial capital, but he was now facing a troublesome problem. The rebels were attacking very quickly, and Zhongzhou Star was on the rebels' attack route. Damn it! How could the rebels suddenly attack so quickly? Lin Xiao was also anxious. General, we must find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. More than half of the soldiers in our 13th Legion are from Zhongzhou Star. If it falls, the consequences will be disastrous. Li Hao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Call all the generals immediately to discuss countermeasures. Just as Li Hao was calling a meeting of officers, the rebels were also holding a meeting to discuss the matter. King Jinshi, the planet on the front line of defense, is the planet where the empire produces mechas. As long as we take this place down, the empire will have no mechas to use. King Zhendong said happily. King Jinshi narrowed his eyes slightly, with greed and ambition flashing in his eyes. Humph. Then we should speed up and take over this planet in one fell swoop. Then, let's see how the empire can still compete with us. At this time, a fleet commander reminded, My two princes, we may not be able to move this Zhongzhou Star. King Zhendong was immediately displeased when he heard this, and shouted loudly, Why can't we move? This is the key to the success or failure of our cause. The fleet commander hurriedly explained, Your Highness, calm down. As far as I know, Zhongzhou is the source of troops for the 13th Legion. If we move this planet, won't it force the 13th Legion to be on our side? So far, the 13th Legion has not been dispatched. It seems that Commander Li does not want to participate in the civil war in the Empire. King Jinshi frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, This is something we need to consider, but if we take this place, there will be an endless supply of mechas. King Zhendong also agreed. Yes, this is a huge temptation and we can't give it up easily. But the 13th Legion is indeed a problem. If we really push them into a corner, it will not be good for us. The fleet commander quickly added, My lords, why don't we send someone to contact Li Hao first and test his attitude? If we can make him remain neutral, then it won't be too late for us to take action. The king of Jinshi stroked his chin, thought for a long time, and said, Okay, let's send someone to talk to Li Hao first. But if he refuses to cooperate, then we can't care so much. Therefore, the king of Jinshi sent an envoy with his conditions to meet Li Hao at the headquarters of the 13th Legion. In the imperial palace of the imperial capital, after the crown prince learned the news, his brows were furrowed, and he paced back and forth in the study. What on earth is the king of Jinshi doing? Why did he stop advancing when he reached the front line of Zhongzhou Star? The prince was full of doubts. The counselor at the side pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, Zhongzhou Star seems to be the source of troops for the 13th Legion. I guess the rebels are worried about the 13th Legion. The 13th Legion. Li Hao. Zhongzhou Star, this is an opportunity. The prince's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a strategy. If we can make good use of this, we may be able to break the current deadlock. The prince said softly. The counselor quickly asked, What are your plans, Your Highness? The prince raised his lips slightly. If we leave a gap in the front line leading to Zhongzhou Star, the rebels will be able to attack Zhongzhou Star. The strategist thought for a moment and nodded. This is an idea, but if Li Hao sees through it, it might backfire. The prince waved his hand. It doesn't matter. As long as the plan is careful, it should be able to confuse him. Go and make arrangements immediately. Thus, under the secret manipulation of the imperial capital, some rumors about the impending attack on Zhongzhou Star began to spread in secret. At the 13th Legion's headquarters, Li Hao soon heard these rumors. General, there are rumors outside that Zhongzhou Star is in danger. What should we do? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Don't act rashly. Send someone to find out the situation first. However, on the rebel side, King Jinshi also received the news. Humph, this prince has a good plan. He wants to use Zhongzhou Star to lure Li Hao to send troops. King Jinshi sneered. King Zhendong said with some concern, Then what should we do? If Li Hao really sends troops, it will not be good for us. Have the people we send arrived at the 13th Legion? Asked King Zhenxi. King Zhendong quickly responded, it should be soon. It's almost time. The king of Zhenxi nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with calculation. We just need to tell Li Hao that we will not touch Zhongzhou Star, and hope that he will continue to remain neutral. Not long after, a spy came to report, Your Majesty, our people have arrived at the 13th Legion. The eyes of the king of Zhenxi lit up. Very good. Immediately, let our people act according to the plan and convey my intention to Li Hao. The spy took the order and left. In the 13th Legion, Li Hao was thinking about the next strategic deployment. At this time, a soldier came to report that an envoy from the king of Zhenxi wanted to see him. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused, but he still asked someone to bring the messenger in. When the envoy saw Li Hao, he said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, General Li, my prince asked me to tell you that the king of Zhenxi has no intention of attacking Zhongzhou Star. He only hopes that you can continue to remain neutral and not get involved in this dispute. Li Hao looked at the messenger with deep eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, Go back and tell the king of Zhenxi that I, Li Hao, will have my own judgment and choice, but if Zhongzhou Star is attacked, no matter who it is, we will not let it go. The messenger nodded and turned to leave. After the messenger left, Zhang Yu said anxiously, General, we can't trust it easily. If the rebels want to continue to advance, they can't bypass Zhongzhou Star. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Of course I know, but the current situation is complicated. You should contact Zhongzhou Star and ask them to prepare for defense. If Zhongzhou Star is attacked, we will provide timely support. Zhang Yu took the order and quickly arranged to contact Zhongzhou Star. At the same time, King Zhenxi frowned after learning of Li Hao's attitude. This Li Hao is really stubborn. It seems that soft tactics don't work. I have to resort to hard tactics. There was a ruthless look in the eyes of the king of Zhenxi. King Zhendong said with some concern, Brother, if we confront the 13th Legion head-on, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. The king of Zhenxi snorted, You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. As long as we can take Zhongzhou Star, everything will be worth it. Just as the rebels were preparing to attack Zhongzhou Star, a mysterious fleet sneaked through the defense line, appeared outside Zhongzhou Star, and launched a frenzied attack on Zhongzhou Star's starport. The people on Zhongzhou Star were caught off guard by this sudden change, and the starport was engulfed in flames. What's going on? Where does this fleet come from? The person in charge of Zhongzhou Starport shouted in panic. Chapter 157, Li Hao supports Zhongzhou Star. The mysterious fleet's attack was extremely fierce. Their warship's main guns used their energy to attack the starport's defenses as if it were free, which put great pressure on the defenses of Zhongzhou Star. Under the fierce attack of the mysterious fleet, the starport's defense facilities were destroyed one after another, with flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing. The defenders of Zhongzhou Star were extremely anxious, but helpless. They could only desperately organize defensive forces to resist. After Li Hao received the request for help from the governor of Zhongzhou Star, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anxiety and determination. Everyone speed up and make sure to reach Zhongzhou Star as quickly as possible. Li Hao shouted loudly on the command ship, his voice echoing in the empty command cabin, full of unquestionable majesty. Every warship in the dreadnought fleet was running its engines at full capacity, emitting dazzling tail flames, and rushing towards Zhongzhou Star like an arrow shot from a bow. At the same time, on Zhongzhou Star, the flames of war were raging like a demon on every inch of land. The streets of the starport were filled with smoke, and the defensive turrets were constantly being destroyed by the artillery fire. The governor was anxiously awaiting Li Hao's arrival. He paced back and forth in the temporary command center, with beads of sweat on his forehead. What's going on? Where did the fleet come from? Why haven't they come yet? If they don't come soon, we won't be able to hold on. The governor muttered to himself anxiously as he read the battle reports that kept coming in, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. When Li Hao attacked to rescue, the mysterious fleet immediately gave up the attack and suddenly withdrew from the battlefield after learning that Li Hao's dreadnought fleet had been dispatched. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The governor widened his eyes and looked at the empty sky monitoring screen in disbelief. How could this happen? Why did they leave suddenly? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Were they afraid of Li Hao's dreadnought fleet? Or was there a bigger conspiracy waiting? When Li Hao's dreadnought fleet arrived at Zhongzhou Star, they saw a messy scene. The governor came to greet them, his face full of fatigue and confusion. Li Hao, they withdrew so suddenly. What happened? The governor asked anxiously. Li Hao pondered for a moment. No matter what their purpose is, we can't take it lightly. Immediately organize manpower, clean up the battlefield, repair fortifications, and strengthen monitoring of the surrounding star fields. The soldiers took quick action and began the intensive post-war recovery work. Li Hao fell into deep thought. The appearance and sudden withdrawal of this mysterious fleet were too strange. He felt that there seemed to be a huge mystery hidden behind it. Li Hao contacted the King of Jinshi through the star network in the command room of Zhongzhou Xingxing port. King of Jinshi, is this your sincerity? Li Hao's face was gloomy, and his tone was full of questioning. The King of Jinshi on the other side of the screen frowned. Li Hao, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Zhongzhou Starport has just been attacked by a fleet. Isn't it your fleet? Li Hao stared at the screen with sharp eyes. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across the face of the King of Jinshi, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Hao, please don't spit bloody words at me. I didn't send a fleet to attack Zhongzhou Star at all. Li Hao sneered. King of Jinshi, you are still quibbling even now. That fleet came in a strange way and left suddenly. If it wasn't you who was behind this, who else could it be? The eyes of the King of Jinshi became a little sharp. Li Hao, I will say it again. This matter has nothing to do with me. Don't accuse me casually. King Jinshi, whether you admit it or not, I will get to the bottom of this matter. If it is really you, you will just have to bear the consequences. Li Hao's eyes revealed determination. The King of Jinshi snorted coldly. Li Hao, you can go ahead and investigate. I am upright, and I am not afraid of your investigation. After saying this, King Jinshi cut off the communication. Li Hao stood there, his face still gloomy. Just as Li Hao and the King of Jinshi were confronting each other, the commander of the mysterious fleet sent a message to the Imperial Capital. Your Highness, the mission has been completed. Li Hao has arrived at Zhongzhou Star. General, what should we do now? Asked the adjutant at the side softly. Li Hao pondered for a moment. The fleet will stay outside Zhongzhou Star space and arrange a patrol team to mainly monitor the actions of the fleets of both sides. The adjutant nodded. Yes, General, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, the fleet began to move according to Li Hao's instructions. Warships were neatly arranged in the space outside Zhongzhou Star, and the patrol team also began their mission, closely monitoring all movements around. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, gazing into the distance with deep eyes. He knew that the current situation was still very complicated and dangerous. The appearance of the mysterious fleet and the attitude of the King of Jinshi made him deeply worried. Li Hao stood on the command ship of the dreadnought fleet, looking at the situation in front of him with a serious expression. The warships of the three parties formed a delicate and tense balance in the space around Zhongzhou Star. In the Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince was happily discussing the current situation with the ministers in the court. My dear ministers, now that the three parties are confronting each other on Zhongzhou Star, this is a rare opportunity for us, the prince said with a happy expression. An old minister cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is right. If we can make good use of this situation, it may bring us great benefits. Then according to your opinion, what should we do? The prince asked anxiously. Your Majesty, we can find a way to cause a conflict between the 13th Legion and the rebels, and then sit back and watch the fight. When both sides are defeated, we can reap the benefits. The old minister offered a suggestion. The prince frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, Although this plan is feasible, how can we make them clash easily? At this time, a military minister said, Your Majesty, I suggest that you communicate directly with General Li Hao. Now that he has arrived at the front battlefield, let him send troops to help the Empire quell the rebellion. The prince's eyes flickered. Let Li Hao send troops directly? Will he agree so easily? The military minister replied, General Li Hao has always been loyal to the Empire. As long as we can explain it to him with reason, appeal to his emotions, and promise him some benefits, perhaps he will agree. The prince nodded and said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. You must convince Li Hao to send troops. The military minister took the order and left. At the same time, Li Hao on the front line was closely watching every move on the battlefield. General, we have received news from the military headquarters asking us to send troops to quell the rebellion, said the adjutant. Li Hao frowned and said, Reply to the military. We only have one fleet in Zhongzhou Star and are unable to suppress the rebellion. But General, if we refuse, will it cause dissatisfaction in the Imperial Capital? The adjutant asked worriedly. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Don't rush to reply. We need to carefully consider the pros and cons. Chapter 158 Li Hao was assassinated. Please give good reviews. Back in the Imperial Capital, the Crown Prince and ministers were anxiously awaiting Li Hao's reply. Why is there no news yet? What is Li Hao thinking about? The prince asked impatiently. The military minister quickly replied, Your Highness, please be patient. It is normal for General Li Hao to need time to think. After a few more days, Li Hao finally made a decision. Reply to the military headquarters. The 13th Legion has only one fleet that can act. If we want to send troops, we need the Empire to give us enough support and resources, Li Hao said to his adjutant. When the news reached the imperial capital, the prince and ministers began to discuss again. This Li Hao is really good at making conditions, someone said dissatisfiedly. But now we can only agree to him and wait until the rebellion is quelled, someone else said. Soon the prince agreed to Li Hao's request, and Li Hao made a list that the empire could not accept. When this list was presented to the prince, his face instantly became extremely ugly. This Li Hao is asking for too much. How dare he make such a request? The prince slammed the table in anger. The list included not only a large amount of military supplies and advanced weapons and equipment, but also additional warships. The military ministers also looked at each other in shock and helplessness. Your Highness, what should we do? We cannot agree to his unreasonable requests, a minister said anxiously. The prince gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. Damn Li Hao, he is clearly threatening us. Then what should we do now? If we refuse him, I'm afraid he won't send troops to quell the rebellion, another minister said worriedly. The prince paced back and forth in the hall, thinking about how to deal with the situation. Don't rush to reply to him. We need to reconsider our relationship with him, said the prince. At the same time, Li Hao on the front line was waiting for a reply from the imperial capital. General, I'm afraid the imperial capital won't easily agree to our request, said the adjutant. Li Hao sneered. They will agree. They have no choice now. However, as time went by, the imperial capital had yet to give a clear response. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the crown prince and his ministers were secretly discussing another plan. Since Li Hao is so greedy, why don't we find a way to get rid of him, then take over the 13th Legion, and then find a way to quell the rebellion? A minister suggested. The prince narrowed his eyes. That's a solution, but Li Hao's strength should not be underestimated. We need to act with caution. Thus, a conspiracy against Li Hao quietly unfolded. The prince secretly gathered a group of trusted warriors, had them disguise themselves as rebels, and sneak into the vicinity of Li Hao's camp. On a dark and windy night, the group of assassins launched a surprise attack on Li Hao's camp as planned. The soldiers in the camp were caught off guard and killed. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky and shouts of killing were heard everywhere. Li Hao woke up from his sleep and immediately organized resistance. But due to the chaotic situation, he could not tell the true identity of the enemy for a while. General, it's bad. The enemy is attacking, the adjutant shouted anxiously. Li Hao's eyes widened with anger. Damn it, who dares to attack us? During the fierce battle, Li Hao gradually discovered that the attack methods of these enemies seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, these people don't look like rebels, but more like... Li Hao had an ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, the prince in the imperial capital learned of the progress of the sneak attack, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Li Hao, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. The prince sneered. After a hard fight, Li Hao finally managed to temporarily repel the assassins, but his camp also suffered heavy losses, with heavy casualties among his soldiers. Damn you, Prince, you actually resorted to such despicable means. Li Hao returned to the fleet's flagship, the Dreadnought, and his adjutant handed him the battle report of the attack. Li Hao looked at the battle report with a gloomy face. It recorded in detail the course of the attack and the losses. He held the battle report tightly in his hand, and his knuckles turned white from the force. It seems that this prince is not a wise leader. If the empire is handed over to such a person, the empire will be in danger, Li Hao said, gritting his teeth. The adjutant said worriedly, General, what should we do now? The prince will obviously not give up. Our situation will become even more difficult. Li Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Notify the Endless Sea garrison to immediately block all waterways in the Endless Sea. Without my order, the fleet is not allowed to move. We cannot let them take advantage of this opportunity. Afterwards, Li Hao found the governor of Zhangqiang Star and the old dean and informed them of the prince's sneak attack on him. After hearing this, the governor of Zhangqiang frowned and said, This prince is still far behind the late emperor in terms of cunning. The old dean also had an angry look on his face. It looks like we have to make a choice. The governor of Zhangqiang Star thought for a moment and said, Li Hao, you should go back to the Endless Sea first. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. The old dean nodded in agreement. Yes, if they unite now, your situation will indeed be dangerous. You don't have to worry about Zhangqiang Star. Li Hao frowned, feeling unwilling. Should I just back down like this? But I'm not willing to give up just like that. The old dean patted him on the shoulder and said, Kid, this is not retreating. This is conserving your strength until the right time comes. You can still accumulate strength in the endless sea and look for a better opportunity to fight back. Li Hao was silent for a long time and finally nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you and go back to the endless sea first. But I will not forget the shame of today, and sooner or later, I will make them pay the price. Afterwards, Li Hao, filled with resentment and unwillingness, embarked on the journey back to the endless sea. In the imperial capital, the prince laughed triumphantly when he learned that Li Hao had retreated back to the endless sea. Humph, Li Hao, you are scared after all. You dare to negotiate with me? You are lucky that you didn't die this time, the prince said viciously. The counselor beside him said flatteringly, Your Highness, this Li Hao is just a coward. There is no need to be afraid of him. The prince snorted coldly. Of course, it seems that his previous achievements were exaggerated. Soon, the news that Li Hao was attacked on Zhongzhou Star was spread by people with ulterior motives. At a court meeting, an old minister could not help but stand up and advise the prince. Your Majesty, if you do this, it may shake the foundation of the country. The old minister said sincerely. A military minister stepped forward and agreed. Your Majesty, although the 13th Legion is unwilling to send troops to quell the rebellion, at least it will not become an enemy of the Empire. But isn't this forcing the 13th Legion to join the rebels? Chapter 159 The 2nd Legion defends the border star. Upon hearing this, the prince's eyes widened in anger. How dare you question my decision? The old minister knelt down immediately and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. I am not questioning you. I am just worried about the future of the Empire. The military minister also quickly bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, I am also worried about the situation in the Empire. The prince didn't listen at all. Humph, you old stubborn people only know how to stick to the old rules. The situation is different now, so I must have new methods. At this time, another minister stood up and said, Your Majesty, they are also loyal. I hope Your Majesty can consider it carefully. The prince glared at him. You want to get involved? I don't need you to tell me what to do. There was a sudden silence in the court, and none of the ministers dared to speak easily. The prince glanced at everyone and said, Listen carefully, everyone. This prince's decision cannot be questioned. If anyone dares to say anything more, don't blame me for being ruthless. The old minister and the military minister looked at each other helplessly, their hearts full of worry. And Li Hao in the endless sea also learned what happened in the court at this time. This prince is getting more and more crazy. If this continues, the empire will be in chaos. Li Hao said with a frown. Lin Xiao walked up to Li Hao and said, General, don't you think the prince has become a different person since the death of the late emperor? Li Hao nodded slightly. Indeed, I have met him several times. My overall feeling is that he should be a benevolent monarch. Now, he seems to be completely blinded by power. Lin Xiao sighed. I guess it's because of this internal strife. Li Hao was closely following the developments in the imperial capital in the endless sea. He knew that a storm was about to come. One day, Li Hao received a secret report saying that the prince had recalled the royal 2nd and 3rd legions from the Zerg battlefield in order to quell the civil unrest. Li Hao looked at the secret report in his hand with a solemn expression and his eyebrows knitted tightly together. This prince is really reckless. Isn't the Zerg battlefield in danger? Lin Xiao also frowned, his face full of worry. Yes, General. If this happens, the Zerg will probably take advantage of the situation and invade, and the people living on the border will suffer again. Those people have finally lived a stable life for a few years, and now they will fall into dire straits again. Li Hao was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Contact Huangpu Tianming of the 4th Army and ask about the current situation on the Zerg battlefield. Lin Xiao nodded heavily. Yes, General, I'll arrange it right away. After that, he turned around and left in a hurry. At the same time, in the magnificent palace of the imperial capital, the prince looked proudly at the recalled troops lined up neatly in the square. His face was full of arrogance and pride. Humph, with these 2 elite troops, let's see how those rebels can behave. The prince sneered, with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. A counselor suggested to the prince, Your Majesty, now we have these 2 elite legions, which is definitely more than enough to wipe out the rebels. We only need to send a fleet to support the 1st Legion. The prince listened to the counselor's words, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Well, it makes sense. Then the remaining legions will defend the imperial capital. Your Majesty, isn't there a rebel army in the endless sea? The strategist reminded cautiously. The prince's eyes suddenly became sharp. Humph, you are right. Those who don't obey orders are rebels. The counselor's heart trembled, and he quickly agreed. Your Majesty is wise. The current situation is complicated, and we really need to deal with it with caution. The prince stood up and paced back and forth. Then send the Second Legion to the border star. We can't let them collude with each other. The counselor nodded and said, Your Majesty is right. I will make the arrangements right away. Soon, the Second Legion and the Third Legion set out after receiving the mission. However, the commander of the Second Legion, Wang Ming, was very surprised because his mission was to go to the border star to defend, not to quell the rebellion. Wang Ming stood in front of the window of the command ship, frowning, full of doubts. He didn't understand why the superiors suddenly issued such a seemingly unreasonable order. Is there some hidden secret that we don't know about? He whispered to himself. The adjutant beside him also looked puzzled. Captain, this is indeed a bit strange. In front of the border star is the endless sea star region. What are we going to defend there? Wang Ming pondered for a moment and said, You just said that there is an endless sea in front of the border star. That is where the 13th Legion is stationed, right? The adjutant nodded. Yes, Commander, the 13th Legion has been stationed in the endless sea star region. Wang Ming tapped the tabletop with his fingers. That's interesting. They asked us to go to the border star for defense. Could it be related to the 13th Legion? The adjutant frowned and said, Captain, I heard some time ago that His Majesty wanted to transfer the 13th Army to quell the rebellion, but General Li did not agree. Then General Li was assassinated on Zhongzhou Star. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed. How could such a thing happen? The connection between them is probably not simple. The adjutant continued, Yes, Commander. And ever since General Li's accident, the 13th Army seems to be a little unstable. Wang Ming fell into deep thought. So, the higher-ups asked us to come to the border planet probably because they were worried that something might happen to the 13th Army because of General Li's incident. It's even possible. Commander, if we are facing General Li, we'd better save our efforts. Any of his dreadnoughts can directly kill the Zhang Qiang, the adjutant said worriedly. Wang Ming's expression became even gloomier. Hey, I really don't want to go to the border star to fight the rebels. I never thought that we would have to face the 13th Legion. The adjutant sighed helplessly. Yeah, who could have thought it would turn out like this? So what should we do now? Wang Ming was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Let's go to the border star first. When we get there, I'll go talk to General Li and see what's going on. The adjutant nodded. Although he was still worried, he understood that he could only follow the instructions of the Legion commander at this moment. After a long journey, the Second Legion finally arrived at the border star. The atmosphere on the border star seemed particularly tense, as if it was filled with an atmosphere of impending conflict. After Wang Ming arrived at the border star, he immediately dialed Li Hao's star network communication. The communication was quickly connected, and Li Hao's image appeared on the screen, his expression somewhat serious. General Wang, why do you come to the border star at this time? Li Hao asked straight to the point. Wang Ming took a deep breath and said, Li Hao, the situation is a bit complicated. Our superiors asked us to defend here. You should understand what I mean. Li Hao frowned. Of course I understand. It seems that the person in the capital is worried about me. So why did you contact me this time? Wang Ming chuckled and said, Li Hao, I don't mean anything. After all, we are brothers who have fought together on the Zerg battlefield. I came to the border star to defend it according to orders. I didn't receive any other orders. You know what I mean. Chapter 160, The New Emperor Ascends the Throne. Li Hao's eyes flickered. I understand, Wang Ming. Anyway, thank you for telling me this. Wang Ming waved his hand. Hey, why are you talking about this? We were once friends who risked our lives for each other. Li Hao nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly said, Wang Ming, I know that the current situation is very delicate. If anyone in the capital is suspicious of me, you should be careful. Wang Ming sighed. Li Hao, given the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time. In the following days, the situation in the Empire changed. With the addition of the Third Legion, the two rebel legions were defeated by the Royal Legion and slowly retreated to the vassal territories. Wang Ming and Li Hao are in the Starport Cafe on the border star. The storm has finally subsided temporarily, Wang Ming said with emotion. Li Hao nodded. But this is only temporary. The vassal territories will probably not give up. The division of the empire seems inevitable. Wang Ming frowned. Yes, although they were defeated this time, they still have strength, and the Imperial Army is unable to destroy them. The two fell into deep thought, thinking about the future situation. In the Imperial capital, the prince breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the rebels had retreated to the vassal states' territories. The Prime Minister suggested, Your Majesty, now that the rebels have retreated, can we arrange the coronation ceremony? The prince nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. Well, this matter should indeed be put on the agenda. But the current situation is not completely stable yet, so we need to consider it in the long run. The Prime Minister responded respectfully. Your Majesty is right, but the coronation ceremony concerns the foundation of the country and should not be delayed for too long. The prince nodded. I understand. Let the Ministry of Rites start preparing for the relevant matters first. Yes, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister took the order and left. In the palace, some ministers with ulterior motives began to make their own plans. Once the coronation ceremony is held, the situation will probably change again. A minister whispered to his companions. Yes, we must prepare in advance and seek the greatest benefits for ourselves. Another minister echoed. At the same time, in the vassal territories, the rebels retreated but did not give up their ambitions. When they hold their coronation ceremony, it will be our chance to strike again. The prince said viciously. Among the common people are also full of expectations and concerns about the upcoming coronation ceremony. I don't know how our lives will change after the new emperor ascends the throne, said an old man worriedly. I hope it can bring peace and prosperity. The young man next to him prayed silently. During the preparations for the coronation ceremony, the officials of the Ministry of Rites were overwhelmed by various tedious affairs. Every detail of this ceremony must be perfect, said the Minister of Rites, wiping the sweat from his forehead. As the days passed, the preparations for the coronation ceremony gradually came to an end. During this period, the prince continued to consolidate his power and strengthen his control over the imperial capital. Finally, the day of the coronation ceremony arrived. In the palace, civil and military officials gathered together with different expressions. The prince, dressed in a gorgeous dragon robe, slowly walked towards the throne under the gaze of everyone. His face was dignified and solemn, but there was also a hint of nervousness in his heart. The moment the prince sat on the throne, all the ministers shouted, "Long live the emperor," and the sound echoed throughout the palace. The prince glanced at the ministers below and secretly vowed in his heart that he must make the country more prosperous. However, just after the coronation ceremony, an open message spread throughout the empire. The two princes announced that they did not recognize the new emperor, and the western and eastern territories separated from the empire. And they have once again gathered a large number of troops and seemed to be ready to take action. The entire empire was in uproar and shock, and the emperor who had just ascended the throne had a terribly gloomy face. How dare these rebels openly oppose me? The emperor slammed the table in anger. The prime minister hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the war has just ended. We cannot mobilize troops anymore. The Zhengqiang battlefield is even more dangerous now. The emperor took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Pass on my order. The 1st Legion will be stationed at the western border, the 3rd Legion will be stationed at the eastern border, and the 2nd Legion will be stationed at the border star. Your Majesty, the Zhengqiang battlefield defense line is currently understaffed. It is better to send the 2nd Legion back to garrison. No, the strategic location of the border star is of vital importance and cannot be lost. As for the Zhengqiang battlefield, I will find a way to draw other troops for support. The emperor's voice was steady and powerful. There are 13 legions stationed on the border star, guarding the endless sea star region. There won't be any problems. Prime Minister, do you think the current 13th Army is still the 13th Army of the Empire? Li Hao, the Marquis of the Empire, led his troops when the Empire was in danger. After hearing this, the Prime Minister's face became very gloomy. From today on, Li Hao's title will be revoked, and he will be stripped of his position as the commander of the 13th Legion. The military minister hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you must not do this. If you do this, it will probably cause unnecessary unrest. The emperor's eyes turned cold. If not, how can we demonstrate the majesty of the empire? How can we let others know the consequences of betrayal? The military minister was startled, knowing that the emperor had made up his mind, but he still continued. Your Majesty, Li Hao is quite prestigious in the army, and the soldiers of the 13th Army are quite convinced of him. If we act rashly, I'm afraid it will cause a mutiny. The emperor was silent for a moment, and the coldness in his eyes faded a little. Then what do you think should be done? The military minister thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, Li Hao is a marquis. You can summon him back according to the rules after you ascend the throne, and then find a suitable time to deprive him of his position and title. The emperor nodded slightly. This plan is feasible, but we must act quickly. I don't want to wait any longer. Soon Li Hao received a summons from the new emperor in the imperial capital. It seems that the new emperor is going to take action against me. General, you can't go back. It's obvious that they want to recruit you back, which will be disadvantageous to you. Wang Lei reminded. Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew in his heart that this trip to the imperial capital would be extremely dangerous, but if he openly disobeyed the summons, it would be a blatant break with the new emperor, and the situation would be even more difficult to deal with. Wang Lei, if I don't go, the new emperor will have an excuse to attack me, and then we will be in a passive position. Li Hao said slowly. Wang Lei said anxiously. But General, this is clearly a trap. At this time, Lin Xiao and Zhang Yu also came over to persuade him. General, we can't go there rashly at this time. Once we step into the imperial capital, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out again. Li Hao's face was solemn. He knew very well that this might be a trap set by the new emperor, but he also had his own thoughts in his mind. Chapter 161, The New Emperor's Conspiracy. If I don't go, the new emperor will use this as an excuse to launch a full-scale attack on us. By then, we will be even more passive. Li Hao said slowly. But General, this is too risky. Lin Xiao said worriedly. Zhang Yu also nodded and agreed. Yes, General, we can't joke with our lives. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, if I don't go, the new emperor will use this matter to make trouble. After all, we are still the Imperial Legion now. Seeing how determined Li Hao was, everyone could only sigh helplessly. Just as Li Hao was about to go to the Imperial capital, he received a communication from Wang Ming of the 2nd Legion. Li Hao, are you ready to go to the Imperial capital? Wang Ming's voice came from the communicator. Li Hao frowned. Wang Ming, if I don't go since the new emperor has summoned me, I will be disobeying his order, and I will be in trouble later. Wang Ming said anxiously. Li Hao, you can't go. I just received a secret letter from the Imperial capital. The new emperor is going to call you back and deal with you. He has also notified the 1st and 3rd Legions to transfer part of their fleet to the border star. Li Hao sighed. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Wang Ming. After hanging up the phone, Li Hao's face became more serious. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation and the new emperor had obviously wanted to kill him. General, what should we do now? Zhang Yu beside him asked anxiously. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We still have to go to the imperial capital. We can't give the new emperor an excuse to make trouble, but we can change the method. He paced back and forth, his mind racing with various strategies. Call all fleet commanders immediately. We need to discuss countermeasures. Soon, the generals gathered together, everyone with a serious expression on their face. Li Hao informed everyone of the current situation in detail, and the conference room immediately fell into silence. General, why don't we strike first? Someone suggested. Li Hao shook his head. This is too risky. Our military strength is not superior. We will have to face the entire empire, and we will be in an irreparable situation. Then we can't just wait to die. Bai Fenghuang said excitedly. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, we must be prepared. If he attacks us first, the situation will be different. How to let them take action first? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Li Hao's eyes flashed with cunning. I will take the dreadnought fleet back to the imperial capital first, and the other fleets will be ready for defense at the border. If the empire attacks, you will. Bai Fenghuang frowned. Isn't this too risky? What if the new emperor launches a reckless attack on us? Li Hao waved his hand and said, no, the ones attacking us this time are mainly the 1st Army and part of the 3rd Army's fleet. The 2nd Army will not be involved in this matter. After hearing this, although everyone still had doubts in their hearts, they also felt that this might be the only way at the moment. After arranging the military deployment, Li Hao took the dreadnought fleet and boarded the dreadnought to head towards the Imperial Capital Star. This time he did not go through the subspace gate, as he was probably stalling for time. During the long interstellar journey, Li Hao knew that this trip to the Imperial Capital Star was a huge adventure, but for the future of himself and his soldiers, he had to take this step. In the Imperial Capital, the new emperor sat on the dragon throne in the Imperial Palace, facing the ministers below. The new emperor had a gloomy expression, and he swept his eyes over the people in the palace and asked coldly, what's the situation with Li Hao? Why hasn't he come yet? His Majesty's ministers all lowered their heads. One of them stepped forward and answered cautiously, Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Li Hao's dreadnought fleet has already set out, but he did not take the Stargate's subspace channel. The new emperor frowned. Humph, no matter where he comes from, I will completely deal with him this time. The ministers responded in unison, Your Majesty is wise. The new emperor tapped the armrest of the dragon throne with his fingers, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I have made all the necessary preparations. No matter what tricks Li Hao plays, he will not be able to escape from my grasp. At this time, another minister stood up and said, Your Majesty, Li Hao's 13th Army is still in the Endless Sea. We must not take it lightly. The new emperor glared at him and said, Of course I know. I have arranged for the 1st and 3rd legions to support the 2nd legion. There was a brief silence in the hall. After a while, the new emperor spoke again. My dear ministers, since Li Hao has already set out, do you think we can first accept the 13th legion of the Endless Sea? The ministers looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. After a while, an older minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, you must be cautious in this matter. After all, the 13th army was brought up by Li Hao, and the combat effectiveness of the 13th army is not weak. The new emperor frowned slightly. Humph, I don't believe that they all dare to openly disobey my order. Your Majesty, if you want to accept it, I guess you can only accept it by force, another minister said worriedly. The new emperor pondered for a moment. I believe that part of the fleets of the 1st and 3rd legions plus the 2nd legion should be able to suppress the 13th legion. The ministers began to discuss in low voices. Your Majesty, I think there will be no problem in suppressing the 13th legion with 2 legions. Moreover, now that Li Hao has taken away the dreadnought fleet, now is the best time to take over the Endless Sea. A minister suggested. Is Li Hao's dreadnought fleet very powerful? As far as I know, there are only a dozen or so larger warships with strange shapes, asked the new emperor. A military general stepped forward and answered in a serious tone. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate the enemy. Although Li Hao's dreadnought fleet appears to consist of only a dozen warships, each is equipped with the most advanced weapons and defense systems, and its combat effectiveness is several times greater than that of ordinary warships. Moreover, according to military intelligence analysis, Li Hao's dreadnought is very likely to be a legendary battleship. The new emperor frowned slightly. This is impossible. Battleships have disappeared for hundreds of years. Where are the materials to produce them now? The ministers also looked surprised and suspicious. At this time, another military official stood up and said, Your Majesty, regardless of whether Li Hao's dreadnought is a battleship or not, if we want to take down the 13th army this time, I suggest that we act as soon as possible. If he arrives in the imperial capital and notices it, it will not be easy for the 13th army to prepare. The new emperor nodded, his expression solemn. You have a point. In your opinion, how can we act quickly? The military official pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, according to reports from the border stars, Li Hao has placed all of his main fleets on the border. This is a good opportunity. We can use the fleet strength of our 2 legions, with the 2nd legion taking the lead, the 1st legion on the left, and the 3rd legion on the right, to surround the 13th legion's main fleet and force them to surrender. Except for some Zhongzhou Star warriors, most of the 13th legion are pirates recruited by Li Hao. Chapter 162. The Imperial Army Attacks the Endless Sea. After hearing this, the new emperor's eyes flashed with joy. Okay, I'll do as you say. Order all the legions to take action immediately. Soon, the 3 legions gathered on the border star received action orders and combat plans from the imperial capital. The commander of the 1st Legion's fleet received the order and asked in confusion, General Wang, what does the new emperor's order mean? He wants us to attack the 13th Legion. Wang Ming frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, Hey, who in the imperial capital thinks that the 13th Legion poses a threat to the empire? Then what should we do now? The 13th Legion has always been one of the important fighting forces of the empire, and General Li Hao has also made many contributions to the empire. The fleet commander was still a little confused. Wang Ming sighed. It is difficult for us to guess what your Majesty is thinking now. Since the order has been given, we can only obey it. Although the soldiers of the 1st Legion had many doubts in their hearts, they still began to prepare the fleet according to orders and prepared to march towards the 13th Legion's base. At the same time, the 2nd and 3rd Legions also received the same order. The 2nd Legion was the main attacking force, but the soldiers of the 2nd Legion understood that there would be no life and death battle between them and the 13th Legion. The commander of the 3rd Legion seemed somewhat excited. He felt that this was a good opportunity to demonstrate the strength of his legion. Li Hao, who was heading to the Imperial Capital Star, also received information that the new emperor had ordered an attack on the Endless Sea. General, we just received information from the border star that the Empire has dispatched 2 legions to attack us. Li Hao's adjutant reported. Li Hao frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Humph, the new emperor can't wait. So what should we do now, General? Asked the adjutant anxiously. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Immediately give orders to the 13th Army and have them execute according to the original plan. Then, General, are we still going to the Imperial Capital Star? The adjutant said worriedly. Li Hao sneered. Why are you still going to the Imperial Capital Star? Are you going to die? Go back. After saying that, Li Hao turned his head to look at the starry sky outside the window, secretly thinking about his next plan in his mind. At this time, the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea received Li Hao's order. "The general has ordered. Act according to the plan," the herald shouted loudly. The soldiers of the 13th Legion shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." They quickly entered combat mode, preparing to meet the approaching powerful enemy. The two legions of the Imperial capital approached the Endless Sea menacingly, their warships lined up in an orderly manner, their gun muzzles flashing cold light. "Attack!" At the command of the fleet commanders, countless artillery shells flew towards the 13th Legion. The 13th Legion was not afraid and fought back bravely. For a while, the sky above the Endless Sea was filled with continuous artillery fire and shining lights. On the Imperial Capital Star, the new emperor learned that the legions on the border star had already taken action, but he was also a little uneasy. "Where's Li Hao? Why hasn't he arrived in the Imperial capital yet?" The new emperor paced back and forth, anxiously asking the ministers around him. The ministers looked at each other, and one of them answered cautiously, "Your Majesty, there is no definite news yet, but according to previous intelligence, it should be approaching the Imperial Capital Star." The new emperor stopped and frowned. "I always feel uneasy. This Li Hao is not a simple person. There can be no mistakes in this operation." "Your Majesty, don't worry. We have made sufficient defense preparations on the Imperial Capital Star. As long as Li Hao dares to come, he will never return," another minister said hurriedly. The new emperor nodded slightly, but the worry in his eyes still did not disappear. At this time, outside the Imperial Capital Star, the defense fleet was on high alert, paying close attention to the surrounding movements. The soldiers were all nervous, knowing that a major battle was about to begin. On the border star battlefield, the commander of the 1st Legion faced the star fleet in front of him and couldn't help but feel a complex emotion in his heart. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the neatly arranged Royal Star fleet that exuded the same aura as theirs, and his mind was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. "Commander, what should we do?" the adjutant beside him asked anxiously. The commander took a deep breath and said, "Don't act rashly. We are facing the Royal Star fleet." The adjutant's face also became solemn. The Royal Star fleet was the fleet that had fought side by side with them on the Zerd battlefield. "Commander, if we don't attack and our superiors find out, we'll be in big trouble," the adjutant said worriedly. The commander was well aware of the interests involved, but facing the Royal Star fleet, which was once his comrade and has now become his rival, he felt very complicated. "I understand, but we can't act rashly. The strength of the Royal Star fleet should not be underestimated, not to mention the friendship we have fought together in the past," the commander said heavily. The adjutant frowned, "But military orders are as heavy as mountains. We cannot disobey them." The commander was silent for a while. "Wait a little longer and see if there are any other opportunities." At this time, the atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely depressing. The fleets of both sides just confronted each other, and no one took the initiative to launch an attack. Inside the battleship of the 1st Legion, the soldiers were also nervously waiting for the commander's decision. "Are we really going to fight the Royal Star fleet? We once fought against the Zerg together," a soldier whispered. "Don't talk nonsense. It is our duty to obey orders," another soldier scolded. In the Royal Star fleet, Zhang Qiang was also lost in thought. "I didn't expect to face the 1st Legion here. This is really a tricky situation." He sighed inwardly. As time passed, both sides weighed the pros and cons. After thinking about it, Zhang Qiang decided that this was not a solution. Open the star shield and use the secondary guns to make a tentative attack on the enemy fleet. As his orders were given, the warships of the Royal Star fleet opened their star shields one after another, flashing light blue. At the same time, energy beams from their secondary guns shot towards the 1st Legion's fleet. On the 1st Legion side, the commander immediately noticed the opponent's actions. "Turn on the shield and prepare for defense," he shouted. The 1st Legion's warships responded quickly, with their shields fully activated to resist the Royal Star fleet's tentative attacks. However, despite withstanding this round of attack, the battleship was still affected by some of the impact and shook slightly. The adjutant looked at the commander sternly. "General, they are attacking us." The commander of the 1st Legion nodded. "I know, this guy Zhang Qiang." In the Royal Star fleet, Zhang Qiang looked at the attack effect and said, "Keep up the attack rhythm, don't stop." As a result, the Royal Star fleet continued to launch secondary artillery attacks, and the 1st Legion was always in a defensive state. "Okay, we're going to attack too." The commander of the 1st Legion thought to himself, "Order all ships to aim their secondary guns and attack with all their might." Chapter 163, Strange Battlefield. The battlefield was suddenly filled with artillery fire and shining lights. Zhang Qiang smiled slightly. "Humph, you little brat. You dare to fight back." Just like that, the Star Fleet and the First Legion fleet fought fiercely back and forth in the starry sky. The adjutant looked at the commander anxiously. Commander, are we going to keep fighting them like this? Do you want to fight them to the death? The new emperor ordered us to attack the 13th Legion, but we did not. The commander of the First Legion said with a smile. The adjutant frowned. But this is not a solution. The commander looked at the battlefield with deep eyes. Just wait and see. I think they will retreat soon. On the other side, Zhang Qiang of the Royal Star Fleet looked at the situation on the battlefield and smiled and ordered, It's almost done. Fire a round of main guns, and we will retreat. On the front battlefield, after the 2nd Legion entered the Endless Sea, they were confronted head-on by the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet. The commander of the 2nd Legion, Wang Ming, looked solemnly at the two fleets approaching in front of him. Oh, Lord Li really thinks highly of us and sent out the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet, Wang Ming said to his adjutant with a smile. The adjutant also smiled and replied, Captain, I heard that the Dawn Fleet has always been following Lord Li's fleet, the main fleet of the 13th Legion. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, a fleet is equipped with 10 heavy cruiser flagships and 100 cruisers. The adjutant continued, and this heroic fleet should not be underestimated. They have a large number of warships. Okay, stop being envious. Lord Li has saved all this money bit by bit. At this moment, the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet had approached, and the warships of both sides began to confront each other. Everyone, pay attention and prepare to meet the enemy. Wang Ming shouted loudly. As his orders were given, the warships of the 2nd Legion activated their weapon systems one after another, and lights flickered on the hulls. The adjutant suddenly said, General, I heard that the mecha team of the Dawn Fleet is very powerful. Why don't we compete with them? Wang Ming frowned slightly. Forget it. Their mecha troops have fought against insects before. The adjutant was a little unwilling. But General, it's not like our 2nd Legion's mecha troops haven't fought on the Zerg battlefield before. Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, Okay, then arrange a mecha brigade to go out. Don't embarrass me. If you lose, just wait and see how I deal with you when you come back. The adjutant saluted excitedly. Yes, General. Then he quickly went to convey the order. Soon, a mecha battalion of the 2nd Legion rushed to the battlefield like an arrow. On the command flagship of the Dawn Fleet, Wang Lei saw the other side release a brigade of mechas and immediately understood what the 2nd Legion meant, and immediately sent out their elite mecha troops to fight. The mechas of both sides collided and crossed in the starry sky, and the battle was extremely fierce. The mecha warriors of the 2nd Legion fought bravely, but they soon discovered that the mechas of the Dawn Fleet were indeed more experienced and had honed more sophisticated combat skills in the battles with the Zerg. Damn, they are really strong, a mecha warrior shouted in the communication channel. The adjutant reported to Wang Ming anxiously. General, the situation is not good. Our mecha brigade is struggling. Wang Ming's expression was serious. Tell them not to panic and play to our strengths. Encouraged by Wang Ming, the mecha warriors of the 2nd Legion gradually stabilized their position and began to deal with the mechas of the Dawn Fleet. However, the mechas of the Dawn Fleet pressed forward step by step, leaving them no chance to breathe. Damn it, we can't go on like this, said the adjutant anxiously. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, If one can't defeat us, use two. Although the adjutant felt that something was wrong, he immediately carried out the order. Soon, another mecha brigade of the 2nd Legion was dispatched. The two mecha brigades joined forces to put a certain amount of pressure on the mechas of the Dawn Fleet. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense, with light and explosions constantly flashing and ringing in the starry sky. Wang Lei saw that the other side had sent out 2 mecha battalions, and immediately called Wang Ming and said, General Wang, this is a bit unethical of you. Wang Ming snorted coldly. On the battlefield, there is only victory or defeat. There is no such thing as martial ethics or not. Wang Lei smiled sinisterly and said, Well, since you said so, don't blame me for not following martial ethics. Afterwards, the Dawn Fleet also made corresponding adjustments. This time they released hundreds of huge beast-shaped drone mechas. This was the mecha technology that Li Hao obtained in the Ike civilization. When these beast-like drone mechas appeared on the battlefield, everyone in the 2nd Legion was shocked. What is this? A soldier exclaimed. The adjutant's expression turned extremely ugly. General, this situation is not good. Wang Ming stared at the beast-like mechas closely, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. These beast-like mechas moved quickly, shuttling across the battlefield like ghosts, instantly creating tremendous pressure on the mecha units of the 2nd Legion. Damn, they are so powerful, shouted a mecha warrior. The mechas of the Second Legion began to fall into a passive position and were beaten back step by these beast-type mechas. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Concentrate your firepower and deal with these beast-type mechas first." However, these beast-type mechas were very flexible and had strong defenses, so the Second Legion's attack was not very effective. The adjutant said anxiously, "General, our attacks are useless to them." "Okay, let's tell the other side that we lost. Where did Li Hao get these monsters?" Wang Ming said unwillingly. Although the adjutant was also very unwilling, he still obeyed the order and conveyed the message of surrender. Soon the communication was connected, and Wang Lei said to Wang Ming with a smile, "General Wang, how do you feel?" Wang Ming snorted coldly, "You are so cruel. I admit defeat this time. Where did you get these monsters from?" Wang Lei laughed proudly. "Haha, this is produced by us. If the general needs it, we can sell it to you." Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent too soon. When this happens, I will find your general." "Okay, it's time to get down to business." After the communication ended, both sides withdrew their mecha troops, opened their star shields, and bombarded each other for a while, just like the Star Fleet. Energy beams interweave and shuttle through the starry sky like a gorgeous web of light. Each impact caused violent energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding asteroids to tremble slightly. The secondary guns of the Second Legion and the Dawn Fleet were launching attacks with all their might. The star shields of both sides were flashing under the powerful impact, trying to resist the opponent's artillery fire. As time passed, the warships on both sides were under tremendous pressure. The star shields of some warships began to show signs of instability, with flickering and damage occurring in some areas. "General, our star shield can't hold up anymore," an officer shouted to Wang Ming anxiously. Chapter 164 Li Hao returns to the Endless Sea. On the Dawn Fleet side, Wang Lei looked at the enemy's star shield data displayed by the detector. "It's almost done. We can withdraw." Soon the Dawn Fleet and the Hero Fleet withdrew from the front battlefield. On the left side of the front battlefield, the commander of the Third Legion looked at the warships on the opposite side, a little confused. The fleets deployed by the 13th Legion here are the Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets. The commander of the Third Legion murmured in a low voice, "There will be 2 fleets in front of us." The adjutant next to him also looked puzzled. "General, this situation is somewhat beyond our expectations." The commander frowned. "Why doesn't the military have any information about the 2 fleets on the other side?" The adjutant thought for a moment and said, "General, judging from the size of the opposing fleet, it seems to be the main fleet. It is indeed composed of 2 fleets." The commander shook his head. "The 13th Legion is really well hidden. We don't even know anything about 2 fleets that big." Just as they were puzzled, the Black Rose and White Phoenix fleets began to move slowly, ready to attack. "General, they are about to attack," the adjutant shouted nervously. The commander immediately ordered, "Everyone be on alert and prepare to meet the enemy." The warships of the Third Legion quickly adjusted their status, fully activated their energy shields, and aimed their guns at the opposing fleet. The Black Rose fleet launched the attack first, with beams of energy shooting towards the Third Legion like raindrops. "Counterattack," the commander shouted. The warships of the Third Legion also opened fire, and colorful energy beams intertwined to illuminate the entire starry sky. The White Phoenix fleet was not to be outdone. They surrounded from the side, firing their main and secondary guns at the same time. Suddenly, countless dazzling rays of light streaked across the starry sky and poured down on the Third Legion like a rainstorm. The warships of the Third Legion shook violently under this fierce attack, and cracks began to appear on the shields of some warships. "Oh no, we won't be able to hold on for long if this goes on," the adjutant shouted anxiously. The commander's eyes were firm as he shouted, "All ships, pay attention to evasion and concentrate your firepower on attacking the weak points of the White Phoenix fleet." The soldiers of the Third Legion struggled to operate the warships, trying to find a chance to survive amid the dense artillery fire. They kept adjusting the posture of their warships, trying to avoid the attacks of the White Phoenix fleet, while also looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, the White Phoenix fleet's tactics were very flexible. They kept changing their formations, making it difficult for the Third Legion's attack to achieve effective results. "General, they are too difficult to deal with," said an officer anxiously. The commander clenched his fists tightly. "Don't give up. Keep looking for a way to break through." At this moment, the Black Rose fleet also joined the attack. They cooperated with the White Phoenix fleet to form a tighter firepower network. The situation of the Third Legion became increasingly difficult. Warships were damaged one after another, and some even began to explode. "General, we must find a way to break out," suggested the adjutant. The commander pondered for a moment. Okay, order all ships to concentrate their forces and break out in one direction. The Third Corps began a difficult breakout operation, charging forward under powerful artillery fire. The White Phoenix Fleet and the Black Rose Fleet noticed the Third Legion's intention and immediately intensified their attacks in that direction. In the fierce exchange of fire, the Third Army paid a heavy price, but finally some warships succeeded in breaking out of the encirclement. By Feng Huang, there's no need to chase us. Our mission has been accomplished, Lin Xiao said. Bai Fenghuang nodded slightly and gave the order to stop the pursuit. Afterwards, the White Phoenix Fleet and the Black Rose Fleet began to evacuate the battlefield in an orderly manner. The remaining warships of the Third Legion were gasping for breath in the distance, and the soldiers were still immersed in the aftermath of the fierce battle that had just taken place. "Commander, what should we do now?" asked the adjutant of the Third Legion with a tired look on his face. The commander looked gloomy. "First, count the casualties, and then report everything here to the military." Soon, the battle report of the 3 legions against the 13th Legion was reported to the military headquarters and handed over to the new emperor. The new emperor sat on the magnificent throne, looking at the battle report in his hand with a serious expression and his brows tightly furrowed. "Where on earth did this Black Rose and White Phoenix Fleet come from? They have caused our army to suffer such heavy losses." The new emperor muttered to himself. In the court, the ministers were discussing the matter. "Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to destroy the 13th Legion as soon as possible." Judging from the battle reports from the 3 legions, the main force of the 13th Legion did not suffer much damage. An old minister stepped forward and said. The new emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a sharp look in his eyes. "The 13th Legion is indeed a hidden danger. Where is Li Hao?" The old minister hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the border spies reported that Li Hao's dreadnought fleet passed through the defense zone of the 9th Legion and is now about to return to the Endless Sea." The new emperor frowned. He ran fast enough. It seems that he deliberately delayed time on the road. After thinking for a moment, the old minister said, "Your Majesty, we cannot let him go back. He has already torn his relationship with the 13th Army. If we allow Li Hao's dreadnought fleet to join the 13th Army, it will bring us great trouble." The new emperor's eyes turned cold. He had a plan this time. "It's unrealistic to intercept him now. I lose this round." The old minister was shocked and said quickly, "Your Majesty, you must not give up so easily. Although Li Hao escaped this time, we can still take a long-term view and think of a way to deal with it." The new emperor took a deep breath and calmed down. "I know, but this Li Hao is really abominable. He disrupted my overall plan. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible." The old minister said, "Our army has already entered the Endless Sea. We can also slowly eliminate the 13th Army in the Endless Sea." The new emperor nodded. "My dear minister, what you said makes sense. Pass on my order and order the 2nd Legion to advance towards the Endless Sea Star region." On the other side, Li Hao successfully returned to the Endless Sea and successfully reunited with the 13th Legion. "Haha, General, you're finally back." Zhang Yu laughed. "What's going on now?" "General, the 1st and 2nd Legions do not want to get involved in this matter. The 3rd Legion was beaten up by Lin Xiao and by Feng Huang and was crippled." Li Hao frowned. This time, the 3rd Legion's fleet was crippled. "I guess the 3rd Legion commander must be heartbroken." Zhang Yu smiled and said, "That's their own fault. They didn't know what was good for them and came to provoke us." Li Hao shook his head. "That being said, this is equivalent to completely setting up a feud with the 3rd Army. But now that things have come to this, there is no need to dwell on it too much." "General, how should we deal with the pressure from the new emperor next?" asked a deputy general worriedly. Li Hao pondered for a moment. "Things have come to this. I am ready." Chapter 165 New Emperor Peace Talks. Just as Li Hao, Zhang Yu and others were discussing the future plans of Endless Sea, a communications officer came over and reported, "General, the commander of the 2nd Legion called." Li Hao's eyes narrowed. "Take it." Soon, the figure of the commander of the 2nd Legion appeared on the communication screen. He looked serious and said, "General Li Hao, I think we need to talk." Li Hao nodded slightly. "Please go ahead." The commander of the 2nd Legion said in a deep voice, "The situation is complicated now, and the new emperor is pressing you step by step. Although we, the 2nd Legion, do not want to get involved in this dispute, we cannot sit idly by." Li Hao's mind moved. "Oh, so what do you mean?" "We hope to drag it out in the Endless Sea for a while, but we don't want to suffer too much loss. We are all brothers who have fought together on the Zerg battlefield, and we are unwilling to participate in the civil war in the Empire," said the commander of the 2nd Legion. Li Hao pondered for a moment. I understand what you mean. I will get everyone to cooperate. The commander of the 2nd Legion nodded. Okay, then it's settled. After the communication ended, Li Hao's face became more solemn. He knew that it was not easy to delay time in the endless sea, and he also had to minimize the losses. Zhang Yu looked at Li Hao and said worriedly, General, although the 2nd Legion has temporarily reached a cooperation intention, it is not easy for us to operate like this. Li Hao nodded slightly. I know. We will continue to act with them. If it doesn't work, we can use some of the eliminated warships to help them achieve some results. Zhang Yu frowned. General, isn't this too risky? If they really raid us, the consequences could be disastrous. Li Hao waved his hand. This is the only way for now. We must delay the endless sea for a sufficient amount of time. As for the 2nd Legion, they will leave soon. In the days that followed, the 13th Army was ostensibly acting out on the battlefield with the 2nd Army, and the two sides often carried out some joint operations. In these operations, Li Hao put some obsolete warships into them according to the plan, making the 2nd Army think that it had achieved certain results. Commander, the 13th Corps is really rich. They have provided us with so many main battleships as evidence of our achievements. An officer reported to Wang Ming. The 13th Legion is in the endless sea. The resources here are much richer than what we have in the Zherd battlefield. Wang Ming said enviously. Wang Ming's eyes flashed with envy. This time Lord Li has given us such a great contribution. We must make good use of it. The officer nodded and said, The commander is right, but I don't know what their real purpose is. Wang Ming sneered. Who cares what their purpose is, as long as we can gain benefits? Let's report the battle situation here to the Imperial Capital first. Afterwards, Wang Ming drafted a battle report in which he exaggerated the number of warships deployed to the battlefield by the 13th Corps, and also boasted about the heroic performance of his own corps. This report was quickly sent to the Imperial Capital and presented to the new emperor. The new emperor looked at the report and frowned slightly. How much strength did the 13th Legion hide? They actually brought out so many main battleships. The new emperor's advisor said, Your Majesty, this is quite strange. The 13th Army deployed so many main battleships, but its combat power is not as good as the 2nd Army. There seems to be something wrong. The new emperor nodded and said, Pay close attention to their movements. If there is anything unusual, report it to me immediately. At the same time, Wang Ming in the Endless Sea had no idea that his report had aroused the suspicion of the new emperor. He was still immersed in the benefits brought by cooperation with the 13th Legion and continued to pretend to be friendly with the 13th Legion. On the 13th Legion side, Li Hao also learned about what Wang Ming reported to the Imperial Capital. General, it seems that our actions have attracted the attention of the new emperor. Zhang Yu said worriedly. Li Hao's face was solemn. This is also expected. We have directly destroyed the 3rd Legion's fleet, and now we are facing the 2nd Legion with insufficient combat power. It is hard not to make the new emperor suspicious. However, as long as we can delay enough time in the Endless Sea, we will have a chance to achieve our goal. Lin Xiao said, General, if this continues, the new emperor will soon replace the 2nd Legion with other legions. Li Hao frowned. Right now, the only legion he can command in the Empire is the Royal Legion. Other legions will not get involved in this matter. Lin Xiao said worriedly. Even so, the strength of the Royal Army should not be underestimated. If they really come regardless of everything, we will probably suffer great losses. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, It is impossible for him to devote all his military strength to us now. The last time he gathered 2 legions, it was already his limit. The new emperor was in the Star Palace in the Imperial Capital, where he constantly discussed with his ministers how to deal with the situation in the Endless Sea. I can't let the 13th Legion escape from my control, said the new emperor with a frown. A minister suggested, Your Majesty, we have already torn our relationship with the 13th Legion, and there is basically no chance of easing the situation. We must end the war in the Endless Sea as soon as possible and transfer the 2nd Legion back to the Zherd battlefield. Your Majesty, judging from the current war situation, the Endless Sea war cannot be ended in a short period of time. If there are changes on the Zherd battlefield, the 4th Legion will be unable to defend itself, said the Minister of the Military. The new emperor sat on the throne, frowned slightly, and his eyes revealed contemplation. I know the seriousness of this matter. His Majesty's voice was steady and powerful, but Li Hao of the 13th Legion has shown signs of rebellion. There was silence in the court. The ministers looked at each other, wondering what this meant. The new emperor took a deep breath and continued. I have received many secret reports that Li Hao has secretly expanded multiple fleets in his base. He deserves death. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers were in an uproar and began to whisper to each other. The old minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the special nature of the 13th Army has been recognized by all previous emperors. Now we should seek peace with Lord Li. The new emperor's eyes shone, and he said in a deep voice, "Peace talks? Li Hao has already had the heart to rebel. Wouldn't it be a sign of weakness to him to negotiate at this time, making him even more unscrupulous?" The old minister said quickly, "Your Majesty, that is not what I meant. The 13th Legion has suppressed the endless sea for many years and has made great contributions to the empire. Lord Li must not really want to rebel. If we can negotiate, persuade him with reason, appeal to his emotions, and promise him benefits, we may be able to make him change his mind and avoid a civil war that will cause great suffering to the people." The new emperor frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, "What you said is not without reason. However, if Li Hao really has second thoughts, the peace talks may not play a substantive role." Chapter 166, Aristocratic Family Alliance. At this time, another minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, you can first send an envoy to the 13th Army's headquarters to test Lord Li's attitude. If he is willing to negotiate, we can then discuss the specific matters." The new emperor nodded. "Well, then I'll do as you say and quickly send an envoy. But I have to say this. If Li Hao insists on doing what he wants, don't blame me for being ruthless." Therefore, the court selected an eloquent official as an envoy to go to the 13th Army with the new emperor's will and the conditions for peace talks. Along the way, the envoy was also uneasy, not knowing what kind of situation would be waiting for him this time. When the envoy arrived at the 13th Army's camp, Li Hao sat high in the tent, looking at the envoy with a gloomy face. The envoy stepped forward and conveyed the new emperor's will and the conditions for peace talks. After hearing this, Li Hao sneered, "Humph, Your Majesty has a good plan. Now that you think I am a threat, you want to stabilize me through peace talks." The messenger said quickly, "Your Majesty, I hope to properly resolve this matter with you for the sake of the stability of the empire and the well-being of the people." Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Let me think about it. You can go back and report first." The messenger dared not say much and had to leave in a hurry. Li Hao began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind, and he felt that this was a great opportunity. After the envoy returned to the capital, he reported Li Hao's attitude to the new emperor. The new emperor's face became even gloomier, and the ministers in the court once again fell into a heated discussion. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, Li Hao is stalling for time. He has no sincerity in peace talks at all," a young minister said indignantly. "Don't jump to conclusions." Another minister retorted, "Maybe Lord Li really needs time to think and weigh the pros and cons." The new emperor waved his hand to stop the ministers' debate. "No matter what Li Hao is thinking, we can't take it lightly." At the 13th Army Corps headquarters, Li Hao secretly summoned senior military officers, including Zhang Yu and Lin Xiao. "I suspect the peace talks in the capital are a delaying tactic," Li Hao said with a gloomy look. "He should know that the 2nd Legion is acting with us." At the same time, the atmosphere on the Imperial Capital was extremely tense, and outside the Imperial Capital there were fleets of warships everywhere. "I have decided to form a coalition of aristocratic family fleets this time, and all the territories captured in the Endless Sea will be directly granted to each family," the new emperor said firmly. As the new emperor finished speaking, there was an uproar in the court. Representatives from the major families looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. "Your Majesty, is this too risky? We have just sent envoys to negotiate peace with Li Hao. If we rashly send troops now, I am afraid it will provoke Li Hao to rebel," an old minister said worriedly. "Humph, hasn't he rebelled now? I have made up my mind, and it is settled," the new emperor said without any doubt. As a result, the major families began to prepare for the family fleet coalition. Warships were quickly mobilized. There were more and more fleet warships outside the Imperial Capital Star, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. In the Endless Sea, Li Hao also noticed the unusual movements of the Imperial Capital Star. "I said the new emperor would not give up so easily. On the one hand, he wants to negotiate, but on the other hand, he is forming a coalition." Li Hao frowned, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Imperial Capital Star in the distance. "General, how should we respond?" asked Wang Lei, who was standing beside him. "Humph, since he is so unkind, don't blame me for being unfair. This time, let these noble families taste the artillery fire of our 13th Legion and make sure they never return," Li Hao said decisively. After hearing what Li Hao said, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with determination. "Yes, General, I will convey the order right away and let the brothers get ready," Wang Lei said and turned to leave. In the fleet of the Imperial Capital Star, the aristocratic families were still immersed in the fantasy of seizing the territory of the Endless Sea and were completely unaware of the huge crisis they were about to face. This time our family has formed a family fleet, and we will definitely be able to destroy the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea. The resources of the Endless Sea will belong to our family. The head of the Zhang family said happily. As soon as the head of the Zhang family finished speaking, the leaders of other families also echoed him, and everyone's face was filled with greed and excitement. That's right. As long as we take over the Endless Sea, our family's power will surely reach a higher level. Patriarch Chui said. Haha, then we will be able to dominate this star field. Patriarch Wang laughed. However, their beautiful dreams were soon shattered by the artillery fire of the 13th Legion. The coalition fleet of the aristocratic families had just entered the Endless Sea and completed the exchange of guards with the 2nd Legion. Before they could recover, Li Hao issued a cold attack order. For a moment, the sky above the Endless Sea was filled with gunfire and bright lights. The aristocratic coalition fleet was caught off guard by this sudden and fierce attack and fell into complete chaos. What's going on? Li Hao actually dared to attack us. A general from a noble family roared angrily. But all they got in response was more intensive artillery fire. Li Hao looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly. He knew in his heart that these noble families were colluding with the Imperial Capital Star in an attempt to divide up the Endless Sea, and he must not show them the slightest mercy. The coalition fleet of the aristocratic families suffered heavy casualties under Li Hao's indiscriminate bombardment. One warship after another was destroyed and turned into burning wreckage that fell into the Endless Sea. First, concentrate the main battleships to drive them out of the Endless Sea Star region. As Li Hao's order was issued, the main warships of the 13th Legion launched a more violent attack on the fleet of the aristocratic coalition forces like a tiger out of a cage. The allied fleet of the aristocratic families was already at the end of its strength at this time, but they still tried to make a final struggle in the desperate situation. Hold on. We can't let them succeed, the commander of the coalition forces of the aristocratic families shouted at the top of his lungs. However, under the powerful offensive of the 13th Legion, the resistance of the aristocratic coalition army seemed so pale and powerless. One after another, the main battleships broke through the defense line of the aristocratic coalition army like a whirlwind, driving them back continuously. The sky above the Endless Sea was filled with smoke and flames. The warships of the allied family fleet exploded one after another in the artillery fire, and debris flew everywhere. Damn it, we can't stop them. A soldier from the coalition of aristocratic families shouted in despair. But they had no choice but to flee backwards desperately, trying to escape from this terrible battlefield. Li Hao stood on the command ship, watching all this with a grim look. He had no mercy in his heart. These aristocratic coalition forces were accomplices of the enemy, and they must pay the price for their actions. Under the continuous pursuit of the 13th Legion, the aristocratic coalition fleet was finally driven out of the Endless Sea Star region. They fled like a stray dog, leaving behind a messy battlefield. General, they have been driven out, Wang Lei said excitedly. Li Hao nodded slightly, but he knew that this was just the beginning. The Imperial Capital Star would never give up and would definitely come back again. Clean up the battlefield and strengthen vigilance, Li Hao said calmly. The 13th Army began to clean up the battlefield and repair the damaged warships, while Li Hao fell into deep thought, thinking about how to deal with the attack from the Imperial Capital Star next. At the same time, on the Imperial Capital Star, the new emperor's face became terribly gloomy when he learned that the aristocratic coalition fleet had been driven out of the Endless Sea Star region. Chapter 167 The World Assembles Again. How is this possible? The coalition fleet was pushed back just as it passed by. Damn Li Hao, I will make sure you pay, the new emperor said, gritting his teeth. The new emperor urgently summoned his trusted ministers to secretly discuss the next plan in the palace. We must send out more powerful forces this time, and we must take down the Endless Sea in one fell swoop, the new emperor said viciously. Your Majesty, this time the coalition of aristocratic families was not well prepared, allowing the 13th Legion to take advantage of the opportunity. We can let the aristocratic families mobilize their elite fleets to form a stronger legion, a minister suggested. Well, this is a good idea. In addition, let them send out more warships this time, and tell them that they must take over the Endless Sea this time, the new emperor said insidiously. The ministers nodded and began to arrange various matters. On the other hand, on the Endless Sea side, Li Hao knew very well that the Imperial Capital Star would not give up. On the one hand, he strengthened the defensive fortifications, and on the other hand, he was actively looking for countermeasures. General, we can't always be in a passive defensive state. We have to find a way to take the initiative, Wang Lei said. I understand, but we don't know the situation on the Imperial Capital Star clearly enough right now. Any rash action may put us in danger. Li Hao said with a frown. At this time, information came that the Imperial Capital family was once again forming a fleet and was preparing to sail to the endless sea. Aristocratic families are really rich. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. General, the current noble families are all inferior. The century-old noble families all have their own legions. They will not participate in this civil war. Wang Lei said. Li Hao nodded slightly, but in his heart he was thinking about the movements of these century-old families. Although they are not involved now, we cannot take it lightly. These century-old families have deep roots. Once they make a move, they will surely cause even bigger waves. Li Hao said in a deep voice. The general is right. We must always remain vigilant, Wang Lei agreed. At this time, in a corner of the Imperial Capital Star, in a mysterious mansion, representatives from several century-old families were sitting together, discussing the current situation. It seems that the new emperor is interested in cultivating these small families and is letting them take the stage so soon. An old man said slowly. This time he is facing Li Hao from the 13th Legion. He is still far inferior to the late emperor, said another family head. Humph, no matter whether it is the previous emperor or the new emperor, they are only pursuing their own power. Another head of a noble family said disdainfully. Then how should we respond? We can't just sit back and do nothing. Someone raised the question. Let's wait and see. These small families are just pawns of the new emperor and may not be able to cause any big waves. The old man said calmly. But if Li Hao is really held back by these small families, it may not be a good thing for us. Indeed, the strength of Li Hao's 13th Legion should not be underestimated. Once he is pinned down, the situation in the empire will become even more chaotic. Then should we take action at the right time and reap the benefits? Don't be in a hurry. It's not the right time yet. Let's wait until the situation becomes clearer. The old man waved his hand. Everyone nodded and continued to discuss other things. At the temporary command post of the coalition forces of the Border Star families, several family heads, mainly the Zhang family, the Cui family, and the Wang family, sat together after escaping from the boundless sea. This is what the new emperor meant by low combat effectiveness. I said the new emperor would not be so kind. The head of the Zhang family said depressedly. Yes, we have been fooled this time. Li Hao and his 13th Legion are simply devils, said the head of the Cui family in annoyance. Humph, the new emperor is using us as a gun and sending us to our deaths. The head of the Wang family slammed the table angrily. It's no use saying this now. We have to quickly find a way to deal with the next situation. The head of the Zhang family said with a frown. What else can we do? Our coalition forces have suffered heavy losses and no longer have the strength to fight against the 13th Legion. The head of the Cui family shook his head helplessly. Since the empire has given us a chance this time, we must use all our family assets to fight for a fiefdom. The head of the Wang family said unwillingly. That's right, Brother Wang is right. We can't miss this opportunity. The head of the Zhang family echoed. But, can we really do it with our current strength? The head of the Cui family was still a little worried. Humph, how do you know if you don't try? We have the support of other families, so we may succeed. The head of the Wang family had a firm look in his eyes. Okay, let's go for it. We'll start preparing right away. The head of the Zhang family said, gritting his teeth. As a result, each family began to take action, mobilizing all available resources, recruiting soldiers, and preparing food and weapons. While they were actively preparing, the new emperor and ministers were discussing in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, it seems that this time you have let out all your anger. Haha. Yes, these aristocratic families deserve to be punished. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think I am easy to bully. When I ask them to work hard, they all pretend to be poor. The new emperor laughed proudly. But Your Majesty, the noble families are so actively preparing this time that they should not be underestimated, the minister said worriedly. Humph, no matter how well prepared they are just a group of rabble. Let them consume the 13th Legion, and someone will come out to clean up the mess. The new emperor said confidently. Your Majesty is wise, but we still cannot be careless and need to be fully prepared, the minister reminded cautiously. I know what's going on, don't worry. By the way, keep a close eye on the movements of the century-old families, and report any disturbances to me immediately. The new emperor ordered. As you wish, Your Majesty, the minister replied with a bow. At the same time, in the aristocratic coalition camp on the Border Star, the atmosphere was tense and busy. When will the fleet assembled in the Imperial capital arrive? The head of the Zhang family ordered loudly. Reporting to the master, the fleet from the Imperial capital is expected to arrive in 3 days. A subordinate replied hurriedly. 3 days? Time is running out. We must speed up the preparations. The head of the Zhang family said with a frown. Brother Wang, How are your preparations for food and weapons going? The head of the Zhang family turned to look at the head of the Wang family. Don't worry, the food and fodder have been almost collected, and the weapons are being delivered as soon as possible. The head of the Wang family replied. Brother Cui, how is the training of the soldiers going? The head of the Zhang family asked the head of the Cui family. The soldiers have worked very hard, and their combat effectiveness has been significantly improved, but compared with the regular army of the empire, there is probably still some gap. The head of the Cui family said worriedly. No matter what, we have no way out. We can only go all out. The head of the Zhang family said, gritting his teeth. In the next 3 days, everyone in the aristocratic coalition camp was extremely busy. The soldiers stepped up their training, and various supplies were continuously replenished. Finally, the fleet assembled in the Imperial capital arrived at the border star. Chapter 168. Another battle against the aristocratic family alliance. Part 1. Haha, with the addition of this fleet, our strength has greatly increased. The head of the Zhang family said excitedly. Yes, now our fleet has the capital to compete with the Imperial Legion. The head of the Wang family also looked happy. In the Imperial Palace, the new emperor was discussing countermeasures with his ministers. Your Majesty, the fleet of the coalition of aristocratic families has arrived at the border star. Should we start taking action? Said a minister. Let them fight with Li Hao first. The new emperor said disdainfully. Your Majesty is wise. Li Hao's 13th Legion is very powerful. Let them fight with the coalition forces of the aristocratic families first. We can just sit back and watch the fight. Another minister echoed. This time I will let Li Hao know the price of not submitting to me. The new emperor's eyes were full of contempt. In the palace's meeting hall, all the ministers were silent, and the new emperor's words enveloped everyone like frost. Your Majesty, the 13th Legion is also the fighting force of the empire. If it suffers heavy losses this time, it will probably have an impact on the empire's military strength. An old minister said cautiously. I just want him to understand who is the real ruler in this world. If he surrenders obediently, everything will be easy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The new emperor said coldly. At this time, the border planet was in the midst of war. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the 13th Legion's flagship, looking solemnly at the aristocratic coalition forces in front of him. General, the family's fleet is quite powerful this time, and there are quite a few main battleships. Zhang Yu said. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, these were originally the fighting power of the empire. Now they are being consumed in the civil war. What a pity. Zhang Yu frowned and continued. General, they seem to be well prepared this time. Li Hao looked at the aristocratic family fleet with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, first, arrange 2 fleets to confront them. We should not launch an attack lightly to avoid causing unnecessary losses. On the side of the aristocratic family fleet, several family heads were also discussing countermeasures. The other party seems very cautious. We have to be careful, said the Zhang family general. Why don't we send out a few warships to launch a tentative attack and see how they react? The Cui family general suggested. The Zhang family patriarch nodded and said, okay, let's do as you say. Soon, several warships of aristocratic families broke away from the fleet and slowly sailed towards Li Hao's fleet. Li Hao immediately noticed the actions of the aristocratic family fleet. General, they have several warships coming. Zhang Yu said nervously. Li Hao said calmly, this is a test. Order all ships to prepare for defense. When the family warship approached, Li Hao ordered the dreadnought. Charge the Star Destroyer main gun. After hearing the order, Zhang Yu said in surprise, General, it is not necessary for several warships to use the main guns of Star Destroyers. Li Hao's face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, this is to let them feel the firepower of our 13th Army. We must use our absolute advantage to let them know that we are inviolable. Although Zhang Yu still had doubts in his heart, he still carried out the order firmly. As the energy of the Star Destroyer's main gun continued to accumulate, the entire dreadnought seemed to be shrouded in a powerful aura. The aristocratic fleet seemed to have sensed the danger as well. Their warships began to slow down, as if they were hesitating whether to continue approaching. The commanders on the aristocratic warships also sensed this terrifying aura and began to panic. Quick, retreat immediately. This Li Hao is crazy. The commander of the aristocratic family shouted frantically in the communication. But it was too late. The light from the Star Destroyer's main gun instantly illuminated the star field, and an extremely powerful energy beam rushed straight towards the family warship. The aristocratic warships had no power to resist this destructive force and were instantly torn into pieces, turning into countless shining debris floating in the universe. Li Hao, who witnessed all this, had no emotion in his eyes. Several family heads on the flagship of the aristocratic family fleet saw that the warships they sent out had become space garbage in an instant. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. How is this possible? That's the warship we carefully built, a family head roared angrily. Li Hao, this bastard, how dare he be so cruel? Another family head cursed with gritted teeth. At this time, an atmosphere of despair permeated the flagship command room. What should we do? Are we just going to sit there and wait to die? Asked the head of the Chui family in a trembling voice. No, his battleship is only that one. We just need to concentrate our firepower on Li Hao's flagship, said the head of the Zhang family. They urgently discussed countermeasures and decided to concentrate all main gun fire on Li Hao's dreadnought. As orders were issued one after another, the flagship began to carry out a series of complex operations. On the 13th Legion's side, Li Hao looked at the aristocratic warships that had turned into wreckage in the distance, without the slightest hint of pride on his face. General, there seems to be some movement from the aristocratic family fleet, Zhang Yu reminded. Li Hao stared at the direction of the family's flagship and said in a cold voice, all the main battleships are deployed in front. It seems that they want to focus their fire on us. As expected, a powerful energy wave erupted from the aristocratic family fleet, and beams of main gun light shot directly towards the 13th Legion. Oh no, they're going to focus their fire on the dreadnought, Zhang Yu exclaimed. Li Hao's eyes flashed, and he quickly commanded the fleet to defend. The warships of the dreadnought fleet activated star shields and energy shields to block the dreadnought flagship, trying their best to resist this sudden attack. For a moment, countless energy beams rained down on the dreadnought fleet's defense line. Ripples appeared on the shield, the light flickered, and it was under tremendous pressure. Li Hao stared closely at the battle situation in front of him, thinking quickly about how to deal with it. Zhang Yu, order all ships to adjust their angles and enhance shield energy output. Li Hao shouted loudly. Zhang Yu immediately conveyed the order, and the warships of the dreadnought fleet worked closely together and tried to maintain the stability of the defense line. However, the attacks of the aristocratic fleet became more and more fierce, and cracks began to appear on the shields of some warships of the dreadnought fleet, and the situation became critical. General, this is not a solution. Our shield can't last long, Zhang Yu said anxiously. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, activate the emergency plan. The Dawn fleet will move forward from the side to disrupt their attack rhythm. The order was quickly passed down, and the Dawn fleet rushed out from the side like a sharp sword. Their appearance caught the aristocratic fleet off guard, and the rhythm of the attack was instantly disrupted. The aristocratic fleet had to allocate part of its firepower to deal with the suddenly appearing Dawn fleet, which relieved a lot of pressure on the dreadnought. The battleship's main gun locks onto the opposing main battleship. Li Hao shouted loudly. The operators on the dreadnought immediately took action, quickly adjusting the angle of the main gun and aiming at the main battleship of the aristocratic fleet. The aristocratic fleet also sensed the danger. They tried to evade it, but due to the entanglement of the Dawn fleet, their movements seemed a little slow. Chapter 169, Another Battle with the Aristocratic Family Alliance, Part 2. Lock completed, ready to fire at any time, the operator reported to Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes revealed decisiveness. Fire. A thick and dazzling beam of energy shot out from the main gun of the dreadnought, instantly crossing the space and heading straight towards the main battleship of the aristocratic fleet. The main battleships of the aristocratic fleet tried their best to activate their shields to resist, but under this powerful attack, cracks appeared in the shields and expanded rapidly. Oh no, the shield can't hold up, the commander on the main battleship of the aristocratic fleet shouted in horror. However, it was too late. With a loud bang, the main battleship of the family fleet exploded violently under the impact of the energy beam and turned into a huge fireball. Seeing this, the morale of the other warships in the aristocratic fleet plummeted and their attacks became more panicked. Pursue the victory and don't give them a chance to breathe, Li Hao ordered. The dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet worked closely together and pounced on the aristocratic fleet like a tiger descending from a mountain. In the flagship of the noble family, several family heads were watching the battle situation on the battlefield. Li Hao should have mobilized all his main forces this time, said the head of the Chui family. Even if he sends out all his main forces, our aristocratic family is not someone you can easily mess with. The head of the Wang family said with disdain. But we must not take it lightly. Li Hao is a cunning man, so we still have to be careful when dealing with him. The head of the Zhao family said cautiously. Don't worry, we have made sufficient preparations this time. Li Hao will not be able to escape even if he has wings. The head of the Sun family said confidently. At this time on the battlefield, The dreadnought and the Dawn fleet continued to pursue the remaining fleet of the aristocratic family. The aristocratic family fleet fought and retreated, gradually approaching the trap area they had set. Li Hao was in the command cabin and keenly sensed something strange. Something's wrong. The defeat of the aristocratic family fleet seems a little too deliberate. Li Hao thought to himself. Zhang Yu, tell all ships to be on high alert and be careful of any traps. Li Hao ordered. However, before they could react further, the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet had already stepped into the trap carefully set by the aristocratic families. Suddenly, the space around them twisted, and countless powerful energy beams shot towards them from all directions. On the family flagship, several family heads laughed triumphantly. Haha, Li Hao, you finally fell into our trap. The head of the Chui family laughed wildly. Let them taste our power. The head of the Wang family ordered to intensify the attack. Although under the fierce attack of the aristocratic fleet, the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet immediately formed a defensive formation and quickly opened the star shield and energy shield. Countless energy beams poured down onto the shield like raindrops, causing ripples. The officers and soldiers of the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet were concentrating on operating the warships, trying to maintain the stability of the defense. General, the shield energy is decreasing rapidly, an officer reported anxiously. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet's defense system was struggling to hold on. But the attacks of the aristocratic fleet became more and more fierce, as if they wanted to crush them completely. Li Hao's face was solemn. Activate the super energy block to increase the shield output. With the activation of the super energy block, the strength of the shield instantly increased to a higher level, temporarily resisting the violent attack of the aristocratic fleet. However, the aristocratic fleet showed no intention of stopping, and they continued to pour firepower madly. At this time, several family heads on the family flagship also noticed the change in the situation. I've always heard from others that Li Hao has a super energy stone, and this time he finally forced it out, said the head of the Zhang family with a smile. Humph, does Li Hao think that he can stop us by activating the super energy block? Too naive. The head of the Chui family sneered. Keep increasing the intensity of your attacks. I want to see how long they can hold out. The head of the Wang family said viciously. The situation on the battlefield became increasingly tense and critical. The soldiers of the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet felt tremendous pressure, but they still stood firm at their posts and did not retreat. Li Hao stared at the tactical display screen, his brain working rapidly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Zhang Yu, let the fleet change its formation and we will charge out from the front. Li Hao gave the order decisively. Zhang Yu immediately conveyed the order, and the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet quickly took action and began to change their formations. The soldiers on the battleships performed their duties and cooperated closely. With a roar of machinery, the fleet's formation changed. The commanders of the aristocratic family fleet noticed the actions of Li Hao and his men and couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Humph, you want to rush out from the front? That's just a pipe dream. The head of the Chui family said contemptuously. However, Li Hao's plan was not as simple as it seemed. After the fleet formation was changed, Li Hao issued a series of complex instructions. Charge all the main guns of the dreadnought fleet and enable the engines to output at maximum power. Li Hao gave the order. Dawn fleet, use all weapons to counterattack and disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. In an instant, the attack of the aristocratic family fleet was greatly disrupted, and the accuracy and power of the attack were greatly reduced. Li Hao seized this opportunity, and the dreadnought fleet rushed forward like an arrow. The aristocratic family fleet hastily adjusted its tactics, but it was too late. The dreadnought fleet led by Li Hao was like a sharp knife, fiercely piercing the aristocratic family fleet's defense line. Damn it, stop them, the head of the Wang family roared angrily. But the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet were in high spirits and made unstoppable progress, tearing a hole in the aristocratic fleet. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, his expression grim and determined. Lock the main gun on the enemy warship, fire at full force. As his orders were given, the fleet's main guns flashed brightly, and powerful energy beams shot towards the family fleet like meteors. The warships of the aristocratic fleet were damaged one after another under this fierce attack, and flames of explosions rose and fell in the universe. The commanders of the aristocratic fleet watched all this in horror. They did not expect that Li Hao's dreadnought fleet would be so fast and break through their defenses in an instant. Quick, organize a counterattack, a commander from a noble family shouted hoarsely. However, at this time, the dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet had completely gained the upper hand. They cooperated closely and continuously dealt heavy blows to the main battleships of the aristocratic fleet. In the fierce exchange of fire, The family fleet gradually fell into chaos, and some warships began to try to flee the battlefield. Don't let their main battleships escape. Hold them tight, Li Hao shouted loudly. The Dreadnought fleet and the Dawn fleet chased the aristocratic warships that tried to escape like hungry wolves, destroying them one by one. The battlefield was filled with smoke and debris. Li Hao looked at the gradually annihilated aristocratic family fleet and asked, "Have you found their flagship?" Chapter 170. Another battle with the aristocratic family alliance. Part 3. General, we failed to intercept their flagship, Zhang Qiang reported. Li Hao frowned. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Research the surrounding area immediately. They won't be able to gather troops in a short time. Li Hao gave the order decisively. Zhang Qiang took the order and left, and the fleet began an intense search operation. Li Hao paced back and forth in the command cabin, his brain working rapidly to think of countermeasures. The flagship of the aristocratic fleet had already left the battlefield when it saw Li Hao break through the defense line. In the command room of the flagship, the commanders of the aristocratic families had gloomy expressions. Damn it, Li Hao hasn't been eliminated even after this. The head of the Zhang family slammed the table angrily. The combat effectiveness of his fleet exceeded our expectations. Patriarch Cui said solemnly. It is impossible to destroy him with warships. We must find a way to encircle and suppress him again. The head of the Wang family revealed fierceness in his eyes. Several other family heads nodded in agreement. Then where should we start? Asked the head of the Cui family with a frown. Patriarch Wang pondered for a moment and said, we can't confront him on the Star Warship anymore. We can't destroy him this way. We have to find a chance to lure him to a place where we can set up a Star Destroyer. Patriarch Cui shook his head. That's unrealistic. Who would drive a battleship to a place with a Star Destroyer? Patriarch Wang frowned. So what do you think we should do? We can't just keep on being in a stalemate with him. Patriarch Cui thought for a moment and said, we have deployed Star Destroyers on the border star. It shouldn't be difficult to find a way to lure him here. Patriarch Wang nodded slightly. This is indeed a solution, but how do we lure him over here? Patriarch Cui's eyes flashed with cunning. Next time we confront him, we will deliberately expose our flagship. He will definitely chase after it, and then we will retreat to the border planet. Well, this might arouse his interest. A family head agreed. Then we have to arrange it as soon as possible and not let him notice anything unusual, said another family head. Therefore, the noble families began to make intensive preparations. While secretly deploying Star Destroyer cannons on the border star, they once again assembled their fleets and occasionally provoked the defenders of the 13th Legion's defense line. Li Hao soon received news about the training of the aristocratic fleet on the border star. General, the family's fleet is provoking our defenders on the border star again, Zhang Qiang said solemnly. Li Hao frowned. What on earth do they want to do? Is it just a simple provocation? There must be a conspiracy here. They have just been beaten back, and now they start to provoke us again. Aren't they afraid that we will attack them directly? Wang Lei said. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Looking at their actions, they just want us to rush over. Otherwise, they wouldn't provoke us like this. Then, General, what should we do now? We can't keep being harassed by them like this. Li Hao's eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about a countermeasure. Don't act rashly. The more they want us to chase them, the more we should stay put and see what they can do. As the days passed, the provocations from the aristocratic fleets continued, which made the soldiers of the 13th Legion hold their breath, wishing they could rush over immediately and teach them a severe lesson. During this period, Li Hao continued to analyze various intelligence and clues, trying to find out the conspiracy behind the family. At this time, everyone within the aristocratic family was discussing the next course of action. That guy Li Hao is really patient. He never attacks, Patriarch Cui said with some annoyance. If he doesn't attack, we will intensify our provocation. I don't believe he can endure it forever. A hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the head of the Wang family. As a result, the provocations of the aristocratic fleet became more unscrupulous, and they even began to launch some small-scale attacks on the defense lines of the 13th Legion. This made the soldiers of the 13th Legion even more angry, and they all asked to fight. General, we can't tolerate this any longer. Let's attack, the soldiers shouted. Li Hao was also very conflicted. He knew that he could not allow the noble families to continue to provoke him like this, but he was also worried about falling into the other party's trap. Just when Li Hao was hesitating, he suddenly received a crucial piece of information. General, our intelligence personnel within the Empire have sent us information that the Imperial military has recently transferred 4 Star Destroyer cannons to the border, the intelligence officer said excitedly. Li Hao's face suddenly changed when he heard this. 4 Star Destroyer cannons? What is the new emperor going to do? Wang Lei frowned. Could it be related to the family's recent actions? Li Hao pondered for a moment. It is very likely that they have been trying to lure us over there, and they must have set up these 4-star destroyer cannons on the border star. If this is true, then we are in danger, Zhang Qiang said worriedly. If we determine the location of the star destroyer cannon, we can find a way to destroy it, Wang Lei suggested. But this is easier said than done. The aristocratic families will definitely put up heavy defenses. Someone questioned. We have lived on the border star for more than 10 years. We can find a way to sneak in, Zhang Qiang said. Li Hao nodded slightly. This is indeed a solution, but we can't take it lightly. After all, the defensive strength of the family should not be underestimated. So what should we do specifically? Wang Lei asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, we can use some of our past connections and channels on the border planet and try to disguise ourselves as ordinary residents or vendors to blend in. Well, this is a good idea, but we must ensure the secrecy of the operation, Li Hao reminded. Afterwards, they began to prepare for the lurking plan. Zhang Yu relied on his memory to contact some reliable people he had met on the border star, and through them, he collected detailed intelligence about the border star. After a period of intelligence gathering, Li Hao finally determined the location of the 4-star destroyer cannons on the border star. Now we know the specific location of the star destroyer cannon, but after thinking about it, I realized that there is no need for us to destroy it, Li Hao said with a firm look. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Wang Lei was the first to speak up. Don't destroy it? Then how should we deal with it? Keeping it will always be a huge threat. Li Hao waved his hand and said, listen to me. We have to find a way to seize these 4-star destroyers. Seize? That's too difficult. Someone couldn't help but mutter. Li Hao's eyes were firm. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. The family's fleet is no match for us, so they came up with the idea of using star destroyers to deal with us. Now that we know their conspiracy, this method is not effective, but we can find the right opportunity to get these 4-star destroyers. Everyone fell into deep thought. Wang Lei frowned and said, even if the family's fleet is no match for us, it will not be easy to capture the star destroyer. They will definitely fight to the death to protect it. Li Hao nodded. That's right, but we can take advantage of their weaknesses. The aristocratic families are not united. We can sow discord and create chaos, and then take advantage of the situation. Chapter 171. Another battle with the aristocratic family alliance, Part 4. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. That's a solution, but how do we do it specifically? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, let's first analyze which families the remaining fleets of the coalition belong to. If we only attack the warships of 1 or 2 families, do you think they will have any ideas? If we specifically target 1 or 2 families, they may feel that the other families do not give them their full support, and thus develop resentment, Zhang Yu responded. Li Hao nodded. That's right, this is exactly what we want. Wang Lei, collect intelligence immediately and determine the situation of the family to which the fleet belongs. Wang Lei took the order and soon brought back detailed intelligence. General, the remaining fleets currently mainly belong to the Cui family, the Wang family, and the Zhang family. Among them, the number of warships of the Cui family and the Zhang family is relatively small, Wang Lei said. Li Hao's eyes flashed. Then let's concentrate our forces to attack the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families first. After Li Hao issued the battle plan, every time the 13th Legion encountered the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families, they would kill them, but every time they encountered the Wang family, they would not fight or would just show their respect for them. This strange situation plunged the Cui and Zhang family fleets into deep anger and despair. Is the Wang family colluding with Li Hao? Why are they always safe and sound? The commander of the Cui family was roaring at the top of his lungs in the communication channel, his voice trembling with anger, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly safe figure of the Wang family fleet on the screen. The general of the Zhang family was also filled with grief and indignation. He clenched his fists so tightly that his joints turned white from the force. We were treated as victims by the Wang family's traitors. They must have reached some secret agreement with Li Hao to push us into the fire pit. His words were full of resentment and unwillingness, and the soldiers under his command were filled with indignation and their morale was low. The royal fleet remained silent in the face of such accusations, and their hearts were also filled with doubts and uneasiness. The commander of the Wang family frowned and paced back and forth. What is going on? Why does Li Hao's army treat us differently? The deputy general beside him also had a worried look on his face. We really have never colluded with Li Hao, but in this situation, we really can't defend ourselves. Under the fierce attack of the 13th Army, the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families suffered heavy losses and their strength was rapidly weakened. One warship after another was reduced to wreckage in the artillery fire, and the screams of the soldiers were endless. The defensive lines of the Cui and Zhang families were constantly broken through, and their resistance became increasingly weak. This special situation also caused serious divisions within the Wang family. We can't continue to be misunderstood like this. We must explain everything clearly to the other two families. A general of the Wang family said anxiously, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He knew very well that if the misunderstanding was not cleared up, the Wang family would be isolated and helpless. But how do we explain it? In this situation, no matter what you say, it's hard for people to believe it. Another general sighed worriedly, his hands hanging down helplessly. Every explanation we give may seem like a sophistry to them, which will only intensify the conflict. At the same time, Li Hao's 13th Legion continued to implement their strategy in an orderly manner. On the vast cosmic battlefield, the warships of the 13th Legion are arranged neatly and move in an orderly manner. Every attack is precise and deadly. General, if this continues, the Wang family may be forced to unite with the other two families to fight against us. There was a hint of worry in Zhang Yu's eyes. He stared at the situation on the battlefield and reminded solemnly. Li Hao folded his hands in front of his chest, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. The rift between them has already occurred, and the Wang family is now in a difficult situation. You see, although the Wang family is dissatisfied with our actions, they also know that once they unite with the Cui family and the Zhang family, the previous misunderstanding will turn into a confirmed charge of betrayal. Moreover, the Wang family is also weighing the chances of winning against us. Zhang Yu nodded slightly and said in a half-understanding tone, "But General, if the Wang family makes a desperate bet." Li Hao interrupted him and said with a firm look, "Don't worry, the Wang family doesn't have the courage. They are now in a dilemma. On the one hand, they have to deal with the pressure brought to them by our strategy, and on the other hand, they have to bear the accusations and suspicions of the Cui family and the Zhang family. Continue to maintain a high-pressure situation against the Cui family and the Zhang family, so that the Wang family can see more clearly the consequences of confronting us." On the battlefield, the sky was filled with gunfire and the light was shining. The warships of the 13th Legion continued to launch fierce attacks on the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families. The powerful firepower caused the fleets of the Cui and Zhang families to retreat step by step. The wreckage of the warships floated in the universe like a doomsday scene. Zhang Yu looked at the scene in front of him, and his worries were slightly relieved. "General, it seems that we will be able to go to the border planet soon to confiscate the 4-star destroyer cannons." Li Hao patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, "Which 4-star destroyers do you want? You'll have to take action." Zhang Yu's expression straightened up. "General, rest assured, I will not fail in my mission. But I'm afraid the journey will not be peaceful. The remaining forces of the family may try their best to stop us." Li Hao looked into the distance with deep eyes. "I will assign you the most elite troops to ensure the success of the mission. But you must also be careful. The Star Destroyer cannon is of vital importance and cannot be lost." Zhang Yu nodded heavily. "Understood, General. I will definitely bring the Star Destroyer back safely." At this time, several heads of aristocratic families gathered together to discuss countermeasures. "Fellow family heads, please be honest and tell us what is going on in this situation." The head of the Zhao family was the first to break the silence, his face full of anxiety and anger. "What else can go on? Li Hao is trying to push us into a desperate situation." The head of the Cui family slammed the table hard, his eyes almost spitting fire. The head of the Wang family frowned, sighed and said, "It's all because of our lack of unity that Li Hao took advantage of the situation." The Zhang family head had a gloomy face. "What's the point of saying this now? The most urgent thing is to think about how to deal with the current situation. Even if the remaining forces of our families are added together, it would be difficult to confront Li Hao head-on. Are we really going to just sit there and wait for death?" said the head of the Zhao family worriedly. The Cui family's patriarch gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't we ask the new emperor for help?" The head of the Wang family snorted coldly. "New emperor? He would like our family to decline. How could he really help us?" The head of the Zhang family also echoed, "That's right. Asking the new emperor for help is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. It may even put us in an even more dangerous situation." The Zhao family's patriarch frowned and said, "What should we do? We can't just watch our family fall to pieces." The head of the Cui family's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "How about we take out the treasures that our family has accumulated over the years? Maybe we can impress the new emperor." Chapter 172, Family Compromise. "You are crazy. That is the foundation of our family. Even if we can get temporary help, what about in the future? We will lose our foothold." The head of the Wang family retorted loudly. At this time, the room fell into silence again, and several family heads were in deep entanglement and despair. They knew that every decision at this moment was related to the survival of the family. After a long time, the Zhao family's patriarch broke the silence. Everyone, we came to the endless sea for greater development. If this continues, our family will be destroyed soon. The head of the Chui family clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "But in this situation, what can we do? Li Hao is pressing us step by step, and we are restricted everywhere." The head of the Wang family sighed, looking tired. "Yes, we were full of ambition at the beginning. Who could have thought that we would end up like this?" The head of the Zhang family raised his head. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "Why don't we concentrate all our strength and fight Li Hao to the death? Even if we die, we must make him pay a heavy price." The Zhao family head shook his head. "It is too risky to do this, and the hope of success is extremely slim. It will only sacrifice the lives of our clansmen in vain. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death?" The head of the Zhang family became emotional. At this time, the head of the Sun family, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. "Perhaps we can send someone to negotiate with Li Hao to see if we can get some more favorable conditions." "Negotiation? Will Li Hao agree? He has the upper hand now, and I'm afraid he won't let us go easily." The head of the Chui family was not optimistic about this. The Zhao family patriarch pondered for a moment and said, "Anyway, this is a solution. It's better than just waiting to die." Everyone was silent for a moment, and finally decided to try to negotiate with Li Hao first. However, they all knew that this negotiation would be extremely difficult, and the outcome was unpredictable. Several family heads decided to send Lu Mao, an eloquent retainer of the Wang family, to negotiate with Li Hao. Lu Mao came to Li Hao's tent with a nervous mood and asked for a meeting. Li Hao heard that the noble family had sent someone to negotiate, and he had some ideas in mind and decided to meet the person. When Lu Mao saw Li Hao, he bowed and said, "General Li, we came here this time hoping to make peace with you." Li Hao sneered. "Now that you are at a disadvantage, you are just thinking of asking for peace. Don't you think it's too late?" Lu Mao's forehead was sweating, and he hurriedly said, "General Li, the family has offended many people before, but it was also forced by the situation. Now I am willing to make concessions to you, just to preserve the foundation of the family." Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Concession? Tell me about it." Lu Mao swallowed and said, "We are willing to offer part of our property, and we only ask General Li to show mercy." Li Hao was silent for a moment, then said, "This alone is not enough. The losses caused by your family in this war cannot be compensated by this little bit of stuff." Lu Mao's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Then General Li, please tell me directly, what exactly do you want us to be let go?" Li Hao stood up and walked in front of Lu Mao, his eyes sharp. "I heard that you have equipped 4-star destroyers on the border star to deal with me." Lu Mao shuddered and said quickly, "General Li, this is also a helpless move." Li Hao snorted coldly. "A helpless move? Now I want this star destroyer cannon, and the technicians who operate it will all belong to me." Lu Mao looked embarrassed. "General Li, this may be difficult to handle." Li Hao stared at Lu Mao with a sharp gaze. "Difficult? Then your family will be destroyed. I will give you 1 day to consider it. If you don't agree, I will go and get it myself." Lu Mao hurriedly took his leave and returned to the aristocratic family camp. When the heads of several families heard the conditions that Lu Mao brought back, they were all shocked and angry. "Li Hao is trying to push us into a desperate situation." The head of the Chui family stomped his feet in anger. The head of the Wang family had a gloomy expression on his face. "But if we don't agree, with our current strength, we won't be able to resist his attack at all." The Zhao family patriarch pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps we can pretend to agree first, delay time, and then think of other ways." The Zhang family head shook his head. "Li Hao is not so easy to fool. If he finds out that we are cheating, the consequences will be disastrous." The family debated endlessly and could not make up their minds. As time passed and the deadline given by Li Hao drew closer, the family was faced with a difficult decision. While the aristocratic families were still struggling with Li Hao's conditions, Li Hao had already begun the final preparations. "General, if the aristocratic families don't agree, do we really have to attack by force?" Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao's eyes were firm. "They have no other choice. If they refuse, then this battle is inevitable." At this time, the aristocratic families were still arguing and no unified conclusion was reached. A day passed quickly, and Lu Mao gritted his teeth and went to Li Hao's tent again. "General Li, our master still needs some time to consider." Lu Mao said cautiously. Li Hao's face darkened. "I have given you enough time. If that's the case, Don't blame me for being rude. Li Hao waved his hand and ordered the army to march to the border star. The family's defense line instantly felt tremendous pressure. Hold on. You must hold on, the commanders of the aristocratic families shouted at the top of their lungs. However, Li Hao's army was in high spirits and launched an offensive like a tide, and the family's defense line gradually collapsed. It's over, everything is over. Some members of the aristocratic families have begun to despair. At this critical moment, the head of the Zhao family stood up and said, "We can't just give up like this. Hand over the Star Destroyer cannon. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope." The other family heads had no choice but to agree. "Generally, we agree to your conditions." The head of the Zhao family sent someone to convey this to Li Hao. Hearing this, Li Hao sneered. "Are you scared now? It's too late. But if you hand over the Star Destroyer, I can consider leaving your family a chance to survive." In the end, the family had no choice but to hand over the Star Destroyer and technicians. "Although you have made a big mistake this time, as long as you behave yourself in the future and contribute to the peace and development of the border star, I will not pursue the past," Li Hao said to the people from the aristocratic families. The people from the noble families looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they could only bow their heads and agree. However, the new emperor and the imperial high-ranking officials were furious when they heard that Li Hao had obtained the 4 star-destroying cannons from their supporting family. This Li Hao actually managed to seize the Star Destroyer cannon from the hands of the aristocratic families. This is simply a provocation to the authority of the empire. The new emperor angrily slammed the dragon throne in the court. A minister hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, calm down. The most urgent task is to find a way to deal with Li Hao's 13th army." The new emperor's eyes were gloomy. "Pass on my order. Mobilize the elite corps of the empire and prepare for a full-scale war against the 13th Corps. We must destroy the 13th Corps." Chapter 173 Pirate Alliance Smuggling Map. The news soon reached the 13th Legion, and Li Hao learned that the new emperor was going to start a war ahead. "General, it's not a solution to continue to be in a stalemate with the empire. We have been blocking the border waterways, and we have a lot of supplies that cannot be shipped in," Wang Lei reported anxiously. Li Hao frowned and paced back and forth in the tent. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How did the Pirate Alliance transport its supplies in the past?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "As far as I know, the Pirate Alliance used to transport supplies through some hidden interstellar routes and secret passages to avoid the blockade and surveillance of the Empire." Li Hao's eyes lit up. "Then can we find these routes and channels?" Lin Xiao looked troubled. "Most of these routes are dangerous, and we have limited knowledge of them. It is very difficult to find them and ensure safe passage." Li Hao clenched his fists and said, "No matter how difficult it is, we must try. Immediately send people to collect relevant information and find people who are familiar with these routes." Lin Xiao took the order and left. A few days later, Lin Xiao returned to the tent with a man who looked a little cunning. "General, this is Old Hu used to be in the transportation business for the Pirate Alliance. He may know some useful information," Lin Xiao introduced. Lao Hu saluted Li Hao and said, "General, those secret routes are indeed dangerous, but they are not completely impossible to travel." Li Hao quickly asked, "What are the conditions?" Lao Hu said, "First of all, we need a spacecraft with excellent performance and experienced pilots. Most importantly, the starship must have strong defense." Li Hao nodded. "This is not a problem. You make a plan, and I will arrange a warship for you." Lao Hu agreed and began to make preparations. "General, what we lack most now is the materials for building warships," Wang Lei reported. Li Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Send people to the surrounding planets to see if they can buy the necessary supplies. At the same time, contact Zhongzhou Star to request material support." Wang Lei looked embarrassed. "General, the Empire has completely blocked us now. The forces on the surrounding planets dare not trade with us, and Zhongzhou Star is also in trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult to provide substantial help." Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "Then we will find a way ourselves and send out a detection team to search for planets that may have mines in the Endless Sea Star region." Just when Li Hao was looking for materials to build warships, the new emperor of the Imperial Capital Star learned that Li Hao was collecting supplies everywhere. In the magnificent palace, the new emperor sat high on the throne, his brows furrowed and his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. "This Li Hao is really restless. He tries every possible way to oppose me." His voice was full of anger and majesty. The ministers beside him were terrified and bowed quickly, saying, "Your Majesty, Li Hao is very ambitious. He is collecting supplies now, which must be to make full preparations for the confrontation with the Empire. Why don't we increase the blockade against him and leave him with nowhere to find supplies?" In this way, he will find it difficult to hold on and will surrender to your majesty sooner or later. There was a hint of flattery and calculation in the minister's eyes. The new emperor nodded slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Pass on my order to dispatch more elite fleets from neighboring galaxies to the border, strengthen inspections at each checkpoint, and strictly control all possible routes for transporting supplies. Li Hao must not be allowed to get any supplies." The new emperor's words were firm and unquestionable. After the order was issued, the empire took swift action. A large number of warships gathered at the border, forming an impenetrable blockade. The patrol fleet shuttled through the starry sky day and night, conducting strict inspections on every passing spaceship. Soon, the empire's blockade became tighter, and it became even more difficult for Li Hao to obtain supplies. General, the empire's blockade is now several times tighter than before. They have set up multiple checkpoints at almost every possible channel. The transport teams we sent out have been intercepted many times, and we suffered heavy losses. The generals under his command reported to Li Hao anxiously, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Li Hao crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the command room, his face solemn. It seems that the new emperor is determined to cut off our retreat, but we must not sit and wait for death. Continue to send more exploration teams. We must be self-sufficient. In the empire's blockade, the general in charge looked firmly at the starry sky. Your Majesty has ordered that not even a fly can be spared. Any attempt to break through the blockade must be resolutely dealt with. The soldiers were on high alert and dared not slack off in the slightest. Just as Li Hao was racking his brains for a solution, a mysterious man came to the military camp. "General Li, I have a way to help you break through the empire's blockade," said the mysterious man. Li Hao looked at him warily. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The mysterious man smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter who I am. I know a secret passage that can avoid the empire's blockade." Li Hao stared at the mysterious man with sharp eyes and said, "Humph, I don't dare to trust you for helping me without any reason. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude." The mysterious man's smile faded slightly, and he said solemnly, "Okay, I'm from the Pirate Alliance. After my master learned about the Endless Sea, he asked us to come and help you." Li Hao frowned, still doubtful. "Second uncle? Where is he now?" The mysterious man lowered his voice and said, "Master, it is not convenient for him to show up, but he asked me to bring something to you." The mysterious man took out an old map from his pocket and handed it to Li Hao. "General, please take a look. This is the route map of the secret passage. This is the smuggling route of our original pirate alliance." Li Hao took the map and looked at it carefully. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. How can this map prove its authenticity? Maybe it is a trap you set deliberately, Li Hao said, staring at the mysterious man. The mysterious man quickly explained, "General, we have no such intention. This route has always been a secret of the Pirate Alliance. If it weren't for the old friendship, the master would never give it out so easily." Li Hao frowned and continued to study the map. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Even if this map is real, it must be very dangerous to take this route." The mysterious man nodded and said, "That's true, General. But now the Empire's blockade is getting tighter and tighter, and conventional routes are no longer possible. This may be our only chance." Li Hao raised his head, his eyes firm. "Okay, then I will trust you this time. But you have to go with us. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless." The mysterious man responded without hesitation, "I am willing to obey the general's orders." Afterwards, Li Hao summoned his corps generals, showed them the map, and discussed how to break through the Empire's blockade through this secret route. Chapter 174, The Dreadnought Fleet Smuggles Again. Li Hao and the generals gathered in front of the map, carefully studying every detail of the route. "General, this route passes through a meteorite belt in an area with frequent electromagnetic storms. It is extremely dangerous," a general said worriedly. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "If it is the Dreadnought Fleet, it should be able to pass through here." The general frowned and said, "General, you mean to let the Dreadnought Fleet transport the supplies?" Li Hao's eyes were firm. "Yes, the warships produced by the Imperial Star are now short of main gun weapons. We need to purchase some from within the Empire, and we also need raw materials for subsequent production." The general looked embarrassed and said, "But General, the Dreadnought Fleet has always been the main force of our 13th Legion. If it encounters an ambush by the Empire during transportation, the loss will be too great." Li Hao took a deep breath. "The situation is urgent now. We have no choice. Only the Dreadnought Fleet has enough strength to break through the blockade and complete this difficult task." The general hesitated for a moment and said, Should we send a reconnaissance ship to explore the route and find out the deployment of the Empire? Li Hao shook his head. Time is running out, it's too late. Immediately notify the dreadnought fleet to prepare to set off, and at the same time arrange for support and cover forces. The general responded, Yes, General. Soon, the dreadnought fleet was ready to go. The fleet commander came to Li Hao and saluted. General, the dreadnought fleet is guaranteed to complete the mission. The dreadnought set out on a perilous journey, carefully avoiding possible Imperial patrols along the way. However, just as they were returning after receiving the supplies, they were discovered by the Empire's reconnaissance ship. Report, Imperial scout ship spotted. The commander decisively ordered, Solve it quickly, and don't let them pass on the message. A fierce exchange of fire broke out instantly. The dreadnought fleet successfully destroyed the reconnaissance ship, but their whereabouts were also exposed. After the Empire discovered that it was the 13th Legion's dreadnought fleet, it immediately reported it to the military headquarters. When the generals in the military heard the news, they were immediately shocked. This Li Hao actually dared to send out the dreadnought fleet to engage in smuggling. He is so audacious. A hot-tempered general slammed the table angrily. It seems that Li Hao is determined to fight the Empire to the end. The things he smuggled this time should be very important to them. Another general said with a gloomy face. As a result, the military quickly formulated a series of encirclement and suppression plans against the dreadnought fleet. Mobilize all fleets in the surrounding galaxies and make sure the dreadnought fleet is intercepted en route. Don't let them transport the supplies back. The new emperor gave the order. For a moment, many fleets of the Empire gathered in the direction of the dreadnought fleet. The dreadnought fleet also noticed the Empire's large-scale actions. Commander, the Empire seems to be making a big move. What should we do? A staff officer asked nervously. The commander of the dreadnought fleet looked determined. No matter what, we must complete the mission and protect the supplies. The dreadnought fleet increased its speed and prepared for battle. In the vast starry sky, the fleets of both sides finally met. The cannons flashed, and the battle broke out instantly. Relying on its numerical advantage, the Imperial fleet launched a fierce attack on the dreadnought fleet. When did the Empire become so weak? Knowing that we are the main battleships of the 13th Legion, they still sent so many second-line troops to encircle and suppress us. The commander of the dreadnought fleet said with disdain as he looked at the opponent's fleet. The deputy commander at the side was worried. Commander, don't underestimate them. Even if they are second-line troops, they are difficult to deal with due to their large numbers. The commander snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? We, the dreadnought fleet, have never been afraid before. Hit them hard. Encouraged by the commander, the morale of the soldiers of the dreadnought fleet was boosted, and they poured more and more fierce artillery fire at the Imperial fleet. Commander, we can't keep fighting like this. The detectors show that there are a steady stream of warships heading this way. It seems like they want to trap us here to death. Forget it. I won't play with them anymore. The commander's eyes fixed, and he quickly issued an order. Everyone, pay attention, change tactics, and prepare to break out. The fleet quickly changed its formation and attacked the weak link of the Imperial fleet. However, the Imperial fleet also sensed their intentions and strengthened their defenses to block them. Commander, if they follow us like this, we can't follow the route we came from, otherwise we will expose the smuggling route. The commander frowned and said solemnly, We can't let the people of the Empire find this route. That is our last trump card. Everyone turn around and find a new direction to break out. The fleet suddenly changed direction in the starry sky and rushed towards another area. Report to the commander. This direction is the defense zone of the 9th Legion. They should not intercept us. We can't go this way. We have to sail for a while from the 9th Legion's defense zone and then turn to the border star. Commander, isn't this too risky? What if the 9th Legion opens fire on us? A subordinate said worriedly. The commander's eyes were firm. There is no time to hesitate. This is the best way to get rid of the Imperial fleet. Inform them to prepare for battle. If the 9th Legion makes any unusual movements, counterattack immediately. The fleet moved rapidly towards the defense zone of the 9th Legion, and everyone was on edge. As they approached the 9th Legion's defense zone, the 9th Legion's alarm sounded. Report, the warships of the 9th Legion are approaching us, requesting instructions. The commander clenched his fists tightly. Keep going, stay alert. At the tense moment when the two sides were about to come into contact, a message came from the 9th Legion. Who are you? Identify yourself immediately. The commander replied. I am the commander of the 13th Legion's dreadnought fleet. I would like to borrow your passage. I hope you can give me some convenience. The 9th Legion was silent for a moment, then said, Go through quickly, don't stop. The dreadnought fleet successfully entered the defense zone of the 9th Legion. After the Imperial fleet followed in, it discovered that the 9th Legion was in front of it. 9th Legion fleet immediately intercept the dreadnought fleet ahead. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet ordered in the communication. The commander of the 9th Legion did not respond immediately. "Sir, what should we do?" asked a subordinate of the 9th Legion. The commander of the 9th Legion pondered for a moment and said, "Stay put and observe the situation." Seeing that the 9th Legion did not take any action, the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet shouted angrily, "How dare you disobey orders? This is the 9th Legion's defense zone. We have not received any interception orders from our Legion commander." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet was furious. "Just wait, I will report this to the military." Taking advantage of the stalemate between the two sides, the dreadnought fleet accelerated its advance, quickly leaving the 9th Legion's defense zone and heading towards the border star. The Imperial Pursuit Fleet had no choice but to continue chasing behind. "We still have a chance." They are heading from the border star to the endless sea. The aristocratic family coalition is stationed on the border star now. Chapter 175, Smuggling Fleet Passing Through the Border Star. "Can the coalition of aristocratic families obey our orders?" a soldier asked doubtfully. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet snorted coldly. "Humph, they dare not disobey. Immediately contact the aristocratic coalition forces and ask them to intercept the dreadnought fleet." At this time, on the dreadnought fleet, "Commander, the Imperial Pursuit Fleet is still chasing us relentlessly. They are following us closely like a tail that can't be shaken off," a soldier reported nervously. "Don't worry about them. Keep going at full speed. As long as we pass the border star, they won't be able to do anything to us." When the dreadnought fleet approached the border star, the aristocratic alliance received an interception order from the Empire. "General, what should we do? Intercept or let them go?" A deputy general anxiously asked the general of the coalition forces of the aristocratic families. The general of the aristocratic coalition frowned, paced back and forth in the command room, hesitated again, and finally decided, "Let's see what happens first. We can't offend any party easily. We have to weigh the pros and cons." The dreadnought fleet sent a message to the allied forces of the noble families. "We are the 13th Legion dreadnought fleet. We are not looking for trouble with you today. Please do not stop us. But we cannot disobey the Empire's orders. However, as long as you do not take the initiative to attack, we will not act rashly." Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, the Imperial Pursuit Fleet arrived. The coalition of aristocratic families intercept immediately. This is an order from the Empire. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by military law. The commander of the Empire's pursuit fleet shouted at the top of his lungs. The face of the general of the aristocratic coalition army turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Empire is pursuing the fleet, and we will cooperate with the action." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense and quickly intercept the dreadnought fleet. Otherwise you will all be in trouble." The aristocratic coalition had no choice but to mobilize their fleet and set up an interception formation. However, their actions seemed a bit slow and they did not attack with all their strength. The commander of the dreadnought fleet saw this and shouted, "Brothers, it seems that a battle today is inevitable. Let's charge." The warriors of the dreadnought fleet shouted in unison. The warships moved forward at full speed, and angry flames spewed out of their gun muzzles. The Imperial Pursuit Fleet launched a fierce attack first, with beams of energy interweaving in the starry sky. The dreadnought fleet nimbly dodged and fought back. The warships of the coalition of aristocratic families were hovering around, occasionally firing a few shots, seemingly just trying to get by. "Commander, the aristocratic fleet has made a gap. Should we charge over there?" The commander's eyes shone, and he thought quickly. "Don't worry, they have been chasing us all the way. Wait until I vent my anger first." However, the Imperial Pursuit Fleet did not notice anything unusual about the coalition forces of the noble families and continued to attack the dreadnought fleet frantically. "Commander, the Imperial Fleet's attack is getting more and more intense. We should go back as soon as possible." The commander gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare to break out and charge towards the opening opened by the aristocratic coalition forces." The dreadnought fleet quickly adjusted its direction and headed towards the opening at full speed. Just as they were about to pass, a shout suddenly came from the coalition forces of the noble families. "Stop them." It turned out that there was a lack of consensus within the coalition of noble families. Some people wanted to stop the dreadnought fleet, while others believed that they should not be enemies with the dreadnought fleet, and the two sides were arguing. Suddenly, the situation became even more chaotic. The actions of the warships of the aristocratic coalition became disorganized, with some charging forward and others hesitating and stagnating. "Never mind. Charge forward with all your might," the commander roared. In the fierce exchange of fire, energy beams crisscrossed, and the light of exploding shells was like gorgeous fireworks. The warships of the dreadnought fleet shuttled through the hail of bullets, sparks constantly splashed on the hulls, and the light of the shields flickered. Left-wing battleships, cover the main force's breakthrough. Concentrate firepower on the right wing and open a gap. The commander's orders were issued quickly, and the fleet cooperated closely, demonstrating extremely high combat qualities and tacit understanding. Finally, under the tenacious attack of the dreadnought fleet, the defense line of the aristocratic alliance showed signs of collapse. One by one, the warships of the dreadnought fleet broke through the obstacles and rushed towards the endless sea. "Don't let them get away," the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet shouted angrily. His face turned red, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. But at this time, the dreadnought fleet was already moving farther and farther away, gradually disappearing into the vast starry sky. Their figures became smaller and smaller against the background of the stars, and finally merged into the endless darkness. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet glared at the coalition of aristocratic families angrily. "You bunch of trash, go back and wait for your punishment." His voice was full of resentment and anger. The generals of the aristocratic coalition looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness and worry. They knew that this mistake would bring them huge trouble. This can't be entirely our fault. There is no consensus among the people, and it is really difficult to command. A general of the coalition forces of the aristocratic families tried to explain. "Stop making excuses. Your incompetence led to the failure of the mission. His Majesty will not let you off easily." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet showed no mercy. The general of the aristocratic coalition army blushed and loudly retorted, "Don't be so rude. Don't you know that is the main fleet of the 13th Legion?" The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet snorted coldly. "So what if it's the main fleet? Your aristocratic coalition forces usually boast of their strength, but at the critical moment, they are so weak." The general of the aristocratic coalition army was furious. "You are deliberately belittling us. The 13th Legion's dreadnought fleet is so famous. How can it be so easy to deal with? We have done our best to achieve this." "Try your best? That's your best effort? It's a joke." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet crossed his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. The general of the aristocratic coalition gasped and said, "You are so aggressive, just trying to put all the responsibility on us so that you can escape the blame." The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet's eyes turned cold. "Nonsense. It was obviously because you were timid that the dreadnought fleet escaped." At this time, another general from the aristocratic coalition army stood up and said, "Everyone stop arguing. What's the point of arguing about this now? The most urgent thing is to think about how to deal with the accountability of His Majesty." The two glared at each other and fell silent for a while, but the air was still filled with tension and anger. After a while, the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet broke the silence. "No matter what, go back and report truthfully. Whether to fight or punish, it is up to His Majesty to decide." The general of the aristocratic coalition snorted coldly. "Humph, this is the only way." Afterwards, the two fleets slowly sailed towards the imperial capital with heavy hearts. Along the way, the soldiers on both sides were silent, their hearts filled with worry and anxiety. In the imperial palace, His Majesty sat on the high throne, waiting for their arrival with a gloomy face. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet and the generals of the aristocratic coalition entered the palace side by side and knelt on one knee before His Majesty. "Your Majesty, we have failed our mission," the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet said in a trembling voice. Chapter 176. The dreadnought fleet returns to the endless sea. His Majesty slammed the armrest of the throne and shouted angrily, "A bunch of rubbish. Do you know how much damage this failure has brought to the Empire?" The two men didn't dare to look up. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "Tell me, what's going on?" His Majesty's voice exploded in the palace like thunder. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet began to narrate the entire process tremblingly, and the generals of the aristocratic coalition forces added a few words from time to time. His Majesty was silent for a moment after listening to this, and then said coldly, "You have committed such a serious mistake, and you cannot be forgiven lightly. But considering your past achievements, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins." The two men felt as if they had been pardoned and kowtowed to express their gratitude. "You have 1 month to attack the Endless Sea Star region. If you fail again, you will be beheaded." His Majesty's words were full of majesty and unquestionable. The two of them nodded repeatedly and left the palace. As soon as he walked out of the palace, the commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet couldn't help but complain. 1 month? How is this possible? The Endless Sea Star region has a complex terrain, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. What's more, there are the 13th Legion waiting there. The generals of the aristocratic coalition also looked distressed. But your majesty's orders cannot be disobeyed, so we can only think of every possible way. Humph, it's all your fault that the aristocratic coalition was hesitant at the time, otherwise you wouldn't have ended up like this. The commander of the Imperial Pursuit Fleet pushed the blame onto the other side. You still say? If you hadn't failed to pursue them effectively, would the dreadnought fleet have escaped? The generals of the coalition forces of the aristocratic families were not willing to be outdone. The two argued for a few more sentences and finally decided to go back and discuss countermeasures reluctantly. As for the dreadnought fleet, after passing through the blockade, they returned to the Endless Sea. Li Hao had been waiting in the starport for a long time. When he saw the fleet returning, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. The commander stepped off the warship and saluted Li Hao. General, we have fulfilled our mission and brought back the supplies. Li Hao patted the commander on the shoulder and said, well done. Let the soldiers rest quickly. Tell me the details. The commander nodded and said seriously, General, we were spotted by an Imperial reconnaissance ship on our way back. The Imperial fleet was in hot pursuit. In order not to expose the smuggling route, we passed through the 9th Legion's defense zone and returned via the border star. On the way, we encountered the 9th Legion and the coalition forces of the aristocratic families. But there was no conflict, and a firefight broke out between the pursuing fleet and the border star. Li Hao's tense expression eased a little. This is a blessing in disguise. What was the specific attitude of the 9th Legion and the aristocratic family alliance at that time? The commander recalled, the 9th Legion had an ambiguous attitude and did not explicitly stop us. The aristocratic family alliance seemed to have different opinions and was also reserved about us. Li Hao stroked his chin and thought, it seems that all forces have their own calculations. Next, we must hurry up and rest. The Empire will not give us too much breathing space. The commander's eyes were firm. Yes, General. The soldiers are all holding back their energy, and next time we will make sure that the Imperial fleet will never return. Li Hao patted the commander on the shoulder and said, okay, let's arrange for rest and recuperation first. We must make sure everyone recovers their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. The commander saluted and turned away. Li Hao looked at his back, and his worries grew heavier. Suddenly, a scout brought urgent information. General, according to reliable information, the Empire is preparing to launch an attack on our Endless Sea within a month. Li Hao frowned. It seems that they are unwilling to give up. Afterwards, Li Hao summoned all the generals to discuss countermeasures. We just received intelligence that the Empire is preparing to attack us again. General, the Empire has been attacking us like this for a while now. We are in a passive position. Li Hao said with a serious expression. That's true, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's all think about what we can do to change this situation. Zhang Qiang stood up and said, General, we are already in this situation now. Why don't we declare independence as well? Lin Xiao shook his head and retorted, no. If we declare independence, it will be a rebellion, and other legions of the Empire will attack us. Everyone was arguing, and for a moment the atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Li Hao slammed the table heavily and said loudly, be quiet. Independence is not a decision that can be made lightly. It means a complete break with the entire empire, and the consequences are not something we can bear right now. At this time, Wang Lei, who had been silent, spoke up. General, I think we can try to form an alliance with the King of Jindong and the King of Jinxi to fight against the oppression of the empire together. Zhang Qiang then said, we have already rebelled against both of them. There is no difference between us forming an alliance with them and directly declaring rebellion. The conference room once again fell into a heated debate. Li Hao rubbed his temple and said, everyone calm down first. Independence and alliance are not simple matters. We need to consider it more carefully. The most critical thing now is how to minimize our losses when the Empire attacks next time. General, we are now guarding too many positions in the border star system. I suggest we retreat to Jinsha Star, so that it will be easier for us to defend. Bai Fengwang suggested. No. Before Li Hao could speak, Lin Xiao retorted. Although Jinsha Star is easy to defend and difficult to attack, if we give up the border star, the Empire will be able to march straight in, and we will lose our strategic buffer zone. Bai Fengwang snorted coldly. According to what you said, if our forces are scattered across the border stars, can we stop the Empire's army? Lin Zhao's eyes widened. As long as we deploy our forces reasonably and take advantage of the terrain, we may not be unable to fight. Everyone started arguing again, and the meeting room became a mess. Li Hao stood up suddenly and shouted, "Stop arguing." Everyone suddenly became quiet and looked at Li Hao. Li Hao took a deep breath and said slowly, "Bai Feng Huang's suggestion makes sense. Concentrating troops to defend key areas can enhance defense. But Lin Xiao is also right. The cost of giving up the border star is too high." Everyone fell into deep thought and began to think about Li Hao's plan. After a while, Zhang Yu said, "General, why don't we take the border star so that we can control the Star Gate?" Li Hao looked at him seriously and said, "It's not difficult to take over the border star, but once we control the Star Gate, it will touch the bottom line of the empire." Zhang Yu said anxiously, "General, as long as we control the Star Gate, the empire will definitely be wary of us. We can go directly to the Imperial Capital Star through the Star Gate at any time. In this way, we will have the capital to negotiate with the empire." Li Hao frowned and said in a deep voice, "You think too simply. The empire has a deep foundation. Even if we control the Star Gate, they will not easily compromise. Instead, it will provoke a stronger counterattack from them, and then we will face a frenzied encirclement and suppression by the empire." Chapter 177 Ouyang Qingyu. Zhang Yu stiffened his neck and said, "But General, it is not a good idea to keep on defending passively. We must always take the initiative and strive for more initiative." Lin Xiao interrupted at this time and said, "Zhang Yu, the general's concerns are not unreasonable. Controlling the Star Gate does bring certain advantages, but the risks are also great. If the empire is desperate and launches a full-scale war, the consequences will be disastrous." Wang Lei also echoed, "Yes, we can't just see the immediate benefits and ignore the possible disastrous consequences." Zhang Yu looked unwilling. "Are we destined to be suppressed by the empire forever and never have a chance to turn things around?" Li Hao patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we need to take a long-term view and find the most appropriate time and method. Controlling the Star Gate may be a risky move, but if it is not done well, the whole game will be lost." At this moment, a soldier came running over and reported loudly, "General, it's bad. The Empire's advance fleet is approaching the border star and is expected to arrive in half a day." Li Hao's face changed, and he immediately said, "Everyone prepare for battle and analyze the combat power of the Legion coming this time." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Soon, the intelligence officers began to get busy. "General, according to our investigation, the fleet coming from the Empire this time is not the royal fleet, nor is it the coalition of the aristocratic families." Li Hao frowned. "It's not from the royal army. It looks like a noble family from the imperial capital has met with disaster." The deputy general at the side said, "General, if it is a noble family in the imperial capital, it should be one of the other major legions of the empire. I don't know which family it belongs to." Li Hao snorted coldly. "Find out which legion of the empire he belongs to." A moment later, the deputy general came back with a serious face and reported, "General, according to the latest intelligence, this fleet is likely from the Empire's 8th Legion." Li Hao frowned. "The 8th Legion? They are from the Ouyang family, right? Aren't they the pioneering legion? How can they be involved in the internal affairs of the Empire?" Zhang Yu said solemnly, "General, I'm afraid the Ouyang family has sensed some benefit and wants to get a piece of the pie in this fight." Li Hao snorted coldly. "Humph, this group of profit-seeking guys, they should have reached some agreement with the new emperor." At this time, a staff officer said, "General, as far as I know, although the 8th Army is good at pioneering operations, it has also been expanding its armaments in recent years, and its strength should not be underestimated." Li Hao's eyes were firm. "No matter how strong they are, if they dare to attack us, we will resolutely meet them. Immediately collect more information about the tactics and equipment of the 8th Legion and analyze their weaknesses." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." A moment later, the intelligence officer rushed over and said, "General, most of the warships sent by the 8th Legion this time are new models. They have fierce firepower, but their maneuverability is slightly insufficient." Just as Li Hao and his legion were analyzing the intelligence of the 8th Legion, in the flagship command room of the 8th Legion, a beautiful girl in uniform was looking at Li Hao's photo. Her eyes revealed complex emotions, including longing, confusion, and a subtle determination. The adjutant beside him asked softly, "Miss, are you really determined to do this?" The girl sighed slightly. "This is the order of the family. I have no choice. But I don't want to be his enemy either." The adjutant said, "But General Li Hao is brave and good at fighting. I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses this time." The girl bit her lip and said, Let's meet our hero first. The girl's eyes were firm. Whether it's appropriate or not, I want to talk to him first. Maybe we can avoid this unnecessary war. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, then I'll arrange it. After a while, Li Hao received a meeting invitation from the 8th Legion. Li Hao frowned. We want to meet at this time? What are they up to? Lin Xiao said. General, be careful of fraud. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, let's go and see what they want to do. At the place agreed upon by both parties, the person who came to Li Hao's party turned out to be a young girl. The girl smiled slightly. Brother Li Hao, how are you? Li Hao was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you Ouyang Qingyu? I didn't expect to see you in this situation. Ouyang Qingyu's smile was a little bitter. Brother Li Hao, things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that we would meet again in this way? Li Hao frowned and looked at her with a complicated expression. Are you here to persuade the Ouyang family to surrender on behalf of them? Ouyang Qingyu quickly waved her hands. No, Brother Li Hao, I just want to come and see you, and also want to see if I can avoid this war. Li Hao snorted coldly. Since the Ouyang family has already sent out troops, how can they stop so easily? Ouyang Qingyu took a step forward, looking earnestly. Brother Li Hao, you know my heart. I don't want to be your enemy. Li Hao turned his head away. Then go back and persuade your family not to get involved in this matter. Ouyang lowered her head and said with a hint of tears in her voice, Brother Li Hao, I have little influence in the family. They won't listen to me at all. Li Hao sighed and said, Qingyu, this is a war between us men. You shouldn't get involved. Ouyang Qingyu raised her head and said stubbornly, but I can't refuse the family's order. Li Hao was silent for a long time before he slowly said, Qingyu, go back. The battlefield is ruthless. Don't let yourself get hurt. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes were filled with despair. Brother Li Hao, is it true that we can't go back? Li Hao clenched his teeth, did not answer, turned and left, leaving Ouyang Qingyu standing there staring at his back, tears streaming down her face. Li Hao returned to the Dauntless. Lin Xiao walked up to him and said with a smile, It seems there is a story here that I don't know about. Li Hao glanced at him and said in a deep voice, Don't ask around. Lin Xiao shrugged. Okay, General, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. But judging from the situation, it seems that the girl still has feelings for you. It's wartime now, don't talk about these useless things. Yes, General. So how do we deal with the 8th Legion next? Li Hao looked ahead with a determined look. No matter what, we must be prepared for battle. If they dare to attack, we will resolutely fight back. Lin Xiao nodded. I understand, but are you sure you can do that to such a beautiful girl? At this time, on the 8th Legion side, Ouyang Qingyu also returned to the flagship. The adjutant asked, Miss, how is it? Ouyang Qingyu shook her head, looking disappointed. He is still so stubborn. The adjutant said, Then we can only attack according to the original plan. Ouyang Qingyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wait a little longer. Chapter 178, Ouyang Qingyu's Plan. As time passed, the stalemate between the two sides continued. Li Hao was closely following the movements of the 8th Legion on the dreadnought, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. His eyes were fixed on the densely packed light spots on the monitoring screen that represented the 8th Legion, and various possible battle situations and response strategies kept flashing through his mind. Lin Xiao paced back and forth and said anxiously, General, we can't wait like this any longer. We have to take the initiative. Her voice was filled with urgency and anxiety, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. General, the enemy's forces are gathering. Every minute we wait, we'll be in more danger. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, Wait a little longer and see what Ouyang Qingyu will do. Although his tone was calm, his hands tightly gripping the edge of the podium revealed his inner nervousness. Ouyang Qingyu's appearance was too sudden. I always feel that there is something fishy going on. If we attack rashly, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Lin Xiao stopped and said anxiously, General, but it is not a solution for us to keep waiting. The soldiers are ready for battle and their morale is high. If we miss this opportunity and wait for the enemy to attack first, we will be in a passive position. Li Hao took a deep breath and said slowly, I understand your concerns, but acting impulsively will only cause us greater losses. Ouyang Qingyu and I are acquainted. Her appearance may be a turning point, or it may be a conspiracy of the enemy. We must observe carefully and wait for the most appropriate time. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Okay, General, I hope there will be news from Ouyang Qingyu as soon as possible. After that, he began to pace restlessly again, looking at the monitoring screen from time to time, his anxiety in his heart not diminished at all. Meanwhile, In the 8th Army, Ouyang Qingyu was in great torment. She stood alone in the command room, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands, her brows furrowed. It seemed as if two villains were fighting fiercely in her heart. One voice told her not to attack Li Hao, while the other voice reminded her that the dignity of her family could not be disobeyed. At this moment, the elder of the family sent a message. The stern face of the elder on the screen made her heart sink suddenly. The elder's voice exploded in her ears like thunder. Ouyang Qingyu, launch the attack immediately, without delay. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lips, which turned slightly white, and said helplessly, "Yes, elder." Her voice was so soft that it seemed as if only she could hear it, and it was filled with deep reluctance and powerlessness. She slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with pain and determination. She swept her gaze over everyone in the command room and said with difficulty, "Prepare for the attack." Every word seemed to carry a heavy weight. As her order was given, the entire 8th Legion's warships began to move. The roar of the huge engine was deafening, as if venting the ruthlessness of war. The muzzle slowly turned and pointed coldly at Li Hao's dreadnought fleet. The soldiers were busy in a tense and orderly manner, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ouyang Qingyu looked at the gradually approaching target outside the window and prayed silently in her heart. "Li Hao, I hope you are safe." But she also knew that once the war started, everything would become unpredictable. Li Hao quickly noticed the other party's movements. His sharp eyes stared at the changes on the monitoring screen, and his face instantly became serious and cold. He waved his hand and shouted majestically, "Everyone prepare for battle." His voice echoed throughout the dreadnought's communication channels, firm and powerful. In an instant, the 13th Legion quickly entered combat status like an awakened beast. The lights on the ship turned red and the alarms wailed sharply. The soldiers quickly returned to their respective posts, operating various instruments with focused and nervous expressions. The muzzle of the gun flashed with a cold light, and energy continued to gather in it, as if it would burst out at any time. The entire fleet was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of tension, which was extremely tense. Just when both sides were about to open fire, Ouyang Qingyu suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Stop!" This shout seemed to have exhausted all her strength. The soldiers of the 8th Legion were all stunned. Their movements stopped for a moment, and they looked at her in confusion. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and surprise. Ouyang Qingyu took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm, and said, "I'll go talk to Li Hao again." The adjutant said anxiously, "Miss, I'm afraid this is inappropriate." His face was full of anxiety and worry. "The current situation is too dangerous. What if?" Ouyang Qingyu interrupted him firmly, with a determined light in her eyes, and said, "This is my last effort. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to start a war again." Her tone was unquestionable, as if she had made up her mind to try to avoid this cruel battle at all costs. She came to the agreed place again, and Li Hao was already waiting there. He stood tall, with complicated emotions in his eyes. Ouyang Qingyu looked at Li Hao, her eyes full of helplessness and expectation, and said, "Li Hao, I don't want things to turn out like this between us. I have thought of a way that may be able to avoid this war." A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Hao's eyes. He stared at her closely and asked, "What's the solution?" Ouyang approached him and whispered softly, "Li Hao, the mission I have received is to enter the Endless Sea. Let's see if you can cooperate with me and complete this mission." Her voice was very low, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. Li Hao frowned and asked in confusion, "Cooperate with you? How can I cooperate with you? Wouldn't this put my army in danger?" Ouyang Qingyu explained anxiously, "I'm not asking you to surrender. You can pretend to be defeated, and then let me enter the Endless Sea. When I return, I will report to the family that I have completed the mission. This way, you can preserve your legion and I can give an explanation to the family." Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "What benefit can I get? I can't just give you a border galaxy for nothing." Ouyang Qingyu held his arm and said, "Li Hao, I know you are now blocked in the Endless Sea Star region. I have a navigation map that leads to the outside from the Endless Sea Star." Li Hao's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and questioned, "Do you really have it? How do you prove it?" Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip and said, "There is no way to prove it now, but as long as you cooperate with me and complete this mission, I promise to give you the navigation map." Li Hao snorted coldly. "Why should I trust you? What if you regret it later? Wouldn't it be all in vain?" Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, "Li Hao, at this point, do you think I will still lie to you? After all, we have been classmates for so many years. This is our only way out, and it is also your chance to get out of this predicament." Li Hao paced back and forth, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a while, He stopped, stared at Ouyang, and whispered, "Okay, I'll trust you this time. But you have to give me the navigation map first." Chapter 179 Route Map Outside the Endless Sea Star Region. Ouyang Qingyu was embarrassed. "Li Hao, it's not that I don't want to give it to you now. It's just that this navigation map is in my family's secret library, and I can't get it now. But as long as we complete this plan, I will definitely find a way to get it for you." Li Hao snorted coldly. "How can I trust you? Without the navigation map, there is no point in discussing anything." Ouyang Qingyu's eyes were red. "Li Hao, you have to believe me. I swear to heaven, if I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. I only have one route that I explored from the east of the Endless Sea Star region, but there is nothing out of here, but the route map of the family has found something." Li Hao stared at Ouyang Qingyu sharply and said coldly, "Do you think these words can make me take risks? The route to the east is worthless. What I want is a map that can really get us out of this predicament." Ouyang Qingyu's tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was filled with tears. "Li Hao, I really didn't lie to you. Although the eastern route is useless at the moment, it at least proves my sincerity. I will definitely find a way to give you the family map." Li Hao crossed his arms and remained unmoved. "Words are not enough. I can't risk the entire army just based on your promises." Ouyang Qingyu wiped her tears and said anxiously, "Li Hao, think about our past friendship. When have I ever lied to you? This is really the only chance." Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly said, "Okay, I'll trust you again, but I can cooperate with you this time. But you have to stay with me." Ouyang Qingyu widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Li Hao, how can this be possible? If I stay with you, I won't be able to explain to my family." Li Hao's eyes were firm, and he said without question, "This is my bottom line for trusting you. Otherwise, there is no point in discussing this." Ouyang bit her lip and hesitated for a while. Finally, she nodded helplessly. "Okay, Li Hao, I promise you. But you must ensure my safety. Don't worry about that. As long as you don't play tricks, I won't make things difficult for you. Now let's discuss the specific plan." So the two of them quickly worked out a plan for this coordinated performance, and the two legions once again deployed their warships and carried out a performance involving the two legion fleets on the border star. On the battlefield, artillery fire roared, lights flashed, and the battleships seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact both sides were precisely controlling the strength and direction of the attack to avoid causing real casualties. Li Hao was closely following the battle situation in the command room, constantly issuing seemingly tense orders. "Everyone, pay attention. Concentrate your firepower on attacking the enemy's left wing." Inside the flagship of the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu's adjutant was also methodically directing according to Ouyang Qingyu's plan. Adjust the shield to avoid the opponent's main attack. This battle was thrilling, and from a distance, it was impossible to detect the trick. The warships of both sides kept shuttling back and forth and firing, creating a scene filled with smoke. However, in this seemingly chaotic battle situation, everything was going according to the plan of Li Hao and Ouyang Qingyu. Until the battle was nearing its end, Li Hao's fleet was retreated step by step, and Ouyang Qingyu's 8th Legion successfully broke through the defense line and marched towards the depths of the Endless Sea Star domain. When everything seemed to be settled, Ouyang Qingyu reported the battle report back to the family, and the elder of the Ouyang family passed it on to the new emperor. The new emperor was very happy to see the battle report. The new emperor sat in the magnificent palace, holding the battle report in his hand, with a proud smile on his face. The Ouyang family did a good job this time. Li Hao's army was finally repelled, and the border star fell into our control. In the court, all the ministers echoed the emperor's words, and the voices of praising his achievements were endless. "Your Majesty is blessed with great fortune, and the Ouyang family is brave and good at fighting. This is a blessing for our dynasty," said a minister flatteringly. The new emperor laughed loudly. "Reward the Ouyang family generously. I want everyone to know that serving me will be rewarded handsomely." However, in this joyous occasion, the new emperor's advisor frowned slightly. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Your Majesty, there may be something fishy about this matter. We need to further confirm the results of the battle." The new emperor's smile froze, and he immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Are you questioning the Ouyang family's military achievements?" The counselor knelt down immediately and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. I am just being cautious to prevent any fraud." The new emperor snorted coldly. "They wouldn't dare to play any tricks. However, you can send someone to the border star to check it out, so that I can be completely relieved." The counselor replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." At this time, The Ouyang family was also in jubilation because of this military achievement. However, Ouyang Qingyu's heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. She didn't know whether her and Li Hao's plan could be concealed from the world. The people sent to check the border star set off quickly. After Ouyang Qingyu learned the news, she was extremely anxious. She tried her best to pass the message to Li Hao. Li Hao also received the news. He knew that this was the most critical moment. If he was not careful, all previous efforts would be in vain. During the days of waiting, Ouyang Qingyu was restless. Finally, one day, she received a secret message from Li Hao, asking her to be patient. At the same time, the people sent to check arrived at the border star, and they began to carefully investigate the traces of the battle and related circumstances. Li Hao arranged everything in advance and created a realistic battle scene. Although the investigators had some suspicions in their hearts, they could not find any obvious flaws for the time being and could only go back and report the truth. After listening to their report, the new emperor's doubts were not completely eliminated, but there was no conclusive evidence to prove that there was a problem. It seems that the Ouyang family has nothing to do with Li Hao. The 8th Legion can still be reused. However, the counselor beside the new emperor came forward at this time and whispered, "Your Majesty, since the 8th Legion can be used, why not let them continue to attack the 13th Legion and retake the Endless Sea?" The new emperor frowned and asked, "No, the previous emperor trained a 13th Legion, and I don't want to train an 8th Legion." The counselor said quickly, "Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. But now the 8th Legion has just made great achievements, and their morale is high. If we can drive them to seize the Endless Sea for your Majesty, it will not only demonstrate your Majesty's power, but also weaken the 8th Legion's strength. After the success, it will not be too late to suppress them." The new emperor pondered for a moment and said, "You have some truth in what you said, but this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Let's first see if the 8th Legion is truly loyal." The counselor replied, "Your Majesty is wise. I will withdraw first." Not long after, the new emperor once again asked the 8th Legion to attack the 13th Legion and capture the bridgehead of the Endless Sea, Jinsha Star. Meanwhile, in the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu was still trying to get her family to hand over that precious route map. Chapter 180: The Ouyang Family's Dilemma. Ouyang Qingyu discussed this matter with the family elders many times, but the family elders were hesitant. "Qingyu, this route map is a family secret. If others find out, our family will be in danger of being exterminated," an elder said solemnly. Ouyang Qingyu explained, "We have entered the Endless Sea. The next step is that as long as we enter the depths of the Endless Sea, we can follow the route map to find the ruins." You think too simply," another elder retorted. "How can the relic be so easy to find? Besides, is it worth taking such a big risk for an uncertain relic?" Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, "Elders, this is our family's chance to rise. Li Hao's 13th Legion is the best in the empire. With their assistance, our chances of success will be greatly increased." An elder who had been silent all this time slowly spoke up. "Qingyu, if Li Hao gets the route map, or if he knows about the ruins, how can we guarantee that he will sincerely help us? What if he turns against us? Wouldn't we lose more than we gain?" Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip and said firmly, "I will only tell him about the route, not the location of the ruins." The elders looked at each other and fell into deep thought. At this time, the voice of the new emperor's envoy urging troops to be dispatched came from outside, making the atmosphere even more tense. Ouyang Qingyu said again, "Elders, time is running out. We can't hesitate any longer. If we miss this opportunity, our family may never be able to gain a foothold in the Endless Sea." Finally, after a heated discussion, the elders made a difficult decision. An elder stood up and said solemnly, "Qingyu, we can give you the route map, but you have to ensure that this is foolproof. If there is any mistake, the family will face a catastrophe." Ouyang Qingyu nodded solemnly. "Elders, rest assured, I will not fail in my mission." After getting the route map, Ouyang Qingyu immediately prepared to meet Li Hao. However, the new emperor's envoy came again and sternly urged the 8th Legion to immediately attack Jinsha Star. Ouyang Qingyu was extremely anxious. She knew very well that if she sent troops at this time, the cooperation with Li Hao would be broken, but the orders of the new emperor were difficult to disobey. After some thought, Ouyang Qingyu decided to stabilize the messenger first, and then meet with Li Hao in secret. In a hidden corner, Ouyang Qingyu handed the route map to Li Hao. Li Hao looked at the route map in his hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Qingyu, thank you." Ouyang Qingyu said worriedly. "Li Hao, now the new emperor is forcing us to send troops to attack Jinsha Star. What should we do?" Li Hao frowned. thought for a moment, and then said, Qingyu, Jinsha Star is the gateway to the endless sea. I can't give it to you. You can ask the family to find a way to delay it. Ouyang Qingyu looked embarrassed and said, Li Hao, the new emperor is pressing us hard, and the family is also under tremendous pressure. We can't delay for too long. Li Hao paced back and forth and said, Qingyu, you have to know that once Jinsha Star is lost, my 13th Legion will be passive, and the endless sea will no longer be peaceful. Ouyang Qingyu turned and left. Li Hao looked at her gradually receding back, his heart filled with worry. The slender figure looked somewhat lonely in the afterglow of the setting sun. Li Hao knew that she was caught between her family and himself and was under tremendous pressure. Returning to the 8th Legion, Ouyang Qingyu walked into the conference hall with a serious expression. The family elders had been waiting here for a long time, and when they saw her return, their eyes were full of anticipation. Ouyang Qingyu took a deep breath and said slowly, Dear elders, I have informed Li Hao of our situation. After hearing this, the elders looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. For a moment, the conference hall fell into silence, and the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost hard to breathe. One of the elders broke the silence and said, In this case, we can only think of a way to deal with the new emperor first and try to delay the time of sending troops. There was a hint of helplessness and uncertainty in his voice. Ouyang Qingyu frowned and said, But the new emperor has lost his patience. If we continue to delay like this, I'm afraid it will cause disaster. He is suspicious and irritable. If he regards our delay as disloyalty, the consequences will be disastrous. Just when everyone was at a loss, a soldier rushed into the meeting room, knelt on one knee. The voice trembled as he spoke. Report to the elders, the new emperor has sent another decree. If the 8th Legion does not send troops, other legions will be sent to replace them and punish the Ouyang family. Upon hearing the news, the elders' faces turned pale instantly. One of the elders swayed and almost lost his balance, muttering to himself, See, I told you not to get involved in the internal struggles of the empire. The new emperor is not an easy person to get along with. Another elder, his eyes widened in anger, loudly rebuked. What's the point of saying this now? The most urgent task is to find a way to deal with the crisis at hand. Ouyang Qingyu's expression was also very ugly. She said, Stop arguing. Arguing won't solve the problem. At this time, the great elder who had been silent all this time slowly spoke. In my opinion, we should pretend to send troops first, and then find a time to negotiate with Li Hao to see if we can reach some kind of cooperation to jointly deal with the threat of the new emperor. How can we do this? If the new emperor finds out that we are pretending to obey but actually disobeying him, it will be an even greater crime, a young elder retorted. In my opinion, we should just fight with the 13th Legion, so that we can give an explanation to the new emperor. The great elder glared at him. Everyone fell into a heated debate again, and the conference hall was in chaos. She took a deep breath and said loudly, Stop arguing. We can give the great elder's proposal a try, but we can't offend Li Hao. The scale of the war must be controlled. We will need the support of the 13th Legion later. Everyone gradually quieted down, their eyes focused on Ouyang Qingyu. Ouyang Qingyu continued, We will first send out a small part of the army to make a gesture of sending troops. At the same time, I will contact Li Hao secretly to discuss the details of the cooperation. But during this process, we must keep it strictly confidential and not let any news leak out. The elders nodded in agreement. So Ouyang Qingyu contacted Li Hao again. However, this time her actions attracted the attention of the spies sent by the new emperor. The spy quickly reported the situation to the new emperor, who was furious and immediately ordered to strengthen surveillance of the 8th Legion. Ouyang Qingyu was completely unaware of this. She was looking forward to reaching a cooperation with Li Hao to save her family from the dire straits. When she finally saw Li Hao's face was also very solemn. Li Hao said, Qingyu, the current situation is worse than we expected. The new emperor is already on guard against us. Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, Then what should we do? Is there really no other way? Li Hao pondered for a moment, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Now there is another way. Chapter 182, The Power of the Star Destroyer. Ouyang Qingyu asked hurriedly, What method? Li Hao, tell me quickly. Li Hao lowered his voice and said, You shouldn't have been involved in this matter in the first place. Just withdraw from this incident and remain neutral, just like the other legions. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, Li Hao, what do you mean? We have come this far. If we withdraw now, the new emperor will not let our family go. Li Hao frowned and said, Qingyu, I am doing this for your sake. This fight is too dangerous. If you fail, the consequences will be disastrous. If you withdraw, the new emperor may give you a lighter sentence because you did not directly oppose him. Ouyang Qingyu looked determined and retorted, Li Hao, you underestimate our Ouyang family. Now that things have come to this, we have no way out. We can only fight with you to the end. Li Hao sighed helplessly. Qingyu, you are too stubborn. But since you have made up your mind, let's face it together. It's just that the road ahead will be more difficult, so you have to be mentally prepared. Ouyang nodded softly. Don't worry, Li Hao, I won't back down. At this moment, there was a noise outside, and a soldier hurried over to report. General, it's bad. The new emperor has sent the 3rd Legion to the border star to join the aristocratic coalition forces. Li Hao's expression suddenly became serious. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect the new emperor to act so quickly. It's the 3rd Legion again. This makes the situation even more difficult. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes also revealed a trace of anxiety. Li Hao, if 3 legions attack you at the same time, I don't think you will be able to defend the endless sea. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Qingyu, you have been away from the empire for too long. There are some things you don't know. I suggest you don't get involved in this matter. Ouyang Qingyu frowned and said firmly, Li Hao, it's too late to say these things now. Since we are already involved, there is no reason to retreat. Li Hao shook his head helplessly. Qingyu, since you don't believe me, I won't say much. You will understand after the war starts. After the two finished chatting, Ouyang Qingyu returned to her flagship of the 8th Legion fleet. She felt extremely heavy-hearted, as she was worried about the upcoming war and had doubts about Li Hao's words. Ouyang Qingyu sat in the command chair, his eyes fixed on the enemy's movements displayed on the screen. Miss, what should we do next? Asked an adjutant. Ouyang Qingyu took a deep breath and said, Stay put and wait for further instructions. At this time, inside the flagship of Li Hao's 13th Legion, Li Hao was also nervously deploying combat plans. As time passed, the atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly tense, as if a storm was about to come. Suddenly, alarms sounded, and the 13th Legion sent by the new emperor and the coalition fleet of the aristocratic families began to attack. For a moment, artillery fire was flying and the entire Jinsha Star area was engulfed in a sea of fire. Ouyang Qingyu tightly grasped the handrail and shouted loudly, Everyone prepare for battle. The warships of the 8th Legion activated their weapon systems one after another and engaged in fierce battle. However, the new emperor's army came with great force and soon attacked the defense range of Jinsha Starport. The 13th Corps was defending the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet here. Under the command of Li Hao, these two fleets quickly entered combat status. The warships of the Dawn Fleet flexibly shuttled through the artillery fire and attacked the enemy with precision. The Star Fleet formed a solid line of defense with its powerful firepower. The warships of the new emperor's army came in like a tide. Although the Dawn Fleet and the Star Fleet fought hard, they still seemed to be struggling. Fire with all your strength. We can't let them break through our defense line. Li Hao shouted loudly on the command ship. On the battlefield, cannons roared, lights flashed, and warships on both sides exploded continuously, turning into balls of fire. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyu received an order from the commander of the 3rd Legion. Your 8th Legion will attack Jinsha Starport. Ouyang Qingyu was shocked. She knew very well that the consequences of doing so would be disastrous. But military orders were as heavy as a mountain, and she was caught in a dilemma. She gritted her teeth and replied, Captain, attacking the starport at this time may put us in a difficult situation where we will be attacked from both sides. However, the commander of the 3rd Legion said firmly, This is an order. Execute it immediately. Ouyang Qingyu had no choice but to command the 8th Legion to approach Jinsha Starport. But she deliberately slowed down the march in an attempt to delay time. Li Hao soon noticed the movement of the 8th Legion. He shouted through the communication channel, Qingyu, don't go to the starport. Ouyang Qingyu smiled bitterly and replied, Li Hao, I have no choice. Just as Ouyang Qingyu's 8th Legion entered the Jinsha Starport's defense circle, the port's defense systems were activated one after another. At this moment, 4 huge Star Destroyer gun barrels suddenly extended from the front of the starport and aimed at the 8th Legion warships entering the starport defense. Ouyang Qingyu was horrified and shouted, Everyone evacuate immediately. But it was too late. The Star Destroyer emitted a dazzling light, and the powerful energy beam instantly hit several warships of the 8th Legion, triggering a series of explosions. Damn it! How could there be a Star Destroyer here? Ouyang Qingyu angrily pounded the control console. We've been tricked. Ouyang Qingyu suppressed her grief and commanded the damaged fleet to retreat. When the commander of the 3rd Legion saw the 4 extended Star Destroyer cannons, his face turned pale instantly. He knew that Li Hao had obtained the 4-star destroyer cannons of the aristocratic family coalition, but he did not expect that Li Hao would install all 4-star destroyer cannons in the starport of Jinsha Star. How could he install all of them here? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of fear and regret. Commander, the defense of Jinsha Star is equipped with 4-star destroyer cannons. We cannot take Jinsha Star like this. The adjutant proposed based on the battlefield data. The Legion commander frowned, staring gloomily at the 4 powerful star destroyers, and said, "Don't attack Jinsha Star first. Attack the fleet of the 13th Legion first." Captain, according to the current battlefield situation, we are now facing only 2 fleets of the 13th Legion. Their Dreadnought fleet and the White Phoenix, Black Rose, and Hero fleets have not yet been dispatched. The Legion commander snorted coldly. Even if their main fleet has not moved, we must first teach Li Hao a lesson. Concentrate firepower and attack with all our strength. After the order was issued, the warships of the 3rd Legion turned around and launched a more fierce attack on the Dawn fleet and the Star fleet of the 13th Legion. Li Hao noticed the enemy's movements in the command ship. He responded calmly, "Adjust the defense formation. If we delay a little longer, we can surround them." Chapter 183, Controlling the Stargate. For a time, artillery fire intertwined, and the 2 sides were caught in a fierce confrontation. The soldiers of the 13th Corps fought bravely, but the 3rd Corps gradually gained the upper hand with its strong military advantage. At this moment, Lin Zhao's voice came from Li Hao's communication channel. "General, we have successfully captured the Border Star, and the White Phoenix and the Hero fleet have controlled the Stargate." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Hao's eyes. "Great. Lin Zhao, lead the fleet to support us immediately." The hope of reinforcement boosted the morale of the 13th Legion, and they resisted the attack of the 3rd Legion more tenaciously. The commander of the 3rd Legion became even more gloomy when he learned that there was a fleet behind to support the 13th Legion. "Speed up the attack. We can't let their reinforcements arrive." The situation on the battlefield is becoming increasingly tense, and every second is a test of life and death. Soon, the Dreadnought fleet and the Black Rose fleet rushed into the battlefield like a torrent, instantly changing the balance of power. The 3rd Legion began to fall into a passive position, and their warships gradually fell into chaos under the attack from both sides. "Retreat." The Legion commander had no choice but to issue this helpless order. Soon the commander of the 3rd Army Corps reported even worse news. They had lost the Border Star and its Stargate. How dare they? Stargate is the bottom line of the Empire. How dare Li Hao? The commander of the 3rd Legion was roaring angrily in the command room. His eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his forehead. "Commander, what should we do now?" the adjutant at the side asked cautiously. The Legion commander slammed his fist on the control console. "Report the situation to the new emperor immediately and request support. Also, reorganize the remaining troops and prepare to retake the Border Star and Stargate." At this time, the morale of the 3rd Legion was low and the soldiers were immersed in the shadow of defeat. In the Imperial Palace, after listening to the report from the 3rd Legion, the new emperor's face was terribly gloomy. "What a bunch of rubbish. They can't even defend a Border Star. Pass my order, mobilize the other legions, and make sure to recapture the Border Star and the Stargate." "Your Majesty, the most urgent task now is to stop the war with the 13th Legion immediately. The 13th Legion now controls the Stargate. If the 13th Legion passes through the Stargate directly, it can directly attack the Imperial Capital Star. With the current defense of the Imperial Capital Star, it is impossible to stop the 13th Legion." The new emperor glared at him and shouted, "You are only boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. How could my empire be so vulnerable?" The minister knelt down hastily, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I am also concerned about the safety of the empire." The new emperor paced back and forth for a moment and said, "Then what do you think should be done?" The minister raised his head and said cautiously, "Why not send an envoy to negotiate with the 13th Legion first, by some time to strengthen the defense of the Imperial Capital Star and redeploy the strategy at the same time?" The new emperor pondered for a moment and snorted coldly. "Then do as you say and do it quickly. But if the negotiation fails, I will not let you off easily." The minister took the order and withdrew, and hurriedly arranged for an envoy to go to the Border Star. On the Border Star, Li Hao and Ouyang Qingyu received news that the imperial envoys were coming to negotiate. Ouyang whispered, "Li Hao, how dare you control the Stargate? Don't you know that this is the bottom line of the empire?" Li Hao nodded. "Of course I know, but if not, the civil war in the empire will never end. Now it depends on the new emperor's plan." Ouyang Qingyu said, It seems that we really shouldn't get involved in the Empire's affairs this time, but I have a request. Can you take our 8th Legion with you when you explore the Endless Sea Star region? Li Hao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Qingyu, this matter is very serious. I have no plan for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Let's deal with the new Emperor's affairs first. After a while, the new Emperor's envoy came to Li Hao's tent and put on a condescending attitude. General Li Hao, His Majesty remembers your past contributions. As long as you are willing to return the Border Star and the Star Gate, His Majesty will spare your life. Li Hao sneered. The current situation is not decided by the new Emperor. If you have this attitude, please go back. The messenger's face darkened and he said, Li Hao, don't be ungrateful. His Majesty has given you the last chance. If you persist in your wrongdoings, you will be doomed to be destroyed. Li Hao looked at the messenger with a fierce look in his eyes. Humph. Go back and tell the new Emperor that I, Li Hao, am not afraid of threats. The outcome of this war is still unknown. Seeing this, the envoy knew that the negotiations were fruitless and could only leave the tent in shame. After the messenger left, Li Hao fell into deep thought. He knew that the new Emperor would not give up and that there would definitely be more fierce attacks next. At this time, Ouyang Qingyu walked into the tent and said, Li Hao, I'm afraid the new Emperor won't let you go easily. You must be fully prepared. When the messenger returned to the Imperial Star and reported the failure of the negotiations to the new Emperor, the Imperial Army Marshal and Huangpu Hao also received news that Li Hao had taken over the gate of the Border Star. The Marshal frowned and said solemnly, Huangpu, this Li Hao is really bold and reckless. He touched the bottom line of the Empire at this time. Huangpu Hao seemed to be thinking, Marshal, there may be another hidden reason for this. Li Hao has always been loyal, and this action must have been forced. The Marshal snorted coldly. No matter what, he is openly rebelling, which is a serious crime. Huangpu Hao said, Marshal, the current situation in the Empire is beyond our expectations and is a bit out of control. Why don't we go back to the Imperial Capital? The Marshal glared at Huangpu Hao and said, You are the one who supported Li Hao, right? You also have a great responsibility this time. Huangpu Hao lowered his head, looking ashamed. Marshal, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. We have to think about how to deal with the current situation. The Marshal took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Humph, you'd better find a way to make up for your mistake. Summon the generals immediately and discuss the strategy again. After the Marshal and Huangpu Hao handed over the military affairs on the Zhurd battlefield, they immediately returned to the Imperial Capital Star on a warship. On the battleship, the Marshal looked solemn and said nothing, while Huangpu Hao paced anxiously beside him. Marshal, when we return to the Imperial Capital this time, I'm afraid the new Emperor. Huangpu Hao said worriedly. The Marshal snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? The situation in the Empire is in chaos now. We must meet the new Emperor as soon as possible and explain the interests. Huangpu Hao nodded. I hope the new Emperor can listen to it. After a long voyage, the warship finally arrived at the Imperial Capital Star. The Marshal and Huangpu Hao rushed to the palace without stopping. The new Emperor was sitting on the throne with a gloomy face. You are back? What's the situation on the Zhurd battlefield? The new Emperor asked coldly. The Marshal knelt on one knee and said, Your Majesty, the Zhurd battlefield has been temporarily stabilized, but the situation on the border planet is becoming increasingly critical. The new Emperor angrily slammed the throne and said, Li Hao, this traitor, I will tear him into pieces. The Marshal raised his head and said, Your Majesty, calm down. We should focus on peace talks. If we force a war, I am afraid it will seriously damage the vitality of the Empire. Chapter 184 Peace Negotiations. The new Emperor stared at the Marshal sharply. Peace talks? Where is my dignity? Where is the face of the Empire? Huangpu Hao quickly said, Your Majesty, stabilize the situation first, and then make long-term plans. The new Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, Well, I'll do as you say and send someone to talk to Li Hao. The Marshal and Huangpu Hao breathed a sigh of relief and left the palace. After returning to his residence, the Marshal frowned and said to Huangpu Hao, Who do you think is the most suitable person to send to the peace talks this time? Huangpu Hao thought for a moment and replied, I think we can let General Sima go. He is eloquent and may be able to convince Li Hao. The Marshal shook his head. General Sima has a strong character, and I'm afraid he will have trouble grasping the right measure for the peace talks. The two of them fell into deep thought for a long time, and the Marshal said, Why don't you go there yourself? Huangpu Hao was shocked. Me? Marshal, this is a heavy responsibility. I am afraid I can't handle it. The Marshal patted him on the shoulder and said, I believe in you, and you have promoted Li Hao. This matter concerns the safety of the empire, so you must handle it carefully. Huang Puheo gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Marshal, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Therefore, Huang Puhao embarked on the journey to the border star with the mission of peace talks. Along the way, he was feeling uneasy, not knowing what would be waiting for him. Finally, Huang Puhao arrived at the border star and met Li Hao. Li Hao looked at Huang Puhao. Mr. Huang Pu, why are you here? Huang Puhao took a deep breath and said, Li Hao, I was ordered to come to negotiate. I hope to stop this civil war and prevent the empire from falling into a greater crisis. Li Hao snorted coldly. Old man, this is not the first time the new emperor has negotiated. Is he mobilizing a fleet while negotiating again? Huang Puhao waved his hands quickly. Li Hao, this time we are absolutely sincere in the peace talks. The new emperor has also realized the harm caused by the civil war. Li Hao looked unconvinced. Humph, what guarantees can the new emperor give me? How can I believe it? Huang Puhao looked helpless. Li Hao, you and I have known each other for many years. Don't you know me yet? I sincerely hope that this matter can be resolved peacefully. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then said, Okay, then I want to hear what conditions the new emperor can offer to make me stop this struggle. Huang Puhao breathed a sigh of relief and said, The new emperor promised that as long as you give up resistance and return the border star and the star gate, the past will not be pursued, and you will be promoted to a higher position. Li Hao sneered. Promotion? He thinks he can buy me off this way? Doesn't he know the root cause of this civil war? Huang Puhao looked embarrassed. Li Hao, I know you feel wronged, but war will only make more people suffer. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Grandpa, let me think about it. Okay, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. After several days of thinking, Li Hao finally put forward the negotiation terms. After an anxious wait, Huang Puhao finally received a reply from Li Hao. Master, I can consider peace talks, but the new emperor must agree to a few conditions. Huang Puhao asked quickly, What conditions? First, my soldiers cannot be punished. Second, the people harmed in the war must be properly resettled and compensated. Third, the Endless Sea Star region will be autonomous from today on. Li Hao said seriously. Huang Puhao frowned. His facial muscles tensed, his eyes revealed difficulty, and said, Li Hao, I'm afraid the new emperor will have trouble agreeing to the third condition. The autonomy of the Endless Sea Star region is a major event that will shake the foundation of the empire. How could he easily give in? Li Hao snorted coldly. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and said, If you don't agree, there's no point in negotiating. I, Li Hao, am not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be defeated. Huang Puhao sighed helplessly and said, Alas, Li Hao, I understand your position, but this matter is indeed difficult. I will convey your conditions to the new emperor, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. I just hope you can be more patient and wait for the new emperor's reply. After saying this, Huang Puhao did not dare to delay and hurried back to the Imperial Capital Star. Along the way, he felt heavy-hearted, knowing that this mission was arduous. After returning to the Imperial Capital Star, Huang Puhao immediately went to the palace and reported Li Hao's conditions to the new emperor. After hearing this, the new emperor flew into a rage, slammed the table angrily, and shouted, Li Hao is simply daydreaming. Endless Sea Star region autonomy? This is absolutely impossible. He is openly challenging my authority and wants to split the empire. I will never tolerate it. Seeing how angry the new emperor was, the ministers standing by were so frightened that they dared not speak a word. However, some radical ministers took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, Li Hao is so arrogant, we should immediately send troops to attack him and uphold the law. Just when everyone was condemning Li Hao, the Imperial Army Marshal stepped forward and reminded the new emperor, Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. Now that Li Hao has occupied the border star and has the star gate in his hand, it is hard to predict the outcome if we rashly send troops. Moreover, once a war breaks out, lives will be lost and the foundation of the empire will be damaged. The new emperor glared at the marshal and said, In your opinion, do you want me to compromise with Li Hao's unreasonable demands? The marshal bowed and said, Your Majesty, calm down. This is not my intention, but we should seek peace at the moment, stabilize Li Hao first, and then make long-term plans. The radical ministers immediately retorted, Marshal, this is wrong. If you show weakness to Li Hao, where is your Majesty's dignity? Where is the face of the empire? The court immediately fell into a heated debate. The new emperor was upset and waved his hand, saying, Stop arguing. Let me think about it carefully. At night, The new emperor, the marshal, and Huangpu Hao were in the palace. The new emperor looked solemn and spoke first. There are many different opinions in the court today. I want to hear your true thoughts. The marshal pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, Li Hao's strength should not be underestimated. If we force a war, I am afraid that the empire will fall into a long-term war and the people will suffer. Huang Paheo continued, I also think that there may be a glimmer of hope for peace talks. The cost of war is too high. The new emperor frowned and said, But it is difficult for me to agree to the conditions proposed by Li Hao. The marshal said, Your Majesty, perhaps we can make concessions in some aspects, stabilize the situation first, and then take it step by step. The new emperor's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. How should we give in? The marshal thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, Li Hao has killed no less than 5 Zerg kings in the Zerg battlefield, but the empire has not yet rewarded him. We can start with this aspect and give him corresponding honors and rewards to let him feel Your Majesty's sincerity. The new emperor frowned. What he wants now is the autonomy of the Endless Sea. Huang Paheo said hurriedly, Your Majesty, if it is a fiefdom, then it is not considered to be separated from the empire, and it can be stipulated that he still needs to obey the empire's dispatch in certain aspects. This can both meet his certain needs and ensure the overall rule of the empire. Chapter 185 Negotiations in Progress. The new emperor's expression eased a little. Well, this is not a bad idea, but the specific details need to be carefully considered. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you guys to arrange. Be sure to come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. The marshal and Huang Paheo responded in unison, as ordered. After the marshal and Huangpu Hao left the palace, they immediately began to discuss the specific plan. A few days passed, and the marshal and Huangpu Hao finally worked out several feasible plans and prepared to go to the palace again to present them to the new emperor. The marshal and Huangpu Hao went to the palace again to meet the new emperor with a carefully prepared plan. The new emperor examined these plans carefully, nodding and shaking his head from time to time, with a very serious expression. He was actually granted the Endless Sea as his fiefdom. Do we still need to promote him to a higher position and title? The new emperor said unhappily. The marshal stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is also a temporary solution. Li Hao is now powerful. If we don't give him enough benefits, it will be difficult to calm down this disturbance. Huang Paheo also said immediately, Your Majesty, if this small concession can bring peace to the empire, it is worth it. Wait until the situation stabilizes, and then we can slowly make plans in the future. The new emperor frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. I'll do as you say, but this matter must be handled properly. Li Hao must not have any unreasonable thoughts again. The marshal and Huang Paheo quickly responded, Don't worry, Your Majesty, we will do our best. Afterwards, the new emperor sat on the throne with a gloomy face. After thinking for a moment, he finally ordered peace talks with Li Hao according to the established plan. The envoy, carrying the new emperor's order and the carefully prepared plan, rode at full speed to the border star. After several days of travel, we finally arrived. After receiving the will and plan presented by the envoy, Li Hao sneered, and his laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. Humph, the new emperor is very smart in his calculations. A duke title and a lieutenant general rank, 2 empty titles, no sincerity at all. The envoy's heart tightened when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, General Li, the new emperor has also made these conditions after careful consideration. I hope the general will not act on impulse. Li Hao glanced at the envoy sharply and snorted. Thinking it over carefully? This is clearly perfunctory. Then tell me what happened to the empire during this peace talk. The Endless Sea was originally recaptured by our 13th Legion. The envoy's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stammered, General, the new emperor. He also has difficulties. After all, the rules of the empire. Li Hao interrupted him and shouted angrily, Don't use the rules to pressure me. Our 13th Legion fought bloody battles on the front line, and many brothers died in exchange for the peace of this land. Is this how he treats us perfunctorily? The deputy general at the side couldn't help but say, General, you are right. This is simply an insult to us. All the generals echoed the sentiment, and the crowd was outraged. Li Hao took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, Go back and tell the new emperor that my conditions are just those 3. The messenger nodded submissively, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He dared not say anything more and left in a hurry. Li Hao looked at the messengers departing back, his clenched fists trembling slightly, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He was angry at the new emperor's contempt and injustice, but helpless because the tense relationship with the imperial capital had put him in a dilemma. At this time, in the palace of the Imperial Capital Star, when the new emperor learned the reply from Li Hao brought back by the messenger, he was immediately furious. His eyes widened, and he threw the precious glass cup in his hand to the ground in anger. The cup shattered into pieces in an instant, with fragments flying everywhere. This Li Hao is really a man who refuses to accept my toast, the new emperor roared, his voice echoing in the empty palace, shaking the beams of the house so much that they seemed to tremble slightly. The ministers turned pale with fear and knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Your Majesty, please calm down. We, your subjects, feel guilty. The ministers' voices were trembling and fearful, and the whole palace was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. The new emperor paced back and forth in the hall. Every step seemed to carry the wrath of thunder. His breathing was rapid and his chest heaved violently. I have already made concessions, but Li Hao is so ungrateful. The new emperor's voice was full of majesty and anger. The ministers were silent, and no one dared to speak rashly at this time, for fear of angering the new emperor, who was already angry. After a long while, the new emperor gradually calmed down, stopped, and said coldly, "Everyone, get up and discuss how to deal with this Li Hao. Huangpu, you are more familiar with Li Hao. Contact him and see what it takes to make him willing to negotiate." Huang Paheo quickly responded, "Your Majesty, I will do my best. But Li Hao is determined now. I am afraid it will be difficult to persuade him." The new emperor frowned and said, "Anyway, go and try first. Tell him that I can make some concessions, but he should not push his luck further." Huang Paheo took the order and left, but he was very nervous. He knew Li Hao's character very well, and he didn't know what the result would be if he contacted him this time. After returning home, Huang Puhao thought carefully and considered how to talk to Li Hao. On the other side, Li Hao was also waiting for further action from the imperial capital. "General, do you think Huang Paheo can bring any good news this time?" asked the subordinate. Li Hao sneered. "Humph, no matter what he says, we can't easily believe it. The new emperor has always been cunning. Maybe it's another conspiracy." At this moment, Huang Paheo's communication request came. The flashing prompt sound on the screen seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet tent. Li Hao stared at the flashing request sign, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He knew clearly what this communication meant, perhaps a new course of action or a more complicated situation. But in the end, he pressed the connect button. "Li Hao, long time no see." Huang Paheo's voice came from the communicator with a hint of deliberate familiarity. Li Hao's face turned cold instantly, and he said in a cold tone, "Old man, don't try to trick me. Tell me what's the matter." Huang Paheo took a deep breath, as if to muster up his courage, and then said, "Li Hao, the new emperor asked me to ask you, what do you want in exchange for peace talks?" Li Hao's eyes became more determined, and he replied without hesitation, "It's very simple. The Endless Sea Star region must be completely autonomous, and the Empire must not interfere. Also, the compensation for the families of the soldiers who died this time will be borne by the Empire." Huang Paheo was immediately troubled when he heard this. He frowned and said, "Li Hao, I'm afraid the new emperor will find it difficult to agree to your condition. The complete autonomy of the Endless Sea Star region is a major event that will shake the foundation of the Empire." Li Hao snorted coldly and said, "Humph, that is a problem that the new emperor needs to consider. I only know that if these conditions are not met, peace talks will never be possible." Huang Paheo sighed helplessly and said, "Li Hao, we are old acquaintances. Can't you give in a little more?" Chapter 186, End of Peace Talks. Li Hao looked firmly at the communication screen and said, "Mr. Huangpu, it's not that I won't give in, but the new emperor is going too far. My brothers have followed me through thick and thin, but now they are being abandoned by the Empire. How can I compromise?" Huang Paheo was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Li Hao, I understand your difficulties, but the situation in the Empire is very complicated now, and the new emperor also has his difficulties." Li Hao sneered. "He has difficulties? Then who will take care of our difficulties? This civil war should not have happened. If the new emperor had treated us fairly from the beginning, why would it have come to this?" Huang Paheo said, "Li Hao, you and I both know that if the war continues, it will not benefit anyone. How about this? I will go back and negotiate with the new emperor, and you can see how you can negotiate." Li Hao stared at Huang Puhao with a sharp gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Huang Puhao, I have made it clear that the Endless Sea Star region is completely autonomous. The Empire must not interfere, and my soldiers must be treated fairly and properly resettled. Apart from this, I have no other request. If the new emperor can agree to these 2 points, there will be hope for peace talks. Huang Paheo looked embarrassed and said, Li Hao, your conditions are really harsh. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the new emperor to agree to them. Li Hao snorted coldly. I will take a step back and return the Star Gate to the Empire, but the border star will be used as compensation for this time. This is my last concession. Huang Paheo frowned and said, Li Hao, this matter is serious. I need to return to the capital to report to the new emperor. As for the result, I really can't guarantee it. Li Hao looked determined and said, Okay, go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for your news. Huang Puhao hurried back to the imperial capital, not daring to stop for a moment, and went straight to the palace to meet the new emperor. The new emperor sat on the throne. After listening to Huang Puhao's retelling, his face was gloomy and uncertain, like a dark cloud. He gritted his teeth and said, This Li Hao is really asking for too much. The border star is a strategic location that concerns the stability of the empire's border defense. How can we give it to him so easily? The ministers standing by were immediately in an uproar and started talking about it. Your Majesty, you must never agree to Li Hao. That guy is extremely ambitious. If we let him succeed, he will become a huge threat in the future, and there will be endless troubles. A minister said anxiously, his face full of worry and determination. But if we don't agree, once the war breaks out, the empire will be plunged into a long period of chaos, people's livelihood will be devastated, the economy will collapse, and the losses will be even greater. Another minister seemed a little hesitant, with deep worry in his tone. Our empire is strong in both military and military power. Are we still afraid of Li Hao? We should just send troops to suppress him and uphold the law. A radical minister waved his arms and shouted loudly. Don't be impulsive. The cost of war is too high. We need to take a long-term view. A more calm minister retorted. For a time, there were many different opinions and endless arguments in the court. The new emperor sat on the throne with an increasingly ugly expression. He was extremely conflicted in his heart, not knowing how to make a decision. At this time, the prime minister, who had been silent all this time, stood up. He bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, I think the most urgent thing right now is to stabilize Li Hao first, and then find a good plan. The new emperor frowned and asked, How can we keep it stable? Should we really agree to his unreasonable request? The prime minister replied calmly, Of course, we won't accept everything. The border star can be given to him, but the configuration of the border star cannot exceed that of a standard fleet, and the 13th Legion cannot station troops in the border star system. The 13th Legion must report all its fleets to the military headquarters. The new emperor's expression eased a little after hearing this, and he said, This can limit the expansion of his power to a certain extent. But will Li Hao obey? The prime minister said, Your Majesty, this depends on our negotiation skills and strategies. We can first send an envoy to convey these conditions to Li Hao and observe his reaction. At the same time, we must also be prepared for both situations. If Li Hao refuses, we will immediately send troops to suppress him. The new emperor nodded and said, just as the prime minister said, quickly arrange for an envoy to go to the border star. The envoy came to the border star with new conditions. After seeing Li Hao, he said, Generally, the new emperor has made a new decision. The border star can be granted to the general, but there are a few conditions. I hope the general will consider it. The messenger cleared his throat and said nervously, General, the new emperor's condition is that the border stars can be granted to you. However, the border stars you control cannot exceed the configuration of a standard fleet. In addition, the 13th Legion is strictly prohibited from stationing troops in the border star system. In addition, the 13th Legion must truthfully report the details of all fleets to the military. In addition, the new emperor requires you to swear allegiance to him. After hearing this, Li Hao's face instantly darkened as if water could drip out of it. He gritted his teeth and said, The new emperor wants to tie my hands and feet. Such harsh conditions are clearly a warning and suppression of me. The envoy said with a stiff upper lip, General, this is already the biggest concession from the new emperor. I hope you will put the interests of the empire first. The situation in the empire is turbulent now. If a civil war breaks out, it will cause great suffering to the people. Li Hao fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed, his eyes revealing entanglement and struggle. He knew that accepting these conditions would mean that he would be subject to many restrictions and his future development would be restricted in many ways. But if they refuse, war will break out immediately, their soldiers will fight on the battlefield, their lives will be unpredictable, and the innocent people on the border star will be engulfed by the war and fall into endless suffering. At this time, inside Li Hao's tent, the generals were also having a heated discussion. General, we cannot agree to the new emperor's conditions. This is an insult and restriction to us. They don't trust us at all. Such conditions are absolutely unacceptable, said angrily a hot-tempered general. But if we go to war, what are our chances of winning? The new emperor controls most of the empire's resources and military forces. We're afraid we'll be in a tough fight, or even lose miserably. Another general analyzed worriedly. Are we going to be controlled and manipulated by the new emperor like this? Another general shouted unwillingly. Li Hao raised his head and said with a firm look, "Tell the messenger that I need time to consider. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot make a decision lightly." The messenger had no choice but to go back and report. In the imperial capital, the new emperor was filled with uneasiness and anxiety after learning of Li Hao's reply. He paced back and forth in the palace, waiting for Li Hao's final decision. At the same time, in Li Hao's tent on the border star, the atmosphere was still tense and depressing. "General, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Even if we agree to the new emperor's conditions, he will definitely find an opportunity to get rid of us in the future," said a general. Li Hao pondered for a long time and said slowly, "But the pain caused by the war is too great. We cannot ignore the lives of the people." After a night of careful consideration, Li Hao finally came up with an idea. The next day, Li Hao summoned all the generals and said solemnly, "I have decided to accept the conditions of the empire's peace talks. However, according to the agreement, a standard fleet can be stationed on the border star, so I decided to leave the dreadnought fleet on the border star and transfer 2 star destroyers to the border starport, aiming at the direction of the Stargate." Chapter 187 Imperial Marshal arrives at the border star. When the generals heard this, they were immediately shocked. However, the commanders with clear minds immediately understood Li Hao's intention. "General, we will make arrangements immediately." Li Hao nodded slightly, his eyes revealing determination and decisiveness. "We must act quickly and secretly, and we must not let the imperial capital notice anything unusual." Several commanders responded in unison, "Yes, General." They left quickly and began to prepare for various matters in full swing. Those generals who had not yet understood Li Hao's deeper meaning gathered around Li Hao, expressing their concerns in a flurry of comments. "General, is this really feasible? Are we too passive? What if the empire suddenly attacks? How will we respond?" Li Hao looked calm and patiently explained, "Everyone, please be patient. This is just a temporary solution. Accepting the conditions can temporarily stabilize the imperial capital and buy us time. If we go directly into a full-scale war with the empire with our current military strength, we will have no chance of winning. As long as we are fully prepared, there will still be opportunities in the future." After hearing this, the generals were still worried, but they had no choice but to trust Li Hao's decision. In the military base on the border star, soldiers were busy shuttling back and forth. The dreadnought fleet was being deployed in an orderly manner, and the debugging of the Star Destroyer cannon was also in full swing. At the same time, the spies in the imperial capital were also closely watching the border star's every move, ready to report to the new emperor at any time. Time passed quietly in the tense atmosphere, and behind this seemingly calm peace talk, there were countless variables and crises. In the imperial capital, the new emperor sat in the palace, listening to the spy's report, his heart still full of suspicion towards Li Hao. Will Li Hao really surrender so easily? "I always feel that there is something fishy going on," the new emperor muttered to himself. The minister beside him said, "Your Majesty, don't take it lightly. Li Hao has always been cunning and scheming. Perhaps this is just a delaying tactic." The new emperor shook his head and ordered, "Continue to monitor, but this is all we can do for now. Announce it according to the terms of the peace talks." Soon, the imperial authorities announced the terms of the peace talks, causing an uproar throughout the empire. Some people think that the new emperor is too weak and has made too many concessions to Li Hao. Others think that this is to avoid war and maintain peace and stability in the empire. On the border star, Li Hao also learned the news of the announcement of the peace talks conditions. "General, the outside world is talking about us now, and this situation may be unfavorable to us," Zhang Qiang said worriedly. Li Hao's eyes were firm. "Don't worry about what others think. We just need to prepare ourselves." "General, what should we do next?" Wang Lei said. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Notify the people in the empire to purchase the materials we need as soon as possible. The production speed of warships needs to be increased. I think this peace talk is only temporary." Wang Lei nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Li Hao paced back and forth in the tent, thinking about various possible situations in his mind. At this time, a soldier came to report, "General, 2 generals from the empire came outside and said they need to see you." Li Hao frowned, stopped and asked, "How many people did they bring?" The soldier replied, They only brought a few followers with them. They looked hurried and seemed to be on important business. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "Let them in." After a while, 2 imperial generals walked into the tent. They were dressed in gorgeous military uniforms, with swords on their waists and solemn expressions. The general walking in front was tall, with a resolute face and a hint of majesty in his eyes. The general walking behind was thinner, but had sharp eyes and was shrewd. It turned out that the people who came in were the Imperial Marshal and Huang Puhao. When Li Hao saw them, his heart tightened, but he remained calm. The Imperial Marshal spoke first, his voice deep and powerful. "Li Hao, Huang Puhao, and I came here today to thank you." Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, "Thank me? Marshal, how can you say this?" The Imperial Marshal looked deep in his eyes and said slowly, "Your performance on the Zherd battlefield has made great contributions to the stability of the Empire. The late Emperor also appreciated this." Li Hao sneered. "Marshal, if that's the case, then why does the new Emperor have so many suspicions about me and even cause the current situation?" Huang Puhao hurriedly said, "Li Hao, the new Emperor is also considering the overall situation of the Empire. The current situation is complicated and some misunderstandings are inevitable." Li Hao's eyes were sharp. "Misunderstanding? This misunderstanding almost cost me and my brother's lives." The Imperial Marshal sighed. "Li Hao, I came here this time to resolve these misunderstandings." Li Hao crossed his arms and said, "Marshal, I just want to protect my own little piece of land. I will not get involved in the internal disputes of the Empire." The Imperial Marshal frowned and said, "Li Hao, as the Duke of the Empire, do you think you can stay out of it? The situation in the Empire is turbulent now, and various forces are ready to make a move. If you don't make your position clear, you will be involved sooner or later." Li Hao sneered and said, "Marshal, I, Li Hao, am upright and honest. No matter who wants to touch me, they must consider their own weight." Huang Puhao advised from the side, "Okay, Li Hao, the Marshal is also doing this for your own good. We came here this time to resolve the conflict. Now the Endless Sea is your fiefdom, no one will do anything about it." Li Hao glanced at the two and said, "Humph, I hope so. But how long can this so-called fiefdom remain stable? Who can guess what the new Emperor is thinking?" The Imperial Marshal said in a deep voice, "Li Hao, since the new Emperor has issued an order, it will not be easily changed. As long as you abide by the law and perform your duties faithfully, this Endless Sea will be yours forever." After the 3 of them finished chatting, Li Hao arranged for the 2 elderly people to stay on the border star. However, on the night when the Imperial Marshal and Huang Puhao stayed there, the border star suddenly encountered a rare meteor shower. When a meteor streaks across the sky, it brings not only brilliant light, but also an inexplicable tense atmosphere. Li Hao was worried that this abnormal astronomical phenomenon would cause panic among the people, so he quickly ordered to intensify patrols and calm the people. At the same time, the Imperial Marshal and Huang Puhao in their residence also had trouble falling asleep. "Marshal, the current situation in the Empire is showing a tendency to fall apart. I always feel that there is a mysterious force behind it pushing it forward." Huang Puhao asked worriedly. The Imperial Marshal frowned, his eyes deep. "During this period of time, I have also discovered that there is a mysterious force secretly manipulating. We must find out the truth as soon as possible, otherwise the Empire will be in danger." Huang Puhao sat up straight and said anxiously, "Marshal, what do you think the purpose of this mysterious force is?" The Imperial Marshal was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Judging from the recent abnormalities of the major families in the Empire, they should be trying to control the Empire and weaken the royal military power." Chapter 188 Grandpa, Ouyang Qingyu. Huang Puhao widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "They are so bold. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of the Imperial army?" The Imperial Marshal snorted coldly. "They acted in secret and used covert means, so they thought they could conceal their true intentions. Moreover, they must have thought that the time had come and that the power of the royal family had been weakened, so they could take advantage of the situation." Huang Puhao clenched his fists and said angrily, "At present, Li Hao has been appeased. Should we go to the next 2 vassal kings?" The Imperial Marshal frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "There's no need to go now. The 2 of them combined are not as dangerous as Li Hao's 13th Legion." Huang Puhao looked puzzled. "Marshal, what do you mean?" The Imperial Marshal explained solemnly, "Though the 2 vassal kings command a large number of troops, they are short-sighted and only seek immediate benefits. They are not united internally. However, Li Hao's 13th Legion has strict military discipline and is brave in combat. Moreover, Li Hao is a man of great resourcefulness. Didn't you see that the fleet he left behind on the border star was the one that fought against the insect king alone? Huang Paheo took a breath and said, "It's that fleet. It should be because Li Hao is in the border star fleet that he is here." The Imperial Marshal said worriedly, "You didn't see that Li Hao placed this fleet on the border star. If there is any unusual movement in the Empire, he can use the Stargate to reach the Imperial Capital at any time. Do you think there is any fleet in the Empire that can stop him?" Huang Paheo showed a look of horror. Indeed, no fleet can compete with it. So what should we do? The Imperial Marshal groaned for a moment and said, "This is the only way for now. The new emperor caused this incident himself. Please persuade him more often in the Imperial Capital." The next day, Li Hao met the two old men again. Li Hao didn't know why they stayed with him this time. Li Hao asked respectfully, "Marshal, General Huang Pu, do you have any other instructions?" The Imperial Marshal looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Li Hao, to be honest, the situation in the Empire is unstable right now, and we want to know what your plans are for the future." Li Hao was slightly startled, then said seriously, "Marshal, I, Li Hao, am only concerned about the peace of the Empire and only want to protect this border area. I have no other thoughts." Huang Paheo stared at Li Hao's eyes and said, "Li Hao, we have analyzed the battle report from some time ago. Do you have any agreement with the Ouyang family?" Li Hao's heart was shocked, but he remained calm and said, "General Huang, what are you talking about? I have never had any agreement with the Ouyang family." The Imperial Marshal looked sharp. "Li Hao, did you get the route map of the Ouyang family?" Li Hao's expression remained unchanged, and he replied, "Marshal, how could I have the route map of the Ouyang family?" Huang Paheo said on the side, "Li Hao, this matter is very serious. If you get it, I suggest you don't go." Li Hao looked at Huang Pu Hao with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "General Huang Pu, I don't quite understand what you mean. What do you mean by not going?" Huang Paheo said solemnly, "If there really is a route map of the Ouyang family, I advise you not to follow the route on the map. The Ouyang family has spent hundreds of years exploring without any results, and it is very dangerous." The Imperial Marshal said in a deep voice, "Li Hao, General Huang Pu also has good intentions. The situation is complicated now. If you really have this route map in your hands, whether it is true or false, it will cause you great trouble." Li Hao said helplessly, "Marshal, Mr. Huang Pu, I understand. I will pay attention to it later." At this moment, another soldier rushed in and reported, "General, Miss Ouyang from the 8th Legion is looking for you outside." Li Hao frowned and thought to himself, "Why is she here?" The Imperial Marshal and Huang Pu Hao looked at each other. "Let her in." After a while, a heroic woman walked into the tent. It was Ouyang Qingyu. Ouyang Qingyu walked into the room and saw the Marshal and Huang Pu Hao and immediately saluted and said, "Marshal, General Huang Pu." The Imperial Marshal nodded slightly and said, "Miss Ouyang, no need to be polite." Ouyang Qingyu looked at Li Hao and said, "General Li, I came here without any prior notice today because my grandfather wanted to talk to you." Li Hao frowned and asked, "Miss Ouyang, what does your grandfather want to talk to me about?" Ouyang Qingyu looked solemn and said, "You will know when you go there. I am not too sure." But Grandpa looked very serious, as if it was something extremely important. Huang Paheo interrupted, "Xiao Ouyang, is it about the route map?" Ouyang Qingyu was slightly stunned, her eyes evasive, and said, "General Huang Pu, I really don't know. Grandpa just told me to invite General Li over, and didn't say much else." The Imperial Marshal said, "Li Hao, if that's the case, you should go and see what's going on." Li Hao clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Marshal. I know what to do." So Li Hao followed Ouyang Qingyu out of the tent. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent mansion, which was the temporary mansion of the Ouyang family on the border planet. They walked into the mansion, passed through the winding corridors and courtyards, and came to a quiet study. Ouyang Qingyu knocked on the door softly. "Grandpa, General Li is here. Come in." A steady and slightly vicissitudes of life voice came from inside the room. Li Hao pushed the door open and saw an energetic old man sitting behind a desk, looking at him deeply. "General Li, I've heard of your great name for a long time." Old Master Ouyang said slowly. Li Hao bowed and saluted. "Senior Ouyang, I wonder why you are looking for me this time." Old Master Ouyang sighed and said, "General Li, I asked you to come here this time. I believe you know what's going on. Regarding the route map, there are some things I still need to talk to you about." Li Hao's expression became stern, and he said seriously, "Senior Ouyang, please speak." Old Master Ouyang's eyes became deep, and he slowly said, "This route map has been in my Ouyang family for hundreds of years. The reason why our 8th Legion is called the Pioneer Legion is because of this route map. Li Hao looked solemn and said, Senior, do you know what routes are outside the Endless Sea Star region? Old Master Ouyang was silent for a moment, and then said, the route marked on this route map is a route that our Ouyang family explored from the Endless Sea Star region to the Outer Star region. It is said that there are abundant resources there, but the whole journey is very dangerous. Li Hao asked, what are the specific dangers? Do you know? Old Master Ouyang shook his head slowly. You know that the Endless Sea is surrounded by cosmic storms and energy turbulence. Our Ouyang family has sent countless fleets to this route over the past 100 years, but most of them never returned. This route map was brought back by the last battleship of the last fleet sent. Chapter 189 Exploring Key Information. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, it's so dangerous. How did this warship successfully bring back the route map? There was a trace of reminiscence in Mr. Ouyang's eyes. I don't know exactly how he got back. When we found this battleship, all the crew members were dead. We got the route map from the battleship's intelligent computer. Li Hao was shocked and said, everyone's sacrifice the cost of this route map is too high. Old Master Ouyang nodded solemnly. Yes, those are all good men of the Ouyang family. They paid the price of their lives in order to explore the unknown. Li Hao frowned. Does this intelligent computer have any other information about the route? Old Man Ouyang shook his head. No, there is only this route map. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, this is difficult. Relying solely on this route map is too risky. Old Master Ouyang sighed and said, yes, but this was also earned by the countless lives of the ancestors of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Qingyu said with a firm look, Grandpa, I want to explore this route. Grandpa, the Ouyang family has paid too much for this route map. Now that the situation is like this, I am willing to lead the fleet to explore. Maybe it can bring a turning point for the family. Old Master Ouyang frowned and said, Qingyu, you know you may not be able to come back after this trip. Ouyang Qingyu held Grandpa Ouyang's hand and said, Grandpa, I'm ready. As a descendant of the Ouyang family, I have the responsibility to stand up for the family. Miss Ouyang is very courageous, but this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Ouyang whispered, so I asked you to come. Li Hao frowned. Ms. Ouyang, I didn't say I was going. Ouyang Qingyu looked at him with sharp eyes. General Li, I hope to get your support and help. I know very well that this operation is difficult, and the power of the Ouyang family alone may not be enough. Li Hao was silent for a moment, then said, Ms. Ouyang, this is not a trivial matter. I need to consider many factors. Old Master Ouyang said, General Li, Qingyu is impatient, but she is also thinking about the family. If you can help, the Ouyang family will definitely remember this kindness. Li Hao sighed. Old man, it's not that I don't want to help, but this matter is of great importance. Given the current situation in the Empire, I can't leave for the time being. After thinking for a while, Mr. Ouyang said, General Li is worried about the new emperor. Li Hao nodded slightly. That's right. The current situation in the Empire is unstable, and various forces are eager to take action. Old Master Ouyang frowned and said, you don't have to worry about this. After this peace talk, the Empire will not take any action for the time being. If you go, I will send the Ouyang family's 8th Legion to the Border Star for defense, and there is also the Huangpu family's 9th Legion next to it. Li Hao hesitated and said, Master, this matter is very serious. If there is any mistake, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Old Master Ouyang said solemnly, General Li, our Ouyang family is a man of our word and will definitely do what we say. As long as you are willing to help me, I will not break my promise. Li Hao pondered for a long time and finally said, Grandpa, let me think about it again. Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, General Li, time is running out. I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. After Li Hao left Ouyang Mansion, he wondered whether to explore this route. Returning to his tent, Li Hao paced back and forth, feeling extremely conflicted. On the one hand, this was an adventure full of unknowns and dangers, which might put him and his soldiers in a desperate situation. On the other hand, if successful, it would not only solve the problem of lack of resources in the Endless Sea, but also bring huge benefits to the 13th Legion. Zhang Yu and others walked into Li Hao's tent and saw that Li Hao looked thoughtful. They asked, General, are you thinking about the route map? Li Hao stopped and said, Yes, the Ouyang family wants me to explore that mysterious route together, and I'm a little confused about the decision. Zhang Yu frowned and said, General, this matter is of great importance. That route is full of unknown dangers. If we are not careful, we may never return. General, our family also had a record of this route map. Lin Xiao suddenly mentioned. Hearing this, Li Hao turned his gaze to Lin Xiao and asked anxiously, Lin Xiao, please tell me in detail. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and said, my ancestors mentioned it before, and our Lin family has also explored it. There is not only strong magnetic field interference on the road, but also electromagnetic storms. The most important thing is that there are no planets along the way near the endless sea. It's just an endless starry sky. Lin Xiao continued, and according to our ancestors, the electromagnetic storm has no regular pattern at all. Once you encounter it, there is almost no chance of survival. Zhang Yu said, General, it may be feasible to explore in sections, but it is time-consuming and laborious, and there is no guarantee that we can return safely to replenish supplies every time. Wang Lei agreed. Yes, General, there are too many variables, and it is really difficult to control. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, but if we don't try, are we just going to give up this route that could bring us huge opportunities? Everyone fell silent. Just when Li Hao was having trouble making a decision, Li Hao's star network received a strange communication. Li Hao was puzzled and answered the call. A deep and hoarse voice came. Li Hao, I can provide you with some key information about that route, but you need to agree to one condition. Li Hao frowned and asked, who are you? Why are you helping me? The mysterious voice said, if you agree to my terms, I will tell you who I am. Li Hao snorted coldly. Before I agree to you, at least let me know whether your purpose is legitimate. Otherwise, I will never agree easily. The mysterious voice was silent for a moment, then said, I hold the core secrets about that route. These secrets can help you avoid many detours on your exploration journey and even greatly increase your chances of survival. Li Hao clenched his fists and said, then tell me your conditions. The mysterious voice replied, I want to come along on this expedition. Li Hao frowned. Is it that simple? The mysterious voice said, yes, it's that simple, but you have to ensure my safety. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, okay, I can promise you, but if you do anything wrong, don't blame me for being rude. The mysterious voice smiled and said, don't worry, General Li, I only want to protect myself and gain benefits, and I won't cause you any trouble. Now you can tell me what you know. The mysterious voice paused and said, let me tell you a piece of information first, battleship. After the communication ended, Li Hao thought in the tent, this person's identity is unknown, and his purpose is hard to predict. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to travel with him this time. Chapter 190 Li Hong's Past. Li Hao frowned and pondered the word battleship over and over again. He really couldn't figure out what this had to do with a battleship. At this time, Zhang Yu walked into the tent and saw Li Hao with a thoughtful look on his face and asked, General, are you still worried about what the mysterious man said? Li Hao looked up at him and said, Zhang Yu, what do you think the word battleship can represent? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, General, could there be a battleship hidden somewhere along the route? Or is there any battleship manufacturing technology? Li Hao shook his head. Neither of them seems likely. He was talking about information about our safety. Could it be that we need a battleship to explore this route? Zhang Yu asked in confusion. General, if that's the case, then what role can the battleship play in this? Is it used to defend against unknown dangers? Li Hao pondered for a moment. Wait, maybe only battleships can face the dangers encountered on the route. After the two of them analyzed the situation, they guessed that the risks on this route were something that only battleships could face. After realizing this, they felt even more depressed. Li Hao frowned tightly, his eyes revealing determination and resoluteness. In this case, we can only take the dreadnought fleet with us, and the rest of the fleet will stay in the endless sea star region. Zhang Yu looked solemn. General, this expedition is extremely dangerous. Isn't it too risky to bring only the dreadnought fleet? Li Hao took a deep breath and said, why has no one been able to leave the endless sea star region? I guess the quality of the warships is also an important factor. Ordinary warships are indeed poor in the face of interstellar storms and magnetic storms. Zhang Yu frowned, but the number of dreadnought fleets is limited. If we encounter a strong enemy, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to deal with it. Li Hao's eyes were firm. No risk, no gain. We can't be trapped in this star field forever. We must take a risk. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, okay, General, I am willing to follow you. When shall we set off? Li Hao looked up at the starry sky and said in a deep voice, first, prepare for the rotation of the dreadnought fleet on the border star and the supply of the fleet. I will communicate with the mysterious person. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, General, I will arrange it right away. After Zhang Yu left, Li Hao contacted the mysterious man through StarNet and informed him of the meeting address. The mysterious man's deep voice came. Okay, I will arrive on time. After Li Hao ended the call, he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about the various situations that might arise from the upcoming meeting. 2 days later, the mysterious man arrived as promised. However, when Li Hao saw the mysterious man, he was surprised to find that it was his second uncle Li Hong. Second uncle, why is it you? Li Hao's eyes widened. Li Hong looked solemn. Hao, this route is too dangerous. I have to step in. Li Hao quickly asked Li Hong to sit down. Second uncle, tell me what happened and how you know about this route. Li Hong took a deep breath and said, Hao, I not only know this route, but I have also explored it with your father. Li Hao was shocked. Father has been there too? What happened next? Li Hong's eyes became distant, as if he was lost in memories. That was a long time ago, when your father was stationed in the Endless Sea. He discovered the intersection of this route during a patrol. We only let a fleet in at first. At first, everything went smoothly. We moved along the route and encountered some minor problems, but we were able to solve them. However, when we went deeper, we found that things were far from as simple as we imagined. Li Hao asked anxiously, Second uncle, what happened? Li Hong looked solemn. A strange magnetic field appeared on the route, interfering with our instruments and making us lose our way. Then, we encountered a strong interstellar storm, and our spacecraft was seriously damaged. In the end, we slowly found a way back. Li Hao clenched his fists nervously. Then you didn't go there again? Li Hong shook his head and said slowly, After we came back, your father and I rested for a while. But your father was unwilling to give up. About a year later, we organized another team and set out on that route again. Li Hao listened attentively. And then, second uncle? Li Hong took a deep breath and continued. This time, we were more fully prepared and brought more advanced navigation equipment and protective devices. At first, everything seemed to be under control, and we successfully avoided the strange magnetic field before. However, not long after we started, we encountered a new crisis. Li Hao asked anxiously, What is it? Li Hong's face was heavy. It's a mysterious nebula filled with unknown energy rays. These rays have a strong corrosive effect on the outer shell of the spacecraft. Our spacecraft keeps malfunctioning, and the team members are beginning to feel unwell. Li Hao frowned. Then how did you deal with it? Li Hong sighed and said, We had no choice but to change our route again and try to bypass this nebula. But just then, we found an old abandoned spaceship that looked like it had been floating there for a long time. Li Hao was surprised and asked, Abandoned spaceship? What's inside? A complicated look flashed across Li Hong's eyes. We sent people in to investigate, but we didn't find anything valuable inside. There were only some old equipment and unclear navigation records. It seems that this spaceship had experienced a very tragic battle, and the crew may have died. Li Hao asked curiously, Are the crew members dead? Li Hong nodded solemnly. From the signs at the scene, no one should be spared. There are no signs of fighting or destruction inside the spacecraft, and there is a smell of death everywhere. Li Hao frowned. Can we determine what caused this disaster? Li Hong looked solemn and said slowly, It's hard to judge. Perhaps they encountered some unknown virus, which killed all the crew members in a short period of time, or the life support system of the spacecraft suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to suffocate to death. Or perhaps they encountered mysterious energy radiation, which instantly took their lives. Li Hao fell into deep thought. Is it possible that this was an attack from outside, but the traces were deliberately erased? Li Hong shook his head. Not likely. If it was an external attack, it would be difficult to leave no trace of fighting. But we can't completely rule out this possibility. Li Hao asked again, Did the fleet find anything during its subsequent exploration? Li Hong said solemnly. Later, we continued to move forward and found some strange energy fluctuations that seemed to be guiding us in a certain direction. But as we went deeper, our instruments began to malfunction frequently, and the team members began to experience hallucinations. Chapter 191 Exploration Preparation. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, This is too weird. What next? Li Hong continued. The situation is getting worse and worse. In order to avoid more casualties, we have to give up exploring and choose to return. Li Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up at Li Hong and asked, Uncle, did you go exploring again later? Li Hong sighed and said, There was another time. That experience was too terrifying. Everyone was still scared, but your father still insisted on going there. This was also the farthest trip he made. Li Hao asked anxiously, What happened next? Li Hong's eyes revealed a trace of fear, and he slowly said, We followed the route map of the last 2 times. The first part was normal, but later we went deep into an area we had never been to before. There we encountered the Ouyang family's warship, but all the people inside were dead. We obtained the route map they explored in their intelligent brain. Li Hao was surprised and asked, Ouyang family? Why did the route map change? Li Hong shook his head. I don't know, but judging from the situation of their warships, the danger they are facing is definitely not simple. Li Hao asked, what's so special about their route map? Li Hong took a deep breath and said, there are some areas that we have never known about. Li Hong took a deep breath. There are some areas we have never known about marked on it, as well as some coordinates that look like ancient ruins and some danger warning signs. The patterns on those warning signs are very strange and seem to contain some deep meaning. Li Hao frowned. Ancient ruins? No wonder they want to go together. It turns out there are ruins. Li Hong shook his head. It's hard to say, but the Ouyang family's fleet was completely wiped out nearby, which is enough to show that the danger level is extremely high. Li Hong thought for a moment and said, we checked carefully. In addition to the route map, there seem to be some records about energy fluctuations, but the data is too confusing to analyze useful information at the moment. Li Hao frowned. Second uncle, did you find anything during the last exploration? Li Hong sighed. Later we continued to go deeper and found a mysterious planet. The planet is surrounded by a powerful energy field. When our spacecraft approached, almost all the instruments failed. Li Hao was surprised and asked, such a powerful energy field? How did you deal with it? Li Hong looked solemn. We tried to launch a probe to get more information, but the probe was destroyed by the energy field as soon as it approached. Li Hao clenched his fists. Is there no way to break through this energy field? Li Hong said helplessly. We tried everything, but it was useless. In order to save the fleet, we had no choice but to temporarily evacuate. Li Hao was silent for a moment. Second uncle, what do you mean by needing a battleship to explore this route? Li Hong frowned and explained, However, the protection of battleships is far superior to our existing battleships. There are many unknown dangers on this route, and ordinary battleships may not be able to cope with powerful attacks and complex environments. The heavy armor of battleships can withstand unknown energy shocks, and most importantly, battleships can carry more supplies and materials. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. Supply? Li Hong patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, the last time we went to find that mysterious planet, we were unable to enter and we ran out of supplies. On our way back, we encountered an electromagnetic storm and were delayed for a while. It was because of this delay that 2/3 of our fleet did not have enough energy to return. Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The loss was so heavy. How did the remaining fleet return? Li Hong sighed. It was thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, energy conservation, and shutting down unnecessary equipment that we managed to make it back. But there were many dangers along the way, and we almost ran out of energy several times. Li Hao frowned. Second uncle, can we explore a section and set up a supply station on the road? Li Hong shook his head. Most of this route is unknown, full of various uncertain dangers, and the starry sky, magnetic storms, and space storms will change the environment. There is no place to set up supply points along the way. Li Hao said unwillingly. But if there is no supply guarantee, such actions will always be restricted. Li Hong patted Li Hao's shoulder again. I understand your idea, so we have to find a way to improve the energy efficiency and navigation speed of the spacecraft. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Second uncle, you mean the super energy stone? Li Hong nodded. Yes, the super energy stone contains huge and pure energy, which can avoid the problem of insufficient energy. Your battleship has enough space, 6 quantum engines, and is fast enough. Li Hao frowned. But there is only one real battleship in my dreadnought fleet, and the other 10 are just built in the form of battleships. Li Hong's face was solemn. This is indeed a thorny problem. The previous exploration of other warships should not be a problem, but I estimate that if we want to enter that mysterious planet, there will probably only be one warship, the dreadnought. Li Hao clenched his fists. In that case, I will arrange for the dreadnought fleet to go this time, and all energy will be powered by super energy stones. Afterwards, Li Hao began to arrange personnel to prepare for the replenishment, and he called together the most experienced logistics personnel in the fleet. This mission is crucial. We must ensure that the dreadnought fleet has sufficient supplies and equipment. Li Hao said seriously. Wang Lei responded. Don't worry, General, we will do our best. Li Ming led the team and started to get busy. They checked the inventory and calculated the amount of food, water, weapons and ammunition, and repair parts needed. General, I suggest that we bring more spare quantum engines, Wang Lei suggested. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, First, arrange for supplies and energy stones. Finally, if there is enough space, arrange for the quantum engine to be installed. During the busy preparations, the entire base was filled with a tense and orderly atmosphere. Soldiers shuttled back and forth, carrying boxes of heavy supplies, and technicians were conducting final inspections and debugging of various equipment. A few days later, the preparations for the supply of materials and energy stones were basically completed. Wang Lei came to Li Hao again and reported, "General, the supplies and energy stones have been prepared. There is still some space. Should we arrange to install the quantum engine?" Li Hao frowned slightly, looking deeply into the distance, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Reserve the space first. I need to weigh the pros and cons again." In the operations conference room, the commanders of the various fleets of the 13th Legion sat together to discuss the action plan for this interstellar expedition. Li Hao spoke first. This interstellar exploration is related to whether our endless sea star region can break the blockade. Everyone knows that it is not easy for us to break through, but as long as we succeed, it will bring new vitality and hope to our star region. Chapter 192, Interstellar Exploration. Everyone looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Zhang Qiang, commander of the Starry Fleet, then said, "General, with the fleet we have now, there will be no problem in defending the endless sea star region." Lin Xiao, commander of the Black Rose Fleet, asked, "Captain, isn't it too risky to only bring the dreadnought fleet with us on this expedition?" Li Hao frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "It is indeed risky to bring only the dreadnought fleet, but we can only send the dreadnought fleet. This time we are exploring the periphery of the endless sea. The dreadnought fleet's mobility and defense are the most outstanding among all fleets, and this exploration operation requires such capabilities." Wang Lei added, "Moreover, this time we will equip the dreadnought fleet with the best equipment and the best technicians to minimize the risks." Lin Xiao still looked worried. "Then how do we arrange the personnel for this exploration?" Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "In terms of personnel, we will select experienced, determined, and adaptable soldiers and technical backbones from each fleet. Zhang Qiang, as the commander of the dreadnought fleet, you must personally check the personnel on board to ensure that every selected person is capable of taking on this arduous mission." Zhang Qiang nodded solemnly. "General, rest assured, I will strictly screen them." Li Hao continued, "After I leave, the defense of the endless sea star region will be handed over to you. Wang Lei, you will be responsible for coordinating the defense work and ensure the safety of the star region." Wang Lei looked serious and saluted. "Yes, General. I will definitely fulfill my mission." Li Hao glanced at everyone and continued, "Lin Xiao, your Black Rose fleet must strengthen patrols around the star field and not miss any abnormalities. White Phoenix, the White Phoenix fleet must be ready to provide support at any time to deal with any emergencies that may arise." Lin Xiao and Bai Feng Huang responded in unison, "Understood." Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, this is a critical moment for our endless sea star region. We must work together to overcome the difficulties." Everyone dispersed and began to make intensive preparations. After arranging the affairs of the endless sea star region, Li Hao returned to the dreadnought fleet. At this time, Ouyang Qingyu found Li Hao. Ouyang Qingyu looked anxious and said, "Li Hao, I heard that you are going to lead the team to explore in person. Why don't you let me join?" Li Hao frowned and said, "Qingyu, I got intelligence that it is too dangerous for ordinary fleets to go this route. Your 8th Legion's fleet is not suitable, so I didn't inform you." Ouyang Qingyu's eyes widened and she retorted, "Li Hao, you are prejudiced. When has the 8th Legion's fleet ever been afraid of danger? Our strength is no worse than that of other legions." Li Hao sighed helplessly. "That's not what I meant. This route is full of unknown powerful energy fluctuations. It is speculated that the hardware requirements of the fleet are extremely high. Your fleet equipment is not suitable." Ouyang Qingyu said angrily, "Where did you get this information? Our Ouyang family has been exploring this route for hundreds of years." Li Hao was silent for a while, then said, "My father also led the 13th Army to explore this route, and the intelligence this time is more comprehensive than your route map." Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip and said firmly, "Li Hao, can you bring our fleet of the 8th Legion to participate? We will not be a drag." Li Hao looked at her stubbornness and wavered in his heart. "Qingyu, if you want to participate, you can come to my battleship, but I will not agree to bring the 8th Legion with you. I don't want to see the soldiers of the 8th Legion go and never come back." Ouyang Qingyu was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, Li Hao, I'll listen to you and join your fleet myself." Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "Qingyu, believe me, this is for everyone's good." Soon, Ouyang Qingyu packed her luggage and boarded Li Hao's dreadnought battleship. After checking the supplies of the dreadnought fleet, Li Hao informed Li Hong of the time to prepare for departure. At this time, Ouyang Qingyu was looking around curiously in the battleship, his eyes scanning every corner, trying to familiarize himself with this strange and technological environment as quickly as possible. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Her heart was filled with anticipation for the unknown journey, and she was also a little nervous that she could not suppress. She gently stroked the cabin wall, feeling the coolness of the metal, and secretly encouraged herself. Li Hao walked into the command room with steady steps and a serious expression. He stood in front of the huge star map and sat with the fleet officers, seriously discussing the voyage route and various situations that might be encountered. This exploration is full of unknowns, so everyone should be vigilant, Li Hao said seriously. We are not only facing unknown galaxies and celestial bodies, but also unpredictable dangers and challenges. Every decision and every operation is related to the life and death of the entire fleet. The crew members had serious expressions and listened attentively to Li Hao's words, with firmness and determination in their eyes. We must remain highly alert and not miss any abnormal signals or signs. When encountering problems, we must respond quickly, cooperate with each other, and deal with them together. Li Hao continued to emphasize, his eyes sweeping across the faces of every officer. The officers nodded and responded in unison. Yes, Commander. The time for departure soon arrived, and the battleship HMS Dreadnought slowly started and left the starport. As the battleship accelerated, it gradually entered the depths of the vast universe. Report, everything is normal. The crew's voice sounded in the command room. Li Hao nodded slightly, his eyes always fixed on the starry sky ahead. Let's first go to the edge of the Endless Sea Star region and find the entrance to the waterway, Li Hong reminded. Li Hao's voice was steady and powerful. Stay alert and pay attention to your surroundings at all times. His eyes were firm and sharp, as if they could penetrate the endless darkness. The warship was speeding through the silent universe. The lights inside the ship were dim, and various instruments and equipment were humming slightly. The personnel inside the ship were busy in a tense and orderly manner, each doing their own job. Ouyang Qingyu sat in front of the monitoring station, staring at the data on the screen without blinking. She was so focused that she didn't even notice the beads of sweat on her forehead. Her fingers moved quickly on the operating table, constantly adjusting the monitoring parameters. After a few days of sailing, the edge of the Endless Sea Star region finally appeared before our eyes. It was a gorgeous and mysterious area, with colorful nebulae intertwined together like a dream. Commander, we have reached the edge of the Endless Sea Star region. The adjutant's voice broke the brief silence, with a hint of excitement and nervousness in his voice. Li Hao stood up, his figure was straight and his steps were steady. He walked to the huge porthole, looked at the vast scene outside the window, and said, "Start searching for the entrance to the channel." Chapter 193, Finding the Route Entrance. When everyone heard the order, they immediately began searching and analyzing nervously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen in front of them, and their fingers were dancing quickly on the console. Report, no obvious channel entrance has been found yet. One of the investigators' voices was filled with anxiety. Li Hao frowned, his eyebrows almost twisted together, and said in a deep voice, "Expand the search range and scan again." At this time, Ouyang Qingyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Li Hao, I have detected a group of abnormal energy fluctuations here, which may be related to the entrance of the waterway." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Li Hao immediately walked quickly to Ouyang Qingyu's side, leaned over to look at the instrument screen in front of her, and asked anxiously, "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" Ouyang Qingyu operated the instrument attentively, his eyes fixed on the data that kept jumping on the screen, and he muttered to himself, "Location in progress. Found it, at 3 o'clock in front of the left." Li Hao did not hesitate and gave the order decisively, "Move in that direction." The battleship slowly turned, its engine roaring even louder, and headed in the direction Ouyang Qingyu pointed. The ship was shaking slightly, as if it was excitedly looking forward to the unknown that was about to come. As the warship gradually approached the 3 o'clock position in the left front, the abnormal energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Ouyang Qingyu stared at the monitoring equipment and said nervously, "Li Hao, the frequency of energy fluctuations is accelerating and the intensity is also increasing. We have to be careful." Li Hao's eyes were solemn, and he clenched his fists. "Notify all personnel to be prepared for emergencies." At this moment, a distorted space suddenly appeared in front of the warship, and the powerful gravity instantly pulled the warship over. "Oh no, it's a black hole!" One of the crew members shouted in horror. Li Hao shouted loudly, "Do your best to stabilize the warship and activate the anti-gravity device." The lights inside the ship flashed instantly, and various alarms sounded one after another. The officers worked desperately at their respective posts, trying to escape this powerful gravitational force. Ouyang Qingyu's forehead was covered with sweat, and his hands quickly input commands. Li Hao, the anti-gravity device is underpowered, and we are still being pulled closer. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, transfer all the energy to the anti-gravity device. After a difficult struggle, the warship finally stabilized and began to slowly move away from the distorted space. Li Hao's voice was full of fatigue, but still firm. Recheck the entrance to the waterway. Don't miss any clues. His voice echoed in the slightly noisy cabin with unquestionable majesty. The crew immediately got busy, and the lights of the instruments flickered in the dim cabin. Their expressions were serious and focused. Their fingers moved rapidly on the operating table, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Ouyang Qingyu stared at the screen intently, her fingers moving rapidly on the console like a nimble dancer, without blinking. Li Hao, there are no new discoveries for now, but the spatial fluctuations nearby are very abnormal and may require further analysis. There was a hint of anxiety and urgency in her voice. Li Hao crossed his arms across his chest, frowning, with a deep furrow forming between his brows. Hurry up, we can't stay here too long. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, as if trying to penetrate the endless darkness and find the dawn of hope. As time went by, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The only sounds in the cabin were the operating instruments and the heavy breathing of everyone. Suddenly, a crew member shouted excitedly, Commander, I seem to have discovered some patterns. This fluctuation seems to have some kind of periodicity. His voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Li Hao quickly walked over, his eyes fixed on the data curve on the screen. Study it carefully and see if you can use it to find the entrance. The crowd started a heated discussion and calculation around the new discovery, and everyone rushed to express their own opinions, with voices rising and falling one after another. Ouyang Qingyu's eyes lit up and her voice became louder. Li Hao, if my guess is correct, the next peak of the fluctuation will most likely be the time when the channel entrance will appear. Li Hao made a prompt decision and waved his hand. Be prepared and be on standby at any time. Finally, the expected peak of the wave arrived, and a faint vortex-shaped entrance appeared in the space ahead. The entrance emanated a mysterious light, as if calling them. Now, full speed ahead. Li Hao ordered loudly, his voice almost breaking through the ceiling of the cabin. The fleet rushed towards the mysterious entrance. The ships trembled slightly, and everyone's heart was in their throat. They held the handrails tightly, stared straight ahead without blinking, and prayed that everything would go well. The battleship plunged into the vortex-shaped entrance. In an instant, strong light and enormous pressure came, and everyone felt dizzy. Hold steady. Pay attention to equipment operation at all posts. Li Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. Ouyang Qingyu held onto the edge of the operating table with both hands, trying to keep her balance, her eyes fixed on the data that kept jumping on the screen. The warship was shaking violently in this strange passage, as if it would be torn apart at any time. The power system is approaching its limit, a person in charge of power testing shouted in horror. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, Hold on. Just when everyone felt they were about to collapse, the pressure suddenly eased, the light gradually dissipated, and the battleship rushed into a completely new space. Before everyone had time to catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Alert! Alert! A large number of meteorites have been spotted ahead, heading towards us. Li Hao quickly calmed down and ordered, Activate the star shield, adjust the course, and prepare to dodge. The crew members were operating in a panic, and the warship was rushing left and right among the meteorites. Bang! A huge meteorite hit the star shield, splashing sparks. Ouyang Qingyu shouted. Shield energy dropped by 30. Li Hao's forehead was bulging with veins. Keep evading. After a thrilling dodge, the battleship finally broke out of the meteorite group, but the shield had become extremely fragile. Report, our navigation system has failed. An officer's voice was filled with despair. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, Rescan the surrounding environment and notify other warships to come closer. The officer immediately followed the order and began to scan the surrounding environment again. At this time, Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, Li Hao, our communication seems to have been interfered with, and we can't get a clear connection with other warships. Li Hao frowned, staring at the chaotic data that kept jumping on the screen. Do everything possible to restore communication and make sure the other warships get closer. As time passed, everyone felt increasingly depressed. Finally, a sporadic voice came from the communicator. Commander, we are approaching. Chapter 194, Electromagnetic Storm. Li Hao quickly said, report your position and situation. But the communication fell into chaotic noise again, and the harsh sound of electricity seemed to be mocking their predicament. Li Hao slammed the console angrily. Damn it! Ouyang Qingyu anxiously operated the communication equipment. Li Hao, the interference is too strong. I need more time to repair it. Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Speed up. We must get in touch with other warships as soon as possible. As time passed, an atmosphere of tension and anxiety filled the communications room. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingyu shouted in surprise. Li Hao, there is progress. The noise is getting weaker. Li Hao immediately leaned over to the communicator and said, call the other warships again, quickly. This is easy. A staccato voice came from the communicator. Commander, we are. Li Hao hurriedly said. Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. At this moment, the communication fell into complete silence again, and everyone's heart sank again. Li Hao punched the wall and said, keep trying. We must contact them. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip and adjusted the equipment more attentively, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Just as everyone was in despair, a clear voice suddenly came from the communicator. Commander, we are battleship number 2, and our current location is. Li Hao was in high spirits and said quickly, great. Report the details and surrounding environment immediately. The commander of the second battleship said quickly, we encountered some small meteorite impacts here. The shield was damaged, but we can still hold on. There seems to be unstable energy fluctuations in the surrounding space. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, stay alert and get closer to the flagship as soon as possible. After a period of intense sailing, the other warships of the fleet finally joined Li Hao's flagship one after another. Li Hao stood in front of the big screen in the command room, watching the warships dock successfully, and felt a little relieved. Report to the commander, battleship number 3 is in position. Report to the commander, the energy system of battleship number 5 is damaged and is being repaired. Various reports came one after another. Li Hao responded calmly and quickly issued orders. Ouyang Qingyu assisted Li Hao in organizing various data and information. Li Hao, although the fleet has reunited, where should we go next? The navigation system has not yet recovered. Ouyang Qingyu said worriedly. Li Hao, this is not a solution. We have to find a way to determine our location. Li Hao pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, glanced at the busy people around him, and said, use the surrounding celestial bodies and flight path maps to determine our location. After saying that, he quickly walked to the control console where Li Hong was and asked anxiously, Second uncle, why is our current location different from the intersection on the route map? Li Hong had a serious expression on his face, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He operated the instrument and said, Li Hao, the space in this area seems to be distorted in some unknown way, causing the entrance environment to change. Currently, our positioning has deviated. Li Hao frowned even more tightly. Can you determine the pattern of this distortion? Li Hong shook his head. Not yet. We need more data and time to analyze. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, then we can only move forward. Analyze the surrounding environment and see if there are any similarities. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyu sent a message. Li Hao, I found a star on the route map, but its position is very different from what we expected. Li Hao immediately returned to Ouyang Qingyu, looked at the image on the screen, and fell into deep thought. Have we deviated far from our original route? Ouyang Qingyu said worriedly. Li Hao's eyes were firm. It's the environment of this entrance that has changed. No matter how far it is, we must find the route. Ouyang Qingyu bit her lip lightly. But now we can't even determine the direction. Where should we start looking? Li Hao crossed his arms over his chest and paced back and forth. After a moment, he said, re-examine all the data we have collected since entering here and look for any possible clues. Everyone took action immediately, and the entire command room was filled with a tense atmosphere. After a while, a technician said, Commander, I found that the magnetic storm tracks around us seem to have a certain pattern. Li Hao hurried over to check. Analyze carefully and see if we can infer the timing of the passage based on this. The technician was sweating profusely, his eyes fixed on the complex data on the screen, and said, Commander, based on the current pattern, the intensity of the magnetic storm will have a short weakening period every once in a while, but this weakening period is very short. Li Hao crossed his arms and thought for a moment before saying, we need to calculate the time of the next weakening period and be prepared to pass it by then. The technician quickly operated the instrument and said after a moment, Commander, the next weakening period is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Li Hao nodded, turned around, and said to the other personnel, "All departments should be prepared and check the warship systems to ensure that there will be no problems when passing through the magnetic storm area." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." As time passed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Ouyang Qingyu came to Li Hao and said, "Li Hao, I'm still a little worried. If the calculation is wrong, we may be in great danger." Li Hao patted her shoulder and said, "Qingyu, this is our only chance right now. We can only take a risk and give it a try." Finally, 30 minutes are about to pass. The technician shouted, "Commander, the magnetic storm is about to weaken." Li Hao decisively ordered, "Open all shields and move forward at full speed." His voice was firm and powerful, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. As his orders were given, the battleship's engines roared deafeningly and rushed towards the magnetic storm area, full of unknowns and dangers. The powerful force hit the ship like a tidal wave, making a terrifying creaking sound. The lights inside the ship began to flicker, and various instruments and equipment were shaking violently. Everyone held on tightly to the objects around them, their faces tense, veins popping out on their foreheads. They closed their eyes tightly, praying silently in their hearts that they could pass smoothly. Some people's lips trembled slightly, and they murmured words of blessing. Some people clenched their teeth, and sweat fell like rain. The warship struggled to move forward in the magnetic storm, like a small boat struggling in the wind and waves. Every second seemed extremely long, and the strong impact made the ship seem like it would disintegrate at any time. After a seemingly endless violent turbulence, suddenly, the pressure dropped, and the battleship finally rushed out of the magnetic storm area. Chapter 195 Railroad Nebula. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into cheers. Their faces were filled with joy at having survived the disaster, and they hugged each other excitedly, with cheers resounding throughout the battleship. Li Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. His body suddenly relaxed, and he leaned back in the command chair with a relieved smile on his face. Just as everyone was cheering, Ouyang Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Li Hao, although we have passed through the magnetic storm, there is a meteorite belt blocking the route from here to the route map." The smile on Li Hao's face froze instantly. He quickly walked to the observation window and looked at the dense meteorite belt in front of him with a frown. "Can we calculate the range of the meteorite belt and the trajectory of meteorites?" Li Hao asked. Ouyang Qingyu quickly operated the instrument and said after a moment, "The range is very wide, and the movement trajectory of the meteorite is very complicated and difficult to predict." Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Notify the fleet to activate all shields and advance slowly." The fleet approached the meteorite belt cautiously, and the atmosphere on the ship became tense again. Ouyang Qingyu stared at the monitoring screen, not daring to blink, and said in a trembling voice, "Li Hao, the size and speed of these meteorites are beyond our expectations." Li Hao's expression was solemn. He held the edge of the command platform tightly with both hands and said, "Let all the warships move together and stack their shields." At this time, the voice of the captain of another warship came from the communicator. "Commander, there is a large meteorite ahead." During the slow movement, a huge meteorite suddenly changed direction and rushed straight towards the flagship. "Oh no, turn full speed," Li Hao shouted loudly. The battleship avoided the meteorite at the critical moment, but the violent shaking caused many crew members to fall to the ground. "Check the damage to the warship." Li Hao gave the order while steadying himself. "Report to the commander. The battleship is intact." Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. "Keep moving forward and stay on high alert." The fleet shuttled slowly through the meteorite belt. The surrounding meteorites streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving behind dazzling streaks of light. Ouyang Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Li Hao, there is a dense group of small meteorites ahead, and they are moving very fast." Li Hao frowned. "Adjust the shield energy distribution and focus on protecting the front." The battleship struggled to move through the meteorite swarm, with small meteorites constantly hitting the shield, splashing sparks. "Commander, the shield energy has dropped to 60%, a crew member reported anxiously. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Speed up and get through this area as soon as possible." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a huge meteorite hit the shield violently, causing the entire battleship to shake violently. "Report to the commander, there is a crack in the left shield, and the energy loss rate is accelerating." Li Hao's face was gloomy, and he shouted loudly, "Concentrate energy to repair the left shield, and all engines will output at maximum power." The battleship struggled forward in the meteorite belt, and the surrounding meteorites constantly hit the shield, emitting dazzling sparks. At this moment, The trembling and anxious voices of other warships came from the communicator. Commander, the shield of battleship number 3 has collapsed, and the hull is seriously damaged. Li Hao's heart tightened, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Do your best to rescue the 3rd battleship and get them closer to the flagship as soon as possible. However, as if God wanted to make things difficult for them, more meteorites came one after another, smashing down like dense raindrops, as if they were going to ruthlessly swallow up the entire fleet. Commander, a crew member's voice was filled with deep despair, and the voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of the soul. Li Hao interrupted him abruptly, his eyes wide open, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't give up. We will definitely get out." At this critical moment of life and death, the warship seemed to be blessed by the god of luck and suddenly rushed into a relatively open area. It's an opportunity. Go full speed ahead. Li Hao shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with endless desire and determination. Every warship in the fleet seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, with its engines emitting dazzling tail flames, seizing this brief respite and accelerating forward. The friction between the ship's hull and the air made a sharp whistling sound. They rushed forward desperately, gradually moving away from the nightmare-like asteroid belt. Li Hao looked at the gradually receding meteorite belt, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Check the damage to each warship and count the casualties, Li Hao said in a slightly tired voice. Soon, various reports came in, and the situation was not optimistic. Except for the number 3 battleship, the other battleships also suffered varying degrees of damage, and the casualties were also heavy. Li Hao found Li Hong and said, "Uncle, are we on the route shown on the route map now?" Li Hong frowned, shook his head, and said, "Li Hao, we have strayed too far. This is not the route on the route map." Li Hao punched the bulkhead next to him, his face gloomy. "Then what should we do?" Li Hong patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This kind of thing is normal in this kind of interstellar exploration. Now we can only move forward." Li Hao was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay, second uncle, then we must be more cautious next time." At this time, Ouyang Qingyu came over and said, "Li Hao, we just detected a mysterious energy area ahead. Should we go around it?" Li Hao looked at Li Hong. Li Hong thought for a while and said, "First send a detector to detect, and see if we can get any useful information." Ouyang Qingyu immediately arranged for the exploration team to set off. During the waiting time, everyone was filled with anxiety. Soon, the exploration team sent a message. Report to the commander. This energy area seems to contain huge energy, but the specific situation is still unclear. Li Hao frowned. Continue to explore and find out what this is. Li Hong suddenly reminded. Wait, this is the nebula on the route. Don't get close to it. When Li Hao heard this, he was immediately surprised and said, Great, we finally found the route. Ouyang Qingyu couldn't hide her excitement. This means we may be able to get back on track. Li Hao immediately ordered. Check the route map and replan the route. Be sure to carefully avoid the dangerous areas of the nebula. The crew members acted quickly and carried out various operations intensively. However, at this moment, the monitoring systems sounded an alarm. The energy fluctuations inside the nebula are abnormal and may pose a threat to us. Li Hao's expression was stern. Open all shields. As the battleship gradually approached the nebula, the surrounding light became brilliant and strange, and the powerful energy field caused the ship to tremble slightly. Commander, the shield energy is affected and is decreasing. Chapter 196 Mysterious Planet. At this time, the mysterious force inside the nebula seemed to be pulling the battleship, making it increasingly difficult to move forward. Li Hao, that's not right. We seem to be sucked into the nebula, Li Hong said. Li Hao tightly grasped the edge of the command platform and shouted loudly. Start the engine with all your strength and break free from this force. The crew members were operating various instruments frantically, and the battleship's engine was making a deafening roar, but the battleship was still slowly being pulled closer by the nebula. Ouyang Qingyu said anxiously, Li Hao, this won't work. Our energy consumption is too fast. Li Hao's forehead was bulging with veins, and he roared. All warships are connected together. Break out in one direction. Ouyang Qingyu immediately conveyed Li Hao's order, and the warships quickly took action and began to connect with each other. But in this process, the gravity of the nebula continued to increase, and the trembling of the ship became more and more violent. Time was running out, and every second seemed extremely long. Finally, with everyone's efforts, all the warships were successfully connected together. Start the engine at full speed and charge. Li Hao gave the order again. The united fleet struggled forward in one direction, and the powerful thrust and the gravity of the nebula engaged in a fierce battle. After a period of pulling, the dreadnought fleet finally broke away from the nebula and arrived at the coordinates indicated on the route map. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. Immediately checked the damage to the fleet and the energy reserves. Soon, various reports came in. Although the fleet suffered considerable losses in this difficult breakout, fortunately, it could still move forward. Ouyang Qingyu looked at Li Hao with a trace of relief on her face. "We are finally here. Li Hao, look, ahead is the ruins of the antique warship indicated on the route map." Li Hao stared at the huge ruins ahead, his heart full of curiosity and vigilance. "This place has been explored many times. Let's move forward according to the route." After a long flight, Li Hao finally arrived at the last mysterious planet according to the guidance of the route map. From a distance, the planet emits a strange light and is surrounded by a thin layer of fog, making it impossible to see its true appearance. Li Hao ordered, "Start the comprehensive detection system and collect all the information about this planet." Li Hong reminded, "No need to detect. The detector cannot approach the planet. There is a magnetic field outside this planet. All electronic equipment will stop when approaching." Li Hao frowned. "Then how can we understand this planet? Are we just going to approach it blindly?" Li Hong thought for a moment and said, "There is no other way. I guess only your dreadnought can break through this magnetic field." Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Then we can only take a risk. Notify the fleet to be on alert outside, and all crew members of the dreadnought to be prepared for a hard landing." Zhang Yu immediately conveyed the order, and the entire dreadnought instantly entered a tense state of combat readiness. "Attention at all posts. Check protective devices and secure equipment." Li Hao's voice echoed in the ship. The crew members were busy in a tense and orderly manner, with a solemn and resolute look on everyone's face. The dreadnought slowly started up and approached the magnetic field outside the mysterious planet. As the distance got closer, various equipment on the ship began to be disturbed, lights flashed, and alarms sounded. The dreadnought accelerated towards the mysterious planet, the powerful magnetic field causing the ship to tremble constantly, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The entire warship made a creaking sound, and the metal components twisted and deformed under the huge pressure. "General, the shield system is fluctuating," an officer reported loudly, his voice full of tension and fear, his eyes fixed on the flashing dashboard. Li Hao held the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white from exerting too much force. He shouted loudly, "Increase energy output, hold steady, and keep moving forward." When the dreadnought finally rushed into the magnetic field, the ship's hull shook violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by an invisible force. The powerful magnetic force caused items in the cabin to fly everywhere, the lights flickered, and the alarms sounded sharp and piercing. "The power system is damaged and some cabins have lost contact," another officer shouted in horror, his face covered with sweat. Beads of sweat rolled down Li Hao's forehead, and beads as big as beans flowed down his cheeks and soaked his collar, but his eyes were still firm and resolute. "We must do our best to repair it, and we must hold on." In the command room, various commands and reports were intertwined, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The crew members desperately operated instruments in the shaking cabin, trying to stabilize the battleship. "Report to the general. The shield energy is only 30 left. No matter what method you use, you must keep the shield for me." Li Hao's voice almost broke his throat. At this time, the ship's hull began to shake more violently, and some small parts fell from the ceiling and hit people. "General, the right engine has stalled and lost power." Li Hao was extremely anxious. His brain was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. "Start the backup engine and give priority to supplying all energy to the shield and power system." Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, the dreadnought suddenly rushed into the planet's atmosphere. The violent friction caused flames to ignite around the ship's hull, and the entire warship was like a falling meteor, dragging a long tail of fire. The high temperature instantly swept through the entire ship, and the metal shell was burned red, as if it would melt at any time. "General, the two left side engines have stalled, and the spare engine's power is also declining." A crew member shouted at the top of his lungs, his face full of fear. "Be prepared for the impact." Li Hao held the handrail tightly, the veins on his arms bulging. His eyes were fixed on the front, full of determination and resoluteness. Boom! With a loud bang, the dreadnought crashed heavily to the ground. The huge impact force left the ship in a mess. Various equipment and parts broke free from their fixed positions and flew everywhere, causing the bulkheads to break, wires to short-circuit, and sparks to fly. Li Hao was thrown out by this powerful force and hit the bulkhead. He felt a sharp pain, but he still gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up from the chaos. Quickly check the casualties and repair the warship. Li Hao shouted loudly, his voice a little hoarse and tired. The crew members endured the pain. Some had bloody heads, some had sprained arms, but they did not hesitate at all and immediately threw themselves into their respective work. Some people struggled to crawl towards the damaged equipment and tried to repair it. Others searched for their injured companions in the chaos and moved them to relatively safe areas. After some intense and busy work, the preliminary situation was finally summarized in front of Li Hao. General, the battleship was severely damaged. There were cracks in many parts of the hull, the power system was almost paralyzed, and the weapon system was also severely damaged. But fortunately, most of the crew members were only slightly injured, and only a few were seriously injured. An adjutant in charge of reporting said in a trembling voice. After listening to this, Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. First, we must do our best to treat the wounded, and then concentrate on repairing the power system. We must restore the basic functions of the battleship as soon as possible. Chapter 197 Beast-like Creature Attack. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, send a reconnaissance team over there. Be sure to be careful and cautious and don't alert the enemy. The soldier took the order and left. Li Hao felt even more depressed. How many secrets did this mysterious planet hide? Where did those humans come from? Soon, the reconnaissance team set out, quietly heading in the direction where they found signs of human activity. On the dauntless side, Li Hao called Zhang Yu, Li Hong, Ouyang Qingyu, and others. Just now the intelligence officer reported that there were signs of human activities and an area similar to a warship on the other side of the planet. I have sent a reconnaissance team to investigate. Li Hong was extremely excited when he heard the news. How is this possible? Could they be survivors from other fleets? Or are they humans who originally existed on this planet? Ouyang Qingyu frowned and said, it's hard to judge now, but this does make things more complicated. Zhang Yu calmly analyzed. No matter what, we must be prepared to deal with various situations. If it is a friendly force, it is naturally a good thing, but if it is an enemy, we cannot take it lightly. Li Hao nodded. Zhang Yu is right. Let's wait for further news from the reconnaissance team. At the same time, we must strengthen the defense and repair work of the dreadnought and not relax at all. Everyone took orders and went about their business. After Li Hong returned to the lounge, he kept wondering whether there were any survivors from the fleet that came in to explore this planet that year. That fleet was the elite of the 13th Legion. If there were any survivors, how did they survive on this dangerous planet? Countless questions swirled in Li Hong's mind. He was restless and finally decided to go to the intelligence room again to see if there were any new clues. When he arrived at the intelligence room, he found that the staff were nervously analyzing some vague signals they had just received. Any new discoveries? Li Hong asked anxiously. There is no definite information yet, but judging from these intermittent signals, the situation over there is very complicated. An intelligence officer replied. Li Hong frowned and fell into deep thought. Not getting the information he wanted in the intelligence room, he went to the command room to find Li Hao. Li Hao saw Li Hong coming over and said, Second uncle, are you worried about something? Li Hong sighed and said, Li Hao, I have been thinking about the possible signs of human activities. Could they be the survivors of the 13th Legion's expedition fleet? Li Hao's expression was serious. Second uncle, you mean the survivors of the 13th Legion's exploration fleet? You sent a fleet in back then. Li Hong nodded, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. We did send a standard fleet in that year, but we lost contact as soon as they entered the magnetic field layer. We don't know what happened to them in the end. Li Hao frowned. If that's the case, it's indeed possible, but it's been almost 20 years. How did they survive in such an environment? Li Hong's face was solemn. I came here this time just to confirm this. If it is really them, they must have gone through many unknown hardships and obstacles in the past 20 years. Li Hao's eyes were firm. Uncle, no matter what, we must first deal with the current situation and repair the warship. When Li Hao and Li Hong were talking in the command room, the alarm in the command room suddenly sounded a warning alarm. General, it's bad. A large number of unidentified creatures are approaching quickly, and their energy response is even stronger, an adjutant reported nervously. Li Hao's expression was stern. Get ready for battle immediately and strengthen your defense. Li Hong frowned. This situation is getting worse and worse. Li Hao stared at the dynamics on the screen and said, Second uncle, go and supervise the progress of the repairs. Make sure the battleship recovers its full functions as soon as possible. Li Hong responded and quickly left the command room. These beasts have ferocious appearances. Some are covered with hard scales. Some have sharp fangs and sharp claws, and their eyes flash with ferocious light, which makes people shudder. The mecha soldiers clenched their weapons tightly. Although there was some fear in their hearts, they were more determined. "Everyone stay calm and don't panic," the mecha captain shouted loudly. However, the beasts did not give them much time to prepare and charged immediately. They were as fast as lightning and rushed to the defense line in the blink of an eye. A mecha soldier quickly pulled the trigger, and a series of energy beams shot at a giant beast in the front. But the beast just turned slightly to avoid most of the attacks, and the few beams that hit it only left some shallow marks on its scales. The beast suddenly leaped up and pounced on the mech soldier. The mech soldier tried to dodge, but was still hit by the beast's claws. Deep scratches appeared on the mech instantly, and alarms kept ringing. Sparks flew, and the system inside the mech began to go haywire. "Concentrate your firepower and find their weaknesses," the mecha captain commanded loudly. The soldiers listened to the order and watched the beast's actions more attentively. Their eyes were full of tension and determination, and sweat flowed down their foreheads, but they didn't bother to wipe it off. "Captain, I found that their abdominal protection was relatively weak when they attacked," a mecha soldier shouted. "Okay, everyone, focus on attacking their abdomen." The captain gave the order decisively. Intensive firepower poured towards the belly of the giant beast, and the sound of gunfire was deafening. Several giant beasts in the front roared in pain. Their abdomens were hit by energy beams, blood spurted out, and their movements became slow. But more giant beasts continued to come, as if they knew no pain or fear, and they were full of unstoppable momentum. A giant beast swept over with its thick tail, and a mecha was unable to dodge and was directly knocked out, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. The pressure on the mecha soldiers did not ease at all. "Damn it, this is not a solution," the captain yelled, with a hint of despair in his voice. "Request support." "Hold on, support will be here soon." Li Hao's voice came from the communication channel. At this time, several more giant beasts united and released powerful energy waves at the same time. The energy waves intertwined with each other, forming a huge impact that rushed directly towards the defense line. The soldiers gritted their teeth and fought hard, but under this powerful impact, several mechas instantly lost power and collapsed to the ground. At this critical moment, the supporting mecha troops and marines finally arrived. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the attack of the behemoth, giving the mecha soldiers a chance to catch their breath. Chapter 198, The First Battle on the Mysterious Planet. "Brothers, it's time to fight back," the captain shouted. His voice was full of passionate fighting spirit and echoed in the smoke-filled battlefield. The mecha soldiers regained their spirits, their eyes burning with anger. They worked closely with the support troops, their firepower intertwined into a dense network, and launched a more fierce attack on the behemoth. However, these behemoths were no ordinary beasts. One of the largest behemoths suddenly let out a roar that shook the earth, and the sound waves surged in the air, as if they could shatter a person's soul. The other behemoths seemed to have received some mysterious instructions and began to change their tactics. They no longer charged blindly, but divided into several teams to attack the defense line from different directions. Some teams made detours at a very fast speed, trying to break through from the flank. Some squads would launch feints to attract the soldiers' firepower and create opportunities for other squads, making it more difficult for the soldiers to defend. "Pay attention to defending the flanks." The captain hurriedly adjusted the deployment. His voice was hurried and nervous, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. However, a few nimble beasts broke through the defense line, and their figures rushed towards the dreadnought like ghosts. "We must not let them get close to the warship." A soldier rushed over in his mecha without hesitation. His mecha had been damaged in many places in the previous battle, but his determination was not diminished at all. The desperate fight with the behemoth was thrilling. The behemoth waved its sharp claws and grabbed the mecha again and again, leaving deep scratches on the mecha's shell. The soldiers controlled the mecha and kept shooting at the behemoth with their remaining weapons. In the fierce battle, the weapon system of the mecha was finally overwhelmed and completely damaged. But the soldier did not retreat, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He drove the mecha and used his last bit of strength to crash into the giant beast. With a loud bang, the mecha and the giant beast perished together. The huge shock wave made the surrounding air tremble. The other soldiers were inspired by his bravery, their blood boiling. They roared and fought even more bravely. Some soldiers manipulated mechas, displayed exquisite fighting skills, and engaged in close combat with the beasts. Every collision caused a strong vibration and sparks flew. The soldier flexibly controlled the mecha, dodged the giant beast's pounce by moving sideways, and at the same time swung the mecha's iron fist and smashed it hard on the giant beast. The beast felt the pain, roared angrily, and attacked more frantically. But the soldier was not afraid. The leg joints of the mecha skillfully resisted the beast's impact, and he held the beast's head tightly with both hands, trying to twist it. Some used the terrain to ambush and attack the behemoth unexpectedly. They hid behind boulders, and when the behemoth passed by, they suddenly activated their mechas and attacked from behind. The energy sword was unsheathed in an instant and stabbed at the weak spot of the giant beast. The giant beast was unable to react in time and twisted its body in pain after being stabbed. Some soldiers set traps on both sides of the valley to lure the beast in, and then activated the mechanism, and a huge net fell from the sky, trapping the beast. The soldiers took the opportunity to concentrate their firepower and launched a fierce attack on the trapped behemoth. The smoke on the battlefield grew thicker, and the soldiers' fighting became more intense. In a depression, a soldier was operating a mech that was in a bitter battle with two giant beasts. His mech was running out of energy, and its movements were becoming slow. However, he had no intention of retreating, and his eyes were full of determination. At this moment, one of the beasts took advantage of the situation and pounced on the back of the mech. The mech instantly lost balance and fell forward. The soldier tried to adjust his balance, but another beast rushed over quickly and opened its bloody mouth. At the critical moment, the nearby comrades arrived in time. Several energy beams were shot at the behemoths, temporarily forcing them back. The fallen soldiers took the opportunity to restart the mecha and fight side by side with the comrades who arrived. On the other side, an experienced veteran controlled the mecha and cleverly used the terrain to lead a giant beast into a narrow passage. The walls on both sides of the passage restricted the movement of the giant beast. The veterans seized the opportunity and activated the mecha's shoulder missiles, causing a series of explosions on the giant beast. Although the soldiers gradually gained the upper hand, the beast still resisted stubbornly. Every attack and defense was full of thrills and crises. After a long and brutal battle, the number of behemoths became smaller and smaller, and the soldiers' physical strength and the energy of the mechas were almost exhausted. After the battle, Li Hao and other officers were very surprised when they saw these ferocious beasts at the scene. This was even more shocking than what they saw through the detectors in the command room. The corpses of the beasts before him piled up like a mountain, their huge bodies exuding a chilling aura. Their hideous faces still made people shudder even after death, and their sharp fangs and claws seemed to still tell of their ferocity in battle. Li Hao's face was solemn as he slowly approached the corpse of a ferocious beast, carefully observing its iron-hard scales and sturdy and powerful limbs. The strength and attack power of this creature are far beyond our imagination. Li Hao muttered to himself. Li Hong, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh. I really can't imagine how the indigenous people here survive in such an environment. Other officers also gathered around, examining the characteristics of the beasts, trying to find out more information about them. General, these beasts seem to be highly organized and intelligent. They don't seem like simple wild beasts, said a staff officer. Li Hao nodded. I'm afraid there is a bigger secret behind this. Take some samples and analyze them. The soldiers immediately took action, carefully collecting tissue samples, scales, blood, etc. from the carcass of the beast. Li Hong looked at the busy soldiers and said to Li Hao worriedly, Li Hao, this place is getting more and more evil. We must be more fully prepared. Li Hao's eyes were firm. Second uncle, no matter what, since we are here, we must find out the truth. After a while, the samples were collected and quickly sent to the laboratory for analysis. Li Hao and other officers continued to survey the battlefield, hoping to find more useful clues. At this time, the soldier in charge of communications came running to report. General, we just received news from the reconnaissance team. They found some strange buildings in the area where human activities are suspected. They look like the style we are familiar with. Li Hao frowned and said, Tell them to continue monitoring and not to act rashly. Back in the command room, everyone anxiously awaited the results of the sample analysis. Finally, a researcher came rushing over. General, the preliminary analysis results are out. These beasts seem to contain a special energy substance, and this energy is very similar to one of our energies. Chapter 199 Barbarian Tribe. Li Hao frowned and asked, Is it a super energy stone? The researcher hesitated for a moment and said, Based on the current analysis, there are certain similarities, but also some differences. Further research is needed to confirm this. Li Hao crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the command room. That means this planet has super energy stones, and there are quite a lot of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many mutated beasts. Li Hong said seriously, How did they absorb it? At this time, new news came. A soldier hurriedly reported, General, We have detected unusual movements of the natives of the planet. It seems that they know of our existence. Li Hao's expression was stern. Pay close attention to their movements and report at any time. His eyes revealed seriousness and alertness as he stared at the monitoring screen in front of him. Li Hong said worriedly, "This is not good news. I don't know whether these natives are our friends or enemies." His brows were deeply wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The soldiers soon brought new information. "General, the natives are gathering." Li Hao bit his lips so hard that they turned white. "Be prepared for battle, but don't open fire unless it's absolutely necessary." For a moment, the atmosphere on the Dauntless became tense again. The soldiers quickly returned to their posts, checked their weapons and equipment, and stood ready, their eyes full of vigilance, waiting for the next order. Not long after, the monitoring showed that the native troops were approaching the Dauntless, marching in unison, shouting incomprehensible slogans, and looking aggressive. Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Send out scouts, try to contact them, and try to communicate. Remember, be friendly and cautious, and don't provoke them. Soon, several scouts set off in small aircraft and flew towards the indigenous team. Inside the Dauntless, everyone was anxiously waiting for the scouts to bring back news, and every second seemed particularly long. Not long after, the scout received an urgent voice through the communicator. "General, the natives are hostile to us, and we can't understand what they say." Li Hao frowned. "Keep your distance from them first. I'll be there soon." Li Hao quickly stood up and rushed towards the location of the scouts with Li Hong and several capable assistants. When they arrived, they saw the natives all holding weapons, glaring at them, and making some incomprehensible noises from their mouths. Li Hao immediately took out a language device obtained from the X-civilization from his backpack, turned on the device, and recorded the other party's language. The natives were a little wary of this strange device at first, but after the soldiers' patient explanations, they gradually relaxed and began to express themselves more positively. The indicator light of the language device keeps flashing, quickly analyzing the collected language information. After a while, the device emitted a slight beep, indicating that the preliminary analysis was complete. Li Hao couldn't wait to check the results, but found that he could only decipher some simple words and short sentences. But this was also a good start. "Hello, we don't mean to offend you. We are just passing by." Li Hao translated this sentence through the device and played it for the native. The native frowned, as if thinking about how to respond. After a moment, he spoke a long paragraph, and the language device started working busily again. This time, the interpretation was slightly richer, roughly meaning that their territory was inviolable and any outsiders were considered a threat. After a period of communication, Li Hao finally learned that their race was called barbarians, and the surrounding areas were all the territory of their tribe. Li Hao tried to make the other party understand that their arrival was not an invasion. "We respect your territory. We are just passing by and just want to seek cooperation and communication." The barbarian listened, his eyes still full of vigilance. "Cooperation? Exchange? We don't trust foreign races." Li Hao quickly said, "We can bring advanced technology and resources to help your tribe develop." The barbarian was silent for a moment, as if thinking about Li Hao's words. At this moment, an older barbarian from the tribe came out, surrounded by the crowd, and came to Li Hao. "Outsider, your words sound nice, but we don't trust any outsiders. Please leave our territory immediately," said the elder. Li Hao looked at him sincerely. "To show our sincerity, we can provide you with some food and treat the injuries of your wounded." The elder hesitated for a moment, whispered a few words with the people around him, and then said, "Then you help us treat the injured first." Li Hao immediately ordered his men to prepare the necessary supplies and medical equipment. When these things were presented to the barbarians, their attitudes finally softened a little. "Perhaps you really have no ill intentions," the elder said, "but we still need to observe for a while." Li Hao nodded to show his understanding. "This is as it should be. We will use our actions to make you trust us completely." However, just when the relationship between the two sides was slightly eased, suddenly a young barbarian came from behind Li Hao and whispered something to the elder, and the elder's attitude suddenly changed. The older man's expression, which had been slightly relieved, turned stern again. He glared at Li Hao and said, "You are not welcome here. Leave here as soon as possible." Li Hao looked confused and asked quickly, "Respected elder, is there any misunderstanding?" The elder snorted coldly. "Misunderstanding? Just now my people discovered that your people were secretly collecting resources from our territory." Li Hao was shocked and looked back at Li Hong, who also had a confused look on his face. "This is definitely a misunderstanding, elder. We did not issue such an order," Li Hao explained anxiously. But the elder didn't listen at all. He waved his hand and said, "Catch them all." The barbarians immediately surrounded them, and the situation became tense in an instant. Li Hao said loudly, "Please believe me. There must be something wrong. Let me check this matter thoroughly." The older man looked at him doubtfully. At this moment, the young man whispered a few more words into the older man's ear. The elder was silent for a moment, then said, "My people saw your people behind you gathering animal food." Li Hao sighed helplessly. "Just now, a ferocious beast attacked my camp. In order to protect ourselves, we will give you all the corpses of these ferocious beasts if you need them." The elder stared at Li Hao, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. "You are new here and may face danger. But these ferocious beasts have always been an important resource for the survival of our tribe." The elder's tone softened a little. Li Hao quickly said, "Respected elder, we really have no intention of robbing you of your resources. In this case, these beast corpses will be returned to you now. I hope this can show our sincerity." The elder nodded slightly and said, "I will trust you this time, but you must leave our territory as soon as possible." Chapter 200 Cooperation with the Barbarian Tribe. A hint of hesitation flashed across the elder's eyes. Before he could respond, several barbarians nearby shouted excitedly, "No! Who knows what you are up to?" Li Hao quickly explained, "We really have no ill intentions. We just want a temporary place to stay. And our medical technology is very advanced. We will definitely make the injured recover as soon as possible." The elder raised his hand, signaling the tribesmen to be quiet. He stared at Li Hao and said, "Let me think about it." At this time, an injured barbarian child walked out of the crowd, with a bloody cloth wrapped around his leg. He limped to the elder, pulled his clothes and said, "Grandpa, my leg hurts so much, let them try." The elder looked at his grandson's painful expression, his heart softened, and he said to Li Hao, "Okay, you treat this child first. If you can really cure him, we can talk later." Li Hao quickly called for medical personnel to come over and carefully check the child's wound. After some treatment, the child's pain was significantly relieved and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the elders finally softened their attitude. "Perhaps you can stay for a while, but if you do anything wrong, don't blame us for being rude." Li Hao nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, we will definitely keep our promise." After the people from the barbarian tribe left, Li Hao also returned to the dreadnought. Zhang Yu didn't understand why Li Hao didn't just destroy them directly. "General, with our strength, we can easily defeat these barbarians. Why do we have to compromise like this?" Zhang Yu asked anxiously. Li Hao looked at him and said seriously, "War is never the best way to solve problems. Our goal is to explore and communicate. If we can coexist peacefully, we can understand this planet faster." Zhang Yu frowned. "But they are so arrogant. What if?" Li Hao interrupted him. "Nothing will happen. I don't think this tribe is a warlike tribe. I don't want my soldiers to die in such a meaningless battle." Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, "General, we can't always be in a passive situation." Li Hao's eyes were firm. "We will not be passive, but we must use wisdom and strategy to solve problems instead of relying solely on force." At this time, the communicator sounded, and it was a message from the soldier responsible for monitoring the barbarian tribe. "General, we found several barbarians wandering around the dreadnought, and they seemed to have something to say." Li Hao immediately said, "Bring them here." After a while, several barbarian warriors were brought in, and the leader said, "Our chief asked us to invite you to be a guest of our tribe." Li Hao was slightly stunned, then said, "Thank you for the invitation, chief. I will get ready right away." Li Hao turned to Zhang Yu and said, "You stay on the ship and stay alert at all times. I'll go see what they mean." Zhang Yu nodded and said, "General, be careful." Li Hao and several followers followed the barbarian warriors to the tribe. Along the way, he observed the surrounding environment and secretly thought about the purpose of the tribe leader's invitation. When we arrived at the tribe, the chief came out to greet us personally. "Welcome, friend from afar," said the patriarch. Li Hao smiled and responded, "Thank you for your hospitality, chief." Entering the chief's tent, the interior was simply decorated but full of barbarian characteristics. The chief had food and drinks brought over and said, "This is a small token of our tribe's appreciation." After Li Hao thanked him, he said, "The clan leader invited me here, so I guess it's not just for entertainment, right?" The chief's eyes were deep as he slowly said, "To be honest, our tribe has been threatened from many sides recently, which is why this misunderstanding occurred just now." Li Hao's expression turned serious. "Patriarch, what kind of threats are they?" The chief sighed. "On the one hand, those ferocious beasts have been attacking our tribe more and more frequently for some reason. On the other hand, other tribal forces are active in the surrounding area, and we are worried that they may be plotting something bad. In addition, your sudden appearance has made the tribe members a little nervous. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. I see. But Chief, as outsiders, we will not directly participate in the war between your tribes. The clan leader's expression changed slightly, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Li Hao quickly explained. Chief, you misunderstood. What I meant is that we can provide you with technical and strategic support to help you enhance your own defense and combat capabilities, rather than directly intervening in the disputes within your tribe. The clan leader was silent for a moment. Then his expression eased a little. Then what kind of technology and strategy can you provide? Li Hao said. We can provide you with weapons, teach you how to build stronger fortifications, and train your warriors to fight against ferocious beasts more effectively. The clan leader thought for a while and said, It sounds good, but words are not enough. I need to see the actual results. Li Hao nodded. Of course, you can find a weapon that you think is the best. The chief was a little confused, but still ordered his men to fetch the sharpest spears in the tribe. Li Hao took the spear, smiled slightly, then took out a dagger from his waist and cut the sharpest part of the spear. There was a clang and sparks flew everywhere. Everyone looked closely and found that the dagger was intact, but the spear was broken into 2 pieces. The chieftain and the surrounding barbarian warriors all showed expressions of astonishment. Li Hao said, Patriarch, you see, this is the advantage of our weapons, which can make you have stronger combat effectiveness. The clan leader looked at him doubtfully. No wonder you were able to kill so many beasts in such a short time. How can you provide us with such weapons? What can you offer me? The clan leader frowned and thought, I don't know what you need, and we can't provide it to you at the moment. But if you find anything you need, I'll see if I can find it for you. Li Hao nodded. Thank you, Chief. Let's first survey the area around the tribe to see what resources are available. Afterwards, Li Hao and his men conducted a detailed search around the tribe. They found some rare plants with special medicinal value, which might be used to make medicines to treat injuries and illnesses. Li Hao took the sample back to the tribe and said to the tribe leader, Tribal leader, this plant may be useful to both of us. If we can collect a large amount, it can not only enhance our medical reserves, but also be regarded as a valuable resource exchange. The clan leader took a look and said, This plant grows in dangerous places where ferocious beasts often roam. It is not easy to collect it.